It was 7 years ago. That's when this terrible disaster happened. A horror called Dungeon Breakout had begun, but none of the citizens appeared ready for it. Many different monsters emerged from the dozen or so rifts that sprang up across the country, and many people died as a result of this incident, for the monsters spared no one. His parents were also among the dead. Michael Nodforth lost everything in an instant that day. That's when he promised revenge, shedding bloody tears that made it all the more frustrating. He swore to himself to become a monster hunter, but 7 years later, nothing has changed. He'd been kicked out of the hunter training center, and now the guy sat in despair. At this time, he was just approached by an inspector who addressed Michael, referring to him as participant. The man told him not to come to the hunter training center anymore because there was nothing for him to do here. Of course, Michael couldn't just accept it and asked why he was being kicked out. The inspector replied that he himself knows that a couple of months is enough for a normal, awakened person. That's good enough for hunter training, except he's been here for 7 years. Michael stared at him, not understanding why he suddenly decided to tell him now. And the man went on to say that he didn't have a gram of talent in him, and in general, he could be considered trash. And if they let him stay here, the image of their center will also suffer for lack of good staff. But deep down, he felt sorry for the guy, because he'd always seen him practicing hard every morning. Except on the other hand, in those 7 years of training, his stats never increased. Not to mention unlocking unique characteristics and acquiring skills. Now he was sitting in Memorial Park, clutching a can of cold coffee with anger. Suddenly he heard a woman's voice asking her child if she remembered how Daddy died. The girl replied that she knew everything because her mother had told her about it many times. She added that when the monsters attacked, her dad died fearlessly, saving people until the very end. Her mother praised her and then asked her what to do if there were difficulties in her life in the future. The little girl's answer surprised Michael, for she said that one must be brave and not give up. Afterwards, her mom hugged her, saying that her daughter was the smartest, and she laughed merrily. Michael got up from his seat and walked over to them, surprising the woman and child a little. They wanted to ask who he was, but the guy only bowed and ran away the next moment. He didn't want to talk to them, so he wouldn't tell them about his life, because he felt like nothing. But he was also grateful for the words they said. He was in agreement with them. But until he met them, and it's been 7 years, he couldn't just give it all up. With that thought, he ran to the place he had been kicked out of today, wanting a second chance. It started raining in the evening, but that didn't stop the guy. He came to the right place and knocked. The inspector did not open the door at once, for the time was late and he was not expecting visitors, so he was surprised to see him. But soon his face frowned and he told the guy to get out of here, for he had told him everything today. Michael then asked him to help him pass his hunter's exam one last time. He explained that he couldn't give up that easily, and he even thought the curator thought about his words. However, this proved to be a false judgment. The man's name was David, and he was very angry at his request. Michael had never seen him like this before, so he was a little surprised, but he continued. He asked if the guy had come here to get his wasted money back, but Michael replied in the negative. He shouted that for him it wasn't about the money here, because he wasn't here for that, he was here for the opportunity. But David apparently thought otherwise. He slapped him and sent him away, telling the guy not to dare come here. Michael flew off into the trash cans and hit his head on the wall, causing him a lot of pain and hurt. David, meanwhile, said the guy might not even lie to him, since he knows him like a shell of himself. Calling Michael a brat, the man turned around to walk away, and the boy was left lying on the ground. After a while, he managed to sit up, but his head ached and his mood was depressed. He wondered if he too had a unique characteristic, or better said, had some talent. Then he would be able to change his worthless life, from which he now received only pain and suffering. Suddenly, he saw some system window reporting that the Tower of Trials was praising him for his iron will. After reading this, Michael was surprised twice, first at being praised by someone for the first time in his life, and then at the fact that it was some kind of tower. And then something incredible happened. He realized that he was falling into the unknown. At first, the guy was surprised, and then he was not on a joke afraid, because never before had not happened to him such a thing. Then there was a huge explosion that even David, being in his room, heard. He didn't understand what happened there, because only some time ago he had left Michael there, but he decided to go out to see. He thought the guy was calling for help. However, when he went out to take a look, he wasn't there. A surprised David looked around, but Michael was still nowhere to be seen. He then looked at the trash cans where he last saw the guy and saw that he was gone. Michael himself, meanwhile, was falling into the abyss, not realizing what was happening to him. It was like he was underwater, and after a while he realized he couldn't breathe and had to get out. But then the water ran out, and he realized he was continuing to fall somewhere into the unknown. He read one more message saying that the test tower had selected all the suitable candidates from the ground. And then he was asked to choose a difficulty level, and the reward he would receive would depend on the difficulty he chose. Michael didn't understand what was happening to him, but his gut told him he was on the right track. The guy, not thinking long, chose a difficult level of difficulty because he had nothing to lose. He realized that a chance had turned to him, and he must use it to his advantage. And then something started to change, and the system window said they hoped he'd get good results. Then it was said that he would soon enter the first floor of the Tower of Trials, and Michael still didn't understand anything. He suspected he was dead and dreaming it all, but he still had a headache from hitting the wall. And then suddenly he read that all status ailments and traumas were being healed from him. The trial was about to begin, and he realized that something important was about to happen. But the guy didn't expect to find himself in the desert without any resources. After a moment, however, he was given a sword, and Michael thought that with a weapon his chances increased. Apparently it was some sort of survival thing, though he didn't fully understand what it was all for. But his thoughts were soon confirmed by the system, saying that the reward for this ordeal was the discovery of a unique characteristic. When Michael saw this, he froze in surprise, for this had been his dream for as long as he could remember. The guy thought he would finally cushion what he had been working hard on for the last 7 years of his life. After all, the unique characteristic allowed him to become a hunter without problems, just as he wished. It would be so unbelievable that it even seemed crazy, and Michael even thought he was crazy. But he soon realized that his mind was not clouded, and the first thing he did was to pick up his new weapon. But as he approached the sword, the sand at his feet suddenly stirred and moved from its place. Michael started to run away from him, and he climbed higher and higher, forming a huge hump of sand. The guy read in the system window that a training trial was about to begin. His difficulty he'd chosen was displayed there as well, and Michael realized that none of this was good. A huge sand golem suddenly appeared in front of him, looking just at the guy, and the guy froze with horror. This was something incredible to him, as he had never defeated a single monster in his life. And then the status window announced that he had to survive for 10 minutes, and then the task would be completed. Michael was not happy about this prospect. He started to run away as fast as he could to avoid being hit by the golem. It also surprised him that the penalty for failing this test was death in the real world. He ran away from the monster hoping that it wouldn't chase him, but of course that wasn't the case. Michael himself was beginning to doubt whether he could escape from him in this way, for it was exhausting. Plus the golem was much faster than he thought, and that only made it harder for him to survive. Primarily because of the sand, and with his endurance, it was impossible to run 10 minutes. It was also worth doing without rest, because at any moment he could be killed by a golem. The system had given him the sword and punished him to survive, so he didn't have much choice, and Michael understood that. Either he would die trying to escape or die fighting. He liked the second option better. So the guy stopped and quickly thought about how he could overpower this thing, since it was made entirely of sand. Suddenly, the faces of all those who had laughed at him all these years and bullied him flashed before his eyes. Michael remembered how many times he'd been called nothing and yelled that he was sick of it. He didn't want to die a miserable death trying to just run away, even if it looked safer. And because he would never become a hunter or avenge his parents who died as a result of that disaster, of course he wasn't going to settle for that. The guy was determined to fight to the end, even if he lost. When it comes to theory, he could safely say he knew more than many hunters. So he knew that running away was a bad idea, because the golems would only stop moving in one way. If you destroy their core, however, it is usually in hard-to-reach places. And if so, he must first find the location of the core and then destroy it. Michael ran upward. He knew that the nucleus was usually located near the heart in humans, but sometimes it could also be the arm. All one had to do was detect a faint red glow, as if from the heart. Michael decided to give it a try. He pushed off from the sandhill, intending to strike the golem with his sword. It was harder to do than he had imagined, but Michael didn't give up. He managed to climb to the top of the hill just as the sand began to fall from there. This played to his advantage, for by his movements at the foot of the hill, he caused a small sand avalanche. Thanks to her, the golem lost its balance and Michael was able to approach it on a sand wave. He figured he could only do it if he timed it right, so he waited a bit, and then pushed off and jumped. A moment later, he was already on the body of the falling golem and saw its core. Michael cheerfully stood up and walked over to him, swinging for a punch and keeping his balance. And then he hit it with all his might, and the blade went right into the core, but somehow not completely. It was harder than Michael thought it would be, so it only had a crack in it from his impact. Michael froze in surprise as he had hoped to end it all with one attack, but it wasn't enough. He realized in horror that he would need one more blow to break it completely, but the guy couldn't inflict it, because the golem suddenly screamed in pain and started flailing his arms. Michael realized in horror that the golem was about to tear him to pieces, and the thought made him nervous. He figured he'd have time to strike again, because that should be enough, but the golem's hand was already near his body. The monster grabbed him and squeezed him tightly. If it had been a stone golem, there would have been nothing left of the guy. Michael screamed furiously in pain, no matter what you say, but sand in large quantities squeezes no worse than a boa constrictor. For a moment, instead of the golem, he saw the faces of all those who laughed at mocking him, especially now. That's when the guy decided he couldn't go on like this, and he would either die in battle or emerge victorious. Michael gripped his sword tighter and shouted for them all to shut up, and suddenly the rage gave him strength. He managed to free his hand from the golem's grip and thrust his sword straight into its core, hoping it would penetrate it. And then, to his surprise, it did. The sword hit the monster's heart and it loosened its grip. He then screamed loudly and began to crumble as he was made of sand. The system window gave out messages that the guy had successfully destroyed the sand golem core in 3 minutes. This meant that he had completed the training trial and should receive his reward soon. Michael himself was left with almost no strength. He had used the last of it to drop his sword and was now lying on the ground. He didn't know how long he lay like that, but if it hadn't been for the heat, which was unbearable, he wouldn't have gotten up. The guy kneeled down, covered in sand from his battle with the golem. He couldn't believe he'd done it. He was spitting blood and breathing hard, but he was alive, and that thought warmed him, giving him new strength. Of course, it was dangerous, and at any moment he could say goodbye to his life, but still he managed. Michael got to his feet and was very happy that he had survived, and the system window congratulated him on passing the first floor. As a reward for the sweep, he received a unique characteristic in 1,000 points. He also received the fast recovery skill as an additional reward and another 500 points. Michael looked at all of this with his eyes wide open. He didn't yet understand what all those glasses meant. However, if that was true, then the most important thing for him remained that he was gaining a unique characteristic. He has put in so much effort over the last 7 years, and the only thing he has gotten in return is scorn and ridicule. The system window displayed a message that he was receiving the unique characteristic of necromancy. The boy thought excitedly that now he could finally become a hunter too. This way he will realize his dream, but it will only happen if he survives. He wanted to think about it some more, but suddenly he felt some strange change in his body. And then some strange red round thing appeared on the spot where he had killed the golem. It was dotted with black mist and resembled ball lightning, and it really surprised the guy. He decided to touch her, at which point another system alert window popped up. It stated that his necromancy characteristic had been activated, and now he had to make a choice. He was asked if he wanted to absorb the sand golem's soul, and Michael thought about it with surprise. He realized that this black mist must be his unique characteristic and made his choice. It was positive, and soon some kind of tentacles stretched from the ball-shaped lightning. They all entered his body, and as Michael realized, sucked directly on his heart, causing him pain. And then he read that he had successfully absorbed the sand golem's soul, and his skill increased by 7%. For a while longer, the tentacles continued to enter him, and it was all swallowed up by the black fog. Michael was also surprised that he suddenly stopped feeling any pain in his heart area. The only emotion he had was amazement at how the absorption process was happening. But now the soul of the golem itself approached him and entered his body where the guy's heart was. The soul left behind no signs of injury, and everything happened without pain. The system window showed that he still had 4 of their 5 souls left, and Michael suddenly realized that he could feel the golem's soul. It appeared that he could store souls if he absorbed them, and boy did he think it could be used. Behind that, he read that he could also increase his stats with the souls he received, and he decided to apply it. His strength increased by 3 and his stamina by 2 points, and the guy even felt something. It seemed to him as if energy was filling his body, And the most mysterious thing was that it actually was. His stats had actually increased, and after all, he hadn't been able to raise them for the past 7 years. According to his characterization, he could not only store souls but also use them as he wished. The lad thought happily that he could be an excellent hunter if he managed to get back. And then suddenly he saw a small portal form in front of him, and the window changed as well. He was asked to go to the waiting room, and Michael decided he should enter that portal. Besides, it wasn't like he had any other choice, so he slowly headed towards the portal. He stepped slowly as his whole body ached after the battle with the golem, and it was serious. When he entered the waiting room, he immediately collapsed from lack of strength and great pain all over his body. Michael thought he had underestimated his wounds, but it was too late to change anything now. Suddenly, his body was enveloped in a strange green mist that had a pleasant medical odor. After that, the guy realized that all his wounds were suddenly healed, and he was able to stand up, wondering what had happened. He looked around and noticed that there was only one bed in such a rather large room. But Michaela was too tired to think about it, so he immediately lay down on top of her. He thought about what he should do now, for getting out of the tower seemed a difficult task. He also didn't understand why this tower had called him here. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by another message. It stated that there were now 5 commands available to him: information, store, community, inventory, and challenge. Saying the command would cause it to activate, and Michael slapped himself in the face, telling himself that he had to survive first and foremost. He called the test command and saw that the next test on the 2nd floor was almost 1 day away. He couldn't pick one out yet, but the lad noted that it looked like he was going to have quite a few such trials. He then called out the report command, and an hour with people discussing the same topic appeared in front of him. Everyone in the more common area was confused. Besides, it looked like there were those who were not hunters here as well. But suddenly the chat room locked up because an admin had logged in, and Michael was even more surprised by this. The admin, meanwhile, said he had important information to share with them. Michael realized he had to focus, for it might help him get out of here. The admin was talking about the points they got after the challenge. Here they served as the local currency. They were necessary for survival, for without them, they would not even get a drop of water in the Tower of Trials. Michael figured that since points were only earned in challenges, he should do his best to have enough. After all, he can't survive without them. The admin said that was the end of it and left the chat room. Michael realized that at first he had hoped to become a hunter just after he got home. But now it seems he's stuck in this Tower of Trials and has to play by its rules. His gaze fell to his sword, but he realized there was little he could do with just a sword. Then he called the store team, and a short time later, he was successfully practicing with the shield he had acquired. It seemed to Michael that all the hunters had lost all their stats when they hit the tower, but they had an advantage. After all, they should be able to master the skills they had previously mastered more easily, and that was important to Michael. After all, he was on different levels with them, so he should have practiced to catch up with the others. After a couple minutes of the exhausting workout, he collapsed powerlessly to the floor, breathing heavily from exhaustion. He thought about taking a break, but suddenly felt his strength recovering again. Thanks to the healing effects of the waiting room, he realized that he could train without any problems. But soon the guy sensed a new problem. It was hunger, which negated his entire workout. Of course, he couldn't just leave it like that, so he called up the inventory command. There he saw the items he had already purchased, on which he had spent almost all of his points, of which he had only 40 left. If it weren't for the extra reward, he wouldn't have even dreamed of a shield, but now he had to satisfy his hunger. Time flew by, and it was now 17 minutes and as many seconds until the 2nd floor test. Michael noticed that even the restless chat had gone quiet when it was almost time for the next challenge. For a moment, he wondered if he could survive again. For this time, it would be even more difficult. However, the boy quickly dismissed the thought, telling himself that he would definitely survive this time as well. Meanwhile, with only 10 seconds left to the challenge, by the looks of it, every contestant was in suspense. And then the waiting time was over, and everyone heard a deafening sound in their waiting rooms. A final message from the system appeared, asking if they were ready for the test. Michael responded positively, and soon there was a new portal for him to enter, and boy did he. The guy was surprised to notice that this time the location was a forest, and for one thing, that made things easier. Then he read that the purpose of this trial was to kill. He had to kill the leader of the orc tribe. He probably had these assignments because he chose the difficulty hard. But killing an orc tribe leader was no match for a sand golem, and that made him nervous. Michael couldn't believe he'd have to sneak into a camp crawling with monsters and kill their boss. He stood on the mountain and managed to count at least 20 orcs who hadn't noticed him yet. The guy figured it would be harder to survive this time, but that didn't mean he was giving up. As you know, orcs are not particularly advanced creatures. They kept small camps and had their own boss. All the monsters obeyed him, but essentially each was just a dumb creature with honed skills. Michael realized that he could overpower the leader without even getting into a fight with the rest of the orcs, but it would be difficult. The lad also knew that usually in dungeons, if there was a sentry in the orc tribe, a hunter should be expected as well. However, Michael wasn't sure he could defeat even one hunter, for those were stronger than the others. The problem was that there were too many orcs, so hunters usually had to form a group. He couldn't do it alone, and Michael realized what he had to do, but the idea seemed ridiculous to him. He decided to back off for now and come up with a plan. For one thing he was flawless at, and that was his mental skills. After a while, he realized with a smile on his face that he had figured out a way to pass this test. After some more time, he had already gathered the right amount of materials needed for his plan. Now there was only one thing left to do to fulfill it. Michael built some sort of torch, and then he called up the inventory command and sent his new piece there. The system window with his inventar showed that he had a new item, and Michael smiled contentedly. This meant that his theory had worked, and now he could move on to the next point of his plan. Although orcs look like lazy pigs, they're actually a pretty diligent race. They stick to small groups, which allows them to react quickly to any danger. Hunters, on the other hand, always leave to hunt in the morning and return by sunset, so he still has plenty of time. The biggest hurdle in this mission was to break through numerical superiority. Therefore, he should have used something that would make all the orcs scatter and open the way for him to the chieftain. Michael knew that, according to the Hunters Association, the orc sentinel wasn't always on guard. They usually returned to the village to eat or rest for a while. Consequently, he must use this time for a deceptive maneuver to make his plan work. Michael threw the torch into the bushes and hurried to the pond, which was located not far from the village. After a while, as the fire spread, the orcs noticed it too. And the lad knew that if the flames completely engulfed the village, he wouldn't have to worry about meeting the hunters. After all, those would be returning from the hunt, but before that, he should have killed at least 2 orc workers. As expected, several of them ran to the pond to draw water and douse the flames. It was there that he waited for them, and when one orc filled a bucket with water, the lad went behind his back. The next instant, his blade pierced the orc's neck, and he let the bucket out of his hands and slumped to the ground. Michael, meanwhile, activated his unique characteristic of necromancy. The system window asked if he wished to absorb the orc's soul, and the guy answered affirmatively. When he did so, his skill increased to 9%, and he felt another soul within him. However, right after that, he heard someone coming up behind him. It turned out to be an orc sentry. Michael was able to react in time to his attack and put his shield up to protect his head. This orc was stronger than the others, and the guy could barely hold back his onslaught. But he didn't give up. Then an unexpected solution came to him. He realized that he could add to his strength if he lacked it. Why would Michael use the absorbed soul of a LRK to improve his stats? As a result, his strength increased by 4 and his agility increased by 2 points, allowing him to repel the sentry's attack. After a couple minutes, the orc was defeated, and Michael activated his characteristic again, absorbing his soul. He boosted his stats again, and in the meantime, his fast recovery skill was working. Thanks to his new soul, his agility increased by 3, strength by 2, and stamina by 4 points. After some more time, he moved away from the pond, the area around which had already caught fire. He was noticed by the other orcs, who prepared for another battle, but Michael's face read confidence. He had already killed 3 laborers, 1 sentry, and an old chief, successfully consuming their souls and raising their stats. The lad realized that if he was careful with the sentries, he would have no trouble defeating the chief. Plus, thanks to the sentry's absorption, the orc workers were no longer a threat. Michael easily defeated them one by one and didn't forget to absorb souls, increasing his stats. But lo and behold, as he killed another laborer, a more experienced opponent appeared. The new sentry was already running at the guy, hiding behind the corpse of his fellow clanmate. He attacked Michael with his club, but he was able to defend himself thanks to his shield. On the other hand, it meant that the sentry had gotten away from the chief, thus leaving him alone. Accordingly, this sentry was the last obstacle to the chief, and Michael had to overpower him. He dodged his new attack and caught the moment his opponent lowered his defenses. The guy then pounced on the orc sentinel, ducking under his punch, which the orc hoped to get him with. He stabbed the monster in the stomach, causing it to die, and meanwhile Michael had successfully consumed the soul of the last sentry. The lad used it to increase stats, but at that moment the chief brought up his staff cane, which turned out to be magical. And then he attacked him with his charge from a pillar of fire that rained down directly on the guy. Michael didn't even realize how to react as he froze in place with fear. But at the last moment he managed to put up a shield, with which he managed to defend himself against the chieftain. That one looked surprised after all. Not everyone could survive his fiery attack, but this guy could. Seeing that the enemy was still on his feet, the chief shouted in a strange, broken voice. Michael, meanwhile, read in another system window that he had a new skill, fire resistance. He also got a new achievement, the one who passed the fire and prepared to finish off the orc chieftain. He looked him straight in the eye, and the chief did not take his eyes off the lad. He was interested in who he was. And then he pointed his staff at Michael again, intending to finish him off with another attack. But this time the lad was faster. In a flash, he approached the chief and swung his sword. The blow passed near his head and shattered his mask, and the orc closed his eyes in surprise and fear. He realized that he could not match this opponent because he was much better than him. So the orc thought of nothing better than to run away. He rushed into the tent, hoping to get away. But Michael has no intention of letting him go so easily, for all he has to do is kill the chief, and he will be rewarded. The boy followed the monster into the tent, expecting that he might still pull some trick. He chopped down the entrance to the tent and prepared for a surprise attack, but it did not follow. Instead, the guy saw a slightly strange sight that definitely couldn't have been foreseen. The orc chief sat in the center of the tent and cradled two small orcs, all of them scared. And then another baby orc approached Michael's leg and tearfully started tugging on his leg. The guy thought that even these monsters had their favorites, and for some reason he even felt sorry to kill them. He remembered his own parents, who had been just as protective of him on the day of the disaster. They did it so he could survive. But while the guy was thinking about it, the little orc reached for his weapon. He took out a small knife and aimed it at his leg, hoping that his opponent had let his guard down. But Michael was like on pins and needles. He couldn't afford to die, so he hit the kid first. Even though the blow was struck with the hilt of a sword, it was enough to crush the small skull. Seeing this, the chief lunged at his opponent, wanting to avenge his child, but Michaela pierced him too. For a moment he hesitated, but then he remembered that he had to kill monsters. After all, it was the least he could do. Once he was back in the waiting room, Michael contemplated buying a new shield. He also drew attention to a chat room from which it could be deduced that half of the applicants did not survive. And then he suddenly froze with surprise when he saw one participant post that he had used his question. He did this to find out how to get back to Earth, and Michael realized that such a way existed. After a while, he figured out that they could ask questions in the information command. In the community chat, the players came to the decision that they should all share any information with each other. Upon reaching level 5, they will be able to purchase temporary return to Earth stones, but only for a couple days. And starting at level 8, they will have access to new items, one of which will allow them to return to Earth permanently. Michael took another look at his stats. His necromancy had already reached 65% mastery. The guy thought that he would be invincible if he had such powers on Earth, so he wanted to return as soon as possible. But so far he was only at level 2, and 8 was still so far away, so he decided to look for the positive. He found it in the fact that his stats were at rock bottom. However, they were now approaching 20 points. For starters, Michael decided to absorb the 5 souls he caught, considering he almost died in the process. After that, almost all of his stats approached 30 points, and only magic was at 13. Michael noticed that he felt more and more powerful with each improvement, and he liked it. He suddenly started running around the room and climbing the walls without falling off like a spider. These were not human abilities. The guy realized that he had finally surpassed human limits and felt incredibly powerful. He jumped from the ceiling he was standing on and didn't calculate the speed at which he rushed to the next wall. As a result, he crashed into her, leaving a dent. It was quite painful, but the healing effect worked. Michael thought he had pumped so fast, causing his body to probably not yet be used to the new power. He then opened a store and purchased a deadwood shield that cost him 2,100 points. This shield was created by a black mage from the wood of a huge dead tree. It activated a buff when you lost health. As a reward for the ordeal, he received a black steel dagger that improved his stats. Also the assassin's cloak, which allowed him to stay more undetected and move faster. When everything was ready, Michael exhaled. All that was left was to get used to the new items and stats. He had to do this before the next challenge, however, that wasn't all. The guy wanted to become stronger than anyone could dream of, so he continued to train. After a few more days, which flew by very quickly, he entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. The theme of this challenge was dueling, and the system reminded him once again that he had chosen the hard difficulty. Michael considered, apparently he was in some sort of cave where he thought the duel would be. Then suddenly a new message appeared saying that a Guardian of Darkness would appear in 10 seconds. The guy realized that he would be his opponent, so he prepared himself, not knowing where he would attack from. As expected, the enemy acted unexpectedly. He went behind Michael's back, and he didn't even notice. In the last instant, the guy felt something rasping the air near his head and realized he was under attack. He barely had time to turn around and shield himself, but the attack still hurt him a little. The Guardian of Darkness looked quite intimidating. He was also strong, and it made one act more cautiously. When Michael saw it, he realized he was facing the doppelganger he had read about from Hunter's reports. So he knew that physical attacks worked best against them, and with that thought, he kicked him. The monster flew a decent distance away, but rather got back on his feet and they looked at each other. Doppelganger smiled wickedly. He was clearly confident of his victory, for not everyone could overpower him alone. But Michael wasn't going to lose. He had to win at all costs to survive and move on. The wound he received quickly shrank, thanks to his quick recovery skill. And then the lad was surprised to notice something odd about the doppelganger's demeanor. He was made of dark matter, so man to take any form, and now he was mimicking it. The monster took the same stance, and suddenly he too had a sword and shield. To see for sure if he would copy him completely, Michael rushed to the attack. In the blink of an eye, he was behind his opponent's back, intent on a sneak attack. But the doppelganger couldn't react in time, so the attack was successful and the monster was wounded. This meant that he could only copy his movements, but they were no match for Michael's strength. However, now the course of the battle had changed. The guy noticed that the doppelganger had stopped copying him. On the contrary, he seemed to get angry, and the wound on his chest began to tighten as well. The monster looked at the guy. He was surprised that he was able to hurt him, so he didn't know how to proceed. And Michael mockingly said that he seemed to have a recovery skill as well. Doppelganger didn't answer him and rushed back into the attack. Now he was going to repeat the new maneuver. It was the same attack Michael had come at him with, so the monster copied it. However, the guy knew that the one would act this way, so he had no trouble anticipating his movements. When the monster swung his sword, he dodged and then kicked it with his foot. He already knew how to overpower it. After all, he had the advantage of knowing how to counter his own techniques. The initiative was clearly on the guy's side. He was crowding the doppelganger against the wall to finish him off there. His swordsmanship skills had improved greatly during this time, and he thought that the training had not been in vain. But suddenly, when he was about to knock his opponent out, the guy saw a sword right in front of his eyes. He was able to quickly regroup and block this attack, but the monster was able to move away as well. Michael froze in surprise, not realizing what that had just been, since he hadn't used that move. And then Doppelganger took the initiative and began to push Michael against the wall. It wasn't just a coincidence after all. They had only been fighting for a short time, but the monster had already evolved. It was harder to block his attacks now, though he was still copying all of his moves. At that time, Michael activated his assassin cloak skill, and his movement speed increased by 15%. That meant he had to finish everything in less than a minute. For just how long the effect of the cloak lasted, Michael rushed to attack his opponent. The one seemed to notice the guy getting faster too, but for now the monster decided not to back down. Michael, meanwhile, was already across from him and swung around for another attack that was deceptive. So when the doppelganger swung his sword to repel her, Michael kicked him. The monster wasn't ready for this, but it wasn't over. The guy was already preparing to finish him off. Then followed a sharp lunge that pierced the doppelganger, but the lad did not foresee the consequences. He thought he had succeeded and decided to kill the monster permanently as soon as it hit the ground. So far, the doppelganger had only screamed loudly from the wound he had received, but then something strange happened. Michael's arm was somehow severed as well, and he couldn't even scream from sheer shock and horror. This was something he'd expected. though everything indicated it had to have something to do with the monster's copying skill. Michael was already screaming then. The pain was incredibly intense and made it hard to concentrate. But the guy realized that this wasn't the end, because if he won, he would surely get his arm back. Plus, the doppelganger hasn't moved yet either, which means that even though he has a recovery skill, but it looks like he needs time to recover from this kind of attack. So this was his chance to win, but without a sword it was hard to do, so Michael came up with a plan. He has 15 seconds of the assassin's cloak effect left, which means he'll lose his speed soon. Deciding he had nothing to lose, he grabbed his shield, telling himself he could win. After all, it's better to take a risk than to just wait for death. It's probably been Silo, his creed lately. With that thought, he pounced on the monster. He had only one shield to bet everything on. Seeing the guy approaching him, the doppelganger was surprised by his determination. It even frightened him. He swung his remaining arm to block the attack, but the guy couldn't even attack. He relied on the tip of his shield, which was his new and final weapon. He hoped to impale the monster with it. And then Michael ducked under his attack, dodging his arm, and was able to press his shield into the doppelganger's stomach. The one couldn't even scream and fell to the ground a few feet away from the guy. He didn't move again. But the monster wasn't dead yet. It was waiting for its recovery and looking at the guy with hostility. And Michael swung around to finish him off, saying that now he'd have another critter on his account. It always added to his strength that he killed monsters to avenge his parents. And with that thought, he plunged his shield right into the heart of the doppelganger, causing him to die a quick death. Immediately afterward, a system window appeared congratulating him for passing the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. When he was back in the waiting room, all his injuries and defects were healed, and he could feel his arm again. It was much better with her, but now he should have been preparing for the 4th floor, and Michael resumed training. He hit the wall in his room with all his might and left a huge dent there, which spoke of his power. The guy thought the healing worked perfectly, since he didn't even feel anything. He had the soul of a doppelganger that he absorbed after defeating the monster. The consistency of his soul, however, was so dense that it was no match for the others. Michael was surprised to see that the souls of all the monsters were different depending on their strength and abilities. It also pleased him that his mastery of his characterization of necromancy had reached perfection. Her rank had now increased by 1 level, of which there were 5 in total, and her current progress was 0% level 4. As a result of this, another skill was added to him. Michael gained the probability of acquiring the absorb soul skill. In other words, he could now absorb not only souls but also their skills, though the effect didn't always work. Just like how he was only able to get accelerated reincarnation after being on the cusp of death a couple times. Skills could never be obtained simply at the snap of a finger, and he was well aware of that now. Michael called up the community commands and logged in. There were now 880 members out of 1,508. This was his 3rd time back in the waiting room, so it felt like home. Suddenly, the guy came across some interesting information about the next challenge. The chat was talking about it. Someone said that this time the challenge would be a combo challenge, and it was a bit confusing. One guy named Kim said he might be exaggerating, but he learned that the theme of the challenge would be competition. And since they are talking about a competition between hunters, it could very well even mean killing. When Michael read this, sweat broke out on his forehead. The guy realized that the guys in the community were aiming serious. It turned out that in the next trial, there was a probability for each of them to kill a person. After a while, the system window notified everyone that the 4th floor test had begun. The condition for its successful completion is to defeat the Goblin King in the allotted time. The condition for failure was the elimination of all applicants selected for the team or the expiration of time. The penalty in case of failure was death, but Michael already knew that the most important thing in this case was to stay calm. When he entered the portal, it sent him to a new place, and he saw his team for this test. They were also the first people he'd seen in a long time, so it was a little strange. Michael felt uneasy, for he had only crossed paths with monsters lately. The first to speak was the girl in the big blue cape. He invited everyone to introduce themselves and started first. Her name was Beatrice, short for Betty. She had a magical staff and she was trustworthy. She added that she was a rank 4 hunter on the outside and specialized in team support. Hearing that she was a hunter, the guy who was the 2nd member on their team snorted contentedly. He introduced himself as Magnus, saying he specialized in close combat and was a rank 5 hunter. Michael thought the man was acting rather rudely, like a lower-ranked hunter, for they were more humble on the ground. Then it was his turn. Michael introduced himself, saying he also specialized in close combat. He added that he wasn't a hunter on the outside yet, but he was taking a training course, and Magnus hummed unhappily. He called him a cadet, telling him not to even dare to tangle under his feet. Michael was a little surprised by this behavior, but not to say it was the first time he'd heard it directed at him. The guy simply said he was confident he was a pretty good fighter and could handle his assigned role. But Magnus didn't change his attitude towards him, saying he would kill him immediately if he saw him failing. Michael thought that in fact he was already used to this kind of stares, for he had met them all his life. For a moment he forgot about the nightmare, but finding himself back among the humans, it all came back up again. Looking at Magnus, he thought he was pissing him off, and he could tell with certainty that he had the power to silence him. After all, in the Tower of Trials, it's all about skills, and he was very good at them. In the meantime, 2 more system boxes appeared, reminding the rules and the topic of this challenge. Then the main gate of the Citadel opened, where all the participants from different sides were to enter. And as soon as it happened, small goblins with axes and other weapons immediately chose to meet them. He intended to surround their squad and pounce on the first man standing, who turned out to be Magnus. The boy was surprised that goblins could fight in such a battle formation and turned to Michael. He yelled why the guy wasn't fighting, but the guy had his own battle tactics. Besides, Magnus didn't even look in his direction, and he had already managed to kill 2 goblins. While Magnus held back the rest of the goblins, Beatty was finishing up preparations for the spell. She needed a little time to finalize everything, but Michael noticed that Magnus needed help now. He told the surprised girl that he would leave her for a little while, and after these words he rushed to his comrade. Thanks to his cloak, his speed was incredible, so he was beside him in no time. But Bethy shouted that if he left like that, then who would cover her from the rear? Except the girl wasn't done, because no more sounds could be heard from behind. She turned around and saw that all the goblins that came from behind had been killed. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. It was the first time she had ever seen someone deal with monsters so quickly. Meanwhile, the goblins were advancing with renewed vigor on Magnus, who was already finding it difficult to hold them back. The boy sagged under the weight of his sword, expecting that it wouldn't be long before Bethy would give him strength with a spell. But it wasn't happening, and the goblins realized that it would be more effective to attack from different directions. One of them, wielding a mace that was attached to a metal whip, he aimed his attack at Magnus. The guy didn't expect it and was surprised to see the weapon fall out of his hand. His large sword fell not far away, but there was no time to go after him, for he would be finished off immediately. Here a new goblin with a machete jumped on him, and the guy could only cover himself with his hands, hoping for the best. He screamed why he was so unlucky to be on the same team as a cadet, but the next instant Magnus ducked because someone swiftly dashed near him with an attack. The guy looked at the man in surprise and saw Michael, who had killed the monster that was threatening him. The rest of the goblins screamed at having killed their next comrade. They retreated briefly. Seeing that the cadet had defended him, Magnus couldn't find the right words to say to him. But Michael didn't expect anything. He just told the master to stand back for now. Hearing this would normally have made Magnus angry, but right now he was rather discouraged by it. Then Michael destroyed him morally by adding that he wanted the guy to stay out of his way. In the blink of an eye, he then dealt with the rest of the goblins who continued to advance. The system window gave a message that he had gotten the new Goblin Hunter achievement. But the most surprised of all was Magnus, who even opened his mouth in surprise. So shocked was he by Michael's skills. When it was over, he had successfully absorbed the amount of goblin souls available to him. And he also made the discovery that the black haze from his characterization was invisible to other people. After that, he increased his stats. Strength by 3, agility by 4, stamina by 2, and resilience by 7 points. But suddenly he saw that he had absorbed one of the Goblin Guardian skills as well, and it surprised Michael. This skill included a larger sight radius, which helped you spot opponents faster. Michael decided to try it out right away and concentrated to feel the skill. After a while, he got it right. It was like bringing the phone camera closer to something you can't see. Michael smiled contentedly, for it was another jackpot, though no one but him had gotten anything. Magnus, meanwhile, to make some kind of excuse, said that the cadet was very lucky. He added that he'd done a pretty good job, but both Michael and Betty looked at him questioningly. Michael then said that from now on he would be in charge of the operation, moving in the vanguard. He remembered to ask if Magnus had any objections to that, still teasing him. But the guy wasn't having any of that. He only gave him a strange look and then answered in the negative. Michael then added that the guy just needed to protect the huntress, Betty, and it would be up to him to fight ahead. To the girl, Michael told her that she should just keep doing everything she was doing before. Betty replied that she understood him, and then said she was resuming her search for a target and used magic. A few minutes later, they were already fighting another goblin squad again, and Michael was successfully absorbing their souls. The mastery of his level 4 unique characteristic was already at 12%, and there was still 14 hours of time left for the trial. Soon it was dark and they set out to find shelter, saying that the fights with the Goblinassi were exhausting. They were attacking at different intervals, but now everything was quiet, and Michael thought. Then he suddenly snapped out of his seat and ran off on his own somewhere, while his partners were left standing in wonder. Bethy asked what was going on, but suddenly she saw what Michael was running towards. It was water. More specifically, the beautiful fountain is probably the only thing that survives on the property. Magnus said he thought the other challengers had been here before, and everyone was surprised at their speed. Michael leaned over and tasted the blood of the goblin he had killed nearby. It was still warm. Consequently, if they hurry, they can catch up with the other contenders, because if the other team wins, they who fail the test will die, never to return to Earth, and will be buried here. That prospect didn't suit either of them. Michael said they'd better hurry up. Meanwhile, the other team met up with the goblin squad again, but they posed no threat to them. Among their team members was a guy with an inventory like Michael's, and he was doing great too. Another guy who possessed an unknown ghost art was also present. His name was Thomas, and he said he was sick of these perpetual little skirmishes, but it looked like this was the last one. After her, the boss should have appeared, but for now, the focus should have been on the battle with the goblins. The guy had been sitting on the head of one of them the whole time, but then he cut it off and pushed himself off the dead body. He rushed at the goblins that were left, his eyes burning with hatred for the monsters, and it was terrifying. In a moment, all the monsters were finished. He was standing in the middle of the goblin corpses. His comrades praised him, saying he had done a good job and did a great job. But Thomas replied that he was sick of this freak hunt, since he had to do everything alone. He then turned to one of the guys, whose name was James, asking if he enjoyed skimming all the cream. The man was a little confused about what he'd asked, so Thomas irritably ordered him to just open the boss's room. They already wanted to finish with everything as soon as possible and rest in their rooms. James went to open the door as he was ordered, but the guy didn't like being commanded like that. When he opened the door, the system window notified everyone that all members of the Challenger team had entered the spire. It was the home of the Goblin King, but the battle with him would not begin until one of the two teams remained. It was also reported that it will become impossible to get out of the current location at this point. As if to confirm this, a huge red barrier formed across her territory. Thomas looked at him disdainfully, asking why this was suddenly happening and what the other two teams were. But next he realized it all for himself when he saw that there were indeed 3 more new people standing on the other side. Michael's team had arrived just in time, and now the guy was looking at the men they were to fight. Thomas grudgingly wrinkled his face, saying that he had hoped to finish things quickly. But Michael suddenly said that he would fight alone, which surprised his team. Secondly, he asked Bethy to provide him with the agility boosting buff, everything else she could supply Magnus with. The girl replied that she had seen with her own eyes how strong he was. However, humans would probably be scarier than all these monsters put together, and that was true. Michael said he heard her, adding that he would signal if he reasoned he was in danger. Until then, he was counting on their support, and with those words, the lad threw himself into the fray. His agility was increased by 2 points, and this effect lasted for 10 minutes thanks to Beatty's spell. Michael himself had already convinced himself that he had surpassed the skill level of the average hunter. On top of that, he had just killed over 30 goblins. The guy noticed the other team getting ready. Finally, Michael thought that the current him was strong enough to handle the ordeal. With that thought, he rushed to attack the 3 men at once, which surprised and alarmed them a bit. Thomas didn't understand where he was coming from, but he saw that the guy looked confident enough. He ordered James to use his shield at full power and to do so immediately. The guy with the curls started to follow the order, activating his defenses. Apparently, he had a magic shield. It was, and Michael realized it too when he saw that the boys were covered by a magical dome. However, it couldn't be called a solid barrier, so he prepared to break it. He pushed himself off the ground and hit it with all his might, causing it to shatter into many cracks. After a moment, the defense disappeared altogether, and James, who was running it, fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Michael was almost approaching Thomas, and he realized that this opponent was quite strong. Michael pounced on their team, and the guys couldn't react in time. He even injured one of them. Bethy and Magnus watched it all with amazement, clearly not expecting to see such skill. And Michael continued on. He was already rushing at Thomas, who he realized was the leader of their team. The guy also realized that the main battle would now be his, so he prepared for it. Their blades met, but to everyone's surprise, Michael was stampeding the guy, and the guy was only defending himself. It was also strange that Michael's skills were inferior to Thomas's, but he easily blocked all of his attacks. The lad reasoned that in that case, he should act more decisively. However, as he was about to perform some sort of maneuver, Michael was suddenly at his back. This was followed by a pretty strong attack that was going to be decisive for the guy. But just when Michael thought he had won, Thomas suddenly reflected his sword, twisting his body strangely in the process. He did it almost in a leap, which surprised Michael, because he had not expected such reflexes in his opponent. Thomas, meanwhile, was starting to get angry at not being able to retake the initiative of the fight, so he began to take action. Michael noticed that the guy had unusual eyes, thanks to which he could see the trace of the blade pointed at him. Thomas bounced to the side, choosing the right moment to counterattack, but Michael wasn't about to back down. Suddenly, Thomas saw the shield that had served as Michael's defense flying at him. As it turned out, this was done intentionally, because this way the guy had a limited field of vision. And Michael was already running at him with another attack, hiding behind his shield from below to hurt his opponent this time. The next instant, he pierced him with his blade, and Thomas couldn't see it because of his shield. He spat out the blood, amazed that there was someone who could overpower him and even seriously wound him. Meanwhile, Michael's system window announced that he had received an additional award after the challenge. Thomas was dead. The attack had hit vital organs, so there was no way for the guy to survive, but those were the rules. The penalty for losing was death, and everyone knew it, even though they looked very shabby. Betty noticed that Michael was trembling for some reason. She realized that he himself was also uneasy about the murder. She turned to him, asking if he was okay, to which the guy replied that he was fine. He added that the girl might not worry, but his look was somewhat detached. Betty decided he was interrupting in shock over the murder he had just committed. Michael then asked them if they would mind going and fighting the boss right now to end the challenge. Bethy and Magnus responded positively, saying they were ready to fulfill that immediately, and Michael nodded. After some more time, they defeated the goblin boss, and the decisive blow was struck, as always, by Michael. The guy stabbed his sword into the monster's back, where his vulnerable spot was, from which he died. The system window popped up a message stating that the test target had been destroyed. As a reward, all stats increased by 4, and as an additional reward, Michael received a new skill. It was a rank 3 instant acceleration, and when it was over, they walked safely to the portal. Magnus hurried back first. He was a little afraid of Michael, but Betty lingered at the portal entrance. She turned to him abruptly, telling the guy not to worry about what happened today. The girl said that perhaps her words were out of place, but he had only done what he had to do. Someone needed to kill the opposing team anyway, and if they refused, she would enter the fray. This surprised Michael a little. He thanked her, saying that her words made him feel better about himself. Then the girl clicked something in her system window, and Michael saw that he had a message. Beatrice Carroll sent him a friend request, which surprised the boy, for he did not know that such a thing was possible here. Betty explained that they passed the test today because of him, so she feels indebted. The girl added that in the future, when he returned to Earth, he should look for her in the White Guild. Michael looked at her without saying a word, but he understood what the girl was trying to tell him. When she went into the portal, he realized he had an important decision to make for himself. It consisted of whether or not to consume a human soul, he thought to himself as he looked at Thomas. Once Michael was satisfied that he was capable of something like this, he put the process on hold. He did it because he felt he was about to cross an irreversible line, but now he had made up his mind. Even though he had no intentions of killing people to become stronger, but in a situation where there is no right to choose, he's ready to go on a killing spree. With that thought, Michael consumed Thomas's soul as he continued to look for excuses for himself. He thought that beyond his very first desire to become a hunter, a new ambition had begun to germinate in his soul. After all, the Tower of Trials had given him a chance, and he wanted to take full advantage of it as he continued on his way to the top. When the absorption process was complete, he too entered the portal and emerged in the 5th floor waiting room. To his surprise, the system immediately announced the expansion, creating a ranking of applicants. Michael didn't understand what it was, but he was required to enter a nickname. The guy even hesitated a bit since he hadn't played many computer games in his life. He didn't have to think long, however, and soon he saw that his nickname had been changed to Hunter. The system then summarized the 4-floor test by showing a list of applicants. All were as good as gone. Michael started looking for his nickname, thinking that maybe he was on the list somewhere. He saw himself in 16th place and was very surprised by his ranking in this test. After all, that one was much higher than he thought, and then the system added that the contenders ranked in the top 50 will be designated as first-timers, and whoever has achieved that status will get a head start on the 8th floor. And if they continue to hold first-timer status all the way to the 8th floor, they get the Halo privilege. Michael was surprised by this, but thought it was some sort of granting of a skill. He decided to find out the details when the time came, but for now he should have been focusing on his growth. He could now absorb up to 15 souls and store them all, so it was worth increasing his stats. When he did so, he felt that he had already finally crossed the limits of human capability. The 5th floor opened up access to purchase the Return to Earth stone, though only for 3 days. But Michael decided to take that chance and purchase the item for points at the store. He also wanted to see if he could move with his gear. When he absorbed the Perturbation Stone, the system gave out that his next time point was Earth. The absorption process began, and Michael felt as if he were being sucked in by something. It felt the same as the time he went to the Tower of Trials, and the emotions were the same. And then it was over. As suddenly as it had begun, he was lying on his bed at home. He was wearing the same dirty t-shirt he'd worn the first day and the same pants. And he also felt like he smelled bad. Michael thought he really was in his home, which meant the move really did work. He got up on his elbows, intending to look around first, but this was indeed his room. Even from the last time he was here, the guy hadn't closed the window, so it was a little chilly now. In the midst of the summer heat, it was just the thing. Michael fell back onto the bed, amazed at how soft it was. The only thing that spoiled the whole picture was his own odor from his dirty clothes. So he made the decision to take a shower and got out of bed to do so. However, he was unexpectedly surprised. After all, there were his items from the Tower of Trials on the floor that he had inadvertently stepped on. Michael decided to check it out just in case, but it looked like they really could carry items with them. However, it also meant that other challengers would probably be able to carry weapons as well. Soon the number of people returning to Earth will increase, leading to a dramatic increase in the number of items. This would cause the price of Hunter's gear to drop in the market, so he should have gotten rid of his items. But the problem was that only those with Hunter qualifications could sell them on the market. With that thought, he reached for his phone, intending to make the important call that would change everything. Inspector David watched the training of those trained as hunters from his office. All the guys and girls were fighting well enough as he suddenly got distracted by his phone. He accepted the challenge, introducing himself as an instructor at a hunter training center. Michael introduced himself in return, asking if he remembered him, to which the man responded affirmatively after a while. He asked why doesn't he apply for a refund online, but Michael said the man may not be able to return the tuition he paid. He asked if he meant it, but Michael only confirmed it. He said he would have one single request for him in return, and that was beginning to displease David. The man wanted to turn him down right away, thinking the guy would ask again to be allowed to resume training. But Michael unexpectedly asked for help taking his hunter's exam, at which point David reminded him of his unsuitability. Michael then calmly accepted that his midterm had not gone as well as he would have liked. However, if the instructor refused to help him, he could easily change his mind about the payment made. After all, money is never superfluous, so he offered him a deal where only one thing was required of him. When the guy ended the call, he went straight to the bathroom and was now examining his body in the mirror. He noticed that it had changed greatly in proportion to his progress in the Tower of Trials. But now was not the time to admire himself, for he had arranged to take his hunter's exam today. Michael quickly got dressed and went outside. The first thing he saw was his neighbor. The boy thought he missed this daily life, for it was nice to see even his neighbors. He decided to greet the girl, and she returned the favor, though without much enthusiasm. But Michael wished her a good day anyway, for he knew that everyone in this house thought of him as a loser. And that had indeed been the case up to this point, for today he would make them all look at him differently. A couple minutes later, he was already hailing a cab, putting his hand up, but no one was stopping. Time was running out, and Michael realized that at this rate, he might even be late for his exam. So, Without thinking long, he decided to put his skills to use and made his way across the rooftops. He figured running to his destination wasn't a bad option either, considering he wouldn't get caught in traffic that way. At this pace, he arrived at the place even faster than if he'd caught a cab, and he liked it that way. The Hunters Association was a huge building, more like a skyscraper. That's where Michael headed. Once inside, he saw that he was already being greeted by the right people. One of them was Instructor David, who honored his request, and with it the deal. Michael greeted him again, saying they hadn't seen each other in a while, and the instructor agreed. A smile appeared on his face, for really, he couldn't hate the guy for his talentlessness. Michael, meanwhile, shared that he has had to endure a lot of things lately that he felt like a different person. David was a little surprised at this information, for he remembered saying goodbye to him near the garbage cans. At that moment, another man spoke, introducing himself as the examiner who would be grading his test. The man's name was Kim, and he asked if the guy had any questions about how the exam was going. But Michael replied that he was perfectly aware of that, so they could get straight to the point of the test. In a couple minutes, he was already standing in a special room. He was given a sword, and the guy got ready. David turned to Mr. Kim, asking if he remembered his request to expel the boy as soon as possible. The examiner replied that he could not worry about that, and turned to Michael, telling him to choose the desired difficulty. He could make a choice from 1 to 10, and the boy remembered how he had always chosen the first degree before. A goblin appeared in front of his eyes, defeating him every time, even though he tried his best. But the problem was that he didn't get them then because he was very weak. That feeling when David announced that he had failed the test was so bitter that he almost cried. David advised him from the balcony to opt for the easiest first degree of difficulty, but Michael unexpectedly chose 10th, which surprised the instructor and the examiner. The guy himself was quite observant of their reactions, for there were probably few who chose the most difficult degree. David thought he was crazy because he remembered perfectly well that he was losing even to a goblin with a first degree. And then the examination began, the essence of which was the hunt for the firebird, and Michael saw it. He also felt his movements slow down. It turns out it was a special effect working. In addition, his sword suddenly cracked in several places at once, and it was very serious. Turns out, David personally slipped him a broken gun so the guy would fail the exam. He wanted Michael to finally give up on his attempts to become a hunter after losing once again. But for now, the lad stood firmly on his feet in front of the bird, which sprang up to attack him. Her entire body was covered in flames, but Michael stood calmly and analyzed the monster's behavior. He realized this was his last chance to be a hunter, so he couldn't screw up. Among the names of those who passed the hunter's exam was his name, so David was very happy to be a hunter. At the time, he thought he was the best, but in reality, it turned out to be quite different. Gradually, the gap with his peers began to widen, and eventually he gave up trying to bridge the gap. The man thought the world of hunters was based on innate talent and gave up trying to make a difference. People are forced to give up when they feel a wall in front of them that they can't overcome. And not only him, everyone does it, because you just have to accept this fact and live the life you have. So the same should have been done to Michael Nodforth, David thought as he watched him fight desperately. However, it's also time for him to give up and stop trying to prove to himself something that will never happen. Michael, meanwhile, saw that his blade had cracked, which surprised the lad greatly, for it had been issued to him. He thought that even if it was a low-level weapon, there was no way a WoW could crack with such ease. Then he realized that there was no outside interference and looked at the instructor. And David smiled gloatingly, quietly wondering what he would do with the slammed sword now. To make matters worse, the bird began to attack, directing a fireball towards the guy who was defenseless. But Michael was even glad things had worked out this way, because it was the perfect situation to test his skills. He had learned a lot in the Tower of Trials, so right now he would show it to everyone. With that thought, he used the skill. It was an instantaneous acceleration, thanks to which he pushed off the ground and approached the bird. Ta hadn't expected the guy to be so nimble. Plus, he was now standing on the ceiling and looking right at her. Michael noticed that this skill was far better than the speed increase when using the assassin's cloak buff. The bird, meanwhile, formed the fireball again, intending to finish him off here. But Michael decided to be proactive and ran to her first, surprising the monster a little. He didn't even need a whole blade to wound the bird before it could attack him. He thrust his sword right into her eye, thus limiting her vision, and the bird screamed furiously. As expected, the sword was too short, so it wasn't enough to kill the monster. Michael glanced at the tile that had cracked from the bird's attack and decided he could use it. He peeled off a piece of tile and threw it with all his might at its head, intending to stun the bird. But the tile, casting at great speed, turned with its power into an axe and cut through her head. The piece of floor didn't stop there and crashed into the balcony wall where Principal Kim and the instructor were standing. David was surprised to think that Michael was doing something incredible, but it looked like he was done. The unconscious bird fell to the floor, and he was greeted with a successful exam. Michael didn't forget the instructor and examiner, apologizing for not calculating the force. He smiled contentedly, for he was able to pass the exam even with the broken weapon that had been slipped to him. After a while, the woman in charge of issuing certificates handed him a card. It had his data on it, stating that he had become a rank 2 hunter, which was pretty cool. Michael thanked her, and the woman added that he could now visit the dungeons and sell items at the market. Meanwhile, David was asking Examiner Kim how this could even happen for a guy to pass the test. After all, the man said that one would fail within 10 seconds, but in the end, on the contrary, he managed everything in that time. But the examiner replied that he had done his best, because based on the reported data, the guy would have failed. David then asked if they couldn't have given him a lower rank, but Kim replied that they already did. Their conversation was interrupted by Michael, who entered the office and announced that he had received his hunter's license. He walked over to David, noticing that he looked a little pale, and asked if he was okay. The man replied that he was fine and congratulated the guy on his new accomplishment. And Michael suddenly said that if his memory serves him correctly, the instructor had reached rank 3 before he retired. He added that he remembered fleetingly how the man had called him scum, because he really felt that way. Suddenly, the thought popped into his head that perhaps David himself was the scum he was talking about. Hearing this, the man jumped up from his seat to hit him, asking if he had lost his fear. And Michael thought that, contrary to his expectations, the instructor had easily fallen for the provocation. He dodged his blow and swung to deliver his own, eager to demonstrate his strength once again. David grimaced in pain because the guy had hit right in the solar plexus, and he understood that he would not get anything for it because he acted in self-defense. And this was in response to the aggressive actions of the instructor, who was also slapped. David had time to think and wonder how a rank 2 could have such strength, and then he lost consciousness. In the evening, when the boy was saying goodbye to Principal Kim, he queried whether the latter was offering him a job. The man responded positively, saying he would work directly for the Hunters Association, and his salary will be around 1 billion won. With those words, he handed him his business card. Finally, the man added that he was doing it because he could see his potential, but Michael wasn't interested. He said it seems the difficulty level of the exam was adjusted arbitrarily. Seeing that it made the principal's face change, he said he wouldn't make a big deal out of it. However, it wasn't in his nature to make a deal with someone he didn't have an ounce of trust in. The 2 remaining days flew by, and here he was back in his room, ready to go. The news reported that there had been rumors of a mysterious apparition of the Tower of Trials among hunters recently. Michael thought that finally everyone had found out about the towers, so he made sure he did the right thing. After all, he was able to get rid of the gear at a very good price, so those 3 days were very productive. But his time on Earth was coming to an end, and soon he saw the familiar system window. It began the countdown, at the end of which he would be sent back to the Tower of Trials. Michael even wanted it a little bit, because he would be able to progress again and become even stronger. The boy thought that after his return he'd be busy again, and that thought made him happy for some reason. Within seconds, he was back with his waiting team in the tower, also in full uniform. As expected, they could safely move items between the tower and the real world. He took a small chest and a stone with him and decided to put it all in his inventory for now. Michael then jumped off the bed, deciding that he would start by warming up his body a bit and working out. After that, he wanted to challenge the 5th floor, but suddenly the system gave him a new achievement and a new skill. The skill was called Eye of Truth and was of the highest rank, which surprised Michael greatly as he had never possessed such a thing. Based on the description, thanks to this skill, he could get all the information about the target he was observing. His skill was certainly lacking so far, but what surprised the lad the most was the following trait. With this skill, he could determine whether his opponent's words were true or not, which was incredible. Michael figured that with that eye, he would now always be able to tell the difference when people were lying to him. It was a jackpot of pure water, because such a thing was not available to everyone, and even more so among hunters. Michael then decided to do some shopping and entered the store. first purchasing a rank 2 Thunder Sword. After that, he bought a rank 3 plus Hunter Scout Shield. He spent a whole 9,300 points for the whole thing. However, though they predominantly went for the sword, Michael really liked its options, so he couldn't help but buy it. All because he had a 10% chance to apply a lightning effect when hitting an enemy. The guy then called the test team and was asked by the system if he was ready for the 5th floor test. Of course, he responded positively, and after a few minutes, he was already running into the portal, preparing for more battles. The theme of this challenge was hunting. The difficulty, as always, was high, and the penalty for failure was death. He had to kill the boss werewolf in the Wolf Gorge over the course of the day, and Michael realized his task. He was excited to win, eager to see how the werewolves would fight him. After all, they were half human, half wolf. He found himself right at the foot of the mountain, where apparently there was a cave with a boss, but it still had to be reached. Meanwhile, many small wolves surrounded him and attacked him from all sides, but the guy didn't even flinch. He wielded his sword perfectly and finished off all the monsters that were there in no time. He was even a little annoyed that those turned out to be so weak. After all, he had hoped to stronger opponents. But suddenly he saw new opponents approaching him, and these were much stronger. Michael was even a little surprised at this sudden change of heart, but it was what he wished for. In front of him stood another pack of wolves that were bigger, stronger, and fiercer than the previous ones. One of them clacked its teeth, and Michael felt their murderous energy. Each of the monsters was aimed at killing him, but for some reason it made the guy smile. He prepared himself for battle, realizing that now he would be able to test his real powers, not like he was on a fake exam. Michael thought the Tower of Trials never disappoints and rushed to attack the monsters. The giant werewolves rushed at him in response, barking loudly and opening their mouths to swallow him. But Michael deftly jumped on one of them. Dodging all the attacks, he realized he was even having a little fun. Perhaps he was slowly beginning to go mad, for a normal person would not enjoy the ordeal. It didn't really bother him, however, because the guy knew he was getting stronger day by day. The system gave out information that his sword skill had reached rank 5 perfection, and his sword skill had increased to 5+. Also, by level 4, his accelerated regeneration skill had increased, and Michael thought he should get a new skill. After all, his current inventory stats had already almost betrayed his growth, so it was worth considering. The wolves, meanwhile, jumped right on top of him, and if it wasn't for his well-developed stats, he'd be dead by now. Michael liked that he was honing his skills. He turned to the monsters, telling them to keep attacking. After a while it was over. The guy was absorbing the souls of slain werewolves. He thought he had already hunted 3 times, but the lightning effect never appeared. The system window alerted that he had absorbed quite a few souls of mad wolves, and his skill had increased by 16%. This was a good thing, because at this rate, he could achieve a rank increase in his unique characteristic. Also, he had already almost reached the middle of the Wolf Gorge, so the boss was going to show up soon. But suddenly he stopped, looking in wonder at what he saw among the high rocks of the gorge. There were the tattered bodies of other wolves, and the guy figured there had been some kind of conflict in the pack. However, he later dismissed that thought as he saw that the blows had been delivered with sharp weapons, and the footprints left nearby only confirmed his assumption. Michael decided to use his new skill set, activated the Eye of Truth, to find out the truth. He saw the trace of a rank 3 aura that was left behind after someone had gently rocked the wall. Suddenly, he felt kind of uneasy because there were too many nuances that didn't fit in his head. And then suddenly he heard someone scream, which he could not distinguish at a glance who it belonged to. But the boy felt that it was somewhere near and ran in the right direction, as it seemed to him. As he ran, he saw the medium-sized cave from which he determined the roar was coming. But no sooner had the boy entered the cave than a huge pink werewolf wolf flew out of there. He was badly shredded and collapsed, left lying unconscious, and Michael was surprised at his sudden appearance. He realized that another monster couldn't have eradicated him that badly, which meant right now there was someone else in the cave. The system window gave a message that the boss werewolf had died, and the reason for it was being investigated. And Michael stared at the dead monster, confused, not understanding why this was happening on the floor. But lo and behold, the system's analysis was complete, and it reported an invasion of the Challenger trial. Then the purpose of the challenge changed. Now he had to kill a challenger from another dimension. He was the one who had made the invasion, and now showed himself to the lad completely. He looked like a knight. Michael didn't understand why he was suddenly here from another dimension, as the system said, but he didn't like it. He suddenly wondered if this meant that the Tower of Trials existed in several worlds at the same time. The stranger from another dimension spoke up, saying he was surprised that the guy wasn't dead yet. It appeared that he was the master of this ordeal, but alas, it would be over for him now. He attacked and Michael blocked his blow, thinking that this guy seemed to have his head on straight as well. For a while they stood looking at each other and assessing strength, and then the knight displayed his sword. Michael never imagined that a situation would arise where the target of his ordeal would be wiped out by an invader from another world. Nevertheless, he was extremely lucky that the trial was not a failure, for then it would have been all over for him. Meanwhile, the knight asked if he was so frightened that he could not utter a word. Michael prepared to defend himself against any attack, expecting anything from this man, for he looked strong. He called him a knight because he was covered in armor, and his sword was more like a long spear. The speed at which he moved in that outfit was also surprising, but Michael couldn't lose. He decided to use what was at hand, more specifically his foot, so he kicked the dead boss body towards him. Such a hindrance was nothing to the knight, who didn't even slow down his speed and continued advancing. As he approached the boss, he chopped him down with one precise strike of his sword, but then he was a bit surprised. After all, he didn't see the guy in front of him, but he felt someone go behind his back and attack him. His speed was incredible, and the knight was surprised to realize that his defenses had been penetrated. And Michael was already preparing for the next blow and swung to leave a more serious wound. The knight swung his sword, but the boy ducked under his arm and stabbed the stranger from another dimension right in the rib. To his surprise, however, the armor didn't crack, and then the knight said it fell right into his hands. Michael realized that the situation was getting dangerous, for he had planned to split the armor in half, but he didn't leave even a scratch. The knight, meanwhile, brought his sword down upon him, which would have severed his head before he could step back. Even so, Michael couldn't keep his balance, for the shockwave from his attack hit him even at a distance. The guy hit the rock with such force that it collapsed a bit, but no debris followed. Michael realized that this opponent was the strongest he had ever had to fight. His shield was defeated and his sword was damaged. In addition, his whole body was also sore from the heavy impact into the rock. And the knight was a little surprised that the guy was able to block his aura, since he was hoping to finish him off quickly. Michael shouted that the system recognized him as an intruder, but he'd never heard of anything like that. But the knight questioned him back, asking how a barbarian like him would even know about floor infiltration. Upon hearing this, Michael asked why it was in his trial that such a thing happened, and the knight asked him not to hold a grudge. He added that the tower was originally such an unpredictable place, but now it was time for the guy to do the honors. He swung, intending to finish the guy off, but the guy waved his arms, asking him to stop. Michael asked if he could tell what this floor introduction was after all, and that surprised Knight. After all, the guy was essentially on the cusp of death, but wished to know such things. However, he figured he could tell it, since Michael was already a dead man anyway, so he cleared his throat. He began by noting that among the system options that expand from the 8th floor is floor implementation. And if you buy a ticket for floor implementation at the store, there will be an opportunity to interfere in other people's trials. Michael then wondered if the stranger had really come from another world, just as he had thought. Hearing this, the knight smiled, though the guy didn't see him smile, and asked if he really thought so. Meanwhile, Michael activated his new skill, Eye of Truth, to test the veracity of his words. The system window showed that his opponent's words were true, except that for some reason the knight saw it too. He got angry, asking how dare he doubt his words, and wanted to pounce on him again. However, Michael replied that he couldn't help it, since he wasn't really even hurt. The knight called him a barbarian brat, asking if he dared to insolence him. And Michael said he got the information, so he should share a fun fact with the guy too. He said that thanks to his pain tolerance skill, his injured arm was barely bothering him at all. It's just that if he let her go, it would activate the accelerated regeneration skill. Then he showed it. Finally, he added that it seemed to him that the knight would have shared the information with him had he been in that position. And the one asked if the guy was just testing his healing skills, because if that was the end of it, he couldn't escape death. However, Michael got to his feet again and grabbed his thunder sword, saying sarcastically that he didn't even know how to be. After all, his strength continued to increase rapidly. He had increased his stats with the help of the souls he had absorbed earlier. Stamina, durability, strength, agility, and mana increased by 4, and he felt it well. The knight seemed to notice these changes as well. He asked if the guy had a unique characteristic, And instead of attesting, Michael activated the temporary effect of the assassin's cloak, which added to his speed. He only had a minute left, so he had to hurry, and this time Michael attacked his opponent first. And the knight was already seriously surprised because it was strange to him that the challenger from the 5th floor had so many skills. Michael, meanwhile, was rapidly approaching him, preparing to hit the weak points of his armor this time. They faced off in battle again, but this time he was more cautious and moved incredibly fast. The knight didn't understand why this guy had such prohibitive stats. After all, he was only on the 5th floor. He realized that at this rate, he might as well lose, so he decided to end things with an aura. This time, however, Michael was ready for his attacks and was able to bounce back from his crushing blow in time. But the knight did not plan to stop there and continued to attack, masterfully wielding his sword. Michael knew that aura was a high-level skill, so such a strike could seriously damage him. However, he was definitely ahead of the knight in terms of stats, so he had no trouble dodging. However, the real snag was in that armor, as his equipment was also of a high level. And with Michael's current abilities, it was impossible to break through it, no matter how hard he tried. But the guy knew he had another trump card. By continuing to strike blow after blow, he was able to activate the effects of the sword. A flash of lightning struck the knight so suddenly that he didn't even realize where it came from. And Mike smiled contentedly, for it was just what was needed. The 10% effect of his sword had worked just at the right time. The lightning struck the knight's entire body, and though his armor remained nearly unharmed, the metal was well through the charge. He spat blood and fell to the ground, and Michael walked over to him, preparing to finish off his opponent. The guy thought that if the armor had a lightning rod function, it would add to the hassle, but luckily it worked out. The knight raised his head, looking at him with big eyes. He realized that the situation had drastically worsened for him. The stranger tried to stand up, but was too weakened after being struck by lightning, so he stopped trying. He thought that he should have won originally. After all, he was just a challenger from the 5th floor in front of him. And Michael said that he was very foolish to rely completely on his skill and armor alone. Then he pointed his sword at him, saying that now it was time for him to know the honor too, and he asked him to stop. He said he could provide answers to all of his questions, but the guy said there was no need. He thrust his sword right into his eyes, causing him to die instantly from pain shock, managing to curse him before doing so. But Michael didn't care about his words. He realized he had destroyed the intruder, so mission accomplished. He also suddenly noticed that he was finding it easier and easier to kill people each time, and it was frightening. But if he felt uncomfortable piercing another man's flesh, that would be a much more serious problem. Meanwhile, the system window congratulated him for successfully passing the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Michael, without thinking long, consumed the soul of the stranger from the other floor as it now became clear. His skill increased to 15%, and the system window reported that he had absorbed the spirit of challenger Kata Drax. Michael was surprised to think that he had almost missed the opportunity, because the knight's body had begun to disappear for some reason. Apparently, if you die in another dimension, the body disappears like a mirage, and this was another important discovery. Suddenly, the system window gave a message that the difficulty level and the reward did not match, so the rewards would be changed. Michael looked questioningly somewhere where Cade's body had been a second ago, wondering what his rank was. He then obtained the first breakthrough reward, a high-rank 3 absolute skill. As a bonus award, he received 7,500 points and additionally received another 3,500 points. This made the guy happy. He noticed that instead of the promised rank 2 reward, he got a high rank. The invading knight must have been quite strong since the system thought the rewards and difficulty didn't match. After a short time, he returned to the 6th floor waiting room and was healed of all defects and injuries. The boy threw his equipment into his inventory. His shield was broken, but he had other things on his mind right now. Michael tried his best to save his tickets for sending questions to the 8th floor, but realized he had to use them. He activated the right command. He had a total of 5 tickets, respectively 5 questions. Michael wanted to know more about the floor infiltration and whether it was possible to know about the impending invasion. When he was done, the system reported that his question had been sent and would be answered shortly by an admin. Not 10 seconds later, he received a reply, and Michael was surprised that it had happened so quickly. But that was even better. He opened the answer he received, waiting to finally deal with the matter. It said that floor implementation is a system that allows you to enter another challenger's trial. However, the gap between them must be no more than 10 stories, and he could only invade personal trials. Then Michael realized that, in other words, it was like breaking a ladder to the person climbing it. But then a new message appeared saying that this information was not available on his floor. And since the request was only half granted, the ticket for submitting the question will not be used. It was a little strange for Michael, but nevertheless, he was glad his ticket was still intact. Then the guy thought it was time to use the items he had brought with him from the ground. One of them was the Kraken Tower recovery chest, which allows you to recover items. Michael used it to repair his secret hunter shield, and it was as good as new in no time. He then used another item called a purity stone, which might seem like a waste of money. But Michael thought that a couple thousand won was not a bad price to pay for the feeling of freshness and vigor that comes from bathing. There was still an hour and a half left until the 6th floor test, so Michael figured he could still check the accessibility of the totals. But what was his surprise when he saw his nickname in 3rd place and he had an epic rank. The guy thought he had climbed pretty high from 16th place, and if it kept going like this, he would get the achievement. He was not yet aware of the advantages of the pioneer, but he was getting closer and closer to them. And then he entered the community chat room. But what was going on there really surprised the guy, because the atmosphere of the chat room had changed. Applicants were looking to acquire skills related to homicide and robbery. It was evident that people had become selfish towards each other, as everyone was trying to survive and pass on. Michael thought there was literally chaos and disorder in front of him. The mental resistance skills that are now being actively traded have the effect of easing mental pain. And then Michael saw a message that made him a little surprised and remember what had happened before. Someone in chat brought up Tendant, who publicized the info on floor 4, saying he changed his nickname. It was this person who then voiced the idea of killing each other. And now someone has found out that he changed his nickname to Sudi. Michael wondered if this time the guy was going to do the same thing he did on the 4th floor. For starters, he decided he should memorize this nickname well, and soon it was time for a test. Its theme was occupation, everything was given 50 minutes, and the condition for successful completion was the capture of a stronghold. Michael entered the portal, wondering what the reward would be this time, since his rank had improved significantly. When he found himself in the trial area, he was surprised to see the sea and sunny weather in front of him. Michael looked around and saw what appeared to be their strongholds to capture. Suddenly, the system reported the selection of applicants to form teams, but for some reason there was no one but Michael on the dock, and the guy was a little surprised that no one was showing up. He looked into the portal, but suddenly a spear flew from there straight at Michael's head, something he definitely wasn't expecting. He managed to intercept the weapon before it hit him, however, and his master was soon to appear. The guy who was holding on to him showed up literally the next second, so Michael had to step back. Seeing his weapon grabbed by someone, the guy looked at Michael in surprise as he continued to fly. He finally lands and Michael asks what he's even doing, since he just attacked his own team. But the guy called him a douchebag, saying he should know what's what too if he was going into the community. After all, it said that killing was the easiest way to get achievements. Michael then asked if the most important thing for them was to earn as many achievements as possible. To this, his new comrade replied that the guy should look around before playing the part of the righteous. Michael decided to do so and saw what this challenger was talking about, as other teams were killing their members as well. It was an eerie sight. People went crazy in pursuit of achievement to earn as much as possible. Seeing the whole picture, Michael lowered his head a little and drew his weapon as well, approaching the guy. Suddenly, he called him a hypocritical idiot, and the man suddenly realized that he was now facing a new battle. The other players, meanwhile, continued to hunt each other down, killing their comrades. But there seemed to be some who were disgusted with the bloodshed. Right now, 2 people had gotten their hands on it. One of them, a chubby guy, was glad to have met someone who shared his opinion. He felt that everyone else should have come to their senses, for at this rate they would all die here. Except that the one he was shaking hands with suddenly drew his sword and stabbed the guy in the stomach, agreeing with his words. He was surprised that the guy shook hands with strangers without a shred of doubt, without even fully understanding the situation. By killing his teammate, he gained the Vile Assassin achievement, and his stamina increased by 1. This battle happened right in front of Michael's eyes, and meanwhile his comrade also spoke to him. He told him to stop playing the holier-than-thou because he wanted to get a new achievement. But Michael didn't answer him, and the guy thought he was distracted, which meant it was the perfect moment to attack. He swung, intending to kill him, but Michael remained still until the end. It was only when the guy's blade was already near his eyes that he suddenly made a lightning-fast maneuver and pierced him first. The guy spit up blood, amazed at the speed of his opponent, and he could have been his partner. Before he died, he regretted his decision, and Michael got the traitor achievement, and his power increased by 1. He himself thought it was weak, for this was not the sort of ordeal he had hoped for when entering the portal. But at the same time, this trial could be called a kind of event specifically for him. After all, here he will be able to increase the mastery of his unique characteristic and perhaps get his hands on new skills. However, he decided not to specifically attack the other challengers, but only to fight whoever would do so first. The guy with black hair activated a newly learned technique, an iron dome made of water. It looked pretty impressive from the outside, but that wasn't the main thing. It was his personal abilities. After all, it was the perfect test for him, for he had studied the magic of water to perfection. Suddenly, however, the lad heard someone rapidly approaching him and turned around. It was Michael, who for some reason ran just at the guy, clearly not with friendly intentions. He pushed off the ground and hovered in the air for a moment, choosing the best place to attack. His eyes read determination and complete confidence in his actions, and the guy noticed it. He was surprised that he was aiming at his iron dome, for the water in it was spinning incredibly fast. However, Michael was really planning on cracking this technique and landed right on the dome. Seeing that it didn't work out, the guy gloatingly said it was an impenetrable defense. What was his surprise? Michael's corner suddenly broke through the top of the dome and flew just on top of him. He kicked the guy and then finished him off with one precise sword strike, and the guy only had time to spit up blood. His dome dissipated, and the guy himself fell unconscious not far from Michael, who landed safely. He thought that perhaps his actions were a bit cruel, but what mattered was the end result. By his actions, he instilled fear in the other contenders, who began to think of him as a monster. He had just captured the stronghold that was the target of the test, and now all that was left was to defend it. He only needed to hold out for 10 minutes without letting anyone capture the point in the remaining time. Michael thought that breaking through this challenge would be easier than he thought, as the challengers were mostly low-ranked. The trials on the 6th floor made you think about many things, because it revealed the essence of man. Distrust of others, the darkness and gloom nurtured by the Tower of Trials, and also hatred and desire for power. You will think sympathy, and there is real hypocrisy, because even if he managed to ward off rivals from himself, eventually someone was going to die anyway. The system window gave a message that an enemy had joined. He looked around and saw 4 people stepping into his stronghold together. One of them, a tall blonde guy, said the guy must want to know why there were 4 of them. But Michael replied that it was obvious without his explanation, because they were just 4 idiots. Coming together, they formed an assassination squad to earn more achievements. The blonde happily agreed, saying that he had caught the gist of it, and now his sentence would be carried out. Suddenly, he became serious, telling the guy to die, and after saying that, his companions rushed to attack. He noticed a bucket of water at the fat guy's place, which surprised him, and the other guy was moving pretty fast and unpredictably. Michael prepared to defend himself by taking a stance, but the next instant his arm felt as if it had been pierced by a sword. Turns out the guy who stayed with the blonde guy used the merging hearts technique. It was his unique characteristic, and through its use, Michael now shared his pain. Taking advantage of this, the guy bared his sword and swung for a strike, except he was aiming at himself. And then he stabbed his arm, which made him grimace in pain himself, but Michael was more bothered by it. The sudden pain caused him to drop his sword, and now he couldn't defend himself against the 2 guys attacking him. Things were bad, so he activated the pain tolerance skill, and all types of pain were reduced by 15%. But in the next instant, a big man with a bucket of water approached him, which Michael wondered at first. He poured it on the lad, and the latter made sure it was ordinary seawater, for the sea surrounded them. Except next came the message that he had touched the water from the 6th floor, and his power was reduced by 10. It was the same with agility and endurance, and the penalty duration was 3 minutes. Michael realized that in this ordeal, the water in the sea was not easy, and a fine was given for touching it. Meanwhile, his opponents had almost reached the distance where any attack would pass through and hit him. It was a terrible layout for Michael, but he realized that only a normal player would fail in this situation. After all, he himself had long since surpassed the limits of human capabilities and possessed incredible skills. The first to attack was a guy who moved unpredictably, which couldn't be said for his attack. Michael had no trouble dodging her, saying that he had to admit the guys had come up with a pretty good strategy. He added, however, that they had made one very serious mistake, and he reached for the face of the first of them. After all, they had picked the wrong opponent, and with those words, he slammed his head against the floor of the stronghold. Michael did it with surprising strength considering he had it limited due to the penalty. It was instant death for the guy, and his three companions froze in surprise, marveling at Michael's strength. Toth, meanwhile, gained the new skill Contempt for the Weak, as well as the achievement Killing with a Single Blow. The new skill allowed him to increase his power if his opponent's stats were lower than his own. Just at that moment, another of the foursome pounced on him, pouring water on him, and all his stats were lower. Thus, Michael's new skill activated, and he attacked the big guy first. He hit him in the head with his knee, causing the guy's nose to bleed, but Michael didn't stop there. He jumped up and brought his foot down on his face, splitting it wide open and blood splattered all around. He then suffered a concussion, from which he died, and Michael got the achievement of Ruthless Killer. His agility increased by 1, but there were still 2 challengers he hadn't dealt with. The blonde who was watching all of this grudgingly gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected the guy to be so strong. Michael, meanwhile, headed straight towards him. Without saying a word, he looked him straight in the eye. The guy who had used the heart fusion looked at the blonde confusedly, asking what they should do now. Instead of answering, the man suddenly swung his sword, and it hit his companion right in the leg. Thoth cried out in pain, but it transferred to Michael too, who grimaced in discomfort. He dropped to one knee, thinking the blonde wanted to end both him and his associate at the same time. Thankfully, his pain was limited due to the effect, but it limited his actions. Meanwhile, the blonde aimed again at his comrade, this time intending to finish him off. He started stabbing him with his sword, and Michael felt half of all the pain on himself. The other guy was screaming. The blonde man turned to Michael, telling him that if he took another step in his direction, he would slit the jerk's throat. Michael realized that even with the pain tolerance skill, it would be difficult for him to react to his opponent's lunges. So, as expected, hearing him there was only one answer, which again included murder. After all, he must kill the challenger who activated the fusion of hearts as quickly as possible. With that thought, Michael threw his shield, putting all his strength into it, and it turned again as if into a flying axe. As a result, he slit the guy's throat, which only gave him time to think he was dying, and then he passed away. Michael himself also felt quite a bit of pain in his neck area, but luckily the skill helped him deal with it. He sank to his knees, spewing blood, and the blonde realized he was vulnerable to attack now. The guy swung around, thinking that if not now, there wouldn't be another chance, and pounced on Michael. Thoth continued to kneel motionless, waiting for him to get close enough. And when the blonde was almost at his head, about to chop it off, Michael suddenly grabbed his sword. He stopped him literally a centimeter from his nose, asking if the guy wanted to die first. The blonde man hummed something inaudible, and then said that Michael had just lost his mind, and that wasn't far from the truth. He applied even more force, and suddenly ripped the blade of the blade right out of the blonde man's hands. He had no time to blink before Michael had the weapon, and then he cut off his head. It happened incredibly quickly, and he earned the Cold-Blooded Cruncher achievement, earning 1,500 points. And then the system window alerted everyone that the time trial was up. Michael's stronghold had been captured. This meant that everyone who managed the same had survived and passed on. But there was another observation here. In the end, the ultimate winners were those who kept their team and comrades together. Of course, there were no exceptions. Michael looked around and saw many people like him, those who killed others. And it didn't matter if they were his comrades or just other pretenders. The guy wondered how he looked in the eyes of those who hadn't stooped to murder and kept his team together. He was probably as much of a monster as the guys who attacked him before the end of the challenge. He was rewarded with 8,000 points and also a rank 1 random draw box that went to his inventory. A portal then opened, and Michael was once again successfully returned to the 7th floor waiting room. Before that, he didn't forget to absorb the souls of the guys he killed, having learned all the information about them beforehand. With this, the rank of his unique characteristic increased by 1 level and was now rank 3. When Michael moved into the waiting room, he had a new achievement viewer activated. A list opened up in front of him where he could see all of his accomplishments from the tower. Among them, there was even an epic class he received for the first return achievement. He then decided to look into each achievement in more detail and found that new skills were immediately given for some. There were also stat improvements attached to some and points for others, all of which he had in his arsenal. Michael was surprised that he had actually gotten quite a few achievements for the murders, even though he hadn't planned to commit them. He then opened the inventory where the rank 1 random draw box had already been moved to. By opening it, he could get a random item from rank 5 to rank 1, so there was no point in procrastinating. Michael didn't have much hope for this reward and wanted to get it over with soon so he could move on to absorbing souls. He pulled the yellow ribbon it was tied with and the box opened. Something quickly flew out of there, and the boy followed the object, wondering more and more. It turned out to be some little monster that landed nearby and looked at him. Michael asked the system what the other Pokemon was, assuming he needed to catch one, and the monster glared at him. Then the boy pounced on it, reaching out to grab the creature, but the thing proved nimble. He effortlessly dodged Michael's hand and looked like he was playing with him for fun. Michael chased after it for a while longer, but all attempts to catch the creature came to naught. But here at last, he managed to grab the monster with both hands, and the monster didn't seem to expect it. Michael rejoiced, saying that now he wouldn't let him go, but still he didn't anticipate that the creature was not of the domestic kind. Suddenly it bit him on the arm, from which the guy felt a little pain, because the teeth of the monster were sharp. It made him let go of it, though the guy hadn't planned it, but his hand unclenched instinctively. When the monster bounced again, Michael said in a creepy voice that he'd been polite to it so far, since it was pretty cute. However, now he could expect no mercy. With those words, he pounced on the creature with renewed vigor. For a while, the monster managed to keep shortening further, but here the guy suddenly jumped away from him. He pushed himself off the ceiling and then flew at the creature with incredible speed, swinging for a strike. He couldn't dodge it because it was too late, so the blow went straight to his head. The monster's eyes rolled behind its orbits, and its head suddenly turned red, and, as Michael noticed, cracked. And then something he never expected happened. The creature disintegrated into a multitude of porcelainic pieces. Michael saw a beautiful necklace appear out of them. It was said that a rank 1 item had fallen to him. It was a wrought iron pendant, a steel pendant imbued with the soul of the blacksmith who had worked with him all his life. It increased the effects of metallurgy and sword skills by 7%, and also had a special property. When wielding mana, an exclusive effect, Steel Defense, was activated. This effect was that his skin absorbed 10% of all physical damage. Michael realized that this was a really cool item as it was equipped with both attack and defense. The guy thought he didn't expect anything from this prank and ended up ripping off such a big score. However, when he put on the pendant to test its power, the system window reported that his mana was depleted. Then he realized that this effect was very cool, but the price to pay was his mana, which had to be stored from now on. Now Michael decided to check the ranch status of the unique characteristic, which had increased by 1 rank. But then suddenly there was a message from the system, asking if he was ready to begin the 7th floor test. This surprised Michael a bit, since usually the time before the test was announced first. He wanted to see if this was also the case for other participants, so he went into the community where he confirmed his speculation. And so it was. Now everyone could proceed to the next challenge without waiting for the others. But there was still an air of desperation in the community to return home. So no one cared a little bit that the wait time was gone, but Michael noticed something else. The manner of communication in the chat room had also changed. Now people were more and more actively discussing people who had betrayed their comrades. Michael was sure that all these maniacs were quiet now because the 7th floor ordeal was going to be personalized again. But one had to be wary of those who used the lives of their comrades simply as tools to gain achievement. Most importantly, Michael must develop his skills that those proved to be unshakable to any variables. Then the guy finally checked the status window of his characterization and saw a new additional effect. Now he could use the souls of the dead to protect his body, but at this time his energy would be proportional to the strength of the blow. The guy also noticed that more specificity was added to the description of the base effect, which surprised him. After all, while before the main focus was on stat boosting, souls could now be used in a different way. He could use them both as magic power and as a protective shell. Michael figured that anything could happen, so the ability to protect the body would never be superfluous. With that thought, he suddenly pulled his sword out of his inventory because he decided to try things out on himself. Throwing the blade into the air, he went in to test how effective the spiritual shield would be. Michael put his hand out, deciding to take the risk, because even if the sword cut it off, the waiting room would heal everything. Meanwhile, the blade continued to rotate, rapidly approaching his hand. And then, as the weapon was about to touch his flesh, the effect of his characterization suddenly triggered. The system window reported that the soul of a guy named John Flock had absorbed the damage from the attack and disappeared. He had 3 of 30 souls left in possession, and Michael thought the defense exceeded his expectations. After all, it had worked quickly, not allowing him to be harmed in the slightest, so it was fashionable to draw a new conclusion from that. It's best not to absorb all the souls at once, but always have a couple in reserve for your own defense. Michael then opened the board with a subspecies of the 6th floor test results, wanting to see his progress. To his surprise, he slipped to 4th position, but it wasn't critical for him at all. After all, he only needs to be in the top 50 to earn the title of Pioneer. Finished with that, Michael stretched his body a bit, saying how exhausted he was while he was checking one thing and another. He had no time to procrastinate, so he decided to challenge the next floor without delay. In the next instant, a portal opened, and the theme of this challenge was proof. He had to pass 3 tests in 40 minutes, otherwise death awaited the challenger. But a successfully completed task gave a new skill, Wind Grace of the highest rank. When he found himself there, he realized he was in some kind of corridor with an unusual atmosphere. You literally couldn't feel anyone's presence here, and that annoyed the guy a little. Suddenly, he felt the energy around him change, and the system reported that he had entered the first zone. This was the first testing area where it was required to prove that he had overcome his fears. He was suddenly transported to the desert from where he had started his growth. It was here that his first fight took place. Michael had already guessed what was about to happen, and as if to confirm his words, the ground beneath him shook. And then it showed itself. A sand golem, this time much larger and apparently stronger. The guy realized that this space was now a reproduction of the training trial. The condition for successful completion was to break through 3 trials in the remaining time. Michael realized that as he fought the golem, 3 more challenges would appear. They too, he must have overcome them in his time. But since this is a test and prove, it will have to be done again. Meanwhile, he finally saw the golem that stood before him, its size truly impressive. Michael thought his size had increased somewhere around 3 times, but that didn't matter much to the guy. The golem, meanwhile, pulled his hand out of the sand and prepared to attack, swinging at the guy in front of him. The monster did look huge, but Michael didn't even flinch when it started to act up. Michael pulled his inventory out of system storage out of habit, preparing for another fight. And then the golem struck. Michael managed to bounce away, but noticed that the golem's speed was pretty good. He waited for the man to attack again, then jumped on his arm and ran forward, looking for the cannonball. He remembered from his last fight with that monster that it had a cannonball near its arm, so he headed there. But this time there was nothing there, so Michael decided to stick to the original plan, aiming for the head. Still, it was strange that he hadn't seen the golem's core anywhere. And after all, that was where its weak point was. Then the guy had a hunch that the more massive the golem was, the deeper the core was hidden in its body. And the scheming monster attacked again. This time, his movements were even faster and caught the guy off guard. Michael marveled that the sand could move so precisely, so it was urgent to come up with a plan. The golem's hand appeared before his eyes so suddenly that Michael didn't have time to bounce anywhere. Then the monster clenched it into a fist, intending to crush the guy like a bug, but it failed. Suddenly, he felt something in his hand vibrate violently, and then he felt cuts. Michael had freed himself from the sand trap, mangling his palm from the inside, and was now free again. He figured since he couldn't strip the monster with one punch, he would just chop it into pieces. In the next instant, he put his words into action and pounced on the golem, attacking its entire body. The guy chopped up his head and arms, inflicted wounds on his body and legs, so he thought that was enough. However, he realized that each time he cut, it was just sand, which was immediately replenished with new sand. Therefore, he had to find the core at all costs, and he had enraged the golem with his tactics. The one swung at the guy again, and Michael had to go on the defensive again, bouncing away from him. But suddenly, after another attack, they noticed something interesting that they hadn't noticed before. He had no time to think, for the monster was going to finish him off again, this time by stepping on his foot. The guy quickly ran away from that spot, amazed at how fast and accurate the golem's attack was. He suddenly realized that dodging the blow wasn't a problem, but if he got caught in that sand wave, then everything can end quite tragically, because sand is nature, not a monster, so there is no point in fighting it. Michael ran with all his legs, hoping that he would be far enough away from the wave in time. But she was getting mercilessly closer, and the guy realized he couldn't get out of her way, no matter how hard he tried. As it happened, piles of sand covered him completely, as if he had drowned in a sea of sand. Some semblance of a gorge was formed, in which Michael lay under the sandy rubble. Michael was annoyed by this. He realized that at this rate he could fail the test trivially on time. Meanwhile, the golem continued to advance, though he was walking towards it himself, but the sand made things much more difficult. Michael drew his sword and prepared to defend himself, going to find out the exact location of the core this time. The golem was still going to crush him and had already stretched out its hands to do so, but this time the guy didn't run away. He used his new skill, 3 absolutes, according to which he could amplify 3 sword attacks. It required the use of one's mana, and as an additional effect, sword strength was increased. Michael activated the skill and rushed to attack. This time his punches actually became stronger. He was able to completely chop off the golem's arm in one blow, and then proceeded to hack away at its torso. Michael was surprised to notice that he suddenly had such power, but it was just as well. He remembered how angry he'd been when he'd first encountered the floor infiltration during the test. Now, however, he involuntarily thought he should thank the knight for invading him. Although this abominable golem was recovering with sand, it nevertheless continued to deliver slashing blows. The guy did it with one single purpose: to find the core and destroy it, so he attacked without stopping. The initiative was already clearly on his side, as the golem was only recovering from his attacks. It seemed to Michael that he had already slashed his entire body, but somehow still hadn't found the core. It was starting to piss the guy off because this could go on forever, and he only had 30 minutes left. But suddenly Michael made one interesting and slightly strange discovery for himself. He wondered when this golem had managed to get so cute, since it was much bigger before. Hearing that he was called cute, the golem's cheeks flushed. Apparently even monsters were pleased by compliments. But it seems that the sand that makes up his body cannot be endlessly extracted from the environment. That's why he had shrunk in size. Michael had already figured out what to do with this new arrangement. He smiled evilly as he turned to the golem and asked if he wanted to slim down some more. The suggestion didn't really appeal to the monster, and he shouted something back, but the guy didn't understand his shouts. He pounced again, and the golem had no choice but to attack back. He swung his fist at the guy again, but never realized that these attacks were already useless. Michael chopped his arm with ease and continued to chop the sandy body without stopping. The guy was doing it at such an incredible speed that it was becoming increasingly difficult for the golem to recover. Soon he collapsed altogether, his legs and torso corroded, and his arms severed. He was immobilized. This time Michael decided to wait until he was back on his feet, and now he looked much smaller. To be more precise, he looked the same as the first time the guy fought him in a training challenge. But it also meant that he could now clearly see the core of the golem, just as he had the first time. It was on his back, and since his body was covered in a thick layer of sand, it became extremely difficult to reach it. Michael also thought he should have sped up, as the test only had 40 minutes to complete. The guy had about half an hour left, but the golem itself approached him, moving faster, however. Of course, it couldn't catch Michael off guard, but he did notice that the monster had become more agile after the intense diet. It was kind of funny, but the guy added that he didn't have time, and so he'd love to play with it some more. In the blink of an eye, he was suddenly behind the monster's back and swung to smash its core. The golem felt something sharp pierce its body and screamed, then began to crumble. Still, if it weren't for the core, golems would be very tricky opponents, but luckily everyone has a weakness. The sand golem core was destroyed, the system window reported it, and then gave 2 more announcements. The first was that challenger Michael Nodforth proved that he had overcome his fear, and the second was that he had completed 1 trial. After a while, all that was left of the golem was sand, which scattered everywhere around Michael. And then the guy saw a spirit golem that was different from the one he had absorbed last time. This one was much brighter and emitted a strong energy, so Michael activated his characteristic. However, the guy didn't manage to absorb his soul because a second portal suddenly opened. He pulled the guy into him, and the system window gave a message that he was being transported to the second test zone. Michael froze like that with his arm outstretched. He couldn't believe it was the first time he had failed to absorb a soul. Apparently, skill upgrades here were limited, if not impossible to obtain at all. But here he was transported to the second test zone, where he was required to prove that he had become wiser. Looking around, the guy realized he was at the location of the second trial in the orc settlement. Just as he thought, a rerun of the previous test was now taking place. Just like that time the settlement was burning, and he entered the tent the orc chieftain had run into then. But there was no one there, which surprised him a little. However, when he came out, he saw what was the matter. He realized that the subsequent events of that day were now unfolding before him. After all, he had destroyed the orc settlement, so now he was facing the eager orcs who looked stronger. One of them glanced at the guy, assessing him for a moment, and then suddenly his expression changed. His pupils dilated and his gaze became sort of hazy, and Michael immediately realized what the signs were. A fit of rabies was a phenomenon often seen in monsters seized with anger. An orc in a state of frenzy was no longer a pitiful monster on the likes of a rank 4, so it would not be easy. Meanwhile, a similar condition appeared in all the orcs, and they pounced on him together. But suddenly Michael noticed something interesting in their behavior, or rather, he figured out the reason for their anger. For before this, they had bowed over the dead brethren who had fallen by his hand last time. Michael thought that monsters shouldn't show the pain of loss to family members and activated the skills. Suddenly, he too was taken by anger for the orcs trying to avenge their comrades. It shouldn't have been done in front of him after all. He had lost his parents too, so anger swept over him as well. He overpowered all the orcs and then turned to their chief, asking if it was a nasty feeling. Watching your family die and being unable to do anything about it made the head orc angry. With his last strength, he pounced on him, but Michael knew victory was already on his side and drew his sword. He was surprised at the eagerness with which the monster tried to fight to the last, so he eased his suffering. By beheading the last orc, he passed the test, thus proving to the system that he had become wiser. However, this wasn't the end of it. Michael quickly turned around, thinking that this time there was no need to procrastinate. He wanted to have time to absorb the souls of the slain orcs, for there were at least a dozen of them, but he failed again. The portal to the next dimension opened literally as soon as he killed the last orc. Nevertheless, when he was almost inside the portal, he was able to absorb a few souls of orc eggers. The mastery of the Hunter's Dagger skill has increased to rank 3, and the Instant Acceleration skill to rank 3+. And then he entered the last area of the test, expecting that this time would definitely be a blowout. To his surprise, he found himself in the location of the 6th floor test, where he had been just this morning. This was the very battleground where the stronghold was to be captured and held. However, Michael noticed that the layout of the tiles was different, and this time those were made of slippery metal. But there was nothing to be surprised about, since such an ignorant previous test was labeled Wisdom. The guy opened his inventory and pulled out a life potion from there, eulogizing 20% physical and magical strength. Without thinking long, he drank it and instantly felt the effect. His strength renewed. A couple seconds later, he stood, wondering what to do with the flask that held the potion he had drunk. Then he decided that he could litter a bit in the Tower of Trials and threw the flask directly into the sea. It's not clear if it was from the fact that he did this or some other reason, but suddenly there was a wave behind his back. It was so huge that it blew away the metal plates and started moving on the guy. And the one realized that the matter smells fried and activated the exclusive effect of the assassin's cloak. His movement speed increased by 15% within a minute, allowing him to quickly run away. Michael figured that the trials before were repeating rules that already existed, so that was the case here. It appeared that he needed to find and capture a stronghold, and before that, he should avoid the water from the sea. Fortunately, his speed was faster, so the wave couldn't catch up with him. At least that's what he thought. Michael decided to just keep going in the same direction, but suddenly the slab beneath his feet shuddered. No sooner had the fellow jumped to the other than a big wave lifted him along with the slab. He lost his balance and fell, and the system reported that he came in contact with water from the 6th floor. Strength, agility, and endurance were immediately reduced by 10, and the duration of the penalty was 3 minutes. Michael thought when the thought of the tiles staying in the same order was a kind of hope that there was some common sense in the Tower of Trials after all. She proved that wasn't true. The guy realized he was going underwater and activated instant acceleration. Pushing off the tiles, he ran down the remnants of the path, no longer afraid of coming into contact with the water. So he managed to run a little more, but the situation was getting more dangerous. For one wrong move, and he would have fallen into the sea, and the tiles would have covered him as if in a grave. Michael had no idea that one could die so easily in such a place, so he kept moving. At last, he saw a stronghold that seemed to be his salvation, and the lad headed towards it. The red tile of the stronghold grew closer and closer, and Michael felt he was almost there. Soon, finally, this annoying ordeal would be over, and the thought added to his strength. Suddenly, however, the water around the stronghold swirled, forming a new wave. Michael thought that now the Tower of Trials had decided to go completely insane and finish him off. He could barely react in time to dodge a wave that would have swept him back into the sea. It was only a short distance to the stronghold, and now he could run toward it on the slabs instead of in the air. But suddenly, when the stronghold was only meters away, the wave took the form of a spinning vortex. It was so unexpected that Michael couldn't bounce aside in time, and the wave's attack caught up with him. He realized with horror that he was going underwater, so he decided to try to use the effects out of last resort. He activated the effect of a wrought iron pendant that absorbed 10% of all physical attacks. Also, the soul of the orc egret he was able to appropriate absorbed the damage dealt to him and disappeared. This happened 2 more times, and Michael realized that if it wasn't for the improved characteristic rank, he would have been dead by now. After all, the guy clearly felt the shockwave, but right before the impact was able to do any damage to him. The shield blocked it, and because of that, Michael was able to get back on the slab walkway. It was pretty close, but he managed to survive, so he continued running toward the stronghold. The waves didn't back down either. Spinning, they followed him, swiftly taming the distance. And then suddenly the effect time of the assassin's cloak ran out, and he lost his speed. This was very bad for Michael because his mana was already at 0, and if the instant acceleration would fail as well, the guy would definitely be screwed, so he decided to use what was at hand, namely his souls. There were still a few orc eggers left in reserve that he was still able to devour, and now he had eaten one of them. With that, he was able to replenish his mana and felt his strength return. It was about time. The waves, meanwhile, had almost reached him and were again coming from different directions for another attack. However, Michael regained his speed and saw that there were less than 3 meters left to the stronghold. He crossed the last slabs and was about to jump onto the red slab of the point when he suddenly saw an obstacle. The last slab rose into the air from a shock wave that struck from below and formed an obstruction. When Michael saw this, he was surprised and even a little afraid because he was losing time, and for him, every second was precious. He couldn't go backwards either because the same water trap was waiting for him there, so there was only one option left. It was a test where he had to prove he had overcome his doubts, and boy did he know what to do. Completely relying on luck, he continued running straight at the water wall in front of him. As he entered it, he felt an incredibly powerful wave flow, tearing his body apart. But fortunately, he was saved again by another orc-eager soul, absorbing the damage, and he was able to escape the water trap. The only thing he hadn't calculated was that the force of the current threw him high up. Though he was flying toward the red plate, the altitude was high enough to be lethal. Michael screamed, thinking that this could end rather sadly, so he relied entirely on the effects. The slab was quite before his eyes, and when he fell, he broke it a little from the great force with which he flew. As expected, the orc soul saved him this time as well, with it being the penultimate in his arsenal. Michael lay wide-eyed for a while, wondering if the ordeal had been so difficult. He was not even able to get to his feet, and the waves meanwhile came over him, and the lad was not in the least frightened. However, the system window reported the task successfully completed, saying that he had proved that he had overcome his doubts. After that, the waves stopped rotating, forming a vortex and turned into ordinary water. It all came crashing down on Michael, and he thought that finally this damned ordeal was over. As a reward for his breakthrough, he received a new high-level wind grace skill and 15,000 points. And he also saw a message that ranked 2+ speed boots would be sent to his inventory as a bonus reward. Then a portal appeared and Michael walked through it, returning to the now 8th floor waiting room. When he returned, the lad thought he was unexpectedly close to failure this time, but still he made it. In the current situation, he was much more anxious to return to the 8th floor. He thought he couldn't keep having this kind of luck, but suddenly there was a message from the system. It announced the expansion as the number of applicants who passed the 7th floor test exceeded 1,000. Then he read that the test had created some sort of overpowering point and activated the floor embedding system. But most importantly, what everyone was looking forward to so eagerly was the permanent return to Earth. And the cherry on the cake was a message that said he was among the pioneers. Now he could choose a halo, an advantage that could only be gained by maintaining the title of pioneer. Michael also read that the halo affects the unique characteristic and skills of the applicant. There were a total of 3 halos available to choose from, ruler, hunter, and monk, and Michael wondered. He should have read the description of each one first and then made his choice. Ruler had a varied performance and was perfectly suited to his current rank. It affected all skills and even a unique characteristic, and it also had a special power called skill synthesis. Plus, the Tower of Trials was openly saying that it was the most appropriate halo for him. He then became familiar with the hunter's halo, which was closely related to the improvement of characteristics and stats. His unique power was level up, and he was also a perfect match for Michael at the moment. The last was the monarch, but here everything depended on talent, which the guy did not possess, so immediately discarded this option. It appeared that a choice had to be made for the remaining two halos, but which one he didn't know. After a bit of thought, he decided it would be best to opt for the halo, where there was more emphasis on height. The system window confirmed his choice of the ruler halo, and its special effect triggered the evolution of a unique characteristic. The options were sorted by the applicant's current ability, with a total of 3 available. But Michael didn't even think about which effect he should choose, because he decided everything at once when he saw the first option. He chose the summoner effect, which allowed him to absorb spirits to revive helpers. These had to be powerful dead skeletons, and Michael figured such help couldn't hurt. After a while, his body was getting used to the new effect, and then a message popped up that the halo had been successfully created. Guy decided to take a look at his stats after these transformations, as well as read up on his unique power. Skill synthesis allowed you to combine 2 needed skills into one. This helped create new effects. Michael decided to test this power right away and opened his list of skills, of which there were only 7. He pondered what he would combine, and then chose Contempt for the Weak and Continuing the Battle. Both skills were level 5, and he hardly used them, so he confirmed the continuation of the synthesis. After a while, the process completed, and he was notified. And then he also saw the result, which was a new skill created from the ones he had chosen. This skill was called Forced Breakthrough, and it was also noteworthy that it was rank 3. Its effect was to allow Michael to break through unknown forms of containment. However, his magic level must be higher than the magic level of the one who sends restraining effects on him. Michael thought it was a really rateable skill that simplified a lot of things. He liked how the new unique power worked and decided to try it again. This time he chose Ranger Training and Burn Resistance. Both skills were also level 5. The guy froze in anticipation, thinking that the system wouldn't disappoint him this time either, and so it did. The new skill was called Strong Eye. It was level 4 and consisted of being able to provide good visibility. This worked especially well in bad conditions, and his vision is getting sharper. But Michael wondered why he got rank 4 this time. He thought the previous skills combined better. Based on this, it was conceivable that skill combination also played an important role in synthesis. Then he closed all the windows and fell on his bed, for he was much fatigued by the long battle. Michael thought he had already gone from holding pioneer status to receiving the Halo Award, but for some reason he felt somewhat wounded, as if he had achieved everything through no effort of his own. He lay in thought for a while longer, and then suddenly jumped out of bed, saying he should get back to work. After all, he hadn't familiarized himself with another new skill he had gained for passing the 7th floor. According to the description, the skill gave +10 to all speeds if you pronounced its name. But there was a nuance. Michael could use it a total of 7 times and increase his speed to 70%, but after that, there would be a 24-hour cooldown. However, Michael was blinded by the thought that his speed would increase by as much as 70%, and he would be able to dodge any attack. Also, this skill consumed absolutely no mana, so it came in handy and the guy liked it. Basically, Grace of the Wind was a skill that had no disadvantages, and that couldn't be helped. Michael then opened his inventory to check his latest perk, rank 2 plus speed boots. Michael noticed that all the rewards on the 7th floor were speed-related, because the boots also increased it. The guy then opened the skill store, which displayed all the effects available for purchase. Among them were Enhancement, Steadfastness, Monster Hide, Enchanted Weapons, Instant Acceleration, and others. Michael thought that contrary to his expectations, the quality of the skill store left a lot to be desired. However, he needed a skill related to magic, so he bought a magic chain for 15,000 points. He also acquired magic resistance for 12,000 points. Both skills were rank 3, which was already encouraging. The last skill had the effect of resistance to other people's magic, moreover increased due to the chain. Michael thought that now that he had these 2 skills, He would be able to resist attacks like heart fusion. He also wouldn't be caught off guard by someone else's magic unless it was an incredibly powerful technique. The magic chain skill had the effect of accumulating magic into a chain, increasing the efficiency of mana utilization. And then suddenly Michael felt his whole body burning, and the system reported that the circuits were forming. It was even a little painful, but the guy realized that thanks to these chains he would be able to increase his mana. It ended as abruptly as it had begun, and soon he was able to sit up on the bed again. Michael got to his feet and felt a strange lightness in his whole body, as if he weighed a few grams. The guy decided to waste no time and start testing his new abilities. He stepped back a little farther into the middle of the room and stood like that for some time in thought, and then suddenly swung his leg, intending to kick straight into the floor, even though it made no sense. But Michael wanted to test how strong he had become with his skills, and the effect of the blow surprised him. He realized that the mana used randomly formed a chain and enhanced his physical abilities. As expected, he made a successful purchase, and this pleased Michael, for the points were not obtained without difficulty. A moment later, he was already reading more about his new effect that allowed him to summon souls again. The abilities of the summoned dead will correspond to the number of souls in his arsenal. Now all that remained was to make the decision on which his future progress depended. The choice was whether to challenge to the next floor or go back to the ground. Meanwhile, some guy put up a recruitment ad for the team. He needed 2 more people. He sat on a bench in Memorial Park where the emergency portal had appeared, but there were no one willing to join him. Suddenly, 3 men approached him, apparently another team, its commander laughing at him. He noticed that he never got the team together, so he should have handed the portal entry authorization to them. But the guy wasn't going to share his pass with anyone. He said he had no intention of giving it to others. Then the fat man noticed that there were quite a few hunters gathered in the park, but for some reason no one wanted to join his team. And then he said that in that case they had no choice but to take the pass by force. He added, "Does the guy really think anyone would want to be on the same team as trash like him?" Some of the hunters at the park agreed with him, saying the guy hit it right on the mark. But suddenly, to everyone's surprise, they all heard someone ask the guy if he had taken any more people in. Everyone turned around to see whoever said that, and he headed toward the guy who was sitting on the bench. Michael showed his second-rank hunter's license, and that already gave him some respect for his person. He asked the guy who was recruiting people for the team if that was enough to join. The one was a bit shocked at the appearance of such a strong hunter, so he just nodded his head. However, this did not please the big guy, who asked if he couldn't see that there was a line of people waiting. Michael only smiled at that, which provoked the boy even more, and he squeezed his shoulder. Michael then said if he was unhappy about something, he should have just applied for James's team. That was the name of the guy who got the portal pass, and then Michael added to get the big guy behind him. He told the man to remove his arm from his shoulder before he broke it and activated his powerful aura. The boy was shocked at how strong this hunter was, but his hand still clutched his shoulder. He himself was also a rank 2 hunter, but now he doubted that the guy standing in front of him had the same rank. Meanwhile, his partners thought it was their commander who was emitting such powerful energy and rejoiced. But the man replied that it wasn't his doing, and then said he'd bitch about Michael's antics this time. As he left, he added to let the man know that he was just lucky, for representatives from the Hunters Association were here. But Michael didn't care about him. He was watching James, who was upset that things had gone downhill. That's when he decided to cheer the guy up, telling him that he couldn't get someone on the team anymore anyway. Therefore, they shouldn't have wasted any more time and go into the portal with the 2 of them, as their strength would be enough. But James didn't seem convinced of that, he interjected, wondering if Michael was going to handle everything with just him. He answered positively, and soon they were the first to enter the portal, which took them to some dungeon. James immediately rushed to look at his surroundings, not believing his eyes that he had gotten inside. Apparently, this was his first portal, but Michael said he didn't need to worry so much. After all, he himself would be able to deal with most rank 3 monsters, so the guy could take it easy. Then the guy asked if Michael hadn't said before that this was his first time in the dungeon too. Guy added that he should listen to him carefully, for their lives were at stake. He suddenly asked, as Michael thought, who had the highest mortality rate in the dungeon? Rank 4 or rank 2 hunters. James continued, saying that at first glance it might seem that a rank 4 hunter would die first. However, in really a rank 2 hunter has a higher mortality rate, because they are too confident in their abilities. Therefore, the likelihood of fatalities for rank 2 hunters is extremely high, And the same can be said for driving. The more overconfident the driver, the more likely they are to have an accident. So the underground was a pretty dangerous place. And since Michael had ventured in here without a tank or healer, James was even more alarmed by his self-confidence. Suddenly, the guy asked if he could take over as leader of their group, since he knew everything about dungeons. Michael noticed that he actually wanted to stand at the head of their small group, but he agreed nonetheless. James bowed to him, thanking him for his trust. He added that he was doing it for everyone's safety, and then they continued on their way, Michael deciding for himself that he would take the initiative if the guy didn't do well. After a while, they saw the first monster of the dungeon, an ogre who also noticed them. James reported that these monsters are known for their skillful use of various weapons. The guy said he'd start by drawing all his attention to himself, and Michael would have to attack from behind. Michael was also curious as to how a fairly experienced hunter would fight such a creature. The ogre pounced on James. This time his weapon was a longsword, more like a spear. The guy also bared his sword, but for some reason swung for an attack too soon, as Michael noticed. James continued to swing his sword in the air, and even the ogre didn't realize what he was doing. Michael wondered if they were measuring their fortitude, because if they were, it would be a while before it was over. The temporary return to Earth only takes 3 days, but at this rate it will be over faster for him. With that thought, he put on his shield and drew his sword, which caught James's attention, and he was surprised. Michael said he had to intervene now, but the guy protested, saying he couldn't do that. He wanted to add that it was dangerous to interfere with the fight, but Michael had already activated instant acceleration. With lightning speed, he pounced on the ogre and cut off its head, and James was thrown into shock. He even opened his mouth a little in surprise, asking what that had just been, and Michael answered him. He apologized for not following orders, but said he had to step in because he was in a bit of a hurry. James replied that he understood perfectly, and then Michael asked if he could voice another suggestion. After the guy responded positively, he said he would like to take on a leadership role from now on. He proved it, however, when they encountered the ogres again. James didn't even have to do anything. Michael was killing monsters one by one, exactly the same as on the floors of the Tower of Trials where he had come from. Suddenly, 2 ogres pounced on him from behind, but the guy was able to spot their attack in time. He jumped up and lingered on the ceiling of the dungeon, forcing the monsters to search for him, and then landed on one of them, stabbing him with his sword right in the stomach, resulting in instant death. James was in amazement at the skills his temporary partner possessed. After all, he literally fought all the monsters alone, not allowing himself to be harmed. One after another, the ogres attacked him, but no one had managed to hurt the guy even a little bit yet. Michael spared no effort to put up a quality fight, willing each of the monsters to die by his hand. James, meanwhile, thought that perhaps he was now facing a super rookie battle. Michael slid open the belly of one of the ogres and pulled out a mana stone from there, containing quietly murky magic. Depending on its use, it may have proved a great help in metallurgy or chemistry. So Michael gathered all the stones from the slain ogres and asked James to be his porter. Suddenly, another ogre pounced on him, this one moving much faster and more agile than the previous ones. Apparently, he was waiting for Michael to let his guard down and not be able to block his attack. However, it turned out to be quite different. The guy was able to pierce his stomach with one precise blow. After that, the monster didn't get up anymore, but when it fell to the ground, it did so with a great rumble. That rumble caused a small crash of debris right on Michael's head, but he defended himself. James was swaying too, except he looked a little scared, for this was the first time he had ever encountered the wreckage of a dungeon. Michael offered to talk to him later, for it was extremely dangerous to let his guard down now. Michael then pretended to yawn, but in reality he was absorbing the souls of all the ogres he had killed. For each mastery of his unique characteristic increased by 0.07%, this was very little. He figured at this rate, he'd have to fiddle with it for a long time to improve it in any way. But suddenly they saw a new portal in front of them, and James said they had found the boss's room. The guy added that he didn't even think they could get here, because it was a measure of skill. It seemed to him that the man in front of him, that is, Michael, was able to accomplish a complete sweep of the dungeon. Michael himself, meanwhile, asked if he was okay with going to the boss's team now. James replied that he didn't mind, saying only that maybe Michael should take a little break. But the latter replied that there was no need for that, and they entered the portal. Upon seeing the uninvited guests, the Ogre King stood up, intending to finish off anyone who approached him. James asked what they were going to do, and Michael said he had to think about it for a while, which excited the guy. After all, he thought he had some kind of plan, but Michael was acting on the situation, and now they should have gone on the defensive. The Ogre King decided to pounce on them first, and Michael thought with a smile on his face that it was just in time. The monster had two weapons in both hands at once, allowing it to quickly both attack and defend. Michael was still using the instant acceleration skill, so he wasn't inferior in speed either. However, the reflexes and reaction speed of the Ogre King with his size amazed the guy. But Michael thought that no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to get any closer to him. After all, the one was still not fast enough for Michael to not match his pace of combat. In an instant, he was behind the boss back and swung his blade for the first attack. However, to his surprise, the ogre was able to not only repel the attack, but hit him back with his tail. The force of his blow was so tremendous that the guy was thrown right back into the rocks, and it wasn't good. James grabbed his head, thinking that Mr. Hunter might not have survived something like that, though he hoped he didn't. Fortunately, Michael's spirit-assisted damage absorption effect worked, and he remained unharmed. He decided to proceed more cautiously now, but at the same time it was a good way to test out his new skills. The Ogre King marveled that the guy not only survived, but was back on his feet. Michael turned to him, saying that unfortunately not even one stone was left of his throne. He asked if he thought it was an ominous omen, and strangely enough, the boss understood him. Suddenly, he activated magic and his strength instantly increased, and then something strange happened. The monster suddenly screamed furiously and released a bright purple ray from its mouth. This was its skill. Next, Michael saw a message from the system that he had been subjected to the retaliation wave skill, and his speed had been reduced by 25%. However, the guy didn't plan to give in to his opponent's speed and decided to use his trump card. He activated Force Breakthrough, and since his magic level was higher than the boss, the slowing effect disappeared. Seeing this, the Ogre King was even more surprised. Now he felt a little uneasy, and Michael thought the breakthrough skill was the result of synthesis, so he had his doubts about it. However, its efficiency was very high, and as a result, it was able to override the opponent's skill. Suddenly, he heard James's voice, who fell to his knees from his body not obeying him. The guy turned to Michael asking for help, and the guy suddenly realized it was the boss's doing. He looked at Michael with interest, as if asking what he was going to do now, and then rushed toward James, forcing Michael to act even faster. After all, he rushed after him, trying to protect his friend and telling the boss that his opponent was him. But the Ogre King didn't even turn around. He was determined to finish off at least one of them. Things were bad. Michael saw that the distance between them was too great, and there was no way he was going to make it. And then a crazy idea came to his mind. He thought that if he couldn't help the guy himself, let others do it. An item in his arsenal, he had one more additional effect of his unique characteristic. He used Summon the Dead near James, and two dead skeletons immediately appeared around the guy. They each had a blade and were determined, covering James with their own. Of course, such warriors couldn't do anything about the power of the Ogre King, but that wasn't what Michael was using them for. He himself realized that they didn't have the strength to stop such a huge thing, but the second one, with their help, allowed him to use the summoning skill, Favor of the Wind, and increase his speed by 60%. That was enough to get close to the boss and mangled him in a flash. Michael landed not far from James, and the latter was grateful to him for saving his life. The Lizard King, meanwhile, couldn't sustain life for long, being with his head cut off. He died, and Michael immediately absorbed his soul, permanently increasing all his stats by 1 point. In addition to that, he absorbed a new rank 3 Spirit Eye skill that allowed him to recognize attacks. The team leader from the Hunters Association just yawned out of boredom because he was tired of waiting. He asked his partners who were on duty near the portal if anything had happened, but those answered in the negative, and the lad thought that soon they would have to act as they always did. After all, usually their squad would enter the portal. What to finish off the boss after the advanced team of hunters? He also thought that they might be able to get their share if the attacking team cleared the first quarter completely. But then his enthusiasm quickly disappeared, for he himself realized that such a thing was only possible with a high rank. And would there be a single high-class hunter who would pull such a crazy prank? As he thought about it, 2 people from the advanced team suddenly came out of the portal. His partners reported that these guys had already finished sweeping the entire dungeon, which surprised him. The leader couldn't believe that it was just the 2 of them going into the dungeon. After all, based on this, their group should have traveled no more than halfway, but by no means the entire dungeon. But later, the leader saw that, contrary to his thoughts, the guys were telling the truth after all. He saw it through the portal. That one suddenly became colorless, and that only spoke to the fact that the boss room had been completely cleaned out. This thought pleased the manager a little, but he was confused, not understanding how this was even possible. He ran up to the guys and introduced himself as the head of the Hunter Association's portal control team. James then asked if he was really here to buy the rights to occupy the portal. Guy added that in such a case, there was only one person in front of him to whom the proposal should have been made. He revealed that Michael had single-handedly cleaned out the entire dungeon, and this caused Mr. Roger to be even more surprised. He asked if the guy was top-ranked, but Michael said he was only ranked 2. However, he said that wasn't important either, asking how much he wanted to buy the rights to occupy the portal for. The leader cleared his throat then, saying that if we go back to the main thread of the conversation, that he and his portal control team wanted to buy the right to occupy the portal from him for 1,200,000,000 won. These were unbelievable sums, and of course, Michael agreed. Betty, meanwhile, worked without rest. The girl thought that since returning from the Tower of Trials, that's what she'd been doing, plowing like a horse. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she was surprised to see who was calling her at this late hour. Beatrice worked as a supervisor on the applicant control team from the Tower of Trials. The girl's job was mostly paperwork, so she always had to deal with documents. Even then, the girl thought that this coming would undoubtedly lead to revolutionary changes. After all, even if the applicants were hiding their identities, she never thought it would be so difficult to recruit them. She didn't even manage to recruit 10 people, and all of those applicants were of low difficulty. Of course, that wasn't enough to satisfy upper management, and Bethy wondered. For some reason, she thought of a guy named Michael, who she found herself on the same team with on the 4th floor. She was curious how this guy was doing now, and suddenly wished she had proposed to him sooner. It was then that she was distracted by her phone ringing, and when she looked at who was calling her, she was greatly surprised. It was the same Michael, however, who no longer waited for her to take the call and simply sent her a text. It said that if she too had successfully returned to Earth, he would like to meet her. The guy himself, meanwhile, checked his account, surprised to find that he had earned almost 1,300,000,000,000 won. Nevertheless, he felt amazing and even considered buying a new home for himself. The guy was sitting in the cafe that served as his meeting place with Body, and soon the girl arrived as well. Michael noticed that she seemed to be running here as fast as she could, so he said she shouldn't have been in such a hurry. But the girl started with the fact that he didn't even reply to her text she sent him a long time ago. She asked if he knew how long she'd been waiting for his answer, and Michael blushed a little when he heard that. He then apologized, saying that he must have been in a great hurry at the Tower of Trials, but the girl brushed it off. She said she held no grudge against him, and asked if he was going to go further up to the upper floors of the tower. The guy replied positively, saying that was why he had called her here, because he needed to join some guild. He immediately voiced his conditions, among which was the right to refuse the order to report to the guild immediately. Next was non-interference in his affairs related to the Tower of Trials, and permission to use the guild's dungeons. When he was done, he noticed that the girl was wetting herself and thought he might have gone a little overboard. But then she spoke up, saying that the conditions offered to them were absolutely impossible to fulfill. After all, from the guild's point of view, there was nothing due to her, and then Michael said that maybe he had asked too much. Suddenly, he took the girl's hand, slipping his fingers into hers, and she didn't even want to think about what that meant. She desperately invited him to join their white guild, and then suddenly added something unbelievable. The girl said she would do anything to make these impossible conditions feasible, which surprised him very much. Their meeting had happened last night, and this morning he was on his way to a new place, and he was doing it on the roof of a bus. Michael thought he had had an extremely productive day yesterday, from raiding dungeons to joining a guild. Although for the latter, he still had one task left to complete, to single-handedly clear a rank 2 dungeon. That was Betty's request yesterday, for she said he should demonstrate his abilities. That way it would be easier for her to convince the guild head and the others to accept him and agree to his terms. Michael noticed that what she said meant was that not everyone could use the guild dungeons. So the person to whom this will become possible must be either a rising star or an outstanding hunter. That was when he asked for everything he needed to prepare for the rank 2 dungeon sweep and shook Betty's hand. He was on his way to another neighborhood, but as the houses tried to show up more and more, the guy decided to stretch out a little. He jumped off the bus and suddenly ran straight to his destination. He did it so quickly that the people around him were only surprised at his speed. A few minutes later was already in place, approaching the portal where the guards still stood. Meanwhile, Betty had also arrived at the right place, telling someone that she was confirming the reservation to storm this dungeon. The man in charge said it was fine without even looking at her ID. At this point, he motioned for her to sit down and wait for a while, as there was still an hour to go. But what was his surprise when he saw Mike, who had arrived a full hour early. He asked Miss Batty if she could go to the dungeon now, without slowing down, and she didn't know what to say. The girl stood pensive for a while as he began to scatter the smoke all over the beach in a tuneful manner. Bethy wondered if such a windstorm had picked up just because of normal running. It shocked her a little. Michael replied that he had nothing better to do anyway, and the girl thought that the guy was not human. Then she said she had already gone through all the vetting procedures, so if he was ready, they could start. Michael nodded, and soon the two of them were on the other side of the portal, this time somewhere in a field. Michael asked in surprise what they were doing here, and the girl was silent for a while, gazing into the distance. Seeing this, Michael told her to be sure to let him know if she was in danger. She added that she was wearing an artifact issued to her by the guild. This effect had the function of a shield and weak invisibility. After all, if she attracts the attention of monsters, she'll be helping him in some way, so she'll stay away. Michael replied that it was just fine because now he could do battle in peace. The guy activated the spiritual eye skill that he inherited from the Ogre King. He wished to test it and suddenly saw in front of him, or rather felt the presence of enemies. These opponents were invisible to the eye, and he realized with surprise that he wouldn't be able to do much this way. Adding to the difficulty was the fact that there was a field all around, in which it was extremely difficult to spot anything. But Michael could clearly see the grass near him shuddering with the sound of someone's footsteps, so he prepared himself. And then the enemy suddenly appeared. Several monsters immediately pounced on him from all sides. These creatures were a bit like ogres, but as Michael had noticed, had no special intelligence. Seeing the monsters, Betty was surprised to think that it was a poison fish, but it didn't match the level of the dungeon. She shouted for Michael to be careful, because the opponent was about rank 1, so it wasn't an equal fight. But to her surprise, the guy had already dealt with almost all the monsters with his incredible strength. The poison fisherman didn't even manage to launch a single poison attack, something Michael was very happy about. And Bethy stood in shock at what she had just seen, for it was incredible and crazy at the same time. The fishermen were arriving in new numbers from the portal leading to the boss room, but Michael fended off all their attacks. He had a lot of skills, but other than that, he had great stats. Among them, strength and stamina. The guy didn't seem to get tired. He was killing monsters as if he was doing it around the clock. But in fact, he was. Suddenly, he had a lightning effect activated, and Michael thought it was such a rarity that he had forgotten about it already. Suddenly, one of the venomous fishermen went behind his back, intending to be the first to attack him. But Michael had no intention of letting that happen. He grabbed the monster's tail and twisted it hard in the air, and then collapsed to the ground with such force that the fisherman did not continue the battle any further after that. It was the last monster to show up in the area, but the guy decided to wait a little longer. He wanted Betty to see everything in person, so he called out to the girl who was standing nearby so as not to disturb him. Michael added that he had more or less already put things in order, so the girl could approach without fearing anything. And she couldn't believe her eyes that he'd gotten to the portal leading to the boss's room in less than an hour. But the most amazing thing was that he did it alone, even defeating such difficult monsters. After all, the poison fisher was one of the monsters recommended for group attacks, so Betty still couldn't believe that Michael had been so quick to dispose of him as if he were playing a child. Plus, she realized that this was not yet the limit of his abilities, and what he would show what the future held. It was impossible to even imagine. Meanwhile, Michael had successfully absorbed souls and increased stats. He figured that with the level he had now, even the boss wouldn't be much of a threat. He then told Batty he was going to the boss room and stepped into the portal, with the girl following right behind him. They found themselves in a huge forest that, judging by its size, belonged to someone big. Betty said it was a little strange, since they had already come pretty far, but they hadn't seen the boss yet. And usually he shows up right away if you invade his territory. However, suddenly some kind of attack came down on them from above, and they realized that the boss was proving to be cunning. All the while, he waited for them to approach the spot where he had set the trap, and then attacked from above. It was very dangerous, and Michael realized that the girl wouldn't be able to dodge the blow in time. Luckily, he was close enough to grab her and carry her away from where the boss had hit. Bethy didn't even realize what had just happened, but she felt the guy's grip on her well up. Boo's fisherman, meanwhile, activated his attack, aiming for the guy and girl who managed to dodge. It released a powerful column of blue fire that Michael had never seen before, but it looked dangerous. He continued to run away with Betty in his arms, and she pointed to the approaching attack from behind. The guy had literally 1 instant to react, because what followed was a huge explosion where they were. But Michael was able to move to safety, telling Betty that he hoped she would understand. They sat on a tree branch, which were quite large here, and watched the fish boss. The one in the meantime had noticed them and ducked down, adopting a new fighting stance to attack. Then Michael said he would leave the girl here and deal with the thing himself, but Betty stopped him. She offered to use the enhancement skill on him, but the guy replied negatively, saying he had to do everything himself. He added that he would be back soon, and with these words he rushed down to the furious king of the fishermen. As he flew, he had time to think of the tactics he would fight with, for this was very important. He put his feet out to start, and when he landed, the ground shook from the force with which he did it. Even the boss was surprised by this, and Michael activated the instant acceleration skill and the exclusive effect of the boots. To all of this, he added the effect of the windgrace skill, summing it 7 times, and his speed increased by 70%. Now Michael could dodge any attack. Even if the opponent attacked stealthily, he pounced on the boss. And the guy couldn't even keep up with his speed, so he missed the moment the guy was under his nose. The monster decided to attack based on the fact that the one would want to finish him off anyway, and it was a good judgment. But before he could do any damage to Michael, the latter used the 3 absolutes skill. Thanks to him, the boss was defeated. For habit, the guy chopped his head off and looked up at Betty. The girl kept her eyes on him the whole time, and then a system window appeared, reporting that the boss had been defeated. Betty thought that now she was completely confused as to who the monster was here, because Michael's abilities were incredible. And the man involuntarily thought that he had gone a little overboard in mowing down the boss, but it didn't matter now. When they came out of the first portal, Betty admitted that she hadn't expected a rank 2 hunter to be so strong. She added that now that he had successfully passed the test, he could use all of their guild's dungeons. And then she turned away from him so the guy couldn't see her face and said she was going to back off a bit, but said that when they are summoned to the Tower of Trials, the difficulty they originally chose doesn't matter much. After all, even on low difficulty, challengers will face increasingly trumpeted challenges. Conversely, even on a high difficulty, if performance is lame, the challenger may slip to a low difficulty. Finally, the girl said that based on that, we could conclude that his difficulty level was killer. So she hoped the guy would try to be a little more careful in future trials. She added that she would like to accompany him as long as possible and see him grow. And then they said goodbye. In the evening, Michael sat on the roof of one of the buildings and ate an apple. In 5 minutes, he had to go back to the Tower of Trials and thought that he had been spinning like a squirrel for these 3 days. However, due to this, both his stats and his confidence grew, which he was extremely pleased with. But now his time on Earth was up, and he returned to the Tower of Trials where it all began. The boy was even glad to be moving there again. For some reason, the ordeal appealed to him. Once he was resting on the bed for a bit, Michael got up and called out the test command. The system asked if he was ready to move on to the 8th floor test, and the guy responded affirmatively. And then he was asked to choose an intersection point from the 3 available: tactics, combat, and capture. Michael remembered seeing mention of creating an intersection point earlier, so it should be fine. He also thought that he should choose combat if he wanted to increase the effectiveness of necromancy. Next came the message that all of his personal trials from now on would be based on martial skills. And then suddenly there was a message that said he had the title of Pioneer. What happened next surprised Michael, for he had read that a private chat with the administrator was about to be open to him. The system then reported the start of the consultation with Lord Steelblood, the manager of the combat crossing point. And suddenly Michael found himself in another location, which apparently wasn't a test since he hadn't entered the portal. The guy looked around, wondering where he was, and the system window told him that he had entered the Steelblood world. It was winter, and he was probably in some forest where everything was strewn with swords and other weapons. Michael decided to explore the place himself and use the Eye of Truth to do so. The Steel Blood world turned out to be a space created especially for her by the Steel Blood Lord. This place had no rank and could not be invaded. Suddenly, Michael saw a message saying that the Lord was unhappy about someone making inquiries. And then right behind Michael's back, one of the swords stirred and gained powerful energy. The administrator Steel Blood Lord suggested that he not suffer nonsense and follow the sword. Michael was a little surprised by this message, but decided it would be best to listen to the admin. The sword pointed the way and floated in the air leisurely so that the guy could follow it safely. After a while, he stopped because he had reached his destination and was now looking at it. It was a small house that looked completely ordinary, but Michael realized he had to go in there. When he opened the doors, he read the administrator, Lord of Steel Blood, looking at him. There was a rather attractive girl sitting in front of him who said he had finally arrived. She added that she was the administrator who was assigned to consult with him. Michael noticed that outwardly she looked like a foreign beauty, but for some reason she was called a steel-blooded lord. For in reality, the creature in front of him was the creature that exercised control in the Tower of Trials. And then the girl suddenly drew close to him, looking questioningly into his eyes. The girl said she was curious as to what the monster looked like, and she admitted it was pretty good. Michael asked if she knew him, and the girl replied that of course she knew everything. But she also noted that she only knew about his trials from reports, because it's impossible to observe applicants below the 8th floor. This surprised Michael a little, since the girl was an administrator, but she couldn't watch anyone. Then the girl said that he must have misunderstood something, because the admins didn't run the tower at all. She added that they should rather be seen as creatures subordinate to the tower, so he shouldn't be so nervous. After all, as long as she obeyed the tower, she couldn't hurt him, and this information was an eye-opener for Michael. Then the girl said that she was here for counseling after all, so he could ask her anything. Michael judged that no hostility was sensed in her, so he decided to trust the girl. Plus, she had explained earlier that this counseling was an advantage he had earned in the trials. Then Michael remembered how he had almost been killed by a challenger from another floor when he himself was on 5. He wanted to know why the knight had chosen him, and to this the girl replied that there were advantages in it for that one. After all, challengers from other worlds come from where the tower has existed for decades. And they also know that the tower of this world will someday find itself united with the towers of other worlds. Starting on the 20th floor, the focus is on combined trials rather than personal trials. And then the guy would have to face challengers from other worlds. Michael wasn't happy about that. Then he asked another, broader question, wanting to know what the Tower of Trials even was. Suddenly, he saw the girl lower her gaze and wait a moment before answering. And then she said that this was a question she herself wished she knew the answer to, for unfortunately, she did not possess this information. Michael then reminded her that she was the receptionist and asked if the girl didn't know anything. She then explained that the administrators were originally applicants like them, but those who die after passing the 40th floor gain the right to be reborn as administrators. The thought that the administrators were merely former applicants made him a little angry. After all, Michael had hoped they still knew something about the top of the tower and where it ended. These words of his didn't please the girl, and she suddenly grabbed the guy by the neck, pinning him against the wall. She said that the words about the top of the tower were not something to be uttered so lightly at all. Michael was surprised, not at what she was saying, but rather at the force and speed with which she pounced on him. The girl noticed that he wasn't particularly puzzled and asked if he wasn't scared at all. To that, Michael replied that he just didn't feel any animosity from her, plus counseling was his perk. He also had no intention of letting her harm him so easily, and suddenly broke through the wall. The guy prepared to attack, saying that the girl actually said she was obeying the tower. The receptionist was a little surprised by this behavior of his, but he quickly realized that he had acted rashly. She remarked that she had lived for many years, but this was the first time she had seen someone who was able to destroy the administrator's residence. And then she added abruptly that the guy's actions had convinced her of something, and the guy was wary. But what she said next, Michael was unprepared for it was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The girl offered him a patronage pact. It was rather surprising but incomprehensible. After a while, he went back to the 8th floor waiting room and lay down on the bed. Suddenly, he remembered that he could now use a new team and open an exclusive store. His contractor was a Steel Blood Lord. There were a total of 3 categories: skills, strength, and items. The boy remembered how the girl had told him then that she couldn't pass up a suitor who was both bold and talented at the same time. And then the system window asked if he wanted to sign a patronage agreement. Of course, Michael agreed, and read that an exclusive store would soon be available to him. As a special benefit, all of his stats were increased by 1, and he would also receive COS, special points. Michael selected the strength category in the exclusive store and familiarized himself with its 3 components. He wanted to see the list further down, but was told he could only do so on the 10th floor. It turned out that there were only 3 powers available to him at the moment: Purity of Mind, Steel Soul, and Winter King. He opened the characterization of the former and read that it allows you to maintain rationality in any situation. The Steel Soul power allowed for a 2.32x increase in proficiency in all weapons. The last power temporarily increased the user's stats in cold conditions, and he also won't feel cold. All of these descriptions seemed kind of ambiguous, and Michael thought he'd accumulate more CO first. However, he quickly changed his mind and still bought his first power, which was Purity of Mind. Thanks to her, he will be able to exercise good judgment in any situation and not give in to panic and stress. After all, it was better to raise your survival bar in this way than to prepare for nothing at all. Because there was a chance that he was going to face the floor infiltration again right now, the system asked if he was ready to begin the trial on the 8th floor, and Michael responded affirmatively, stepping into the portal. The theme of this challenge was annihilation. He had to defeat a lich summoning skeletons. But when Michael came out of the portal, he was surprised that the number of opponents was so large. He figured it was an attempt to overwhelm the enemy with numbers, so he decided not to delay and start mopping up. The guy jumped off the cliff he was standing on and landed in the very center of the cluster of skeletons. With a powerful shockwave, he killed some of them at once, but now there was a melee. The skeletons pounced on him. They were similar to the ones he had summoned in the dungeon. They also had weapons, but Michael successfully dodged all their attacks without even doing anything. After all, as expected, they couldn't even penetrate his basic defense. After all, skeletons were so squishy. He destroyed them one by one, but soon realized that there were more and more of them. With each new skeleton he killed, his skill only increased by 0.08%, and it was annoying. Nevertheless, the guy continued to put up a fight, intent on getting to the lich as soon as possible. But still, it was useless to improve one's skill during this ordeal. Suddenly, he heard a voice asking who he was and how dare he make a disturbance in his sanctuary. Michael looked around, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from, but it was hard to do it himself. So the guy decided to use one of his trump cards and fulfilled the call of the dead. The system window notified that he had absorbed souls to summon skeleton soldiers. He summoned almost all of the skeletons, leaving himself with only 1 soul just in case. Thus, he left his new assistants to deal with the enemies, and himself went the boss's head. The guy activated Wind's Grace and summoned the effect 6 times, increasing his speed by 60%. He also applied the effect of rank 2+ speed boots, also instantly increasing speed. Suddenly, he saw the silhouette of a castle in front of him and realized that the boss was probably there. Michael thought it was amazing if he could summon dead skeletons at that distance. Nevertheless, that was why it was necessary to get rid of him as quickly as possible, and Michael increased his pace. The Skeleton King, meanwhile, didn't expect to see a guy here, and also so quickly. He was standing on the roof of one of the buildings inside his castle, and Michael landed right in front of him. The king remarked that he was a defiant boy who dared to cross the threshold of his sanctuary. He added that he would make him pay in full for his insolence, and suddenly the king summoned new monsters. This time they were sand golems, and Michael was surprised that this boss could command them as well. That's when the guy realized that he probably wasn't capable of fighting on his own, so he called on others. Michael smiled and suddenly asked if he could summon someone stronger by chance. After all, if he doesn't have stronger exhibits in his arsenal, it's a bit of a disappointment to him. Upon hearing this, the king became angry, saying that these guards would be enough to tear him to shreds. The golems, meanwhile, were advancing, but Michael had already activated the instant acceleration skill. He dealt with all the new opponents within 3 seconds, surprising the King of the Dead very much. And then he even had time to be frightened, because the guy rushed straight at him, intending to finish him off. He swung and hit him with his sword, causing him to fall, and the system window reported that his skill had increased by 1.2%. Michael noticed that the undead were definitely increasing his skill quickly, and it was a good feeling. The King of the Dead wondered where this monster came from, for its powers were simply beyond the realm of possibility. In his eyes, the guy was a true monster, eager to kill all monsters for his own pleasure. Michael, meanwhile, swung around, saying that they could already finish little by little, And the guy also realized that the king freely summoned various monsters using the book. And since that was the case, he might be able to master this skill as well. Michael smiled gloatingly. He suddenly grabbed the book and threw it to the king of the dead, asking if he could summon those guards again. The one was a bit perplexed, asking in return why he was asking him such questions. But Michael calmly replied that if he couldn't, they would end on that note, at which point the boss protested. He said he was able to call the guards again minutes after their deaths. He also asked what Michael was after, but seeing the man swing at him, he said he'd start the draft right away. A couple of seconds later, the sand golems that the boss had managed to summon again were running at the guy again with an attack. And of course, within those same couple of seconds, Michael had dealt with them again, which was understandable. Then the king of the dead asked if the guy was happy now, but Michael answered in the negative. He said they were just getting started, so the boss had yet to summon any skeletons here that weren't dead. Michael also ordered him to put all their strength into those guards and almost had him do it by force. The king didn't even understand why he was doing it, he asked until when he should do it. But Michael was busy killing monsters. In fact, he had a reason why he was doing all this. To the king of the dead, he told him to keep going until he told him to stop. That was enough. The boss was able to summon golems that were bigger and faster due to merging with skeletons. However, it didn't make any difference to Michael. He still easily dispersed them. Also, these golems were much more useful than the single skeletons he fought in the beginning. After all, he was given plus 1.2% for golems, and soon the mastery of his unique characteristic reached 100%. With this, her rank increased by 1 level, and the guy clearly felt the change. He then smiled contentedly, for now his necromancy also had level 2, and that was impressive. Meanwhile, the king of the dead had already used up almost all of his strength and cursed the guy for it. He called him a crazy creep who would make even the devil himself tremble. And Michael noticed that the fact that he had more and more cracks with each call spoke of his imminent demise. It wasn't a favorable scenario for the guy, as he wanted to use it a little more. King's last words were that meeting the guy was the most disgusting thing that had ever happened to him. And then Michael chopped off his head and immediately saw the message got a new achievement and increased stats. He also remembered to absorb the spirit of the Lich, and after that, the system reported a successful completion of the 8th floor. As a reward, all of his stats were increased by 2, and he also got 30,000 points and 1,000 CO. A moment later, a portal appeared, and he was safely back in the waiting room. He then got the message that the system had expanded, and now administrators could watch the trials. The restrictions on questions were removed and rank 2 skills were becoming possible. Michael opened a window with information on his stats, all of which were roughly the same level. He went to his unique characterization information to read about a new additional effect. Now, when absorbing someone else's skill, he could completely inherit the skill of the deceased. And also, when absorbing the spirit of a deceased person, there was a 20% chance that one of their skills would be acquired. Michael thought the 8th floor ordeal had ended rather gently, but he clearly shouldn't have relaxed. The guy thought he could still continue to use the sword, but he had a problem with his shield and skills. After all, since he had brought his hunter's dagger skill to its maximum, Tal needed a new skill. So Michael went into the store to purchase something to replace the old effect. However, his hopes were not realized because he did not see anything there worthwhile or better than what he had. Then he thought that if there was no skill, then he needed to create one, so he bought the basic swordsmanship skill of rank 5. It was a common skill that enhanced sword abilities, but Michael needed it for another matter. He was going to increase the rank of the hunter's dagger through skill synthesis, so he needed a second component. The guy hoped to guess the best compatibility, so he chose these 2 skills to synthesize. The system produced a message stating that the fusion would be centralized around the hunter's dagger, and then he read that he had a 75% chance that a higher level skill would be synthesized. This statement pleased Michael, for he realized that he had correctly predicted compatibility. So he started the process, and after a while he saw that a new skill had been created. It was called Demon Slayer and was ranked 2, which surprised Michael. He went into the store to familiarize himself with everything. This skill increased basic knowledge of all types of swordsmanship and increased cutting power by 3 times. An additional effect was a double speed increase when fighting non-humans. Michael thought that this skill was just perfect for monster hunting. He even contemplated trying to synthesize his remaining skills. After all, the guy had checked their compatibility and likelihood of synthesizing, so he saw no reason not to try it. From accelerated regeneration and resistance to the laws of nature, He gained the skill Iron Blood Regeneration. And from the regeneration of Iron Blood and tolerance to pain, he gained the skill Ash Blood Rank 1. It was the basic racial trait a mutant vampire is born with, and he also gained enhanced regeneration. On top of that, he could block up to 40% damage, which was already a cheat in itself. Michael figured he wouldn't have a chance to properly test that skill in the waiting room anyway. After all, it was equipped with a regeneration effect, so he canceled it at the store for 50 points. Michael put his arm out and swung his sword at her, thinking that since all the spirits had been absorbed, the shield wouldn't activate. With that thought, he proceeded to check and mangled his hand quite badly. However, the regeneration effect of the peninsula met his hopes and even exceeded them. After all, his arm had healed simply at lightning speed. In essence, he was now under eternal healing. And in addition to such a level of regeneration, he also had a spiritual shield. The guy then opened the community, but he didn't seem to find anything there worth his attention. Besides, his time in the waiting room was coming to an end, so there was no point in dragging it out any longer. With that thought, he entered the portal to the 9th floor trial, where the theme was combat, the difficulty was high, and everything was given 1 day to complete. The condition for successful completion was to kill all monsters in the arena in the allotted time. The reward for a successful breakthrough was a new skill, Rank 2 Beast Instinct, and the penalty was death. But suddenly, Michael saw a message from the system saying that currently, this test is not safe for him due to the confirmed floor introduction of a challenger from the world of Muram. There was also confirmed goal stealing by this challenger, but Michael had already made a decision for himself. He stepped into the portal and immediately saw the pile of defeated monsters the intruder was standing on. It was clearly no longer a young man who introduced himself as the Murama Union Commander, Albert. Immediately afterward, Michael receives a message that the purpose of the challenge has been changed and he must now kill the invader. The man asked Michael what his name was, but the guy questioned why he was talking about it out of the blue. To this, the man replied that he had already revealed his name and position, but Michael was still not named. He said that he had not entered his floor with good intentions, so there was no point in introducing himself. The intruder then replied that there was a certain etiquette between swordsmen. Michael was speechless, wondering if there were any normal warriors among the applicants from other systems. The man, seeing that the guy wasn't going to answer, drew his sword and said that in that case, he wouldn't do anything about it. With those words, he attacked him. Michael had to admit he was moving pretty fast. And then suddenly, the invader used some sort of skill that unleashed a hail of sword strikes on Michael. In turn, the guy activated the skill Favor of the Wind and increased his turn by 30%. Thanks to this, he was able to fend off all of his attacks, and the man marveled at this, for few people were able to do this. They recoiled from each other, preparing to regroup their forces and counterattack. The man said that it appeared that there was such a skilled warrior in this dimension as well. Suddenly, he apologized for looking down on the guy, but Michael didn't need his apology. He suddenly turned to the man as well, telling him to stop being a hypocrite, for he was here to kill him. Also to steal his bounty, and if he already showed up with such intentions, then don't let him act all polite. It was disgusting, and Michael looked at him angrily, ready to pounce and kill him. To this, the man replied that probably because he was from different worlds, they couldn't understand each other. He then raised his sword, and Michael realized that he was preparing to use a new technique and prepared himself. The man said for the lad to rest in peace, for he was about to meet his end. And Michael saw that because of his unique sword-light characteristic, he was blinded for 5 seconds. The guy realized that he couldn't see anything, and it even scared him, because the opponent had 5 seconds to attack freely. Michael activated his resistance to magic skill and was able to reduce the effect of losing his vision to 2.5 seconds. And then he activated the spiritual eye skill, so he was able to recognize attacks in the invisible range. Because of this, he could repel the enemy's attack in time, even if he didn't see it. The next instant, Michael felt the blade of the blade near his neck and ducked at the last second. He even got the new achievement, Avoiding Blindness, and all of his stats increased by 2. The effect of the unique characteristic Sword Light was disabled. Both opponents bounced off each other. The man was surprised at how the boy fought, for he was the first challenger from Earth to repel his attack. Michael's Ash Blood skill had activated in the meantime, and he thought he had almost had his throat slit. The man asked how he figured out the trajectory of his sword, but the guy wasn't going to continue to answer him. He activated the instant acceleration skill and Wind Grace, increasing his speed by 50%. And then he rushed into action, Michael wanted to straighten out this man, standing out of politeness as soon as possible. Thoth saw this and prepared to defend, for now the initiative in the battle was on the draw. Their blades met, and now each tried to figure out their opponent's weak spot and pierce the defense. Michael began to use not only his sword, but his entire body. This knowledge came to him through a new skill. But to his woo-vee, the man had time to block everything and was pretty good at fencing too. When Michael kicked him again, he swung around to stab him in the leg. Luckily, Michael managed to avoid that blow. He even decided it was worth trying other moves now. Still, it was amazing that the man had time to block all the attacks as Michael launched them with great speed. But the guy wasn't inferior to the intruder in skills either. He was also good at blocking his blows without giving him a chance to hurt himself. Their abilities were about on the same level, but Michael didn't know how many floors this man had already traveled. The man, meanwhile, noticed that the guy was using some strange and unusual techniques. He added that he was a bit puzzled, as he did not expect to meet such a strong opponent. After all, despite his incredible stature, their characteristics were essentially on the same level. So after a moment, the man's face changed. He said he was going to be serious from this second on. After that, he swung his hand and used his unique characteristic again, blinding Michael for 5 minutes. But this time, the guy already knew what to do. He quickly activated the magic resistance skill and the spiritual eye skill. In this way, he was able to reduce the duration of the blinding effect to 2.5 minutes, but the enemy was already attacking. Michael noticed that the speed of the intruder's blows had increased, and that didn't please him in any way. If it wasn't for the effects of the skills, there was no way he would have seen the attack, or rather felt it. The guy activated the effect of the rank 1 wrought iron steel defense pendant. Because of this, he was now absorbing 10% of all pain from physical attacks, which was just about right. However, his shield suddenly cracked, and the steel defense skill activated. Just at that moment, the blackout effect ended, and Michael could see his opponent again. He realized that he couldn't use his technique all the time, as it required recharging. So without wasting any time, Michael rushed to attack the man, using whatever was at hand or foot. He kicked a rock right in the man's face, and the man couldn't understand how the guy managed to deflect his attacks. The man chopped down the stone thrown at him with ease, and then went on the counterattack. But Michael was already rushing in the other direction, and was behind the intruder's back in a flash. Thoth had not expected it, for such speed staggered him, but the man prepared to defend himself. The guy didn't attack for some reason, and when Albert turned around to see what he was doing, he was surprised. After all, the hand wound left by his sword was healing at an amazing rate. Seeing this, the man said that he thought the guy was a pretty good martial artist, but all his techniques were borrowed from somewhere. Michael replied that the old man's unique power was also issued by the tower. He then activated the skill Wind Graces and increased his speed by a maximum 70%. Albert put his sword out, wanting to add more, but he didn't have time to finish due to a surprise attack from Michael. The guy was already looming over him, swinging for a punch, so the man had to defend himself quickly. He could barely make it at the last second and was greatly surprised that the guy's speed had increased noticeably. Returning to his words, Michael asked how he looked at dying from a borrowed ability. He thrust his sword harder, and Albert had to hold back the onslaught with all his strength to survive. He thought that he had done the floor introduction dozens of times so far. It was also the case with this floor. He chopped down opponents from various worlds with his sword, but he was especially fond of the planet Earth, particularly because the people from this world were weak in terms of ability across the board. The challengers from Earth couldn't even touch a hair on his head. Besides, he had always had enough of a single attack, and this time he was sure history would repeat itself again. Just at that moment, Michael almost got him. Albert ducked at the last moment and realized that he couldn't go on like this, because he was starting to lose. This made the man angry, so he decided to take the initiative and end this battle. After another fight, they bounced away from each other, building up their strength for the next attack. Michael too was wounded, for his sword was well wielded, but all his cuts were healed in no time, which could not be said for Albert, who was already clearly at the limit of his abilities and was breathing heavily. Suddenly, the system gave out messages that the administrator of the White Crane Sword was admiring the young challenger. The Monsters of the North admin predicts his imminent defeat, and the Lord of Late Night has taken an interest in him. Albert, though he didn't video all those messages, realized that the admins were probably watching them. It meant that if he ended the fight now with his victory, he would probably get new opportunities. With that thought, Albert activated the 1 strike, 2 skins, and lightning sword key skill. They were followed by 1-hit skills and nymph walk, all of which greatly improved his stats. The man even changed in appearance. An incredible power that had not been there before was suddenly emanating from him. But Michael was amused by it, reminded of how he'd inked any techniques he'd gotten just a moment ago. Suddenly, the system popped up a message for Albert that said floor implementation penalty. All of his stats were reduced by 8, and some of his skills were forcibly deactivated. But the recovery time of sword light was over, so he used the technique again. Michael, however, was already used to it, so he was able to guess the moment when his opponent would attack him. This time, the attack was from behind, but thanks to his spirit eye, he was able to sense it at the last moment. At the same time, Michael activated the 3 absolutes skill, and his attacks were greatly enhanced. He knew where his opponent would end up, and he wasn't the least bit embarrassed that he would be striking literally blind. The boy swung his blade and brought it down where he thought his opponent would be. Suddenly, the effect of Albert's unique characteristic was turned off prematurely, both swordsmen standing side by side. Michael bent over with fatigue, panting in pain, but was happy that he had succeeded. Albert let the sword out of his hand, though he continued to stand, but it wasn't for long. After all, Michael had cut his body in half and it was bound to disintegrate. The man only managed to say that it couldn't be, but the wound was fatal. So in the next instant, his body fell to the ground, splitting in 2, and Michael took a breath. He was tired as using skills consumed a lot of mana, but he was glad he had won. The system congratulated him for successfully making it through the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials, and the guy smiled. He absorbed Albert's soul, and his skill increased by as much as 27%, and his breakthrough rewards changed. The system reported that they did not match the complexity of the battle, so a revision was made. When it was over, he received a new rank 2 plus 6 sense skill as a reward. He was also given 30,000 points and 1,000 COs, after which a portal opened and the guy headed there. He also noticed that this skill had a much higher rank than the one that was originally in the reward. However, Michael decided to watch the details already in the waiting room, so he stepped towards the portal entrance. Many administrators who watched his fight expressed their impression and delight at his battle. Michael froze like that before entering the portal, reading all this, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Then he remembered that earlier there had been talk of expanding the system where admins could watch him. Either way, they were left marveling at his fight, and the lad felt a slight satisfaction. Then suddenly he read that the Lord of Steelblood was condemning the excessive interest in the contactor. She added so the guy doesn't become obsessed with the increased attention from administrators. Just at this moment, the administrator of the White Crane Sword offered him an exclusive power. Michael was surprised by this, for he didn't know that administrators could give out power so easily. He then read that the Steel Blood Lord was saying in a disgruntled tone that he could take strength. She added that there are times when they sponsor a force to gain favor with the contractor. White Crane Sword laughingly added that they would have many situations in the future where they would have to clash. And the Steel Blood Lord said that the power provided would be so awesome that he would feel some kind of encumbrance. Michael then said that in that case he had no need to doubt and would gratefully accept the power. Immediately, the system reported that the Strength of Swordmaster key had been added to his exclusive store. Sword of the White Crane, with a smile on his face, asked the lad not to forget this kindness, and Michael thanked him. When he returned back to the waiting room, the system had expanded again. Now he had access to the common areas, but the guy didn't understand what that meant. He was interested in other things. After all, he didn't know if the system administrators could watch him in the waiting room too. Deciding, however, that he wasn't going anywhere from this, Michael opened an exclusive contractor store. He looked at his powers and found a new one among them, which turned out to be a good 2+ rank as well. According to the description, this power allowed him to greatly improve his sword skills, however, the sword itself as well. He could infuse his mana into the weapon and use the so-called sword chi, which was much better than a normal sword. But what Michael also realized was that a second page in the exclusive store was now available to him. When he went there, he saw a new list of powers, consisting of 3 options, 2+, high minus, and 1- ranks respectively. His first power, Bone Reconstruction, increased all of his stats by 2, and he also became malleable to any martial art. The power of the Steel Blood Sword allowed one to summon a Steel Blood Sword composed of mana. The last power, Hand of Death, doubled the effectiveness of Necromancy and Black Magic. However, each of these forces was quite inexpensive, and Michael only had 2,000 COS in his location. So the only power he was able to buy at the moment was either bone reconstruction, either Swordmaster Key that was added to his exclusive store by one of the administrators. My first thought was to decide to save up some more CO to buy a few powers at once in the future. And then the guy remembered that the man Albert who invaded his 9th floor was a real monster. And so, in order not to die at the hands of such scoundrels, it was necessary to buy more strength to begin with. After thinking this, Michael opted for the Chi Swordmaster and purchased this power for 1,500 CO. After receiving the new power, the guy thought that the skill 3 absolutes also use mana, but the feeling here was completely different. If you call the mana flowing into the sword instantaneously like a wave, the triple absolute skill, though perhaps the strength of the Swordmaster Chi should be compared to a stream of water flowing down the sword. After he used this power for 1 minute, the system gave messages about a 2% increase in mana consumption. After 2 minutes since activating the power, mana consumption has already increased by 4% and more onwards. Michael realized that at this rate, his mana consumption would increase by 100% in about 50 minutes. Therefore, he deactivated the strength of Swordmaster Chi and thought that he should distribute mana well. He also remembered that the reward for passing the 9th floor was the new skill 6th Sense, and went to read about it. It was as simple as that. All his instincts sharpened to the point of becoming a 6th Sense. With that, he would be able to make complex inferences, and Michael thought that was a pretty useful skill to have. Then the guy decided to check out the last thing, the common areas he was going to find information about in the community. As expected, it was all about them there, as everyone who made it past the 9th floor got an enhanced version of the system. Michael noticed that there were a lot of comments here about common areas in the key of skill sharing. What surprised him the most was one comment from a guy calling himself a max-level swordsman. He said he had just been asked by a foreigner in the common area if he wanted to exchange force with his administrator. Michael thought the opportunity to see the many applicants from around the world in person was quite good. He decided not to delay and go exploring on his own, so he moved to the common area of the 10th floor. The common area turned out to be a very spacious place, or rather a whole separate world inside the Tower of Trials. Right now, one guy had moved here from his floor and was incredibly happy with what he saw. He even used a question ticket to learn as much as he could about the place, so he already knows the basics. He commanded himself to go forward, going to make the most of it before returning. However, he didn't know that he was already being followed by a group of 3 people who had figured out who he was. And after all, the guy was a top-ranked Korean hunter, so he was among the talented applicants. One of their squad said that outside of the general area, it was okay to kill, so soon Corey would have 1 less hunter. Meanwhile, the guy was walking down the road towards the central castle-like building with some other girl beside him. Suddenly, his mana consumption rate increased by 100%, and all stats decreased by 20%. To top it all off, a part of his body was paralyzed, all due to the effect of unique characteristics. The guy didn't realize what had just happened, but he had a bad feeling about his life. Suddenly, he heard someone's laughter behind him and turned around, seeing the 3 foreign challengers. One of them leaned toward him with his blade, asking if the guy really didn't understand what was going on right now. And the man thought that they were all off the trial, but these people were looting even here. Things were bad, but suddenly someone shouted for the foreign boys to stop their barbarism. This was the same girl walking beside him. She threatened to report everything in the community. But the head of the gang was not frightened by this threat in any way. Instead, he took a closer look at the girl, who was quite beautiful. Then he sighed in annoyance, saying that he would do as she wanted if she would do his bidding in return. The guy went on to add that the girl should take off her clothes, then maybe he would think about what he said. And if she drops all her items, he'll let one of them live. So be it. The girl was clearly puzzled by such a statement, so she didn't even know how she should proceed. Meanwhile, the guy reached for her, saying lustfully that he would help her himself if she was unable to. However, the moment he was still speaking, someone was incredibly fast near their small group. Michael stood with his back to the foreigners, intending to continue on his way unnoticed. The guy who was apparently in charge of his team gave him a disgruntled look. He addressed him by calling him Black Robe, but Michael wouldn't take offense, because that was essentially what it was. He turned around and took off his hood, asking if the guy was addressing him. The guy agreed. The foreigner then noticed that Michael was also Korean, and Michael did not deny it. He too noticed that these guys were strong contenders from another country, most likely China. Those in turn attacked him with their unique characteristics that they had attacked another Korean with before. But Michael didn't even blink an eye as he relied completely on his effects and stats. He only thought that all he wanted to do was quietly pass by, but alas, now he would have to defend himself. The guy activated his forceful breakthrough and magic resistance skill. Because of this, all effects were cancelled, much to the surprise of the foreigners, especially their ringleader. And Michael didn't think to stop there. He drew his sword, saying he didn't start this first. He was now preparing to attack, and everyone realized that they had a strong opponent when he activated instant acceleration. The three guys only managed to get a little bit back, but it wasn't enough. In the blink of an eye, Michael approached them at the throats of two of them, while the third had time to use a technique. He used the ice shield, but Michael was already standing beside him and swung to break through that defense. He had enhanced physical strength, so he hoped to break through this barrier with a single blow. It did so, and the ice shield, which at first glance looked solid, crumbled like sand. It's worth noting that this was surprised by a guy and a girl who were not at one with the foreign applicants. And the guy who was the only survivor of his little squad was scared that he was about to die himself. For when his defense broke down, he saw his opponent in earnest. The guy yelled for the guy to stop, saying he admits he was wrong to kill others. He added for Michael to show mercy, but the man responded by thrusting his blade right into his throat. Why he quickly absorbed the spirits of all three guys he killed, and his skill increased by 6.4%. After that, he turned around to walk, but suddenly he was called out by a girl in a nun's outfit. She apologized, saying she should have helped him, but the battle was over faster than she could have thought. When Michael replied that everything was fine and she could go, the girl smiled at him and said goodbye. The guy who was alive because of him also thanked him for his rescue. Michael replied that he just thought those people wanted to kill him too, so all he did was take care of himself. With those words, he turned around to leave, bidding the boy farewell, but he had no intention of letting him go so easily. He suddenly asked Michael to leave him the corpses of the challengers he had killed, which surprised him. Michael asked why he wanted to do that, to which the guy replied that he couldn't help but thank him properly. And if he gives him those corpses, then for saving his life, he will repay him by providing power. Hearing this, Michael was surprised again, for he had not been set up for this arrangement, but it seemed favorable to him. The guy he saved had his own unique gluttony characteristic, something similar to his necromancy. Thanks to her, he had absorbed the corpses of the challengers. But what that had gotten him, Michael couldn't know, nor was he much interested. He just wondered if this was the power this guy was talking about, because if so, it looked impressive. But it was not as he had imagined, for the fellow had said that the power he had promised would be different. It was called Steel Wings, and was added to his exclusive store by a gourmet administrator. The guy, meanwhile, explained that it was a power that allowed you to create wings on your back with the ability to levitate. Michael thanked him, saying he would try it out as soon as he got back to the waiting room. The administrator of the Sword of the White Crane suddenly said not to bother the applicant he had swept up, addressing the foodie. The Steelblood Lord wasn't happy about who was hanging around her contractor, and the Black Devil was watching everything with interest. Michael wondered what kind of commotion the administrators were making, since the competition between them was already going far. And it was safe to say that they clearly wanted something from the applicants. But Michael thought he would get to the truth himself step by step, and in the meantime, he followed his new acquaintance. The guy was telling me that the common area is divided into an arena, an auction area, and a gaming area. In addition to this, he also revealed that there are only 3 other dimensions that have been uncovered in the floor implementation process. They were called Ares, Murim, and Kallian, and for example, First World contenders place a high value on chivalry. Murim's challengers are similar to them, but a little more aggressive. Here, Michael remembered Arnold. The pretenders of their world of Kallian, on the other hand, were known for their races, which included elves, fairies, and beastmen. Michael noticed that the guy was quite knowledgeable, and he smiled back at him sincerely. He said he found out everything in advance, exercising his right to ask questions. Meanwhile, they finally made it to the common area where more and more applicants were arriving. The guy suddenly held out his business card to him, saying that although he wasn't a rancher, he had asked to accept it. Turns out he was the head of the applicant control team for the Hunters Association. When they entered the common area, All abnormal statuses were removed and fights between challengers were impossible. The guy said he should now slowly move toward the auction area. Michael replied that he himself had a place he would definitely go to. And when the surprised guy asked what the place was, Michael said it was an arena, then smiled. Except that after he got there, he quickly changed his mind, because his first impression was incomprehensible. It looked more and more like a big gambling house where the challengers watched the others fight. Michael was a little confused as to where exactly the battles were taking place, as he only saw chairs and some devices. But from the looks of it, he just had to sit in one of those chairs to take part in the battle. Michael did so, and even felt some relief because it was much better to fight sitting down, although it was unclear how. Suddenly, the arena system was activated, and he had to make a choice between betting and dueling. Of course, Michael didn't fully understand what that meant, so he decided to take the help. It turned out that by choosing a bet, he would be able to put points on the other contenders' duels. If he chooses to duel, on the other hand, he can fight other people for rewards. When the duel was confirmed, the final ranking and the real name of the challengers also became visible. A duel could only take place if both duelists put a skill, power, item, etc. as a reward. Also, the duel could only take place if both contenders had roughly the same level of rewards. Once the duel was confirmed, he would be able to fight his opponent in the Colosseum. It was over if one of them surrendered. Michael also realized that the reward for duels was the core of the arena, as the mila, skills, and items were unlimited. The guy smiled contentedly and began searching for the useful skill he needed to find his opponent. Meanwhile, some of the contenders gathered to look at the girl, who was quite famous. She was called the Witch of Hellfire, and she was the famous huntress from America, Catherine Benet. The girl sat in the chair, also choosing her reward and opponent for the duel, but no one was willing to fight her. She thought that maybe it was because she had too many wins to her credit and everyone was just afraid. Catherine wished she didn't have that dueling statistic at all, then she could challenge more often. Her administrator Fire Lord laughed, saying it was a mere trifle, but it didn't seem that way to the girl. She decided that she should stop wasting her time and leave the arena, for there were only cowards gathered here. But suddenly, just as she was about to leave her seat, a new message popped up on her screen requesting a duel. It was from North Korean contender Michael Nodforth, and it will be his first fight. It appeared that this guy came into the arena and immediately chose her. It was pretty interesting. Soon the duel was confirmed and the move to the Colosseum is underway. They turned out to be quite a spacious place, but it was the first time only Michael had seen it, so their chances were no longer equal. Catherine said she liked his fighting attitude, but before the fight, should have observed her opponent first. The duel began, and the girl immediately activated her fire abilities, to which Michael was just browsing for now. Catherine added that the guy could consider it a good experience and activated the fire birth power. Michael watched her with curiosity, for he had not yet studied this kind of technique, nor had he seen it. Meanwhile, Catherine had already attacked him with a fireball that threw a fiery tail behind her back. The attack came closer and closer, and at first Michael thought to just dodge it by moving away. However, he quickly realized that it was different with this flame, for it was literally chasing him. Seeing that he only had a little bit left before the balloon caught up with him, Michael decided to change tactics. Catherine, meanwhile, said that he might as well give up, for this was his end, which would not end until he reached his goal. But Michael thought differently. He activated a new skill, Swordmaster Chi, and used it against this attack. As a result, it split in two, much to the surprise of Catherine, who realized she had underestimated her opponent. Sword Chi was many times sharper than usual because it was actually created by their mana, so it chopped almost everything. Judging from the expression on the girl's face, she had seen this technique for the first time and was very impressed. They were once again standing in the Colosseum arena, but this time Catherine was waiting for the right moment to attack again. She realized she could only hurt the guy that way, and he suddenly spoke, addressing her. He said that the girl noticed that he could get a good experience here, so he would provide it for her too. In a quiet, secluded place where no one lived at all, one girl sipped tea while watching their battle. She watched Michael carefully as he fought Catherine, and it was quite interesting. The administrator didn't expect him to have already mastered the release chi energy, which was just right for him. The girl thought she had made a great move when she sponsored such a wonderful force. In the future, she will need to secure the favor of this suitor, and perhaps he will fulfill her long-held wish. Michael, meanwhile, successfully deflected another fireball aimed in his direction and chopped it up as well. But Catherine didn't plan to give up so easily. She attacked him with 3 balls at once from different directions. However, all Michael had to do was simply get away from them, and the instant acceleration skill helped him do just that. The boy found himself in mid-air, but was surprised to notice that the flames were aiming there as well. Therefore, he used Sword Chi again, which now increased his mana consumption by 2%. However, as he shattered another fireball, he saw that some of his clothes at the back were slightly on fire. More precisely, it was the hollow of his assassin's cloak, and that was rather unfortunate, for the cloak gave him speed. Michael thought in horror that now the effect of the cloak would be lost if it was damaged like this. He landed in front of the girl, who again suggested he surrender, and then they would dispense with the blood. But Michael had no intention of agreeing to this. He was only thinking about how miserable it was to lose such an exclusive skill. Catherine, meanwhile, had already prepared for another series of attacks, this time forming huge fire spheres. She said she even wondered how long the guy could hold out. The administrators appeared to be watching this fight with interest as well, their opinions differing somewhat. The girl sent the spheres straight at Michael who, although ready to repel all attacks, realized his weakness. She had mana, after all. It had already been 4 minutes since the activation of Swordmaster Chi, and her consumption had increased by 8%. He realized that if this continued, the fight would drag on, and he would be at a disadvantage. So Michael decided to add to his strength with absorbed souls and used Albert's soul. Thanks to this, his stats increased, particularly his mana, and also managed to absorb one of the man's skills. The rank 1 lightning sword Chi had the ability of lightning forming on the sharpness of the blade. Michael wondered if that meant he would be able to launch energy over long distances and hit targets. Catherine, noticing that he was thinking about something, asked if he had time to be distracted. In that case, she would make sure that all of his attention was focused only on her flame. Michael tensed up, and the girl attacked him this time with fire arrows, of which there were quite a few. They weren't small either, so Michael decided that it would be best not to waste mana on Sword Chi and just hide. He dodged the arrows, but there were too many, so some reached his body. But the guy wasn't going to let them hurt him, so he reflected some with his sword and others with his hands. He wasn't afraid of it as the Ash Blood skill was immediately activated and all the burns were healed. Catherine, meanwhile, was again preparing another attack, but this time Michael decided to try something new. He didn't know if he would succeed the first time, but it was worth practicing, so he activated the Chi power. The newly acquired Lightning Sword Chi skill was truly amazing and exceeded his expectations. Thanks to him, the guy was able to attack back from a distance, using his mana to do so, so it turned out to be a powerful counterattack. It was so strong that Catherine even had to use a shield to keep her from getting hit. The girl was amazed at the power with which this guy repelled her spheres and arrows, and then outnumbered her in strength. She could barely hold back the onslaught, but she realized she couldn't back down that easily. After all, fire was her element. Except that Michael had long ago calculated everything down to the details and anticipated her further actions. He was standing at the girl's back. His sword was near her throat, and Catherine had no choice but to admit defeat. She confirmed that she was surrendering, and as a reward, Michael received a rank 2+ storm skill. And then it was over, and they both moved to the common area of the arena on the 10th floor. Michael discovered information about the new skill by researching it. It said it was quite useful for stabbing blows. The guy thought he was counting on swordsmanship, but here it was a bit different. Nevertheless, it was his first win, and he was ranked 3rd in the final rankings on his server. This was a signal to start growing, so he soon confirmed the new duel again. This time his opponent was ranked 11th on the Japanese server and looked accordingly. However, in reality, it turned out that the guy was better at flapping his tongue than fighting. He said that he didn't expect the 3rd-place Korean server to turn out to be such a barbarian. Here Michael smiled. This infuriated the Japanese man, and he asked why he was so funny, and Michael responded in kind to his teasing. He explained that he found it funny that he had the same thoughts about each other. Of course, this made the Japanese even angrier, and he attacked with his first weapon in the form of a spear. But Michael didn't even bother to block it. Easily dodging it, he realized the guy was weak. Such an attack from a challenger ranked 11th in Japan's final rankings seemed ridiculous to him. But then he thought with a smile that he must have just gotten a little too strong lately. And since this kind of level seemed like child's play to him, he would easily be able to earn a lot of rewards. As it happened, Michael got the impression that it was simply a cornucopia of skills. A short time later, he defeated another challenger. This time, the opponent was ranked 10th in Turkey. Behind him fell number 7 from Russia, which Michael had a good fight with, but in the end he did some serious damage. Number 13 from Germany seemed to be the easiest for the guy. He dealt with it in just a few seconds. It went on like this until he got the new achievement, Duel Master. His strength increased by 2. Meanwhile, in the central lands of Murim, a young man was meditating on a stone. Suddenly, his meditation was disturbed by one of his subordinates who had come to report on his work. He explained in general terms that Master Albert had died at the hands of a challenger from Earth. According to the latest news, it has recently become possible to connect to the Earth dimension. And as people have said, Master Albert was one of the first to embrace the attempt to do a floor infiltration there. The guy was still talking when suddenly there was a ferocious roar and they saw a huge monster. The one sitting on the rock didn't even glance in the direction of his new opponent, but he was already reaching for his sword. It had already been 5 years since he had stopped climbing to the top of the Tower of Trials, he remarked aloud. Then the guy stretched his hand somewhere in the distance, and suddenly a sword hidden in the rocks flew towards her from there. His weapon looked very powerful, but what was most impressive was that the guy didn't do anything for it. The monster meanwhile roared again, preparing to pounce on him, but the sword was already in the guy's hands. In the blink of an eye, he pushed himself off the ground and was right above the head of the monster, who was a bit puzzled. The monster wanted to eat him, but the guy was too nimble, so he couldn't manage to hurt him in any way. And then the guy attacked and finished off the intruder with one precise and powerful blow. He knew to be near the center of the head, because that was where the pain centers of these animals were located. As a result, the monster fell unconscious, and the guy waited a while longer to make sure it was dead. His servant was delighted to think that he had easily dealt with such a powerful spirit creature. The young master's martial arts are so powerful that contemplating his might gives you goosebumps. In the meantime, the latter turned to him, telling him to find out, by any means necessary, who exactly killed Master Albert. It was quite some time before Michael was back in the 10th floor waiting room. He collapsed on the bed, wanting to take a little break because he had expended quite a bit of energy today. But after a few seconds, there was no trace of fatigue. That was the beauty of the waiting room. The guy opened his status window, thinking he'd gotten some more powers in such an unexpected place. The first of these was the power of steel wings, with which you could fly using your mana. Just thinking about it made Michael's heart fill with joy, and he was very grateful to that hunter. Right now, however, he couldn't buy it because he didn't have enough CO, so Michael decided to read on. He suddenly got the idea to make a synthesis of skills from the ones he had received as rewards in duels. And after some hard work, he settled on 3 new skills with good ranks. Michael was surprised that he was so successful in picking the right skills to synthesize, as he even ended up getting rank 1. He had the skill Shield Counterattack, and there was also Secret Shadow Step of rank 2+ in Frenzied Swordplay, also of rank 2+. The first thing Michael tried out was the Counterattack Shield. Its power was amazing. The guy figured that with that skill in his arsenal, almost no attack could hurt him. Moments later, he was already assembled for the 10th floor trial, the topic of which was collaboration. According to the terms, they had 3 hours to prevent the resurrection of the Lord who devours darkness. The conditions for failure were the death of all participants or the expiration of the allotted time. The reward, however, was a rank 1+ skill enhancement potion, and soon participants began to show up. The system announced that the team members were distributed according to their final ranking. First up was challenger Kim Hoon, who was ranked number 1 in all of Korea. He looked composed. Second was number 2 on the final ranking list, Martin Lee, who seemed like a nice guy. The third challenger with the nickname Hunter appeared, and Michael himself came out of the portal. And the last to come out was the 6th place contender in the final rankings with the nickname Sudi Gonyu. When all participants exited the portals, they were given a 30-minute grace period to rally. During this time, the trial was not considered to have begun, so applicants had a chance to prepare for it. Michael noticed that Kim Hoon and Martin Lee had met before, for they recognized and greeted each other immediately. But the challenger with the nickname Sudi Gonyu was unfamiliar with either of them, plus he had his own strategy. Suddenly, he shouted, pointing his finger at Michael, that he was the same swordsman he had met on the 4th floor. Guy added that that's when the carnage between the contenders for the right to grow fast began. And Michael stood a little puzzled by his words, for it was the first time he had seen this man, but he understood everything at once. Kim Hoon asked if they had actually crossed paths earlier in the trial, because apparently this meeting was not a pleasant one. Sudi continued to play the role of the victim, saying it was true and they did run into each other on the 4th floor. And he also added that this hunter was someone who tended to grow by accumulating achievements for kills. Michael himself, meanwhile, realized that the man in front of him was now the very person who had manipulated the chat room. For him, deceiving others was an everyday occurrence, and he created conflict by turning others against each other. The guy used this time to reap the rewards, for he only cared about his favorite person. Other people's lives meant nothing to him. That was the survival tactic he had developed, and he began to actively use it in another place called the Tower of Trials as well. The administrator, Lying Clown, laughed at the contractor's deception that even the corners of his mouth were tearing up. That's what this guy with the nickname Sudigonyu was like, and now he wanted to get rid of Michael on their new team. The guy saw that looked puzzled, so he decided to share some more oil on the fire. And when Michael wanted to say there was some misunderstanding, he accused him of killing his partners. Hearing this, Michael couldn't hold back any longer, asking what the hell he was talking about now. At this time, Kim Hoon drew his weapon, saying that the Tower of Trials was not a place to behave frivolously. So now they will find out who is telling the truth and who is a liar, and the latter will be eliminated from the team. Michael wondered if something would go wrong and he'd have to deal with all three at the same time. That would be the worst-case scenario, and therefore he should have prevented it, but he didn't know how. That's when Martin unexpectedly came to the rescue, suggesting they all calm down for starters. He recalled that earlier, Challenger Sudigonyu said he met Challenger Hunter on the 4th floor. It appeared that he must know his real name, since the nickname system appeared in the 5th floor waiting room. So if Sudigonyu's Challenger gives the real name of Hunter's challengers, everything will immediately fall into place. It was obvious that the guy was a little nervous upon hearing this, but still decided not to back down and pretended to remember the name. And then suddenly gave out that the hunter's name was James, happily thinking that there was no way to prove it anyway. Martin then turned to Michael, calling him James and asking if he had anything to say. To this, Michael replied that he wasn't the least bit amused and reached somewhere for the scruff of his t-shirt. He then pulled out his hunter's license and explained that he had brought it with him by mistake during his return to Earth. Upon seeing this, Sudi realized that he had screwed up, because by doing so, the guy confirmed that he had lied to everyone present. Kim Hoon said that it now seemed to be clear who should be eliminated and clutched his battle hammer tighter. Sudigonyu realized that the situation had taken a very bad turn for him and he would only be able to save himself by a miracle. But suddenly Michael turned to number 1, apologizing and saying that he would handle this matter on his own, because now he was very angry at the guy who dared to communicate him in the murder of his comrades. Kim Hoon replied that he understood him, saying that in that case he and Martin wouldn't bother him. And Sudi realized that he had a chance, because if he defeated this scum alone, he could survive. The test is designed for 4 people, and if they exclude him as well, it will be extremely difficult for the 2 of them to pass. Meanwhile, Michael reminded him that the guy had been babbling about some really funny stuff that now had to be taken responsibility for. But Sudi replied that he didn't even know what it was, because he only cared about surviving. And he also said, turning to Michael, that he wasn't the only one with powers and activated some sort of technique. In the next instant, swamp spirit stalks circled Michael's legs, but he activated his skills in response. Thanks to the resistance to magic, the attack was completely destroyed, and Michael pounced on the guy. He swung to finish him off, and the man had time to be frightened, but decided he would not lose this battle. The guy immediately appreciated that his opponent had the resistance to magic skill in his arsenal, and it was annoying. This time he defended himself already against Michael's attack, forming a solid shield over himself, all of it more like spells. Kim Hoon said they should move back, and Martin replied that the battle atmosphere is better here. But Kim told him to stop being cranky because there's nothing wrong with being cautious, and took the guy off the battlefield. Sudigonyu, meanwhile, attacked Michael again, intending to finish him off this time by putting all his strength into the attack. He fired a multitude of white spheres that flew straight at Michael, but he didn't see anything special about them. The guy deftly and quickly dodged all the projectiles and continued running towards the enemy. However, when he swung for his counterattack, he saw that his opponent had a smile on his face. To make matters worse, Sudi managed to bounce off his punch just in time, after which he rather turned to taunt him. The guy said that it seemed the hunter had become the prey, but Michael didn't understand his words at first. It was only when he turned around that he saw the very spheres he had just dodged a moment ago. They looked menacing, and Michael realized he had fallen into the creep's trap, just as he had planned. The spheres meanwhile merged into one and formed one powerful stream of energy that rained down on him. Sudi laughed contentedly as he saw the guy fall under the rubble of his attack, but then the smile disappeared from his face. It was replaced by surprise and fear as the fog cleared and everyone saw the real picture of the battle. It turned out that Michael had time to apply the counter-attack shield at the last moment and save himself from the rubble. The skill also had the additional effect of absorbing 25% of the damage taken by the shield. He would then immediately return it, and Michael hoped to try out this effect in real combat right now. This was already starting to anger Sudi. He didn't understand how the guy blocked his attacks with such ease. Meanwhile, Michael used a moment's acceleration and came almost right up to him. All this time, Sudi had been summoning various effects and powers with the magic book, so he used it this time as well. He caused a huge concussion that caused large rocks to cover him, preventing Michael from hitting him. But the guy wasn't deterred by this. He confidently rushed towards the rocks, intending to destroy them with sword chi. So it did, though not the first time, but the hard rock soon cracked and split. Watching as he was about to finish off Sudi Gonya, Martin turned to his friend, asking about Michael. But Kim Hoon replied that he had never seen his name on the list of highly ranked hunters. And if so, there was a good chance that on Earth he was just an ordinary civilian who had grown so much. It was truly impressive, and both hunters recognized that Michael hadn't even fought Sudi at full strength. Kim Hoon remarked that somehow he felt as if this Michael's level was comparable to his personal level. Upon hearing this, Martin was surprised, reminding us that this guy is ranked number 3 in the final rankings so far. Kim responded by saying that even though it's just a guess, maybe the guy was just underestimated by the system. This was most likely due to team trials, where the rank of challengers was awarded for common missions. But the most surprising thing was that Michael didn't seem worried about it in any way. All he did was do what he did best, and right before their eyes, he shredded Sudi's spellbook. The attack also grazed his arm, causing him to scream in pain, but Michael didn't plan to stop. He stepped closer to the guy and held out his sword, and the guy knelt down, holding his hands and squeezing the pain away. Kim Hoon was surprised that the guy didn't kill the opponent, but suppressed his superiority. Plus, did it like it didn't cost him anything, and Sudi desperately yelled for him to stop. He said that if he killed him, then maybe no one could survive the challenge, because the system chose 4 players. He added, did the guy really think the test tower would give out some simple assignment, which even 3 challengers can safely pass without losing one of their comrades? Michael thought for a moment and looked back at Kim and Martin, who were standing nearby, watching the fight. Kim replied that they wouldn't interfere, so Michael could choose to do what he saw fit. For a while, Michael thought about what he should do, and Sudi decided to use that to his advantage. Suddenly, he drew his sword and attacked Michael, but he was able to notice it in time. The attack wasn't even strong, but he was pissed off by the very fact that he did it behind his back, so the guy swung around and hit him. His sword pierced Sudi's head, splitting it in 2, but somehow he survived. The guy jumped away from Michael, and he noticed his bright pink aura manifest and activate some skills. Turns out, Sudi used his unique deception characteristic, and all of his stats instantly increased by 10. He suddenly shouted that he wanted to hold his trump card until the very end, but now he would finish Michael off with it. Thoth didn't understand anything that was said, but prepared himself for any attack from the enemy. He put up a shield, blocking a powerful blow from Sudi, but didn't notice that he had other methods of attack. The purple chains didn't pierce the shield, but went around it from high up and ended up behind Michael's back. In the next instant, they pounced on him like snakes, but the guy's 6th sense kicked in. Thanks to him, he was able to sense the attack and activate the Windgrace skill, increasing his speed by 40%. Thankfully, none of the chains hit him, and the boy approached Sudi again, shield out in front of him. He said he knows now that it's far more dangerous to mess with trash like him than to challenge the 3 of them to a trial. Sudi screamed in despair and anger, for he realized that now the guy would definitely kill him. And Michael used the counterattack shield skill, which instantly released the accumulated damage. The opponent was unprepared for this, so he could not defend himself in time from Michael's powerful attack. A moment later, he was already adding new items to his inventory, among them Sudi's equipment. In particular, he liked the old high-rank vampire count's tuxedo and the bloody celestial demonic sword of rank 1+. Michael hid it all away, saying he would use the items properly in the future. At this time, Kim and Martin jumped off the cliff from where they were watching his battle, which was already over. Martin said he was just great, and Kim remarked that there didn't seem to be any problems between them now. Everyone agreed and decided to move forward. After all, there were 10 minutes left before the challenge started, so we should have been prepared. They saw a large statue of a rider on a horse. It looked a little creepy, but that was not what bothered Martin. He wondered if it would come to life. Since it was the Tower of Trials, it could very well happen. Michael mentally agreed with him. Glancing at the statue, he noticed something odd about it. First of all, the rider had a crown on his head, and secondly, Michael saw that a faint black mist was coming from it. None of his associates paid any attention to it, and Michael himself didn't pay much attention to it either. But as it turned out later, this fact was not to be neglected. Meanwhile, they had come to the right place. Martin was surprised to see a huge room that was furnished with obscure decorations. Kim said it looks like he came to the right place, but something caught the attention of all three contenders. They were huge statues of ancient warriors that looked quite intimidating. Martin remarked that he had a bad feeling about it, and everyone agreed. And in the very center was a huge throne, on which, as if someone was sitting, but there was only armor. Suddenly, the system informed me that the grace period had expired, and now the Dark Guardian Squad was about to appear. The challengers were required to prevent the resurrection of the darkness-eating overlord. In the next instant, one of the statues of ancient swordsmen suddenly moved. It was a warrior from long ago, all in armor, and he looked quite powerful and even awe-inspiring. Following him, the other statues moved, and then they all jumped to the guys below. Kim said he had just about had his bones then too, so it was a good time to stretch out a bit. Suddenly, Michael turned to everyone and pointed to one of the guards standing directly in front of Kim. The guy said that the one on his back had a head that the guards were carrying to the Lord for resurrection. Kim agreed, saying that in that case they should prevent it and prepared to attack. He liked that it was pretty easy, as the guys just had to distribute the forces one per warrior. The opponents meanwhile attacked, but all three challengers were ready for it, and the fight began. Stepping on his opponent, Michael thought it would be best to deal with him with a single attack. He planned to use sword chi for this, so he dodged the warrior's attack and went behind his back. Except the guy didn't calculate that stone statues could use mana and create energy flows to attack. To his surprise, his opponent attacked him back and even blocked a bit of his own attack. Michael jumped back and began to analyze his opponent as he always did in these situations. Much to the guy's surprise, the stone warrior also possessed chi energy and used it just now. That meant these warriors were not as simple as they seemed. And Michael wondered how the others were doing. They weren't doing well either. Kim also noticed that the enemy was using the same techniques as him. And then there was a pretty big explosion, and the warrior who fought Kim used it. He ran towards the darkness-eating lord, or rather his armor, clearly with the intention of resurrecting him. He even almost managed to get close to him as a sudden attack followed from the side. The Dark Guardian managed to block it with his halberd, but time was lost, and that pleased Kim. After all, he was the one who attacked the warrior, this time with a new attack, clearly unwilling to let him fulfill his intention. The guy also figured that each of these scum had a level to match the boss. So he addressed everyone, telling them to keep their ears open and not let themselves be caught off guard. Then Martin's voice came from somewhere, noticing that Kim himself had just lowered his defenses. The guy suddenly added disappointedly that the hat didn't suit him, so he couldn't use it anymore. He then turned to the Dark Guard he had been fighting, saying that for making him wear that stupid hat, now he would have to pay with his life for this. With those words, he drew his bow, which turned out to be his weapon, and then released an arrow that traveled with incredible speed and power and hit the target accurately. But the guard didn't think of stopping there. He suddenly ran straight at Martin with another attack. The one in turn prepared to defend himself, but in this he had a huge advantage. After all, when dealing with mages, close combat is the standard, so Martin even smiled. After all, it only worked if the mage was an ordinary wizard, and he himself was no such thing. With those words, the guy summoned a new weapon. This time it turned out to be a huge, sinister scythe of death. Michael was impressed by this, thinking that after facing only weak opponents, the sight of these people stirs the blood, so the main thing is only for him not to fail in such a team. He dodged the attack of a guard who fought very confidently and could really match the level of the boss. But Michael had no intention of letting him hold the initiative for long. He counterattacked him with stones. The next step was to activate Wind Grace. The guy increased his speed by 50%, Except instead of attacking, he ran past the guards toward the throne, where the Lord was to return. Suddenly, he activated a new rank 2+ secret Shadow Walk skill, temporarily increasing his strength by 3. He then connected the frenetic swordplay skill, increasing his attack speed by 10%. The activation of the Swordmaster Chi skill was decisive, after which he pounced on the Overlord's head. With all the extra effects activated, his power allowed him to shred it. Kim Hoon, seeing what Michael was doing, decided to help him and used his depth bomb technique as well. At the same moment, the guard he was fighting let go of his weapon from the immense power that pierced through his body. Although he was only a stone statue, but the effect of Kim's attack was tremendous even for him. The Lord's head, which the guard was delivering to the place of the armor, was badly damaged but had not yet cracked completely. However, there was still one member of their team left who was already rushing their attack to make it decisive. Martin twirled his scythe in all directions, simultaneously fending off various attacks and striking back. But here he jumped up and swung for a controlling blow, intending to crush his head. The guard who had her on his back tried to block this attack, but was unsuccessful. Martin's scythe went behind his back and sliced the Lord's head in half, making resurrection impossible. The guard shouted loudly. By all appearances, this was a serious failure in their plan. And then the rest of the guards matched him and hurriedly fled the scene of the battle. The guys just watched it. Kim Hoon said that they should slowly wrap up already too, and the others agreed. They ran after the guards, but it turned out to be a mistake, for the boys had not calculated one detail. Michael suddenly heard a strange sound coming toward them, as if someone was riding a horse. Just as suddenly, one of the guards suddenly stopped and knelt down, slung his halberd on his back. The other guards also knelt down and thus formed a small springboard. For whom it was intended, the lads realized the next instant when a rider ran across it. It was the same knight who had been standing at the entrance, and now he was flying straight for the Lord's armor. The situation was dire, for the knight also had a head, which he intended Vladimir to armor. Kim was the first to react and rushed after the rider, but it was useless because he was already close to the target. Michael quickly assessed the situation and realized that it was really too late to run after him. This was bad. The rider, meanwhile, jumped off his horse and aimed at the armor in a leap to put the Lord's head there. Then Michael, with his last strength, decided that the best solution was to throw something and swung his sword. The guy used all of his speed to do so, hoping that he could at least manage to knock the head out of the guard's hands. He threw his sword, which he also put sword chi energy into, but it was unclear if he had time. After all, the guard had already almost put his head in his armor. There were literally a few centimeters left. However, at the last moment, Michael's attack still caught up with him and prevented him from completing his action. The crown fell from his head, and the head itself also slipped from the hands of the guard, who was not prepared for this. He was even a little surprised that he couldn't perform the resurrection, but that wasn't the end of it. Suddenly, the guardian screamed. His scream was quite eerie, and the guys realized that something else was about to happen. Martin, however, complimented Michael on the fact that they had managed to buy a little time before the head was back at the guard. Michael himself was as surprised as the guard that his attack was successful, because there was almost no time to aim. But suddenly the guard raised his lord's crown, whereupon he performed an unexpected action. He put the crown on his head, and in a moment the boys got excited that they had failed the task. The guard then drew his weapon and screamed loudly, and then pierced his head with his spear. The boys were greatly surprised at this, but they soon realized his intent, for the guardian had decided to sacrifice himself. He wanted to leave the crown on his head and then chop it off and put it into the Lord's armor. The guys were already running to stop him from doing so, but in the meantime he raised his head over his body. All three challengers simultaneously jumped up and swung for a joint attack. Meanwhile, the guardian was closer than ever to resurrecting the Lord, for his head had already touched the armor. The next instant, there was a huge explosion that threw the challengers a short distance away. As the fog cleared, there was a message from the system saying that the condition for resurrection had been met. As a result, the Lord who devours darkness has risen, and the boys are frozen in anticipation of what will now happen to them. Michael was the first to read the next message, which stated a special mission to destroy the Overlord. The system also reported that any damage is canceled by force immunity. Only challengers with stats higher than the darkness-devouring Overlord will be able to deal damage. All three of them were surprised from this, since no one had heard that monsters could use power. The Lord, meanwhile, summoned his sword, which glowed with a bright red aura and looked ominous. And then the Lord demonstrated his power by stabbing his sword where the boys stood, and those had to dodge. Michael irritatedly thought that it was rather unfair since if dealing damage by itself was impossible, that means there was absolutely nothing they could do against this terrifying monster that possessed the challenger's abilities. The Overlord attacked again with his long and sharp blade, and Michael barely dodged, but the attack still hit him. These problems came down on them for failing to complete the mission, but it wasn't all bad. Suddenly, a good idea that could work came into his head, and Michael decided to carry it out. At this point, Kim and Martin ran up to him, asking if he was okay and saying they needed to come up with a plan. Kim offered to deal with the Overlord's guards first, but Michael suddenly made a request. He asked the boys to hold off the Overlord for a while because he had an idea with which they could win. All he needed was a few seconds, and then he would immediately join his comrades. When Kim asked what the idea was that had occurred to him, Michael simply replied that there was a way to kill the Overlord. This statement surprised Kim a bit, for even he didn't understand how it was possible if their stats were lower than his. However, he said that they would trust Michael to fulfill his request, only that he should hurry too. After all, they cannot stand for long, so Michael should not pull the cat by the tail, and he agreed. After that, Kim and Martin pounced on the Overlord, though they didn't understand exactly what to do with him. But the important thing was that Michael got some time to carry out his plan, and he smiled. The guy turned to the three guards, saying that they were going to have to play an interesting game with him for a bit. Kim, meanwhile, activated his Warhammer for another attack, intending to compare their stats. He used the Death Bomb, and in an instant, the Overlord's body was subjected to incredible power. But before any damage could be done to it, the technique was nullified by force and inviolability. As expected, their attacks were of no use to her, so the guys backed off, deciding to just wait. But the Overlord suddenly went on the counterattack and activated his Overlord Greatness power. The system gave a message that the guys should show respect towards the Overlord. Any action that does not meet this requirement will be blocked. The Overlord attacked. Kim and Martin dropped to their knees but did so involuntarily, and from the fact that their bodies were paralyzed. Kim activated the magic resistance skill, which partially removed his body's blockage, and he was able to move. The lad got to his feet then, but saw that the Lord had already swung his sword to attack, and they had only seconds left. Besides, Martin still couldn't move, and Kim quickly reasoned what he should do. He grabbed his friend by the mantle and leapt to the side, tumbling over him with his body weight and closing him off from the attack. But unfortunately, the Overlord's blow thus hit him himself, and Kim felt a severe pain in his back. Martin was not in the least afraid for his friend, for he usually never allowed anyone to injure him. He ran up to him and put one arm around his neck, supporting him to keep him from falling to the ground. But unfortunately, it was still in vain because the Overlord had already swung at the two of them again to finish them off. His blade was hovering right over the guys' heads, and they were already preparing for the worst when suddenly someone blocked the blow. Michael arrived just in time and used his counterattack shield to protect his friends. He apologized to a surprised Martin and Kim for being a little late, and the two couldn't answer anything in return. The only thing they could see was that the guy had just saved their lives and also appeared to have come up with some sort of plan. Michael did have a plan. He discreetly used one of his extra necromancy skills. Thanks to the guardian spirits, he had increased his strength by 4, dexterity by 3, stamina also by 3, mana by 6, and resilience by 4. Thus his stats increased quite nicely, and the guy was able to use his shield skill now. He instantly released the accumulated damage directly into the darkness devouring Lord and applied the power of Swordmaster Chi, but that wouldn't seem enough for him, and Michael activated a new skill called Lightning Sword Chi. This made his sword look like a lord's blade, and the guy was also able to attack using his aura. He put the maximum amount of his strength into that blow, but he couldn't put his full strength into it without passing out. However, it was quite enough, especially since the surprise effect worked. Michael saw that the attack had gone perfectly and breathed a sigh of relief, for the Overlord had not triggered a single effect. It meant that with these attacks, they now had a chance of victory, but the Overlord suddenly shouted furiously. And then he activated his Lord Majesty power again, causing Michael's body to block. The guy felt paralyzed and unable to move, but luckily he had the right skills in his arsenal. He activated Forceful Breakthrough and Magic Resistance, thanks to which he removed all the body blockages. At this moment, his Forceful Breakthrough, Magic Chain, and Magic Resistance skills increased by 1 rank, rank 2. The guy then activated the counterattack shield again and pounced on the Overlord with a new attack. It was also strange that the situation actually looked very dangerous, but somehow Michael wasn't confused by that. He suddenly realized that he couldn't stop laughing and thought it was because of the anticipation of his impending victory. His fundamental desire to get stronger flared like fire, and Kim and Martin noticed it. The latter said that this challenger Michael was the truest monster with incredible strength. And Kim Hoon replied that they should congratulate him nonetheless, as the top spot in the rankings now belongs to him. Meanwhile, Michael's shield's recharge had finished, and it had reached its maximum damage absorption limit. It was then that the boy realized that this was the very chance with which he could defeat the Overlord. He knew that if he reduced the shield's area of effect, the energy density would increase. He did so, and then released all the accumulated damage, forming a sharp laser that cut through the Overlord's armor. Thoth didn't expect his defense to be able to be penetrated, so he was only able to dodge, putting his shoulder in place of his head. And Michael was already running towards him with another attack while activating Wind Grace with a maximum speed of 70%. This was followed by the activation of the Furious Swordplay skill, and the attack speed increased by 10%. The last thing the Lord saw was the lad's gleaming blade, which he used to cut off the monster's head. All this time, he was being watched by the Steelblood Lord, who thought with a smile on her face that she was very lucky. After all, this challenger showing crazy growth was her contractor. The usual challengers climbing the tower are carefully prepared not to take any risks. But Michael Nodforth is a valuable talent not easily seen in other dimensions. The only problem was that over time, other administrators would start getting more and more interested in him too. So the girl needed to develop a closer relationship with this suitor before others did. She did so for personal reasons as well, for the girl still hadn't given up hope of getting her wish. The Lord Devouring Darkness had been defeated, the system announced it, but it was clear enough as it was. A rank 1 plus skill boost potion will be added to applicants' inventory as a breakthrough reward. As an additional reward, Michael was credited with 60,000 points and 2,000 COs. And then the system suddenly announced that Challenger Michael Nodforth had made a major contribution to the special assignment. As a result, he got another 10,000 points and 1,500 COs, and the guy himself thought the reward totally paid off the difficulty. Martin looked a little puzzled and asked how he had managed to pull all this off in the first place. To this, Michael replied that he simply had a skill that was perfect for the situation. Kung Hoon then said that whatever the case, the guy had surprised them a lot today, so he suggested that they become friends. The guy sent him a friend request, saying they'll talk to him more in private chat, as they need to patch themselves up a bit in the meantime. As it turned out, more than 1,000 applicants successfully made the 10th floor breakthrough, so system expansion began. A new category of dimension travel was created, and other dimensions were now available to them. Michael thought he was referring to the two worlds, Ares and Murim, that James had told him about. Suddenly, the system reported that the administrator's area of observation had expanded. This also applied to his intervention area, and communication with him in the waiting room was now available. However, an additional contract with the admin and a move to his personal domain also became available. Except it could only be contracted once, after which additional contracts would be limited. In any case, Michael thought, he couldn't know for sure about all the intricacies of this scheme anyway. The first thing the guy decided to do was to deal with what he had managed to get on the 10th floor, namely the reward for the challenge. According to the description, he could increase any of his skills by 20% if he accepted it, which he did. The desired skill for improvement Michael chose was Favor of the Wind, which was his highest minus rank. Thanks to the potion, his mastery had reached perfection, and his skill increased to simply supreme. An additional effect has also appeared, according to which Michael will have 1% of his total magic power consumed. This will be applied when the total summation reaches maximum, and was instead of recharging the entire skill. The next step was absorption. Michael started with the spirit of the Overlord devouring the darkness. He used it to increase his stats, strength by 5, agility endurance by 4, mana by 7, and stamina by 5 as well. Unexpectedly, one of the Overlord's skills, namely mana management of the highest minus rank, was also absorbed. After reading the description, Michael realized that he had most of his mana restrictions removed. He could now control it like someone with an innate talent. However, he couldn't just stand there and watch it. Suddenly, he got an invitation at my property from 2 administrators at once. They were sent from the Lord of Steel Blood and the White Crane Sword, but Michael was surprised at their simultaneity. Eventually, he accepted the invitation from the Steel Blood Lord and was transported to her domain in an instant. The familiar hut of the girl, in which the light was burning, immediately caught his eye, so Michael headed there. Just a second later, the girl herself, who was wearing only a light dress, came out of there. She walked out towards the guy and then laughed, saying she knew he would choose her. The girl pretty much said that she had won the argument because of him, and Michael realized why the invitations had been sent at the same time. The receptionist equaled him, and they walked together. Michael also asked if she was cold, but the girl replied in the negative. Michael then said that he had gotten the mana control skill completely by accident and asked if she knew anything about it. Then the girl noticed that he had gotten a rather powerful skill and told him to use it now. She reasoned that, by doing so, the guy maximizes the magical power in his body, and Michael did just that. Suddenly, an incredible power surged through his entire body, so strong that it even became painful. The system announced that his rank 3 magic chain skill had been forcibly upgraded due to mana control. Michael felt as if his physical stats had increased several times over. He suddenly wanted to test it and swung, striking his fist straight into the ground without any equipment. The steel-blooded lord even covered herself with her hands to keep the snow out of her eyes, but then something awkward happened. The strong wind that formed from Michael's blow ripped the dress off the girl's body and it flew toward the cabin. The guy froze when he saw the girl naked in front of him, because he didn't expect such a thing. In a moment, they were already sitting at the table in the cabin, and the girl said that there was no way you could tell that Michael was capable of something like that. The guy replied that it was just a misunderstanding, but the receptionist understood that herself. She only smiled at him. The girl then told him to try activating mana-using skills with mana control anyway. Michael nodded back at her and then asked why the girl had called him here, and she smiled again. She said the real purpose of expanding the system is to make sure admins are seriously nurturing applicants. But Michael didn't understand what that meant, and then the girl snapped her fingers, telling him that he would figure it all out for himself in a moment. The system reported that the Lord of Steel Blood administrator was transferring power to the contractor using the interference zone. The strength of the steel blood sword of the highest minus rank imprinted itself into Michael's soul. The guy asked if the administrator couldn't have performed something like this before, to which she replied in the negative. The girl explained that the additional contacts feature was also open and he could choose any new admin he wanted. However, she was helping him because she saw him as a huge opportunity. This the guy didn't realize. Then she told Michael that administrators are rewarded by developing applicants. But that is not the ultimate goal, as everyone as one invests in one contender or another to fulfill a long-held wish. It was obvious that the girl wanted to say something else, but Michael suddenly received a lot of messages from the White Crane Sword. And then she said she would end her story there, for those too impatient, and besides, she had already transferred the power anyway. Michael nodded gratefully to her and accepted the invitation from the administrator of the White Crane Sword. He entered the forest and noticed that this clearing looked perfect for practicing. The guy couldn't resist trying out the new skill he had gotten from the Steel Blood Lord. As expected, the mastery of all of his skills improved due to mana management. It was truly magnificent, and Michael decided to increase his sword chi skill as well. But to his surprise, nothing worked, and the sword remained unactivated with the new skill. It was a bit strange after all. Michael wanted to raise the rank of Lightning Sword Chi through the power of Sword Master Chi. He couldn't find an answer to this problem, but it seemed to him that it could be because of the fact that Sword Master Chi was a power. Suddenly, the system reported that the administrator of the White Crane Sword was expecting his visit, and the guy postponed his training session. Michael thought that, judging by the title of administrator, he must be as old as Albert. Only the guy did not expect to see a young girl sitting on a wooden tatami in front of him. She introduced herself as the administrator of the White Crane Sword and said she had waited a very long time for him to show up. And Michael was still recovering from the shock of seeing not just an old man, but a teenage girl sitting in front of him. He remarked that it was surprising to see the administrator before him, whom he had hitherto only corresponded with. The girl smiled sweetly, saying she understood him perfectly, so she offered to go elsewhere. As Michael sat down on the floor, he suddenly felt incredibly fresh and turned to the girl, whose name, by the way, was Angela. She shared that she had always watched him from here, from the moment he engaged in a fight to the death. Michael then asked if she'd really shared her power with a challenger she'd only seen a couple times through the screen. But Angela replied that the guy should know his worth better, because not everyone can beat someone like Albert. And then the girl suddenly said that he must believe her, for she was the one who was bound to Albert by contract. Suddenly, Michael wondered if the young girl held a grudge against him, since he had killed her contractor. However, Angela said that she didn't need to escalate the situation, as Albert was just a good contender. She added that she has managed to sign with many contenders in her lifetime, but she still hadn't invited any of them into her domain until she met him. Michael nodded forth. Then the girl suddenly became serious and added that she would tell him straight. She had asked him to make a supplementary contract with her. Michael in turn asked if there were any additional benefits if he did this. The girl then replied that she could make him the administrator apostle of the White Crane Sword. In Tower, the term refers to a challenger who enters into a special contractual relationship with the admin. The latter, however, can only appoint one person as an apostle in a lifetime, and also only apostles can take over all the powers of the admin. Michael was surprised that the patronage pact was so important, and he had made it with a steel-blooded lord. Then Michael remembered what had been said earlier. The DOP contract could be broken at any time. To this, Angela replied that she was going into this deal for the same reason as the steel-blooded lord. She needs the world's sharpest sword, the best sword that will never break or dull. Michael noticed that his admin had also mentioned this long-standing desire of hers, but it didn't seem to be an easy one. Then the guy decided to ask the White Crane Sword about it, relying on this young girl to tell him everything. It was obvious how Angela was at first embarrassed to hear about her long-standing desire, and then her gaze clouded over. After a while, she said the longtime admin's wish is a memory that comes from past regrets. And at the same time, a long-held wish is a right given to the administrator by the tower. Similar to her tests, a long-standing wish is a kind of also a test that the admin can give to the contractor. And when the long-standing wish is fulfilled, the challenger will be rewarded. Here the girl's voice shuddered. But she soon finished, saying that if one suddenly got a long-standing wish, it was fashionable to even change the past. Upon hearing this, Michael objected, saying that it was absolutely impossible to change any event in the past. But Angela replied that he should know everything perfectly well himself, whether she was telling the truth or lying, for he already knew what the tower was. Then Michael remembered all the strange happenings and abilities that were only unlocked in the Tower of Trials. He suddenly thought that if it was about her, everything became possible, and it turns out, even time. The guy suddenly turned to the girl, asking if he could ask a single question. He wondered how high he must climb in the Tower of Trials to fulfill her long-held wish. Hearing this, Angela was a little embarrassed, for she didn't know how best to respond to it. But soon she said she thought it had to be at least the top floor. In a few minutes, they had made an additional contract, and the girl was glad as a child. Michael thought he still had to go for it in the end, but the terms of a long-held desire were not happy. So far, all he had learned was that the top floor of the tower was the goal he must reach. In addition, he was recognized as a true apostle of the White Crane Sword and gained plus 10% to all skills in the Murama dimension. As a privilege, his strength was also increased by 3, and he was also recognized as the apostle of 2 admins already. The guy thought that he couldn't miss out on this kind of advantage, allowing him to become stronger immediately. Plus, he received an unexpected gift from Angela, who wished to strengthen her bond with him. He asked if he'd heard anything about that woman, but Michael didn't realize who she was talking about. And when he clarified exactly what the girl meant, the girl said she was talking about a woman looking for him. Angela then added that this woman seemed to have complete faith in him and all his powers. Of course, she herself, Angela, believed in him too, but she still felt she had to tell him something. She warned that his question tickets would be used in this, but Michael didn't mind, as he had plenty of them. Suddenly, however, the system reported that all of his tickets had been used up, and the guy wondered what the big deal was. Then the girl began her tale, saying that in the dimension of Muram, there was a great power called the Muram Union. And Albert, whom he killed on the 9th floor, held an important position of command in that alliance. Because of his high position, there were people from the Muram dimension who were now looking for him, Michael. Michael wondered if the girl was talking about the Muram alliance coming after him to kill him. But Angela responded in the negative, saying the Union is in turmoil right now because of the fight for the position of commander. That was why Michael was being targeted by someone else, namely the Namgung family's sword dragon. Heavenly sword dragon Akutagawa Namgun. He was a creature that resided in the Muram dimension, where everyone is obsessed with martial arts and learning new techniques, so he is called a genius among them all. He is looking for Michael, using revenge as an excuse, but in reality he is driven by simple curiosity. The girl added that she didn't know when it would happen, but if he suddenly ran into Akutagawa, though must be willing to risk his life to win this battle. Otherwise, any skills are useless. After a while, Michael successfully moved into the waiting room, pondering Angela's words. That Akutagawa Namgun guy she was talking about was looking for him right now. To put it simply, he was a psychotic killer from the Murim dimension. Michael went into the store where he bought a rank 2+ steel wing skill, as well as a return stone. He figured that, although he had learned something new, it made little difference, so he had no other choice. The guy decided he would pump like crazy on Earth before he met Akutagawa here. When he was back in his room, the first thing he did was check his cell phone. There were as many as 132 missed calls and 87 unread messages from Bethy. She wrote to tell him to head straight to the Hunters Association as soon as he read the message. So Michael decided to get there by activating his new skill, Steel Wings, and put on his old Count Vampire tailcoat. The speed at which he flew toward the Association building was breathtaking. It wasn't even 5 minutes before he got there. Some people were just coming out of the building. A few guys were talking amongst themselves, and Michael overheard them talking about some kind of mobilization. Suddenly, the two froze in place from noticing a man who was literally flying on wings. Michael landed a few feet away from them and then apologized, saying he was still getting used to his new ability. After that, he ran to the Hunters Association building, and the boys stared in surprise at his footsteps. They asked in amazement if it was really a person who had just flown, and other people noticed it too. When Michael entered the right office, he saw not only Betty, but also, to his surprise, James. Michael greeted them both, asking what business they had asked him to appear on with such urgency. The first to conspire is Labati, saying that there is now a serious incident in Japan. But James said he thought talking was ineffective, so he suggested Michael see for himself. He included surveillance video of Japanese hunters that was published in Japan. Sensing a strong wave of gate generation, the Japanese Hunter Association formed a response team. 7 top-ranked hunters went to the site, but the man who appeared from the portal shockingly killed 6 of them. This is believed to be the first time an invasion of the Earth dimension by a challenger from another world has occurred. Michael then asked if they were trying to recruit a team to support Japan. The thought crossed his mind as he remembered the 2 guys leaving the building, but James didn't confirm his hunch. He said they don't recommend supporting Japan, and then switched the screen again. There was visible footage of the only Japanese hunter that came out, where they could see him. He was a young-looking guy with black hair and a fierce, maniacal look. He introduced himself, saying his name was Akutagawa Namgun. He was the Heavenly Sword Dragon, and he had come to avenge Albert. Hearing that, Michael thought he never imagined he'd cross paths with this guy so soon. There was a tug on his sleeve, and Michael saw Betty, who said it wasn't a forced mobilization at all. She added that it was the first time they had met together again, so she suggested they have lunch together first. But seeing the guy hesitate, the girl changed her train of thought, asking if he was going to sign up for the squad. Unfortunately for her, Michael said he would answer Japan's call and travel to the Shinjuku neighborhood of Tokyo, where the crime occurred. Betty looked confused, for she had tried with all her might to keep him from this decision by any means necessary. She screamed why he always acts so recklessly, saying that a guy should at least think of others too sometimes. Then Michael put his hand on the girl's head, thanking her for her concern, and she calmed down. However, Michael then added that it was a problem that it was certainly up to him to solve. Akutagawa recalled how even from a young age he was misunderstood by his peers, and no one heard what he could hear. One of the boys said it was just sparring, so there was no need to attack so hard. At that moment, he approached them, saying that not everyone could master the released chi energy at the age of 13. Albert said the kid has exceeded his expectations and will go far in the future. However, he added that martial arts is not meant to harm people. It is a path to excellence. And you can't hurt people for no reason. With those words, Albert stroked his head and then took his hand away. Another memory was how everyone cheered him as he passed the 20th floor of the Tower of Trials. But climbing the tower on his own gave him no satisfaction. Such an incredible feat he accomplished at just 17 years old, but now it was time to move on. He mentally apologized to his mentor, for he began to actively use floor implementations. After all, the guy suddenly posited that nothing was more fun for him than killing other people. But as time went on, he stopped enjoying it too. and he thought that the scoundrel Michael Nodforth might be able to dispel his boredom. Michael, meanwhile, had left the association building and was already on a plane to Japan. There he was already met, and soon he was on his way to a luxurious hotel, especially for persons like him. The girl who led him to the new place pointed to the entrance of the room, saying that other hunters were already waiting there. To his surprise, there he saw his new friends, Kim and Martin, who noticed that Michael was late. Toth replied that there were only 3 of them anyway, but Kim said that another challenger from America should be arriving soon. Michael nodded, adding that at least it was safe to say that each of them had epic rank abilities. Except that the challenger that appeared in the Shinjuku area was a real monster that perhaps even the 3 of them wouldn't be able to defeat. Michael hoped the challenger from America would be just as strong, but soon the door opened and he saw him. Fourth on their team was Catherine, who was also surprised to see Michael here. The girl manager asked if they really knew each other, to which Michael replied that they had crossed paths at the tower before. Catherine noticed that she was not at all anxious to meet him under these circumstances. She added that she wanted their meeting to take place in a more normal setting and was nervous as a child. Kim Hoon, who was watching their dialogue, noticed that the whole thing looked more like a love quarrel. Hearing this, Michael shook his head, replying that there was no way it could be true, which made the girl a little angry. Their conversation was interrupted by the manager, who suddenly introduced herself as the Japanese Hunters Association's presentee, Julia. Michael was greatly surprised by this information, for he thought that the girl was a mere staff member. Julia, meanwhile, went on to say that few countries have agreed to cooperate with them. But Martin asked if only 4 people had come from all over the world, even with such a terrible turnout. Then the girl suddenly bowed to them, saying that she was sincerely grateful to each of them. Michael hurriedly lifted her head, telling her that now was not a good time to bend her back. Catherine, observing this gesture of his, thought the fellow was being very kind, but the fellow turned out to be just plain self-serving. After all, he added, instead of bending their backs, the president could have given them a worthwhile reward. In fact, Michael was only here for the reward, which he asked to double in size and stature. After a little thought, Julia promised to fulfill this condition, as she would have to deal with a very dangerous opponent. Besides, the girl added that it wasn't that the situation was hopeless. In fact, they had chances too. After all, Catherine Benet's abilities could make the difference in this battle. Everyone looked at the girl, and the one shared that she had a flame suppression ability that had a special effect. If she can touch a stronger opponent than her with her flame, all of his stats drop by 10. Also, some of his skills will be randomly sealed, so with that, they can grab the initiative. Of course, that would only happen if she touched him, so it was up to the guys to create the situation. Anything to give Catherine a chance to use that power. A couple of minutes later, they were on their way to Shinjuku's neighborhood. The news was reporting that a Chinese hunter of epic rank had just met a challenger from another world. They didn't move, but both of them from the outside looked like they were talking to each other. Akutagawa asked the guy if he was Michael Nodforth, but he answered in the negative. He introduced himself as Peter Darius from China, saying he would make him regret coming to Earth. But Akutagawa only said that he didn't understand why the one he told to show up didn't show up, with only bugs scurrying around. Suddenly, Peter attacked using his jerk skill, and he even managed to hit Akutagawa in the jaw. Toth staggered but didn't fall. He was interested that the guy was using a fist technique. This was Akutagawa's first time in practice, so he figured he'd fight this guy. And Peter saw something he was unprepared for and ended up bowing out with his life. There was a large explosion where they were fighting. It was the work of Akutagawa's technique. Meanwhile, Michael and his guys were approaching the battle site in a helicopter, and the battle's layout did not please them. Michael turned to Catherine, asking if she would be able to land properly if she was in the air. To the girl's surprised face, he replied that he had gotten one good but risky idea. Catherine then said that she had a skill called Jump Clear that made her immune to all fall damage. Michael replied that it was enough, for he would be able to hit the Marimian hard himself if the plan worked. With those words, he grabbed the girl by the waist and said they were on their way out, and it made Catherine a little uncomfortable. Michael activated the steel wing skill and jumped off the helicopter with the girl. Martin and Kim, watching this, decided that the guy was literally out of his depth to do everything on his own. However, they couldn't just stand by and watch all this either, so they too jumped off the helicopter. Catherine said that Michael was indeed insane, but he wouldn't deny it. He replied that he was glad that this Chinese hunter had pissed off Akutagawa Namgun. To Catherine, he told the girl to use the power as soon as it opened. In the meantime, he added that he had to leave her, and with these words, the lad increased his speed, leaving the girl behind. Peter, meanwhile, was still fighting Akutagawa, but he quickly realized that his opponent was very strong. The guy attacked using his techniques, but they were a bit clumsy in Akutagawa's eyes. Toth said that the Chinese man was not even able to properly concentrate the chi energy in his fist, but still continues to use fist techniques. It was starting to annoy him a bit. The Heavenly Dragon Sword swung for a decisive strike using the pure chi energy released. He didn't have time to finish the guy off, though, as he noticed some new enemy approaching him from the air. This surprised the Merimian a bit, but he had no plans to retreat and still had to admit that the new opponent was fast. Michael pounced on him with his counterattack shield. It was a good move since it worked as both defense and offense. As a result, Akutagawa couldn't react in time to better respond to it and flew backwards a bit. There was a big explosion where Michael landed. With such force, he was rushing through the air. Akutagawa even hurt himself a little. He was on one knee but hurt himself with his left arm, which he used to block the blow. In front of him, he saw a guy in a red tailcoat who had literally appeared straight out of the sky. Michael, meanwhile, told him that falling, the real sky, is something you can do twice. Akutagawa was a little annoyed that he said that without taking the overall situation into account, so he asked what his name was. To this, Michael remarked that he had been looking for him so actively, but somehow didn't know who was in front of him when he finally came face to face. Akutagawa activated the first-rank Yashin's blood skill, reducing any pain by 40%. Michael responded by activating the will of the sword master Chi, preparing himself for any attack from the Merimian. And the man only said quietly that he wondered who he was, except that he turned out to be a weak scoundrel. Oh, and to top it off, the guy used a fake sword Chi. With those words, Akutagawa struck out with his fists. He was furious that such a man could defeat Albert and refused to believe it. But Michael didn't care a bit about those words of his. He figured he should attack since the guy didn't have a gun. Except the one wasn't with bare hands. In a flash, he extended his arm and summoned his sword. They collided, and a great tension hung in the air, making the earth shudder. Michael activated the shield, thinking they had done a lot of damage when they jumped off, but that didn't seem to be the case. His counter shield also shattered in one attack. At this rate, it would be difficult to use. In front of him, he saw a sword that was completely made of energy and mana. It must have been a true sword Chi. Michael thought that he had never seen such a weapon before, so he attacked from a distance using the lightning Chi sword. A large wave crashed down on Akutagawa, but the guy was in no hurry to block it for some reason. Instead, he suddenly swung his sword and unexpectedly shattered his attack with the power of his sword. At that moment, however, two more challengers appeared behind him, intent on attacking the blind spot. Martin and Kim simultaneously struck where Akutagawa had been standing a second ago, but he was able to bounce back in time. However, that wasn't the end of it either. As Catherine was already rushing towards him from behind with all her equipment ready, the girl activated her flame suppression skill and launched her hand at the Merimian's body, though he tried to dodge. There was another explosion, and Catherine realized that the boy had still managed to keep her from touching himself, but only the robe. Martin, meanwhile, pointed upwards, warning everyone where the enemy would be attacking from. Akutagawa stood on the lantern, saying that they kept getting in the way of his fun, so he'd get rid of them. The instincts of hunters who had been through many battles screamed one thing: this attack was impossible to block. Akutagawa knew this very well himself, which is why he directed it at them all, telling them to die. Kim, Martin, and Catherine realized that the only way to survive was to dodge this attack. That's what they did, but her range was much longer than the guys could have expected. When Michael was in Angela's possession, among other things, the girl gave him another technique. She said that it was just an ordinary mana injection, but in the future, he would be able to activate complex techniques with it. And then the girl did something else and added that she had now already administered an unusual injection, for this one would build a bond. Michael didn't understand a word of what she was saying, but he was honored to have a new ability. Then Angela asked how he felt, and the guy did feel a slight difference. He said that the first injection did feel normal, but he couldn't say that about the second. He described her as if she, the master of the white crane, was inside him, and the girl smiled. She nodded and said that it was now up to the guy to do the same with his sword, but he shouldn't have used it there, because the technique could have failed due to admin interference. So Michael decided to use it in battle, And now that Akutagawa had such a dangerous attack was the right time. Skills and will were henceforth used from Michael not through sword chi, but through his perception. He was using the first sword chi on Earth. The Tower of Trials was hit by player Michael Nodforth, and he even got a new achievement. Also, due to the increase in mana consumption by the will of the Chi Sword Master, the restriction was removed. Michael thought he finally had a completed sword chi and turned to Catherine. He asked if she was all right. The girl replied positively, for at that moment he had used an attack of the same power. Thus the blow was absorbed and the guy stayed alive thanks to him, and Akutagawa laughed for some reason. He shouted that this was exactly how the guy should respond because he was about to be disappointed in him. He added that the harder you try when building a castle, the more fun it is to destroy it. This time Akutagawa was the first to attack, making a sharp lunge towards Michael, but the latter was alert. The guy thought that up until this point, all players from other dimensions had annoyed him, but this one was a real psycho. He blocked the Muramian's blow and jumped aside, joining his comrades. Michael asked Catherine to leave for a safer place, as it would be difficult for him to fight and protect her. The girl wanted to object, but Kim said that Michael was right. He himself was frustrated that he couldn't help again. However, the guy added that when the opportunity arises, they will use the plan with Catherine's fire. Afterward, all three of his friends fled the scene of the battle, but Michael knew they hadn't abandoned him. He himself, meanwhile, continued to fight with Akutagawa. They would come together and separate, each time with new attacks. Only traces of their sword's energy glittered in the sky. Michael's was bright blue and Akutagawa's was yellow-white. The city of Tokyo shuddered from their battle, but none of the guys wanted to be the loser, so they continued on. Explosions occurred whenever the guys used powerful attacks, usually one attacking and the other responding. Kim, Martin, and Catherine realized why Michael had asked them to leave, as he had fought on a level playing field with this Muramian. But Kim objected, saying that he thought Michael was a little behind, and at this pace he might even die. Michael himself thought that he was confident that he could fight the opponent after improving the sword chi. He remembered Angela saying that she thought Akutagawa's sword wielding was about the highest rank. But now it seemed to Michael that before him was simply a legendary opponent, because that one was incredibly strong. After some more fighting, Michael sank to his knees, unable to get up. He realized that he had used too much stamina, and if he tired more, it would affect his actions. At that moment, he heard someone call out to him. It turned out to be Catherine, who threw him some kind of potion. The guy caught it and looked at the girl in surprise, as if asking what he should do with it. His confusion was taken advantage of by Akutagawa, who kicked the guy with his foot and he bounced backwards, dropping the potion. Murmek caught it and said he'd drink it himself, so he passed on his thanks to Catherine. The girl and Martin watched as he drank it down to the last drop, and after all, it was Catherine's only one. Michael clenched his teeth in anger at his inability to react in time, though he did manage something. Thanks to the potion, Akutagawa's stamina recovered a bit. He said people always hope. And he, Michael, was the same way, because he probably always told himself that he could win if he tried. But destroying such thoughts, the moment when optimism turns to despair, was the only thing that brought him pleasure. With those words, he lunged at Michael again, intending to finish him off this time, and the latter defending himself as best he could. Akutagawa noticed something about this guy, and he didn't like it, because he was getting that impression that there was still hope in the eyes of this challenger, even though he was close to defeat. Murmek gathered all his power and put it into another attack, with the intention of making it his last. Michael was barely able to block it and flew back a few meters, but still survived. He banged his back painfully into the wreckage of the buildings Akutagawa had managed to destroy already. Murmek meanwhile approached him again with another attack, but the guy still surprised him. After all, he could no longer move, yet his gaze somehow remained as proud as ever. The heavenly sword dragon shouted for Michael to feel desperation and slashed his face with its blade. Michael screamed at the pain that stung his eyes. It was unbearably painful, but he still held on. Stamina was at its limit, but the guy knew he could make another attack if he gathered his strength. However, the problem was that he couldn't see anything, so the attack definitely wouldn't work now. Michael clenched his teeth, despair beginning to overwhelm him, for he didn't know what to do. Just at that moment, Catherine came to his rescue, suddenly running out of her hiding place. But Michael was not happy about her appearance, for he realized that the boys would just die if they interfered. He shouted for those to stay away, and it even surprised Akutagawa a little. Marims was amazed that even while virtually on the verge of death, this guy cared about others. Suddenly, it all became clear to him. His comrades were the reason the guy wasn't desperate yet. Akutagawa had told him that. Catherine, meanwhile, attacked him with her fire technique, hoping to at least partially trap him. But Akutagawa was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the girl's back and swinging. Catherine didn't expect it, so she couldn't put up a defense in time, and then felt the sword cleaving her back. Kim-hoon saw this and shouted for the girl to get out of there immediately, while he himself rushed at his opponent. His battle hammer split the air but did not hit the Marimian. Akutagawa watched them with interest. A few seconds later, he managed to overpower Kim as well, dealing damage to his head as he lost sight of him. Still, the guy's speed was even a little faster than Michael's, so no one could keep up with him. Michael himself, meanwhile, was blinded from Akutagawa gouging out his eyes, but he could feel his friends fighting. Muramek, meanwhile, grabbed Catherine's head and walked over to Michael so he could hear her screams better. Then the guy brought his blade to the girl's throat, and the girl even stopped resisting to avoid the blade. Akutagawa laughed. Turning to Michael, he said, "His friend's a little toasted." Michael screamed and called him a sick bastard, but Akutagawa only continued to laugh, delighted at his emotion. However, everyone had forgotten about Martin, who had a stealth skill that allowed him to get close to them. He used the ice grip technique and was able to free Catherine from the arms of Akutagawa, who was frozen in ice. Martin ran with the girl, giving her first aid along the way. They should have gotten as far away as possible. Meanwhile, Akutagawa clenched his teeth in anger. Because his loot had just been stolen, he was furious. A second later, the guy shattered Martin's ice barrier and prepared for a huge tug. In the blink of an eye, he was near them, who had already fled several meters away, but could not escape. Martin used the Zoba ball effect on Catherine, with the intention of sending the girl as fashionably further away. It was the only thing he could do, and he decided to escape immediately. But unfortunately, he didn't have time. The stealth effect worked almost instantly, but the condition was that no one had to touch the guy. Otherwise, it was useless, and so it was now. Akutagawa grabbed Martin's head. He threw him where he had defeated Kim a few minutes earlier, and the friends faced each other. Kim-hoon tried to stand up, but his strength was at its limit. He realized it wouldn't be enough to attack. Michael, meanwhile, thought it was the same as 7 years ago. He still couldn't protect anyone. Suddenly, the guy heard the squeak of a mouse, which for some reason ran in such a dangerous place. And soon the squeaking intensified, and now a whole horde of mice were running in his direction. Such an uncountable number of mice that ran out to the surface spoke to the fact that they recognized this battle as a disaster. Michael realized that this was his last chance. He gathered all his strength to make one last attack. Except it wasn't directed at Akutagawa, but at the mice. Michael was using all their souls to restore their stamina. Akutagawa, meanwhile, had cut off Kim's arm and was about to do something else when Michael called out to him. Though he didn't see anything, he confidently told the guy to calm down, calling him a Murim pervert. But Akutagawa replied in the negative, saying he liked the guy's emotions better that way. While he was still saying this, Peter used his tug again, punching the Murimian in the stomach. The one didn't expect it, as an attack of this kind was indeed quite fast. Suddenly, the system gave a message that due to the will of fire suppression, all his stats would be reduced. His sword chi was also blocked for 10 minutes. His fire sword was blocked for 10 minutes. Peter shouted that he was a hero of China and was still alive, but for some reason he didn't risk fighting any further. After these proud words of his, he took Kim and Martin away, saying that they should have left this place now. Akutagawa got angry and wanted to catch up with them, but the system reminded him that he couldn't use sword chi for the next 10 minutes. This arrangement was very disadvantageous for the guy. He clenched his teeth and began to think how he could do better. Then Muramek used one of his forced battle skills, forming hundreds of swords in the sky. They all collapsed into the square of the place where the battle was being fought, and only Michael couldn't see it to dodge. This unique ability activated a barrier within a 30-meter radius that no one could pass through. Akutagawa angrily noticed that his sword chi was blocked. However, he was free to use his body chi. Pouncing on Michael, he smugly asked what the blind fool could do. Michael, on the other hand, stood as still as a statue until the end. He didn't realize when it happened, however. Soul eyes can anticipate attacks. The guy thought this was already his end, including the edge of the barrier. But to his surprise, a full view of the situation opened before his eyes, though those were closed. Somehow, Michael could see even every pebble in the 30-meter zone where the barrier extended. As he lost his sight, he only began to see more and realized that he had been misusing his soul eyes all this time. It looked as if he had opened his third eye, which was exactly the technique Angela had passed on to him. The system reported that he had opened the true soul eyes, and the soul eyes skill had increased to rank 1. In this battle, he put his life on the line and put his senses on the line, so the sixth sense skill would also improve to rank 1. He also survived the battle against a strong swordsman, so his Demon Slayer skill would also improve to rank 1. In a short time, his body had endured many dangers, surpassing its limits. Akutagawa was surprised that the guy not only managed to dodge his blow, but was now looking at him. He clutched his blade with confidence again, and now looked even stronger than he had before. Michael himself realized that with these pumped-up abilities, he would be able to fight the weakened Akutagawa on par. Michael attacked, Akutagawa defended. The Muramian didn't realize what had happened in that short time. For some reason, Michael's sword was getting sharper, and he was putting on a stronger and stronger self with every passing second. Michael activated the stealthy shadow step skill, and his movement speed increased by 30%. He added instant acceleration and favor of the wind, increasing his speed by another 70%. He finally activated the chaotic sword skill, adding another plus 20% to his sword attack speed. But even with all those skills, Michael realized he was falling behind Akutagawa, so it was too risky. After all, at this rate, he'll soon run out of steam, and the opponent will have all restrictions removed in 10 minutes. So the only thing left was to win in close combat, as he had the advantage of his sword. Michael suddenly threw it toward his opponent, and the latter thought the guy had lost his mind. Of course, he dodged this attack and smiled evilly, for now the guy had lost his weapon as well. Akutagawa said Michael made a mistake. Being cornered, he attacked him with his fist. Michael, in turn, dodged the blow by ducking backwards. His plan was different. He used what the Steel Blood Lord had given him, namely the Iron Blood Sword. When his will activated, a new flaming red blade emerged from the guy's leg. Akutagawa was unprepared for this, so he was unable to put up a defense, and the sword went through his body. Blood gushed from the Muramian's mouth, and he bent but did not fall, remaining standing on his feet with the sword in his body. The blade scraped through his stomach, and the victory suddenly approached Michael. It was only necessary to finish his opponent. Akutagawa realized that he should react quickly to have time to recover. At this moment, the will of the Rule of Fire had expired, as well as the unique ability of forced battle. The barrier had been removed, which meant other challengers could intervene again, so it was a bad thing. Akutagawa pulled out the Stone of Return, saying that next time he would see it through to the end. The next instant, a gate opened that appeared to lead back to the Change of Murim. Martin and Peter shouted that the enemy was trying to escape, and they couldn't let that happen. Because at that moment, everyone realized that if they didn't kill Akutagawa Namgun now, it would spell disaster for the Earth. The challengers, although they were at their limit, every single one of them were determined to give their lives to defeat him. They pounced on the Murimian, saying they wouldn't let him escape, and he was about to walk into the portal. The guy looked around and marveled that they still had the strength to fight, even though they looked to be at their limit. It also pissed him off that they made it sound like he was running away, because the guy had never run away before. Anger betrayed his strength, and he used the flaming sword to end everything here and now. An incredibly powerful pillar of fiery energy headed towards the challengers who were running towards it. Catherine opened her eyes in surprise, for she herself had never seen someone with such a powerful fire energy technique before. The next instant, the entire Shinjuku neighborhood was flooded with bright light from an explosion that occurred on the outskirts of the city. Buildings that were within range of Akutagawa's attack crumbled like houses of cards. Michael, who had time to run forward, activated his counterattack shield, but it didn't fully work. The system issued a message that the damage received from the enemy's attack could not be repelled, and the shield was destroyed. The guy's arm was torn off, and Martin rushed to him with a healing technique, but Michael didn't think about it. He said the enemy was still here, and glanced at Akutagawa, who decided not to go into the portal after all. Murmit said he could have killed the guy with one punch and asked if he really wanted to follow through with it. It was disgusting, but Michael didn't know what to say because the enemy was really strong. Akutagawa took one last look at Michael, then said he'd be back again and stepped into the portal. This time, no one interrupted him because everyone was already at their limit, and there was no point anyway. Because Michael fell to the ground, and everyone rushed to him to help him get to the base. Meanwhile, Akutagawa had returned to the Murima dimension, where his subordinates and servants were already waiting for him. They rejoiced at the return of their master, but he suddenly fell to his knee and spit up blood. The servants immediately went to fetch the doctor, and Akutagawa vowed to take revenge on Michael Nodforth at all costs. That one was also lying in a Tokyo hospital at the time, where he only regained consciousness in the evening. He tried to get up, asking where he was, but Julia, who was on duty beside him, laid him back down. The girl said he shouldn't move yet, for he was badly scarred, but Michael didn't care. Then Julia confessed that she didn't even know how best to thank him in return for his great sacrifice. But instead of answering, Michael suddenly stretched out his hand from where it hadn't been a second ago, surprising the girl. It was the ash blood skill that triggered it, causing him to regain his arm. The first thing the guy did was ask where the others' rooms were, and he looked in on Catherine first. It turned out to be a bit of an awkward encounter, as the girl had just had her physical and was sitting half naked. Martin wasn't doing any better. The guy was prescribed crutches because he broke his leg in battle. Seeing Michael, however, pleased him, all the more pleased that he was able to regain his arm. Martin also noticed the slap mark on his friend's face, and the latter explained that he had gone into Catherine's room, and judging by her strength, she was fine. Michael then said he didn't see Kim Hoon in his room, asking if Martin knew where he was. But the man replied that he had only seen him in the morning, adding that the friend was now in a bad state. Still, he had lost his right arm, which Akutagawa had so brazenly chopped off just for fun. It was already evening, and Michael went to the roof of the hospital for Martin's advice, where he saw Kim. Toth noticed that the guy had healed his arm with the skill and said that it never ceased to amaze him. In turn, Kim showed him his wound, saying that he knew his right arm could not be saved. He went in to add something else as Michael suddenly said he was sorry it had turned out this way. He added that it wouldn't have happened if he were stronger, but now Kim interrupted him, telling him not to worry. After all, he also had a suitable skill in his arsenal, and the guy demonstrated it by covering his arm with a strange armor. They approached the balcony, and Michael confessed that he'd conquered the tower just for the power, as if he'd been possessed by something. Kim replied that it wasn't so bad, because it was probably that drive that made him so strong. He added, however, that the strong should help the weak, himself at least. He sincerely believed this. Michael nodded, saying that he had learned a lot from this battle and admitted that he had forgotten something very important. Then Kim said it was a relief that such a strong man wasn't an evil psycho. He suddenly took off his mask and lit a cigarette, offering one to Michael as well, but he said he didn't smoke or drink. And then the boy looked at his friend's face, which could now be seen in every detail, and marveled, for his face seemed incredibly familiar to him, and Michael froze with surprise as he looked him over. Then Kim Hoon smiled gently, still holding the cigarette in his teeth, and said that he had forgotten to introduce himself. A few days later, they were all fully recovered from their wounds and stood for photos for the world's press. Each of them was interviewed, especially Michael, wanting to know all the details of his battle. Michael also handed Catherine her necklace, which the girl had forgotten when she changed clothes. The gesture really pleased her, and she smiled at the guy. And the guy had to admit that the girl was beautiful. Martin, Peter, Catherine, and Kim headed toward the exit of their hospital, saying goodbye to Michael because he still had things to do. He put on his red vampire count's tailcoat, but suddenly noticed that there was some sort of change with him. The design of the tailcoat was slightly improved while he was in the hospital, and now it was even a little better looking. His equipment items were also licked to a shine, but from Japan's point of view, they were heroes, so it made sense. Michael lay back on the bed, contemplating the fact that he hadn't planned on becoming so famous in the 3 days he'd arrived on Earth. Checking his phone, he even saw a video of his battle. Turns out they were being filmed from a helicopter the whole time. Reading the messages, Michael noticed that he was compared to a sword ghost, saying that he had plenty of skill. Michael was flattered by the title, but he had not expected that Kim Hoon himself would be the Lightning Emperor. Even among the 30 hunters of epic rank, he was rightfully considered to be the strongest in Korea from this troop. He defended the portals with a speed that other hunters of epic rank couldn't even dream of. Then on the roof of the hospital, he admitted that he wouldn't mind recruiting the guy to join him and held out his business card. Meanwhile, his time on Earth had expired, and Michael prepared to go to the tower again. Still, he should have gotten stronger to wear the title of Transparent Sword deservedly. A moment later, he was already sitting on the bed in his 11th floor waiting room and taking advantage of its effects. Michael thought he'd learned some lessons from his fight with Akutagawa, even though he'd almost lost his life. It was about stamina, which he appeared to lack fully for long battles. Ash Blood is a recovery skill that boasts efficiency among all his other skills. However, it doesn't activate if his stamina is at 0, so it's time to get a new skill. The only problem was that all the skills looked pretty good, but Michael knew what to do. The best way to deal with doubt while shopping was to buy up everything in stock. He bought the skill Auto Recovery rank 3, Absorption of Moonlight rank 4, also Sunlight Absorption rank 4 and Overgrowth rank 2, spending almost all of his points. Michael's account had already been charged 55,000 points, but he videoed that he could afford another skill. It became a rank 2 Blood Call for an extra 20,000 points, but the guy just liked its characteristics. After all, he had accumulated enough points to afford all the skills he needed, and now he could get down to the fun part. Michael used his unique power of skill synthesis, deciding to start with the most compatible. The first skill he successfully created was rank 2 Photosynthesis, according to which he could even absorb mana through light. It was already unbelievable, but Michael decided to add a blood call to the mix for added effect. A new skill was the rank 2 Blood Contract, whereby he could extract power from slain creatures. This time, Michael realized that he had failed, because the skill rank had not increased and the effects of photosynthesis had disappeared. Then the guy decided to buy the Blood Zone skill again, since he had a bunch of points on his account anyway. Now he wanted to try combining the Blood Contract with the Blood Call and see the result. As a result, he gained a new skill of rank 1 Bloodseeker, which indicated that the synthesis had been successful. It was truly astonishing, for he could now extract health, mana, and stamina from blood. And it was also said that he could control it, but Michael didn't realize that and decided to check things out visually. He cut his hand to do so, immediately noticing that the blood droplets rose into the air rather than being healed by the skill. It was amazing, but he really could control blood in the truest sense of the word. The guy could also give it any shape he wanted, so he decided to try something and extended his finger. He noticed with surprise that now he didn't even need to make a cut to draw blood, at least not much. As a result, Michael reasoned that this skill would be quite useful, so it was worth saving it. He went back to synthesizing, as he still had to perfect the Eye of Truth skill. This time he had obtained a high plus rank Fire Dragon Eye skill, and now he could see invisible things. An added effect was that he could see all the information about the items and recognize the lies. Michael looked at his items with new eyes, seeing phrases that were not previously in the description. It was said of the Vampire Count's tailcoat that it could temporarily create a blood shield, and now he looked at his sword. It was said that the sword's true ability would unlock when the user reached the maximum stage. Michael suddenly realized that he was talking about the same flaming sword that Akutagawa had used to destroy an entire district of Shinjuku. It appeared that only those who had reached the flaming sword stage could awaken true ability. Michael decided not to pull the cat by the tail and rather continue to improve himself in the Tower of Trials. The theme of the 11th floor test was a mental test where he had to make a breakthrough through all 7 gates. He was given 7 days to do all this, and the penalty, in case of failure, was, as always, the death of the claimant. When Michael was transported to the right place, he suddenly saw a man in front of him who greeted him. In front of him stood a man on one leg, who said that from now on the lad would fulfill God's tests. He explained that the 7 supreme tests of the god Ares awaited him, and now he was in the Temple of Testing. Seeing, however, that the boy didn't understand a word, the man sighed at having to explain everything again. He began by saying that the tests at the Temple of Verification were pretty simple. At the beginning, they would check his body, and at the very end, they would get to the hardest part, the mental check. It was very easy to break through the gate, in which room the high priest would be waiting for him. All he has to do is convince them or kill them, but at any cost to get through. When he finished explaining, the man suddenly put his foot down, saying that they would now proceed to the first test. He pounced on Michael, attacking him from all sides, but the guy had no trouble fending off all his attacks. He thought that such strength was enough to become a challenger with the qualifications of a pioneer. Unfortunately for the man, however, he was in no mood to lose any extra time here, so he activated the Bloodseeker. This time he took the form of a firearm and took aim, then fired at the enemy. The man wasn't prepared for this turn, but it was too late. A bloody bullet ran through his skull. He fell to the ground dead, and Michael thought he'd gotten a really ratty skill. He absorbed the spirit of the first priest named Johann, and his skill increased by 5.8%. Then all of a sudden, the guy got a lot of messages from admins who happened to be watching his fight. They were new this time, and given their nicknames, Michael thought he'd attracted the right kind of attention. Next, he read that the Steel Blood Lord was shocked by his actions, and the White Crane Sword was upset. Angela was probably resentful that he hadn't told her he was going to the trial, but the guy had other things on his mind. He walked over to Priest Johann's body and pulled some sort of shiny disc-like object from his pocket. To find out for sure, Michael activated the Fire Dragon Eye skill and read the following information. Priest's Divine Mirror, rank 2+, could use Divine Shield once with it. That was the end of the basic information. But the guy also read that he might be coming to prove his destiny. Therefore, using this mirror was more like a disposable, protective barrier. In the meantime, Michael walked on, crossing to another testing room where another priestess was already waiting for him. Now sitting in front of him was a girl who, Michael had to point out, was quite attractive. Unlike Johann, who sat on one leg, she had a throne on which the girl sat proudly with her leg tucked behind her leg. When Michael asked if she would be grading his passing the second test, the priestess responded positively. She introduced herself, saying her name was Jane, and she was indeed in charge of the second trial here. At first glance, she seemed pretty nice to the guy, but then the girl threw a chair at him. Opinion quickly changed. Michael said that since she was using violence, he could use the same tactics. Still, it only meant that he was indeed undergoing a body check, so he should give his best. The girl, meanwhile, attacked him from a new angle. She clearly underestimated his abilities. From somewhere, she suddenly had a sword, which she swung right at Michael's head, but he managed to dodge. To his surprise, the guy noticed that she also had sword chi, only the energy was glowing pink in color. However, this variant of the sword was similar to the one he had used before, which meant it wasn't as strong. Michael used his Sword Master Chi skill in response and attacked the priestess with a powerful stream of energy. The girl didn't expect this challenger to possess such a great sword chi skill. That's why Michael's attack repulsed her. The girl didn't understand how a normal player could use aura. Michael replied with a counter question, asking why not if the girl was using her herself. He then quickly approached her and grabbed both of hers with one hand, telling her to tell about the confirmation. The priestess asked what he was up to, since the guy could have just killed her and moved on, but he didn't. But Michael continued to hold her against the wall, waiting for an answer, though for now the girl was in no hurry to speak. Then Michael didn't wait any longer and turned to Jane again, telling her to just explain the ordeal to him. The girl finally spoke, telling him that there were 2 more body tests awaiting him, then 2 of faith and 1 for consciousness. But suddenly Jane released one hand and grabbed Michael, telling him that he had better give up before the final test. After all, the girl added, no one had passed it yet. Every last one of them had gone mad or died from bleeding. Just in case, Michael checked the veracity of her words with the eye of the fire dragon, but the girl was telling the truth. Jane said that, as her last words, she would like to thank him for such a fight. Then Michael added that he wanted the girl to tell the way in which she could have avoided death if there was one. But Jane answered in the negative, saying that she was not afraid of death at all, for she would simply go back to God. Seeing how enthusiastically she said it, Michael slit her throat, thinking it was pointless to drag it out any longer. After devouring her soul, his skill increased by 8.8%, but for some reason, the guy felt disgusted. Either the mood was bad, or all these priests were all obsessed with their god. Nevertheless, he continued onward, and it was not long before he approached the door of the 3rd room. Michael swung them open, preparing to see another priest in front of him, but he still couldn't hide his surprise. This time he was met by a middle-aged man who introduced himself as Lucilian, the future sword god of confirmation. With those words, he thrust his blade forward, saying that today he would test the lad's martial arts. Therefore, Michael had to prove that he was worthy to pass on, otherwise death awaited him. As expected, the old man also wielded sword chi, and his skill was vastly different from Jane. Michael even noticed that though unsteady, the man was holding the very same flaming sword. This kind of blade already spoke volumes on the 3rd trial, but Michael prepared to overpower it as well. He realized that it looked like he was going to have to risk his life, so he threw himself into the attack without thinking about losing. However, at the first fight, the lad realized that something was wrong with this priest's sword wielding. After all, it, as well as his body's capabilities, were inferior to Michael's, so he couldn't match the guy. But that didn't stop Lucilian from continuing to attack him, each time trying to hit at least a little bit of his body. But much to Michael's surprise, although the old man was inferior to him in skill and prowess, for some reason the guy's sword chi was being destroyed. After seeing Akutagawa Namgun use the flaming sword, Michael thought it was an advanced skill, but while fighting Lucilian, the guy thought that maybe a Kutagawa pupil was just too damn strong. It really didn't depend on skill. Michael was already fully convinced that his sword chi was losing. And Lucilian kept attacking him, not allowing time to respawn so the guy couldn't accumulate strength. He suddenly turned to Michael, saying that although his sword was strong, it was beyond his power to destroy this sword in his hands. He added that it can only be destroyed by those who can endure what cannot be seen. Michael, meanwhile, analyzed his opponent and concluded that he was stronger than him, but the flaming sword was ruining the whole situation. It was a little annoying because you could compare it to the feeling when someone dumber than you gets good grades. Michael decided he didn't care about what can't be seen and prepared to attack again. Their blades met again, and Michael exerted the maximum amount of force to outweigh the priest. But the one said that only those who could withstand the hidden could create a sword that could cut through anything. Lucilian's words were already irritating him beyond belief. With that thought, he pounced on the man and managed to punch him in the throat, making everything around him splattered with blood. Michael also realized the difference between the ordinary sword chi and the flame sword, for the source of the latter's power. There was a will that was getting strong enough to become real. The guy was finally able to use it himself. Lucilian, meanwhile, bent over in pain, wiping the blood away with his hand. He didn't think there would be anyone who could understand the secret of the sword. Suddenly, the old man shot up with happiness, saying that Michael had a perfect flaming sword, not what he had. And Michael didn't understand why the priest cared more about his achievement than his own death. Lucilian held out a trembling hand to him, telling him that the lad had passed his test and could go on. He added that Michael has successfully validated his martial arts and can keep it up. Seeing that the old man was finding it increasingly difficult to speak, Michael swung his sword, saying he would end his suffering. When he absorbed his soul, the mastery of the unique characteristic increased by another 14%. This was enough for his current rank to reach perfection and change to a higher rank. His necromancy was now rank 1, which meant there was probably an additional effect in the description. Michael was already excited and decided not to delay, so he immediately went into the store and found the right tab. This was his already 6th additional effect, according to which he could now absorb his opponent's will along with his soul. Seeing this, Michael couldn't hide his surprise, for in fact, he now had a skill for absorbing willpower. The guy thought his characterization never ceased to amaze, and after all, she was only another rank 1. Opening the window with his stats, he noticed that those were almost already reaching 100, which was very impressive, and he had previously thought that he would never reach this level, but now the result was in front of him. Michael absorbed the souls of all 3 priests as stat enhancements, and his strength increased by as much as 8. He also gained one of Lucilian's skills, unyielding will of the highest minus rank. There was no one in the room of the last body test, which was quite strange considering all the priests before were sitting right in the center. Suddenly, the guy heard someone's voice coming from somewhere above, oddly enough, and Michael froze with surprise. When he turned around, he saw a boy who was soaring through the air using real wings. This time, Michael decided to attack his opponent first, even though he didn't know his opponent's ability yet. The boy had no trouble dodging his powerful jet of aura and noticed that the guy didn't seem to be in the mood for conversation. But then he added that it was even better, because that way they could get right down to business. He spread his wings, introducing himself as Priest Kyrene, saying he would test his body according to the rules. The system gave Michael that he had met a strong opponent, so he had activated the unyielding will skill. The boy himself had already realized that this boy's energy was incomparable to the previous priests. Kyrene, meanwhile, activated his sword chi, which the guy had reached his true form. Plus, he didn't look fake, and Michael barely managed to dodge his attack by bouncing off to the side. Except he hadn't calculated that the room was made of large mirrors that reflected the attack about equal in him. If it wasn't for the Dragon Fire Eye skill, the guy would have been dead from a back attack he couldn't repel. Michael realized that he should attack while the opponent had used his sword chi again earlier. With that thought, he pounced on the boy, and the boy flew even further back and even higher to defend himself, and then immediately went on the counterattack, flapping his wings with such force that Michael flew off in another direction. As he fell, Kyrene had already prepared to finish him off with a new attack of his true sword chi. But to his surprise, the guy quickly pushed himself off the ground and was beside him again, blocking the attack. He just didn't want to let him launch that beam again, especially since the flaming sword was already new to her here. Michael suddenly thought he realized how this priest probably always wins battles. So the guy clenched his blade tighter and activated his aura, saying that this time it would be different. Karain, meanwhile, prepared to attack again, intending to launch her across the room of mirrors. However, when he saw that the guy was getting ready for something new, he said he would prepare a little surprise for him too. It turned out to be his new attack from 4 directions at once, and all 4 beams emitted incredible power. Reflecting off the mirrors of the room, they quickly reached Michael, who was standing downstairs just watching. And then there was an explosion, and Karain thought another challenger was finished. However, the system gave a message that the buildup was complete, and when the fog cleared, the priest saw everything for himself. It appeared that Michael had used the counterattack shield at the last second, absorbing the damage from all of his beams. And now his shield released all the damage it had received, which Michael aimed directly at the priest, increasing the subtlety of the attack. It went right through, cutting Karain's stomach, something he was not prepared for, so he couldn't dodge it. The boy spit up the blood, amazed that this was the first time he had found someone who could inflict such an injury on him. He asked the guy with a smile on his face what that was now, for he didn't think the guy had magic. The priest was then asked if Michael had divine will, but the priest replied that he didn't know what it was. Then Karain announced that he had passed the 4th test, for he did not run away from the battle and was victorious. Then the priest died and Michael absorbed his spirit, increasing his skill by 13%, and also got a message. It said he also absorbed the opponent's will. Since he was stronger than him, it became a rank 2+ divine power. Seeing this, Michael thought that the priest must have used it as mana, and now it had been transferred to him as well. He could feel some energy in his heart, but he couldn't control it, for it was different from mana. After that, the guy absorbed Karain's soul as an improvement to his stats, increasing his strength by 4 more. Dexterity and stamina added another 3 points, mana increased by 4, and strength increased by 5. A short time later, Michael was already standing on the threshold of room 5 with a test to his will. A little old man met him there, greeting him and calling him a martial arts nut. She explained that the guy strived to win, to grow, and one day become the strongest, which is why he was obsessed. Michael thought that he really wanted to get stronger, but he didn't even think about being the strongest. He thought his grandmother was exaggerating, but the woman suddenly said she wasn't, for it all came down to the bottom line of his endeavors. The mere fact that she had read his mind was alarming, but on top of that, the old man was at his back. This the guy didn't notice and was surprised by her agility, but he also remembered that O was his opponent. Michael swung his sword, but to his surprise, there was no grandmother in the area, and she spoke from his head. She added that it was not a test of physical ability, just a test of faith. Then it finally came to him that such movements were impossible, and the lad realized that the priestess had invaded his mind. It was a strange feeling, like he was in a battle, but there was no way he could hit the enemy. The power suddenly left his body, and the maws became many in his head, and they reached for his face. His whole body was firmly detailed by someone's hands, and in front of him he suddenly saw the open mouth of the priestess. Before he could do anything, his grandmother consumed him, and Michael thought he had lost this battle. But in the next instant, everything stopped, and he was back standing in room 5 of the ordeal in front of the little old man. She suddenly divulged that the guy had passed the 5 gates, even though the flavor of his faith was pretty specific. Grandmother explained that initially the 5th gate begins with contemplating mentally images. In other words, only those with an unshakable will be able to look into their own world of images. And she felt this unwavering will in him, this desire to kill anyone to get stronger. She added that if he wanted to kill her, an infirm old woman, he should hurry. However, to his grandmother's surprise, Michael replied that he wouldn't do that. Such a response was quite unexpected. The priestess even questioned for a moment whether she had read his thoughts correctly, and then asked him why he had thought so. Michael then reminded her that she herself had said that the test had been passed, so he didn't see the point in killing her. He didn't even understand a little why he would ask something so obvious, but it was an unexpected turn for the priestess. She said she thought he would have done well even if she had given him the official 5-gate trials. After that, she patted him on the shoulder, telling him that the guy could go on and she wished him to go through all the gates. Michael thanked her and did indeed go on, except that his view soon became severely restricted. He realized that the surface of the mirror had been swallowed up by darkness, and very soon he found himself in a void where nothing could be seen. Suddenly, he heard someone come close to his ear and whispered a greeting. It was a girl. Michael quickly realized that he had just met the priestess of the six gates, so he swung his sword to get her to disengage. He wondered if he was back in the world of mental images, and the girl's voice confirmed his guess. She introduced herself as Priestess Henir, saying she planted the seed so he could enter the world of mental imagery. Suddenly, Michael realized as the old man clapped him on the shoulder, guessing it might have been a sign for another priestess. In reality, the girl smiled at him, telling him not to let the guy worry too much about it, because she'll keep a good eye on his physical shell while he's in the mental image world. Michael thought that for some reason he wanted to be even more nervous about it, but the girl didn't like it. Then he asked how he should have his faith tested in this trial. Henner noticed with a smile on her face that the guy immediately changed his tone after she put the knife to his throat. But then the girl explained that he was now in the world of his mental images. Here he just had to try to see from the northern world of images, and once he did, the gate would open. She added that the world of a person's mental images depends largely on their beliefs, but no one has the power to oversee its creation. Michael clarified, asking if he needed to see something like his thought patterns in that void. Hannah replied that he had hit it right on the mark again, so she could begin her test of room 6. She announced the start of the 6th trial, and suddenly Michael felt the water right at his feet. It was as if he was standing on water, and then he failed and began to sink deeper and deeper to the bottom of his consciousness. Of course, everything seemed real to him, and he even held his breath so he wouldn't swallow water in this state. And Hennier slyly said that she had forgotten to inform him that the pain in this state would be like the real thing. So the guy had to find a solution to this problem as soon as possible, or he would drown without any water around. Suddenly, to the priestess's surprise, Michael activated the Serene Mind skill. He was rank 2, and his strength kept him from losing his composure and the restrictions of mental images weakening. Now the situation was getting better because the guy was out of panic and could hold his breath longer. Hennier was impressed that not only was he able to get out of the mental imagery pool, but he was moving his body. The girl noticed with some delight that this challenger was able to defend himself even on an unconscious level. Henner even had to jump away from him because Michael swung his sword and almost left the girl headless. However, this was only his physical body, and mentally he was still under the water of his mental images. Hennier didn't understand how this was even possible, because in only about 2 hours the guy was able to completely regain control. And Michael was surprised by her words, for he could say with certainty that it had not been more than a minute since he had been here. From this I assumed that time moved much faster in reality than it did in the world of mental images. It was dangerous, as he only had 7 days to complete this challenge, and he couldn't spend them all here. Michael thought that since he was able to feel his body again through the use of the power of the skill, that meant that activating another skill was also possible. The guy had activated the Fire Dragon Eye. With this effect, he was able to see his own world of images, and not even a few seconds had passed. The water suddenly receded from the guy, and he felt the ground beneath his feet that he could lean on. Michael wondered if he should call what he saw a sea of blood, because that's what it looked like. Hennier, meanwhile, grabbed her head, asking how it was even possible that the world of images had opened up to him. But Michael had already realized that the test had been passed himself. He activated his steel wings. Upon seeing them, the girl asked if he was definitely human, for he possessed simply monstrous powers. Instead of answering, Michael lunged at the priestess, intending to finish her off for nearly ruining him. While conducting the attack, he thought that the world of his mental images that he had seen with the Fire Dragon Eye. It looked extremely ominous and unsettling, though Michael had no clue what it could mean. The guy activated his technique that he borrowed from Akutagawa, and a multitude of swords appeared in the sky. Michael directed them all to the image of his thought world, which still instilled fear and some anxiety. He also pulled out his blade, which had taken on a new coloration that indicated improvement. Following the swords, the guy himself landed, shattering the notions of his world, bringing him back to reality. He turned to the priestess, asking why his world looked the way it did, and if he had made it that way himself. It also appeared that he was able to pass the test of faith, but Michael didn't understand what that had to do with it at all. Then Hennier explained that the test of faith was merely a way of recognizing himself. It was amazing that people themselves don't properly understand what they believe, so that was the purpose of the test. The girl also shared that she read in his mental image world a promise to herself to become stronger. However, even with such simple desires and thoughts, staying true to them is another story. At this they parted, the girl wished him luck, and Michael swung open the doors of the last room of the ordeal. After reaching the 7 gates, Michael found himself in a completely different world that looked more like a fictional universe. Looking up, the guy saw a huge light coming from somewhere above, and soon there was a message from the system. It said that the god of verification was watching him right now, and Michael realized that it wasn't just light. Soon his hunch was confirmed, and he noticed how a real eye, like a human eye, was now looking at him. He remembered Jane telling him that no one had ever passed the 7th test before. And then an unexpected force chained him to the ground, forcing him to bow to the god of inspection. Michael was open to memories from his childhood where he trembled, huddled in a corner for fear of death. It was the very moment he lost his parents, and Michael realized he couldn't stand it. He swung his sword and stabbed his arm, after which the ash blood skill instantly activated. Michael shouted that she was going to die helplessly, for it was possible to get through anything. This was what the Tower of Trials was for, so that even those without talent could shine. Michael didn't know if he would succeed in injuring that eye called the God of Inspection, but it was worth a try. After all, if there was even a small chance, and if he got even a centimeter closer to the enemy, the guy knew he could chop it up because it was the only way to pass the test. He attacked with his sword Shi, using a powerful aura flow, intending to leave at least a scratch on the god's eye. It looked pretty good at first, and the attack actually followed a trajectory right in the eye. But the closer she got, the worse Michael saw her, because his consciousness suddenly began to blur. He realized he was about to lose him, so he had to end this battle soon, though he didn't know how. Unexpectedly, the system informed him that the verification god was impressed with his stamina. He was also pleased to meet a player with a strong spirit for the first time in a long time and asked him to prove his worth. It was also said that the god of verification remembered him and warned him of the beginning of the 7th stage. Suddenly, the eye that had been looking at Michael all this time closed, and the guy was alone in this dimension. He sank to the ground, wondering what he should do next, for in fact, the god of verification was gone. But what bothered him the most was that gods did exist, and the messages from the system were an example of that. While he was still thinking about it, he suddenly saw a strange mirror appearing from under the ground in front of him. It became directly in front of Michael, and he looked at it in surprise, wondering what it could be. As suddenly the system reported connecting to him from the future and beginning to synchronize, then Michael began to understand little by little. He extended his finger and touched the glass of the mirror to see if it was real or fake. Suddenly, he saw Johan from the first stage of the challenge, looking sad about losing his mirror. Michael still didn't realize anything, as suddenly something happened behind him, and everything behind him was flooded with a bright light. The boy looked around and was greatly surprised at what he saw, for the room he was in had begun to disappear. Instead of her, he now saw a street filled with people. It was Christmas, and it seemed to be welcomed in Korea. And then Michael saw the same man in the red tailcoat and realized with surprise that it was him from the future. Watching himself, he noticed that he must have been testing a new skill because he walked into a back alley and cut his hand. Michael didn't understand why he was doing this on Earth, however, and it puzzled him a little, then horrified him. For in the next instant, people on the street began to fall and die from the power he directed at them. Michael screamed at himself that he was crazy, and the system gave out that the reflection assimilation percentage had increased to 10. The boy bent down from what felt like weakness in his legs, but he couldn't relax. He gathered his strength again and swung his sword, cutting off the head of Priestess Johan, or rather his image. In mind confirmation, mental defense was very important, and Michael regretted being without the cold mind skill. Meanwhile, he continued to watch himself from the future, which had already gone wild. He suddenly said he would have started a long time ago if she knew what it was like, and the reflection assimilation percentage went up to 20. Michael was still stunned by his words and actions. He couldn't believe that this was really his destiny. The system reported that he was receiving a key deviation due to the severe shock, which was completely out of place. His head was bound by something incomprehensible, and the guy felt that his mind was not listening to him, which made it even worse. He also didn't understand why he had become so violent, for although he was possessed of power, he wouldn't do such a thing. But the system seemed to want him to get into action, reporting that his mana scheme would be decreasing from now on. Michael felt that she was already overwhelmed and grabbed his stomach. Then everything suddenly changed. Now he was watching himself in another dimension, namely the world of Murim, where for some reason he had gone himself. Michael from the future asked the Murimians to call the leader of the alliance to him. He added that he would spare them in that case, but in saying this he had little enthusiasm for his words. Then someone said that a ghost sword had recently appeared in Marima, and apparently it was Michael. A man came out to him introducing himself as the leader of the Alliance, Arnold Lee, and asked him what the guy's name was. But he didn't have time to finish because Michael suddenly rushed at him with an attack that the current Michael didn't even know yet. In a moment, all the men who stood in his way were dead, and Arnold Lee was badly wounded. The latter asked if the guy wasn't ashamed that he killed everyone he promised to spare because it was so low. But Michael replied in the negative, saying that guys like that are just cannon fodder for him and don't let him get tired. With those words, he approached the Alliance leader and chopped off his head and headed onward. The reflection assimilation percentage increased to 30, and this time the real Michael coughed up blood. For the dozens of times the mirror changed locations after he killed thousands of people. The guy was like a monster, steeped in madness and obsession with power and his stature. A mad monster who never loses, in a way the system itself made him that way. The reflection assimilation percentage increased to 40, and Michael screamed at the pain that shot through his head. The reflection assimilation percentage went up to 50, and that was already half of all his suffering. But for some reason, as the percentage increased, Michael became more and more pleased. Meanwhile, he arrived from the future to some place with a different location. This time it was located on Earth. Suddenly, someone kicked in the doors and Michael saw Kim Hoon, who for the first time was more than a little pissed off. He asked if Michael thought he could get away with it after what he'd done. And then suddenly, the real Michael noticed his future copy holding Martin's body in his hands. Along with Kim came Betty, who quietly asked why he did it. The girl couldn't even look him in the eye. But then she desperately screamed why he was killing people to get stronger, since he had already accomplished so much. Then Michael asked her in response, why ask such a stupid and useless question? He dumped Martin's body. After all, he said he actually kills people because it makes him many times stronger. Then Kim Hoon, heading toward him, asked if the guy knew he was controlling lightning. Then he added that in this weather, he had better get ready to die, and his whole body electrified in an instant. He pounced on him, saying people like him should die, and Michael spread his arms as if he was waiting for him. He remarked that even he shouldn't consider Kim Hoon an easy opponent. Yet he was the almighty Michael Nodforth. In the next instant, he chopped Kim Hoon in half, and the latter didn't even have time to use a single attack. Betty was alone and tears came to her eyes, for just now 2 of her friends had died at the hand of a third. The girl screamed desperately for him to stop, begging him to wake up, and strangely enough, it worked. The real Michael could barely stand on his feet anymore, for he realized that just one mistake, and he from the future would devour him. Already at 50%, his brain felt like it was tearing up, so he had to find a solution before it was too late. The reflection mastery percentage, meanwhile, increased to 60, and the mastery of his mana scheme skill decreased even further. The feeling was terrible, and Michael swung his sword with the last of his strength, wanting to dispel all these thoughts. Could no longer look at it, for he could no longer distinguish between pain and pleasure, and the percentage had reached 70. Suddenly, just when the guy thought he was already losing consciousness, he felt someone touch him. It was Priest Johann, who asked if he had taken his mirror, and the lad remembered finding it. One of its characteristics in the description was its ability to create a barrier and lower the assimilation rate. Then Michael decided to grasp this chance like the last straw and use it for its intended purpose. He activated the divine mirror of a rank 2+ high priest, and the divine barrier protected his mind from now on. The deflected chi canceled, and he from the future froze with sword in hand beside the startled Beatty. Suddenly, he felt like it wasn't even his body, and realized he had to free himself from its shackles. Screaming loudly, Michael pulled free of him, saying he would not allow himself to be consumed by him and do such things. He tried his best to keep the remnants of his mind now protected by the barrier, and he succeeded. The system reported that he had gained a steely mind, and his stamina increased by 1. On this day, a big explosion occurred at the place where he was standing. In reality, that mirror shattered, and the system alerted that he had proven that his faith was not broken. And then Michael read a message that the god of verification wanted to meet him and was forcibly summoning him. The guy didn't understand what was happening, but the system window said that he was being summoned to the divine region. The god of verification also used his power for the sake of power in the tower, and the admins could no longer watch him. For Michael, it was comparable to the sensation of freefall, and he even screamed in panic. It was over as quickly as it had begun, and soon the lad was standing in the middle of the vast sky. And then he saw him, the god of verification, who came down to him, all flooded with dazzling light. The god asked the guy who he was, because for some reason he also felt divine power from him, but Michael was unable to answer. Finally, he was able to move his lips and asked if the tower had created him too, and the god suddenly asked him the same question. He asked if Michael himself was a divine copy created by the tower, but he didn't understand. Then the god clarified that such people are usually called administrators and asked if the guy was one of them. But Michael replied that he was a simple player, and the verification god also, after a little thought, agreed with that. He added that the guy had his own divine power and also shared his thoughts. He thought that they had finally realized that they couldn't create the real using divine copies. So they decided to use the apostle of the divine copy, but Michael thought he had only killed Kareen. Thanks to that, he had gotten divine power. But as the verification god pointed out, the guy had no idea what it was. Michael decided to say he was just lucky, but the god asked if it could be just luck to perfectly clear a god's footprints. He added that the guy might not have known, but it wasn't a mere coincidence, as he clearly senses cause and effect. God thought that the Tower of Trials expected a lot from him, and those words made Michael wonder. He wondered how the tower could expect anything so much more from a regular player like him. But the god replied that he had made a mistake, and he shouldn't have said anything about it, for the tower was now angry. He said that this was their time to say goodbye, but he would be watching him, and Michael wanted to stop him. He had so many questions, such as what is cause and effect, and what will happen to him in the future. The god of verification thought for a moment, seeing the boy sink to his knees from the sharp pain in his head. He concluded that he seemed to have looked too far into the future and told him to remember one thing. When you stare at the abyss for a long time, the abyss starts staring at you because it always wants to consume the mind. With these words, the god left him, saying that the lad would soon return to where he came from. Michael asked in desperation if they could still talk, but God replied that he had no choice. He added that he would answer all his questions at the Temple of Verification and told him lastly not to trust other gods. That was the end of his ordeal, and as a reward, Michael received as much as 70,000 points and 4,500 COs. He also saw that an old verification mirror of epic minus rank had been added to the inventory. Once Michael was in the waiting room, he thought again about the god he had met for the first time. It was a being that told him everything, that Kyrane's divine power was no accident. So the tower wanted the guy to take his power, and that was probably the cause and effect. Plus, Tower expected a lot from him, but even assuming all the admin contracts were her idea, Michael still didn't understand why the tower would do that. After all, he was just an ordinary player, one of millions of others. Administrators, divine copies, the power of the gods, and the creation of the real. The god's words jumbled in his head. Michael didn't understand anything, and it made him sad, but he remembered the verification god's last piece of advice. At the very least, even if the other gods consider him an enemy, they can't harm him thanks to the tower. And then suddenly there was a new expansion of the system, beyond which Earth was now becoming the official dimension of the tower. This created a defense against invasion, and players from other dimensions are penalized. More player Michael Nodforth became visible to the admins again, and they flooded him with messages of congratulations. Suddenly, Michael remembered the words of the god of verification, who had said that the admins were those very copies. It appeared that they were also connected to divinity, and the guy suddenly wondered if he could trust them. After a moment, he realized he couldn't trust anyone and bit his lip in frustration. Still, Michael was determined to find out more and set off into the iron-blooded world of his admin. His administrator immediately ran out of the hut and immediately asked if he was hurt. However, instead of answering, Michael suddenly attacked the girl, and she barely managed to dodge the blow. She stared at him, and Michael asked in a strange voice if all the admins were cooperating with the tower to use him. It was then that the girl realized that her contractor didn't seem to be away from mind verification yet. Michael, meanwhile, attacked her again, wanting to hear the answer to his question, but the girl didn't answer yet. She deftly dodged his blows, even though she wasn't even wearing any equipment, and that's when Michael changed tactics. He cut his hand, and she noticed it too, telling the guy to come to his senses, for he wasn't in his right mind right now. But Michael cut his hand in order to use the Bloodseeker skill and shape it into needles. He pointed them at the girl, asking if the admins and the tower were really using players together. The girl jumped away from him, defending herself from the attacks. She said the guy was saying nonsensical things. And then she was seriously fed up with the situation and told Michael to get a grip on himself already. However, the guy asked her back why she kept telling him to come to his senses if he was perfectly fine. He then swung his sword, activating the chi, and the girl screamed for him not to do it. It was too late, however, and the powerful energy of his sword pierced the path to her home. The steel-blooded lord looked around, seeing her now half-destroyed house in front of her. The girl got more than a little angry and asked if the guy seriously thought he could do anything. She raised her hand, summoning a multitude of swords that were all imbued with chi energy, and flew at Michael. Even though the guy noticed them, it was pretty hard to dodge them all, so he decided to just hide. However, the girl asked where he was going. She was suddenly right behind him, and Michael didn't even notice. Then she grabbed his head and slammed it into the snow that covered her domain, and Michael went a little cold. He managed to put his arms out in time so he didn't end up completely in the snow, so he was able to continue the battle after all. The hand he was holding the sword with swung near the receptionist's face, but she managed to dodge. Seeing that the contractor wasn't wondering, she pointed her swords at him again, which restricted Michael's movements. It took a while longer before the girl managed to stabilize the situation and grab the guy. She tied him up and hung him from the rubble of her house, and when Michael came to his senses, he apologized. To this, the girl said that she would certainly untie him, but she was afraid that next time he would destroy her house. She set down the cup she'd been drinking tea with while Michael was recovering and told him not to worry. For it seemed to her that when he came here, there was still darkness in him, and she would forever be a part of him. After all, even though he saw himself from the future, it was still him, so his suspicions of the admins weren't entirely true. She put it bluntly, saying that no one knows what the tower wants, not even they, the administrators. Michael then asked if that meant that tower didn't expect anything from him, and the girl agreed that it did. She activated her sword chi and swung it towards the guy's body, who closed his eyes in excitement. But the girl had merely cut the rope by which he was attached to the wreckage of her house. She added that Tower has never revealed her wishes to the players, so she probably isn't expecting anything specifically from him. However, judging by his hesitation, the girl noticed that someone had told him about it, and Michael agreed. He said that the god of verification had told him that the tower was expecting something special from him. Hearing about the verification god, the girl suddenly smiled faintly. She understood the reason for his doubts. However, as she stood up from the table, she said that all administrators like him report to the tower. She also added that she was happy that the guy liked the tea, saying it was made from black dragon urine. Michael froze with his mouth open, the remnants of his tea oozing out of it. Now he was starting to feel nauseous. However, he quickly came to his senses, saying that the god of verification had also mentioned that the admins had entered into some sort of contract with the tower. But for some reason, the girl said she couldn't tell him about the divine copies yet. She added that the guy would find out very soon anyway. And then Michael asked one more thing. He revealed that Master White Crane had told him about her cherished wish that all the admins had. But Michael wanted to know, asking the girl why she would confide in him and reveal it. The girl hesitated for a moment, then suddenly replied that she was just scared. She continued by saying that Michael underestimates himself, but she saw how obsessed he was with his height. So, for the sake of his stature, she thought the guy would immediately want to take the test of a cherished wish. Hearing this, Michael thought he must have been so obsessed with height because he didn't have his talent. And the girl, as if reading his thoughts, said that very soon he would realize how much he underestimated himself. After all, the test of the 12th floor was talent. With these words, he suddenly realized he was back in his room. He sat on his bed and thought that talent was a gift from heaven that could not be changed. In the hunter world, it was divided into 3 parts: gaining skills, stat boosts, and abilities. They are called the 3 gifts for a hunter, but Michael has had none of those things since birth. He couldn't gain skills, his stats didn't get above level, he had no unique abilities. If he had the talent, he would have become a strong hunter without the tower. And the boy even felt a little sad at the thought. But suddenly he remembered the words of his admin, who had said that it wouldn't be long before he would realize that he was underestimating himself. After all, the theme of the 12th floor challenge was a battle with yourself, where you had to fight and defeat yourself. Michaela thought it was useless to just sit and think about it. After all, the point of the test was to assess his skills. With that thought, he opened his inventory and found a rank 2+ skill increase potion that gave plus 10% to any skill. It was one of the rewards from the Japanese government for helping with Akutagawa Namgun, and Catherine had given him hers, leaving Michael with as many as 3 of those potions. Without thinking long, Michael accepted it and selected the skill Magic Control to improve. It was a skill obtained from the Dark Monarch from the 10th floor, and it was the core of the rest of the skills. So it was beneficial to improve it, and the system reported that the skill was successfully improved by 10%. The next item he chose was an old epic minus rank verification mirror. Michael picked it to read more information using the Fire Dragon's Eye. It said that he could only gain the thoughts of the past skill the first time he used it. Michael activated the old verification mirror by using the skill once. As expected, the mirror activated and popped up a message that the player was gaining a skill from thoughts of the past. It became the high plus rank concentration and combat skill, where the combat skills from thoughts of the past were sealed. Because of this, the skill's mastery immediately increased by 11%, and he could also increase its concentration by 20 times. And that was only for the moment, and after all, no one canceled improvements, so Michael liked the skill. He realized that he was now ready for the 12th floor test and started it. The theme of the test was surpassing limits. The condition was to kill your copy within 48 hours. The penalty for failure, as usual, was death. The reward offered was an ash crown of an ancient emperor of high minus rank. This time Michael found himself in some kind of hall, something similar to one of the 11th floor test rooms. The system suddenly reported that the blessing of the god of darkness felt the alien dude create guards. It was also said that the offender should consider whether he knew himself well and outlive Michael appeared himself. The guy remembered his admin talking about how the copy on the 12th floor would be perfect. In other words, she will know and be able to do everything that Michael himself does, and also a copy gets his talent, so it was not to be underestimated. Michael decided he should give it a try and threw himself into the fight for himself, as strange as that may sound. Guy also noticed that this copy was created by a certain god of darkness, and thought he began to cross paths with the gods often. However, this copy was very similar to him, and judging from the words of the Steel Bloodlord that prompted him, as well as a used question ticket, the receptionist refused to help for nothing. The copy could only copy one item, and it was the Vampire Count's old tailcoat, which meant the copy had chosen protection. But Michael figured that if the copy was of good enough quality, it was a good way to gauge his skills. He activated instant acceleration, wind grace, and increased his speed by 70%. It was all to test his talent, for the lad still didn't understand what he was about. He also activated the concentration in combat skill, doubling it, and noticed an unexpected change. It was as if time had frozen around him, and he was the only one who could break through that shroud. Such was his new skill, and Michael realized that he really liked it, for that one was truly cool. Lastly, he activated the flaming sword, finding himself already almost at the head of his copy with the attack. And that one, seeing the guy approaching him from a height, also activated her skill in response to his previous ones. Bouncing to the side and dodging the attack, the copy activated the Ironblood sword and prepared to defend itself. However, Michael thought it was obvious and realized that the copy was probably using a counterattack shield now. And so it was, for he knew that this combination was the only choice for defense in this situation. However, then the guy suddenly saw that his copy didn't stop there. His shield suddenly transformed into a powerful red blade, and now the enemy had two weapons. This movement surprised Michael greatly, for he had never thought that his shield had such a property. They stood looking at each other for a while longer, Michael using it to analyze. Just then, the opponent prepared to fight in a two-sword style that even Michael himself didn't use. He thought that because such a transformation was wasting a lot of mana, he didn't use it himself. But if his copy mirrored his actions, then why did she choose such an ineffective method? Of course, Michael himself had also thought about using the shield as a weapon, but hadn't dared to do so in actual combat. His copy, meanwhile, made his move, pouncing on him and attacking him with two swords at once. Suddenly, Michael was a little angry, wondering if his opponent thought this was a workout. They met and the fight began, but it was impossible to even determine which side had the initiative. However, Michael soon noticed himself that he seemed to be losing a bit to his copy and fighting skills. Perhaps because that one used two swords at once, or some other reason. But that was it. Michael didn't understand how this could have happened, considering he had the unbending will skill. Thus, in subjects, he had an advantage, so he activated indomitable will. He thought that if his physical strength was inferior to the copy's skill, and also if the opponent was able to maximize his concentration, then this was entirely possible. But that didn't help Michael at all, because he didn't see how he could win at this point. Now he realized that his copy was the real problem, for it used the same sword techniques as he did. She had two of them at once, however, and Michael was having trouble keeping track of each one in time to avoid getting hit. But they were definitely his technicians, because the copy couldn't think of something that he didn't possess. Michael missed a kick, which was pretty hard, and he was thrown backwards into the wall. After feeling this attack on himself, he realized that the copy no doubt also had the Blue Heaven Dragon Sword, and his fighting style suddenly became similar to Akutagawa's, which he used to kill almost everyone who came out against him. Michael thought he had only seen his technique once, but remembered it well enough to be able to repeat it. The incredible power made it clear why he looked down on the skills he had gained from the tower. And because the Mermian didn't have a skill or ability, but a real technique that really made Michael wonder. He asked himself if skills could surpass these techniques and remembered the words of the Steel Blood Lord again. Suddenly he realized what she meant when she said he shouldn't underestimate his talents. The system meanwhile reported that he had encountered a strong opponent and his indomitable will skill had activated. This was a bad sign, for the system thought the advantage was not his. That meant only one thing. His copy had gotten stronger, but how? Michael didn't understand. He knew he still had an advantage in subjects and skills, so he didn't know how it happened. But it didn't really matter. Michael had activated the concentration and combat skill, increasing it tenfold. He figured since he couldn't find a way to win, he'd use all his skills that the copy didn't possess. After a few seconds, however, the guy bounced off an opponent who wouldn't let him touch him. He wondered if the one was really on the same level as him, since the copy was just a monster. Michael then increased his concentration 15 times, reminding himself that what he had in front of him was just the fruit of the god of darkness, which meant he, as the original, could beat him. And it worked. The guy was behind his copy's back. He swung around, glad he could finally get to him, and attacked full force. He also knew that wouldn't be enough either, so he activated the steel wings to maximum speed. His concentration, meanwhile, increased by 17% due to the effect of the skill. And Michael shouted. His copy looked even a little confused, for she hadn't expected such a turn, but the fight wasn't over yet. Suddenly, his opponent reached out towards the approaching Michael and strained the veins in his arm. At first, Michael didn't understand why he did it, but then it became clear as his arm burst and splattered everything with blood. It also worked as a blinding effect because Michael didn't have time to close his eyes and blood got in there. He slowed his attack for just a second, but it was enough for the copy to escape. His opponent ripped off his arm and fled. Michael was surprised, wondering if he could have gone for such a thing himself. However, the copy's actions didn't end there. He suddenly felt a powerful energy from behind him. Looking back, the lad saw his opponent was already on his feet, albeit with one arm, but counterattacked him with his sword. In addition, it was not a chi blade, but a shield transformed into a weapon, so the attack was quite strong. Michael realized he didn't have time to block it and wondered if it was going to end for him now. A powerful pillar of martial energy chi was directed straight at him, and the guy was left with only one thing to do. He didn't even duck, he just fell on his back to dodge the beam, and it passed him by. He then increased the concentration by a factor of 20, and the system reported that he was now exceeding all his limits. This allowed Michael to regroup and get back to his feet, and then he grabbed his head. His copy looked at him in surprise, for she didn't expect the guy to be able to avoid such an attack. And Michael suddenly laughed, saying that he couldn't believe he had almost said goodbye to his life. His look changed and he asked how the pathetic copy dared to interfere with him. The guy was nothing like himself. The system reported that he was experiencing a mental kickback as a side effect for surpassing limits. His copy decided that the original's new look wouldn't be much of a problem, so attacked again. Michael, despite all his concentration, couldn't see the approaching attack in time. As a result, he was thrown back quite a distance. The guy was amazed at the strength of his copy. He slammed painfully into the wall, breaking it wide open, but it was avoidable. He did it on purpose. After all, thanks to this encounter, he was able to injure himself, which meant that blood control was available to him. Michael extended his arm and attacked his opponent with rapid volleys, and the latter was forced to dodge. But then one of his drops hit the copy's shoulder at high speed, and the copy was surprised she hadn't noticed it. But it was too late. Now it was his copy's turn to shudder at the explosion. However, his opponent was smarter than he thought. The copy went behind his back so fast the guy didn't even notice. And then they clashed blades again, and it went on like that for a while longer before both guys recoiled. Michael noticed that his opponent's Ash Blood skill was also working well, quickly healing all wounds. It made Michael angry, but he had to admit that his copy was incredibly strong. Meanwhile, their battle was being watched by the administrators, including the Steel Blood Lord. Something irritated the girl, especially since Michael had fallen for this trick before. She couldn't openly help him, but she didn't feel comfortable just watching either. The only thing she feared was the tower's reaction. Still, the girl decided to try her luck and contacted her contractor, but suddenly her screen cracked. The system warned that her messages were temporarily disabled, so she couldn't prompt. Meanwhile, Michael noticed that his arm wasn't obeying him and was twisting oddly to the side. And then he suddenly slapped himself, even though he hadn't thought to do it. In fact, it was all just a shell. The guy bounced off his copy, so she couldn't do anything while he was in that state. And his condition was indeed dangerous, for the real Michael had suddenly begun to break through. He screamed for his dark version to stop interfering with his body and leave him, but so far it was all in vain. Michael thought he had already dealt with the version of himself from the future, but it seemed to happen again as a side effect. He screamed in frustration, saying that it was already annoying him beyond belief, which was why he was beating himself up. The real Michael tried to free himself from the bloody shackles that held him back, but it was difficult. All of a sudden, someone's voice said he'd been fighting him the whole time the guy almost died, and the guy didn't even thank him. This was said by Michael from the future, or rather the version of him that formed in front of the real Michael. Toth yelled for the guy to just get out of his body now, but he interrupted him, saying his original was a fool. He asked if Michael still hadn't realized the most important thing up to that point, adding that he should think hard. Future Michael went on to say that he trained so long and hard, reached the 12th floor of the tower, but he can't even look at himself. Hearing this, Michael clenched his teeth in anger. The words of his version from the future set him so hard that he couldn't help it and immediately burst into action. Suddenly, he managed to break the bloody shackles and he pounced from the future with his fists. He was a few centimeters away from his future version when that one suddenly stopped him with a bloody grating. Future Michael smiled evilly and turned around to leave, and the real one screamed in frustration. He started to hit the bars, but to no avail, so he asked where he was going, leaving him alone here. Then his version from the future suddenly said that if he always relied on skills, he will never be able to use real techniques and will just look at everything for the rest of his life. And he himself will take control of his body. With these words, the guy withdrew, leaving Michael alone behind the bars. And the man screamed for the umpteenth time, but he realized that everything he had just said was true, albeit unpleasantly so. Meanwhile, his copy, created by the God of Darkness, noticed some change in the original's behavior. Toth was still under the power of the self from the future and said that he seemed to be used to the feeling by now. However, he was unable to continue the fight as the administrator of the Steel Blood Lord sent him an item. It was a rank 1 Black Dragon potion. Using it increased mental strength and cleared the mind, and the real Michael realized what needed to be done. He strained all his strength trying to escape the bloody bars, and he was even starting to succeed a little. This was displayed on his body, which once again began to act behind his will rather than the will of his future version. Michael figured that at this rate he'd be able to take complete control and stuck his hand in his inventory. All he had to do was grab the potion that the Steel-Blooded Lord handed him and drink it. However, at that moment, Michael's copy approached him and swung his sword, severing the hand that contained the potion. The vial of potion in his severed hand flew to the ground, but Michael didn't despair and jumped just on top of it. When the potion spilled, he managed to put his mouth to the broken vial, drinking the new liquid. Copy bounced back, being a bit taken aback by his behavior, as the guy didn't react in any way to the severed arm. And then the copy was even more surprised to see that the original, who had been fighting from the beginning, was standing in front of her again. Michael wiped the rest of the liquid from his mouth, saying enthusiastically that he was back and ready to continue their dance. He also noticed that he could feel everything while the other him was fighting this copy. The guy let things go because of his habit of relying on skills. However, if even his copy could do something, he would succeed, and with that thought, Michael clenched his blade tighter and prepared to attack. He increased his concentration 20 times again, but this time had more control over the process. The guy felt his thinking speeding up again and the ego of his psychotic version rising. But with accelerated thinking, he finally felt enlightenment in this interminably long moment. His copy didn't wait for the original to gather its strength and attacked first. Michael effortlessly dodged the blow and thought that this time he should put all his accumulated skills aside. After getting rid of his common sense and stubbornness, he gained the Enlightenment achievement and his stamina increased by 1. Michael continued to rid himself of all things fake and gained the new achievement Trance. This time his mana increased by 4, and the system suddenly reported that he could defeat his opponent in battle. The Unwavering Will skill deactivated on his copy, and Michael pounced on it, full of confidence. He knew this time would be different because he could feel the strength blossoming in his body. He had never felt this way before, but from somewhere he had additional knowledge of how to fight. It was a strange feeling, but he was now using Akutagawa Namgun's most powerful techniques. Michael trusted his instincts completely. He soared through the air, even without steel wings, and masterfully threw punches. He reached top speed thanks to the grace of the wind and instant acceleration. However, suddenly his copy also made a sharp dash towards him, as if they were fighting as equals again. However, this was not the case, and Michael proved it by using the Flaming Sword Chi technique on his opponent. At the same time, he dodged his attack, but the copy failed to do so and flew off to the side. Michael landed with the confidence that the battle would soon end in his victory, not much left. His copy now clearly discerned that some change had occurred, but did not understand what exactly had happened. It was a mystery to her why the original had suddenly seized the initiative, even though he had only defended himself before. And Michael continued to successfully repel all his attacks, thinking that he was finally beginning to understand everything. After all, by paying attention to techniques rather than skills, his understanding of the techniques grew, and thus his combat experience increased. Besides, it was happening incredibly fast, which couldn't be helped, and Michael even smiled. Now it was his copy's turn to be angry that she was losing, but his opponent wasn't giving up. And Michael thought that as his understanding of the techniques increased, he was finally seeing the flaws in his copy. After all, the one who used Akutagawa Namgun's real techniques, but is just trying to imitate him. However, in that case, mistrust might weaken the chi of his flaming sword, and he would lose. Which means even when practicing with Akutagawa Namgun's techniques, one must focus on strengthening the flaming sword. Michael realized just in time and concentrated all of his aura into the sword he had set against himself. He swung it like a transformed counterattack shield, making his attack as tight and fast as possible. As a result, he managed to wound the replica with a beam to the shoulder, but he realized that it wouldn't end there. The guy activated the True Bloodseeker skill, transforming drops of his blood into a multitude of needles. And then he brought them all down on his copy, which realized it couldn't reflect them all. After all, Michael had only used her blood from the wound, but he had gotten it through his body. He could do that too. His copy, anticipating his imminent doom, wondered in amazement as he tried to figure out what was driving its original. Then there was an explosion, and when the fog cleared, the winner of this battle was immediately visible. It was the original Michael, who went behind his opponent's back while he was trying to figure out what to do. Then he attacked him again, and his opponent barely had time to put up a counterattack shield to repel his blow. But even despite the defense, it was clear that the copy was beginning to lose significantly to the original, and Michael was happy about that. He managed to break through the shield and wound his opponent in the shoulder, making his opponent grudgingly grimace. Of course, his regeneration skill went off immediately, but Michael understood him better now. The copy rushed to attack, and the guy noticed that she was twirling the sword in her hands a second to block his blows. The opponent then connected both hands, forming a windmill like in the movies, but it wasn't enough. Oddly enough, that was not how Michael was able to break through his new defenses, but he didn't need to anymore. He suddenly noticed that the copy's fighting style had also changed and became more aggressive, for they were fighting to the death. But then, to his surprise, the copy changed the owl's aggressive method into a soft sword. It was another of Akutagawa's techniques, and Michael wondered how much longer he was going to imitate he. But as the French used to say, he who doesn't take risks doesn't drink champagne. So Michael decided he had nothing to lose. He activated the counterattack shield skill and used it as a sword, just like his copy. The latter was surprised since the original didn't usually take such risks. After all, such a technique consumed mana. But Michael wondered why he was so surprised, because he wasn't the only one who had the courage to use such techniques. Plus, he had the same skills. Michael said it would soon be over for his copy. The boys clashed blades again. This time the original was attacking, and the fight took a completely different turn. After all, both opponents were using two swords at once, And it was impressive besides, while neither one was inferior to the other. Michael realized what his problem was. After all, he had only just mastered the true flaming sword chi. So he wasn't yet able to reload as quickly as the copy sword did, but he could take his chances. Suddenly, he turned his body around and kicked his opponent in the blocked weapon. Michael used this to push off and deliver a counter-attacking blow from a different angle that should have worked. However, the copy was already too angry with him, so it immediately rushed after him, and the original had nothing else to do but accept the fight. Michael thought the copy had turned his shield into a sword as well, and had done so the first way as soon as they started fighting. But that meant that his own sword-shaped sword should also meet that level. Suddenly, however, his blade snapped in half from his opponent's powerful force attack, and Michael barely had time to bounce back. He suddenly thought he might even die if the copy hit with this attack, but for some reason he threw the sword away. The boy thought if the copy was himself, then now that the counterattack shield was gone, his opponent will think this is his chance, will want to take it, and will attack with his last strength. It did, and the copy pounced on him with an unexpectedly large burst of strength, and Michael could barely block it. He held back the onslaught from himself and thought involuntarily that he could admire his strength. After all, it was the personification of himself in front of him, but suddenly it hit the guy in the stomach and he flew off. Michael hit the heavy tile, but a plan to overpower himself had already matured in his mind. He landed and got to his feet, preparing to execute his plan, but realized he needed to step back first. Because the enemy was angry and stalked him, not giving him a second's rest to gather his strength. But that's what Michael expected from his copy. He put his hand out, telling him that he was finally caught. His copy didn't even realize what had happened, but at some point Michael's blade went through her body. It was the bloody hand that Michael had been controlling with his skill all this time that did it. After all, the steel blood sword he threw out and his opponent's impatience was all he needed to succeed. And now that he's seriously wounded and can't fully defend himself, he'll attack him and finish him off. Suddenly his copy screamed, rising to his feet. His opponent spread his arms as if preparing for some sort of technique. Michael noticed this and thought with wonder that he could still move in this state, with a sword in his body. As expected, his copy decided that this wasn't the end, and a monster suddenly appeared in front of the guy. It was still a copy of him, only its appearance was more reminiscent of the monster from the tower. He pounced on Michael, and Michael thought it would be best to just run away and come up with a new plan. He didn't have much time, though. The copy was coming closer and closer in this guise, and Michael didn't like it. He was a bit confused by the fact that his attack tactics had changed drastically. But here the guy saw a wall in front of him, which signaled the end of the room, so the only thing left was to either take the fight or punch through the wall and run on. Michael chose the latter. His monster copy's hand, meanwhile, almost reached him, but still failed to grab him. And then Michael suddenly saw that the copy was continuing to use the skills from before. Suddenly there was an explosion, but Michael was in relative safety as the debris didn't hit him. When the fog cleared, he saw that his copy was using ash blood to retrieve his blade, and she succeeded. Meanwhile, Michael activated his counterattack shield to defend himself as effectively as possible. After that, he quickly transformed it into a sword, and the shield's recovery time also expired. He turned to the monster, asking why he stood up. Was that really all he was capable of? This infuriated the copy, and she lunged straight at the guy, but the guy no longer felt any fear at the sight of her. Michael thought that this stupid monster had already completely lost its mind, but he had to defeat it. As strange as it may seem, as a surprise attack in close combat, one technique came in handy. It was an explosion of his own body. His opponent went out of his mind endlessly producing these explosions. But it also meant that the ash blood would absorb too much stamina, hence, when her stamina is at 0, the copy's attacks will stop and Michael can finish her off. It went on like that for a while longer, and then his opponent finally stopped and Michael punched him. There was no point in stalling any longer, especially since his copy had completely run out of steam in the meantime. He turned to his copy, telling her that she was definitely finished this time, and she got even more angry. However, there was nothing she could do anymore, so she simply decided to leave the scene of the battle. But Michael wasn't going to let her go so easily, saying that his copy wasn't going anywhere from him now. It was his turn to run after him, intent on finally finishing what he had started and killing himself. But that wasn't all. Michael was almost there when he saw something strange. His copy stopped running, and with his last strength concentrated a powerful clot of blood overhead. This one should have been the final and decisive attack, but Michael simply shielded the counterattack again. However, the enemy struck with such force that he was even thrown back a few meters, but he remained alive. Michael smiled. He realized that this was his opponent's last attempt. But after that, the copy couldn't take the strain and stopped. Or rather, it was a chance for Michael. After all, his shield had reached its maximum damage absorption limit, which meant now it would all turn into an attack. As he transformed it into a blade again, Michael concentrated the power of the shield into a small sphere, and then launched that sphere at his opponent like he was playing golf. But it was fun. Being weakened due to the extraordinary amount of stamina used, his copy was unable to dodge. The attack came right in her face, leaving no chance of escape. Michael decided to finally end things with a release and return the damage of the counterattack shield. This time, he caused the explosion himself, which spread throughout the entirety of the 12 trial room. There was nothing left of his copy, and soon he received a message that he had successfully passed the 12th floor. As a reward, he received the Gray Crown of Ancient Emperor High minus rank and 80,000 points. On top of that, he was also credited with 3,500 CO and gained the additional skill Last Resistance of rank 1. When Michael was back in the waiting room, he immediately saw that the counterattack shield had increased by 1 rank. All of a sudden, the guy got sick from the reboot and spit out blood as his biological needs. This indicated that the fight was really hard and the opponent was incredibly strong. The Ashblood skill worked, which never failed the guy, though he hoped it would cure the rebound too. If he didn't have such a trump skill in his arsenal, he couldn't have gotten this far. Michael suddenly asked himself if it was even possible to climb the tower with peace of mind. Before heading back to the waiting room, he forgot to absorb the spirit of his copy. It was a strange feeling, for he had absorbed the spirit of another self, effectively killing himself in another version of himself. Suddenly, the system announced that admin messages, which had been restricted for the duration of his battle, were available again. The Steel-Blooded Lord complained about the system because of the sanctions imposed on her because of her cup of tea to the contractor. She asked him to treat her person well from now on, and Michael agreed, thanking her for that potion. He also learned a new fact. Administrators are also sanctioned if they interact excessively with contractors. Suddenly, he saw that all the admin messages that had been restricted were now being printed at the same time. There were an incredible number of them, and Michael didn't even have time to read all of them, as new ones appeared immediately. He was surprised to think that there were so many administrators watching him, and they were all cheering for him, and the Steel-Blood Lord even provided assistance. Some admins were shocked by his talent and the difficulty level of the challenge, saying he looked like a monster, while others reacted as if they were fed up with him, asking if he's really a contender who's still only on the 12th floor. But the administrators' differing views didn't end there. Michael noticed new messages popping up. Admins who just said what they wanted and then disappeared when they lost interest, sending meaningless messages. At least that's what Michael thought. He was very curious about it, but he couldn't ask directly. He also didn't understand why, of all people, this was happening to him and why all the admins were trying to get his attention. Suddenly, he thought it might be because of a system extension that gave admins new privileges. For example, they had the opportunity to make a request of him, but their nonchalant response changed that a bit. But since that's the case, admins not contractually bound to him could also benefit in the future. And Michael asked if they didn't think it was a little wrong for everyone to just flood him with messages. He added that if they needed something, then they could send him force as support. Seeing that the administrators had quieted down a bit, he said that for their information, the offer only applied to the first 3. He said this to make the admins compete, as everyone wanted him to remember them specifically. Not a minute later, the 3 admins who had previously expressed their displeasure sent him requests for added power. Michael nodded contentedly and then turned around, looking at the defeated copy of himself and thinking about what was also important. After all, he had absorbed the opponent's soul, but he hadn't used it yet because he didn't know what would happen. All because the enemy not only has the same stats as him, but also skills and powers, so it was even interesting to see what would come out of it. After absorbing his spirit completely, his skill immediately increased by 28%, which was the highest he had ever received. The system produced a message that the composition of the soul of the false applicant, Michael Nodforth's soul, was completely identical to his own. However, he then read that an attempt had been made to extract the false applicant's divinity, and this surprised Michael. First, all of his stats increased by 10, and he also absorbed the lightning sword chi skill, but the system gave an error. It was said that this skill was already acquired by the challenger, so it would simply improve by 1 level and became a high rank. And then Michael was surprised to read a servant's message that said the divinity had been successfully extracted. It was also reported that his divine power had become rank 1, and it was becoming possible to transform it. For Michael, however, all these words were empty words, for he had no idea how to use her. But it turned out that he could now experience divinity just as well as Kyrain, whom he had defeated. When he returned to the 13th floor waiting room, he saw that another system expansion had begun. Communities that were globally segregated by country are now fully integrated. Also, messages of different types of difficulty are now available. Team arenas for trials are not tied to one country. Individual county-level country rankings will also be fully integrated. Michael decided that this was by and large a pointless expansion of the system. After all, he was already encountering foreigners. But if it goes on like this, eventually the community will be integrated with other dimensions too. After all, in addition to Earth, the Tower of Trials also operates on Murim and Ares, as well as another interesting world. And what happened next made Michael open his mouth in surprise. He saw the final ranking of the 12th floor. According to him, he was ranked first and had a super legendary rank, the highest possible rank. In other words, he had become the strongest. That was the main reason why he was climbing the tower. At least for the moment, he had become the strongest challenger on Earth, and that was impressive. But Michael had heard that the Tower of Trials had long existed in dimensions such as Ares, Murim, and Kalian. And compared to these, Earth was an extremely weak dimension that just the other day, it was officially recorded as a dimension for climbing challengers. Michael thought that if they didn't increase Earth's power, they would become the target of another dimension like they had been on that day. So whether it was before or now, but he needs a powerful force that can defeat anyone. The guy opened the inventory and found information about the ancient emperor's gray crown that fell to him as a reward. Since the rank of the item was high, the performance seemed powerful. Michael then decided to go for the additional breakthrough reward by unlocking the information on the last resistance skill. According to her, this skill could prevent 1 death, which was truly amazing, and Michael wondered. After all, although the recovery time is a week, but considering the effectiveness of the skill, it's not even a penalty. And during this ordeal, in addition to receiving rewards, he managed to shake the admins out of their powers. He went into the Forces tab and the system asked him which choice he wished to make. Michael chose Support Forces. The first was a rank 2+ Blood Heavenly Energy, with which he could replace mana with Chi Energy. Next was the same rank's Warrior Defense. With it, he could only gain Divinity Control and Luck so far. The last power was called Instant Magic Charge, with which he could recharge his mana from nature. After evaluating all the powers, Michael concluded that each one was quite unique and very good for a rank 2+. So he couldn't stop his choice on anyone and bought them all for special points. All 3 of the administrators who had given him his powers reminded Michael not to forget their generosity. The guy also remembered the extraction of divine power before he absorbed his copy's soul. When this happened, he felt the energy settle heavily in his heart, unlike how it had been before. Suddenly, Michael decided to test this power, thinking he could now control it like Kyrain. He stretched out his arm and concentrated, preparing for something unusual, but to his surprise, nothing happened. The guy just froze with his arm outstretched, not realizing what he had done wrong, but it was even expected. His body just glowed, but no special abilities or anything like that showed up. Michael figured he couldn't reproduce more than one of the recovery or strengthening techniques, the ones used by the priests during the test on the 11th floor, and it annoyed him a bit. After all, the guy was full of expectations, and in the end, achieved exactly nothing. So all efforts have been in vain so far. He tried to calm himself down, saying that otherwise his vile personality would come out again, and there was no way he would then. Suddenly, he received a message from the White Crane Sword. The girl was inviting him to her domain. She said she'd love to help him master his divine powers, but Michael refused for some reason. The system reported that Angela cried because of the shock she received from the contractor's rejection of her invitation, but Michael said he could learn how to use divine power later if he needed to. He added that he wants to do everything on his own without relying on other people. He also thought to himself that it wasn't the divine power that was more important now, but his skill. Michael remembered the look Akutagawa had given him when he said he'd be back. So right now, he should have been focusing on what he could do to become stronger. At least that's how it's going to be until he kills Akutagawa, because he's bound to return to Earth. With that thought, he walked into the store and found one of the powers he had acquired from the administrators. Blood Heavenly Energy. The description also said that upon entering battle, his senses were increased by the blood energy of his entire body. Michael decided not to hesitate and try it out as soon as possible. He activated the power and immediately felt a strange feeling. It was as if he had been reborn into a fighter, his blood boiling, and he realized that this was exactly what he needed. The guy was about to think it was a great skill with no back action when suddenly his eye hurt. Michael grabbed at him, but his dark personality had already come out and the situation had become dangerous. Michael grabbed his face and began to stretch, wanting a nasty version of himself to come off his body. The guy sensed that this person was a little different, also crazy, but not the same as before. He, or rather his personality, activated the steel blood sword, telling the original to finally die. Michael took advantage of this and with his last strength activated the flaming sword chi in his other hand for defense. One hand with a steel blood sword attacked him while the other hand blocked him. From the outside, it looked ridiculous. Michael wasn't laughing though. His second personality said he was going to get rid of what he couldn't get. Michael swallowed nervously. This was a situation he hadn't foreseen, but he needed to find a solution immediately. His left hand was giving harder and harder, and he realized that soon he wouldn't be able to control it at all, and the blade would pierce him. However, the guy noticed that the sword was absorbing the blood energy generated by the blood sky energy. Unexpectedly, the system reported the creation of an improved celestial demon blood sword. It was said that the user who reached the flaming sword level maximized the activation of the exclusive effect. It was called blood energy and revealed the true ability of his sword. Michael was able to change the course of the battle. He pointed his sword at himself, then stabbed his chest near his shoulder, intent on speeding his vile version of blood energy. By the feel of it, though, it came out a little differently than the guy had envisioned. The system reported that if the conditions were met, the true abilities of the heaven-blooded blood sword would be unlocked. The item's name was changed to Heavenly Demon Sword of True Blood, and the design changed slightly. Michael noticed with surprise that he could even feel a separate blood slot now. The special blood slot looked really impressive. All that was left was to fill it up. After thinking for a bit, Michael decided to activate the Fire Dragon Eyes skill to find out more information. The basic information reported that he could absorb the blood of the victim he killed and imprint 3 random skills. But the additional information said that he could already use the Blood Feast skill and store the skills in his sword. Michael thought that was pretty cool, since he could capture as many as 3 whole skills right in his weapon. You could tell that he had come across a fascinating item of a growing type that the world had never seen before. The guy decided to try it out right away and went to the 13th floor test, the theme of which was strategic combat. He had to work together with his companions to kill the vampire count in 2 days. The reward for breaking through was a random skill book of high plus rank, and the penalty was, as always, death. Michael was a little surprised to see this, for now he had gotten a combined trial, which meant that although he didn't have the best memories of this type of ordeal, but still, at the sight of an award with a high plus rating, the mood improved slightly and the guy accepted the challenge. Team selection has begun. The small area has 4 portals again for the 4 contenders on the team. Michael was the first to come out and immediately thought about going to the city and killing everyone there himself. After all, with the powers he now had, he could destroy at least 1 city. Meanwhile, all the contenders also showed themselves out of the portals, and their nicknames became visible for better teamwork. One of his companions was a red-haired guy nicknamed Tarkovsky, who kept wondering why he'd gotten here. The second member was a boy with the nickname Legendary Ninja, who was feeling a little awkward. And the last one was an old man with the nickname Clock Tower Wizard, who also greeted everyone. Seeing their nicknames, Michael suddenly thought, remembering the summary board for the previous floor. He remembered that there were definitely the nicknames of 2 of the people below, and they each had a good rank. The first to speak was an old man who was smoking a pipe, imitating his style. He remarked that the place they were now in completely stank with the odor of blood, and no one would get over him, for the sight of the room spoke for itself. The old man suggested that they might have been in the vampire's refectory, and then suddenly 2 of them appeared behind his back and agreed with him, praising the old man for being considerate. It was a girl and a boy vampire who pounced on the wizard, asking if the dessert itself had come to them. They added that they would love to eat it, and the old man was a little confused, not immediately reacting. But the opponents had already been dealt with by his two companions, who mangled the vampires in a second. Tarkovsky beheaded the vampire guy, and the legendary ninja took on the girl, and both handled it lightning fast. The boy turned to Tarkovsky, saying that he guessed that the man was the best in the Ukraine guild. The man replied that he had no intention of hiding it, adding that his name was Andrei. Then the kid introduced himself fully as well, saying his name was Soito Michimoto, and he was a Japanese hunter of epic rank. Then Soito asked if they were ready to fight, for the vampires could sense the death of their comrades and would soon come in droves. Then the old wizard spoke up, saying that they didn't have to worry about it because he had set up a barrier beforehand. He added that thanks to him, the vampires wouldn't be able to sense anything, and Soito looked at him with interest. Then the old man introduced himself, saying his name was David Taylor, and he was the humble wizard of the clock tower. Soito must have known something about it, because he said excitedly that it was the best of all the magic towers in their world after all. David smiled, saying he was lucky to find himself dragged into the Tower of Trials in his old age. That was the end of it, and everyone turned around looking at Michael, who had decided to introduce himself as well. He said he was a South Korean hunter of the second rank, Michael Nodforth. He added that he heard something from the receptionist about the ordeal on the 13th floor. Even weak vampires could easily surpass the skills of rank 2 hunters, what to speak of an earl standing on par with an epic rank. And his special ability was physical regeneration, so undressing him would not be easy. Tower stated that the key to this trial was the salvation of ministers. They were hiding in different places, but if you find them and help them, they will deny them a huge amount of help. The boys sat around the fireplace in the guest room and began to discuss the best way to sneak into town. David suggested that Saito use the stealth skill, and he would put up a barrier himself to block the presence. Michael stood listening silently as they talked amongst themselves. But when he heard it, that the guys expect to handle the test in 10 days, I couldn't wait any longer and gave my opinion. He observed that it was highly inefficient to pass the test in this manner. David frowned and looked at him suspiciously, asking if he knew any other way. Michael answered positively and smiled, saying that there was a method with extremely high efficiency. The old man asked what was the method that was more effective than the one they had only 100 of them had come up with together. Soito wanted to find out too, saying that the strongest challenger in the world rankings probably had his own secrets. Michael agreed with this as well, saying that everything brilliant was simple and his way was called hit and take. To demonstrate the seriousness of his intentions, the guy drew his sword and swung it for greater effect. Then he snapped his fingers, and the gate that separated them from the outside world opened with a rumble. It was night outside, and there were also a lot of vampires standing there who couldn't get in earlier because of the barrier. Michael finally says that if the guys just shut up and attack, they can kill them all and pass the test. The vampires, meanwhile, smelled the odor of human flesh and began to approach Michael. They all pounced on the guy, but the guy had expected it himself so he could show his partner how it's done. All three of them simultaneously opened their mouths in shock, and Soito wondered if he was going to accidentally kill them. But Michael enthusiastically said that from now on, they were starting a head-on breach operation and rushed at the vampires first. Of course, he couldn't stop everyone at once, so some of them ran at the rest of his teammates. However, as the vampire approached them, he saw the boys gradually disappear from sight. The other vampires warned their companions, saying that these human brats were using magic. This was in fact true. David had put a group cover-up on them, saying it shouldn't last long. He wondered to himself why, during every combined test, there was a fool willing to make a fuss. This pissed him off, and he told the others that, unfortunately, it would be best to eliminate Michael Nodforth and back off for now. Michael, meanwhile, marveled at the vampire's power, asking if they really had the basic Bloodseeker settings. This was quite a surprising discovery since monsters in human form use their blood. They too had the ability to transform it, giving it any shape, and aimed hundreds of needles at the guy. His companions were retreating. Soito turned around to look at Michael one last time, wondering why he had done this. After all, the guy didn't understand why he had made such a reckless choice, but suddenly had to take back his words. He caught the others' attention, telling the guys to look in the direction where Michael was fighting. Thoth, meanwhile, activated his fresh Bloodseeker skill, forming large spires out of it. The vampires even wondered if the guy was one of them, for his ability to manipulate blood was astounding. To be more precise, she outnumbered their forces, and Michael demonstrated this by attacking them with his spikes. Seeing that they couldn't do it themselves, the vampires panicked and decided it was necessary to call the Count for help. And the guys thought it made sense to move forward with the plan when faced with such an enemy. David was especially amazed. The old man couldn't understand how such an ignorant method of Michael's could work. David Taylor was a high-level battle wizard, having been on the front lines for a long time. In addition, he was characterized by a sharp mind and acumen that not everyone could boast of. In the Tower of Trials, he also overcame every challenge every time with the help of his outstanding strategies. And once he was on the 13th floor, he used his sharp mind and developed a clear strategy. A more effective strategy than the one he came up with simply didn't exist. However, then he met Michael. When the man first talked about his hit-and-take strategy, the old man thought what kind of nonsense he was talking about. After all, action planning was the first thing that needed to be done to solve the problem. Michael Nodforth, on the other hand, suggested that they just shut up and attack, assuring them that this was how they would pass the test. And now, by the looks of it, he'd proved to them all that those weren't empty words, for half the vampires were already at his hands. Meanwhile, Andrew approached the old man, asking if it was better to leave everything to Michael in that case. Soito said he supports the idea, saying the guy is doing a great job, but David raised his hand. So he urged them to listen to him and said he recognized that Michael Nodforth had incredible power. However, he added that the vampire side was literally the size of a city, and it was overwhelming for one. The old man asked why team hunting had become one of the tower's tests if everyone used to rely only on themselves. All because no matter how strong they are, when a situation of disorderly combat arises, it is simply impossible to handle so many variables alone. And soon Michael Nodforth will feel it too, so they need to be there to help him. The old man was still talking when the vampires suddenly managed to grab Michael's arms and immobilize him. The guy got nervous seeing the rest of the monsters jumped on him, preparing to attack. So he came up with no other choice but to inflate his arms, which had become the size of huge balloons. And then he burst those orbs, solving two problems at once. He drove his enemies away from him and drew more blood. This allowed him to recreate the sharp, bloody tentacles he used to impale the vampires with. At the same time, Michael activated the Ash Blood skill to heal his hands. However, he noticed that at this rate, he would have to use recovery items relentlessly. Blowing up one's own body, although it was a good skill, but it cost too much to use often. But things changed dramatically when one of the vampires grabbed his head and called Michael an apostle. The others thought about it for a while, and also accepted the words given as truth. Now they thought that God was punishing them. Michael thought that these vampires seemed to have deluded themselves into thinking he had come to them as God's punishment. However, one fatty suddenly pointed at him, telling everyone to take a closer look at him. He said the guy was out of breath, which only indicated that he was no apostle. Such news pleased the vampires more. They realized that the guy was exhausted and was the most ordinary person. This was worth using as a chance to attack, and they pounced together, expecting a quick victory. But of course, Michael couldn't let that happen. He used the Bloodseeker skill again. The vampires, noticing that he was trying to do something about the blood again, slowed down a bit, but continued their attack. Meanwhile, Michael formed 4 bloody orbs that were probably not ordinary. But instead of attacking with them, he suddenly popped all the marbles into his mouth and swallowed them. Turns out it wasn't blood at all. In fact, he had absorbed a couple souls of defeated vampires. Michael did this to improve his performance, and the balloons were so he could open his mouth to absorb. The guy said enthusiastically that round 2 was about to begin, but the vampires scattered. Those who were right next to Michael got caught in his hot hand. Those who stood farther away were lucky to escape. Watching all of this, his partners realized why he held a respectable first position in the world rankings. Andrew was the first to stand up, saying he was tired of sitting around doing nothing, and Suedo soon joined him. Michael, meanwhile, used all the soul he had and increased his stats by an average of 4. The boy was surprised to notice that his growth with the help of the vampires was even better than from his copy. Plus, if he finishes off the count as well, it'll come out a very productive test of self-improvement. And the other good thing about this situation was that he kept getting the administrator's attention. After all, Michael saw nothing wrong with appearing in a good light before the administrators. After a while, when he had finished off the bulk of the vampires at his side, he saw his comrades. Michael said that he thought they had gone in search of the priests, but they showed their heads. David said they made the decision to follow his instructions, even though they were initially hesitant. Michael noticed that they were all finally realizing the effectiveness of the hit intake strategy, and that was a good thing. He activated his sixth sense skill to better assess the current situation. And honestly, she wasn't happy about it. The only thing the guy felt around him was a sea of blood. It has engulfed the entire city without the ability for ordinary people to walk the streets freely at night. The entire situation in the area indicated that his main opponent, the vampire count, was about to show up. Old Man David said that the count also possessed supreme magic, but the problem was that the power of it was incredibly powerful. Listening to their judgments, Michael couldn't help but wonder if these were the same high-ranking hunters he admired. But then he addressed them, urging them to leave the place immediately and bring the ministers. Hearing this, Soweto asked in surprise how the priest would help him if they themselves were around. Michael then told it like it is, saying that being around him would only get in the way. And to absorb the spirit of the vampire count, he must fight him alone. That was also one of his motives. Andrew replied that they would probably do as he asked, though the man was not used to obeying others. They left Michael, and David said lastly that they would return as soon as they found the priests. Michael could still feel the sea of blood that was relentlessly closing in on him, and wondered if it was time to fight in earnest. He activated battle concentration, increasing it by 5 times, and then the Blood Heaven energy power. Thanks to the latter, his Bloodseeker skill was fully activated and new features were unlocked. He could now interfere with all blood manipulation abilities within the range of the skill's application. Even he felt it. The Count of Vampires sat on a throne in his castle, which was in the center of the city. He felt that some insignificant human being dared to resist his power. This he disliked very much, and though he planned to preserve the infrastructure of the city for later life. But now he will just make this place a living hell, as no one should allow themselves to resist his power. Michael, meanwhile, had also noticed the Count's presence, and suddenly realized that the reach of his power was greater than the lad had thought. He even became nervous, wondering if he wouldn't be able to block the vampire Count's attack. Meanwhile, the Count was dining on his third grape of the night, which held 6 vampires at once. All because Selden Nair, that was the Count's name, was of enormous size, not even comparable to giants. He didn't even remember anymore when it started. The guy just fought again and again, climbing higher and higher. The essence of his life became a battle, as it often is with those who desperately crave more. And when he came to his senses, he was already standing on top of a mountain of countless corpses, and soon his thirst reached the heavens. The god of battle appointed the challenger Selden Nair as his apostle, and the latter had a new desire. 3 powers have been destroyed by the likes of him, and so many people have been killed that the fountain of life has turned red with blood. And if he completely conquers the last country, the god of battle will recognize him as a true apostle. The peak of it all would be his becoming king of the vampires. That was the young earl's wish. He was sitting on his throne, pondering his plan, when suddenly a servant came to him, reporting great trouble. He said that the forces under the earl were killed by one man who came to their city. At a signal, 2 other servants brought in a large mirror through which the Count could observe his domain. In reality, everything was broadcast through an eye that hovered in the sky like a bat. Selden thought he had been crowned, that he had dealt with all the fools who claimed to be heroes. He asked which country had sent these barbarians this time, and the servant replied that they had just shown up unexpectedly. But such an answer displeased the Count very much, and he said he did not believe that his precious subordinates were so brutally murdered by someone who just showed up unexpectedly. Selden became furious. His subordinates asked the Lord to moderate his anger, for it was working on them too. But Selden didn't care. He thought he would have been a true apostle long ago if he had conquered this city. Michael reasoned that it was better for him to retreat for a while, for the Count's attack was too powerful. The boy thought that if everything turned out this way, he should forget about the city and concentrate on saving the lives of his comrades. Finding them was not difficult, for David's barrier was clearly visible in the midst of this sea of blood. Michael struggled to rush toward his companions, but the wave of a huge bloody stream inevitably followed him. Michael pushed off and jumped towards the barrier, hoping he would make it in time and put his arm out in front of him. At the end, he was in front of his comrades, who were still standing under the barrier. He activated the counterattack shield. It was a rather wise decision, for this way the water would break against his shield and do less damage to the barrier. However, it was incredibly difficult to hold back this onslaught, and besides, Michael was only doing it with one hand. But he knew he should have held out a little longer, for every second was worth its weight in gold. Just as suddenly, his shield split into hundreds of pieces, and the guy froze like that in surprise, still holding out his hand. A huge torrent of water knocked him off his feet and onto the ground, where the guy continued to be tossed from side to side. When the wave passed, he was badly battered by the current. Lying on the ground, Michael could barely move. While his comrades rushed towards him, the guy activated the ash blood skill, recovering his health. He asked the guys if they were okay, and they responded positively, saying they survived because of him. However, that wasn't the end of it. Suddenly, they all heard someone's growl that was so loud it was as if they were shouting into a microphone. And then the boys saw the vampire count himself, to whom that growl belonged. Selden landed near them, saying he was surprised, as the humans had managed to survive such an attack. This meant that the killing of his men at the hands of these barbarians was not a mere coincidence, as he had first thought. Looking at their team, the Count reasoned that 3 of them were key figures, and Michael was barely alive. That meant it was fashionable to ignore him and focus on these 3. The Count prepared himself. It was no secret that he could wield blood just perfectly, forming a bloody dagger from it. The Count shouted that all people were like annoying bugs that were always bothering him. He added that he would tear them all to shreds if they got in his way, and that got his comrades a little excited. But then Michael, who was already on his feet, suddenly called back and told the boys to step back. And those were even okay with this arrangement, saying they'd back off for a while, but the guy could always rely on them. This didn't please Selden, who shouted that he wouldn't let anyone go so easily. After saying that, he rushed after the 3 applicants who were trying to leave the place. The Count was angry, for he had never met people like this before. He usually dealt with everyone within 5 minutes. As he raced at breakneck speed toward the guys, he suddenly noticed Michael right beside him. Selden wondered with amazement if this was the same man who had earlier been lying pressed into the wreckage. He didn't understand how the guy got here, and meanwhile Michael asked him if he'd heard the saying that words become grains. So everything the vampire Count said the guy was going to give him back, here he even smiled. This attitude did not please the Count, and he decided to deal with this insolent boy first. Selden changed his trajectory, preparing to attack, but Michael was faster and mangled him in a flash. The guy said that he himself had mentioned dying torn to shreds, so now his will would be done. Soweto, Andrew, and David froze halfway through the retreat, marveling at how quickly he had disposed of the Count. The one shrank in size in an instant and fell to the ground, while Michael towered over him with 2 swords in his hands. He turned to the boys, telling them to go look for the priests sooner rather than later, but Soweto didn't see the need for that anymore. Michael didn't think so, however, he asked. Didn't anything seem strange to them? Nodding toward the Count. After all, there should have been a message about the end of the trial long ago, but for some reason there wasn't one. Michael activated the Fire Dragon's Eye, hoping the skill would show him the whole truth about his opponent. Hovering his gaze over the Count's arm, he saw the message that Selden's body was now recovering. This was due to the power of regeneration, and everyone was amicably surprised that the monster was capable of such a thing in this state. Then Michael once again said that they should hurry up and bring the priest's face to find some relics. Soweto replied that searching was his specialty, so he would try to find everything as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the Count's body was already half recovered, and there wasn't much left to his full appearance. Within seconds, Selden was standing in front of them again, and this time he was serious. He screamed how Michael even dared to do such a thing to him, saying that now he wasn't leaving here alive. Michael, on the other hand, noticed that the opponent had incredible regeneration power, which meant his recovery and blood control skills were far more effective than what he had in his arsenal. However, in terms of fighting ability, the advantage was clearly on Michael's side. The guy quickly realized this. The vampire, meanwhile, was even angrier about the fact that there was no way he could hit it. Then instead of bodily attacks, he used his blood manipulation skill and grabbed piles of rocks. Covering them in blood, the Count directed this rain of stone directly at Michael, but he remained calm. He realized that he wouldn't be able to defend himself from all the attacks at once, so he decided to act differently. The size of the rocks was big enough to even kill him, but it also meant something else. He could dive under them. Covering his head with his hands, Michael instinctively dodged the largest debris, while the rest just flew past. They crashed into the walls that still remained standing from some of the buildings, but it seemed that now they too had come to an end. Selden was pleased that he was now setting the pace of the battle, saying he was the best at blood management techniques. Only Michael didn't care. He activated instant acceleration and was quickly at the enemy's back. And the man didn't realize what that meant, Selden turned around to see his opponent, but Michael was already attacking. Suddenly, the Count felt an intense pain that pierced his body like an electric current. Then he was shredded again by Michael, but the boy knew that even though he had mangled him into smaller pieces this time, the vampire would still regenerate, and he was even curious if the Count was really impossible to kill. At least it required something holy or clergy who might not even be in town anymore. After all, it was now completely destroyed, and it would be far stranger to see a single living priest. While he was thinking about it, Selden finished regenerating and reappeared in front of him, this time in his original form. He asked if the guy really thought he had the power to kill him, because it was absurd. But Michael replied with a mad grin that he was just curious how many more times he could mangle him. After all, sooner or later a vampire must die, and it didn't matter who did it, the priest or himself. The Count meanwhile noticed that his body was shaking and wondered if it was he, Count Selden Nair, who was shaking with fear. After that, he shouted for the guy not to dare underestimate him, for he would become the king of vampires. But in response, Michael only cut his body apart again. This was his third time. When Selden recovered again, he told him not to think he was going to win just because he was hurting him. However, Michael didn't then even listen to him. Not letting the Count finish speaking, he mangled him for the now fourth time. During the next regeneration, Selden said that Michael was only human, hence, he would soon pass out from exhaustion, but the guy kept attacking and killing the Count over and over again. The end he chopped it for the 7th or 8th time. Selden suddenly asked if he was that legendary player. Michael really didn't even pay any attention to it, because he only had one goal in mind. And he also got the Battlefield Artist achievement, and he has a new Torture Art rank 3 skill being created. After the Count saw that the guy wasn't getting tired, he decided that it was pointless to continue. Being almost out of clothes, Selden reasoned that it would be best to leave the city immediately to stay alive. However, Michael was already waiting for him on the retreat road, reminding him that he would return all the words he had said to them. One such freight was that the Count had said he wouldn't let them leave here alive, and Michael twirled his sword with a smile. Selden wasn't just trembling anymore. He was afraid of the guy, thinking it wasn't a man, but the devil himself in human form. When his body had been chopped up for the 10th time, the Count offered him a deal, saying he would do anything just to get him to stop. However, Michael still ignored his words, paying no attention to the Earl's suggestions. He even plugged in the new achievement, Beginning of Madness, thanks to which the skill, Pain Amplification, rank 3 skill became conscious. Selden, meanwhile, could stand the agony no longer, begging the lad to stop and saying he would give him everything. And suddenly Michael stopped, as if thinking about his words, which pleased the Count very much. After thinking for a bit, he suddenly waved a finger toward the half-crouched Selden, who was confused. However, when the Count realized that this was his chance to end his eternal suffering, flashed a confession to him. Michael said he had a plan brewing and added that if the Count cooperated, he would give him the blessing of death. Selden was kneeling, so the lad couldn't see his face, but he didn't need to. The Count asked what he had to do. Instead of answering, Michael activated the counterattack shield skill, saying a modified version of it. It was called a counterattack sword, and the guy transformed the item into a large red cross. He stuck it into the ground beside the Count, who was still kneeling with his head down. Michael then told Selden to attack that cross until he said the word stop. It was as different a requirement as possible, so it took Selden a while to figure it all out. But Michael helped him by reminding him of the Count's eternal torment that would continue if he didn't. Selden's mind was unable to make sense of the series of events that had happened to him today. Like a snowball, first some crazy person showed up and then destroyed the greatest force in vampire history. No matter how much he thought about it, the Count of her video, there was no logic here. And suddenly he had a new hunch. He wondered if all that was happening to him now was a test from the god who had promised him to make him an apostle. And yet, from the beginning, he had thought it strange that a human had the ability to control blood. A vampire savior who makes true warriors out of his subordinates teaches them to be on guard. The thought seemed very plausible to him, and meanwhile Michael saw that the shield had maxed out. It meant that now he would be able to release the accumulated damage at the right time, so he told the Count to stop. Thoth immediately stopped stuffing the cross and looked at the guy, waiting to see what he was going to do now. And Michael angrily said that now it was time for him to die, and the thought of a savior instantly fell away. Selden couldn't tell if he was a god or a man. He thought Michael looked more like a monster than anything else. The guy, meanwhile, said that since the count was constantly regenerating, no matter how many times he was killed, he'll be atomized to the point where there won't be a single piece of flesh left. With those words, he hurled his sword at the count, a pre-octave Selden bloody ball from his shield. He then activated an instant release of the accumulated damage that was to be poured directly into the orb. Selden was a little scared, but eventually realized that this way he could finally die. A moment later, there was an explosion of immense power, but it did not go beyond a ball from the counterattack shield. Michael just stood and watched, hoping it would work, but even if it didn't, there was still the relic plan. Fortunately, the system congratulated him for successfully breaking through the 13th floor by adding a random skill book to his inventory. He also received 90,000 points and 4,000 COs, with an additional 5,000 COs given to him as an extra. Michael thought happily that he had succeeded in killing the vampire count, and now absorbing the blood he had spilled. According to the skill of his sword, he was getting a blood feast effect that absorbed the opponent's blood into the blade. The guy activated this effect, wanting to see how cool his sword was now, plus it could absorb blood too. Doing so, his sword level increased to high minus rank, and he also imprinted a 2+ blood enhancement skill on it. According to the description, it could strengthen the blood control area and increase strength and control. Such effects were very much to Michael's liking, but the others would fall off topic when they heard the conversation go on and on about blood. Michael decided to test this skill as well, activating it, and immediately sensed an incredible situation within a huge radius. He now possessed a blood control ability that surpassed even the vampire count. Michael got the feeling that he had become the vampire king that Selden had so desperately wanted before he died. All in all, things looked good, though the guy realized that there would be some misunderstandings in the will because of this ability. Michael used the Spirit of the Fallen count to improve stats, increasing everything in the range of 4 to 8 points. The system also reported that it had managed to detect divinity from his spirit, and an extraction attempt had been made. Michael remembered seeing the same message when he absorbed his clone's spirit and watched curiously further. And next, the system announced that his divine power rank was being increased by 1 level. Michael realized that he didn't know then that the condition for extracting divinity was the difference between the one. Whether or not the soul has divine powers, for considering that divinity was not extracted from normal vampires. Though perhaps the extraction is only applicable to those with divine power, at least the same level as him. After absorbing the divinity, he also saw a message that he had been given one of Selden's skills, Charisma 2-. According to the description, when absorbing a spirit more powerful than the user, a power extraction assessment was made. Michael had some guesses about this, for it seems that spirits associated with gods or apostles were considered highly ranked. The assessment completed, and the system reported that Count Selden Nair had the power that had now been extracted from Michael. It was called Harvest of Faith. Rank 2+ became engraved on the soul of challenger Michael Nodforth. However, he couldn't read more about it in detail because his comrades had already joined him. They reported that the priest had protected the people with the power of defense, and there were more survivors than they had anticipated. The civilians came out of their hiding places, hailing Michael as the hero who had saved them from the vampire count. Unexpectedly, the guy read that the power of reaping faith found a strong faith in the user. He suddenly realized that these people were sending him their faith, which was far more important than he could have imagined. In addition, apparently faith sent under the influence of delusion was also regarded as faith. After all, people thought of him as God's messenger. Michael thought he should use this opportunity effectively. So the guy activated the newly acquired skill, Charisma rank 2 Charisma, to make himself more attractive. His weight in the eyes of others increased, and others became more susceptible to his influence. Michael thought that he had never once lied, however, and suddenly got an achievement for it. His mana increased by 1. Suddenly, the system reported the activation of a more powerful divine power effect, reporting the mythic's calculation. It was committed based on actual results versus the faith of the believers, and the myth of the vampire slayer soon formed. Michael didn't understand what it was, so he activated the mythic to check. New effects were immediately added to his attack. Inability to regenerate and exorcism didn't say absolutely nothing to Michael, but it sounded cool. The guy thought that impossible regeneration was added to it after breaking the Earl's healing chain. The exorcism effect was probably added after the mass murder of vampires in the city. Divine power combined with the newly found Harvest of Faith takes the form of myth. And Michael saw the divine power that he had never once used until now steadily flowing outward. When the myth was activated, there was an absorption of the divine power within its force. Michael is suddenly approached by David, saying he thought he was an infantile fool at first, but it seems. Missing his ability, the old man held out his hand, asking if the guy would forgive him. Michael was surprised at such a gesture from the old man, but shook his hand, saying, of course not to hold a grudge against him. Suddenly, the system reported that the god of battle realized that his potential apostle was dead. It was also said that the god of battle sensed his divine power and was hostile. Michael felt again as if someone had forcibly bent him to his knees. He couldn't get up because of the great pressure. Suddenly, the ground beneath the civilian's feet shuddered and then cracked with a jolt. The system reported entering the divine realm, and suddenly some people would fall into the lava that was hidden underground. The boy didn't realize what was happening. For the ordeal was already over, he saw David also pushed into the stream of people. The old man was far from his portal, as was Michael. Only Sowato and Andrew had managed to leave the ordeal before. Michael quickly assessed the situation and then turned to the old man, saying they should shake hands one more time. David didn't understand why he suggested it, but in the next instant, after complying with his request, flew straight to the portal. Michael tossed it so at least one of them could make it to the exit, and the old man yelled that this method was ignorant. However, he added that the guy wasn't expected to be any different, and besides, the method turned out to work. He successfully escaped through the portal, but Michael saw that there were still people on the ground who were terrified. The guy yelled for all of them to move aside, and he himself slammed his fist into the ground, activating his counterattack shield. Its radius of action had spread to an area large enough to completely cover the remaining people. Old David, who was already moving to his waiting room, didn't know if this guy was a hero or not. However, he thought that if there were heroes in this world, shouldn't they look like this? The British wizard hoped that Michael would also return safely to the waiting room. Now he was a real hero in his eyes, and the guy meanwhile turned to the men, telling them to get across the bridge sooner rather than later. Michael had a little hope, but no longer felt any surge of faith, so another thought crossed his mind. He thought of returning to the waiting room as well, when suddenly the system informed him that the battle god was disgusted with him. Suddenly, some people grabbed their heads, which split open in pain and then burst. It was so unexpected that Michael froze in place, watching everything from his vantage point in amazement. After a while, there wasn't a single living person left under his shield, but Michael couldn't do anything about it. The system reported that the god of battle was saying that the pathetic dog raised by the tower had crossed the line. Michael stood motionless, thinking over his words. He suddenly felt very sorry for the innocent people he was trying to save. The boy turned to the god, knowing that he could hear him. He said that the one who had now crossed the line was himself. After all, as long as he has the protection of the tower, then the god will have a problem if he tries to harm him. Michael added that if the god didn't have anything to say, he was off and headed for the portal. The system gave out that the god of battle chuckled back at him fiercely and said he was looking forward to the mortal's imminent end. When Michael moved back into the waiting room, he saw that the system was expanding again. Elixir-type items and Halo enhancement items were also added, which were all new items. The guy felt like he was covered in the blood of the people he couldn't protect today. Anyway, all the floors were just spaces created by the Tower of Trials. He thought also of the god of battle, for it appeared that he was on bad terms with him because of the murder of the Count. Michael remembered the words of the god of verification, who had warned him not to trust other gods, for those would consider him an enemy. Then Michael decided that he should stop thinking about things beyond his control. Instead, he should concentrate on what he can do now, and boy did he pick up a stone of freshness. He then opened an exclusive store and was surprised to find that he had as much as 11,500 COs in his account. He bought the epic rank Ghost Path power, using up 10,000 CO at once, but it was worth it. The description said that he would be able to develop his own skills, and it would become easier for him to realize his own enlightenment. A few minutes later, Michael was already standing in the forest, the location of the White Crane Sword Administrator's domain. Angela was already waiting for him, noting that they hadn't seen each other in a while, and she was glad to see him again. The girl reported that she heard from that woman that his enemy was a child of the Namgung family. Michael agreed, saying that it came out somewhere along the line, but Angela noticed that he was concerned about something. She said it must have been because of Akutagawa that he used CO to buy her power. Michael nodded, and then the girl added that he had made the right decision in opting for her strength. In layman's terms, he, Michael Nodforth, is a genius because he's already learned the forms of swordsmanship. Moreover, in the 12th floor trial, he had studied the will of the sword and even improved the sword technique itself to a double sword technique. The very fact that he had acquired some knowledge of the Namgung family's techniques and refined them, it was telling that he possessed the qualifications of a great master. And even if he founded a sword sect, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, the power he had chosen this time was a great choice. Everything he would learn or realize now will be converted into tower-approved abilities. And she also promised to teach him everything, but on one condition. The girl said that a mentor-mentee relationship should be established between them. After much thinking, Michael suddenly answered positively, saying that he would become her student, which surprised the girl a lot. Angela then hastened to say that she wasn't trying to force him into anything, and he could think again. But Michael raised his hand, urging her to stop and saying that he had already decided that he would become her student. The girl then replied that she appreciated his choice and added that the Sword of the White Crane was a challenger fuller than the 40th floor. Angela asked if the guy would regret his decision later, and Michael wondered if he'd have any reason to. Of course, the girl answered in the negative. She told him that in Murima, only one master could be a mentor. When Michael said he was fine with it, the girl said he should start by fully introducing himself. She said that she was the 17th head of the Beck Swordmaster family and was the strongest Murim master of the past generation. And from now on, she, warrior Angela Beck, would be his mentor, and Michael was stunned by her words. He was especially surprised that the girl was Murim's strongest master. He bowed to her following the procedure. And then Angela started telling me the theory. Martial arts are largely divided into spiritual and physical methods. Spiritual method is a technique that purifies and stores external mana inside the body, and the mana accumulated during the purification process. Called internal energy, the physical method was a technique that utilized his body, which included all of his skills. Michael suddenly had a question as to whether his blood sky energy belonged to the category of spiritual methods. He asked Angela if he would have any trouble learning if he already had a spiritual method. He added that he was even able to master it already, and the girl looked at him strangely for some reason. She suddenly asked him to explain everything in more detail, and Michael said he thought he had imagined something. Hearing this, Angela asked if he was trained in aura cultivation by a steel blood lord. Michael replied that it wasn't quite like that. He didn't know if he could trust the girl, since she was also an administrator. She suddenly said she didn't believe him, adding that she needed to see for herself. Angela moved closer to him in a flash, and pulling up his tailcoat, put her hand on his stomach as if she were checking something. Suddenly, he felt some kind of energy coming from her hand and asked his mentor what she was doing. But Angela only replied to let him sit quietly for a second, and then she would explain and show him everything. After some time, he reported that he had seen no sign of mastery of any spiritual method. At that time, Michael thought that the blood sky energy was a power sent to him by one of the administrators. Her activation improved his combat sense, so he used this power often, but now the girl disappointed him. After all, it really wasn't a spiritual method, but a force, so Michael had nothing else to think about. The boy turned to his mentor, asking if she could stop sitting in such an ambiguous pose already. Hearing this, Angela flashed a glance away from the guy, apologizing for checking in such an unusual way. However, the girl said that she was not comfortable with such an arrangement, which surprised Michael. She was angry that a scum from the Church of Blood Demons dared to send such a lowly spiritual method as a force. When they changed their surroundings, going out into the garden, the girl asked if he might not study the spiritual method. After all, he is able to accumulate mana without it, and if he mastered it, he would simply be able to use different methods. In addition, her martial arts techniques were practically unrestricted to the spiritual method. Michael activated his combat concentration, increasing it tenfold to grasp everything he would be taught on the fly. Meanwhile, Angela activated her sword chi, and the guy saw her swordsmanship skills for the first time, which were excellent. He thought that he had only seen a soft image of the girl all this time, so he didn't even know how the girl fought. The girl meanwhile announced that she would now demonstrate the first technique of her 7 white sword techniques method. It was called White Sword Cutting the Sea, and suddenly Michael felt all its energy. At least what the administrators put out in their blows was truly mesmerizing. Angela apologized, saying that he may not have been able to see everything properly, but that was the minimum speed for such a technique. However, and to her surprise, Michael replied that it was fine, saying that he thought he could do it again. Michael felt as if space itself was tightening and stretching, so that avoiding the impact was impossible. Such was the technique of dissecting the sea. The name was also quite justified, because with this technique, it was possible to conquer even the sea, and the swing of the sword resembled raging waves, and Michael tried to replicate it. When he was done, he looked back at Angela, saying that he had tried to repeat everything exactly as she had shown him. He asked if there were any mistakes, but the girl's face spoke for itself. She couldn't believe her eyes. Geniuses have existed in all times. They achieve much greater achievements than others. Geniuses who demonstrate the pinnacle of their ability to understand, evaluate, and master objects of a field. However, even geniuses could only reveal their true abilities after practicing. Angela was shocked that someone could completely replicate her technique after only seeing it once. After all, her method of wielding a sword is a martial art that contains more advanced techniques than Akutagawa Namgun's method. She said that Michael had previously reproduced the earlier two techniques of the noble Namgung family. Heaven Flaming Sword and Heaven Soaring Sword, both techniques were part of the Heaven Sword Forms method. However, Michael had potential far greater than this, as he was able to replicate a difficult level technique after seeing it only once. Angela called him an intuitive genius, saying she'd never heard of someone who comprehended things that way. The girl suddenly smiled and said that it meant he could learn most martial arts in just one day. Originally, martial arts were understood and practiced based on each person's unique path. However, he, Michael Nodforth, doesn't need to find his way, as he can just watch and repeat. Finally, the girl told him about the mana replenishment method, the fist-fighting method, the art of body weightlessness. Right down to the golden grab technique, Michael eventually mastered everything he could, and amongst it all, the most effective was the sword-wielding method of the 7 white sword techniques. The first one he had already been shown. The second technique, white sword piercing the sky, was powerful and stabbing, allowing it to pierce through the opponent's defense. White sword creating void is a defense technique that distorts the space around his sword. Seeing him successfully assimilate them all, Angela clapped her hands joyfully like a child. After quite a bit of training, Michael thanked her, saying he had learned a lot. He still addressed the girl as a mentor, and the girl was glad that she was now someone important to him. However, it was time to say goodbye, and Michael bowed to her, telling her that he should be on his way back by now. He promised that he would visit her later, but until then he wished her good health. He called her his mentor again, which completely won the heart of Angela, who was very happy. Still, she managed to come to her senses, and, as if nothing had happened, she answered him in the same way, wishing him luck. She added that if he puts in effort commensurate with talent, his skills will improve quickly. When he got back to the waiting room, the guy thought it was a bit far, what with his current level. He hadn't yet mastered all 7 white sword techniques, but it was time for a change in his arsenal. He chose the Demon Slayer technique, thinking that, although it had served him well, it wasn't enough now. To cover Akutagawa's heavenly sword forms, or the mentor's 7 white sword techniques, Michael activated the Iron Blood sword power and the combat concentration skill, continuing to practice. He noticed that his steps were more perfect than before, and more precise. However, it was still not enough to develop a skill from his new power's sword ghost path. The guy remembered Angela's words saying that skill development could only be created through a system. The system had to recognize the technique as a skill, so the guy continued to practice in the waiting room. Suddenly, the system reported the activation of a more powerful force effect, Sword Ghost Path. And then it happened. The new skill, Sword of Mixed Beginnings of high minus rank, was confessed. Michael was happy about this effect, because he had just succeeded in creating his first skill based on the embedded effects. However, although it was good that adjustments had been made to the skill description, there was still something upsetting him. The guy opened the inventory and found the reward for the 13th floor challenge, which was a random skill book. According to its description, he could obtain a random rank 1 skill, and the book itself couldn't be given to anyone. Michael thought he could cheat a little and activated the warrior defense skill, temporarily increasing his luck. As a result, he gained the skill Demonic Blood Spirit Sword of rank 1+, according to which his blade was given demonic properties. But that wasn't enough for Michael. He activated the skill Synthesis, centralizing it around the Sword of Mixed Beginnings. After a while, he completed the synthesis and got a new skill. The guy worriedly looked at him. The skill was called Demonic Sword of Mixed Beginnings, and had an epic minus rank. After reading the detailed information about him, Michael realized that he was now ready for the 14th floor test when into the portal. The theme of this challenge was a water fight where he had to kill all the monsters in the lake in the allotted 7 days. The reward for a successful breakthrough was a high plus rank wind spirit boots, and the penalty was unchanged. Literally, as soon as Michael found himself on the location, the system reported that he faced a strong enemy. In front of him stood none other than Akutagawa Namgun, who had already defeated all the monsters of the lake. He asked why it had taken Michael so long to show up, since he'd thought he'd gotten the wrong place. And he only smiled seeing his nemesis. The guy immediately activated instant acceleration. Next to go into play were battle concentration, warrior defense, indomitable will, and of course, wind grace. This time he increased his speed by 70% at once, but it was increased some more due to the effect of his boots. The two boys pounced on each other, each of them preparing for this fight since they had said goodbye on Earth. Akutagawa was the first to notice the change, because he remembered that Michael hadn't used the flaming sword last time. That he was able to master it in such a short time surprised the Merimian, and he asked Michael about it. However, the latter asked in response why this surprised Akutagawa so much, since this was just the beginning. With those words, he activated the counterattack shield and immediately transformed it into an additional blade. An attack followed, and the Miramek was even more surprised that the guy was now fighting with 2 weapons. Michael, meanwhile, kicked him in the stomach, and his opponent flew away, but he did not hit the wall, having managed to put his legs out. But that didn't help him much, for Michael was already preparing a new attack, and Akutagawa was again surprised at his speed. A huge wave of powerful energy sent out by the sword Shi was rapidly approaching right at him. The Merimian had no more than a second to defend himself in time, but he was able to do so, for he was not amiss either. Although Akutagawa only used 1 sword, but he did it skillfully, so even Michael envied him. However, the advantage was still on the guy's side. He asked the Merimian how he felt about these new attacks. He added that it was his newly created epic rank swordsmanship skill. The demonic sword of mixed beginnings was considered to contain various demonic sword techniques. The sword attack in double attack can be performed 2 more times, completely repeating the movements of the original. And with the same force as the sword he swung himself, Michael thought it was already a kind of cheating. Still, it worked. He turned to Akutagawa, pointing to the wound on his cheek. The boy said she would torture the Merimian until he died, and those words alerted him. However, in the next instant, he activated some of his power and healed his cheek, saying that it was only a scratch. And then Akutagawa pounced on Michael, wanting revenge for the fact that the guy had managed to hurt him at least that badly. Their blades clashed again, and this time the battle lasted a little longer, but still without a winner yet. Akutagawa noticed that the swordsmanship and movement techniques Michael used clearly belonged to the world of Murma. He asked why the boy had concealed this fact earlier, and he replied that he had not concealed anything, because at that time he was scared to death. So he studied it all, and Akutagawa wondered if he had managed to master such techniques in such a short time. He suddenly replied that even though they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the guy was still the same brazen liar. After all, he dared to talk nonsense about being able to master martial arts in less than a week. To this, Michael replied that he would not force the Merimian to believe it, but he was not about to recant. They lunged at each other again, but their powers were so far on par, and the only difference was the mindset. Akutagawa was thinking about how he could finish Michael off sooner, while he was thinking about how to use his new skills more effectively. After all, every fight is essentially a workout, and what better way than sparring with such a tough opponent? Suddenly, Michael switched to a more aggressive attack and began to crowd Akutagawa backwards, and the latter opened his eyes in surprise. After all, he recognized the martial art with which Michael had attacked him, and that too was unexpected. Suddenly, anger took him, and he shouted, "How dare the guy steal the Namgung noble family's swordsmanship?" This put Akutagawa out of his mind, and it was clear that their battles would now take on a completely different character. And Michael replied that he had actually created it, diligently repeating the Merimian's outburst because he should have only seen it once. He also added that the problem was probably that his fencing techniques were too primitive. Akutagawa couldn't bear it, he shouted with anger and attacked Michael again, and the latter involuntarily hesitated. As expected, the Murmek was excellent, swordsmanship and movement techniques, as well as unorthodox lunges. Everything testified to Akutagawa's skill, but he had no idea that he was giving Michael a masterclass. The guy knew he had to memorize everything well now and then hit back. Akutagawa, meanwhile, activated the new technique called Battle of the Strongest again. This was something Michael hadn't seen before, so he prepared to defend himself, though he didn't yet understand how the technique worked. The system reported that within a radius of 30 meters through a unique characteristic to form a dueling zone. It was something similar to what Muramek had used last time, but now the walls looked even stronger. Akutagawa angrily said that the guy got caught and he would finally end it because the guy was already annoying him. But suddenly the Muramek was forced to stop. For now it was Michael's turn to attack. He used his new skill Bloodseeker, which again surprised Akutagawa, for he had not used it before. He added that the Muramek had actually made the mistake of restricting them to that barrier and directed his attack at it. Akutagawa still didn't understand how it was even possible to master the art of blood, since even he himself didn't know how to do it. He said that even after mastering martial arts, the guy took up his tricks again. In the meantime, Mike had already approached him, and with lightning speed began to deliver blow after blow. Muramek felt he couldn't keep up with blocking everything, and here he was, already missing several attacks. And then a powerful punch to the stomach sent him into the air, something he definitely didn't expect, and even got a little flustered. Akutagawa realized with surprise that he had been thrown back to the height of the barrier, which meant he had opened himself up for a frontal attack. And soon it followed. Michael was already waiting for him to deliver the decisive blow and finish off the Marimian. Therefore, Akutagawa had no choice but to forcibly deactivate his unique characteristic. He managed to avoid colliding with the guy and jumped away, but to his surprise, Michael was already standing beside him. He still managed to hit his opponent, and quite hard, because he flew off again. Michael, not thinking long, rushed over to him to finish the job and make sure the Muramek didn't get up again. When he ran, he destroyed everything in his path, except maybe people. But there were none here. Akutagawa lay on the ground, unable to get up, but he recovered quickly and realized the guy was attacking again. When Michael approached him again, he managed to get up. But the amazing thing was already that he was losing. Michael turned to him, saying that such floundering was not befitting of Muram's title of genius. Hearing those words, Akutagawa closed his eyes and then laughed quietly at the fact that the guy actually thought of him that way. After a moment, he laughed out loud, much to Michael's surprise, for he didn't realize what was so funny. The guy thought the Muramek had lost his mind, but then he remembered that he had and just watched him. And the man said he didn't know how he did it, but he was really able to master martial arts and become stronger. He added that Michael is an amazing fighter, even though he uses Tower's tricks, however. With those words, Akutagawa pulled out some kind of rock, and Michael decided it was a sneak attack and pounced on it. But Akutagawa continued, asking if the man thought he wouldn't have a backup plan. He squeezed the stone in his hand. Some of the energy that the Muramek had absorbed was released from him, and he felt much better now. At that moment, Michael just reached him, and they met blades again, forming a huge wave. The stone that Akutagawa used was called the Floor Introduction Penalty Removal Stone. Now all of his skill limitations and characterization reductions, which were the penalty of introduction, were canceled out. It meant he could use his power without restriction, and the Muramek did so. He asked Michael if he was curious as to why he was called a sword dragon, and then a dragon's head did appear from his sword. Michael watched it all and was shocked, for he had never seen a sword take such a powerful form before. Akutagawa added that a scum like him shouldn't have seen that enhanced chi in the first place. So the guy could consider it a great honor, after all. Not everyone gets such a chance to fight with the most powerful chi. He swung his sword with a wave from the energy, but it was much bigger, more majestic and powerful than anything before it. Michael remembered Angela telling him about the chi technique, more specifically the use of magic on the sword. After all, the chi of the blade adds properties to it that contradict the laws of the sword, so it is comparable to magic. Flaming Sword, for example, adds one more property, and the next stage is Enhanced Sword Chi. It allows all the surrounding magic to be used safely, and Michael clearly saw this in Akutagawa's example. The guy didn't swing his sword very often yet, because the attacks were so powerful that one or two were enough. They were aimed at Michael in the form of a purple dragon under the light of Akutagawa's magic. And Michael was having a hard time. He didn't think he would encounter the enhanced chi so soon, but he kept dodging. It didn't sound all that scary in words when the girl talked about it, but it was a truly amazing skill. The range of his attacks increased a lot, so it became difficult for the guy to even get close to his opponent. In addition, his movements became stronger and faster, all of them unusual and dangerous, as if the sword turned into a living dragon and acted at the will of Akutagawa, who was its master. The onslaught of each attack, when Michael didn't have time to dodge and block them, was insane. If it wasn't for the two swords he was still clutching in his hands, he would have long ago failed and missed the attack. It seemed to the guy that Akutagawa was a bit stronger than the vampire count, but that turned out to be a silly assumption. Sword enlightenment. Michael sensed it as he listened to his mentor, but it seems people from Murim, skipping a few stages due to enlightenment, and it was kind of cheating too. Akutagawa, meanwhile, decided to move on to more serious attacks and turned to Michael with a smile on his face. He wondered if the guy wasn't having fun already, since a few seconds ago he'd said he was still learning new skills. Michael thought with annoyance that he should have gone straight for the full force and finished his opponent before he used the stone. After all, he had originally wanted to learn something, but now things had gotten more complicated and he had to fight seriously. The guy activated the will of the heavenly blood cultivation technique, which was another skill he had learned. Michael ran at the enemy with only one thought. He remembered that this man slayed a lot of people on Earth. Akutagawa meanwhile attacked him again with his enhanced chi attack, but now Michael knew what to do. He activated his next trump card, which was the white sword of void folding technique. Thanking him, he was able to compare their strengths and respond with an equal amount of energy to the Murimian's attack. Seeing this, Akutagawa shouted, who else had he stolen techniques from? For it was all useless in front of the enhanced chi. With those words, he gave his attack more power and magnified it to a size that the guy couldn't repel. Michael in turn activated his combat concentration skill, increasing it by 20 times, so he was able to dodge in time. All this time, he also had his speed at maximum, and in an instant, he was behind the Murimian's back. When he realized that he had walked into his blind spot, he decided to use that momentum for his counterattack. He struck Akutagawa with his sword, and he couldn't even turn around to put up a defense. There was a big explosion. To his surprise, it turned out to be a Murimian defense technique, and Michael slumped to the ground from the pain inside his stomach. Blood came from his mouth, and he realized that his insides had been hit, which was not at all happy about the situation. And then it was his turn to be surprised to feel the enemy approaching him from behind, preparing with an attack. With his last strength, and still thanks to his skills, he was able to dodge, to avoid the deadly damage. But Akutagawa did not retreat, attacking him more and more. And the boy already felt that his strength was running out. He would break through his opponent's attacks at the last moment before they could hit him, but it couldn't go on like this forever. Michael thought the Murimic was using two techniques at once to keep him in his sights, and he didn't like that. With his side vision, he saw Akutagawa swing in to kick his leg in the stomach. However, the guy didn't expect the blow to be so hard that it knocked him down. Akutagawa, meanwhile, punched him in the stomach with such force that Michael sank underwater, going deeper and deeper to the bottom. Still, he managed to free himself and swim out, where another knockout from the Murimian awaited him. The guy had been thrown back onto the rocks and was now quite seriously injured, spitting blood from his mouth. Akutagawa, on the other hand, felt great. He pounced on him with another attack that Michael probably wouldn't have blocked by now. Murimic shouted that this was where he would meet his end and put all his power that was left into the attack. And Michael wasn't even able to block in any way. He just put his hands out, covering his head with them. It was primitive, but he figured that at least his opponent would be weakened because of it. All that was left was to hold back the blow. When it was over, he found himself without his tailcoat, which was piled up on the rocks under Akutagawa's feet. Murimic looked in amazement at the lad, who, though breathing heavily and wounded all over, but still withstood such a powerful attack and was still able to continue fighting the battle, albeit to his own defeat. Akutagawa admitted he was surprised, as he didn't think the guy would fight against him for so long. However, he said that his torment was over and raised his sword again, activating the enhanced chi. With a crazy smile and a look on his face, Akutagawa said it was fun and he will remember their fight. Meanwhile, Michael is on his feet, saying that after everything he's been through, he just won't die so easily. He activated the counterattack shield skill at the last second, absorbing the damage from the opponent's powerful chi energy. His shield limit would fill up so quickly that he almost immediately released all of his accumulated power as his counterattack. Akutagawa smiled, marveling at Michael's fortitude, but it seemed to him that victory was on his side. Suddenly, he made a sharp lunge to the side, and instead of repelling the attack, he moved closer and stabbed the guy in the throat. He finally saw the fear in Michael's eyes, and it gave the Murimian indescribable pleasure. He was clearly insane. He cut the guy's head off, and Michael only had time to think about the last skill he hadn't used yet. This was the last battle, the 12th floor reward that made all critical damage nullified. All of his senses were also heightened for a time, and his skills were enhanced, with a recharge time of 1 week. Michael's head was miraculously back in his body, and it happened as if in slow motion. There was no way the enemy could somehow interfere with this process, and Michael felt his heart pounding in his chest again. He figured the time when he could use that extra reward for the 12th floor was finally here. There was another reward on the 12th floor. He had activated the exclusive skill of Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown. While using it, his mind was gradually being polluted, so Michael also activated the Cold Reason Will. Now he could use rank 1 plus Spirit Magic, saying that Murimek was right and still had trumps up his sleeve. He added calling for his servants, and suddenly monsters appeared behind the surprised Akutagawa's back. Michael commanded them to kill the Murimian, and they pounced on him, forcing him to do something quickly. Akutagawa was surprised that the guy even had necromancy in his arsenal, but he said he couldn't beat him anyway. After all, Enhanced Ki was quite a powerful technique, so some monsters weren't a hindrance to him. Akutagawa dealt with them in a flash and approached Michael again, who hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Muramez grabbed him by the throat, saying that now they'll see if the guy can resurrect again. He swung around to chop his head off again, but for some reason Michael did nothing, though this time he might have had time to block. Akutagawa's sword was already near his eyes, and there were only centimeters left before he would pierce them. Suddenly, however, the Murmek stopped, horrified to find that he could not move. He asked what the guy had done, and Michael took his hand, taking it off his neck. He threw it away. Then he turned to Akutagawa, reminding him that he had already told him that the wound was on his cheek. Will hinder him for the rest of his life. After these words, the monster that was summoned by Michael loomed behind the Murimian's back. Akutagawa felt his presence with fear and realized he couldn't use any techniques to defend himself. As a result, the monster bit his head off, and the last thing Akutagawa managed to shout was a curse at Michael. Ever since he was a child, he hadn't shown with any special skills, and was even spoken of with derision and disdain. His dad asks his mom how she could have given birth to such a talentless child. I doubt his blood even runs in it. Akutagawa listened to all of this, not understanding why he was so disliked. After all, he had done nothing wrong. Back then, he just enjoyed his sword without thinking about things like strength and power. After all, true geniuses built their own way of the sword rather than learning other techniques to emulate society. These words were told to him by his grandfather, who became the lad's first mentor and raised him fully. He later became the head of their Namgun clan, and under his patronage, Akutagawa began to grow and improve rapidly. He was already becoming proficient with the sword and would rush to his father after each successful mission to brag about the results. Such was the case when he bragged about killing the disguised blood cult scum by bringing their heads. He wished his father would praise him, showing that his son had become quite strong and developed abilities. But the man replied to him to remove the abomination from the room, asking why his son was so fixated on the murders. He added that the guy should strengthen his spirit if he didn't want to become a monster. These words hurt Akutagawa. Tears came to his eyes, and the boy thought why his father disliked him so much, since he didn't even appreciate his efforts. It made it hurt even more, but for now he couldn't do anything about it, continuing to try and get his father's attention. Meanwhile, the strength of the Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown had used up, and the item was destroyed. All the monsters that Michael had summoned to distract the enemy also died, and Michael was the only one left. The boy was surprised to notice that Akutagawa was still alive, though his head was lying separate from his body. Murimek quietly asked for Michael to put an end to this, but the guy decided to talk some more last. He remarked that their meeting was truly amazing because it wasn't even supposed to happen. Two people from different dimensions came together in a battle that was incredibly difficult and painful. But Michael suddenly realized that it was even fun, and Akutagawa was a great fighter. He said if they were friends, they would share accomplishments and have a good time together on Earth or in Marima. That was what he thought and expressed to Akutagawa, who lay in a sea of his own blood, about to reply something. Suddenly he screamed, calling Michael a stupid bastard, but the guy could see it was just a cry of desperation. Akutagawa asked if he was saying such a thing if he himself passes the tower, saying that these words are empty hypocrisy. He added that while his head was still conscious, he would tell Michael something funny. Muramek admitted that he had stopped conquering the tower and had invaded them not just to kill. After receiving divinity, he became an enemy of one god and felt threatened with death, for the latter was very powerful. The Chosen inevitably encounter divinity, and they have to meet different gods. He added that it would soon meet Michael as well, but if he continued to climb the tower with such thoughts, he could not prevent the gods from destroying his world, for they had all the abilities and powers to do so. However, Michael calmly and firmly replied in the negative, saying that such a thing would not happen, which surprised Akutagawa. Activating a new and final attack to finish off the enemy, he added that anyone who wanted to destroy his home will be killed, and after saying that, he pierced Akutagawa's head with a bloody spike that he activated with the Bloodseeker. Murim only had time to scream in pain before his soul left his body. Murim's heavenly dragon sword was dead. The system reported a successful breakthrough, and Michael was rewarded with high plus rank Wind Spirit boots. He also received 10,000 points and 4,000 COs. But then the system said he would be given more powerful rewards. The system then reported the creation of the myth by activating the will of a divine power. A calculation of the myth's power was made based on the amount of belief, and Michael simply observed the process. The result was the mythic battle-hardened warrior, and from that point on, he gained the title Unstoppable and the reflection effect. After absorbing Akutagawa Namgun's soul, his skill increased by a shocking 47%, increasing his necromancy rank. It now amounted to a high rank, and that meant the guy could check the information for DOP effects. He also thought that when invaders from other dimensions were killed, their bodies always disappeared, but Akutagawa's body remained motionless. Having absorbed Akutagawa's blood, the rank of his sword also increased to high, and a fear enhancement slot was also added. Michael thought he could strengthen his flaming sword once more, but now there was one last problem left. These were clothes that could no longer be recovered after their battle, and thus should have been returned. The system reported that the Administrator Lord of Steelblood wanted to sponsor his contactor with armor, and the Administrator of the White Crane Sword talked about how he would be better suited for a robe, given his fighting style. Michael was surprised, remembering that the admins must have been watching him the entire battle, and were now even offering to help. Still, he decided to look in on his first patron first and moved into the Steelblood Lord's domain. He immediately noticed some changes. Namely, the girl's house had changed and now looked sturdier. It was no longer that little shack, but a whole house, and such a change was for the better, considering he was the one responsible for the destruction here. Michael approached and opened the doors of the house, peering inside where he saw his receptionist. She smiled at him, telling him that they hadn't seen each other in a while, and praising him for his good robo-tree in defeating Akutagawa. The girl added that he had crossed a large mountain, so he could consider what she was about to give him a gift. Michael notices that she said she was going to give him armor, but instead the girl holds out some kind of pendant to him. But she only laughed, saying that the armor would appear if you added some magic power. Michael thanked her, saying he would find a use for it, and then went to the White Crane Master's domain. He greeted his teacher, and for some reason she looked a little hurt at the guy, pouting like a child. The girl said that she thought he would come to her first, but he chose the Steelblood Lord. He added that he was disappointed, and Michael bowed his head to her, asking that the girl not be angry. Then Angela said she wanted to ask him something, and Michael looked at her curiously. It was obvious that the girl blushed a little, but still said she wanted to do his hair. When Michael heard this, he was surprised and even a little scared in his head, because he doubted her skills. Also, she didn't have any tools, but Angela said that 7 white sword techniques would be enough. He warned him to move her, or he might hurt himself, and Michael put his hands out in front of him, trying to talk her out of it. It was no use, however, for Angela had already gotten to work. She was far more experienced than he had thought. Michael was able to look in the mirror at the result of her work in just a few minutes. It was even faster than the hairdresser's. Besides, his new hairstyle was pretty good, and the guy liked it. He told the girl about it. Angela said it was a relief to her, because if he didn't like it, she couldn't take it back. And then she hurriedly escorted him out of her domain, telling the guy to use his item outside the tower. She was talking about the pendant the Steelblood Lord had given him, but it seemed to Michael that Angela was acting strangely, so he decided to just head back to the waiting room, where the system expansion was waiting for him again. This time around, a quest feature became available, which was essentially some sort of assignments from the admins. It was also said that they would be linked to past lives of administrators and rewards would be given for them. He could get one quest on each floor, and Michael suddenly realized why the receptionists were trying so hard to please him. They wanted to give him a quest, but the guy had a lot on his plate right now, so he proceeded to do everything in order. First, he decided to look at the new myth, Battle-Hardened Warrior, activated along with the title's Unstoppable. In doing so, his body was able to work at its maximum despite his condition, which was quite convenient. When activating the reflection effect, the worse his situation was, the stronger he became. Michael thought that the skill from Vampire Slayer was quite limited, but this myth was suitable for all fights. He also decided to look at the new effect of his Necromancy, which said that the characteristics of the god of death had received enlightenment. Michael didn't understand what it meant. He even activated the divine power, but still nothing changed. For now, it remained incomprehensible to him, but Michael knew that in time, it would all fall into place. Finally, he got to Akutagawa's Swarming Heavenly Sword, which gave plus 10% to most stats. With his mana, he could activate the Heaven's Rupture effect, with the sword turning into a shaft of destruction. And when combined with the sword, the exclusive skill Sword Sense would be activated, with which he could double copy one of the sword skills. Michael thought that Heaven's Rupture could rival Sword Chi in strength, for he remembered Akutagawa's techniques. And Sword Sense didn't tie skills to items, which pretty much spoke to their versatility. He must have gotten such good items because he defeated Akutagawa, a far superior test boss. Then Michael took a new blade and achieved unification with it. Now he could copy the skill of any sword. The guy didn't think for a long time, making his choice in favor of the skill Sword Sense of high plus rank. He successfully absorbed it, and the guy liked that he now had another good skill in his arsenal. After all, he had absorbed the skill using his own, and now he had 3 attempts for a copy instead of 2. He activated the skill again and chose Heaven's Rupture of high plus rank as well. Due to Akutagawa Namgun's soul absorption, his stats also increasing by 4 to 7 points. Michael also noticed a message. It was from Betty, which surprised him, since he hadn't seen her in a while. As it turned out, she was angry that he had never once contacted her from the tower. After all, they were partners. Michael figured the girl was most worried about him when he went to Japan, so she should have written him off. The guy opened other messages and suddenly came across one rather strange and frightening one. Someone wrote to him with a report, saying she didn't know what the situation in the tower was right now, but she had news. The girl reported an invasion by a player from the world of Ares, who had massacred London, which shocked Michael. For some reason, he was reminded of Akutagawa's words, as he said that he wouldn't be able to stop the gods from destroying his world. This made Michael angry, for he then replied that such a thing would not happen, for he himself would not allow it. However, right now everything said otherwise. A true horror was unfolding in the city of London, UK. Near the city's main tower, Big Ben, strange, irregularly shaped magical spheres suddenly appeared. They turned out to be quite hard and slammed into the tower at high speed, leaving a decent dent in it. Soon they crowded the entire area of the tower, which wouldn't be able to withstand such attacks for long. The civilians who stood below it were pounced upon by unknown dragon-like creatures. They were grabbing people and killing them. This was the second invasion of the Earth dimension in Michael's memory. The UK government has already sent in a rapid response team, tells them the situation. Something similar was also organized in Korea. They were told that first the challenger from Ares created a black sphere over Lon. Right after the first massacre, the strange magical creature suddenly disappeared, and he hid inside the black sphere. However, it was rapidly increasing in size, and to prevent further casualties, the British needed their help. Then one of the hunters asked why Korea had become so active. Not if it made money, because during the Shinjuku incident in Japan's Shinjuku region, the flow of hunters was cut off. After the incident in Japan, the status of their country was elevated, and this had a positive impact. These words were said by Michael, who was also present at the meeting, though he was standing apart from everyone else. He was spotted by Betty, who saw that the guy had changed his hair, but more than anything, she wanted to talk to him. When the meeting was over, they met at the exit, and Michael apologized for returning to the tower without warning her. The girl replied that since he had realized his mistake, perhaps they would close the subject. She asked that he treat her at least a little like a partner from now on, and asked what about his battle gear. Michael said he was keeping her inside, and was about to explain everything when suddenly the gathering of those willing to go to London was announced. Everything was voluntary as usual, But Michael said it was time for them to slowly move out to land as well. But Beatty suddenly declared that they didn't need to get on the plane this time and held out her boyfriend's hand. They walked with her to the roof, where Michael saw an interesting sight before him, feeling like he was in a movie. In front of him, he saw a few people in black suits resembling foreign agents, and Beatty smiled contentedly. She said that she had also rocked some skills while climbing the tower, among which was spatial magic. Now she could move anywhere in space just by setting coordinates, and even got permission from the association. Hearing this, Michael was surprised, being unable to say anything so as not to interrupt the girl who had already started moving. She designated the coordinates as the target and moved them there using the auxiliary magic teleport. Meanwhile, their UK hunters watched in amazement as the unknown spheres grew larger and larger. Strange magical creatures that resembled lizards and were quite strong appeared from them. The hunters of Britain specialized in magic and sorcery better than anyone in the world. They resolutely defended their magic tower from enemy attacks, preventing the dragons from harming it. One of their squad turned to the newcomer, telling him to focus all his attention on the portal. After all, if an object from another world got into him, something terrible could happen, and the newbie boy nodded. His job was to guard the portal as he suddenly heard another orb right behind him. A dragon appeared out of it, and the boy screamed in terror, forgetting all the techniques he had been taught. Suddenly, the portal lit up, signaling the arrival of someone from another world or corner of the earth. In the next instant, the monster flew into the air before it could harm the guy, who was left standing there in a panic. But then he saw the lizard fall down beside him, and for some reason it looked like it was already dead, which surprised the boy. After that, he looked up and saw those who had done this to the monster. Michael and Batty had come out of the portal. The girl turned to the young wizard, asking if these were the magical entities, and the man hurriedly stood up and bowed to them, apologizing that the preparation of the barrier was insufficient. Michael replied that he shouldn't have worried, as they would provide their assistance, and Betty asked when the second attack had occurred. This time another mage answered her, telling her that they could leave the mopping up of the place to them and head to where everyone had gathered. He ordered the newcomer to escort them to the right place, and the boys followed the kid down somewhere. They were ancient steps that led to a dungeon or something, but Michael paused a bit. After those steps, there was a not very long corridor that they needed to run across. And when they'd managed that too, the kid opened the massive wrought gold doors and invited them inside. It was a lavish hall where other contenders from around the world, including Korean contenders, had gathered. Michael noticed that this time, a lot of hunters had rushed out to lend support. But for some reason, he had the impression that the wizards of the magic tower were acting somewhat arrogantly. After all, everyone outside was laboring in sweat, and the top officials were just sitting at this table. He also suddenly noticed that David, the wizard he knew, was sitting in the chair of the tower's chief executive. Seeing Michael, the old man was also very surprised, not hiding his delight, for he was glad to see the lad alive. David said there was no way he expected to meet him like this, adding that he was honored. Bethy looked at the guy somewhat surprised, quietly asking if he was really familiar with this man. But Michael didn't have time to answer because he got to the point, saying that the huge black sphere was a high-level barrier. Although they had almost succeeded in destroying the black sphere when it was still small in size, but now the opportunity was gone. From that moment on, no matter what they did, there wasn't a scratch on the sphere, and suddenly David handed Michael his seat. The other mages watched in amazement, asking who this man was, but some knew his name. But the old wizard thought that giving up his seat at the head of the table to save the country was nothing. After all, other people didn't know anything, but he knew for sure how strong this young man was. David asked if, in his opinion, there was any way to solve this problem and smiled, waiting for his answer. And Michael said that he would just destroy that black sphere on his own, which amazed everyone present. David was a little shocked at his self-assurance, daring to say it was impossible. The other challengers and mages were also shocked that the guy said it so easily, but the guy meanwhile continued. He added that he would do it on one condition, and David prepared to hear anything as encouragement. But he wasn't ready for what Michael said. The guy asked to give him the awards of everyone here. Of course, the others didn't like this and protested, asking who he thought they were. The old man was also a little shocked at such a request, but said he had to consult with the responsible people about the matter. Michael replied that he didn't mind waiting, but at this rate, London could disappear off the face of the earth. He knew that people would move even if there was no reward if you took their cause to the extreme. So, nevertheless, he must take care of what was due him, And meanwhile, the old man glanced again at the sulfur. Suddenly, he agreed, shouting that by all means he'd get it done if the guy kept his promise. The mages present in the room rushed to stop him, telling him it wasn't such an easy decision, but David didn't listen to them. He asked Michael to destroy the damn orb as quickly as possible, and that was all he was waiting for. He took out his pendant, given by the Steel Blood Lord as armor, and activated it. In the blink of an eye, he was wearing protective gear, and the guy now had two swords in his hands at once. He suddenly swung them and directed his attack towards the wall, behind which he could see a black sphere. It wasn't the best way to get to her, but at least it was the fastest, and the guy punched through the wall. He prepared to head off to eliminate the sphere as he suddenly heard someone call out to him, and it was Beatty. The girl looked a little worried, and Michael wondered if she was worried about him again. He smiled at her, showing her that he would be fine and would get this problem over with quickly. And then the guy jumped off the tower saying he'd be back soon. Now he had to come up with a plan. He activated the exclusive effect of the Wind Spirit Boot's Wind Path of high plus rank. Because of this, he was able to run through the air straight towards the black sphere and had already figured out how he would proceed to start. The hunters and mages, meanwhile, simply watched him, amazed at his speed, for he was almost at his goal. A moment later, Michael was standing on a sphere that seemed even larger up close. However, the guy drew his swords, saying that it was about time to start trying to chop up the stale breadcrumbs. He activated the Heaven's Destruction skill, the additional effect of which was the ability to destroy magic power. With that thought, he swung both swords at once and prepared to strike the center of the sphere. With his new skill, even the system reported that he had no limits to what he could break. Michael decided to test it out. He struck with all his might, and the people watching him even from the tower room could feel this incredible power. The black sphere suddenly split open, and the characteristic purple light from Akutagawa's sword effect appeared around it. Michael smiled at the thought that he had managed to get his hands on it, and even copied it on his original sword. He squeezed it tighter, pressing it deeper into the split in the sphere, for it was almost cracked. The crack had reached almost to the middle of the sphere, but it was still holding. But it was enough already, as a hole formed in the center upstairs where Michael was standing. It was large enough for a man to enter, and Michael, without thinking long, jumped into the sphere itself. The system reported that he had entered a magical void zone, and so far the guy hadn't sensed anything. He wondered if he should consider the inside of the barrier as a completely different dimension. After a bit of thought, he realized that he could find out with his spiritual eye, but what he saw shocked him. It was said that any entities other than the owner of the zone would see a terrible illusion that could not be dispelled by skills. Also sealed all sentience-related skills, and there's also a penalty of reducing all stats by 18. Michael turned around, seeing a multitude of monsters in front of him that, although they were only illusions, looked very real. Suddenly, one of them attacked him, and the guy had to defend himself. He hit the monster and killed it with the first blow. However, what surprised him was that the illusion was so strong that it was even capable of using physical force. Michael activated the power of Serene Mind, and the effect of the magical zone, Void, was canceled. Through the magic resistance skill, disorientation was also canceled, and the sealed parts of the skills were canceled. Through the skill, forced breakthrough penalty, in the form of reducing all stats by 18 units, also ceased to take effect. All the monsters surrounding him disappeared, and Michael saw the bright light that marked the end of the chasm. But thankfully, he landed on his feet, except it was still dark all around, and that annoyed him. Michael knew that these clothes that the White Crane Master had given him could be restored with mana. It was a very useful option, because even though he was fighting illusions, there were plenty of them to hurt him. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him say that he was surprised to meet such a strong opponent on Earth. Michael quickly pounced on him, chopping off his head within a second. His opponent was something like a mage. He suddenly said that it was interesting that a skilled craftsman had been found in such a wretched dimension, but he had also considered such an arrangement. Michael covered his face with his hands from a large flash of light that nearly blinded him, but it gave the enemy an advantage. Michael activated the battle-hardened warrior mythos, and an indomitability effect was added to his divinity control. Seeing this, the magician was surprised to ask if he was an apostle, saying that there could be no gods in such an insignificant dimension. But Michael decided to prove him otherwise. Using the Bloodseeker skill, he aimed at his opponent, and the one, seeing that the guy was strong, used the invisibility effect to hide from his attack. But it was useless, as Michael simply concentrated her power in one hand and then spread it throughout the area. Bloody tentacle needles pierced the mage, as well as all of his doppelganger clones he had created to confuse him. It amazed him that the enemy was able to hit him and all of his clones so quickly and accurately, despite the fact that they were invisible. However, suddenly he reappeared whole and invisible in front of Michael again, saying that even though he is an apostle, that didn't mean he could do whatever he wanted in the mage's domain, but the guy knew it was fake too. The mage meanwhile released some small elf-like creatures, saying that he wouldn't escape death anyway. This one turned out to be a whole invasion of self-destructing spirits technique that flew at Michael. The guy decided to use his counterattack shield against them, shaping it into the shape of a bat to fend off the elves. And he was very good at it until not one of their spirits got close enough to hurt him. His opponent, meanwhile, was surprised at the guy's savvy, so he decided to retreat, preparing for a new plan of attack. Michael thought he wanted to have a protracted battle, but that wasn't the way to do it, because the guy wanted to end things quickly. Although the space of this sphere is quite large, it is all about limited space. So even though it was a bit barbaric, Michael thought he could just destroy the entire inside of the sphere. He released the accumulated damage of his bat, activating the heavenly demonic sword sealing skill. After which, the exclusive effect of the demonic sword of mixed beginning the skill, double attack, was activated. He then directed all that power at the sphere's wall, followed by a huge explosion inside it. From the outside, the sphere looked like it had been cut with a knife, but not all the way through, making it appear even larger. Inside, however, things were a little different. Michael stopped trying to break through the wall and approached his opponent, who didn't even notice him. The mage breathed heavily and sank to his knees, surprised that the guy was able to wound him in his own space. It made him angry. Plus, he asked Michael why a monster like him was in such a miserable dimension. But the guy didn't even let him finish, telling him to immediately destroy that black sphere. The magician replied that it was complete nonsense because he had put so much effort into it, which was why Michael had broken his arm. To do so, he used two skills, among which was pain amplification, and from now on, his enemy felt double pain. The mage grimaced in unbearable pain, questioning how dare he do this to the future archipelago of the Empire. The enemy could no longer even kneel, collapsing on the ground in a pool of his own blood. He realized what Michael was trying to accomplish, so he shouted that he couldn't destroy the orb. Michael used fire dragon eyes, but the skills showed that there was no lie in the challenger's words. Then the guy ordered him to call himself, describe his dimension, and tell him the purpose of the invasion. It turned out that the mage's name was Sindal, and he was from the Air's dimension, and the purpose of coming to Earth was to gain faith. Michael wondered, asking what he meant by that, and Sindal wondered if he had come here without even knowing. This tone didn't please Michael, and he stepped on it with his foot again, reminding him not to let the mage talk for nothing. Then the one told him that in the hidden ruins he had seen an ancient text that said outstanding wizards and knights can break through the wall of improving skills through faith. Through people's faith, divine power is accumulated in the heart where the ring is located. Michael then interrupted him, asking if he shouldn't have, on the contrary, saved people to gain their faith. Sindal replied that fear of the absolute was also a kind of faith, so he decided it would be quicker to achieve it that way. When asked by Michael why he chose Earth, the mage replied that there seemed to be no gods here to hinder him. Michael took his foot away for a moment, saying he had one more question. He wanted to know about the god of verification and verification. But Sindal replied that he didn't even know if such gods even existed, except that it was a lie. After all, Michael still had his spiritual eye skill activated and could tell when the mage was lying and when he was telling the truth. The boy thought he'd ask that just in case, but it turns out this Sindal clearly knew about these two gods. So he approached him, saying he understood. The more important the information, the less likely he was to share it. But he had a few more visors in reserve. Michael activated the torture art skill and used it on his opponent. His gaze was as if he was ready to sizzle him, saying it was interesting to see how long the mage would last. Meanwhile, it was getting dark outside, and Sindal was screaming from the unbearable pain that pierced his body time after time. The mage asked that the guy just kill him, but the guy healed him with his skill over and over again after each torture. After a while, he managed to get a lot of information about divinity, magic, god of verification, and god of battle. Also, it had been about 7 hours since he had entered the sphere, and the long torture had worn down his strength as well. However, nevertheless, he finally understood what divinity was, and that was perhaps the main thing he had learned. First of all, simply having this divinity does not make him a god. And when the magical organ called the nucleus in the center of the abdomen in Marima, or the ring of the heart in Aries, is opened, it was becoming possible to accumulate the very divinity that was essentially the purest energy of them all. The purest form of magic that responds most easily to any will, and by accumulating this power, he would be able to increase his level dramatically. The only problem was that the guy still didn't know how to use this power properly. There were two ways to accumulate divine power in one's heart, but it was very difficult to dismantle and purify the magical power one drop at a time. Therefore, the way to solve this problem was nothing but faith, for if one has a strong faith, strength will accumulate in the heart faster. That was all Sandal had learned from the ruins. He said it was a prophecy and added that the priest of the god of battle had ordered it not to be told. Hearing the mention of the god of battle, Michael clenched his blade with anger, for he had not expected it to be directly related. It was just as the god of verification said. He would not trust the other gods, for they would consider him an enemy. But he had no idea why a god he only knows about, through a couple short messages, had enlisted him as his enemy. Except that the battle god's hostility towards him was clearly having an effect on Earth as a whole as well, which Michael really didn't like. If this continues, his world will eventually come to an end, because this has happened before. Michael thought that now this god of battle had become his real enemy that he must destroy. He soon killed Sindal, ending his torment, and then absorbed his spirit, increasing his skill by 4.4%. After activating the exclusive skill Blood Feast, he also consumed the blood of the challenger, Sindal. His sword had now gained a new rank, going from high minus to just high, and it also absorbed a new skill. The blood slot imprinted a rank 1+ soul ego grant skill, but Michael decided to read about all of that already in the waiting room. Michael thought that in order to fight a god, or rather, to at least try to oppose him in some way, he would have to grow his divinity. And then it was business as usual. He defeated the enemy, and his black sphere technique dissipated on its own, and Michael was honored as a hero. He thanked the mages, saying that he had thoroughly enjoyed his 2 days' rest and should now head back. He carried with him to the tower the dimensional bag that Beatty had given him, telling him to treat it with care. Michael patted it. It now held all of his awards earned in this raid. There were a lot of them. Skill enhancement potions, random skill acquisition books, physical ability enhancement potions, etc. The guy was able to snatch an incredible amount of items, but it clearly won't be a big loss for the UK. He picked up his name tag, which showed that his rank had increased and was now listed as high. Looking at it, Michael involuntarily remembered how he constantly thought about it. You could say it was his dream. He had previously thought that his desire to become a high-class hunter would remain nothing more than a dream. Now the guy was asking why he didn't have an epic rank, which would have suited him obviously better. After the raid, the British Hunters Association made a request for a press conference, where in addition to being asked if he had any desire to stay in the UK, he was made several annoying suggestions. Similarly, in South Korea, they tried to lure him with various baits like various tax breaks. But wealth and fame on Earth were not so important to him now, for if the Earth itself disappeared, it would be of no use to him. What he really needs to achieve is growth, for he had a battle with the god himself ahead of him. And even if a god were to concentrate the power in his hands to stop him, behind Sandal's words, divine power is the result of putting magical power into its purest form. So Michael set about practicing his concentration, training his divinity. He tried to feel this Dantian, which was the core in the center of the abdomen or the ring of the heart. However, as expected, no matter how many times he tried, the result was the same, although he could refine his magic power to some extent. But he won't be able to bring it to a perfect state so that it transforms into divine power. Although he tried to do at least something during the guy's stay in that void, but he never managed to create any sword chi or magic, faith and fanaticism. Michael couldn't believe that a divine power would be triggered by that kind of will. And it was faith that was the basis for the creation of the battle-hardened warrior and vampire slayer. Therefore, as expected, he could not right now utilize the divine power to its fullest extent. The boy put on the hood of his hoodie and prepared to head back to the Tower of Trials. After all, climbing further up it, he would be able to figure out what was what sooner or later. It was the only way. Soon he had already entered the 15th floor, the theme of which was war, as strange as it may sound. Someone told him to kill those stupid occultists who reject their god of darkness. The two men looked amongst themselves, questioning why Mrs. Raynal had accepted such a request. A burly man peered into the tent Michael had moved into, his appearance slightly scruffy. But that didn't stop him from yelling at the guy, asking if he was shirking his duties. Grabbing him by the hood, he told the guy to quickly put up and join the fight. After all, the order had long ago been given to go on the attack, and he was still sleeping here. The man was clearly angry. It wasn't until they came out that the man noticed that the guy's clothes didn't match the battlefield. And Michael, hearing about the Holy War, asked if it was about religious conflicts. The system announced the start of the 15th floor challenge. He was given 17 days in which he must lead the temple to victory. The reward for a successful breakthrough was a protection bracelet of an unnamed god of epic plus rank. Michael quickly reasoned that the number of enemies amounted to several thousand. It was probably the most he had fought. The men on whose side he fought were praising some Mrs. Raynal, who was leading them all into battle. The big guy explained to Michael that she was the commander of their mercenary squad that everyone feared. After all, the girl was a consummate aura user. He said it with such enthusiasm that Michael wondered. Meanwhile, the sentry on the tower reported that a new stream of battle god occultists had arrived and everyone should get ready. Michael at first just watched everything with interest, but when he heard about the god of battle, his face changed. After all, if one were to organize everything that was currently going on around them, one could draw the following conclusions. He's a mercenary hired by some nasty guys serving the god of darkness. And at the moment, they are at war with the side of the people who worship the god of battle. Suddenly, Michael felt motivated, for to him in any battle there was bound to be a winner and a loser. The system announced the beginning of a special task, Leader's Path, according to which he must win the recognition of the leader. Raynal had a strong desire to learn the secrets of the sword and was a commander recognized by mid-level mercenaries. For her, a person with no aristocratic roots, the battlefield was the only place to grow up. And so after going through many battles and having been between life and death a bunch of times, she reached the level of aura user. Her actions were limited, however, as she had never before been trained on how to use it. Therefore, she had no choice but to continue wandering around the battlefield and risk her life. This the girl did so skillfully that she would be the envy of the best knights in the kingdom. Her sword technique reminded Michael of his lightning sword chi in some ways, yet he couldn't feel that energy. Raynal thought that even by eye, the number of enemies numbered in the thousands. And as for the number of their allies, including the corpses summoned by the priests of darkness, there were about 700,000 heads. The picture was completely different from what the priests of darkness said, and if the slightest mistake was made, they would all be in danger. Her mercenaries had rushed to the girl, but she had broken away from them. After all, it was dangerous to fight any of them, if only because she would be the one who would have to defend them, not the other way around. A siege golem that was very large and sturdy suddenly appeared in front of her men, instilling terror with its appearance. The big man, who turned out to be the vice commander, was approached by his comrade, reporting that the lady had been ambushed. The man shouted that it couldn't be, but the situation looked like this. Only a miracle could help the girl. Not only did she find herself cut off from her squad because of the golem, but she was also surrounded on all sides. Raynal also realized that she had no strength left at all anymore, as the first opponent suddenly pounced on her. The girl only had time to think, is this really how she's going to die? An insignificant, pathetic death. And because she never made it to the top, it was quite sad, so tears came to her eyes. As she closed her eyes and prepared to die, she suddenly felt someone's powerful attack knock back all the enemies around her. Raynal looked at her rescuer in surprise, not believing she had escaped death. Michael, meanwhile, told her that he would be away for a while to block the attack and she'd better back off. On a battlefield that could safely be called insanity, such a calm voice came from somewhere. The girl even thought she was dreaming, not believing that Michael was real, for he fought even better than she did. The guy also had his own fiery aura with which he overpowered his opponents. The girl stopped crying. The people who fought on the side of the god of battle were surprised at the sudden appearance of such an experienced warrior. Michael, meanwhile, was killing one after another of them, not allowing a single attack to get close to him. He had the perfect combination of strength, flexibility, and grace, and Raynal had the impression she was watching a god. It was truly beautiful in her eyes, and Michael seemed to her to be a fruit of art that was peerless. The guy himself noticed that he was very strong in such fights and could fully replenish his stamina. However, skill only grew by 0.00001%, and that was a bit sad, but it was happy to at least absorb skills. There were countless of them, and Michael thought he could create some legendary skill through synthesis. He continued to exterminate the enemies, who were already far fewer in number than they had been before his appearance. And after a few more minutes, the battle god's side announced the retreat of their forces, seeing that they were failing. One of the commanders said that people should not fight this monster alone, but rather send forward golems. Then huge golems grew in front of Michael and became his new opponents. One of them swung his arm at the guy, and the guy used the 7 white sword techniques. The first technique was the white sword piercing the heavens, which Michael applied at the right moment. He then jumped upwards, completely shredding the golem into pieces. It was quite easy. Even his allies on the darkness god's side marveled at his strength, as the guy destroyed the golem with a single blow. Raynal noticed that Michael had used the same skill again when he'd saved her, and she got an interesting impression of the guy. It seemed to the girl that he was distorting space itself, and that was beyond the sword's capabilities. Meanwhile, the golem summoned by the supporters of the god of battle had been defeated. People marveled that Michael dealt with them in seconds. They had never heard of it. Then suddenly everyone fell silent, for the general of their troops spoke up, asking what they were making a fuss about. The man said that this guy's appearance only meant that they only had one opponent now. This man was named Mobir. He was a priest of the god of battle and personally came to the battlefield for support. The man ordered a group debuff to be prepared, their secret weapon that could temporarily restrain even a dragon. He added that if they catch this guy, they will have the victory in their hands. Michael, meanwhile, continued to fight. He could sense that there had been some changes on the battlefield, but he couldn't figure out what exactly it was. Feeling his opponents approaching him from behind, he attacked them with a powerful wave of sword chi. People were frightened by such power, so no one dared to approach him for a frontal attack. Mobir saw it too. He was shocked that the guy managed to fend off a group attack so easily. He even thought that there was a priest hiding somewhere near Michael to help him dodge these tricks. However, it was all hers. Michael acted alone, and in the blink of an eye approached him, thrusting his blade in. He stabbed the priest in the stomach, and he thought he didn't even have time to see the guy get close to him. Michael didn't forget about the other people who were also his opponents and aimed bloody projectiles at them. Those were confused. Covering themselves with their hands, they thought Michael was a real monster. And the one decided that since he couldn't openly use blood control, he'd at least enlist that. He applied drops of blood like bullets, which, however, killed deadly as if they were fired from a firearm. Especially since he had killed their priest who had come to support his men, and that had to depress the situation. As it was, the people soon realized they couldn't handle Michael, so they decided to call the bishop. They retreated, and the system reported that everyone on the battlefield had sensed his presence, and he had completed the special mission. As a result, the Invincible 1 achievement was obtained, and all of his skills increased by 4. Meanwhile, the Darkness God's squad had also retreated. Michael was offered to take the best barracks. He headed toward her, as he suddenly heard the same big man who had dragged him to the battlefield address him. He bowed and apologized for his behavior, but Michael told him not to worry, calling him an orc. He added that he would like to get some rest and headed for the barracks, saying that the man could go as well. Michael thought that once he defeated 1,000 opponents, everyone began to respect him and even gave him the best seat. He opened the system window because he remembered that a message had appeared there during the battle, but he didn't have time to read it. It said that he had killed many people and consumed their souls, and his talent as a god of death slowly began to develop. Suddenly, Michael remembered reading about a similar thing in a new effect of his unique characterization. It said that the data of the god of death had received enlightenment, but Michael didn't even know who he was. He was very interested in what it all meant, but for now he could only speculate. Suddenly he felt someone's presence, which clearly said that someone was watching him. Michael swung his sword at the roof of the tent, for it was from there that he sensed the strange feeling. It did not move, and in the next instant not the ground fell to Raynal, who had been watching him all this time. The girl hadn't expected to be noticed at all, but now she found herself on the ground in front of Michael, who was eager to hear her explanation. Raynal stood up, saying that the other was not to be expected of him, for the lad's senses were incredibly developed. In the meantime, the latter appreciated the girl as a warrior and concluded that she did possess some talent. Still, the guy asked what she was doing here, adding that she was lucky she hadn't died from blood loss then. But the girl replied that she was fine now. It was mostly thanks to him. Michael asked if everyone here thanked people so secretly, and Raynal was confused. She suddenly changed the subject, asking if he happened to be someone important, for she hadn't seen him among the mercenaries 5. Michael thought that was problematic since he stood out so much on the battlefield. The girl had already figured out what was up. Raynal added that she felt a divine presence, and ordinary mercenaries aren't capable of that. So the girl suddenly became serious, asking who he really was. Michael thought for a moment before answering, then suddenly decided to play with the girl a little. Answered her that the god of darkness had sent him, and Raynal was greatly surprised to hear this, for they were, in fact, his servants. Michael didn't stop there, adding that he was his apostle, justifying himself that he had no other choice. Then Raynal asked if that was really true, and he realized that he might have already guessed that he was lying herself. But suddenly the girl sank to the ground, saluting the apostle and saying that she had insulted him. She apologized, and Michael involuntarily thought he'd gone a little overboard with his alibi. He turned to the girl, saying they should keep it a secret so the spies couldn't find out anything. However, Raynal asked if he could then tell it to her. Michael replied that it was okay. After all, true comrades see each other at once. He smiled at the girl, portraying the very sincerity. And that one, hearing of true comradeship with the apostle of the god of darkness, glowed with happiness. Michael, meanwhile, has started a new special object of admiration assignment. According to him, the strongest mercenary among allies should be admired by him, and this object will be noted. After completing the task, the strongest mercenary could take command of the army. Suddenly, Michael saw a mark of some kind light up over the girl, indicating that she would be his target. Michael thought as he went through the Guide's Way task, he didn't know how he was going to manage the men of the squad. However, things looked much easier now, for with Raynal's help, he would be able to arrange it. The guy took the girl's hand and thought that this floor would probably be one of the easiest. All of his stats reached triple-digit value, averaging between 113 and 121. That was great, and Michael smiled contentedly at the fact that he felt so much stronger physically now. During this battle, he had also absorbed a bunch of skills, which now had to be organized. He opened the list of his powers and skills, intending to read in detail about each new skill. So the guy went into the tab for recently acquired skills, charisma being one of them. Since he already possessed her, the rank just increased, but there were many others besides her. Except that the ones that might come in handy right now were especially absent, so there was only one option left. Michael activated his unique skill synthesis power and immediately amplified its effect with warrior defense. After all, this avocado added luck, an infusion that was incredibly important. The powerful force became visible even through the tent of his barracks. Crossing skills, he sat like that until evening. However, his labors were not in vain. He received an absolute attraction of rank 1+. Also, the whole arsenal was replenished with Steps of the Wolf of Darkness. This skill was already of high minus rank. The last one was the Steel Jaws skill, which Michael also liked and decided to keep. Warrior's Defense is the power that activated last time his sword was synthesized. And come to think of it, Michael could have said he had it all. He meant sword skills. After all, there was a Sealed Blood Enhancement skill, a Soul Ego Grant, and a Soul Enhancement skill, all of which had different ranks. Michael decided to familiarize himself further with the Soul Ego Grant skill he had received from Seindel. The description said that once used, the skill was gone forever, but the guy even liked that. He decided to apply it to his swords, activating the right technique. Now he had to choose a barrier or object. After all, that's where the Soul Ego Grant would go, and Michael thought for a moment. To grant an Ego Soul Grant means to give an item a personality that supports it. It wasn't about a one-time use, so naturally Michael chose the Celestial Demon Sword. He thought it would be more appropriate to use it, as it was a growing type item. The system reported that the True Blood Heavenly Demon Sword was impregnated with the soul egg of Heavenly Demon Ascension. Suddenly, Michael heard someone's voice rejoicing that he was finally back after such a long time. This was spoken by the Heavenly Demon Ascension, who enjoyed universal reverence, worship, and applause. Michael thought he seemed to have put some crazy person in his sword. Meanwhile, some guy had activated a corpse mixing technique that was supposed to help in the battle. Suddenly, there was a rider on horseback. Only he had an unusual appearance, for he was a dead man. The other fighters praised their comrade for such an admirable technique, and the latter thanked them. In the meantime, Michael, who was said to be so young but was already a ruthless butcher, walked by them. He blew off the heads of 1,000 enemies, and not a single muscle on his face did not waver. His companions were uncomfortable even being around him. But Michael did not care about these conversations behind his back. He walked on thinking what a quiet and beautiful night it was. Suddenly, however, a familiar voice addressed him, asking if he was mocking him by ignoring him. After all, he, the celestial demon Ascol, was the first to speak to the guy, but the guy defiantly refuses to talk. The demon thought he'd escaped from hell, but it turns out this boring little man had become his master. Then Michael suddenly replied that it wasn't that, he just wanted to move away to a safe distance where no one could listen to him. The demon, on the other hand, said he had no words, for the guy didn't even know about the technique of mental communication. Ascol added that he'd thought at first it looked like the guy was from the same area as him, but Michael asked if the guy was a contender too. This made Ascol laugh. He said that it was absurd for someone to not know the name of a heavenly demon. Then Michael asked him to tell him what floor he had managed to get up to, and he changed his voice strangely. He replied that he had managed to get up to the 41st floor, much to Michael's surprise. But judging by the tone of his voice, it was true. In that case, Michael thought that the information he possessed must be quite significant. He also realized that he could gain a lot of benefit from dealing with this demon, but suddenly he had another thought. Michael said he's heard as if challengers who died starting on the 41st floor could be revived as admins. He wondered why Ascol didn't want to be transferred as an admin, but the man replied that there was no way he'd be that loon of a tower. Such a lowly existence was not for him. He added that he couldn't stand it. Michael then said that while he was alive, he must have been an outstanding warrior, but now he was just a soul ego. He brought the sword closer to him, telling Ascol not to forget this fact. But suddenly the area around him shuddered with the power that the sword-shaped demon radiated. Michael's words had clearly hurt him. He asked if the guy thought he didn't know it himself. Then Ascol said he shouldn't worry. Ascol figured the guy was trying to build a clear leader-subordinate relationship, so he added that would definitely help him in the fight. Even without all of his former power, Ascol was a martial arts genius and a master of magic. He said he could help Michael accomplish all of his goals, and even demonstrated a bit of his power. Around him, everything around him shook once again from the incredible energy of the sword, which leveled the trees with its power. Michael looked at this with great surprise, for he had never been able to wield his blade so skillfully himself. But the effect of this scene was tremendous. The guy stood in the middle of the cleared full and was impressed. Then he told the demon that he really had good support data. Michael added that he was from the Earth dimension, except that the demon had probably never heard of him. So it was. And then Ascol said that the current capacity of this sword could not fully contain his soul. So it was hard for him to stay conscious for long, but he was able to sense that another person was coming this way. That was the end of their conversation, and meanwhile Michael was approached by Raynal. The girl was running and a bit squished. She apologized for distracting the guy from his training, but they were suddenly attacked by an enemy. Hearing this, Michael thought he should give credit to the Tower of Trials, for it would never let you get bored. He asked the girl to tell more about the attacking elite units of battle priests that were also pulling up to the battle. Michael himself also said he would go there immediately to assist the priests. Meanwhile, the battle raged on full blast, the soldiers protecting the priests, for if the enemies killed them, that the magic of necromancy would be dispelled. Enemies they called vile animals who cowardly crept in under the cover of night. Michael noticed that there weren't as many enemies compared to last time. There were somewhere around 100 in total. However, these ones were clearly of a higher level, for they used powers that were definitely divinity-based. Though it was a trifle by his standards, the enemies meanwhile continued to close in on the priests. When Raynal arrived at the scene of the battle, she was surprised to find that quite a few people had already died. She saw that there was a very strong aura coming from some of the enemies, and realized that those were clearly highly ranked fighters. But Michael, who suddenly put his hand on her shoulder, asked if he could ask the girl for a favor. He said that no matter how strong the enemies were, or how hopeless the situation seemed, she should trust him completely. After all, he trusts her too. With those words, the guy bestowed a smile on her. The girl even blushed a little at hearing such a thing, but Michael said it deliberately. And then Michael rushed into battle, calling Raynal with him and saying that they should protect the priests. After all, a temple can only be built if they are available, and the girl agreed. She suddenly became serious and rushed into battle as well, saying that she would definitely protect her men. The system meanwhile reported that the mercenary Raynal deeply admired him, so the special assignment was done. Now the fighting spirit of the allied camp is internalized, and careful command keeps the ranks from breaking up. Michael heard the girl wish him luck, saying that if they ever saw each other again, she would treat him to some embroidery. Michael replied that it was the nicest thing he'd ever heard, so he was happy to accept her invitation. The guy activated the steps of the Wolf of Darkness' skill because the time of day was just perfect. It was a walking technique that mimicked the movements of the Wolf of Darkness, a legendary creature. Its effect was to increase mobility by a factor of 2 in the dark, and Michael quickly internalized it. He had killed many opponents already, noticing that not all of them were highly ranked. One man who had interrupted a dozen of their men was surprised to feel that the line had reached him as well. Michael was rushing at him from behind, saying they would regret daring to attack their camp at night. Meanwhile, near the entrance to the garrison of troops, things were somewhat worse, but the men were not wondering. The enemy had already broken through their equipment and were moving toward the main camp where the command was located. The big guy, whose name was Dean, shouted for his comrades not to panic in close ranks. The onslaught of the enemies was difficult to contain, but they had the advantage for they were on the defensive. Therefore, if they scattered now, they would only face a miserable death that would end everything. But unfortunately, so far that was the case. In many cases, his men lacked combat experience. Suddenly, Dean felt himself being kicked in the stomach as well, but he remained standing on his feet. He only grimaced in pain and marveled that he couldn't spot his opponent's attacks in time. But fortunately, and the man was already being rushed for help, the rider Raynal herself was running to save him. The girl swung her sword. In a flash, she was near her opponent. She killed him with one accurate strike. Michael was surprised that her blade possessed divinity. Also, the girl's swordsmanship skills were astounding. Dean was surprised by this as well, though he'd videoed Mistress in battle many times before, but each new fight felt different. The girl, meanwhile, turned to him, asking if the man was going to play sick. After all, he'd only been punched in the stomach, and Dean replied that of course he hadn't even thought about it. Raynal stopped suddenly snorting. She felt like a sort of squad leader again. So the girl shouted, giving the command to form up, leaving only the tankers in the vanguard. The girl ordered them to take a defensive position, and they immediately followed her orders. Next, Raynal moved on to the archers, saying that they are their main fighting force, will be standing behind the tankers, and the melee damagers would be left to protect the healers. The morale of all the soldiers increased in an instant. Now they were all ready to fight back against the enemy, who still had quite a few men left. However, camping, the enemy also had a few rounds up their sleeves, for their opponents looked on with a smirk. They rushed to attack, saying they would glorify their temple, while the side of the god of darkness prepared for defense. The archers drew their bowstrings and opened fire on the advancing army, but the tankers stood firm. First of all, the people of the battle god wanted to kill the girl in the center because they immediately realized that she was in charge. Hearing this, the tankers tensed up but continued to stay in formation, not letting the enemy troops through. The people behind Raynal's back said they wouldn't last long at this rate. They asked to join the fight as well, but the girl refused, saying their purpose was to protect the priests. After all, if they maintain their position with faith in their heart, that person will come to them. It was about Michael, of course, who had been biding his time all along, sneaking up on the enemy's rear. The battle god's side was surprised that he was here so quickly, and Michael had already prepared to destroy them one by one, doing so with great skill. Raynal couldn't hide her joy upon seeing Michael. She glowed with happiness as she watched the boy fight. Meanwhile, Michael used his Bloodseeker skill, forming new targets to attack. They turned out to be bloody rods that bound all the enemies in a flash, taking them hostage. Suddenly, Askold turned to him, asking how dare he use it not in battle, but like this. However, he admitted that he had to like the way the guy mercilessly chopped down his enemies. The demon suddenly added that Michael would be a great swordsman if he came from Morum. And the guy himself felt the sword suddenly filled with mana, which spoke of the demon's presence. Michael thought that this was the technique of mental communication. He just needed to transmit his voice through magical power. This surprised Askold, who asked if in such a short time the guy had been able to master her. And Michael asked in response, "Isn't something like that something anyone who knows how to control mana can do?" Then Askold said that if you follow his logic, half of the martial artists are in Morum. Not even up to being called them, for if he wasn't a genius himself, he wouldn't be able to summon his soul. Hearing this made Michael a little uncomfortable. He said he probably understood what the demon was talking about. Askold said he was starting to feel sleepy again. so he had to leave. Michael turned around to walk as well, when suddenly he was approached by some priest and stopped. The boy said that the senior priest wished to see him and asked Michael to follow him. He was surprised at this statement, but decided it would be impolite to refuse. He was led to a room where several other priests were gathered, as well as their chief. He also addressed the guy, calling him the killer, but Michael said the guy could just call him nameless. Then the old man remarked that he was sure the boy would please the god of darkness. Michael thanked him. The elder priest then asked if he knew that he had called him here to discuss the reward. When Michael answered in the affirmative, the old man became serious and asked him to tell him what reward he expected. But Michael said he would ask a counter question in that case. He asked the high priest what kind of libation he was willing to give him while activating the absolute attractiveness skill. Because of this, senior priest Canel found himself in an abnormal state. It was a state of fear. He now clearly felt Michael's presence, saying the maximum reward he could give. These are holy relics of the highest quality of the Church of the God of Darkness, and it was an impulsive decision. He was even told this by the other priests, saying that they could not put relics into the hands of outsiders. But the old man shouted for the boys to be quiet, saying that before them stood the man who would lead them to victory in this holy war. Canel thought that for a moment he could clearly sense the terrifying energy in this man. It was so powerful that the old man thought for a second that he met the dragon's gaze. Relics are marvelous objects that contain the power of God, and right now they are being brought out for Michael. Canel said that these holy relics of the God of Darkness were of the highest quality. Therefore, it was worth handling them with care. Michael activated the Fire Dragon Eyes skill. The first item was an offering seal of a unique rank. With it, you could obtain a new skill. Next came the Veil of Night Absorbing Flame. The same rank. With this skill, he could revive after death. These were very valuable items that Michael decided to save for the trial. However, judging by the augmentation he read with his dragon eye, he wouldn't be able to get them further than the 15th floor. However, he couldn't help but be excited, because nothing happens by accident in the Tower of Trials. Obtaining such items meant that he would have to face some pretty strong opponents in the future. Michael already had a sense of impending danger that made him uneasy. He took the seal and veil, intending to take them with him, when suddenly the priest addressed him again. The old man said that the war had just begun, and he hoped the lad would demonstrate a decent strength. But Michael replied that they didn't have to worry about that, because he had already earned Mrs. Reynolds' trust. At this, he said he had to leave them, and the priest waited for the lad to leave. Afterward, he suddenly wept at being forced to give up his relics. Michael's technique dissipated, and he was walking contentedly down the road back to his barracks. Suddenly, he was called again, and this time the person was Reynolds. The girl wondered if his private conversation with the high priest had ended on a good note. Michael responded positively, saying that everything had gone well. However, he suddenly noticed something. The boy wondered if the lady swordswoman had been waiting for him here all this time. The girl stammered and looked away, saying that she had promised to buy him a drink. She also had one request for him. Reynolds said it so embarrassed that Michael smiled involuntarily. However, when he heard of the request, he became serious, for it could even mean a new special assignment. A few mirths later, they were already sitting at one of the tables, and the girl was drinking even more than Michael. However, he noticed that the alcohol was not very strong, for the guy was sober as a whistle. But it seems even that was enough for Reynolds. A moment later, she collapsed on the table. In fact, his body had long since exceeded the human level because the alcohol was very even. However, Michael managed to continue to stay sober. Reynolds said he was definitely like a monster. Michael replied that the most important thing was that the drink had a wonderful flavor, and then reminded the girl of the request. He said she was going to ask him for something after all, so she should have done it now. For some reason, Reynolds lowered her eyes and even frowned slightly, as if she was about to say something she didn't like. She suddenly remembered a situation from her childhood, when the people from the castle took away all their food. This was done for the needs of the kingdom, but countries clearly abused it and took more. She even remembered one of the knights hitting her daddy and how she pounced on him, beating him with her fists. Then she was kicked painfully in the stomach, which made the girl burst into tears and cry. At that moment, she faced the injustice of this life for the first time. And the man who hit her said that if she was jealous of them, then let her become a knight too. Her parents were annoyed by this behavior of the king's servants, but they knew there was nothing they could do about it. And now those memories flooded into Reynolds' mind, and she made a decision for herself. Suddenly, the girl looked straight into Michael's eyes and asked him to be her teacher. She wanted him to learn her swordsmanship, and Michael wasn't ready for it. He even stopped drinking, setting the mug aside, and quickly began weighing the pros and cons. For secretly, the lad hoped the request would be to his advantage, but it was a simple and personal request. Michael completed the special assignment, became an object of admiration, and thus got everything he could from Raynell. Paying more attention to the characters of the World Tower recreated was just a waste of time. So he got up from the table saying he was refusing and turned around to leave. He told Raynell that she should get a good night's rest, as the fight would continue tomorrow. However, the girl had no intention of letting him go so easily. She suddenly snapped to attention again. Raynell said she had to get stronger at any cost, though it sounded quiet but confident. Suddenly, she too rose from her seat and approached Michael, then surprised him with her determination. The girl fell to her knees and bowed, her face right on the ground. Michael looked at her differently, now interested in why she wanted it so badly. Raynell, meanwhile, continued to plead with him, saying that no one but him could help her with this. She was just bound to learn from him, so she was willing to do whatever he told her to do. Then Michael smiled involuntarily and thought that a little fun couldn't hurt. After a while, they were already standing on the makeshift training ground. The first step was a stand-up, but Mike immediately said the girl didn't need to be so serious. It was good that she was trying her best, but if she overdid it, she would become too conniving. She also lacked combat experience right now, so the girl needed to strengthen her mana network. Michael added that now they would practice her aura a bit and turned Raynell around with her back to him. He then activated the Fire Dragon Eye skill and stimulated the girl's chakra points. Raynell thought he was showing her the path of mana, as if telling her to follow him. In essence, it was similar to her method, but there was one difference. Michael's way was more refined. To put it more accurately, he was gorgeous, but Raynell didn't understand how one could achieve such a thing. Michael, meanwhile, said that it was her personalized mana pathway that he had created based on her needs. He added that a girl should train her aura every day using this method. That was the end of their session, and soon he was sitting in his barracks again, deciding to check his awards. The guy pulled out a bag he had gotten from Beatty. It held all the awards for helping Great Britain. He stuck his hand into the bag, which was actually much larger inside than it was outside, and pulled out the first item. However, he decided not to waste time and dumped all the contents he had received from the British Association on the ground. There were quite a few items, however, in Michael's eyes, it was just a bunch of useless trash. After all, he basically already had all sorts of effects and skills already. The last ones he synthesized were 3 high minus and rank 1+ skills, so it was time to use them. With that thought, he activated the steel absorption skill. Something akin to a mask formed on his head, which, however, was alive. Or rather, he could control it himself. The description said that absorbing the steel made his body stronger. It also boosted one random characteristic. Michael figured he'd see everything right away. He brought the first steel object from the bag up to his head, which was now wearing this mask, and then took a sharp bite on a piece of metal, which, to his surprise, broke through like a rusk. The system reported that he had absorbed the steel cloud cane, and his mana increased by 1. The guy was even surprised because the stats were increasing so fast it was a bit cheaterish. He decided to try again and absorb the heavenly steel stone this time. The result of this absorption was a 0.8% purification of his body's dirty chi. This was accompanied by a spit of blood, and Michael looked at her, not realizing what dirty chi was. However, in the next second, he suddenly noticed that his body felt lighter. Michael thought he was initially amazed at the look of the skill, but now he was glad he had acquired it. The guy could never have imagined that he would be so eager to die objects. He had already absorbed 8 of them, but suddenly received a message that he could no longer do so. Turns out the mask had a recharge feature that only allowed you to absorb 8 items at a time. But compared to the speed of characterization gains, it couldn't even be called a disadvantage. Michael disabled the skill and the mask disappeared. Now he turned his attention to another curious object. His guy didn't absorb it, of course, because it was a sacred relic of the god of darkness. His black seal activated an offering effect that allowed him to summon items. Michael figured that if he put that seal on his hand, there was a chance it would stay after the 15th floor. It was a little scary to instill it in himself, but he decided to test it out and prepared to imprint his hand. He pressed the seal onto his hand, the system immediately reporting the activation of the effect. The object was absorbed by the mark on his hand, and Michael watched the seal slowly fade away. Suddenly, a bright beam of violet light illuminated his barracks, which made the guy squeeze his eyes shut. And then he saw a mark on his hand that was made in the shape of an animal that looked like a wolf. The system informed him that the tag would never disappear, and the next thing he knew, he was suddenly bombarded with messages from the admins. Michael was surprised to read them. They were all a little strange. The admins were not happy that the tower had gifted him with such an item. Michael thought the admins had been silent all this time, but started writing as soon as he used the seal. Some said there was still time to change his mind, and that increasingly surprised the guy. He even wondered if it was a useless item after all, judging by the admin's reactions. The tower was giving him something he shouldn't have, and it was making Michael quite tense. All of these messages explained exactly nothing, so Michael didn't understand what was going on. And then suddenly the system reported a leak, temporarily blocking admin messages. Admin Tower has warned administrators that if this happens again, they will be banned from viewing player Michael Nodforth's trials. Michael, meanwhile, thought that this relic mystery might be bigger than he realized. However, the guy is determined to find out everything once he uses her. With that thought, Michael activated the offering effect that spoke of sacrifice. Based on that, he could sacrifice any skill, talent, or treasure to the god of darkness. However, this didn't really appeal to the guy. He didn't understand the point of it. After thinking about it for a bit, he still decided that he should have a good look at everything first. In this, he was aided by Bati's bag, from which he drew a new object. It was some new wizard's cane that he had decided to donate to a god. So Michael chose to donate the treasure, and the system asked him to leave the item in the right place. Michael did. He decided to donate the most useless item. Next, the system asked him to choose a god to whom he would donate the item. This greatly surprised Michael, for he thought that since the signet belonged to the god of darkness, he would be the one to whom the sacrifice was made. However, his surprise increased several more times when the system suddenly reported an error. She said there was no trace of God in his divinity, so the redirection process kicked in. Michael was recognized as the owner of his own divinity, so his own donation would be addressed to him. The guy couldn't check into that. After all, the rank 3+ item, Little Wizard Staff, was his own victim. The system reported that he could also transform the item into divine power. Michael looked at all of this with his eyes wide open. He didn't realize what was even happening right now. It was a bit confusing. However, one thing he realized for sure: now he could increase his divine power by himself. However, there was a slight nuance. He didn't know how to use this power. Though as new myths are obtained, so too will the uses of divinity be found. And while he could only hoard it, with that thought, Michael moved on to another relic. That would be the Veil of the Night the guy decided to save for later. He also thought that the tower would not have given him these items for nothing, so the time to use them would still surely come. But for now, a battle awaited him. They won a few battles, and allied mercenaries with priests became more confident. However, everyone but him was taking quite a big risk every time they entered the battlefield. Because Michael wasn't thinking about keeping his life, he was fixated on something else. It was his height, and the guy figured at this rate, the ordeal would go smoothly. But his attention was suddenly drawn to the people who suddenly pointed to the sky, which had turned red. It turned out to be a very real portal that drew the gazes of all the participants in the battle. Michael was also surprised at this appearance during the battle, for it could only mean one thing. Someone is about to appear from this portal. Steam suddenly had a strange feeling. And then it was replaced by horror, and he thought this can't be happening. But that seemed to be it. The system reported the activation of the divine punishment will. In the next instant, a huge table of powerful laser energy rained down directly on the people. It was extremely dangerous, and Michael realized that the gods had now intervened in their battle. He extended his arm, preparing to use a counterattack shield when the pillar reached him as well. Michael made the shield as huge as possible so that it could cover as much area as possible. However, it was also much harder to contain him like this. Soon the attack hit the shield, and then it stopped, a small puff of smoke coming from the sky, indicating a reload. Michael was the only one left unharmed. Thanks to the healing effect, he was able to heal all of his wounds. And there were quite a few, for the attack was strong, and he wondered who it could be. Meanwhile, the people he saved were amazed that they managed to survive it. But some fell to the ground from lack of strength to fight anymore. Michael didn't like that. And then suddenly a guy from the sky who had wings like Karain appeared. He turned to the men of the god of darkness, saying that he had good news for them. The people meanwhile thought the guy was a real angel of their god, except that in reality it wasn't like that. For he added that the merciful god of war had decided to use divine retribution on them specifically. Michael thought he'd felt a similar feeling before. Now it was happening again. They were taken by surprise, and what could men do against the power of a god? The system reported that the god of war used divine power to partially condescend. During indulgence, a god cannot fully control his myths and will. God has condescended into Apostle Navia, who cannot utilize all the divine power. The difficulty of Michael's 15th floor challenge increased dramatically, and he thought, here they go again. However, the system suddenly gave a message that it thought the guy could handle it. So the ordeal would not be interrupted, but Michael thought Towers should have asked him first. Meanwhile, the god of war in the apostle's body said that today he would be able to kill this dog with his own hands. Of course, he was talking about Michael, who had prepared for defense. The guy figured that if he didn't start putting his best foot forward right away, it would be dangerous. Therefore, he activated instant acceleration and wind grace, increasing his speed by 70%. This was followed by the activation of the combat concentration skill, also 20 times at once. Meanwhile, Jaren activated the will of the heavenly blood cultivation technique. When everything was ready at Michael's place, he thought, now he'll deal with this cocky guy quickly. However, to his surprise, the god of darkness had the same speed and was beside him with a punch in the blink of an eye. He grabbed Michael's face, and he didn't even have time to react in any way. The god of darkness then slammed his head against the rocks and continued to hold his head while closing his eyes. This was so the guy couldn't see and block his next attack up close. It was going to be decisive, especially given Michael's condition. The guy spit up blood. The attack had damaged his internal organs, and her power was staggering. He suddenly thought that the opponent was, for the first time in all his battles, the strongest. Because the system suddenly reported that he had died, and it was a bit of a weird feeling. It was as if he was floating in the air, unconscious, but he could feel his body being destroyed. Michael slowly opened his eyes. He thought it was all just a dream. However, he did die at the hand of the descended god of battle. His stomach was pierced. Memories of all the trials he had faced in the tower flashed before his eyes. There really is a lot that has happened in that time. And up until now, he had handled everything well on his own. However, now was different. All the fateful meetings and connections he had made with people were now meaningless. For him, everything will come crashing down in the here and now, because unfortunately, both wins and losses are part of life. That's how it ended. The wound on his stomach was too deep for him to continue fighting. The guy was slowly dying and thought that the only thing left to do was to accept the fact of his death. Probably because he had already decided everything for himself, even this darkness seemed cozy. Suddenly, he felt as if someone was approaching him from behind, and it made Michael turn around. This was some girl who wanted to hug him, but he wouldn't let her. However, the girl said that he had nothing to worry about since she was not his enemy. Michael then asked who she was, and the girl smiled lightly, saying it was a little funny. After all, although the situation had been recreated by the system, it was a bit unfortunate that he didn't recognize the one he had entered this war for. Michael then asked if she was the god of darkness on whose side they fought. The girl responded positively and complimented him for being so quick-witted. She wanted to pet him, but Michael again wouldn't allow it. He stopped her hand. The guy told the girl not to touch him, and the girl suddenly agreed to that too. She replied that it wasn't time yet, but that he would soon figure it out for himself, that she wasn't his enemy. And now that Tower had made a mess, the girl suggested moving on. She added that the guy should humor her properly since she lent him her power. Suddenly, Michael felt the wound in his stomach begin to heal, and the girl continued. She said that from the moment he opens his eyes, everything around him will change. At first, Michael only realized that she had helped him heal his injury. Suddenly, a sword appeared in front of him, which he gripped tightly, and the god of darkness smiled as she looked at him. She allowed him to utilize the blessing of apostleship that had been bestowed upon him. Michael still lay motionless, but the god of war realized that he was still alive. The price a man deserves for daring to defy the position of God was death. The people who saw this cried out that they were now doomed. This caught Jaren's attention, and he glanced in their direction. And a while back, a guy named Michael Nodfort used a magic shield. This meant that his power was now greatly reduced because there was now no one who could protect these people. The god thought he would finally destroy them all this time, and suddenly Raynal ran up to Michael. The girl saw only the guy's weapon, to which one of the relics was strapped, and soon she saw Michael himself. Noticing the wound on his stomach, she thought it couldn't be, for that one was fatal. Plus, it hadn't lingered yet, since all of this was happening while Michael was talking to the god of darkness. Zirhan, meanwhile, flew off to the right distance to deal with all the humans on the side of the god of darkness. He thought that, as expected, the body of the future apostle was unable to withstand the coming. It was an extremely weak body, which annoyed the god of war. But there was no other option. He had to cancel his adventuring, but even without it, he was incredibly powerful. Suddenly, he screamed from the power that overwhelmed his body. Now this was the future apostle Zirhan, and the lad wondered if the coming of his god had been delayed. He would have died of a broken heart, but through it he received God's grace. His divine power became stronger, and the guy thought that he had become the strongest being under this heaven. The god of battle commanded the future apostle to stop talking nonsense and quickly prepare a force. It was the power of heavenly punishment, and the guy suddenly felt the wrath of his god for procrastinating. A column of powerful energy suddenly descended from the sky again, falling directly on the place where Michael was lying. Everything was up in smoke, so it was hard to see anything. But Zirhan realized it wasn't good. It was actually the activation of the exclusive Veil of Night effect. In a little while, there was to be a complete revival under her influence. The system also added that an apostolization state entry was made, and a moment later, Michael was reborn. The qualities of the god of death manifested more strongly, loudly announcing his presence. And challenger Michael Nodforth, recognized as quasi-divine for the duration of his tenure as an apostle. He had 3 key divine words: death, darkness, and immortality. This greatly surprised Zirhan, who realized that the coming of the god of darkness had now occurred. However, there were no apostles on her side, and that didn't please the guy. He pounced on Michael. The guy screamed that he would rip him to shreds and pointed a huge trident at him. But Michael didn't even blink an eye as he collapsed on top of him, now possessing a new power. Michael used it to activate a new absorption effect that worked perfectly. The guy's appearance had also changed. His body was now covered in unknown armor, and he was wearing a mask. It all looked more like a masquerade costume, but Michael was focused on his opponent. His aura also changed and turned black. It filled the space around him. Zirhan was surprised to notice that underneath the mask of this new creature was the same guy, who was defeated by his god a couple minutes ago, and Michael noticed him too. He remembered that this man was his enemy, so he prepared to attack him. Then the guy, clearly not wanting to get involved in this battle, headed away from it. But Michael had already pulled out his sword, which looked somewhat larger than it had originally. He took aim and realized that it was about 70 meters away from the fleeing future apostle of the god of darkness. Michael then used the divinity Death, and his power increased by leaps and bounds. The true blood heavenly demon sword he possessed also poured with a new ball. It was an incredibly powerful energy that he sent as a chi attack at the guy, and the guy was chopped in 2. Zirhan couldn't even scream. He was only greatly surprised that he had been hit from such a distance. Michael thought that this attack was better than the clumsy chi used by Akutagawa. The guy activated a more powerful effect, the Serene Mind Power. Now the condition had stabilized a bit, but the problem was the coming of the god of battle. Looking at the body of the future apostle cut in half, Michael thought there was nothing more to worry about. Both camps retreated for fear of becoming cannon fodder in the struggle between the 2 titans. So Michael should have found the warrior people sooner and joined them. After all, if the remnants of the forces completely retreat, you'll have to sweat during the next battle. Suddenly, Zirhan's body behind his back miraculously reconnected. The battle gods said that even though the guy was recreated, he was his future apostle, so he shouldn't have been killed. At least now, he and Michael can fight in earnest and finally decide who is stronger. The god of battle re-entered the body of his future apostle and shouted that he would grant Michael death from now on. And this time it would be real, and he tensed up hearing it, but didn't show it. He only had 12 minutes to complete his apostolization, and in the meantime, the god of battle attacked him. He used powerful spikes that he aimed at the guy, and the guy prepared to defend himself. Michael thought that earlier he had been killed by a single spear, but now there were several at once. He activated the indomitable will and battle-hardened warrior skill. As a result, his stats increased by as much as 118 and even activated a special buff. It increased stats by an additional 18 units, and now Michael felt incredibly strong. The god of battle, meanwhile, swung his finger downward, aiming the fiery spears straight at Michael. Those pierced through the ground with a tremendous rumble, so the power of the attack was tremendous. However, Michael managed to dodge all attacks. He faced it repeatedly. One spear almost grazed him, but the guy was able to bounce back in time. He could see for himself that the power of these attacks was considerable and would surely kill him again. But this time was different, for he wasn't about to lose to his enemy. Michael prepared to sheathe his sword when suddenly someone stopped him. The boy was surprised to realize that the enemy had gone behind his back and grabbed his arm, preventing him from gaining his sword. Zerhan was under the control of the god of darkness, who ordered the guy to wipe Michael out. This arrangement did not please the latter. He realized that he could die again, which there was no way he was going to let happen. Suddenly, wings formed behind his back as well, surprising Zerhan, who was caught in their attack. At the ends of his wings were claws, like those of a hippogriff, and Michael aimed them at the enemy. Zerhan did the same, except Michaela managed to shred his wings with his dark energy. Seeing this, Zarin panicked because he didn't expect the guy to be able to unleash himself this time. In the meantime, Michael was finally able to retrieve his blade, with which he intended to defeat his opponent. He heard Askald suddenly speak, saying that it was finally his turn to go on stage. However, Zarin didn't plan to give in to them so easily. He was controlled by the god of battle, so he had his powers. Asked by Askald in the meantime what kind of crazy god it was that had come down from heaven, he added why the difficulty level of the test had suddenly increased several times, but Michael didn't know the answer to those questions. All he asked in return was to use whatever support skills the demon had in his arsenal. However, the latter replied that it was not a problem that could be solved by support skills. The demon asked if the guy had gone through the apostolization procedure, but Michael suddenly shouted that there was no time for chatter now. As if to confirm his words, 2 attacks cut off his left science and right leg. In this condition, his chances of winning were reduced to almost 0, and Michael understood that. Zarin, who by then had fully recovered his wings, prepared to finish the job. He created a fireball of incredible power with an effect like Michael's counterattack shield and aimed it at the guy. The one was able to dodge something while regenerating his limbs with ash blood. Askald said he would give him all the power he could right now and activated the mana surge skill. Next, he activated a lightning-fast thought process. And then the little heart, which was created a virtual magical organ to aid in the movement of mana. However, as a result of this, his strength decreased by 0.4% and continued to drop by the same amount with each passing second. Michael had even received a report that at this rate, the heavenly demon Sword Soul's ego might disappear. However, he liked the buffs the one provided, and their ranks were high. But fighting face-to-face with Zarin was still an impossible task for the guy. He decided to fix it and suddenly flew into the sky with great speed. Zarin, who had been watching this, was surprised that the guy wasn't tearing toward him. He noticed that the guy was using his head, however, for that way he would be able to buy some time. Meanwhile, Michael had flown quite a distance away and asked the demon to tell him everything he knew about deities. Thoth said the guy should give him time to think about it, but soon replied. However, his words were incomprehensible, and he was just sifting out methods that wouldn't work, he thought. While he was doing that, the future apostle of the god of battle approached them again, who was already targeting Michael with an attack. He said that he seemed to have decided to go for the ploy, but it wouldn't work. Zarin added that this time he would tear him into tiny pieces so that he would be unable to recover. Michael told Askald that if he didn't tell him some method right now, he would lose and die. And the man replied that he had only come to the conclusion that there was no way the current Michael would defeat this monster. He should have used the power of God, for though with limitations in his state of apostleship, he could do so. The demon said he would signal the guy at the right moment, but for now he needed to take the enemy by surprise. Askald added that Michael would only get one single chance. After all, there is only more than 1 minute to go before the end of his apostolization. Suddenly he felt a new strength fill his body, and with it came lightness. He had never felt this before, and even though his opponent had already gone behind his back, the guy didn't even flinch. He suddenly looked directly at him, making it clear he was watching his every move, and then swept near him with unexpectedly fast speed, attacking Zarin's sphere. But the man only laughed, asking if the guy thought he could hit him with such trivial swordsmanship. But Michael had everything going according to plan. He activated the sea-splitting white sword technique. Suddenly, a tremendous energy clustered around his blade, which he brought only slightly closer to Zarin's face. That one was clearly not ready for it and couldn't react in time. So the attack was successful and unexpected, just as Askald said it would be. Now all that was left was to finish off the enemy with divine power. But suddenly Michael froze with surprise, for it turned out that it wasn't enough. Zarin screamed again, activating his new attack to kill him. He said Michael's skills and techniques were satisfyingly entertaining. However, it wasn't enough to overpower him, at which point Ascol told the guy to get ready. Zarin attacked, and Michael noticed that the speed of his attacks increased even more. He dodged each one at the last second, but he didn't back down. All he had to do was wait for the moment his opponent opened up. But the one didn't seem to be planning to stop. On the contrary, he added to the intensity. Then Michael decided that if not now, then never, and put his swords forward. Space itself had grabbed his swords, and now he could control it, fending off their attacks. It was the idea of the 7 white sword techniques that he had copied after only seeing it once. But Zarin asked if the man really thought he would set himself up for a hit so easily. Michael, on the other hand, thought he could break free of his grip by balancing the position with his white sword. He wanted to use the white sword creating void, but suddenly Ascol told him not to. The demon asked to trust him, saying that the guy should have taken the hit of the enemy's attack. All he had to do was just stand still. A moment later, the attack reached him, and Michael realized he had to hold the blow. This, however, was quite difficult to do, for the enemy used all his power. Zarin asked with a sneer, did he really hope to block that with his power? He approached the guy thinking he could kill him permanently, and suddenly Ascol signaled. When the attack was right near Michael's eyes, he used his divinity. It was exactly what the demon had advised him to do, but so far it had had no effect. Though Zarin's attack pierced the lad's eye, the future apostle was greatly surprised. He saw that Michael had activated his divinity, and with it his deathlock. Ascol, meanwhile, explained that it wasn't to stop the blood chi. It was only necessary for the enemy to weaken their defenses. As it happened, it was now Michael's turn to attack. With his Bloodseeker skill, he bound Zarin's body, forming it into a bloody ball. He puffed up more and more, and the future apostle realized he couldn't move. However, this effect wouldn't last long, so Michael had to destroy the enemy. Because of becoming an apostle, divine power was consumed at an insane rate. Michael realized that this was only enough for him to use divinity one more time. This time he used one of his keywords, namely death, and then swung his sword imbued with imminent death toward Zarin. The attack went straight at the future apostle, who could not dodge in any way. Ascol added that now was just the right moment for total annihilation. Michael realized it himself. He pounced on his opponent, who could only move a finger. In the next second, the bloody ball of blood burst with Zarin, and he flew a short distance away. The demon told Michael to stop, saying the opponent could still throw something out. And the guy asked the guy if he really thought the body the deity was in would be the same as a human body. Instead of answering, Michael used a double consecutive attack. First demon sword, the special effect of this attack has been activated. Michael swung it again, aiming its full power at the remaining headless body of his opponent. He even got scared because the situation was not in his favor and asked the guy to stop. But Michael did not heed his request. He only increased the power of his attack, which Zarin was no longer able to contain. The battle god thought that he had never seen something like this on the 13th floor before. Meanwhile, the guy finished his attack by chopping the future apostle's body into pieces. The next instant, the system announced the successful passage of the 15th floor. His reward was a defense bracelet of unknown god of epic plus rank. He also received 10,000 CO and an additional reward, a divine orb of an unknown god. Seeing that it was finally over, Ascol laughed, saying that he had already begun to doubt. But Michael had proven he was capable of many things. Now he could return to Earth. The guy landed, his wings beginning to slowly second-guess himself. He also gained the Reincarnation and Opponent achievement, resulting in an 8 increase in his stats. All of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword Soul skills had also been deactivated. His strength decreased by 9.4%, and Michael asked if the demon was okay. But Ascol was in no hurry to answer him, and this puzzled the lad a little. Then the demon suddenly asked if he could be all right after such a battle. He added that Michael was lucky it wasn't a completed descent, or they would have died by now. Michael, meanwhile, looked at Ascol, who actually appeared to be a girl. However, she said that the guy shouldn't judge her by her gender. However, he realized that himself in his battle with her. Still, Michael was greatly surprised, for her voice seemed masculine to him as he fought her in the form of an apostle. Then he asked if the girl had possessed the ability to show herself like that from the beginning. But she replied in the negative, saying that she thought Michael himself was the cause of it, or rather his divine power. With these words, Ascol approached him. The girl said she couldn't keep this form up for long, so they should have gotten right to the point. Michael didn't understand what she was talking about, but he braced himself just in case. And Ascolda suddenly reached out her hand using some sort of blood consumption power. An unknown energy pulled from her hand that reminded Michael of his bloodseeker skill. The system reported that due to the activation of the sword's special effect, his rank had increased. There was also talk of a new ability engraved on Michael's soul. Ascolda said it was the consumption of the true form, and now the effectiveness of the ability will be much better. She also asked how come he was fighting a god, but she needed to rest for now. Using her abilities made her want to sleep, so the girl told him to tell her all about it later. After that, it became a sword again, which Michael took in his hand. This discovery of the girl's abilities surprised him, as did the fact that the demon was female. The boy walked over to the corpse of the defeated Zarin, who lay motionless. Michael's attention was drawn to his wings, which he wielded so skillfully. However, suddenly the guy saw them stirring and prepared to attack again. He didn't understand how this was possible after all. He had even received notification of a successful mission. But Zarin's body was really aiming at him, so it was worth doing something about it. In place of the severed head, it created an eye-like sphere that was still pointed at the guy. And Michael didn't understand why this was happening if he had already defeated his opponent. And then he suddenly remembered that successfully passing the test was winning the war. However, it must have been because Zarin couldn't do anything else that the tower counted it as a successful pass. Michael remembered the notification of a significant expenditure of divine energy when the god of checks tried to meet him. Therefore, the god of war too had to expend a considerable amount of divine energy to condescend. But this was getting out of hand. The god of war suddenly roared that he would definitely kill Michael. He added that he didn't think that was the end of it either, and Michael decided that the first thing he realized as an apostle. So it is that one who receives divine power without connection to God gets the opportunity to strive to become a god. And the reason the god of war is so hostile to him is because he fears the birth of a new deity. The boy clenched his sword, thinking that everything was falling into place now. The god of war even used the descent to kill him. However, he was only a tower dog. Toth shouted that he would make the guy sorry, but the guy was beside him in a flash and poked him in the eye. Michael added that he always kills those who consider him their enemy. The system reported that the heaven-piercing sword had destroyed a difficult-to-destroy item and its rank had increased. The last thing the god of war and this guy's had time to say was that he would definitely tear the guy to shreds. Michael was even a little surprised at the certainty, but decided not to pay much attention. Ascolda advised him to absorb it, and the boy heeded her advice. He used divine power and his darkness consumed the said target. The god of war could do nothing about this condition. He had to accept the loss of the future apostle. The system announced that Michael had successfully absorbed Zarin's soul, increasing his skill by 7.7%. As expected, it was exactly what the soul of the body that served as the host for the descent of the god was. And then he suddenly read that he had consumed a soul stronger than his own, and some sort of judgment began. The presence of will in the soul of prospective challenger Zarin has been confirmed. The system extracted it for Michael's benefit, which surprised him. As a result, the instant step 1+ will was engraved on Michael's soul. Now he could instantly move to a location within his field of vision. That meant he could move anywhere from now on, which made the guy very happy. He decided to check it out immediately, but suddenly the system crapped on him again. After all, she reported that her time in the apostle state had expired. And now Michael had only his powers again, and his familiar form was back. Michael remembered running around as a kid with his friends at school. They played soccer and had fun together, and he really loved that time. Here before his eyes, one of his friends turned around to ask why he wasn't running. And Michael looked at him, not realizing where he was supposed to run, but that was only from the outside. And Michael, who was a kid back then, knew exactly what he had to do. Moments later, they were already celebrating victory in a soccer match with their team. The boys were heading towards the entrance of the school when suddenly an unknown creature invaded the playground. It was incredibly large and the guys were quite surprised at its size. Michael's sweat broke out, realizing that the monster in front of them was a portal monster right on the school grounds. His size and build resembled something human, though very exaggerated. Apparently a god stood before them then, who took the form of one of his apostles. But Michael didn't realize it at the time. He was a kid and incredibly scared. To make matters worse, the monster reached for him with his huge hand to finish him off. Michael screamed for help. He was gripped by fear and unable to move. and thus unable to escape. And then he woke up, being scared and sweating from this nightmare. The guy was breathing heavily. If he hadn't woken up, it would have been really bad. The system meanwhile reported that thanks to the will of cold reason, all his negative emotions were disappearing. But Michael didn't even realize where he was. Apparently, he had passed out. The guy got up and headed toward the exit of the tent, where he saw an interesting thing. All of his main associates, and more recently his friends, were waiting for him outside the barracks. When they saw him come out, everyone rejoiced greatly, not hiding their excitement. The big guy apologized again for being so brash with him all this time. But suddenly someone approached Michael, calling him an apostle. It turned out to be a senior priest who said that the guy was the true savior of the cult of darkness. Then for some reason he fell on his knees and asked why the apostle didn't help them when things were so hard for everyone. Hearing this, Michael frowned a little. He made a serious look on his face, saying that everything had to be in a timely manner. He explained that he could not have acted sooner to express the apostle of the god of war. But after all, their cult won the holy war, and that was the most important thing. He told the old man to wipe his tears. After all, they had won, so they should have been happy. Michael then activated his absolute charm skill to make his words sound as convincing as possible. The system announced that the crowd had fallen into a worship status that caused people's judgment to slacken. They were now acutely aware of Michael's presence, whom they perceived as their protector. Unexpectedly, the guy got a message from a verification god who was impressed with his cheating skills. The god of darkness also smiled contentedly, and Michael, meanwhile, began his faith absorption. It was gathered from nearby territories, and enough of it accumulated to create a new myth. Michael was very happy with this news because he will get a new effect. This time it was called First Savior, and was safely brought into his divine power. When using this mythic, it had a save effect activated. As well as the Truth Seeker effect, both effects increased his stats and divine power. Michael raised his hand, saying goodbye to the men and wishing them luck. Then he bestowed his smile on them and took off into the sky, flying off to the right place. People looked at him with admiration. Michael had completely succeeded in taking control of their hearts. He himself, meanwhile, was flying to that place, hoping to get there as quickly as possible. Soon the boy found it and smiled happily, for at last he would be able to leave this fictional world. There was a portal in front of him, which he approached to return to the waiting room. Michael landed somewhat awkwardly, thinking that the first thing he should do was rest. He also noticed that he'd never been through floors for so long before, and at this rate he might as well have gotten attached to all those people in their tower-created world. Soon he entered the portal and returned to the waiting room, and the receptionist began to congratulate him. Two of them, namely the White Crane Sword and the Steel Bloodlord, had invited him into their domain. Michael apologized for making them worry, saying, however, that he would stop by another time. He thought of the divine power that used to simply accumulate in his heart. It could have been used and spent on myths and wills, but much has changed. Through apostolization, Michael was a pseudo-god and could use divinity directly. And he also remembered that that one had gotten darker for some reason, and realized that the description said something about the god of death. The guy concentrated divinity in his hand and aimed for the floor. He then kicked and punched the tiles in the waiting room, which, however, was a frequent occurrence. Michael was greatly surprised at the effect, for the walls of the waiting room that usually recovered in seconds now did not regenerate in any way at all, or rather did it much slower. It was quite unexpected and surprising, so Michael decided that it spoke to the power of his strength as well. He then moved on to the 15th floor's rewards. The first was the defense bracelet of an unknown god. He also received a divine orb of an unknown god. Both items were worthwhile. Plus, they had to be pretty strong since they had an epic minus rank. Michael absorbed Zaren's soul and increased his stats by an average of 3 to 7 points, as well as one of the apostle's skills, the rank 1, Lament of the Strong. But Michael remarked that given his efforts, it wasn't much of a reward. He had extracted divinity from Zaren's soul, and that had been successful. Michael felt his own divinity greatly enhanced. He then opened his assignments, looking through the requests from the admins. There were up to 87 in total, each admin wanting to give him his own special assignment. Michael was surprised to see so many assignments. However, there was nothing wrong here. Suddenly, a task from the administrator of the Soldiers of the Fallen World caught his attention. He gave out his Savior of the End quest, and the reward was the ability to put an indestructibility effect on 2 products. Such an assignment was just right for Michael, as he was thinking about how to fix the Celestial Demon Sword. Because of the EEG of the soul, he was hard-pressed, so the guy didn't hesitate to accept this assignment. The system reported the replacement of the 16th floor test with an end savior task. It was also said that only a few administrators would be able to supervise him. The test began, and its theme was simply, Warrior was given 48 days to complete. The condition for successful passage was to make a choice he would not regret. It was a bit odd wording, but Michael figured he'd find out all about it later. Suddenly, he found himself on a bed somewhere in the room and noticed that his body was unbearably sore. His gear was limited and some items were moved to inventory. It was also said that the guy's strength exceeded the test limit, so all of his stats were set to 50. Michael got out of bed and realized he didn't feel well. It felt like he was sick. Suddenly, a gag reflex formed and the guy covered his mouth with his hand to keep from spewing it all out. He hurried out of the room he was in. For some reason, it reminded him of a fighter's barracks again. Meanwhile, some girl came up to him, saying he was finally awake. Michael turned around and wanted to ask what was going on, but he couldn't finish. He suddenly had the urge to vomit again, and this time the guy couldn't hold back. The girl who came to him told him not to overdo it, and she would call the others in the meantime. She added that they would be here soon, and suddenly turned to Michael, calling him Neil. He didn't understand at first why she suddenly said that name, but when he looked at his reflection, he understood. After all, it was different, and the system reported that the admin hero of the ruined world was looking at it closely. Michael thought that in this ordeal he had become a character named Neil, which he now saw in the reflection of the water. And his physical condition left a lot to be desired. The main item, the True Blood Heavenly Demon Sword, and all the armor were sealed. And although the pain was making itself felt, the guy thought it was better to play the role of Neil properly to begin with. Luckily, he still had the items he had bought on him just in case. Among them was an eye patch of detection. Also, handmade explorer gloves that helped me adapt to unfamiliar situations. Suddenly, he saw people in front of him who were all glad he had finally opened his eyes. It turns out he was an apostle chosen by the goddess, and his return was also called a miracle. Suddenly, the blindfold reported several enemies approaching the ne'er-do-well. This was very useful information. Michael began to look around. And then he simply activated the exclusive auto-detect effect. According to him, enemies caught in sight were surrounded by a red halo. The guy realized with great surprise that it was working out. All these comrades were his enemies. Now he understood why the quest settings are geared towards psychological difficulties. For starters, he reasoned, something strange must not have happened in the tent. By then, they had moved exactly there, and Michael thought his skills were still working. An old man with green hair looked at him questioningly, asking if he had lost his memory. Then Michael decided to answer in the affirmative, saying that he couldn't even remember who he was. The girl who saw it first said the aftermath was worse than she thought. However, she said they didn't have time, so she would explain it briefly. The girl said that Neil was the troop's only apostle of the Dragon God Church. They set out together to defeat the Demon King, with the guy getting seriously hurt in the battle with the Great Evil. That's why he lost his memory. Besides, the Demon King serves the Demon God. And together they planned to bring the incarnation of the Demon God into this world. And if that were to happen, their world would come to an end. To summarize, Michael realized that in this world, only a KO warrior under the protection of a god can kill a Demon King. Because of this, people had to force him, who had been riddled with battle, to join the campaign. And he, a warrior, will have to face all kinds of enemies until he gets to the Demon King. In the meantime, he needed to recover his skills as soon as possible. The rest the girl offered to discuss on the way. They were already on their way to the demon realm. There were 3 people in total, not counting the guy. One guy, a blonde guy, asked if Neil, really didn't remember anything. He wondered if the man didn't even remember his name. But of course, Michael didn't know it. The guy then introduced himself. Saying his name was Alain Nix, he added for Michael to stop using that kind of speech already. She was a little too respectful, and Michael realized that his character didn't talk like that. Michael turned to the old man then, and the man introduced himself as Jack, saying that titles didn't matter much to an old magician like him anymore. Alan has noticed that even when the world is on the brink of destruction, the belly clock is in full swing. He offered to do a little hunting for some game while they drove. After all, they have lost all their food, so if they don't hunt, they have nothing to eat. The guys stopped, saying they'd get something edible, and Michael could rest for now. In a little while, they were already roasting the killed game, and it was getting dark outside. For now, they were sitting without the guy, and Jack said that Neil was so KO wrecked that he couldn't act as a rescue warrior. However, they weren't wrong. Even though it was mean, it was the only way to save this world. Acting in moderation so the guy wouldn't die, Alan offered to take him to him. Everyone agreed with the decision, prizing the fact that Michael was just a tool to save the world. However, they didn't even realize that he had been watching them the whole time. He suddenly thought about just finishing them all off here and now, but held back. The boy shook his head, pushing those thoughts away, and thought about what he should do. After all, you should not have forgotten that you need to fulfill certain conditions to pass this quest. And if he acts in a hurry and something goes wrong, it could complicate the situation. After that, the comrades continued to go out hunting whenever they had the opportunity. This allowed Michael to have some free time, which he used for personal purposes. He ran from where they had stopped and came to a halt in a spacious clearing. The guy thought it was the perfect place to practice, when suddenly he heard someone growling. Some kind of monster suddenly appeared behind him, and Michael thought he had wandered too deep into the forest. In a moment, he had disposed of the monster and was sitting on it, contemplating what to do next. He decided to start with a snack and cut off a straight raw piece of the monster, which tasted like chicken meat. Currently, his body had no problems with physical activity, and even if he didn't eat or sleep. Eating rat meat for days was a tough task for him, and his comrades also banged pots at night. It seemed like normal childish antics to him, but for now he was able to tolerate them. However, Michael thought it was time to slowly retake the initiative. He activated the Ash Blood skill and improved his body condition in an instant. Because of this, he had made a full recovery, but this was unknown to anyone but himself. When he returned, his companions were already seated near the carriage, and he had to explain that he had been away for a short time. Michael noticed that the hunt ended earlier than usual today. The girl from his team, meanwhile, rose from her seat. She said he wasn't feeling well, so he might have difficulty acting on his own. But Michael replied that he thought the girl was just annoyed that he was out of her control. He added that he'd been in bed for days and was bored, and Jack suddenly stopped him. The old man could see that he had completely healed his body and asked how he had managed it. Michael replied that he was just on vacation for a few days, but added that it was fun. After all, the old man had said he was not a mage specializing in healing, yet somehow he was able to recognize at a glance the changes that had taken place to his body. Jack didn't know what to answer, so Alain came to his aid, telling him that they needed to hit the road. A moment later, they were once again traveling to the demonic realm. They didn't have much time left. Jack hesitantly asked the guy if it was possible that his memories had come back. But the man replied that his memory was still not recovered. He was about to add one more thing when suddenly their carriage bounced on the road. It was because the horse that was carrying her refused to go any further. So the boys got out of the carriage and looked at the place where they had arrived. The system reported that they had been exposed to an environment filled with demonic energy, and the longer they were exposed to it, the more spiritually drained they became. The girl, whose name was Isabella, said that henceforth they could not travel in a carriage. That meant they couldn't take care of Michael anymore either, but he suddenly answered in the negative. He said he, on the contrary, was more comfortable with that option. In the demonic dimension, the chi of demons drove people crazy. There were countless monsters here that could single-handedly wipe out hundreds of people. And even the warriors who had passed through all kinds of hardships said that no one could survive in the demonic dimension unless they were willing to die. Michael and his team stood in front of the dimension exit, all looking surprised. Even Michael himself admitted that he got goosebumps from the place, and Alain was shocked that he didn't even remember that. Apparently, his memory was completely lost. He was suddenly approached by Jack, who pulled out a strange object from somewhere. It turned out to be a sword, and the old man said it was a weapon the lad held dearer than life. It was called a holy sword, and Michael immediately felt its power. The lad was also surprised that Jack had shown him this, for the gesture was clearly made out of goodwill. Meanwhile, the monsters in the demonic dimension saw them. They prepared to attack the humans as soon as they entered their territory. All the while, the owner of this quest experience was watching. The administrator of the Soldier of the Fallen World thought he could handle it since it had been so long. He could no longer bear the bitter memories of that time, for then he was weaker than ever and needed the help of his comrades. However, what they had done to him did not settle in his mind even to this day. The administrator remembered this battle well, for it was because of him that he had lost his life. But now it was a quest test for Michael, who saw no obstacles in front of him. He did not depend on the support of his comrades and was the first to rush into battle. This forced Neil to just watch him, not interfering with the guy going through his test. Thoth activated the exclusive effect of his homemade gloves, and now his mind was protected. Due to the large amount of demonic chi, his mana was also increased by 2. It was remarked by his companions that though he had lost his memory, he remained just as impatient. However, they thought it would be difficult for him to fight these monsters alone, and Alan offered a solution. They just pretend to help and exhaust him like he said they would. It had to be done to make the guy feel desperate, but so far Michael was only toppling his enemies. His comrades had to admit that the one was incredibly strong, and it surprised them. In fact, at this time in his past life, the real Neil wasn't actually that strong. He used his sword's ability, Sacred Light. A sphere of powerful and light energy formed at the tip of his blade, which he directed at the monsters. Those were unprepared for such a thing, and the attack was successful, flying a little ways away. There she met an obstacle in the form of the first monster she encountered. And then there was a huge explosion that severely damaged the monsters' bodies. He did so much damage to them that it made them swim. Michael realized that this blade was indeed incredibly strong. He might even have gotten some unexpected abilities. His comrades were discussing one night that he had forgotten who they were and must have lost some of his combat experience. So they had no other choice. They had to end everything during this battle. However, things looked completely different now, and Alan and Isabella didn't understand what was going on. James noticed it was strange too, as the guy fought like he'd been fighting all his life. Ilan nervously asked why Neil was suddenly so strong. This was clearly not part of their plans. In the evening, they camped again to spend the night. Everyone sat in silence and munched on the yushka that had been prepared in advance. Michael glared at them all, but no one dared look him in the eye. There was an awkward silence. The guy thought he had gotten stronger and destroyed a lot of monsters, but no one was happy about it. Disgust, excitement, guilt, anxiety, and other similar feelings hovered in the air. But Michael saw only negative emotions, and it even annoyed him a little. After a few minutes, they finished their food and went to bed without further ado. He himself also lay on the bed in his barracks, thinking about the situation. The boy closed his eyes, and when Jack peeked in on him, he saw that he was asleep. However, when the old man left, Michael opened his eyes in a flash and realized what he had to do. A few minutes later, he was already flying away from the camp on his steel wings. Looking around, the lad wondered if he should go hunting alone. In front of him was a large and dense forest, and a mountain range began further away. Then he activated the instant step wheel. With 3 motor, he could move to any place in sight. The recharge time was 10 minutes, but that was enough for him. In an instant, he was over the mountain, having saved about 50 kilometers. Michael was pleased with that, for he had covered that distance in a second. He thought that this will was incredibly useful and worth cherishing. He could perform such instantaneous movements with his divinity. However, this only worked if the object was in his field of view. Accordingly, if there is some obstacle, he will not be able to jump over it. But this power will be very useful for choosing the right moment during the battle, and also for emergency exit in dangerous situations. All indications were that he had acquired amazing power. But now it was worth deciding what to do next. Michael looked around. He used the Fire Dragon Eyes skill and glanced at his sword. It was a Dragon God sword of Epic Plus rank. When divine power was injected, an exclusive Holy Light effect could be obtained. And when he prayed sincerely, he could activate the prayer, gaining power for his offering to the Dragon God. An exclusive punishment effect he could activate against demons and monsters. However, this item will disappear after breaking through challenger Michael Nodforth's personal challenge. The guy thought it was rather unfortunate, but expected nonetheless. He decided to use his sword sense to absorb the abilities of this weapon beforehand. Slashing his arm, he activated the Bloodseeker skill, and then pointed the bloody spikes toward the monsters roaming below. Those didn't understand what it was, so they couldn't even defend themselves, and the bloody torrents knocked them to the ground, piercing through their bodies. There were quite a few of them, but Michael didn't leave any alive to stay out of the way. He himself landed near them and made their bodies his lab rats, and then stuck his sword into the stone, preparing to swap it for another. He had now taken Akutagawa's destructive heavenly sword of high plus rank. He could acquire the item's exclusive effects as skills. Michael could only convert 2 of the 3 effects of the holy sword into skills. And of course, the abilities he should have chosen were the best. The first one he chose was the holy sword, which immediately became fully mastered. It was the same with the second one, which was the punishment skill. The system reported that the number of uses of the sword sense skill had been exhausted. Michael decided it was worth it, for the Saint Sword's abilities were too good. In particular, an effect such as Holy Light, the power of which is far more powerful than even a counterattack shield. And most importantly, like the shield, it can be used immediately. The guy activated the skill. Now having absorbed the effect as a skill, he could use it without a sword. It was easy enough to just put his hand out and concentrate, which he did. However, at the last second, he suddenly noticed that something had gone wrong. There was a large explosion, which however was directed in the wrong direction. Michael had to use the Bloodseeker skill to heal his injury because he had the entire lesson to himself. He didn't understand why he couldn't control the direction of this sword's attack. And the monsters that surrounded him started laughing with him, which Michael really didn't like. He pointed the blade at them and once more used the Holy Light. This time it was more successful and the monsters succumbed to the incredible power. The guy didn't understand why when he used the Holy Sword everything worked properly. And then a crazy idea suddenly came to him. He wondered what would happen if he exercised control with something other than mana. And through divine power with this thought, he once again prepared for the attack. This time he gave direction with divine power. As expected, that was the answer. The attack worked perfectly. She zeroed in on the monsters that stood exactly in front of her as test subjects. The power of this attack was incredible too. Michael liked that he understood how it worked. He was now able to control this skill more freely. One time Michael even decided to use it to its full potential. Alam, who in the meantime had gone to take a leak, didn't expect to hear something like that. First there was a small sound somewhere in the direction of the mountains, and the guy turned around. And then the sky was illuminated by a bright light from an explosion that occurred in the area of the mountains. Alam was greatly surprised at what he saw. It even made him tense up. Michael, meanwhile, was delighted with the effectiveness of his attacks. She was a roofie, and of course he was sorry to part with that sword after the ordeal was over. He received the achievement Warrior Successor and the special power Dragon Transformation. It has now been restricted from receiving it due to a special test penalty. Michael, who had not heard of this power, was surprised that it was so powerful. The system then announced that the Dragon God had sensed his substantial presence. He was very much impressed by his exploits and watched the lad with interest. Unexpectedly, he offered him the position of apostle, but Michael declined. However, the Dragon God didn't seem to take no for an answer. He offered him the position again and again. Soon, Michael realized he had an annoying temper and wouldn't let up. The next day, he prepared with his companions to continue the journey. They were just about to have breakfast and Michael had time to think things over well. If you look back at the history of the 16th floor, the Dragon God was the one who protected this world. To be honest, he personally didn't have the best impression on him. After all, he had been threatened by a deity before, an entity that abandoned even the warrior who tried to save this world. A subject that had never once given a warrior proper power was clearly not to Michael's liking. So to avoid being noticed, he didn't use the prayer effect. The moment when the Dragon God annoyingly offered him the position of apostle, God then asked why such an insignificant being was refusing to serve him as an apostle. He added that one day the lad would realize his greatness and become his apostle. The other gods seemed to support Michael, with the god of verification and darkness on his side. Then the Dragon God concealed his presence, asking Michael to give his proposal one last thought. The steel-blooded lord praised the boy for his unwavering faith, and the white crane's sword was proud and admired his willpower. The warrior of the ruined world administrator thought his choice was interesting. He kept watching the guy the whole time. In some ways, he were even similar. And while Michael was thinking about what he should do next, Alan recounted his experience yesterday. He said he saw a beam of light shining from a distant mountain, but Michael said he must have imagined it. Jack then said it would be more accurate to think of it as a natural phenomenon created by demonic energy. Isabella agreed, saying that she saw no other normal explanation here. Soon they were again confronted by monsters, again taken on by Michael alone. He did it because he could try out different abilities, including the new Lifesaver mythic he activated, and his stats increased. However, immediately he received a message about the special test penalty, and all stats decreased again. Then Michael applied the truth-seeking effect, but he had to find followers for it. Based on that, he realized that both skills would not be fully realized here. Nevertheless, everything was going smoothly. His comrades never once got tangled up under his feet either, all because he single-handedly defeated everyone and continued to do so. His comrades really just stood idly by, waiting for him to finish. Just then, Michael killed the gatekeeper of the Demon King's castle and they could go inside. But the more he demonstrated his power, the more grim their faces became. That was perhaps the main change he noticed in the boys. Opening the doors, they entered the castle and immediately found themselves in a rather beautiful living room. Suddenly, Michael was approached by Alain, asking if he might never have lost his memory. Michael decided to mess around a bit and asked them what they themselves thought. Then Jack came over to him with some kind of jug, saying that they should focus on the battle now. He held out the jug to him, adding that it was a rare rank reinforcement potion, and Michael used the Fire Dragon Eyes skill to test his words. Alain, meanwhile, reminded him that he would have to face the Demon King soon, so this potion was supposed to help him, and Michael wondered if they put poison in it. Then Isabella asked in reply if he doubted them, to which the guy replied in the negative, saying that he was even touched by such concern. He brought the jug up to his mouth and sipped some of the liquid from it, as suddenly, the system reported that he had been dispatched by the poison of the demonic swamp sea worm. After 5 minutes, the poison would spread throughout his body, and he would no longer be able to use mana. Meanwhile, his comrades approached him. They told him not to hold a grudge, since they had no other choice. But Michael only smiled. This puzzled the boys a little and they stopped. And Michael added, he said he never thought that all the comrades of the warrior would turn out to be traitors. It made his comrades feel awkward, but they had their own motivation. Taking advantage of their moment of confusion, Michael tried to summon his sword. However, the one would not yield to the summons. He was held back by the old man using his magic. He said he had sealed his holy sword and the guy wouldn't be able to use it anymore. Michael then asked since when and why they had thoughts of betraying a warrior. Isabella screamed, did he really think they wanted to betray him? She said they just had no other choice. Michael thought about it. He wanted to understand why people acted this way. But such an explanation seemed incomplete to him, and suddenly everything came together when he heard someone's new voice. He said it was foolish to ask his comrades about it, for nothing would change anymore. They are just faithfully fulfilling the contract they made with him. The Demon King said so. Michael asked if he was the one behind it all to begin with, and he smiled wickedly. The king added that they had seen each other once before, when Michael had defeated a great evil. Then Michael realized that it was about the warrior who was the master of this ordeal, and this demon came close to his companions when he lost consciousness during a battle with a great evil. But Michael didn't understand why the man used treachery when he could have just killed the warrior. He asked the king about it, and the king replied that it would be too boring. The guy was also amazed that the dragon's fire eye skill didn't find any lies in those words. The Demon King meanwhile added that this was far from all. He suddenly laughed out loud, saying he was so smart and savvy. In truth, this very situation was a tribute to him. It surprised Michael greatly. And the king continued by saying that just like Michael went through a lot of suffering to be recognized as a warrior of the dragon god, he also goes through trials to become an official apostle. And lastly, all the guy has to do is be sacrificed on the altar of the demon god and die. Then Umay, the king of demons, will be able to become an apostle. He asked Michael how he felt now. Perhaps he was in despair, or perhaps he was simply angry. Either way, it amused the king. And then he suddenly added that the guy should have guarded his companions better, and that didn't please Michael anymore. The warrior's memories of each of his companions flashed before his eyes. They were all good people and his best friends and partners. He had always been with them for as long as he could remember, and every time he felt that these people could be trusted. He had always believed in them, yet he still did not understand their choices. But still, the cause of it all was that damn Demon King. If he hadn't hexed something to his comrades, they would never have betrayed him, of that he was sure. Neil thought he'd gotten too overexcited, but no matter how many times he looked at the scene, his blood kept boiling every now and then. The system informed Michael that the hero of a ruined world administrator was scrutinizing his choices. He really wondered what else this guy, who probably had his own friends too, would do. The Demon King, meanwhile, activated his power with which he wanted to carry out his plan. He applied it by grabbing Michael by the throat and arms, telling him that they would now proceed to the final step of the ordeal. Suddenly, huge jaws that were furnished with sharp needles hovered over the guy. The Demon King was excited to begin the sacrifice ceremony. After laying a warrior on the altar of the demon god, he will finally become an official apostle. With that thought, he pushed with his foot the lever that was responsible for the trigger mechanism. And then a huge spiked jaw came down on Michael at an incredible speed. The boy stared at the approaching spikes, but couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly, he held his breath for some reason and concentrated his energy. Except it didn't seem to help because the spikes still fell on him and crushed him. Blood seeped from inside the altar, and the Demon King came to his senses. for it signified the activation of the ritual of the offering, and thus its apostolization. The king appealed to the demon god, saying that he had donated the blood of the warrior to him as requested. However, the system suddenly informed him that the demon god was looking at the king with pity because he had given him poisoned blood. Suddenly, behind his back, Michael said that it looked like the demon god was a little angry. With those words, he activated the Holy Light skill, saying that he wanted to make the best choice. But no matter how much he thinks about what happened, it seems this world has lost hope of salvation. The girl said that the sword was sealed. The old man asked why Michael was using the Holy Sword's powers on his own. The king wondered if the Holy Light was really that bright. Was this really the warrior he knew? The demon said that it was better for him not to think about resistance. If he died, the demon god would destroy this world. The king added that he had made a contract with him. If the warrior, the apostle of the dragon god, was destroyed, the world would be destroyed. Michael said that every word he said was annoying. He was ready to briefly point out 3 things that were wrong. The system reported that the administrator, the hero of the destroyed world, was monitoring the selection. He said he was not a man named Neil. He was not a so-called warrior. And thirdly, he didn't give a damn whether this world was destroyed or not. The king shouted for him to stop. He couldn't go that far. Michael continued, if the king was going to destroy the warrior, he should have done it long ago. Michael and the demon king found themselves in the middle of a ruined city. The king cursed loudly. What was this man thinking? Hadn't he said he had made a contract with his companions? If he died, this world would be saved. Michael asked if the outcome would be the same if the demon king died. The demon king said that he had a backup plan for this situation. If he died, the demon god would descend here. There were many apostles of the demon god in this world. The skill Eyes of the Fire Dragon revealed that there was no lie in the enemy's words. The young man thought that the background to this trial was truly grim. How suffocating the hopelessness would be if it weren't for this trial. The demon king said that this world would be destroyed. There are plenty of reasons why the demon god might not descend to this earth. There is nothing in the world that cannot be erased. Michael said once again that he did not care whether this world was destroyed. The demon king shouted, so this man is truly not a warrior. In that case, how can someone who is not an apostle of the dragon god use this power? The man replied that he was a pretender. The demon king raised his hands and shouted for the man to stop. There was a misunderstanding. However, it was too late to change, and the demon king was attacked. The monster thought that if this continued, he might die. He needed to get out of there quickly. Michael Nodfort caught up with the demon king and asked where he was going. He must accept his death with dignity. The old man said that if this guy survived, their world would come to an end. The girl, continuing to shoot her bow, said that Neil was a hero, but they had to think rationally. The knight said that this guy was a real egoist. If he lived, they would all die. The concentration in battle skill was activated. Michael said that they themselves did not want to sacrifice anything, but they were arrogant enough to try to sacrifice him. Michael declared that they were all unworthy of even a simple battle. The demon king flapped his wings, laughed, and said that he had survived. Michael suddenly appeared nearby and grabbed the demon king by the head. The monster did not expect this. Michael Nodfort swung his sword, and the demon's head flew off. The surprised young man asked if that was really his choice. At that time, he was running with a very dangerous wound. At that moment, the world began to fall apart. As soon as the message came from the tower, he agreed. He climbed the tower, having no home to return to. The young man thought that he would not want such a choice. The system recorded that Han Sungun's choice had been accepted. Those watching from below saw pillars of fire and thought that something was wrong. The world had come to an end. The administrator of the soldiers of the fallen world looked at his former comrades. Michael approached the spatial portal. He looked back and said that they were not worthy of a peaceful death. He expressed his hope that they would die slowly and painfully, along with this world. If there was anything after that, it awaited them. The system announced that the transfer to the waiting room would be slightly delayed. The administrator of the soldiers of the fallen world chooses a reward. The player is transported to the Hall of Heroes. The young man found himself in the temple of the dragon god. Could this be the place? A knight sitting nearby said that the young man was going in the wrong direction. The young man asked the knight if he was a soldier of the fallen world. The knight confirmed this and reminded him that they had already spoken several times. The young man said that it wasn't a conversation. The knight had simply sent him several messages. The knight said that since the young man was already there, he could ask any question he wanted. The young man asked why he had been chosen for this quest. After all, the knight's protege could have fulfilled his cherished wish. The knight said that not all players were obsessed with conquering the tower. Most players are weaker and not as determined to complete it. Even the administrators had no chance of reaching the top of the tower. The young man asked, was that why, instead of hoping to change the past, he wanted to see other possible outcomes? The knight said he didn't want to agree, but that was exactly the case. The special will equipment of the dragon god chose the player Han Sungun as its master. He can make any item completely indestructible. The choice was complete. The sword that pierces the heavens is now completely indestructible. The knight said that most administrators would not have rewarded him so generously, so the young man should be grateful. The interlocutor stated that they both got what they wanted, so there was nothing to be thankful for. The knight remarked that this guy was not cute at all. The knight told the departing young man that he had one last thing for him. As a gift, there was no need to doubt the tower. Although they all failed to achieve their goals, Han Sungun is different. That's because he is one of the few people the tower is watching. The system reported that Han Sungun had entered the lobby on the 17th floor. All restrictions have been lifted, and his stats and willpower will be increased. He has been given the title Heir to the Dragon God. As a reward, he has received the skill Dragonization. The young man thought that his achievement was obtained on the 16th floor, but he thought that the tower and the gods were enemies. Why then create such an achievement? Come to think of it, the tower is not against all gods. For some gods, the tower even creates achievements. Han Sungun remembered the knight's words that he is one of the few whom the tower watches over. Could he really play an important role? The young man wondered, could this mean that he was capable of becoming a deity? That would be a good option. He had already received divine power and met gods. All his development had been leading to this. Battles, rewards, growth. It seemed that the puzzle was gradually coming together. The tower's trials select from among the players. And if you complete everything, you can truly become a god. Han Sungun decided that this was only a hypothesis for now. But as soon as he became stronger, he would learn more about the tower's intentions. For now, he wanted to test his newfound will. He activated the Dragonization skill. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. He really began to turn into a dragon. He felt like some kind of huge lizard. He hadn't expected such a rapid transformation. Not only had his body changed, but all his senses had become incredibly sharp. Even without the fiery dragon eye, Han Sungun could sense everything around him. In addition, it became much easier to control mana. Han Sungun noticed that if he wanted to, he could burn everything around him. He tested a few more functions, after which the effect disappeared. The special Dragonization ability was disabled. The player would not be able to use it for 8 hours. The young man thought that with a duration of only 10 minutes and a recharge time of 8 hours, he would only be able to use this ability once in battle. A girl appeared behind him and complained that her head was splitting. She asked what had happened to the waiting room. Han Sungun came closer and asked if she felt better. The girl replied that she didn't know what he had done, but now she really felt better. The sword's vessel had grown stronger. She added that now she would be able to remain conscious all the time. Everything had become much more stable. The young man explained that he had added the property of absolute indestructibility to the sword. The girl asked if there was any point in talking to a man who openly challenged the gods. This guy turned out to be much crazier than she thought. She had heard that he used to be an ordinary player from the 10th floor, and from a small dimension at that. However, now he had enormous power and many connections with the gods. Therefore, she came to the conclusion that he was one of the tower's chosen candidates. That was why he met the gods so often. She thought he would quickly fade away, but she was wrong. Han Sungun thought everything was as Neil had said. Perhaps he really could learn more about the tower and the gods. The girl said that the young man wanted to know who the candidates were, what the true purpose of the tower was, and why the gods were wary of him, but she couldn't reveal everything. Han Sungun asked if this was related to the tower's restrictions. The girl nodded affirmatively. He could die during the trials, but she didn't want his soul to be destroyed. The young man thought this was to be expected. Not only the administrators, but also Dam Chunwoo are limited by the tower itself. It was disappointing. The girl continued and said that the tower wanted only one thing from the young man, He must become stronger and stronger and eliminate his competitors. This is what the tower wants from all players. The tower could have chosen him from the very beginning, but he only advanced thanks to his own willpower. At least, that's what he thought. She reminded him that although he had risen so high thanks to his diligence, he must not forget the opportunities that the tower had provided. The young man understood that the tower was not harming him, at least. The girl noted that he was quick to grasp things. If he had been chosen so early, it meant that his understanding of the world had improved significantly. He said he would no longer ask questions. Everything would become clear when he became stronger. The girl looked at him and felt increasingly sorry that he was not from her own dimension. In Marima's world, he would have been the strongest in the Tang era. The young man's sword plunged into the ground in front of her. The girl rose slightly above the ground and admitted that she was touched. She offered to take him as her disciple. The best technique of her clan. Would he like to master the divine technique of the blood demon? She was bored. It was the perfect moment to have some fun with her student. She added that if he learned this technique, he would become much stronger. She lightly slapped the young man on the cheek and noted that he knew how outstanding Murim's techniques were. The young man agreed. Techniques from other dimensions were indeed superior to those on Earth. Then the girl asked why he was refusing. Han Sung-gun replied that he had studied martial arts with the administrator, and if you develop your inner ki with a certain art, you can only study that art. The girl was surprised. Who told him that? The young man admitted that he already had a teacher. He was the administrator's student. The woman was upset. She thought she would finally find a student, but she missed her chance. The young man recalled how he had studied the techniques of cultivating heavenly blood, which he had received from the administrator, the fallen heir of the demon blood cult. He was from the same clan as the girl. She asked how he could have learned these techniques if they were only passed on to heirs. Han Sung-gung replied that circumstances had led to this. The young man tried on the clothes, a gift from the woman from the Bayek clan. She said that the outfit suited him and called him her failed disciple. The blood demon's divine technique was not exactly a martial art. It was more like magic. It allowed one to turn mana into blood. This meant that it was no longer necessary to injure oneself to obtain blood. Dam Chunghua boasted that this technique was the best. It was multifunctional, allowing one to heal oneself and freely control one's blood. The young man would never have thought that he already possessed abilities related to the blood demon's divine technique. He demonstrated his abilities and Dam Chunhu was amazed. Where did he get such insane power? The young man had already surpassed the limits of the technique itself. The woman asked what he was going to do next. The young man replied that he would continue to conquer the tower. Dam Chunhu asked if he wanted to rest a little, since he had just passed the most difficult test. The young man said he couldn't stop. He had to become so strong that no one could stand against him, not even the gods. The 17th floor trial began. The theme of the trial was slaughter. He had to destroy all his opponents and reach the end. The young man found himself in a place where he could see absolutely nothing. Darkness overwhelmed his senses. Han Sung-gun realized that he had to be extremely careful. The enemy could attack at any moment. He activated the skill Fiery Dragon Eye. The young man counted 6 enemies moving in the darkness. Mount Hushuan, a monk from Shaolin, a shaman, a follower of the heavenly demon cult, and a member of the Triad, a very dangerous group. The young man decided that against such enemies, it was best to always be on guard and prepare for sudden attacks and traps. Han Sung-gung used the sacred fire, saw that they were in a cave, and suggested that his rivals attack at the same time. Han Sung-gun said that they would all die anyway. First, they needed to choose the strongest enemies and destroy them. All stats were temporarily increased by 3 points. This was enough to destroy all enemies. Several wounded opponents remained. Han Sung-gung approached one of them closely. The wounded man said that this guy was as occult as they were. Why not solve the problem through conversation? However, Han Sung-gun did not want to talk to him and brought his sword down on his opponent. The young man said that there was no need to talk to someone who was destined to die anyway. The warrior sheathed his swords. He had already dealt with all his opponents. Was there anything else to do? The system reported that the player had crossed the path of the parasitic poison in the Palace of Heavenly Arts. The system reported that the player had fulfilled all the conditions to proceed further. The doors opened. Kan Sung-gung had expected something like this. The young man said that the most important thing for him was to receive a worthy reward for his efforts. Han Sung-gong moved on and entered the long corridor of the dungeon. The young man heard a woman's voice behind him. The voice said that she remembered this place. The young man turned around and asked why she was scaring him like that. The girl was surprised why he was so frightened. Han Sung-gong said that if she was going to show her face, she should have at least warned him in advance. How could anyone not be scared? The young man was surprised. Could she really shrink in size? Now she looked like a small child. The woman said that it was up to her to decide whether to appear unexpectedly or to be in a child's body. His companion asked why the young man was looking at her like that. Han Sung-gong asked what she meant when she said she remembered this place. The woman replied that she knew this place and knew why the martial artist had come here. Han Sung-gong noted that sometimes the tower reproduces real events. Was this one of those cases? The woman replied that he was right. This was the Palace of Heavenly Arts. Several hundred years ago, the Emperor of the Sword of Light, who was considered the strongest of his time, left countless martial arts techniques in a secret library. This formed the basis of the test on the 17th floor. Therefore, all those who wanted to master the techniques of the Emperor of the Sword of Light came here. The woman said that the young man was right. Since there are always those who wish to obtain the martial arts of the strongest, a bloody wind can blow at any moment, especially when these techniques belong to the one who became the greatest warrior of his time. That is why there are so many powerful people hiding in this Palace of Heavenly Arts. Therefore, it is better to remain constantly on guard. After all, among them is the one who is hailed as a genius. The woman was sure that he was still here, in the Palace of Heavenly Arts. The thickening smell of blood became more and more distinct with every step. Han Sung-gong said it was strange. Did she really not remember who this man was? The woman replied that the events had happened so long ago that she could no longer remember. But she did not know who was stronger, her interlocutor or that genius. Therefore, caution would not be superfluous. Han Sung-gong said that they had arrived at their destination. In front of the young man was a huge door. He asked if the smell of blood was coming from here. The woman said that the smell was faint, but she could clearly smell it. Han Sung-gong pressed on the door and said that in that case, he would quickly finish this. The young man opened the gate and went inside. The system reported that the player had entered the dark heavenly path of the Palace of Heavenly Arts. A penalty exclusive to the dark heavenly realm was activated. In this place, emotion control and mana regeneration would be temporarily disabled. Darkness would temporarily fill the player's field of vision. Han Sung-gong found himself in a dark room again. The young man said that although emotion control did not work on the path of parasitic poison, the penalty on the heavenly dark path was even harsher. The system reported that the explorer's gloves activated the exclusive effect ecological adaptation. Han Sung-gong did not expect the item to be so effective. He managed to cancel one of the restrictions of the heavenly dark path. The system reported that it was necessary to continue moving forward and find a way through the impenetrable darkness. A more powerful effect of the Eye of the Fire Dragon skill was activated. Han Sung-gong looked around and said that this space was much larger than the cave. There were more people here than in the previous stage. Where to go now? The system activated the sixth sense of skill effect, and the player understood where to go. A line appeared, leading straight to the exit. Han Sung-gong decided that he would get there first if he followed this line. Although this space had to be traversed in conditions where visibility was blocked, and even mana regeneration was sealed, these were minor obstacles for the young man. Han Sung-gong asked, "Dam Cheon, are you sure the genius is here now?" The young man drew his swords from their sheaths and said that no news was good news. Han Sung-gong did not know if the genius mentioned was here, but he would simply defeat everyone. The man believed he could handle it. In his 60 years of life, he had used every means possible to become stronger. If he could obtain the techniques of the Emperor of the Sword of Light, if he could become stronger, then he was ready for anything. The man fell to his knees and begged his opponent for mercy. His opponent spared him, turned around and walked away. The man jumped to his feet and thought that he was ready to destroy anyone, just to become stronger. He caught up with the warrior and raised his sword above him. The man believed that he should receive the teachings of the Emperor of the Sword of Light. His opponent was destroyed. The darkness that had clouded his eyes dissipated. Han Sung-gong managed to dodge the chain with a sharp tip flying towards him. The opponent wielding the chain said he would not allow anyone else to take these techniques. The skill Blessing of the Wind was activated. Han Sung-gong approached his opponent. Han Sung-gong said that he was not a genius at all and cut off his opponent's head. The man who found himself in front of Han Sung-gun thought it was impossible. All the masters of Muram had died. The man thought that he had developed a certain premonition during his life. It seemed that he might die now. This opponent could not be defeated. The man fell to his knees, bowed his head, and begged for mercy. He said he was born weak. The man added that without these techniques, he simply could not survive in the cruel Muram. But if he was released, he was ready to leave, forgetting about them. The man thought that as soon as this opponent relaxed and lost his vigilance, he could be dealt with. Han Sung-gun said that was a lie. If this man was left alive, he would attack as soon as his guard was down. He had already seen how this man deceived others. Therefore, there would be no mercy. After that, the young man proceeded along the green line. Han Sung-gun noted that he had upgraded many skills, probably because of the number of kills. Dam Chunwoo said that she had finally drunk her fill of blood. The truth of the heavenly sword of demonic blood absorbed the blood, and its rank increased. Han Sung-gun thought that he didn't care about genius at all now. He needed to find out what the sword was capable of after the upgrade. The girl asked if Han Sung-gun really considered her just a tool. The young man replied that the sword had read his thoughts. Dam Chunwoo confirmed that she had read his blasphemous thoughts. If the young man wanted her to help him, he had to treat her with respect. The system reported that the player had passed the dark path, the special conditions had been fulfilled, and the short path of heavenly light had been opened. Han Sung-gun said that this was very timely. But could there be a portal in Muram? Dam Chung-hoo said she had never seen anything like this before. It must be because of the tower's interference. But now it didn't matter. The girl reminded him that she had asked to be treated as a partner, not as a tool. Han Sung-gun asked the sword not to be upset. They needed to move forward. Dam Chunwoo said she wasn't upset. The young man found himself in uncharted territory. He said he came here because the sword pointed the way, but it looked more like a shortcut to the afterlife. The girl replied that this was his punishment for treating her that way. Han Sung-gun activated the countershield skill. The next moment, there was an explosion. The guy flew to the side and said he almost died. There aren't even any enemies here. Could it be that the light is attacking him? Dam Chung-hwa said that this was a divine dimension. It was created by the Emperor of the Sword of Light. Perhaps the light is attacking the young man so that the short path is not too easy. Han Sung-gun said he could imagine what kind of person he was. There was another sudden explosion, and the system reported that the counter shield skill had been destroyed. It was impossible to reflect the accumulated damage. Han Sung-gun realized that he had used up all his shield charges and now had no choice. He asked Dam Chung-hoo for help. The sword asked what he was up to. The young man said that there was no one here, so there was no one to attack. Space is infinite. Han Sung-gun added that space itself must be destroyed. Dam Chung-hwa said she was not surprised. But shouldn't he say something? Dam Chunwoo reminded him that the young man considered her a tool and had no respect for her. Han Sung-gun said that now was not the time for that. If he accepted this attack, he would not survive. The sword said that Han Sung-gun must respond immediately if he wanted results. Han Sung-gun apologized and said he would always treat Dam Chunhwa with respect. The sword praised the young man and said it forgave him. The skill of the true heavenly sword of demonic blood, enrollment, was activated. The player's physical abilities were increased, their thinking was accelerated, and an additional organ supporting mana manipulation was created. The girl said that Han Sung-gun could trust her. The concentration in battle skill was activated. Han Sung-gun spread his wings and slowed his descent. His concentration increased sevenfold. The young man stabilized his flight and calmly assessed the situation. At the same time, he continuously scanned the space around him. The skills Sacred Light and Destruction of the Heavens were activated. The limit on destructive power was removed. The player received the achievement Dimension Slash. Han Sung-gun said that he had succeeded. Dam Chung-hoo agreed. The Emperor of the Sword of Light granted him the right to take the inheritance test. The God of Darkness congratulated the player Han Sung-gun and applauded him. The Emperor of the Sword of Light ordered everyone to be quiet and not interfere. Han Sung-gun thought that it was indeed better that way. Dam Chunhwa asked in surprise what he had done to cause such a commotion. The young man himself did not understand either. The true heavenly path had been opened. The young man decided to move on to the next stage. Dam Chunhwa asked what he had wanted to tell her earlier. Han Sung-gun replied that it didn't matter anymore. The system announced that the player had entered the true heavenly path. Han Sung-gun thought that everything looked peaceful here. Sword agreed that it was a place to relax. There was a gazebo at the edge of the lake. The girl sitting in the gazebo said that they had finally met. It wasn't easy to get here. She said that she was the Emperor of the Sword of Light and the creator of this place. Han Sungun passed through the hidden gate. Han Sungung asked if that cut-off path was the gate. The Emperor of the Sword of Light confirmed this and added that the young man had done well. Han Sungung asked if the trials were over, where was his reward? The girl replied that there was one more trial left. Han Sungung asked why he had been summoned then. The Emperor of the Sword of Light said that she simply wanted to see him. She was annoyed that other gods wanted to get him. The girl said she would like to talk longer, but there was one last test left. She would give the young man her techniques and tasks if he succeeded. The Emperor of the Sword of Light said that this stage would be more difficult, but she was sure that the young man would be able to pass it. Han Sungun asked what these tasks were and why they were more difficult. The system announced that the player had entered the last heavenly path. Only one person could receive the techniques of the Emperor of the Sword of Light. The young man asked Dam Chunghua where they were. The sword suggested looking ahead. A duel was taking place ahead. The girl decisively cut off her opponent's head. The sword said that the smell of blood emanated from her. Han Sungun suggested that this was genius. Dam Chunhua said she thought so too. Han Sungun felt incredible pressure and was forced to kneel down. Dam Chunhua said that this was definitely an unusual person. Caution must be exercised. Any mistake would lead to death. The girl saw Han Sungung and asked if he had come to fight her, or did this young man need the techniques of the Emperor of the Sword of Light? There was no answer. The girl was surprised. Was he ignoring her questions? It seemed that this guy wanted to die. The next moment, an attack followed and Han Sungung lost his head. However, the girl was amazed by what happened next. The unique effect of the Nameless God's protective bracelet, preventive block, was activated. The bracelet nullified the damage received. 3 uses remained. The young man's head was still in place, and he was ready to continue fighting. Han Sungun understood that it was the Nameless God's bracelet that had saved him. His opponent was surprised. Could he really have survived her sword strike? She smiled and said that it had been very boring here until now, but this guy turned out to be quite interesting. The girl attacked the young man again and asked who he was. She had never seen anyone like him in Jianghu. Han Sungung said that before asking someone who they were, shouldn't they introduce themselves first? The girl was surprised. Why was this guy pretending not to know her? After these words, Han Sungung was attacked again. The young man blocked the blow and said that he was not going to introduce himself to someone who was trying to destroy him at their first meeting. The girl thought for a few seconds and said that it was logical. In that case, she was ready to introduce herself. The stranger declared that she was the best in the demonic path, exalted above heaven and earth, the greatest of all time. She was the heavenly demon. The system reported that the player had encountered a formidable opponent. The skill, Unbreakable Will, was activated. The myth, Warrior Hardened in Battle, was activated. Han Sungun understood why Dam Chunghua said she smelled of blood. The sword said that it was an incredible thirst for blood, but not to worry, it would try to help. The girl said she liked this opponent. She added that the young man reminded her of her father. The heavenly demon said that she had destroyed her father and taken the throne to become stronger. But it was fun because only he could stand up to her. The heavenly demon explained that no one else could fight her anymore. Han Sungun continued to resist this girl. The heavenly demon struck another blow and said that this young man had appeared. After all, he had also come here to become stronger. How far had he gone? Had he dealt with his relatives? Betrayed his comrades? Carried out massacres? The heavenly demon added that just thinking about it turned her on. If her opponent was on the same level as her, then he must have already destroyed many people. Han Sungung said that was disgusting. Han Sungun declared that he was as obsessed with power as the heavenly demon. However, despite this, there are boundaries that cannot be crossed. Instead of doing despicable things to gain power, he is willing to die. The system activated the special will, Dragonization. The young man took on the appearance of a dragon. The heavenly demon felt the dragon's breath. It seemed as if the air had caught fire. The heavenly demon said that this fire was incredibly hot, but even it couldn't scratch her. The heavenly demon noticed that the young man had even managed to change his appearance. Was this also his skill? The heavenly demon added that it wouldn't change anything. The system reported that the heavenly demon, Jun Yusol, was using the skill, Sword of Reason. Han Sung-gun managed to dodge his opponent's dangerous blow. Jeon Yusol said that this young man had many funny skills. He breathed fire like a dragon and even dodged after being hit. She expressed her hope that this man would continue to entertain her. The heavenly demon used the Sword of Reason skill again. Han Sung-gun thought that this skill was terribly annoying. His opponent's skill was strong and fast. It was difficult to even swing a sword. If he could acquire such a skill, he could become much stronger. What was the source of its power? The sword said it was worship. Worship fills the heart with divinity, and a person becomes much stronger. Dam Chung-hwa's sword added that when she destroyed her father for the sake of the position of head, many began to fear her. Her divinity draws strength from fear. In other words, the source of this technique's power is divinity. Han Sung-gun must look closely at her heart, and he will see the path of her sword. If he follows this path, he will be able to master it. The young man said he understood everything. The skill, concentration in battle, was activated. Han Sung-gun really looked closely and saw the path of the sword coming from her heart. The young man decided that he would observe, dodge, and copy. This would be the path of the heavenly demon's Sword of Reason. Now it was much easier to dodge attacks. Jeon Yusol couldn't believe that her opponent had learned her skill so quickly. She said that the young man was surprising her more and more. Han Sung-gun replied that she shouldn't be surprised just because he had learned the Sword of Mind. Jeon Yusol's strongest heavenly demon skill was sealed. The use of divine power and certain techniques was restricted. Han Sung-gun announced that he would now finish off his opponent. The time for revenge had come. The young man decided to strengthen the Sword of Reason with dragonization and strike. It should have been very effective. However, for some reason it didn't work, and Dam Chung-hwa told Han Sung-gun to retreat. The young man was surprised. What was that? Was her body really that strong? It turned out that she was hiding another skill. Jeon Yusol said that her opponent had sealed the Sword of Reason and attacked with all his might, but he was weak. The girl added that she was disappointed. Now this guy would have to surprise her even more. The heavenly demon added that otherwise she might accidentally destroy him. Jeon Yusol used the skill, Sword of the Heavenly Demon's Shadow. Han Sung-gun felt that the flow of ki had changed. This could be dangerous. The Emperor of the Sword of Light hoped that the young man would use the relic she had given him. The Emperor gave him the relic for passing through the hidden passage. She couldn't tell him about it, but she hoped he would figure it out. Jeon Yusol asked her kneeling opponent where his fighting spirit had gone. Was he already ready to give up? Han Sung-gun couldn't understand where the heavenly demon was attacking from. The young man couldn't see his opponent even when using the eyes of the fire dragon. It annoyed and stressed him. Han Sung-gun saw a system window in front of him. The player was asked to select a target. The young man thought that he couldn't even see her. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to mark her. Dam Chun-hoo said that if Han Sung-gun couldn't see, he should close his eyes and rely on his senses. The young man was a novice in martial arts, but as a hunter, he was definitely a professional. Dam Chun-hwa told Han Sung-gun to believe in himself. Han Sung-gun thought that the sword was right. He had to focus. The sixth sense skill was activated. Using this skill, the young man detected his opponent, and the system reported that the target was selected. The heavenly demon, Jeon Yusol. The exclusive effect of the sudden manifestation relic was used. Han Sung-gun was surprised. He didn't understand when he had managed to obtain such a relic. The system reported that the summoned swords would pursue the selected target. Han Sung-gun thought that this relic would be very useful now. Now it could be safely left aside. The swords attacked the celestial demon, but the girl calmly dodged the attack. Jeon Yusol asked, "Is this really all he is capable of?" A moment later, Jeon Yusol was back in front of her opponent and cut his body in two. The reinforced sea sword was used. The system reported that the exclusive effect of the protective bracelet, preliminary protection, was activated. The bracelet would take the blow that the player could not withstand. One use remained. The young man did not understand what kind of attack it was, but there was no time to think about it. He needed to strike again with the Sword of the Heart as soon as possible. The heavenly demon Jeon Yusol used the protective ki skill. Han Sung-gun was attacked again and torn to pieces. The exclusive effect of the Nameless God's protective bracelet, preliminary protection, was activated. The bracelet took the blow. 0 uses left. The Nameless God's defensive bracelet disappeared. Jeon Yusol reminded him that the young man had said he would finish her off, but he was making one boring move after another. If he had nothing else to show, then he should be prepared to accept his demise. Han Sung-gun felt the energy of enormous power upon him. It was difficult to even stand under its pressure. His opponent was overwhelming the young man with her energy alone. Could it be coming from magical power, replaced by divinity? Dam Chung-hwa told Han Sung-gun to gather his thoughts. His opponent was advancing. Jeon Yu-sol was indeed closing in on her opponent. Han Sung-gun thought that the girl was incredibly fast. The heavenly demon thrust her sword into Han Sung-gun's chest. Blood spurted in all directions. The last resistance skill was activated. Any damage inflicted on the player is nullified. All senses are heightened for a moment, and the effects of using skills are adjusted. Jeon Yu-sol said that this seemed to be his last trick. Han Sung-gun intuitively felt that there was no hope left. He was just a toy in the palm of the heavenly demon's hand. Dam Chung-hwa said that even if it was difficult, a person should not give up. They still had a chance to win. Han Sung-gun thought that indeed, if he was still alive, then there was still a chance to win. The player received the achievement, Beginning of Transcendence. The power of Master of the Chi Sword was increased to the power of Enhanced Chi Sword. Jeon Yu-sol was surprised that her opponent had mastered the Enhanced Sword Ki, but it would not work against her. The heavenly demon said that nevertheless, the young man had managed to amuse her, so she would allow him to make 3 attacks. Han Sung-gun thanked her and attacked his opponent. The skill Holy Light was activated. An explosion occurred. Jeon Yu-sol said that her opponent relied more on his items than on his abilities. In that case, there was no point in expecting anything more from him. Jeon Yu-sol energetically attacked her opponent. The young man screamed loudly and flew far back. After a while, Jeon Yu-sol told her opponent, who was sitting against the wall, that he had already used up 2 of the 3 attacks she had given him. Dam Chung-hwa told Han Sung-gun to finally come to his senses. Han Sung-gun thought that nothing was working for him. All his attacks were pointless. Would he be able to win at all? Jeon Yu-sol said that judging by her opponent's current state, it could be concluded that he had nothing left. Han Sung-gun wondered why she was looking at him with that expression on her face. He knew that expression better than most. It was contempt. That's how it all started. The young man had come here precisely because of it. He didn't want anyone to look at him with contempt. Han Sung-gun didn't want to lose to anyone, didn't want anyone to humiliate him. However, achieving this was extremely difficult. Dam Chung-hwa said that now she understood what was going on. It turned out that things were not as simple as they seemed. Dam Chung-hwa added that no matter how much she called him, he continued to pretend not to hear her, so she had to penetrate the depths of his consciousness. She also read his thoughts. Doesn't the young man know yet? He wants to take advantage of this opportunity and prove once again that he is becoming stronger. Who does he want to prove himself to? Han Sung-gun replied that it was for himself. The system reported that the conditions had been met. Han Sung-gun added that he was doing this because he didn't want to feel sorry for himself. He didn't want to be oppressed. He didn't want anyone to interfere. He wanted to be able to stand firm on his own 2 feet. A more powerful effect of strength was activated. Divine power. Dam Chun-hwa smiled and patted the young man on the shoulder. Han Sung-gun wondered why she did that. Dam Chun-hwa, still smiling, said that his expression had now visibly brightened. Han Sung-gun suggested that they should deal with everything as soon as possible. The young man felt divine power overflowing within him. With its help, he decided to resume his revenge. Han Sung-gun and Jeon Yu-sol stood facing each other, ready for the decisive confrontation. Jeon Yu-sol sensed enormous divine energy in her opponent. Had he been hiding it all this time? Han Sung-gun declared that in any case, the heavenly demon would now perish. The girl laughed and asked if those would be his last words. It was too cliché. Of the 3 attacks she had conceded to him, the young man had only 1 left. Why was he hesitating? Han Sung-gun said that if his opponent wanted him to, he would do so. Jeon Yu-sol asked in surprise what he could possibly do with such a tired body. However, in the next moment, the young man was behind his opponent. The heavenly demon was surprised. When did he manage to do that? The heavenly demon Jeon Yu-sol used the protective key skill. The girl said that she was surprised by the young man's attack, but it was useless against her. Jeon Yu-sol was forced to admit that in such a short time, her opponent had gained enormous divine power. But what else could he do? The heavenly demon added that all his techniques were useless against the defensive key. Jeon Yu-sol laughed and said that if he couldn't break through her defensive key, he wouldn't even be able to leave a scratch on her body. A more powerful effect of the divine power was activated. Han Sung-gun and Dam Chunhua exchanged glances and smiled. Jung Yusol was surprised. Was he really going to laugh in a situation like this? The system reported that there were now no restrictions on what the player could break. Han Sung-gun lunged forward with his sword and struck his opponent. Defensive QE is a technique that neutralizes all other techniques, a technique that can be considered invincible. That's how it should be, and nothing else. Jung Yusol thought that the technique she had honed to an indestructible level had been destroyed. Divine power is in an activated state. Dam Chunghua said that since her central key core had been destroyed, recovery with divine power was impossible. The heavenly demon was surprised. Had her opponent been fooling her all this time? Jung Yusol said that thanks to countless battles, she had become stronger. But in the end, the Emperor of the Sword of Light did not choose her. But why was this guy given that right instead of her? The heavenly demon fell down, defeated by her rival. Han Sung-gun said that it was a waste of time to even discuss the rights of those who became stronger by using dirty methods like her. Han Sung-gun assumed that the Emperor of the Sword of Light would say the same thing if he saw someone like her. The system reported that the player had absorbed the spirit of the heavenly demon, Jung Yusol. The young man thought that, as expected, she was a strong opponent. Dam Chunghua said that it had finally happened. The young man must focus on his inner divinity, as a breakthrough beyond the boundaries is about to begin. Han Sung-gun thought that this was about the black mist. The sword added that this meant that the person was worthy of the right received, which the heavenly demon had spoken of before his death. The young man now had the opportunity to choose divinity. If he did so, he would receive the appropriate divine qualification. A glowing door appeared ahead. Han Sung-gung had thoughts that he would be given some kind of chance, but he did not expect that everything would turn out this way. The system asked if the player was ready to choose the divinity of transcendence, or would his choice fall on the dark light of divinity? Han Sung-gun thought that this would be a bit unexpected. Or would the player choose the red light of divinity? The picture he saw was different from the divinity he had imagined. There was a chance that the player would prefer the green light of divinity. Han Sung-gun thought about what harmony meant in this case. It was an opportunity to get one step closer to a transcendental being. Therefore, he must choose one of these. The best situation was one in which he did not perish. Han Sung-gun reached for another sphere. When it comes to such divinity, there is no doubt. The player chose the divinity of transcendence. The divinity of transcendence responds to the qualities of the god of destruction, manifesting the potential of destruction and transcendence. Divinity is established, and the special power of the eye of the god of destruction is acquired. Now, by combining the abilities of the system with his divinity, the player can achieve transcendence. Han Sung-wung left the area behind the glowing door. Dam Chunghua said that if divinity was established, it meant that Han Sung-wung had made his choice, and they were going back. Han Sung-gun asked Dam Chunhua if she had ever had to choose divinity in the past. The girl replied that she had destroyed her divinity. Instead of following the path that someone had chosen for her, she destroyed the divinity she had received and firmly decided to gain freedom. Dam Chunhua, of course, did not expect the outcome she has now. However, being with this young man is not such a bad option. Han Sung-gun said that he also considered Dam Chunhua a worthy partner. He was very grateful to her for trying her best to gather his willpower when he was in a crisis. Han Sung-wung added that without Dam Chunhua, he would probably have died. The girl asked what was going on. Why was he doing something he had never done before? Han Sung-gun suggested that they quickly sort out the items. He thought that if he started teasing her, she would definitely decide to take revenge next time. The Steel Jaws skill was activated. Only the heavenly demon could use the items that dropped this time. In that case, maybe it was worth getting rid of them. The young man began to get rid of the items. The system reported that the item's Sword of Bloody Bonds had been chewed. Absorption complete. The divine power skill was activated. Mana is completely split and converted into divine power. The technique used by the heavenly demon to convert mana into divine power was also acquired. Dam Chunghua asked when Han Sung-gun would finish the absorption. She had been bored for a long time. Han Sung-gun said that he was already done. Now you can go and obtain the martial art of the Emperor of the Sword of Light. Passing through the last gate gave the player the right to visit the library. Upon leaving the library, the player would reach the final destination, the Palace of Heavenly Arts. Han Sung-gun looked down at the descent and said that it was very majestic and grotesque. Jung Yusol noted that it would take them half a day just to descend. Han Sunggun said there was no need to worry about that. Dam Chunghua asked what else he had in mind. Han Sunggun grabbed the girl's hand and, bypassing the steps, jumped down. Dam Chunhua screamed in surprise and fear. She asked if Han Sunggun had decided to take revenge on her for teasing him earlier. The young man replied that this was simply the fastest way to get there. After landing, the young man said they had arrived. It was the library of the Palace of Heavenly Arts. The young people found themselves once again in front of the huge gates. Once inside, the young man found himself in a library with books neatly arranged in their places. This place was much cleaner than he had expected. The young man thought that everything here would be covered with a thick layer of dust. Dam Chunghua said that she was also surprised by this. However, there was not a single speck of dust here. Finding the martial arts of the Emperor of the Sword of Light among such a huge number of books was no easy task. He had to find some way to make the search easier. Han Sunggun decided to take all these books with him and then study them at his leisure. The young man looked to the side and saw the Emperor of the Sword of Light in front of him. The girl hugged the young man. Dam Chunghua was frightened. Was this a sudden attack? The administrator of the White Crane Sword exclaimed, "What a foolish stunt!" The administrator of Lord Steelblood asked, "Does anyone actually like this?" The Emperor said that the young man had managed to get here. She was proud of him. Han Sunggun asked to be released. Han Sunggung asked the girl to take a step back so they could talk normally. Dam Chunghua and the Emperor of the Sword of Light silently and intently looked into each other's eyes. Han Sunggun silently watched them. The Emperor asked who this girl was, who was always by Han Sunggun's side. The girl replied that she was the seventh heavenly demon, Dam Chunghua, and also his partner. Han Sunggun told them to stop arguing. It would be better to talk about the reward. The Emperor replied that this was right. The young man should be given the reward. A book appeared in the girl's hands. She said that it was her martial art. The young man only had to look at it to master it. Han Sunggun thought, if she can pull a book out of her sleeve, why did she build such a library? Han Sunggung looked at the book and thought that the Emperor was indeed strange. The player received the achievements Melee Combat Mastery, Sword Mastery, and Footwork Mastery. Han Sunggung thought, is it possible to increase stats so easily? The Emperor noticed that this was impressive. The girl said that Han Sunggung had used the Flash Manifestation artifact properly, so she was extremely happy. Han Sunggung said that meant he was right. It really was the Emperor of the Sword of Light. He was grateful. The girl added that if the young man went to Murim, he would be able to find the treasures she had hidden. She activated the distribution search function in the Flash Manifestation artifact. Dam Chunghua was surprised. Did she really say distribution function? Dam Chunghua demanded that Han Sunggun immediately turn off the distribution search function. Distribution means to collect all the valuables that the Emperor of the Sword of Light stole from the deities. This function is a time bomb for the young man. Han Sunggun thanked Dam Chunhua for her concern. However, if he was given this function, it meant that he truly had the power to handle it. Therefore, he would use distribution to search for items. Therefore, he believes that there is no need to remove the search function. If other deities target him, Dam Chunhu will be by his side. There is nothing to worry about. The sword said that when it came to him, the young man would figure everything out perfectly. The Empress knew that Han Sunggung would live up to her expectations. Now she liked the young man even more. The Emperor said that as a bonus, she would put some of her divinity into the artifact, Flash Manifestation. The young man would be able to use it if necessary. The exclusive artifact's Sacred Vault was activated. Dam Chunghua exclaimed that it was crazy. How could one give away part of one's divinity? However, her eyes saw no problem in the act of renouncing divinity. Han Sunggun thanked her for this and asked why she was giving it to him. The Empress replied that she had to do it. She couldn't go into details, but it would be better for the young man to think of it as an agreement between her and the tower. The Emperor added that in the upcoming outcome, she hoped that the young man would make good use of the artifact Flash Manifestation he had received. The system announced that the player had cleared the 17th floor of the Tower of Trials. He was being transported to the waiting room. The Tower of Trials is launching a joint event for all official climbing measurements. Live on air, the journalist asks. Can her viewers see her? There is a report that a huge maze has just appeared in the city center. Mazes appear in all official Ascension measurements. The maze is an event that is chosen independently. If the contestants do not form a team, they will not be able to participate in the event. The girl on the phone asked why Mr. Han Sung-gun could not be reached again, since this was an emergency. Since this could become a competition between different dimensions, it is necessary to think carefully before participating. Evening, a house on the edge of a snow-covered forest. The system reported that all stats had been increased by absorbing the great pill received for completing the Palace of Heavenly Arts. The girl asked the young man if he had fun with the Emperor of the Sword of Light. The guy replied that he was just a victim of circumstances. The girl laughed and said that he had thought a lot about his behavior, so she forgave him. The young man did not understand what exactly he had done wrong. The young man reminded her that she was going to tell him about the recently appeared labyrinth. Wasn't that why he was called? The girl agreed that she should indeed tell him about the huge wooden maze. It is called the Giant Tree Maze. It is a maze resembling a tower and consisting of a total of 10 floors. There are 4 difficulty levels in this maze: easy, normal, difficult, and insane. When choosing the insane difficulty, all abilities disappear. That's how high the difficulty is. However, there is no need to worry. At each subsequent stage, it is possible to regain your skills one by one. The young man said that in this case, it would be most effective to restore the most important skill first. The girl agreed, noting that the guy was very smart. Under difficult conditions, the reward will be commensurate. You need to check everything at least once. The girl reminded him that it was impossible to view the details of the insane difficulty. Besides, the young man had used up all his tickets to send the question. Even if she wanted to tell him something, it would still be impossible. The young man got up from his knees and thanked his interlocutor for at least the information she had given him. He would try to figure everything out himself. The young man noticed that the other contenders had already begun to take action. He must not fall behind. The woman noted that during the time they had not seen each other, his expression had improved significantly. Later, when he returned, she would teach him a useful technique. Until then, the young man had to take care of himself. The system reported that candidate Han Sung-gun had confirmed his intention to return. The return stone was absorbed. The destination was Earth. Upon his return, Han Sung-gun first checked the messages on his smartphone. There were many missed calls from Miss Lee Ha-yeon. The young man decided to call her before leaving. At that moment, the power of Whisper of Flame requested a response from the contender Han Sung-gun. The young man responded and asked who was on the line. The girl replied that this was too much. Not only had her interlocutor forgotten about her, but he hadn't even sent a single message since they last saw each other in Japan. Couldn't he recognize her by her voice? The girl reminded him that she was Catherine Bennett. Surely he hadn't forgotten her completely. Han Sung-won replied that he couldn't possibly forget her. Catherine said she was glad to hear that and was ready to get down to business right away. Catherine Bennett explained that the conversation concerned an event related to the maze. She wanted Han Sung-gun to join her team. They had one vacancy. The young man agreed. Bennett was delighted. Had he really made his decision so quickly? Han Sung-won thanked the girl for saving him the time he would have had to spend looking for team members. Catherine Bennett said that Mr. Han Sung-gun was not only tall, but also quick to respond. The young man said there was no need to thank him. The young people agreed to meet at the entrance to the maze. The guy thought that, at times like this, useful connections really did matter. Catherine Bennett possesses the power of flame suppression. All of the enemy's stats are reduced by 10, and some of their skills are randomly sealed. This power will be extremely useful when returning skills while entering the insane difficulty level. Han Sung-gun decided that now was the time to call Miss Lee Ha-yeon and head to the meeting place. The young man opened the door and saw the girl on the threshold. She said it was good that Han Sung-gun was home. Han Sung-gun was surprised to see Miss Lee Ha-yeon there. The girl said that she had called many times, but Mr. Han Sung-gun did not answer, so she came herself. Han Sung-gun apologized and said he had been very busy. But how did Miss Ha-yeon find out where he lived? The girl laughed and said that there was a way to find out anything. Han Sung-gun thought, surely that wasn't a crime. The girl grabbed Han Sung-gun's hand and said that it wasn't important right now. The labyrinth had appeared, and the best candidates from all over the world were flocking here. Lee Ha-yeon added that they even found out his home address and came here. Isn't that a real crime? Han Sung-gun pointed out that the girl did the same thing. Lee Ha-yeon said that they needed to go to the quiet place immediately and select the contestants. The young man left the building and saw a huge crowd of people in the square. For a moment, there was an awkward silence. Someone from the crowd greeted the applicant, Han Sung-gun, and asked if the young man would like to join their clan. Eden. After that, an unimaginable noise arose. Lee Ha-yeon said they were late. Han Sung-gun apologized to Ha-yeon for his tactlessness and picked her up. The girl was surprised. What was going on? Han Sung-gun suggested they leave and said they should get out of there. The young man pushed off sharply and jumped high, rising above the houses. After a few blocks, Han Sung-gun landed. The girl was shocked by his behavior. Han Sung-gun suggested that those people were unlikely to pursue them here. Lee Ha-yeon turned pale and asked to be put down on solid ground. The girl added that she felt like she was going to be sick. Han Sung-gun apologized and said that he had flown too fast this time. Miss Lee Ha-yeon did indeed feel sick. Han Sung-gun added that there was no need for the selection process the girl had mentioned, as he had already joined the team. Lee Ha-yeon said she came here because she was worried about Han Sung-won. However, it turned out to be a waste of time. Han Sung-gun apologized and added that next time he would be sure to let her know first. Ha-yeon asked if that meant Mr. Han Sung-gun was going straight to the maze now. Han Sung-gun confirmed that he had the opportunity to enter the maze immediately, so he would enter the event area right away. Lee Ha-yeon wished Mr. Han Sung-gun a safe return. The girl smiled and added that Han Sung-gun should not overexert himself. The young man promised. They were transported to the entrance of the maze. In front of Han Sung-gun was the entrance to the giant tree maze. Some young people appeared nearby, and the girl said that Han Sung-gun had arrived early. The young man asked how Mr. Han Sung-gun was doing, since they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Han Sung-gun confirmed that they had indeed not seen each other for a long time. So Mr. Kim Sung-hoon and Mr. Oh Chun-sok had also joined the team? The young man could not have imagined that even S-rank hunter Kim Sung-hoon would be on the team. The hunter said he was glad that Han Sung-gun had joined the team. Catherine Bennett asked if Mr. Han Sung-gun had thought about which difficulty level to choose. The young man said he was going to choose the insane difficulty level. Although it was impossible to see what the reward would be, he was sure it would not disappoint. Catherine Bennett said she had no doubt about Han Sung-won's decision. They had no disagreement on this issue. In that case, he could go inside right away. Catherine said she had sent Mr. Han Sung-gun an invitation code, so he could just click on the link. The young people approached the gate. Hunter Kim Sung-hoon pressed the gate, and it swung open. Dam Chung-hwa said that Han Sung-gun was entering the labyrinth. The young man agreed, and added that after entering, they would have to part ways for a short time due to the effect of insane difficulty. The sword noticed that dreary idleness awaited him. Han Sung-gun said that he shouldn't be too upset about it. After all, as he cleared each floor, he would be able to regain either strength or skill each time. Dam Chung-ho noted that he never said he was capable of getting upset. Everything was up to Han Sung-gun. Dam Chung-ho asked the young man to always listen carefully to what he said. The player entered the first floor of the giant tree maze. The weapon currently in use turned out to be sealed. The skills and powers obtained in the maze cannot be used after exiting. The young man thought that after the sudden drop in all stats, his body had become heavier. Kim Sung-hoon said that he never expected that he would not be able to use the abilities he had been accumulating all this time. The conditions were met. The divinity against God's will was activated without fail. Catherine Bennett said that this was the speed possessed by someone with a dexterity of 10. Could Han Sung-gun have regained some skill in such a short time? The armed monster that appeared in the maze raised its weapon above Han Sung-gun and growled loudly. The young man activated the skill Grace of the Wind and dodged the enemy's attack. His speed increased by 80%, and the skill Critical Strike was activated. After a while, all the monsters were destroyed. The mutant goblin's entire HP reserve was depleted and converted into nutrients for the World Tree. Catherine said that this was an enemy that was difficult to deal with given their current stats. However, Han Sung-gun destroyed 4 of them in one fell swoop. Perhaps this man did not really belong to their species. Han Sung-gun thought he was lucky. If he didn't possess the martial arts of the Emperor of the Sword of Light and was left without his powers, he wouldn't have been able to fight like that. The young man decided that in this situation, even if the difference in strength was 4 times greater, he would be able to prevail. The player used all the souls he had absorbed to permanently increase his stats. Catherine Bennett approached the young man with the intention of talking to him. The girl said that starting next time, they would also like to take part in the battle. Bennett noted that they had no other choice now, as the goblins had attacked suddenly. But if Mr. Han Sung-gun continued to fight alone, they would only become a useless burden. Kim Sung-hoon said he agreed. They too must fight to adapt to the situation. Oh Chung-seok added that he did not want to go through the maze without doing anything. Han Sung-gun said he agreed. It would be appropriate growth. After defeating the 4 goblins, a secret room appeared in the maze. Catherine Bennett said that there might be a key there, so they needed to go in and check everything out. The room was strange. The stone statues resembled the God of Darkness. Talented candidates could receive the grace of the God of Darkness. Catherine Bennett said that there was a stone tablet here. Could they use it to receive grace? Kim Sung-hoon noticed that judging by its appearance, the altar would be activated when the slab was touched. The number of attempts might be limited, so they had to think carefully. Catherine Bennett said that in that case, she would try first. The candidate Catherine Bennett was chosen by the God of Darkness, so she received grace. The girl rejoiced and said that everything worked out. Using MP, she gained the ability to hide her body. The grace of the God of Darkness does not disappear even after leaving the tower. Moreover, she received the qualification of a candidate for apostleship and preliminary apostolic qualities. The God of Darkness looked at Catherine Bennett and smiled. Han Sung-gun wondered what kind of trick this was. The God of Darkness told the young man that his reunion was just around the corner and told him to wait a little longer. Catherine wondered why Mr. Han Sung-gun was staring intently in one direction. Was there someone there? The young man replied that there was nothing there. If they were done, they could leave this place. The altar of the hidden god was sealed. Everyone regretted that this was their only chance. Then every member of the team would have been able to receive the grace of the God of Darkness. Catherine said that they had gotten everything they could here, and now it was time to move on. After all, with their current stats, it could take half a day to complete the quest. Bennett thought that with the grace she had received, she would at least be able to be of some use to Mr. Han Sung-gun. Catherine Bennett asked Han Sung-gun if he had any strange thoughts again. The young man rushed forward and said that he couldn't have any strange thoughts. The skill Grace of the Wind was activated. Catherine Bennett said that Mr. Han Sung-gun had definitely gone mad. It was too dangerous to go alone. The young man shouted that as soon as he found the key, he would return immediately and bring it with him. Catherine thought that his impatient temperament had not changed at all. Han Sung-gun decided that if he moved with the others in their current state, he would waste too much time. The young man understood that, as the fastest, it was in his best interest to find the key first. Our hero came to a large fence with massive gates. Above the gates hung shields decorated with skulls. Behind the gate, a huge monster was devouring food. There was a loud crash. The monster was frightened and even lowered its ears. The source of the noise was Han Sung-gun. It was he who kicked down the gate, splitting it into splinters. The young man entered the boss hall on the first floor of the giant tree maze. Before him stood the wicked Goblin King, who had devoured all the mutated monsters on the first floor. The wicked Goblin King had been hiding in the giant tree's labyrinth, but he had never been able to descend deeper than the first level, which had depleted the world tree's nutritional resources. Han Sung-gun thought that he wasn't particularly interested in such explanations. The skill Combat Concentration was created. Han Sung-gun understood that, unlike the tower's achievements, the skills awarded here could only be used inside the maze. However, if he continued at the same pace, he could quickly clear all the floors. The player received a unique maze achievement and made the impossible possible. Han Sung-gun earned 15 maze points, received the exit key, and decided to go to the second floor. The system announced that it was now possible to enter the second floor of the maze and receive rewards. Catherine Bennett said she was very happy to get her skill back. Oh Chung-sok admitted that things had become a little easier for them now. Han Sung-gun thought that first of all, it was necessary to unlock the technique of cultivating heavenly blood. The seal was removed. Catherine Bennett noticed that Mr. Han Sung-gun did not look tired at all, or at least he gave that impression. The system announced that all players from one dimension were gathering at this location. The evil god was pleased to meet the participants and hold a blood festival. It was necessary to destroy one of the players and perform a sacrificial ritual. If they deceive the evil god and do not sacrifice anyone, the ancient demon will appear. Han Sung-gun wondered how this ancient demon could be dangerous. Catherine Bennett said that Han Sung-gun was up to something strange again. The girl added that even if they tried to stop the young man, he would still do what he wanted. Han Sung-gun asked if she was really interested in knowing what he was going to do. Catherine replied that he was that kind of person. He would not stop under any circumstances. Catherine Bennett said that in that case, they would leave the matter to Han Sung-gun and take a walk around the second floor themselves. The girl looked back and asked if Han Sung-gun could handle it on his own. In the meantime, they could find something useful. Han Sung-gun thought that would be even better. He said that he was going to capture the altar now. The wounded girl asked Han Sung-gun why he was doing this. After all, if no sacrifice was made, the ancient demon would appear. Han Sung-gun told her to stop making noise. He was trying to concentrate. After destroying several teams, the young man received many maze points and new skills. He didn't know exactly what these points were for, but he assumed they would definitely come in handy. The sacrifice was not made in time. Lightning flashed in the dungeon. An ancient demon appeared on the altar and said that he had not been in the world of insects for a long time. He introduced himself as Kanzel and announced that he would judge the people. There were many wounded people around, begging even the demon for help. The people asked the ancient demon not to stand idly by and to destroy this man, for he was a true monster. They offered to join forces with the demon. Kanzel turned around and said it was time for him to leave. He did not want to have anything to do with this great being. Han Sung-gun called out to the ancient demon and declared that he was not going to let him go. The demon knelt down. Han Sung-gun asked if the ancient demon only had such ordinary items. The player put on the mask of despair, which frightened ghosts and hid his presence. In his hand was the moon sword. The ancient demon said that he had given this man his most precious possession. Now he must destroy the deceivers of the evil god. Could he continue? Han Sung-gun replied that the demon was free to do as he wished. The ancient demon rushed at the people, announcing that the time of judgment had come. The people screamed that this man had brought a real demon and begged him not to come any closer. Han Sung-gun approached the demon from behind and delivered a crushing blow, splitting its body in two. The young man said that the demon had misunderstood him. He had not said that he would let him live. The demon became enraged. How dare this man betray him? Now he would tear him to pieces. Han Sung-gun activated the heavenly blood cultivation technique. Will. The one-strike skill was activated. The accuracy and destructive power of the next attack increased. The young man dodged the ancient demon's blow. The hidden unique quest, Subjugation of the Ancient Demon, was completed. Additional rewards were received. The player can restore one more ability on each floor. All players on the second floor of Whisper of the Evil God gained the opportunity to advance to the next floor. Han Sung-gun decided that the second floor was surprisingly easy. Catherine Bennett looked around and asked in surprise what had happened here. Kim Sung-hoon noticed that Han Sung-gun had had a good time here. Catherine said she didn't understand why the players ran away from here and didn't recommend going here. Han Sung-gun replied that a lot had happened here and asked if they had explored the entire floor. Kim Sung-hoon said that they had found the Water of Life. They also found the Box of Life, which was a very valuable acquisition. Han Sung-gun acknowledged that these were excellent items and said that he could also boast about what he had collected. Catherine examined everything and asked how many players he had defeated to collect so many items. The system at the entrance to the third floor offered to choose 2 abilities to unlock. The seal of the unique will, Transcendence, was removed. The seal of the skill, Skybreak, was removed. Han Sung-gun opened the gate and announced that they were moving on. The players entered the third floor of the giant tree maze, the domain of the defiled fairy. Here, all living things obey the defiled fairy. A fairy appeared and decided to play with the players. She said that the foolish humans had come here again. They must accept her offer and play. The defiled fairy demanded that the humans play with her. Otherwise, they would become her enemies. Catherine Bennett said in surprise that they would have to fight again, since they had only just stepped onto the third floor. The fairy asked what was wrong. Kim Sung-hoon suggested that she turn around. Behind the defiled fairy stood Han Sung-gun. The fairy said in amazement that this was impossible. Where did this man get such energy? Han Sung-gun silently punched the fairy in the head. Her legs buckled and she fell, hitting her head on the ground. Catherine asked Han Sung-gun if everything would be all right. The young man promised and said to trust him. Han Sung-gun said that now they had to collect their rewards. The player chosen by the fairy could use an exclusive store. Catherine Bennett asked if it was really necessary to go that far. Han Sung-gun replied that there was no need to worry. To feel safe, the defiled fairy was tied to a tree with ropes. When she woke up, she demanded to be released immediately. Han Sung-gun said that he liked to play just as much as the fairy did. The young man reached out and stopped his hand above the fairy's head. She asked what he was going to do. Han Sung-gung pushed the tree with his finger and smashed it to pieces. Only the stump to which the fairy was tied remained. Han Sung-gung said he was willing to stop if the fairy let him use the store. The frightened fairy asked what he would choose. The young people approached the store that had opened. The fairy still felt unwell. The shopkeeper thanked them for using the special maze shop. As soon as they placed their order, the items were immediately sent to their inventory. Han Sung-gun's team bought everything that was available in the store. After that, the young man told the fairy to open the door to the 4th floor. The fairy warned that if these people did not participate in the game of destroying the contenders, they would not be able to go up. Han Sung-gun reminded her that negative particles could not be used in his presence and showed her his fist. The fairy reconsidered and promised to open the door. The fairy suggested that they sign a contract of submission and turn this floor of the labyrinth into their domain. Han Sung-gun said he liked the idea and suggested proceeding with the agreement. From now on, the player can summon the fallen fairy. Control of the 3rd floor of the labyrinth is transferred to Han Sung-gun. He can move freely around the 3rd floor. It was necessary to establish new conditions for breaking through the 3rd floor. The fairy cried, becoming a servant of man. The young man came up with conditions for breaking through. Even if the contenders reached the 3rd floor, they would not have items of that class. He decided to settle on this condition. Catherine Bennett asked what condition Han Sung-gun had set. The young man replied that the contender would not be able to break through unless they presented an item of class C or higher. Catherine said that the idea was completely in line with the young man's spirit. The player received the Floor Ruler Maze achievement. The fairy said tearfully that even her playground had been taken away. The player could restore 2 abilities by choosing 2 positions. The Warrior's Defense Power and the True Blood Heavenly Demon Sword item were chosen. Han Sung-won turned to Dam Chung-hwa's sword. However, the rank did not match the floor level. All exclusive effects of the item are sealed until the 7th floor is reached. Han Sung-gung regretted it, but there was nothing he could do. Han Sung-gung said that all abilities had already been unlocked with the equipment, so they could proceed to the next floor. The fairy asked to be taken with him. She could no longer play on the 3rd floor, and if she stayed, she would simply be bored. The fairy added that if the young man took her with him, she could create a truly wonderful sword ego for him and also significantly improve the sword's characteristics. Han Sung-gun said he would call her when the time came. Until then, she should wait here. The fairy was upset and said that he was a bad person because she was also capable of many things. The squad entered the 4th floor of the giant tree's labyrinth, the Dark Zone. This place had been changed by the Dark Lord who had entered the labyrinth. Monsters that obey the Dark Lord dwell here. The floor is ruled by Lich, his subordinate. It is necessary to destroy the enemies and move on to the next floor, where the Dark Lord himself is located. Richard's subordinate ran to Lord Galbert and reported some urgent news. The contenders had entered the 4th floor. Galbert said that this was not a bad thing, as Sir Berhago and his soldiers were guarding the entrance. So far, no one had been able to break through the defenses. Sir Berhago was just approaching the throne. Halbert asked if Berchargo had come to report that all the challengers had been defeated. A bloodied Sir Berchargo told Galbert in a hoarse voice to run away and fell face down. Behind him stood Han Sung-gung and his squad. Han Sung-gung said that he was the challenger and he had won. The power of the Master of the Sword had increased to the power of the Flaming Sword. Galbert said that this was nonsense. All the power belonged to him and Sir Berhargo. Han Sung-gung turned to the undead and said that while he was fighting here, he had a question. Why did all the monsters on the 4th floor possess divine power? Richard shouted that the man had no right to speak that way. Did he even understand who was sitting in front of him? Galbert yelled at his subordinate, "This man is not someone you can talk to like that." Richard must shut his mouth immediately if he doesn't want to die. Galbert answered the question. On the next floor was a candidate for the apostles, and this was nothing less than a blessing bestowed by the Dark Lord. Han Sung-gun asked again, "Does the candidate for the apostles really have such enormous authority?" Galbert noted that in the labyrinth of the giant tree, he may well have such enormous authority. Han Sung-gung asked, "Why does this kind of authority arise in the labyrinth of the giant tree?" Galbert explained that the labyrinth is a place where gods compete. In the giant tree's labyrinth, various gods turn contenders into their believers. It is a place where competitions are held on this basis. Other than that, he knows nothing else. Han Sung-gun thought he had received important information. Now it was clear why there was an altar to the god of darkness on the 1st floor. Our hero didn't know everything, but the contenders fought like chess pieces for the benefit of the gods. It was a system he really didn't like. Han Sung-gun decided that he would climb to the top and crush everyone. The player received the Truth Maze achievement. Han Sung-gun thought there was no point in asking any more questions. Apparently, all the monsters currently on this floor are endowed with divinity. Halbert confirmed this. The elite, endowed with divinity, were gathered here. These elite monsters were very helpful to the Demon King. Han Sung-gun told Galbert to bring all the monsters endowed with divinity here. The young man announced that from this moment on, he was going to destroy them all. The extraction of divinity was successfully completed. The rank of necromancy rose to B level. Han Sung-gun thought that now he could absorb power as well. Catherine Bennett told Mr. Han Sung-gun to pay attention to the staff. Halbert informed the young man that he had given the treasures to his comrades. Catherine noted that this staff could be assigned several attributes. Any magic could give an advantage in a match. Catherine expressed confidence that this staff would be very useful to Mr. Han Sung-gun. The protagonist caught himself thinking that there was something childishly naive about Catherine. Han Sung-gun told the undead that he had finished his business and would like to go to the 5th floor. Galbert suggested following him. Galbert noted that if they went straight through this corridor, they could reach the exit from the floor. But the condition for breaking through the floor had not yet been met, so they would have to wait a little longer. Han Sung-gun said he saw no need to wait. Galbert and Richard were destroyed by the young man. The player absorbed the souls of the Supreme Lich and the Vampire Ghost. The power of ghost control is imprinted in the soul of the user, Han Sung-gun. Han Sung-gun told his companions that they had little time, so there could be no mercy. The system announced that the player would receive a reward. The young man thought that the useless skills he had acquired here could simply be used as materials for synthesis later. Han Sung-gun noticed that they were now heading to the 5th floor. Catherine Bennett noted that Mr. Han Sung-gun had once again done almost everything on his own. The players entered the 5th floor of the giant tree maze, the Hellish Fortress City. This is a place where demons that entered the giant tree maze formed a fortress city. The fortress city is not shared with other rivals except for the team and is more like a closed space maze. Catherine Bennett suggested that the situation here was indeed dangerous. The system reported that it is necessary to destroy the Dark Lord who rules the Hellish Fortress City. After that, it will be possible to go up to the next floor. However, if you get the Dark Lord's recognition, you can go up to the top floor without any payment. The monster that appeared said that the people were surrounded. They had to demonstrate their sincerity by dedicating their items. Catherine Bennett noticed that there are many demons here. It will be difficult to defeat them. The Guardian skill was activated. A magical barrier is created around the protected target or area, and all stats are increased. Catherine asked if Han Sung-gun was going to fight alone again at his own discretion. The young man replied that he would be fine if they put a few buffs on him. His colleagues should not go beyond the barrier. The demon said that the man was trying to resist. All the demons in this fortress were virtuous warriors. Maintaining order was beneficial to both sides. Han Sung-gun said that he would never believe that there were only virtuous demons in this fortress. That was just their view of the situation. The exclusive effect of the skill, the demonic sword of mixed origins, double strike, was activated. Divine power is consumed to increase the power of skills fourfold. Han Sung-gun said that he would now destroy all the demons and set about accomplishing his goal. The player received the End of the City dungeon achievement. Hunter Kim Sung-hoon said that the more he looked at this guy, the more he admired him. The members of the squad were in a protective shell and examined the consequences of Han Sung-gun's actions. The young man continued his triumphant advance. Now he understood where the Dark Lord was. The skill Destruction of the Heavens was activated, and Han Sung-gun entered the building. The protagonist saw a monster in front of him. Perhaps this was the Dark Lord himself. Han Sung-gun told the monster that it could rest assured. He was just a virtuous contender passing by the castle. The monster replied that he knew that the claimants had entered the city for the first time in decades. However, everything turned out to be much more serious than he thought. The Dark Lord said that if the man simply handed him the item, bloodshed could be avoided. Han Sung-gun did not know what to believe in order to pay tribute to the demonic tribe. The Dark Lord shouted that it was just a trivial item. But where had anyone ever seen anyone invade his fortress? Even the pretenders several decades ago did not engage in such tyranny. Who did the young man think these demons were? Filled with pride and honor, Han Sungun said that there are no demons filled with pride and honor, and attacked the Dark Lord, dealing him a devastating blow. Han Sungun added that a demonic tribe can have neither pride nor honor. The Dark Lord was deactivated. The protagonist sat down on the monster's throne and asked what was supporting this castle. Items taken from the contenders? That's just a waste of resources. The Dark Lord replied that without the items, the castle would collapse. Han Sungun declared that his interlocutor was too noisy and demanded that the Dark Lord give him everything immediately. The player received the Plunder the City Maze achievement. The Dark Lord was extremely upset about what had happened to his castle. Han Sungung said that the demon was upset over nothing. The Dark Lord said that he had devoted his possessions and even his life to this man. Therefore, he wanted the man not to destroy at least the city. Han Sungung promised, because he was a human after all, so he could easily fulfill such a request. The young man thought that even though he had destroyed almost everything in the castle before arriving, it shouldn't be a problem. The Dark Lord thought that he was not dealing with a human being, but with someone worse than the devil himself. Han Sungun asked the Dark Lord what was there and pointed in the direction to look. The demon said that it was a sanctuary that could be used to descend into the underground. It was an altar where sacrifices could be made to the demon god. Han Sungun asked if there was anything else there. The Dark Lord replied that there were relics, but unless you were a monster, a human being would not even be able to open the door. The dehumanization skill was activated. Now the player can become a creature outside the human race. This is one of the skills obtained on the 4th floor. This skill came in handy. Han Sungun was able to open the door and boasted about it to the Dark Lord. The demon was surprised because humans are not capable of opening this door. This means that he is a representative of the demonic tribe. Han Sungung told the demon to take him to the altar immediately if he wanted to live. Han Sungung asked what this place was built for. The demon said that an offering must be made to the god of demons, and then a holy relic could be obtained. This is a place where monsters can be imbued with divinity. Han Sungung said that it turned out that whether it was a demon or a monster, receiving divinity did not require any payment. The Dark Lord confirmed this, but there was a principle: give less to the weak and more to the strong. All monsters can receive divinity from this source. The young man said that it turns out to be very simple. The demon asked why the man was entering the water. Han Sungung replied that there was no need to worry. When he was done with his business, he would take the relic with him. The player entered the special zone, Demon Lake. Han Sungung thought that after using the dehumanization skill, he would not be identified as a human. The divine power strength rank increased by 1 level. The young man began to sink to the bottom and heard that for a beardless youngster who had only just established his divinity, he had a greed that knew no bounds. At the bottom of the lake was a demoness who said she was surprised. This man had more than 3 points of divinity. But even more amusing was that he had come here himself, having a human body. The demoness said that now she understood why many gods were watching him. It was truly a talent worthy of the status of a favorite of the tower. Han Sungung asked who she was and what favorite of the tower meant. The woman asked if the young man knew why the tower wanted him to become a powerful god and was giving him divinity. The tower hopes to obtain an omnipotent transcendent being that it can use as a puppet for its own purposes. However, in the dimensions that exist in this universe, there is no omnipotent transcendent being. Han Sungun asked what that meant. Couldn't the tower itself and the gods created so far be called omnipotent? The tower is stronger than the ancient god, but it is not an omnipotent transcendent figure. Han Sungung was surprised. Could it be that the tower had not achieved transcendence, but it had the power to create something transcendent? The woman said she had told him everything she could. The rest was up to the young man to figure out for himself. Or did he want to know more? However, there is no reward without payment. She said that she was a demon god and asked the contender Han Sungung for an alliance. The purpose of this alliance was to disrupt the competition between the gods in the labyrinth of the giant tree. The demon god promised to hand over the prize paid in the competition of the gods. After returning from the lake, the Dark Lord asked Han Sungun to what extent he had sucked the divinity out of the demon god. Han Sungun replied that it was none of his business and ordered him to be taken to the passage to the 6th floor. The young man thought that he needed to be extremely careful in the company of the Dark Lord. Han Sungung said that he had formed an alliance with his master. Therefore, from now on, even if he wanted to destroy the representatives of the demonic tribe, he would not do so. The Dark Lord thought that this was the seal of the demon god. He agreed if such was the will of the demon god. The system announced that the player would receive a reward and could restore 2 abilities. Counterattack Shield and Serene Mind were selected. Upon returning from the castle, Catherine Bennett asked Mr. Han Sung-gun how much torment the demons needed to bow their heads. The protagonist replied that he did not know, as he had never tortured them. The Dark Lord followed the young man. Catherine Bennett said that it was more important for her to know what Mr. Han Sung-gun had been doing until now. After all, they could also be useful to him, so they should not be ignored. Han Sung-gun apologized and added that he wasn't sure he could protect his colleagues. That's why he did what he did. Catherine noted that she was not saying he needed to apologize. It was just that the young man needed to realize that they were worried about him. Han Sung-gun suggested that they work together in the future and added that the 5th floor had also been cleared. The protagonist suggested quickly grabbing equipment from the maze's special store and immediately going down further. The players entered the 6th floor of the giant tree maze, the Cradle of Testing. This is a special floor controlled by the god of testing. Here, the dimensions of Earth and Murama can take part in joint trials. It is necessary to work together to defeat the clone pretender, who will soon appear and ascend. The players from other teams who were present said that the task was very easy. Could this really be their opponent? Hunter Kim Sung-hoon noted, on the contrary, that it might not be so easy. A challenger from the Earth dimension was created. Han Sung-gun. The clone challenger's level is so strong that it does not correspond to the floor level. Han Sung-gun's clone fought against the other challengers. The young man was surrounded and attacked. For the sake of balance, all uses of the clone challenger skill were announced in advance in a message. Han Sung-gun drew a circle and did not let any of his opponents into it. Han Sung-gun thought that only a few minutes had passed, but only 10 of the 40 people remained. He also noted that among the Murama masters present, there was no one who could defeat such an opponent. However, the young man decided that their team would be quite capable of doing so. Oh Chung-sok would cover Catherine Bennett from the rear, and the girl would endlessly apply buffs of enhancement. Han Sung-gun thought that in this case, the game would be worth the effort. All stats were temporarily enhanced by the special power, Song of White Flame. Mana regeneration speed was increased by the power, Mercy of the Volcano Spirit. Han Sung-won and his comrades attacked the clone pretender. The power increased skill increased the effectiveness of all types of skills. After the explosion, the special buff Reflection of Light was activated. Han Sung-gun said that the team was working well and that Catherine should continue to apply buffs one after another. The skill White Sword Cutting Through the Sea was activated. Clone pretender Han Sung-gun used the unique characteristic Necromancy to absorb spirit to completely reduce damage. The warrior watching from the sidelines thought that the opponent's movements were the martial arts of the Divine Sword Pack family. It was unexpected to see this here. The clone pretender used the Sword of the Heart. Han Sung-gun activated the counterattack shield skill. This skill accumulates damage and releases it instantly. The clone challenger absorbed all souls with the help of the unique characteristic Necromancy. Han Sung-gun approached his opponent and said that it was only natural to be pinned against the wall due to the difference in stats. Except for skills, the opponent does not use deep martial arts, so his combat instincts are partial. Even if he wanted to use martial arts, he did not know how to use mana control. He was simply a fake who did not know how to use anything properly. The clone pretender used the power of instant steps, as well as the skills Destruction of the Heavens and Bloodseeker. The water shield skill is used to automatically reduce damage. Han Sung-won noted that the clone's skill distribution was complete chaos. It was a good idea to use instant steps right away. The exclusive effect of the Demon Sword skill of the mixed elements, Double Strike, was activated. Divine Power was consumed to increase the skill's power fourfold. The skill White Sword Creating Emptiness was activated. Han Sung-gun struck his opponent. The protagonist said that this clone was weaker than previously thought. The power Mana Control was activated. The skill Focus on Strike was activated. The accuracy and destructive power of the technique used in the next strike increased. Oh Chung-sok said that this guy instantly identified the enemy's weaknesses and eliminated him right away. Catherine wondered if this was the person they all knew. The player absorbed the spirit of Han Sung-gun, the clone pretender. His skill was upgraded. The protagonist thought that he had obtained a worthy treasure, so he was able to destroy many enemies. The system announced that challenger Han Sung-gun had eliminated the challenger clone and completed the trial. Challenger Han Sung-gun took first place in the tournament. One of the participants said that he could not accept this. There was clearly some kind of mistake. How could the rankings be distributed in this way? The God of Verification is angry at the contenders who cannot accept the results. The God of Verification imposes sanctions on the contenders from the Murim dimension. Those who can prove it will pay the price according to the myth of the judge of proof. Some of the players said that they could not see anything in front of them now. The God of Verification smiles and says that finally the picture looks tolerable. A member of another team approached the protagonist and said he wanted to talk. Kim Sung-hoon objects, saying that they don't know who this person is. Therefore, it is better for him not to approach the challenger. The warrior said that there had been a misunderstanding. He had simply come to say thank you for saving his life. The old man said that he could not have imagined that he would see the martial arts of the Divine Sword Pack family used by a warrior from another dimension. Han Sung-gun said that this was the first time he had heard the name Divine Sword Pack family. The old man said that since the young man used the movements and tactics of the White Sword family, he was curious. Was he a descendant of the Divine Sword Pack family? The man added that in the past, the Hwasun sect had been greatly indebted to the Divine Sword Pack family. The protagonist did not expect such a connection with his administrator, White Crane Sword. The old man suggested that they continue the conversation another time. Since the young man was a descendant of the Divine Sword Pack family, someday they would have to repay their past debts for the help they had received. The old man added that if the young man happened to visit the dimension, he should find Lee Jin-gyun from the Hwasun sect. The man added that in that case they would be able to have a more in-depth conversation. Applicants with less than 10% contribution were completely excluded. Catherine asked Mr. Han Sung-gun what he had just discussed with the old man. The young man replied that the conversation was nothing special. Now they had better go up to the 7th floor. Catherine Bennett said she was glad that everything had ended well. Thanks to Mr. Han Sung-gun, the end of the maze was just around the corner. The young man replied that there was no need to thank him. The player would now be able to restore 2 abilities before going up to the 7th floor. The Starlight skill and the Harvest of Faith power had been unlocked. Han Sung-gun said that they should be even more careful on the 7th floor. They need to be on their guard as they move forward. Han Sung-gun thought that from this moment on, it was time to learn the true meaning of the Giant Tree Maze event. The players entered the 7th floor of the Giant Tree Maze. Sacred Land. Contenders from different dimensions could undergo trials together. They could choose their faction by selecting the god with whom they had established a relationship as they ascended the maze. There were 4 factions to choose from: Transcendence, Darkness, Demon, and Test. You must make your choice. Han Sung-won thought that he would be chosen as the Apostle. Catherine Bennett was surprised. What does Transcendence mean? She doesn't remember anything like that being mentioned. Kim Sung-hoon also had no idea where Transcendence came from. Han Sung-gun thought that his team members knew little about the gods. The young man suggested choosing the Transcendence faction. Catherine Bennett said that they didn't understand what was going on, but it seemed that Mr. Han Sung-hoon understood the issue. They trusted him and decided to do so. All team members unanimously chose the Transcendence faction. Candidate Han Sung-won was chosen as the faction's apostle and will receive a piece of the Holy Grail. Han Sung-gun thought that the plan was to give the parts of the Holy Grail to the other team members. But to do that, they would need to find the people who had those parts and capture them. The young man struck the ground in front of him. A huge pit formed in that spot. The protagonist did not know what would happen here, so if the squad went inside, he would put up a barrier. They just had to hold out inside. Hunter Kim Sung-hoon agreed and said that as soon as the barrier disappeared, they would immediately join Han Sung-gun. Catherine Bennett said again that in any case, they would only be a burden to Han Sung-gun, therefore they would sit quietly inside. Han Sung-gun thought that the squad might be disappointed, but there was nothing he could do about it. The Guardian skill was activated. The object and territory of protection were defined. A magical barrier was created over the protected area, and all stats were increased. Han Sung-gun decided that this would be enough. He camouflaged the place well. Now it was difficult to spot. Dam Chung-hwa's sword said that Han Sung-gun cherished his comrades very much. Such emotions were completely uncharacteristic of him. Han Sung-gun was surprised. Why did the sword wake up? Dam Chunhu replied that as soon as the young man entered the 7th floor, she thought he needed time to figure everything out. Therefore, she remained silent. The heavenly demon sword of true blood had been fully unlocked. The young man said that he was very grateful for such care. Dam Chunhua smiled and said that in that case, the young man should respect her with all his heart. She was the only person in the world who cared about him. Han Sung-gun said that he needed to gather his thoughts. Perhaps they would have to fight at full strength right now. Dam Chunhu was surprised because there were no enemies nearby. Han Sung-gun said that he was now going to summon all the enemies on this floor. Dam Chunhua asked if he was going to do what she thought he was going to do. The young man replied that her thoughts were absolutely correct. The Starlight skill was activated. The player received the Talented Person Maze achievement. The Slaughter skill was created. A total of 37 contenders from the Domination camp died. 41 contenders from the Oppression camp died. The gods are watching the contender Han Sung-gun. Catherine Bennett, while in hiding, asked her comrades if they could still call themselves a team in this situation. They are of no use to Han Sung-gun. Oh Chung-suk said that there was nothing they could do, that this was no longer a battle that humans could participate in. Therefore, they could not help him in any way. Catherine burst into tears and said that she was trying her best to be useful to him. She wanted to make the skill tree complex and tried to make full use of her magical abilities. Catherine wondered if shield or buff abilities were more useful than the abilities she had accumulated while climbing the tower. Everything she had managed to accumulate so far, risking her life, could easily be reduced to a few shields and a few buffs. The girl added that now she was unable to think that she could cope with anything. A woman appeared behind Catherine Bennett and said that she was a poor child. What caused such kind thoughts to appear in her head? Did she really want to help that child who looked like a moth? There was one way. The warrior, with a staff in his hand, stood over the magic circle and commanded the beast he had summoned to come out. At that moment, a huge magical beast appeared and roared loudly, spewing flames. The battle between the contenders continued with incredible force. A huge summoned beast appeared in front of the protagonist. It stood in the way of the group of competitors. The right to nominate a candidate was used in relation to the contender, Han Sung-gun. Han Sung-gun was attacked by the summoned beast and flew far back, but managed to stay on his feet. The warrior told the god of domination to look at the situation. Right now, the beast summoned by him will crush this man. The warrior was a contender who serves the god of domination. Another player said that the gods they serve had made a firm decision regarding this man. If he surrendered now, they would give him the opportunity to die peacefully. This was a contender who serves the god of nature. Another player said that he was tired of messing with this man and that he should be finished off as soon as possible. This was the contender who served the god of oppression. Han Sung-gun thought that he had used this skill from the very beginning to reveal his location. His plan was working like clockwork. The sword was surprised. In such a situation, did the young man still find time to think about such insignificant things? One of the contenders said that this man had left their offer unanswered, so a painful death awaited him. Dam Chunhua said that the opponent was advancing, so it was necessary to get into a fighting stance. However, the rival was attacked by tentacles that appeared from under the ground. The challenger gasped for breath and asked, "Didn't we form an alliance to destroy that scoundrel?" The competitor said that after careful consideration, he had come to the conclusion that it would be better to destroy this challenger. There was no need to be too angry with him for that. The challenger rushed at his opponent and called him an insignificant hybrid. If he was so eager to die, then that could be quickly arranged. The god of battle was extremely angry and hurled curses. Han Sung-gun witnessed an explosion at the site of the conflict between the challengers. The god of battle, the god of domination, the god of nature, and the god of oppression consumed divine power and authority to bring about the Advent. The Advent was activated. Now all the gods dwell in the bodies of the contenders. There was no one who could be trusted. Han Sung-gun thought that less than 5 minutes had passed, and already such a fight had broken out. They were simply fighting each other. The young man did not expect all the gods to use the Advent at the same time. It would be strange for him to just stand and watch all this. The god of darkness smiled and descended upon the future apostle Catherine Bennett. The technique of the god of darkness was used. Han Sung-gun continued to watch from the sidelines. The other gods were surprised. Why would such an ancient deity as the god of darkness take such a position? The god of darkness turned to the young man and said that she was not his enemy. The god of darkness told the man to calm down, that she would eliminate another of his enemies. Han Sungun did not know if this was because Catherine had previously received a blessing on the first floor of the giant tree maze. The opponent shouted for the god of darkness to stop. The victim shouted that the god of oppression had decided to run away from here alone. The god of darkness in Catherine's body said she couldn't stop. If she could protect this child in this way, then she was willing to take that step. Han Sungun thought that this could be dangerous. He should not have allowed Catherine to receive the blessing on the first floor. The sword told the young man not to give in to his emotions. He had to act with a cool head, otherwise all his efforts would be wasted. Wasn't there something more important right now? Han Sungun said that he understood this himself and rushed at his opponent. With the death of the future apostle, Erida Riola Valki, the advent of the god of domination was eliminated. A fragment of the holy grail of the domination faction was obtained. The opponent asked why the god of darkness always interferes. Han Sungun was surprised. Did the god of battle have no brain at all? If he knew how to think things through, he would have run away immediately, like the god of oppression. Han Sungun told his opponent not to worry about the god of darkness. The young man added that he was the enemy of the god of battle. The god of battle said that the young man did not know his place. Who did he think he was to open his mouth? Did a man who was incapable of using apostolization really think he could win again this time? Han Sungun activated the more powerful effect of the Blood Sky Energy Force. The god of battle laughed and said that he had seen this ability before. He prepared for such an attack. The god of battle decided that his opponent did not know that demon blood entering a human's veins would be fatal. The young man would have to die a miserable death because of the demonic blood that had entered his veins. A more powerful effect of the dehumanization skill was activated. Han Sungun said that since he was not human in the current system, he had completely absorbed the characteristics of a vampire using the dehumanization skill. The young man said that forces destructive to humans had no effect on him. The player was given some of the advantages of the vampire race, which were inherent in the dehumanization skill. Han Sungun asked his opponent if that was all he could come up with. The god of battle angrily said that the man had abilities granted by the tower and was even bragging about them. The god of battle took on his true form and told the man to get ready. The god of battle paid the labyrinth a fee in the form of divine power and received permission to use it. During the sacred battle, part of the monostat points of the challenger, Han Sungun, were temporarily transferred to his opponent. The god of battle said that his opponent had good divinity, which did not suit his character at all. The god of battle warned that if the young man continued to fight him, he would gradually deplete his divine power. The god of battle attacked the young man and said he wanted to see how long he could hold out. The opponent approached and punched the protagonist. Will the man now be able to use his tongue without bones? The god of battle told his opponent to try to hold out a little longer before giving up. Han Sungun said that even during battle, God speaks without stopping. At that moment, the young man had Dam Chung Hua's sword in his hands, and the more powerful effect of the flaming sword was activated. Now our hero could effectively dodge, counterattack, and evade his opponent's attacks. Due to the divine battle, all of Han Sungun's senses were greatly weakened. The young man fell to his knees. Part of the challenger's mana stat is temporarily transferred to the opponent. Dam Chung Hua said that at this rate, the young man would only meet his doom. Something had to be done. The god of battle said that he had had his fill of his opponent's divine power. Now he had no divine power left of his own, which was why he was struggling to stay on his feet. However, the heart of the god of battle was suddenly struck by cataclysms. He cried out loudly and fell to his knees. The god of battle did not understand what it was or where the pain came from. The special skill, Uncontrollable Pain, was activated. Han Sungun approached his opponent and asked if the same thing happened when he used other people's abilities without caution. Han Sungun said that before destroying his opponent, he should return his divine power. The god of battle asked what the man was doing. The young man explained that before fighting the god of battle, he had applied the reversal effect to his divine power. If he deactivated the reversal, the divine power would return to him by disappearing. The god of battle told the young man not to think that this was the end. He would put everything on the line and destroy him. Han Sungun struck his opponent with his sword and said that he was too noisy. The player absorbed the spirit of the future apostle, Sven Oba, A part of the Holy Grail of the God of Battle faction was obtained. The God of Darkness said that she planned to help the young man if necessary. However, now he can fight perfectly well without her help. Hansungan received a fragment of the Holy Grail of the God of Nature faction. The God of Darkness said that judging by his face, the young man had many questions. She was happy to listen to him because now she had the opportunity to give more comprehensive answers. The young man decided to ask directly, was he some kind of special being to the God of Darkness? Or did she want to make him her apostle? The God of Darkness replied that she liked smart children, but she did not particularly enjoy such conversations. The God of Darkness confirmed that she wanted to make this young man her apostle, and there was something else she sincerely desired. At the moment when the young man is given the position of omnipotent transcendence, capable of fulfilling the tower's cherished desire, will he do what the tower wants? Or will he go another way and create a new ending? The God of Darkness said that she wants to see the moment when it all ends. The tower hopes for an omnipotent transcendence that it can use for its own purposes. Han Sung-gun thought she was saying the same thing as the demon god. The young man realized that the tower was hoping for an omnipotent transcendent being. He had been chosen as a candidate for this position. But what was this new ending? The God of Darkness yawned and said that she was no longer able to support the Advent. Although it was difficult to encounter such a thing in the labyrinth, she chose a believer who could help the young man. She would also pass on the rewards received in the labyrinth of the giant tree through the believer. The Goddess of Darkness said that they would meet later in the tower. The divinity of darkness is dispelled, and the black energy invading the earth disappears. Dam Chunghua said that no matter how much she looked, she still couldn't believe her eyes. It was amazing how the God of Darkness had dealt with so many enemies while the young man was fighting the God of Battle. If the God of Battle had been the enemy, the young man would have had a very difficult time. Han Sung-gun said that if she was that strong, someone like him would have died in an instant from her attack. Dam Chunghua said that compared to the God of Darkness, the God of Battle was just a child. Han Sung-gun said that he fully understood this. The young man thought that in order to avoid such situations, he needed to grow as much as possible and naturally become stronger as soon as he returned to the tower. The system announced that the player would receive the physical advantage of Favorite of the Moon from the vampire factors stored in the dehumanization skill. Dam Chunghua said that this couldn't be true. What kind of crazy tribe was this? Was it some kind of trick? It couldn't be that the reward had suddenly turned into a jackpot. Han Sung-gun said that it was a kind of skill, perhaps even a talent. It was necessary to use all available souls to permanently increase one's stats. Dam Chunhua said that the young man had no conscience at all. At the time, she couldn't have imagined that it was possible to hit such a jackpot here. The young man thought, if he used the souls, what new skills could he acquire? The protagonist was asked if he was Han Sung-gun's contender. The young man turned around and saw a girl in front of him. The stranger said she was a believer who served the God of Darkness. The girl gave her name as Arya. By the will of the God of Darkness, she would lead the contender, Han Sung-gun, to the last floor of the labyrinth. Han Sung-gun wondered what her real goal was. Was she really showing him favor without any tricks? Dam Chunghua told the young man not to worry. From what she could see, the Apostle Arya was called to help him. If the God of Darkness had asked her to provide support, then this apostle would act according to his will. Arya told the young man not to feel burdened by anything and to calmly give her any order. Han Sung-gun said that it was difficult for him to trust her yet. The young man considered using the skill he had just acquired. Han Sung-gun declared that if Arya accepted the contract, he would indeed trust her. The slave contract skill was activated. The protagonist told the girl to sign the contract. After the contract was signed, the relationship between master and slave could not be broken. The slave contract was concluded by mutual consent. Arya couldn't believe that Han Sung-gun had blessed her with a 14-point increase in her stats. The girl said that the young man's generosity was so great that he reminded her of the God of Darkness. Han Sung-gun said, "Enough words of gratitude. What she must do for him is much more important." Han Sung-gun asked Arya to heal the girl lying next to her. Apostle Arya said that she was unable to heal this future apostle. The girl was struck by a fever caused by the Advent. Han Sung-gun asked what that meant. People with low physical abilities are unable to withstand the divinity introduced into the body through the Advent. These people suffer from high fever. The girl will spend at least a week unconscious in bed. Han Sung-gun said that if these words were true, The situation was not good. Apostle Arya said that Mr. Han Sung-gun was now in danger. Since Han Sung-gung now has more than 2 pieces of the Holy Grail, he may become a target for other factions. Han Sung-gun said that in that case, his other comrades are also in danger. After saying this, the young man jumped high into the air. Arya asked where Mr. Han Sung-gun had suddenly jumped to. Han Sung-gun said from a bird's-eye view that Miss Arya should protect his comrade and follow him. Han Sung-gun thought that while he was busy fighting, not a single thought had crossed his mind. The fact that Catherine Bennett was outside meant that the barrier protecting his other comrades had been destroyed. This meant that there was a high probability that they had become the target of another faction. The fragile girl, Apostle Arya, carried the unconscious Catherine Bennett on her shoulders. She asked Han Sung-gun to wait for her and not to rush. Han Sung-gun arrived at the scene and found a depressing picture. Dam Chung-hwa said that the situation was more serious than she had expected. Not long ago, this had been a battlefield. A bloodied Kim Sung-hoon sat near a tree, showing no signs of life. Everyone around him also showed no signs of life. Apostle Arya said that an attack had been carried out using poison. Apparently, during the attack, the enemy had used weapons coated with poison. Arya added that although they had managed to destroy a huge number of people who had been poisoned, they had apparently used up all their strength in doing so. The enemy took advantage of the fact that Mr. Han Sung-gun was absent at the time. The young man remained silent, clenching his teeth. Arya said there was no need to worry, as the poison could be completely eliminated within a few months. In the meantime, she recommended using up all their HP and returning to Earth. Han Sung-gun said he agreed. Contenders Kim Sung-hoon and Oh Chun-sung completely used up their HP and were banished to their original world. Arya said that now they should prepare for battle. On the other hand, several contenders were approaching. Han Sung-gun said that at the moment, he wants to exchange useless items for divine power. The young man finished the exchange and said that this should be enough. The conditions were met. Of the 20 factions of gods, 11 lost part of the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is given to the faction of God that has collected more than 10 fragments. The activation of the Holy Grail begins. The system announced that the feminine power of ignition would only be unlocked on the 7th floor. Thus, the young man received the power of ignition. The gods use a special power, embodied body, in relation to the contender Han Sung-gun. Now the location of the contender Han Sung-gun is known to all camps. The young man thought that he had never encountered anything like this before. What could it be? The protagonist wondered why they were so obsessed with catching him. Apostle Arya was indignant. How dare these insignificant minor gods use such a trick on Lord Han Sung-gun? Arya said that all Master Han Sung-gun had to do was give the order, and she would deal with all the insignificant scoundrels who had flocked here. Dam Chung-hwa said that anyone who called themselves an apostle was truly insane. The pretender Regvik was chosen as the apostle of the Destruction faction and received a piece of the Holy Grail. Regvik announced that for the sake of the great god of destruction, he would punish Han Sung-gun. Everyone looked up and saw a strange energy around the moon. Regvik asked, "What is that? Is that really the moon?" The special power, Moonlight of False Suffering, causes terrible sadness in designated enemies. Those present cried out that their heads hurt. In addition, tears began to flow without stopping. The health of enemies affected by the special power will decrease when they are sad. Regvik also began to cry and clutch his head. All stats are reduced by 10 due to the special power, the gaze of the observer who looks down on everyone from above. The clumsy god of destruction shouts that it is necessary to move forward. Regvik declares that if he continues to move forward, he will surely meet his doom. The clumsy god of destruction says that it doesn't matter because they are nothing more than expendable. Regvik became even more depressed and said that he understood everything. The Holy Light skill was activated. Han Sung-gun watched from the sidelines as explosions appeared in various places. A total of 17 contenders from the Destruction faction were destroyed. Contenders from the Observation and Suffering factions were also destroyed. Han Sung-gun said that since he had applied a debuff with the moonlight, the accuracy of Holy Light had increased. The young man thought it was a brilliant move to obtain the moonlight by grinding up the returned items at the Fallen Fairy stage. The gods of the Destruction, Observation, and Suffering factions vowed to cooperate with each other to deal with the contender, Han Sung-gun. Dam Chung-hwa said that they understood. Defeating Han Sung-gun would require some effort. The young man must prepare himself. The minor gods are approaching, He must be extremely careful, as he will have to face 3 minor gods. Han Sung-gun calmly said that he knew about this. The clumsy god of destruction said that she would make the young man realize how pathetic he was. A special divine power, incarnate body, was activated. The clumsy god of observation activated the special divine power, incarnate body, and said, "What is before them?" But how did he manage to enter this labyrinth? The fake god of suffering activated the special divine power, incarnate body, and asked, "Is this really the candidate chosen by the tower?" This is a clear violation of authority. Han Sung-gun thought, looking at the doll-like appearance, that it could be assumed that the incarnated body was not a human body, but a doll created in its likeness, in which the soul dwelled. Han Sung-gun thought that the incarnate body was something truly grand. However, it was just a mundane doll. The young man looked at his opponent's appearance once more and said that it was very disgusting. The god of destruction said that the young man would regret it if he decided to anger them. The gods prepared to attack. Han Sung-gun was also determined and held a sword in each hand. The gods in puppet bodies moved from place to place, gradually approaching their opponent. Han Sung-gun thought that even if they were embodied bodies, the gods remained gods. They could not be underestimated. The protagonist was attacked and forced to retreat. The young man thought that fighting all 3 of them was quite difficult. The gods used their unique abilities and activated magical spell circles to trap their opponent. They said that no matter how hard Han Sung-gun tried to escape from them, he would still remain within their grasp. Han Sung-gun thought that if there were only 2 of them, he would be able to fight them off. Was escape really the only option now? Apostle Arya said she was ready to take on one of these gods. If the number of opponents was reduced by at least 1, Mr. Han Sung-gun would be able to hold out. She could be trusted. Apostle Arya used the unique ability Dark Flicker. The body becomes like darkness and teleports to the desired location. Arya called the gods fools. How dare such nobodies bother Mr. Han Sung-gun? She will teach them true darkness. Apostle Arya activated a power reserved only for apostles. Infinite Abyss. The false god of suffering asked why a fanatic serving an ancient deity was here. The specified target will be banished to the world of the abyss for 10 minutes. The false god said that this was impossible. However, the deity had been disconnected from the divine source and could no longer be used. Han Sung-gun said that now he only had 2 rivals left. The young man added that he needed to deal with them in 10 minutes. The clumsy god of destruction could not even imagine that Han Sung-gun was connected to the god of darkness. His existence was unacceptable. Han Sung-gun said that the god of destruction was the one who poisoned his companions. The god of destruction said that she had ordered her worshippers to destroy 2 annoying bugs in order to corner Han Sung-gun. She had to use poison. Han Sung-gun asked if the god of destruction had announced his last will. The divine power deification was activated. The protagonist changed his appearance and said that his rivals would be torn to pieces. The skill Mana Surge of the True Blood, Heavenly Demon Sword Soul Ego was activated. The thought process accelerated. A virtual magical organ was created to assist the movement of mana. Han Sung-gun said that this was not enough, after which a more powerful effect of the flaming sword power was activated. The deities were frightened by their opponent's transformation. The exclusive effect of the mixed origin demon sword skill, Double Strike, was activated. Divine power would be required to increase the power of the force skill 4-fold. The god of suffering said that this pressure was incredibly powerful. The god of destruction must attack the young man faster with his power. The god of destruction said that she is under tremendous pressure from his skills alone. She is powerless to harm him in any way. The god of suffering said that the god of destruction was useless. The god of suffering added that at his signal, they should prepare to flee. At that moment, the protagonist struck, and the god of suffering suffered damage. His arm was injured. Han Sung-gun said that judging by their reaction, the gods felt the pain fully. An intense attack was launched. The young man said that since they dared to touch his comrades, they could not hope for an easy death. Han Sung-gun approached the god of destruction lying among the rocks. A special power called Sword of God Destruction was created. The wounded god of destruction said that the tower had raised a monster. Will the tower be able to fulfill its cherished desire? Han Sung-gun was surprised. What cherished desire was he talking about? The incarnated body of the clumsy god of destruction died from injuries it could not overcome. The young man only guessed, but it turned out that if the incarnated body of the god was conquered, Would the spirit of the god remain? If he had gathered the two parts, then there was only one villain left to deal with. The clumsy god of observation paid a huge amount of faith in divine power for the labyrinth. He escapes from the world of the abyss with the help of an exclusive divine right. However, the protagonist caught up with the fugitive and dealt him a devastating blow. At the same time, the young man greeted him, but there was no response. Han Sung-eun said that he would not be offended if the clumsy god of observation did not greet him. Han Sung-eun added that, as expected, a blow of such force would not destroy his opponent immediately. The clumsy god of observation asked what had happened here. While he was tied to a tree, Han Sung-eun reminded him that they were the ones who started the fight. The god of observation said that if they hadn't found him here, the situation wouldn't have developed this way. He was the one who should have been eliminated from the very beginning. Han Sung-eun said that he had beaten his opponent poorly if he still did not understand anything. After these words, another blow was struck to the head. The young man said that he knew perfectly well that even though it was an incarnated body, the god of observation felt pain to the fullest extent. He would beat him until he realized the situation. The bound opponent told the young man to stop. It seemed that he had defeated the others in the same way. The god of observation asked what the challenger Han Sung-eun wanted from him. The protagonist said that he had a few questions and wanted to learn more about the labyrinth. In return, he wanted to make a deal. Was his opponent willing to hear his terms? Han Sung-eun said that he could not promise not to harm the incarnated body. The god of observation said that they would pay dearly if they harmed the young man. If the god of observation broke this oath, the Tower of Trials would immediately strip him of his divinity. Han Sung-eun agreed and said that now they could proceed with the interrogation. Han Sung-eun asked his interlocutor to tell him about the tower. The god of observation said he knew nothing. The protagonist took out his sword again and said that his opponent still did not understand anything. The god of observation admitted that he had some basic knowledge. However, since he had only recently become a god, he knew very little. The young man said that he wanted to know about the trial in the labyrinth of the giant tree. His interlocutor replied that the giant tree maze was an event space created by modifying the world tree. The Tower of Trials was the one who transformed this place into a maze. After that, invitations are sent to the gods to participate in the competition of the gods. Each god chooses the level of difficulty of the labyrinth. He sets up an altar and makes the contenders his followers. The winner is determined based on which contender reaches the last floor of the labyrinth. As for the reward, the winner randomly receives one of the privileges of the tower administrator and can use it. Han Sung-woo thought he needed to choose one of the administrators. The young man asked if he knew anything about the god of darkness. The god of observation said that it was one of the 7 ancient deities that had existed since the beginning of time. Han Sung-eun was now close to the god of darkness. However, the young man had better prepare himself for the fact that she would consume him completely. The god of observation began to fade away. He said that if there was light within the young man, it would eventually lose its value and bring darkness. Darkness will come precisely when he no longer has the strength to shine. The interlocutor added that at that moment, the god of darkness would truly rejoice. Apostle Arya fell to her knees and asked for forgiveness. She had made a mistake by letting that little bug slip away. She deserved punishment. Han Sung-eun said that the girl was not to blame. He had dealt with the god himself, so there was no need to kneel. Arya said that one should not expect anything else from the favorite of the god of darkness. The young man's skill was at a high level. Dam Chung-hwa added that this apostle's mood changed very quickly. Arya handed the young man a bag and told him to take it. Fragments of the Holy Grail of the factions of darkness, nature, cunning, and demons were obtained. The girl said that, taking into account the pieces of the Holy Grail, there were only 10 of those gods. The system reported that the conditions had been met. The Holy Grail will be given to the Apostle of God, whose faction has obtained more than 10 pieces of the Holy Grail. Exclusive to the labyrinth, the Holy Grail is obtained by fulfilling special conditions on the 7th floor of the giant tree labyrinth. In the labyrinth temple, the young man can meet all the divine beings who participated in the giant tree labyrinth event. Apostle Arya said that Mr. Han Sung-eun had already reached the end. She no longer had any fragments of the Holy Grail. The girl added that therefore, starting from the next floor, she would not be able to follow him. Han Sung-eun said that in that case, he would go on alone. He was glad to have met Arya. The girl asked in embarrassment how Mr. Han Sung-eun could say such beautiful words to a creature like her. The apostle told Mr. Han Sung-eun to use it if he ever found himself in a difficult situation. It was an exclusive ticket out of the maze. If the contender sets a goal after tearing the ticket, the exclusive exit effect will be activated. The young man immediately tore up the ticket. The apostle exclaimed in surprise, "The number of uses is depleted to 0, and the item is completely destroyed." Catherine Bennett began to come to her senses. Contender Catherine Bennett was returned to her original dimension. Arya said that her time had also come to an end. It had been a great honor for her to serve the young man. Although the meeting was short, she would look forward to seeing him again. Dam Chung-hwa said that it was finally quiet. Was the young man going to set off right away? Han Sung-gun said he was going to go where the gods had gathered, just in case it was necessary to be fully prepared for battle. Dam Chun-hwa noted that she was tired of waiting. Before passing the last floor of the labyrinth, the contender must go to the labyrinth temple. The protagonist entered the temple of the labyrinth. The gods watched him. The god of darkness said she was glad the child was unharmed. It was interesting to watch this trial. The contract was fully fulfilled. The clumsy god of destruction casts a glance at the challenger. The false god of suffering is angry at the challenger and grits his teeth. The clumsy god of observation feels a slight fear of the challenger. The god of battle reveals his strong intention to destroy the challenger. A proposal has been made to stop behaving inappropriately and make a decision. It was necessary to decide whether the candidate Han Sung-gun deserved to know the whole truth. After a vote, it was concluded that the claimant was worthy of knowing the truth about the tower. The god of darkness said that Han Sung-gun could be proud of himself. He was given the right to know the truth. The young man must have understood what exactly the tower wanted from him. Han Sung-gun thought that when people talk about the ancient god, they most likely mean a powerful deity who has accumulated strength over a long period of time. The young man assumed that the tower was placing its hopes on an omnipotent transcendent being. The tower wanted only one thing from the transcendent being: the destruction of all gods. This is the only reason why the tower is forcing the young man to grow. Han Sung-gun was surprised. Could the reason why the tower is forcing him to grow be to destroy the gods? If so, why are they keeping him alive now? What is the position of the gods who helped him? After all the gathered gods could destroy him now. The young man thought, could he really die now? The god of darkness told the young man not to worry. If they wanted to, they would have done it long ago. They held back because they decided that he, who had the power to destroy most of them, was extremely valuable. Han Sung-gun thought, could the gods be asking him to destroy the tower? The god replied that the young man had hit the nail on the head. Han Sung-gun said that he was not strong enough to destroy the tower. At present, it was an impossible task for him. The god of darkness offered the young man a deal. From now on, the ancient deity would not harm him. In return, he would not be hostile to the gods who had not harmed him. If there were hostile gods, the young man could decide for himself whether to spare their lives. Han Sung-gun agreed and added that he was satisfied with the terms of the deal. It was decided that the deal was done. Now everyone could speak. The god of darkness said that she was bored. She believed that the god of light would destroy the young man. However, the problem was solved very quickly. The contract previously concluded at the demonic lake was successfully fulfilled. The god of darkness could not have imagined that the young man would bring about the downfall of so many gods on the 7th floor. He exceeded all expectations. As a reward, he received the exclusive power of gaze blocking. He now had the ability to completely block the gaze of deities and administrators. One of the gods said he would grant the applicant power and offered to serve him. He received the exclusive power of information viewing. Information stored by low-ranking beings can now be viewed through the system. This power can be used without restriction, even on inanimate objects. The god said that the young man had mastered the embodiment of the dragon, so he was completely disposed toward him. Han Sung-gun thought that only the dragon god could speak in such a manner and behave so crazily. The young man said that if it was the dragon god, he expected to see a real dragon. But that was not the case. The god said that if it was so important to the young man, he could immediately take on the form of a dragon. And so it happened. Would the pretender now agree to serve him? Han Sung-gun replied that he was not eager to serve, but he sincerely thanked him for this gift. The dragon god was indignant and said that no one behaves this way, because the pretender had even received the art of dragon incarnation. Han Sung-gun thought that now he had the power to see information. Dam Chung-hwa is the 7th heavenly demon of the Church of Blood Demons, and a candidate who has ascended to the 41st floor of the Tower of Trials. She previously possessed the divinity of bloodlight, but it has now been taken away from her. She is awaiting a decision and is currently frightened. The Dragon God offers the contender the position of apostle. The exclusive power Gaze Lock is activated. The Dragon God's gaze is instantly blocked. The Dragon God said that if the candidate accepted the power, he must respond to the offer with consent. Another god said that the candidate has fully proven his worth, so he will also receive a reward from her. The exclusive power Increase Reward has been obtained. It is now possible to increase the level of the reward received for the tower trial. The goddess said that if the challenger paid the remaining price of the test, she would give him something else. She would wait for him in the test temple in the common area on the 21st floor. The goddess promised to tell the young man about the future. She eagerly awaited him at the appointed place. Han Sungun told the gods that he needed to leave for a moment, and then he ran away. The transition to the last floor of the labyrinth is underway. The difficulty of the last floor will be adjusted. This place is the last floor of the labyrinth and the place where all the qualities of the candidates are tested. If the candidate can withstand the power of the gods who have summoned the apocalypse more than 4 times, the last floor of the labyrinth will be cleared. The gods of despair, downfall, and madness wish to obtain the divinity of the contender. Looking at him, the protagonist clearly felt that this was a battle he could not win. If Han Sungun withstands the power of the gods, the last floor of the labyrinth will be cleared. Han Sungun drew his swords from their sheaths and prepared for battle. Han Sungun resisted. The gods demanded that he give up his power willingly, because it was not his power. He would lose it anyway, even if they had to destroy him. The young man felt his body melting. He needed to heal himself quickly with the help of divinity. The system reported that the contender had once overcome the power of the god of despair, fall, and madness. Dam Chunghua said that if Han Sungun had been even a second late, he would have been in danger. He must remain vigilant at all times. The situation was only getting worse, but the contender Han Sungun was not going to give up. The skill of the soul ego of the heavenly demon sword of true blood was activated. Lightning fast thinking. A virtual magical organ was created to aid the movement of mana. Divinity was consumed, and the skill Sealing Enhancement of Divinity was temporarily sealed. Han Sungun was surprised. Had his skill really been sealed? The god of despair, downfall, and madness laughs loudly. The myth Battle-Hardened Warriors has been activated. All stats have been increased. The more powerful effect of the Starlight skill is activated. The challenger twice overcame the power of the god of despair, fallen, and madness. The opponent said that the man continues to do foolish things, but soon this will come to an end. Divinity has been depleted, and the Starlight skill is temporarily sealed. The special buff Blessing of the Unfallen has been activated. Resistance to all attacks related to divinity has been developed. The creature declared that resistance was futile. To overcome it, a volume of divinity higher than the specified norm would be required. The Starlight skill is temporarily sealed by divinity. The creature continued to attack and declared that the young man had no time to rest. The skill Destruction of the Heavens has been activated. There are no restrictions on what the challenger can destroy. The Sealing skill, Divine Power Enhancement, is removed from the sealed state. The Heavens Destruction skill is temporarily sealed. Dam Chunhua said that if the skill had been unlocked, then there must be limitations on the number of skills he could block using divinity. The creature said, "Does the challenger really think that understanding this will change anything?" Dam Chunhu said that she was ready for anything and offered to endure it. Divinity was consumed, and the skill Sealing, Divinity Enhancement, was temporarily sealed. The skill Destruction of the Heavens was removed from its sealed state. The skill Destruction of the Heavens is activated. There are no restrictions on what the claimant can destroy. The challenger has overcome the power of the god of despair, fall, and madness 3 times. The creature repeated that humans are insignificant and suggested that they obediently renounce this power. The gods paid the tower a huge amount of divine energy and received limited permission to use the myth. The myth Greed was obtained. Han Sungun thought that first he needed to get out of there. The protagonist realized that this was a level of power that he really couldn't stop. The skill Last Resistance was activated. Any wound inflicted on the contender was nullified. The challenger overcame the power of the god of despair, fall, and madness 4 times. The conditions were met. After clearing the 10th floor of the giant tree maze, the challenger will receive a reward for conquering the maze. Among all the challengers in the maze, Han Sungun was the first to overcome the difficulty of madness. As a reward for the breakthrough, the old wristwatch of the returnee will be sent to the inventory. The creature told the tower that it was her old friend. If it weren't for the restrictions of the giant tree maze, the challenger would have been destroyed with a single blow. The creature said that the next time they met, it would definitely destroy the challenger. The opponent disappeared, and a clear sky appeared above the young man's head. The veil cleared, and the sky cleared completely. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. The young man said that the maze was finally over. Dam Chunghua noted that during the battle, she thought Han Sung-gun might not make it. Was he not afraid at all? In any case, the young man did an amazing job. However, victory was only possible because of her presence. So Han Sung-gun should be grateful. No matter how much Han Sung-gun thought about it, it was still a little strange. The fact that he continued to desire his power, and the fact that he turned out to be an old friend of the tower, made Han Sung-gun decide that it was necessary to inquire. The exclusive power, View Information, was activated. The god of despair, fall, and madness, the first candidate chosen by the tower. Currently, he is not classified as a contender and retains the status he received from the tower. This is an ancient deity whose name coincides with the names of the three deities that existed in the beginning. The young man thought, could this really be the first candidate chosen by the tower? And an ancient deity at that? Completion of the last floor of the maze has been confirmed. It is necessary to delete the data in the maze and return to the real world. Due to a system error, candidate Han Sung-won is sent to a random location. The maze privilege, Absolute Preservation, is used. Han Sung-gun bought an hourglass from the maze shop on the advice of the code. Dam Chunghua said there was no need to worry. If the maze code gave a guarantee, then any doubts could be cast aside. Han Sung-gun said that it was not cheap, but the purchase was worth it. All abilities obtained in the labyrinth are integrated with the applicant's existing data. The myth possibility of transcendence accumulates in divine power. When the myth is activated, the reverse causality effect is applied. Against an opponent that the claimant cannot defeat, the cause and effect relationship is reversed to create the policy of inevitable victory. When the myth is activated, the divine growth effect is applied. The more victories the claimant accumulates, the closer they will come to transcendence. Han Sung-gun thought that he still did not know what this meant, but there was a chance to find out during the battle. The labyrinth was complete. All abilities acquired in the labyrinth were applied to Han Sung-gun's data. However, the concepts of HP and MP were not applied, as they are exclusive effects of the giant tree labyrinth. Han Sung-gun was satisfied, as all his stats had exceeded the threshold of 200 points. Now he was truly at a level beyond human capabilities. Dam Chunghua said that since their first meeting, his progress was obvious. Now, with a single blow, the young man could easily destroy all the buildings nearby. The integration of the candidate's data was complete. Candidate Han Sung-gun returned from the temporary space to Earth. Han Sung-gun said that now is indeed the time to return. All equipment has been moved to the inventory. Upon returning to the tower, the protagonist will be able to retrieve all items obtained from the inventory. The candidate has returned to the Earth dimension. Entry into the waiting room on the 18th floor has been completed. Dam Chunghua said that she has finally returned to the tower. Han Sung-gun agreed that it had been a long journey. Dam Chunghua noted that even though they had returned safely, the young man should not relax. Dam Chunhu observed that the god of despair, downfall, and madness would reappear in the young man's path when he reached the upper floors. Until then, Han Sung-gun must actively increase his strength. The young man said that in order for both of them to stay alive, he simply needed to be stronger than the god of despair, fall, and madness. Han Sung-gun suggested that they overcome this together. Dam Chunghua said that Han Sung-gun had really grown a lot. He even dared to pat her on the head. The young man was struck by the sword again. Han Sung-gun said that Dam Chunhua had a small body but a lot of strength. The girl asked what kind of watch the young man had on his wrist. Han Sung-gun said that he seemed to have received it as a reward on the 10th floor. But why was it on his wrist and not in his inventory? Dam Chunhua noted that it was too simple a reward for completing the 10th floor. It was worth checking what effects this item had. The old watch used by the returned was chosen by the god of time. With the help of the watch, you can randomly set a specific attack within 50 meters and return to the pre-attack state. When the user loses their life, the time of the whole world goes back 10 minutes. Dam Chunhua said that this was a very cool item. Han Sungun was surprised, even though he knew he would receive a reward related to a divine being. If it was so difficult that he received such a reward, he became even more interested in learning the true nature of the god of despair, fall, and madness. Han Sungun told the administrator that he had a question. It didn't matter which of the two responded, he just needed to send him an invitation. Han Sungun noted that he was being watched anyway. The exclusive skill, Area Movement, was activated. Han Sungung said that Arya had given him this power as an apology for letting this god slip away. Now he was glad he had accepted this power. The girl said that, as expected, eating sweets was the greatest happiness in such wonderful weather. It was also nice to drink warm tea while wrapped in a blanket. Han Sungun appeared above the girl's head out of nowhere. The girl noted that the next time Han Sungun visited her, she would have to offer him some cookies. She wondered why dust was falling from the ceiling. Could there be a mouse there? She looked up. The young people's eyes met. They were close to each other. The girl asked what this was all about. Han Sungung didn't understand why he had moved here. The girl said that visiting someone in this manner was extremely tactless. Han Sungun knelt down and apologized. The girl suggested that Han Sungun got along very well with the Emperor of the Sword of Light. The girl added that she trusted her student, so there was no need to worry about it. Dam Chunghua noted that there was not a single normal person around Han Sungun. The girl congratulated the young man on completing the giant tree maze. For her, Han Sungun is a wonderful contractor and student whom she can be proud of. The girl held out her hand to the young man and said that he had really worked hard. Han Sungun said that he was able to get out of dangerous situations thanks to her fencing skills. It was thanks to her that he became so strong. Han Sungun said he was glad to hear that he was a student she could be proud of. His companion was happy that the young man thought so. The girl asked if the young man had come to her to find out about the first candidate chosen by the tower. Han Sungun was surprised. How did she know about this? She replied that she had seen everything. How fortunate that Han Sungung had survived his encounter with the mad god. At first, she couldn't tell the young man anything, but now that everything had turned out this way, some restrictions had been lifted. The god of despair, fall, and madness was a kind of failed experiment by the tower. It was the first attempt to destroy a divine being. However, due to his insatiable greed, he received 3 divine names with the help of the tower's power. Even receiving just one divine name causes a living being's mental powers to reach their limit, and part of their divinity gradually deteriorates. But since that fanatic acquired 3 divine names, he developed beliefs associated with multiple divinities, the weight of which he could not bear, leading to mental disorder. It seems that God of Battle and all those like him often have distorted consciousness. Han Sungun wondered, should he say that they are too immature to call themselves gods? The girl added that the mad god had increased his divine names to 3, but after that he was unable to increase their number. Despite the price paid at the altar of the tower, he was unable to attain transcendent power. In short, he was abandoned by the tower. After that, the fanatic went mad in the tower and eventually became its enemy. A divine name signifies divinity, and a combination of 3 divine names signifies that he is very powerful. Therefore, one must be extremely cautious. The girl said that she could not share anything else with Han Sungun. A warning came from the tower. Han Sungun said that in that case there was nothing he could do, but she told him most of what he wanted to know. The girl asked what the guy was going to do next. Han Sungun replied that he was going to prepare himself so that he would not lose to this god. The exit to the 18th floor of the Tower of Trials was realized. The difficulty was high. The theme of this trial was awakening. The reward for a successful breakthrough was leather gloves of the conqueror. The young man was called out. He turned around and saw an armed girl who said she was talking to him. He had to tell her everything he knew and get out of there peacefully. Dam Chunghua noted that someone had just gotten themselves into trouble. The girl said that the guy didn't yet understand the situation he was in. Although she looked fragile on the outside, she actually possessed physical superpowers. If the guy tried to do something stupid, he would be in big trouble. Han Sungun activated his superpowers and asked if that was what she meant. The protagonist initiated an energy attack on his opponents. The girl said she couldn't believe that there were still people with physical superpowers in the world. It turns out that he is a superpowered member of the Superpower Superiority Alliance. Han Sungun, continuing to demonstrate his superpowers, activated an explosion in the air. His colleague told the girl that this guy had to be dealt with. The skill Infinite Spell Absorption was activated. All spells affecting the challenger's body would be converted into pure mana. The girl was surprised. Did her attack not work? In that case, it was decided to attack simultaneously. Han Sung-gun asked the approaching opponents, were they really called superpower holders? Han Sung-gun knocked out one of them and said that their abilities weren't that great. Dam Chung-hwa said that they were pathetic creatures. Their strength and skills were not even up to the general standard. It would be better if they relied on advanced technology during the fight. Then it would be at least a little more interesting. After another blow, the protagonist suggested that he was putting too much force into it, much more than he should have. The opponents were deactivated. Dam Chunhu noted that the young man had overestimated them. Han Sung-gun agreed that next time he would need to control his strength. The girl cursed and added that she would destroy this guy right now. After these words, she rushed into the attack. The Ash Blood skill was activated. The opponent's attack was repelled. The girl was surprised. She had been told that with this skill, she could pierce any opponent with superpowers, no matter how strong they were. Han Sung-gun told the girl not to worry. If she agreed to cooperate, her life would be spared. The skill Absolute Attractiveness was activated. The protagonist added that it should be a win-win deal for both sides. After a short pause, he said that in any case, the decision was up to the girl. Dam Chung-hwa explained that this is how the world works. Superpowers manifest themselves at around the age of 7, depending on luck. Superpowers are divided into 4 types: enhancement, manifestation, transformation, and construction. Transformation and construction refer to changes in the owner's body, while enhancement and manifestation refer to increasing strength. However, a group called the Superpower Supremacy Alliance appeared, claiming that those with superpowers should rule the world. They began carrying out terrorist attacks throughout the city. For a while, people used the power of machines to fight terrorism, but this was not enough for long. Soon, a huge gray sphere created by this group appeared, which disabled most of the machines, and the people were defeated. Only a few Dennis machines, modified with superpowers, remained. Thus, this world was taken over by the Alliance of Superpower Supremacy. It became impossible to rebuild the ruined city. The girl added that it was impossible to get food here, so they resorted to looting. Dam Chung-hwa looked up and asked if the girl was talking about the sphere in the sky. The girl confirmed that she was referring to the sphere visible in the sky. Every time a large number of people suffer, the sphere seems to increase in size and emit an unusual glow. The conditions were met. The protagonist discovered the source from which the deity is born. The special quest Savior begins. The player will receive an additional reward for completing it. The exclusive skill book has been activated. The analysis of the personality of the candidate Han Sung-gun is complete. Now you can steal and replenish faith using the special skill Faith Theft. Han Sung-gun felt the pain, fear, anger, denial, and sadness of countless people. It is impossible to believe that so much faith was gathered based on the suffering of such a huge number of people. But even despite the value of efficiency, he had no desire to become stronger by causing innocent people to suffer. The exclusive skill Faith Theft was canceled. Dam Chung-hwa said that if her thoughts were correct, the desire to cause terror through terror was also a form of faith, which was then used for growth. The girl added that they would most likely be ordered to destroy the deity before it completed its growth. Han Sung-gun noted that in the end, they would have to put an end to the Superpower Superiority Alliance. The girl introduced herself. Her name was Kataria. Han Sung-gun asked if she knew where the Superpower Superiority Alliance was located. Kataria replied that she did not know the exact location, but she knew a broker associated with the Superpower Superiority Alliance. Han Sung-gun said that in that case, Miss Kataria would go with them. Dam Chung-hwa promised to spare her life, so there was nothing to worry about. The 17th district of the largest city, Selidina. The man watching the events below through the window said that it was simply magnificent, and he, as the leader of the Superpower Superiority Alliance, would also like it. The man said that he threw a piece of meat and they are ready to destroy each other to get it. The man added that it looked perfect. As he said, the world would become much better. On the day the Gray Sphere is completed, he will return as the god of the new world. Han Sung-gun knocked out a piece of the wall and asked Kataria. She seemed to have said that it was an alliance broker and the security level here was 0. The girl said that she didn't even have time to say a word before the young man destroyed everything here. Han Sung-gun remarked that he couldn't stand it when his escort talked too much. The girl immediately fell silent. Kataria apologized and said she would try not to say anything unnecessary. Han Sung-gun told Kataria to be quiet. He would talk to the broker. The man asked our hero who he was. The protagonist replied that he was a man who was very interested in the alliance of superiority of force. The man said that he hadn't met such a crazy person in a long time and changed his appearance. He turned into a lizard. The man added that the young man was a madman if he decided to play the hero. Unlike in Manhwa stories, there are no heroes in reality. The demonization skill was activated. The demon said that today he would put an end to this heroism. The villain added that the young man would become a sacrifice that he would place on his altar. The skill King of 10,000 Demons was activated. Han Sung-gun said that his opponent's appearance resembled a monster from the underworld, but he was not afraid of him. The exclusive skill Information View was activated. It was Raskan Star, one of the 12 leaders of the Superpower Superiority Alliance, and the owner of the Transformation Superpower. He could transform his body into a demonic beast from the demon realm and use demonic energy while in his transformed state. He was currently extremely wary. Han Sung-gun assumed that according to the skill, he would receive more information. The demon said he was surprised. How could someone possess such hidden power and abilities? The villain asked if the young man wanted to join the Superpower Superiority Alliance. Those who have gone beyond human capabilities must be at the top. Han Sung-gun wondered if Raskin Star really believed he had surpassed human capabilities. The villain suggested that the young man think carefully because he possessed amazing abilities. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape from here. The man added that the young man had no choice but to join them. Then he would be able to enjoy the privileges granted by the leader of the Superpower Superiority Alliance. Medical insurance was provided, and there was a free buffet in the office. The demon added that if the young man joined, he would be richly rewarded. The strong have the right to do whatever they want with the weak. In any case, the situation is under the control of the Alliance, so you can do whatever you want. Han Sung-gun asked, "Is this really called a privilege?" The demon pointed to Kataria and said that she had rebelled against the alliance of superpower supremacy. That is why her younger sister was subjected to repression. In the current situation, it is difficult to obtain food. The villain said that he had set a condition. Whoever destroys her sister first will be given food. Everyone rushed to destroy her, wanting to be the first. Meanwhile, the woman who was defending her younger sister had her arm injured. In the end, her younger sister died. This is an example of what happens when you go against the Alliance. Only the strongest can do something like this. The villain said he was a genius for coming up with such a game. Han Sung-gun said that this demon had become too arrogant. Does he really enjoy trampling on the weak in this way? He is a nobody who relies on the gray sphere because he is unable to control the machines. Now he boasts that he has gained power. Does the demon really think he is something special? The instant acceleration skill was activated. Han Sung-gun was right behind the demon. The young man used his strength and pushed his opponent's head into the ground. The guy said that in that case, he had decided to have some fun too. The challenger received the achievement Master of Mockery. The girl was surprised. The broker of the Superpower Superiority Alliance was knocked out with one blow. Katari thought that this man was capable of saving them. The broker shouted at the young man not to do that. They needed to talk calmly. Han Sung-gun pressed the broker and told him to confess where the main center of the Superpower Superiority Alliance was located. Han Sung-gun grabbed the demon and dragged him along. The demon begged for mercy. Han Sung-gun began to beat his opponent. Raskin Star shouted that he was ready to tell everything, just don't touch him. The myth possibility of transcendence was activated. When the myth is activated, the reverse causality effect is applied. Now with each victory, the contender gets closer to Ascension. Dam Chung-hwa said that the young man had defeated this demon and his level of divinity had increased. She never thought it was possible to infinitely increase one's divine status simply by winning. The contender is gradually getting closer to becoming transcendent. Han Sung-gun said that this power has the potential to be cultivated into a truly transcendent power. Dam Chung-hwa added that if the young man continues in the same vein, who could become stronger than the god of despair, fall, and madness. The young man was called out by Kataria. The girl said that she had taken all the provisions from the broker's storeroom. Han Sung-gun praised her and said it was a great job. The girl wondered if she could accept such a large amount of provisions. She wasn't sure if she had the right to do so, since she hadn't been able to protect her family. If she were as strong as the young man, she could have pinned the broker against the wall. In that case, her younger sister would not have died for a small piece of bread. Han Sung-gun said that Kataria had the right to accept this food. Most people would not have gone ahead and shown the way to the broker. The young man added that, if only in memory of her younger sister, the girl should stop thinking that she is weak. Perhaps her late younger sister feels the same way. Hope begins to sprout. Kataria thanked the protagonist and said she would never forget his kindness. Han Sung-gun said he was willing to give all his provisions in exchange for one request. Kataria agreed. The contender received the achievement Seed of Hope. 7th District Lionel's Food Factory. A bloodied demon lies wounded on the ground. He asks for help. Behind him stands a man with a sword in his hand. The demon was destroyed. The man with the sword turned out to be the protagonist. Han Sung-gun approached another demon. This demon was also wounded. The demon said, "Does the man really think that if he has decent strength, he can infiltrate their alliance of superpower supremacy?" Han Sung-gun did not say much and cut off the demon's head with a single swing of his sword. The young man added that he simply did not like what they were doing here. The exclusive effect Blood Feast of the True Blood Heavenly Demon Sword was activated. Dam Chung-hwa said that it had been a long time since she had absorbed so much blood. Han Sung-gun thought that after defeating the members of the Superpower Superiority Alliance, his mana and skills had greatly increased. Han Sung-gun looked at the sphere and thought that now all that remained was to defeat their leader. Dam Chun-woo asked if Han Sung-gun had noticed that the sphere had been getting redder and redder since they first saw it. This meant that the hour of the deity's birth had come. The source of the deity consumed a huge amount of faith and completed its growth. The god of usurpation looks at the pretender. The deity inside the gray sphere will soon come out. Dam Chung-hwa said that the deity born from the sphere is not like an incarnated body. It is a true deity. The body of the deity possesses tremendous power. Han Sung-gun said that in his current state, he is capable of resisting the deity. A man appeared from the sphere. Looking at the young man, he asked, "Is this the one who arranged all this while he was gathering strength?" The deity in human form said that it didn't matter now. He had achieved what he had been striving for. Now he no longer needed this world. The deity said goodbye to the contender from the tower. The divine power destruction is activated and the world is destroyed. The divine power destruction is used, which has a recovery time of 100 years. The recovery time of the divine power cannot be reset by any effect. The exclusive effect of the old wristwatch of the returnee is activated. Return of the deceased. The skill resistance to time control is created. Han Sung-gun is outraged. Is it normal to talk about the world being destroyed? Han Sung-gun thought that Dam Chun-hwa did not know that time had rolled back after the destruction of the world. The girl asked why Han Sung-gun was so upset. Han Sung-gun thought that he had only one option left. He had to enter the sphere before the deity completed its growth. The Steel Wing skill was activated. Dam Chun-woo said that the young man was ignoring her words again. Han Sung-gun believed that he had to get inside before the color became redder. The skill Combat Concentration was activated. The protagonist approached the sphere. The Blood Heaven energy power was activated. Han Sung-gun tried to destroy the sphere to get inside. The Destruction of the Heavens skill was activated. Han Sung-gun jumped onto the cracks that had formed in the sphere. The challenger received the achievement Destruction of the Source of Divinity. The more powerful effect of the instant magic charge power was activated. The challenger entered the divine realm of usurpation. Han Sung-gun hoped that he had managed to enter before the growth was complete. The deity said that it had not seen such an interesting creature in a long time. The young man asked if he should say that he was pleased to meet her. The young man called the protagonist a stinking dog chosen by the tower. The young man said that his dwelling was not the most pleasant sight for guests. However, there was nothing he could do about it, because he took everything he liked. God said that he had taken away the superpowers of many people, forcing them to live in fear. He also destroyed the machines that were the only hope for this world. Should all this be called his military trophies? The young man added that it was simply amazing. The books contain powers stolen from those with supernatural abilities. The machine parts are a symbol of the capture of world civilization. Han Sung-gun asked if he was the one who ordered the 12 leaders to abuse ordinary people. The young man confirmed this. He did it to sow terror and gather faith. It stirs his blood. Dam Chung-hwa said it was just a piece of trash. The young man said that the pretender was cold-blooded because he was of interest to the tower. Han Sung-gun asked what his interlocutor knew about him. The young man replied that he had heard that this guy was capable of destroying a deity. The challenger's mission is to destroy him. He can also turn back time. The god asked if the challenger was familiar with the god of despair, downfall, and madness. There was a chance that the challenger could destroy all the gods, so he had to be eliminated. This made his blood boil for a long time. He has to destroy such a monster, which means we are talking about enormous power. What will the challenger feel when he dies in horror, like those weaklings below? The deity said it wants to see the challenger die in terror. As a dessert, it will devour his power and surpass that fanatic. Dam Chunghua said that now she understands why the 12 leaders went mad. Han Sungun said he had a similar train of thought. The power of deification was activated. Han Sungun said that he would make his opponent tremble with fear and then destroy him. God was surprised. Had the challenger acquired divinity? That was simply amazing. In that case, he would be able to demonstrate something. A glowing ball appeared in God's palm. He said that he would make good use of his opponent's mana. Han Sungun declared that in that case, he had to do something. The punishment skill was activated. Mana is not consumed while the skill is active. The challenger possesses the power of a dragon, and his mana stat is doubled. God realized that his opponent's mana consumption was now 0. He expressed regret that the special ability he had recently acquired had become completely useless. The god of usurpation told his opponent not to worry. He still had a lot more up his sleeve. The god of usurpation uses abilities stolen from others. After much debate, the opponents finally faced each other. The god of usurpation unleashed most of his skills. Dam Chunghua said that this was rather strange. It looked as if the rival was simply testing his opponent. The young man suggested that this was because he did not want to reveal all his cards at the beginning of the battle. The exclusive power View Information was activated. It was Zuld Farkan. He became the god of usurpation after receiving great spiritual energy, faith, experience, and myths. He can use the following divine powers: usurpation, destruction, discipline, activation. However, the divine power, destruction, is currently on cooldown. Now it is waiting for the moment to make a choice. The god of usurpation thought it was great that the power was in recharge mode. The skill Infinite Spell Absorption was activated. All spells affecting the body would be converted into pure mana. The protagonist thought that no matter what plans his opponent had, he couldn't let them come to fruition. The more powerful effect Enhanced Sword Chi was activated. The exclusive effect of the mixed element Demon Sword skill Double Strike was activated. The superpower Wings of the Chosen Angel was activated. The usurping god flew upward on his wings. Han Sungun caught up with him and asked where this guy was going. The exclusive effect Attack Reset of the old wristwatch The Returnee was activated. The superpower Wings of the Chosen Angel returns to its state before the attack was activated due to the effect Attack Reset. The power Instant Steps is activated. The challenger can instantly move to the desired point using divine energy. Han Sungun swung his sword and cut off the head of the usurper god. However, after that, the head remained in place. What is this? Thought the protagonist. He aimed precisely at the neck. The usurping god said that he did not like close combat. However, he still did not discard his body enhancement skills. These skills were gathered together to prepare for situations like this. The skill Ash Blood was activated. The god of usurpation said he was surprised. This man could recover quickly, even if he was physically struck. The challenger was at the top among those who possessed physical enhancement abilities. The god of usurpation said that he had formed a general impression of his rival. Could he respond to this in any way? New rules were created in the sacred domain of divinity usurpation with the help of the divinity discipline. The god of usurpation said that neither of them could rely on physical abilities in this space because they were fighting on equal terms. However, there was no need to be too upset. They could just have fun. Han Sungun asked again, so these rules apply to both of them? Han Sungun said that if so, he hoped that there would be no changes until the very end. The protagonist raised Dam Chunghua's sword. The skill Holy Light was activated. The god of usurpation looked up and saw a hole in the sphere. Han Sungun said that if the usurper believed he had some kind of advantage, he needed to say the following. The rules of this trivial realm did not apply to him because he could destroy everything here. The god of usurpation asked if the pretender really wanted to destroy his realm, but it was useless. The realm of divinity usurpation returns to its original state through the myth of the usurper god, destroyer of machine civilization. The usurper god said that he knew this could happen, so he collected many machines. He added that the challenger could do nothing while on his territory. Han Sung-un declared that in that case he would destroy every single machine. The skill Holy Light was activated. The usurper god was surprised. Did the young man really think he could do that? The exclusive effect of the old wristwatch of the returner, attack reset, is forcibly activated by the divinity activation. Temporary discipline is created with this effect. Due to discipline, the cooldown of the old wristwatch of the returner's attack reset effect is temporarily removed. The usurping god asked if the pretender was surprised. The activation of divine power can be ignored. It is not bound by rules. Dam Chunghua said that he not only seals other people's items, but can also forcibly activate them. It seems that he is able to circumvent the rules with the help of divine discipline. The god of usurpation said that, with the exception of a skill called Holy Light, his opponent had no other means of attacking from a distance. The god of usurpation added that in that case, he would definitely win this battle. The abilities taken away by the god of usurpation are being used. Zuldfarkin's superpower spell enhancement, is being used. The god of usurpation said that it was time to wrap things up. He must destroy his opponent right now and take his powers. He feels that it is too dangerous to prolong the fight. The usurping god promised to throw his opponent's body down from the sphere, so there is no need to worry too much about his fate. The usurping god said it was time to say goodbye to the hunting dog tower. The sarcophagus slammed shut. He said it was a wonderful picture. He declared that it was time to put an end to it and energetically affected the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus was subjected to an energy attack, as if it were automatic fire. The god of usurpation declared that he would make proper use of his opponent's power. Kataria said that it was free food and that they could eat it to their heart's content. People thanked the girl for her kindness. Kataria said that it was not she who was giving this provision, but the savior. It is necessary to thank the respected savior. The hope sown by the contender is spreading rapidly thanks to the skill, Spreading Hope. A cult of faith has accumulated in the pretender. The sarcophagus was pierced on all sides with sharp weapons. The salvation effect was activated, and the sarcophagus shattered into small pieces. Since there are followers who worship the pretender, his divine power has greatly increased. The girl waited for an answer for a while. What kind of request was it that he couldn't voice it for so long? Han Sung-un said that it was simply necessary to shake out all the provisions. The protagonist was busy doing just that. Han Sung-un told the girl that he was giving her all of this. This was because Kataria had to complete a mission. The young man was confident that the girl would definitely be able to do it. Kataria loaded all the provisions onto the carts and set off for the city. In the city, the girl attracted everyone's attention and announced that she was starting to distribute food. Kataria said that the savior had given her some provisions. Everyone should take one portion. An old man approached the girl and asked if there was a piece of bread for him. The girl said that there would be food for everyone and that they should thank the respected savior Han Sung-un for this. Han Sung-un walked through the deserted streets of the ruined city. Dam Chunghua accompanied him. Dam Chunghua asked if it wasn't too much to give away all the food he had. Han Sung-un replied that he still had a lot of food left. The young man said that he was going to use the remaining provisions to grow a field of food. Dam Chunghua noticed that Han Sung-un was trying to do something strange again. Han Sung-un said that he wanted to visit other areas as well. Dam Chunghua would soon understand everything herself. Han Sung-un attracted everyone's attention and said that he was giving away provisions for free, so everyone could take as much as they could carry. The growing food skill was activated. Now it is possible to grow ordinary food by expending magical power. People were surprised. Would a person really give it away so easily? The creating drinking water skill was activated. By expending magical power, it was now possible to create drinking water by touching a cup. People thanked Han Sung-un. The cult of belief rapidly accumulated in the pretender. The god of usurpation was surprised. Where did this tremendous faith come from? When did the pretender manage to make such preparations? The god of usurpation said that in any case, the challenger could do nothing to him. After all, he controlled the rules. The god of usurpation set the mechanisms in motion and said that this was the only way to deal with his rival. The superpower transformation of emotions was used. The god of usurpation said that this challenger would perish from the masterpiece created with his divine power. The god of usurpation reminded him that the effective discipline could limit physical abilities. Han Sung-gun tried to dodge his opponent's attacks. In usurpation, he was even glad that his opponent decided to save him time and approached him. Han Sung-gun understood that he needed to stall for a little more time. The villain said that the more the young man tried to fight, the more strength discipline took away from him. Enough with the useless body movements. His endurance also had its limits. Han Sung-gun understood that he had to wait just a little longer. The challenger used his increased divine power to activate his counterattack shield. The god of usurpation said that it would be better if his opponent let himself be destroyed right now. Why did he continue to resist? Han Sung-gun thought that there was only a second left. After that, it would be possible to act. The usurping god thought that his opponent's physical abilities had deteriorated due to discipline. But how could he block the attacks? Han Sung-gun swung to strike. In a moment, he would be able to act. At the right moment, the salvation effect was activated. Since there were followers who worshipped the pretender, his divine power was greatly enhanced. The counterattack shield skill instantly released the accumulated damage. At this point, the number of people worshipping the pretender had reached 30,000. Han Sung-gun was filled with determination. The god of usurpation did not understand why his opponent had not yet been defeated. The god of usurpation said that according to the rules he had established, the opponent's physical abilities should have declined. Why hadn't that happened? How had the challenger prevented his defeat? Han Sung-gun replied that if it weren't for the god of usurpation who conquered this world, the people below would be living happy lives. He was enraged not only by the fact that the god of usurpation had invaded another world, but also by the fact that he could become stronger with his dirty faith. Han Sung-gun added that he wanted to tear apart everyone who resembled the god of usurpation. The usurping god looked at his rival and said that the challenger had finally fallen. Dam Chung-hwa said that the young man had grown up so much that he had begun to think about others, but he still needed to take care of himself. Dam Chung-hwa noted that she understood why Han Sung-gun had lowered his sword. He was worried that it would be broken. The girl added that one glance at his hand was enough for her to understand what was going on. No matter how strong a shield he used, it was difficult to repel the attack of such a giant robot. Even though Han Sung-gun was able to heal his hand with divine power, he was primarily concerned about his sword. Dam Chung-hwa thanked him for his concern. The girl added that Han Sung-gun no longer had to worry. She promised to repay him for protecting her. Dam Chung-hwa suggested ending it with one blow, using the divine power she had gathered so far. The god of usurpation was angry. This woman had appeared out of nowhere and was now spouting all kinds of heresy. Everything was already over. What else was there to talk about? The god of usurpation shouted that he would finish off Han Sung-gun with his next attack. Dam Chung-hwa helped the young man hold his sword. The effect of the divinity salvation is greatly enhanced. A significantly enhanced divine power is released. The enhanced sword chi. Han Sung-gun said that those who die now will be the god of usurpation. After the battle, in an unconditional victory, the system announced that the challenger had overcome the 18th floor of the Tower of Trials. The head of the god of usurpation lay apart from the body. The head of the god of usurpation said that he could not lose. He needed to quickly restore his body with divine power. A special power, Grim Reaper, was activated. For this purpose, a forced vulnerability was created. Han Sung-gun approached his opponent's body and stabbed Dam Chung-hwa's sword into his chest. The divinity death was used. The head of the usurping god shouted that this was a violation of the rules. Han Sung-gun won a complete and unconditional victory. After defeating the deity, the contender Han Sung-gun approached Ascension. From now on, the challenger's divine power would recover faster than before. Han Sung-gun breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Han Sung-gun said that this time he had again received help from Dam Chung-hwa at a dangerous moment. Thanks to her, he was able to win. Dam Chung-hwa was grateful for his words of appreciation. The girl said that she had to help anyway, because if the young man had died, she would have been in a difficult position. After all, they were partners. Even if he wanted to die, he would first need to get her approval. Before leaving, Han Sung-gun asked if he had anything important to do. The young man thought that when the unique characteristic was upgraded this time, it should have been S rank. Are there any other conditions for growth? Since the conditions were not met, the rank of the unique characteristic Necromancy will not increase. Now the candidate can draw power from the souls of those stronger than himself. The special power Creation of the Domain of Divinity is imprinted in the soul of the challenger, Han Sung-gun. The claimant can acquire one of the divinities possessed by the spirit of the usurping god: usurpation, destruction, discipline, and activation. Dam Chunghua could not believe that divinity could be obtained simply by destroying a deity or its incarnation. It was strange that by a lucky coincidence, so many divinities had been collected. Han Sunggan recalled that, as the ancient god had said, it was perhaps because he was the candidate chosen by the tower. Han Sunggan thought that when he chose divinity and attained transcendence, he was lucky enough to obtain the divinities of destruction and eternity by pure chance. When he ate the sword of the heavenly demon, it was replaced by divine power, and the young man received the divinity of reverse causality. Given such a degree of luck, it can be assumed that the young man was planned to be a candidate from the very beginning. The selection was complete. The divinity of discipline became a possibility. Dam Chunghua said that this realm would soon come to an end. With the death of the usurping god, the realm is collapsing. The girl added that it was necessary to leave here quickly. Han Sunggun told Dam Chunhua not to worry about it. Han Sunggun picked up the girl in his arms. She was confused and said she could just return to the sword. The young man said that she shouldn't stay in the sword all the time. This time it would be better to ride with him in the wind. The young people landed on the ground in the central city square. The girl said that the escape had been a success. She definitely enjoyed breathing the fresh air. The townspeople recognized the young man as Han Sunggun. Had the master returned? Kataria approached the young man. The girl was glad that Han Sunggung was safe and sound. The protagonist replied that he was able to return safely because Kataria had fulfilled his request. Han Sunggun said that the sphere had been destroyed, so people no longer had anything to worry about. Now the townspeople can live in peace and quiet. Kataria said that Mr. Han Sunggun had done a lot for them. He destroyed the broker and the Superpower Superiority Association. He also shared food, which they so desperately needed. The townspeople bowed unanimously and thanked Mr. Han Sunggun. The myth of the last savior was activated. Kataria asked if the gentleman could accept it. The girl was holding an outfit created especially for him. Katarja noted that everyone had created this outfit to remember Mr. Han Sunggun forever. Dam Chunghua said that he should take it, because it contained the feelings of all those whom the young man had saved. Dam Chunghua said that the world Han Sunggun sees before him actually exists. That is why the number of followers continues to grow, thanks to the effect of his rescue. For the rest of his life, Han Sunggun will be a legend, and the legend will spread, and his divine power will continue to accumulate. The legend of the contender Han Sunggun begins to spread. The number of worshippers is 31,000. The waiting room on the 19th floor. Han Sunggun decided to send all useless items in exchange and complete the purchase of power. The young man said that he had sorted out all the equipment. Dam Chunghua said that she liked it because he finished everything quickly. The girl asked if he would immediately start climbing the tower. Han Sunggun replied that before going up to the next floor, he promised the administrators that he would complete their quests. The contender received quest requests from 4,000 administrators. Han Sunggun was surprised by this. Dam Chunhua suggested that Han Sunggun was popular among the administrators. The administrator, Lord of Steel Blood, is wary of administrators interested in the contractor. The administrator, White Crane Sword, unleashes an indomitable will on those who are like insects lured by the contractor. Contender Han Sunggun is puzzled by the situation. Dam Chunghua anxiously tells the young man to look in that direction. The administrator of the fallen heir of the Church of Blood Demons sent a request for the blood ritual quest. The young man must prove his combat skills to everyone in a bloody ritual. Dam Chunghua said that this is ghost magic. It is not the martial art of their sect, but most likely the martial art of the Dark Emperor, who became famous as a killer. Dam Chunhu could not have imagined that she would see her descendant as the administrator of the tower. It is surprising that there is an opportunity to see her church in this form. The contender chose the blood ritual quest. The young man decided to see what story awaited them. The personal trial on the 19th floor will be replaced by the blood ritual quest. The condition for successfully passing the test is to complete the quest in the remaining time. It is necessary to achieve all goals without going beyond the established conditions. The girl standing on the stage thanked everyone present. The blood ritual is just a ritual of choice, determining the most qualified candidate to lead the next generation of the Church of Blood Demons. The girl added that now everyone would witness the battle between the church's successors for its future. There are no penalties for failing this test. The girl announced the name of one of the contenders. It turned out to be the one with the lowest rank among the successors of the Church of Blood Demons, Dam Yu-jun, known as the Weak Sword. Contender Han Sung-gun will undergo this quest in the guise of Dam Yu-jun. The audience said that this participant was just wasting the time of the blood ritual. In any case, he would be taken out with one blow. People in the crowd said that Yu-jun had no talent, even though he tried hard. He needed to know his limits. He always lost. If he continued to try despite his lack of ability, he would only prove himself a fool again. The laughter of the spectators grew louder. They said that Dam Yu-jun had decided to participate in the blood ritual, calling himself the successor, even though he had no support, no skill, and not even a brain. After the ritual was over, he would simply be expelled. Dam Chunhu said that when she was a heavenly demon, she tried to lay the foundations for the Church of Blood Demons as a place where no one would be persecuted and everyone could develop. However, looking at what was happening, she wondered if her efforts had been in vain. One of her descendants stood before her, but the sight of his situation made her feel uncomfortable. She felt depressed. The girl announced the next successor, who would have to fight Dam Yu-jun, the Weak Sword. The opponent was Dam Su-chong, the Sword of Dragonblood. The audience enthusiastically welcomed this contender. Su-chong told his opponent that he did not understand his place and still dared to interfere in such matters. Su-chong acknowledged that Yu-jun had shown persistence over the past 7 years, but it was time for him to face the truth. In short, his talent was rock bottom. The administrator of the fallen heir of the Church of Blood Demons gritted his teeth in anger. Seeing how hard he trains every day, one could say that his persistence is impressive. But still, he is to be pitied. It is foolish to continue trying when you know full well that it is impossible to achieve anything. The problem is that he has been training for 7 whole years. His talent is truly at rock bottom. Everyone understands this. The tournament host suggested starting the match. If the contenders can prove their strength in any way, then any means are acceptable. This fight is based solely on strength, so you have to do everything you can. Su-chong said that Dam Yu-jun was indeed a fool. Dam Su-chong took up his sword and declared that he would now put an end to this foolish behavior. The judge announced the start, and the fight began. The audience was surprised. Where did Dam Yu-jun get his enhanced ki? The young man asked if everyone really thought he was incapable of winning the blood ritual just because he was a weak swordsman with no talent or skill. The young man added that he would now show how Dam Yu-jun would crush the blood ritual. His opponent flew at him with his sword in hand and called him an insect who didn't know his place. How dare he claim the position of leader of the Church of Blood Demons? The opponent attacked. However, Wu-jun easily dodged his blows. The opponent said he would do everything to ensure that Yu-jun would never again think of participating in such tournaments. Wu-jun replied that he was simply curious to see how powerful someone who spoke so contemptuously of others really was. But his opponent was so weak that he wasn't even worth looking at. The young man added that he did not have much time, so he intended to end the fight quickly. His attack was swift, and his opponent was unable to counter. The opponent was wounded and bleeding profusely flew far back. His body collapsed in the middle of the arena before the astonished crowd. Dam Yu-jun announced that he was waiting for the next challenger. The next fight was just as short. Dam Yu-jun said again, "Next." Another opponent was defeated just as quickly, without a chance. The audience watched in silence as one challenger after another lost to Dam Yu-jun. The tournament host, visibly afraid, invited the next participant to enter the arena. Dam Yu-jun coldly said that he was waiting for the next one. Another loser was carried away from the arena. A tense silence fell over the crowd. The administrator of the fallen heir of the Church of Blood Demons applauded the challenger Han Sung-gun. The girl said that this was true dominant power. Dam Yu-jun defeated all the other successors without exception. Dam Chunhu asked what had made Han Sung-gun so angry. The young man replied that if you look back at past events, it becomes clear. The administrator of this quest was constantly humiliated and belittled, but he did not stop training. Despite the ridicule, he participated in the blood ritual. And in the end, he remained a failure of the Church of Blood Demons. No matter how hard he tried, all he got was insults and humiliation. Han Sung-gun admitted that he was angry because he remembered his past before entering the tower. Therefore, he decided that it would be better for Dam Yu-jun to deal with all the contenders as quickly as possible. Dam Chunhu said that because of her, the young man had to look at the unsightly appearance of the Church of Bloody Demons. She apologized. Han Sung-gun said she shouldn't worry. He would restore the Church of Blood Demons to the appearance she remembered. Han Sung-gun suggested moving on to the next stage. The host agreed. The girl announced to the audience that they had reached the final battle. In this battle, the opponent would be Dam Sung-mak, the 14th leader of the Church of Blood Demons, who would personally assess the suitability of the contender for the title of the next leader. Dam Sung-mak entered the arena and said that he had been watching all the fights closely and noticed something strange. Dam Yu-jun, who was weak yesterday, is using enhanced ki today. Sun-mak noted that this raises serious suspicions. Very few people have reached the level of mastery of enhanced ki. Dam Sung-mak asked the young man if he was Dam Yu-jun. Sung-mak, wanting to test his opponent's abilities himself, immediately attacked him. Han Sung-gun parried the blow. Sun-mak said that, in essence, it did not matter who his opponent really was. He added that the useless position of church leader should go to the strongest. The fight continued. Han Sung-gun asked if Sun-mak was promoting him so much. Did that mean he was going to hand over the position of leader to some stranger who was not Dam Woo-jung? Sun-mak replied that he had a much more promising talent in front of him than useless trash like Dam Woo-jung. What was there to doubt? Dam Sun-mak added that his opponent understood perfectly well what he meant. The devil's blood magic skill was activated. The battle entered a more fierce phase. Sun-mak expressed hope that he was not facing someone as weak as Dam Woo-jun. Dam Chung-ju said that if Sun-mak considered his opponent useless for his teachings, he would look at him as trash. She could not have imagined that her descendants would be so rotten. Sung-mak asked what the young man was thinking so deeply about. Did he really consider himself to be the same as Woo-jun? Han Sung-gun wondered why Sung-mak treated a member of his own bloodline like trash. Wasn't it his duty, as the highest-ranking official, to care for everyone? Sung-mak wondered if it was even necessary for a church leader to do such things. According to him, church members were just amusing tools. Why should he keep someone around who was neither useful nor entertaining? He asked if there was even one reason why he should value Woo-jun. Dam Sun-mak said that, judging by the expression on his opponent's face, he did not understand what he was talking about. Han Sung-gun replied that this was natural. The church leader was behaving extremely irresponsibly. It would be strange if he understood anyone. Sun-mak said that the young man had no choice but to try to understand him. If he were in his place, he would think the same way. Dam Chung-hwa couldn't believe that her descendant had gone so crazy. She said that it even gave her a headache. Han Sung-gun remarked that since Sun-mak was the leader of the church, he was not surprised by the chaos in the Church of Bloody Demons. No matter how weak or useless the disciples are, the leader has a duty to take care of his followers. He added that he would defeat his rival and reform the Church of Blood Demons. The young man said that after he fixes everything, a leader like Sun-mak will no longer be needed by the church. A more powerful form of blood heaven energy was activated. Dam Sun-mak said that if the young man had mastered the martial arts of the church, then he was one of its followers. It was interesting to see what he was capable of. The myth of the last savior was activated. The search for the path effect worked. The protagonist used the Sword of the Heart skill. Dam Sung-mak was surprised by the young man's unusually cold energy. Han Sung-gun asked if Sun-mak could wait for his next move. The existence of divine power was confirmed. The power of the King of Winter is activated automatically when the conditions are met. Sun-mak said that this was exactly what he needed. Very interesting. Dam Chun-hwa noted that Han Sung-gun clearly surpassed his opponent. But how could he continue to smile during the fight? Han Sung-gun said that in that case, he would wipe that smile off his face. The exclusive effect of the invader's leather gloves, forced skill borrowing, was activated. Dam Sung-mak received a powerful blow to the chest and, losing his balance, flew far back. Han Sung-gun was given the opportunity to choose one of his opponent's skills and borrow it for 10 minutes. The invisible sword skill was forcibly borrowed from the enemy. As the generation of the intangible sword skill increases, a new additional ability is activated: Divine Intervention. Han Sung-gun thought that perhaps due to the mixing of the energy of the invisible sword and the divine power, a powerful stream of divine energy emanated from the blade. Sung-mak was extremely surprised and asked who this young man was, since he was able to steal other people's martial arts. He added that there was no need to answer this question. It was rhetorical. Dam Sung-mak said that during the battle, he realized something for sure. Many of the tricks the young man had learned came from his constant pursuit of power. Han Sung-gun was surprised that his opponent had suddenly brought up this topic. Sung Mok said that he could see the expression on his opponent's face during the fight. In fact, he felt that the young man was smiling inside. They were the same. Without his greedy desire, his opponent would lose his motivation to live. If his greedy desire remained, how much would he change in the future? Han Sung-gun replied that this was not true. The stronger the greed, the more destructive the consequences, and he himself was no better. A certain number of additional swords of the invisible sword skill are created. Even more blades are generated. An additional activation ability is used, divine intervention. The invisible sword skill gains the right to interfere with all divine powers within a radius of 50 meters. Dam Sung Mok found this unbelievable. His opponent had just blocked his power. Han Sung-gun said, "Checkmate." The instant steps power was activated. It became possible to instantly move to any point within sight. He was behind his opponent in an instant. The Vampire Slayer myth was activated. The effects of impossible regeneration and exorcism were added to the divine attack. Sung Mok asked if his opponent was going to defeat him and reform the Church of Bloody Demons. If so, he would become just like him. Han Sung-gun delivered the decisive blow, and his opponent's blood spurted everywhere. Dam Sung Mok was defeated and lay at the protagonist's feet. Sung Mok said that his opponent was just like him. Without greed, he would lose his motivation to live. In this, they were indeed alike. Han Sung-gun told the girl to stop hiding, come out, and announce the result of the fight. The girl came out from behind the cover and said that it was indeed time to sum up the results. The host announced that Dam Woo-jun was the winner of the blood ritual. The young man earned applause from the audience. Dam Woo-jun stated that as the new head of the church, he wanted to say a few words. Looking at those present, who had been constantly humiliated, he wanted to kill them all, but he kept himself under control because he was a close friend of the 7th leader of the Church of Blood Demons. The young man said that from now on, the Church of Blood Demons would live by new rules. Without humiliating the weak, they would create a Church of Blood Demons where everyone could work on themselves. Those who do not adhere to these rules will face destruction. Everyone present said they would remember the words of the new leader. The quest was completed. As a reward for the quest, the player received a special power, Ghost Magic. Han Sung-gun said that he was not like Dam Sung Mok, that he was different from him. The waiting room on the 20th floor. Dam Chun-hwa thanked Han Sung-gun for making the Church of Bloody Demons what it was originally. The girl suggested that Han Sung-gun was still thinking about Dam Sung Mok's words. She apologized for that. Han Sung-gun shouldn't dwell on his words, they are not the same. At least that's what she thinks. Dam Chung-hwa said that she knew Han Sung-gun as the young man who volunteered to help her. Han Sung-gun thanked the girl for her words of comfort. However, he couldn't allow himself to stand still because of extraneous thoughts. Han Sung-gun suggested finishing checking the rewards and moving on. The young man thought that the ghost magic skill would come in handy soon. He also increased his stats using the secret shop he received during this quest, the blood ritual. It was said that when a contender reached the 20th floor, all dimensions in the tower would become a single community. Only contenders who had reached the 20th floor were here, so the conversation was still at a low level. Han Sung-gun carefully studied all the communities that were present here at the moment. Han Sung-gun decided to pretend he hadn't seen it. Dam Chung-hwa said it was just a spectacle. The girl asked if they could now, that Han Sung-gun had finished checking the equipment, move directly on to the next test. Han Sung-gun said that the test on the 20th floor could be dangerous because it was a combined test. It was not an individual test, so it could not be replaced. They had to wait for the deification to recharge in order to prepare for any unexpected situations. The protagonist also planned to absorb the divine energy stored in the Flash Manifestation Artifact Relic received from the Emperor of the Sword of Light. The Flash Manifestation Artifact had an S rank and increased attack speed. It is a necklace-shaped relic containing the power to transfer the divinity of harmony to the contender Han Sung-gun. Dam Chung-hoo asked if Han Sung-gun really intended to absorb the divine harmony. The young man confirmed this. He had enough power to absorb it now. Dam Chung-hoo asked if he really needed to do this. Han Sung-gun replied that he had to do it to oppose the god of madness or the believers who threatened him. Dam Chun-hoo asked if there was no other way. After all, his spirit could be destroyed. Just as the mind of the god of madness had been damaged, the young man risked losing his personality while absorbing the divinity of harmony. The girl asked Han Sung-gun to reconsider. She begged him to do so. Dam Chun-Hu said, if his mind is destroyed by the consciousness of the Emperor of the Sword of Light, what will she do then? If Han Sung-gun loses herself, she is afraid of losing him. She does not want to be completely alone again, locked in this sword. Han Sung-gun remembered how it was. He didn't want to be alone either. Han Sung-gun recalled what Dam Chung-hu had said. If he was going to die, he had to get her permission. The young man added that he had not received that permission, so he would not go anywhere. The girl need not worry. As long as she did not allow him to leave her, he would always be by her side. Dam Chun-hu put the sword down beside her. Han Sung-gun thought, does she want to hit him again? The girl said that since she couldn't change his stubbornness, he should be careful when setting out on this journey. The young man would lose consciousness after absorbing the divinity of harmony, so she would stay with him the whole time. Han Sung-gun agreed and added that he would return soon. The exclusive effect of the sacred repository of the relic artifact of flash manifestation is activated. The function of absorbing divinity is activated when the presence of the divinity of harmony is detected. Han Sung-gun opened his eyes and saw boundless space before him. The young man thought, could this be the Tower of Trials recorded in harmony? The girl hiding her face asked, why do the so-called gods exist at all? Han Sung-gun turned around and wondered when she had appeared behind him. The exclusive power of viewing information was activated. However, viewing was blocked. Han Sung-gun wondered why he couldn't use his right to access information. The girl said that they were only driven by the desire to gain faith. None of them cared about the world. The stranger added that they would not hesitate to commit any atrocity if it meant gaining faith. The gods, forgetting their duties, crave powers similar to their own and tear each other apart. False gods continue to put on a show time and time again to generate more faith. They create the catastrophe themselves and then resolve it themselves. Therefore, there was a need for a being that could destroy all the gods, an almighty transcendent being that surpasses them all. Han Sung-gun stated that he had promised not to destroy gods who did not pose a threat to him. The girl expressed her hope that Han Sung-gun's wish would come true. The young man disappeared from her sight. Han Sung-gun opened his eyes, came to his senses, and jumped to his feet. Dam Chung-hu asked if he was okay. The young man had suffered serious damage from the residual grains of consciousness of the divinity of harmony. The protagonist replied that he was fine. It was just a minor psychological effect that would disappear after a short rest. Han Sung-gun said that he had managed to obtain harmony and asked how long he had been unconscious. Dam Chun-hwa replied that it had lasted about a day. Thanks to obtaining the divinities of discipline and harmony, the number of slots for creating power skills increased. It was possible to proceed with the breakthrough. The unique divine power of transcendence was activated. Han Sung-gun mastered the ability to enter a transcendent state. Existing abilities were linked to divinity, and restrictions were removed. The selected skill will be changed to strength. Gather your opponents on the 20th floor of the Tower of Trials. The theme of the trial is role-playing combat. The condition for passing the trial is to begin the mission in accordance with the assigned role within the allotted time. In this war, the contender Han Sung-gun must help the demons defeat all enemies and achieve their goal. The contender Han Sung-gun is assigned the role of Demon King. A young demoness with a child in her arms sits fearfully on the ground. The man said that he didn't want to do it either, so it's worth blaming the contender who was appointed King of Demons. The demoness said that not only did he dare to touch the proud race of demons, but he also stooped to insulting the Demon King. He would not get away with it. The man shouted for her to be quiet. They just needed to win this game. She had to be destroyed. The young man said that his opponent needed to feel real pressure. The man was attacked. Han Sung-gun did not understand why they were attacking the demon race instead of coming directly to him, the Demon King. Han Sung-gun declared that in this situation, protecting the demon race was his duty as the Demon King. The skill, Devil's Blood Magic, was activated. After Han Sung-gun dealt with this man, he turned to the demoness. The young man said that he would destroy all these guys, and she had to tell him what was going on here. The man said that if the Demon King destroyed them, the members of their team who had not yet arrived would not turn a blind eye to it. Han Sung-gun said that whether they came or not, it did not change the fact that this man was trying to destroy him. Han Sung-gun struck with his sword and declared that his opponent must be destroyed. In this world, the demon race is a peaceful group. They do not harm other peoples and live quietly. One day, the newly minted saint, hero, and pope appeared and attacked the demon king's castle. The demon race was in danger. However, a new demon king, Han Sungong, appeared and gave the demon race hope for salvation. Such is the story before the arrival of the demon king Han Sungong. As predicted by the heavens, the new demon king came to the rescue. The young man never expected that the day would come when the demons would praise him. Dam Chung-hwa asked if it didn't suit the young man. Han Sung-gun was surprised. Was the girl really amused by this situation? The demoness said that the heavens were not mistaken. They believed that the new demon king would save them. With tears in her eyes, the demoness said that if the demon king had not appeared, they would all have been mercilessly slaughtered. Han Sung-gun thought that if he were destroyed, it would all be over. Why would they need to destroy the entire demon race? Dam Chung-hwa said that in order to successfully complete the breakthrough, it was necessary to exceed the 70% achievement threshold. Therefore, the other contenders had only one way to easily achieve victory. Instead of fighting each other and destroying the Demon King's castle to achieve the required ratio, the tower encourages the massacre that must be carried out to achieve the required achievement ratio in battle. The contenders completed the task, and the player revealed the truth of this game. Han Sung-gun thought, does this world really exist? So a peaceful race of demons lives here? The tower chose this place as a testing ground, causing unnecessary harm to innocent beings. How far will the tower go in its tests? The demon god gritted his teeth in anger. Han Sung-gun said that Dam Chung-hwa had to do something for him. The girl asked what he meant. Han Sung-gun replied that he was interested in what she did best. Dam Chung-hwa wondered what strange idea had come into the young man's head this time. Han Sung-gun understood what the tower was planning. A huge black bird flew into the open window under the ceiling. A report came in that all the candidates who had been sent had been destroyed. The girl reminded him that Han Sung-gun had recently caused a lot of commotion among the gods and administrators. He had approached the level of a god. Why then had they sent weak contenders to fight him? The knight reminded her that this was precisely why he had suggested that the three of them go. However, the saint refused. Or was there another way to defeat him? The saint said there was a way. However, if it didn't work, the challenger would have to be destroyed. Han Sung-gun told Dam Chung-hwa to teach the ordinary demons how to fence. In case of an attack by the challengers, they would be able to defend themselves. The girl eagerly set about fulfilling the request. The warriors said that they had been training for 16 hours without rest. It was terribly hard. Dam Chung-hwa replied that with such abilities, they should keep quiet and not tell anyone that it was hard for them. The girl added that they should not even hope for a night's rest. The demoness asked the Demon King if he was sure it was appropriate to entrust the role of training instructor to such a young girl. Han Sung-gun replied that despite her appearance, she was an excellent teacher. Training with her would increase their chances of survival in future battles. The Demon King asked the demoness when it would be her turn. Would she also begin training? A messenger arrived and reported that trouble had occurred. An attack on the allies had taken place in front of the main gates of the castle. The saint grabbed one demon by the head and said that they were a poor race. Having a testing ground here was very expensive for them. The saint asked the young man who had arrived, "Wasn't she right?" What did Han Sung-gun think about this? The Demon King was surprised. Did this woman know him? The saint said that she had heard about this man from the god she serves. They say that M is a dangerous rival. Han Sung-gun asked, did she really think she could survive after abandoning her allies? The saint said that she had come here to negotiate. The young man also knew that to complete this trial, he needed to achieve a 70% success rate in battle. There was a way to end this game without destroying a single contender. The saint said that the young man could kill most of the civilians in their country. The woman added that their contenders would slaughter the demons. In that case, both sides would achieve the required percentage of combat achievements. In that case, the rivals would be able to complete the trial without a single conflict. The saint asked what the young man would say about this. Wasn't this an unhappy ending? The demon god watched Han Sung-gun's choice. The young man agreed and added that he really should kill them. The saint said that the young man had made the right decision. Han Sung-gun clenched his fists and approached the saint. The protagonist was determined. He said he wanted to destroy contenders with disgusting ideas like this. However, Han Sung-gun was unable to achieve his goal. The girl turned out to be intangible, and he couldn't hit her. The saint disappeared. saying that she would make the young man regret his refusal. She noted that they would see each other in 3 days. The demon god was touched by Han Sung-gun's choice of suitor. The demoness asked, "Is everything all right, Demon King?" Han Sung-gun said he would wipe out both the tower and her suitors. Han Sung-gun and Dam Chung-hwa sat on the roof of the building and contemplated the city views. Armed men were approaching the city walls. They were aggressive. The order to attack was given. Dam Chung-hwa said that the enemy team numbered about 3,000 people, not counting civilians. Did Han Sung-gun really think everything would be fine? The protagonist replied that he could not guarantee it, but that was precisely why he had entrusted the girl with training the demons. Dam Chunhua trained the demons for 3 days. Although it was a short period of time, they would now be able to become a force to be reckoned with during the battle against the hero, the saint, and the pope. Dam Chunhua said that now the demons would not let the young man down, because they had a good teacher. Han Sung-gun said that in that case, it was time to move forward and activated the power of deification. God hovered over the battlefield and urged his followers to do their best. The god told the wild contenders to fight and achieve victory for the sake of the saint. The immature god of words played out the myth of forced sacrifice. Consuming divine power, he influenced reality with his words. The demoness thought that during the battle, they did everything as the Demon King said, and indeed achieved success. Kan Sung-ung had previously said that when the enemies invaded the Demon King's castle, they would be outnumbered. Therefore, it was necessary to use the terrain. It was necessary to make the ground able to support a large number of fighters, but collapse under the heavy footsteps of the enemies. Archers should be placed on the hill. Han Sung-ung said that this way, they would reduce the number of enemies and be able to buy time. Looking down on the battle from above, the leader realized that the demons had set a trap for his soldiers. The god of words was surprised because the Holy One had said that the demons were powerless. What kind of situation was this? The immature god of words said that all who follow him will receive the power they desire. As long as he watched, evil would not flourish in that place. The divinity of the word forcibly activated the myth of one-sided black and white logic. God called on the heroes, still clinging to life, to rise up. Those despicable ones must be destroyed. The divinity of the word forcibly activates the myth of war seekers. The fallen heroes temporarily restore their vitality and gain enormous power. The demoness thought this was amazing. After all, those who were defeated rise again, and with incredible temporary power. It is necessary to give the rivals a painful death. The Demon King appeared and said that he would not allow the rival warriors to win. The rebels must be destroyed again. Kan Sung-ung said that the contenders from the opposing team were on the verge of destruction. Was he sure they should be forced to fight? The god of words said that the young man had misunderstood something. He did not care whether those below died or survived. They were nothing more than expendable material, fighting for him and the Holy One. Doesn't the young man think of the demons he brought here as expendable? Han Sung-gun said that this god of words who gives orders from heaven looks very pitiful. Han Sung-gun promised to show his rival what real team management is. The Demon King asked if the demons believed he would end this war. The answer was yes. Han Sung-gun activated the myth, the last savior. The salvation effect was activated. Thanks to the believers, divine power increases significantly. The Demon King told his subordinates to grant the pretenders a painless death. The god of words said that as long as he was in heaven, the power of evil would diminish. The myth of one-sided black and white logic classifies this action as unrighteous. All of Han Sung-ung's stats are reduced. Han Sung-gun's allies take more damage than those fighting on the hero's side. The ability of mental interference is disabled due to the myth of the war seeker. The extensive skills of the contender, Han Sung-ung, are sharply reduced. The rival said that he had nullified all of Han Sung-ung's abilities and stats. The god of words said that now the ice region of the Demon King will be destroyed. Han Sung-gung asked if his rival wanted to come down from the sky and fight him. Doesn't his opponent think he is being cowardly? Han Sung-gung said that he wanted to show the sad end of a creature like this, god of words. The divinity discipline creates a new rule for the divine realm. Rule 1. It will be difficult for contenders who have entered the divine realm to break through the icy area. Rule 2. The role assigned to the contenders appears in the divine realm above their heads. Rule 3. The divine realm is not subject to external attacks. The god of words could not believe that his opponent had so easily destroyed the flow of words. The power of words is the ability to turn words into power. Han Sung-gun said that it was a mistake to tell him about his plans in advance. The skill Starlight, imbued with the power of death, was activated. The god of words asked why his opponent, also a contender for the tower, was different from them. It was simply madness. The god of words was deactivated and began to fall to the ground. After absorbing the power of the fallen god of words, Zira Nagrata underwent a transformation into potential divinity. Han Sung-gun thought that he had now obtained the divinity of the word. In that case, he had to try to use it immediately. A more powerful effect of the Steel Wings power was activated. Steel Wings accelerate 4 times faster when flying toward a specific target. Han Sung-gun thought that there were still 2 left. He could see their rolls above their heads, so now he could get to them too. Papa believed that he could not defeat Han Sung-gun alone. It was necessary to retreat. He dealt with the hero. The saint was nowhere to be seen. Escape was the only way to salvation. Han Sung-gun did not notice his absence in such a crowd. Suddenly, Han Sung-gun appeared behind Papa and asked where he was going. Papa was immediately attacked and, losing his balance, flew far back. Han Sung-gun said that a huge number of contenders were dying on the battlefield right now. However, the one called Papa abandoned his comrades and fled. Papa, so that the young man would stop and not do anything foolish. This body is a contender serving the god of exile. Now the god of exile is very angry with Han Sung-gun. If the young man spares his life, he will ask the god of exile to change his anger to mercy. The god of exile has shown hostility towards the pretender Han Sung-gun. The god of exile warns that if his apostle suffers, it will end badly for the pretender. Han Sung-gun asked who Papa dared to glare at. The eyes of all the gods and administrators instantly closed. Han Sung-gun said that he did not care at all whom Papa served. However, those who abandon their comrades and flee to survive alone have no right to live. Han Sung-gun struck his opponent with his sword and told him to die immediately. Han Sung-gun defeated Cliff Sheridan, the challenger who played the role of Papa. The woman standing aside clapped her hands and said that, as expected, the challenger Han Sung-gun was simply magnificent. The saint said that she simply could not believe that the challenger had already eliminated the hero and Papa. It was not for nothing that the gods and administrators had discussed the young man so heatedly. Apparently, it was not enough to try to defeat the contender Han Sung-gun with useless tools. Due to the destruction of these tools, she had to personally confront the young man. The saint was grabbed by the leg by a wounded warrior lying nearby, who asked her to save him. The warrior said he was seriously wounded and would not last long. He asked for a potion or healing. However, the saint dealt with him by kicking him. The saint said that this insignificant, useless tool did not dare to reach out to her. He didn't dare approach her if he couldn't eliminate even one contender. A tool that is of no use must be destroyed. The saint asked why everyone was driving her crazy. But now it didn't matter. She would finish off both these tools and this young man. The saint said she would make the contender regret rejecting her offer. The effect of the divinity discipline was terminated due to the destruction of the divine realm. The ability to directly manipulate the divinity of all objects was sealed by the divinity balance. The destructive heavenly sword is sealed by the divinity balance. Han Sung-gun realized that the saint had sealed everything except skills. Dam Chung-hwa said that there is something called compatibility based on each other's divine inclinations. The divinity balance she used is not compatible enough to crush Han Sung-gun. The saint asked if the young man was surprised that all abilities related to mana and divinity were sealed. But what else could she do? She had to resort to cheating to fight Han Sung-gun. After all, the young man had many tricks up his sleeve. The saint now proposed to fight on equal terms. The rivals began to approach each other, preparing to strike. Han Sung-gun said that even if she sealed his abilities, what could she do? The saint said that she was upset that the young man underestimated her. The woman struck a blow and said that she was very good at close combat. After landing a few more successful blows, the saint said that she sincerely felt sorry for the challenger Han Sung-gun. If the young man had simply accepted her offer, none of this would have happened. The saint grabbed her opponent's face and dragged him across the ground, then pushed him forward with force. Han Sung-gun flew to the side and hit his head on a rock. The young man's face was covered in blood. The saint asked Han Sung-gun if he knew why he was losing to her. Even though he was a contender belonging to the tower, he did not follow the tower. It was the tower that had given her such growth. If the young man followed the same path as her, he could become much stronger. If the tower says to fight, then you must go into battle. If it says to slaughter, then you must cut everyone down. They offer an effective method. But why does the contender, Han Sung-gun, disagree? The saint said she was giving the young man one last chance. At least now, is he ready to accept her offer? The contender faced an enemy that was difficult for him to deal with. The saint told Han Sung-gun to think carefully. If he joins forces with her, he will become much stronger. Han Sung-gun responsibly declared that he refuses. It is better to die than to gain strength through such dirty methods that a woman resorts to. The saint swung her sword and said that this was precisely why the contender looked pathetic. The saint said goodbye to the pretender, but she was unable to carry out her plan. A demoness armed with a sword and shield appeared in her path. The demoness said she would protect the demon king. The saint's blow was blocked. Han Sung-gun was unharmed, but looked at his protector in surprise. The demoness asked if the demon king was okay. There was blood on his face. Was the wound too serious? The young man replied that the demon king was fine. The demoness did not understand how such a beautiful face could be turned into a bloody mess. Han Sung-gun said that his protector was being foolish. This was not an enemy she could oppose. The demoness tried to activate the balance on skill. However, it only works on contenders. Han Sung-gun said that the girl was not a contender. Why was she acting so bravely? The demoness smiled and said that Han Sung-gun could stop acting alone and trust the demons at least once. Han Sung-gun said that in that case, he would rely on them. The demoness replied that they would not let the demon king down. The saint said that now there was only one insignificant demon beside the contender. What could Han Sung-gun do about it? Han Sung-gun said that if he let his guard down, trouble would be inevitable. The saint was wrong to consider his protector an insignificant demon. The young man noted that, although not for long, this demoness had been trained by the best teacher. The demoness attacked effectively. The saint was able to dodge the sword strike at the last moment. How did Han Sung-gun manage to train demons in such a short time? After all, it is clearly a very boring activity. Han Sung-gun gathered his strength and entered the battle. The saint said that Han Sung-gun should be eliminated first and rushed to attack him. The saint said that if the young man followed the tower, he would be able to do everything on his own, just like her. Otherwise, he would be forced to carry out a joint attack with the demon. The saint declared that this rotten spirit would be Han Sung-gun's downfall. The counterattack shield skill was activated. The saint said that this useless floundering was starting again. The myth Selfish Balance Beyond Sacrifice appointed Han Sung-gun as the contender. Most of Han Sung-gun's skills will be disabled for 4 minutes. The saint brought her sword close to Han Sung-gun's face and said goodbye to him again. Han Sung-gun asked, "Does the saint really think he will be defeated?" The woman was surprised. Where did her opponent get the mana-driven power if she had blocked his mana? Han Sung-gun asked why the saint thought that only he used mana. A demon trained by the best teacher can easily control mana. The demoness activated the skill Devil's Blood Magic. The special power Dragonization was activated. Han Sung-gun said that he was now ready to talk about the defeat of the saint. The saint said that she would finish him off now. Han Sung-gun replied that her words were useless. Han Sung-gun grabbed his opponent by the face and asked if she knew why she was pinned to the wall by mana. The answer was simple. Unquestioning obedience to the will of the tower meant becoming its puppet. The young man asked what the saint thought about how long the tower's dirty method would work. Even if he was unable to determine which path to take, he would never live like a dog of the tower, as the saint did. The skill Unquenchable Flame of Destruction was activated. She must experience the same pain as the people she destroyed. The saint was destroyed. The contender Han Sung-gun absorbed the spirit of the contender Gloria. The demoness ran up to the demon king and asked if he was okay. The young man gave an affirmative answer. Han Sung-gun said he still had questions. However, he did not have time to ask them. There was an explosion behind him. When the smoke cleared, a man appeared in the same place. The god of balance absorbed divine power and the right of descent to use the coming. Han Sung-gun grabbed his sword again and said that this was not the end. The man who appeared told the contender with the divinity of transcendence that he had not come to fight, but to say something. It was surprising that someone who had only reached the 20th floor possessed such power. The young man had destroyed too many balances. Han Sung-gun was surprised. Was his power really that great? The man replied that no one had ever reached such a level before. The same was true of the former challenger inside the red sword. Dam Chunghua noticed that this man spoke as if he knew her. The stranger said he knew her because she had also tried to destroy many balances. In the end, she was also unable to fulfill the tower's cherished wish. It seems she is waiting for the moment of choice. Dam Chunhua told the stranger to shut his useless mouth. The man said that he liked this selfish choice and that he would also be balanced. The stranger's body caught fire and began to disappear. He said he wanted to tear the contender to pieces right now, but for now he would show himself and retreat. The next time they met, he would make sure there was no wet spot left on the young man. There was a festive atmosphere in the city in the evening. Sky lanterns rose into the sky. The girl watched them with interest from the balcony. The townspeople thanked and welcomed Miss Dam Chunhua. She was the best. Dam Chunhua said she liked the victory festival. Han Sunggun was worried about Dam Chunhua because of the events of the previous day, so he was glad to see her enjoying the banquet. The day before, Dam Chunhua had been depressed because of the words of the god of balance. Han Sunggun, remembering the words of the god of balance that Dam Chunhua was facing a moment of choice, wondered, what could that mean? Dam Chunhua told the young man that she could read his thoughts. He became curious about what moment of choice she was thinking about and what it meant. Han Sunggun said that if Dam Chunhua didn't want to talk about it now, then he shouldn't insist. He was sure she had her reasons. The young man added that when Dam Chunhua was ready and willing, she would tell him everything herself. He didn't know when that would be, but he promised himself he would keep waiting. Han Sunggun noted that they had won on the 20th floor, so there was no point in feeling down. They should throw a party and celebrate their victory. Dam Chunhu smiled and said that when it came to alcohol, she was up for anything. Han Sunggun said that, as requested, he had saved the demonic rasa, so now they could stop hiding. The demoness came out of hiding and noted that the contender, Han Sunggun, had a keen eye. How did the young man guess that she was the god of demons? At first, when the demoness told him about the world of demons, he could only guess. But does he remember what she said in her conversation with the saint? Balance. Balance only works on contenders. It does not apply to demons. If she was not a contender, she could not have known that divinity had been activated, as she could not see the status window. But did she not demonstrate a way to destroy her opponent as if she knew everything in advance? It was then that he became certain. The young man became curious as to why the demon god had decided to help him. The demon god said that Han Sunggung would be angry at the tower for setting up such a test. She herself was also furious. Although she would be punished by the tower for helping the young man, she wanted to save the good demons who had nothing to do with the tower. The demon god admitted that right now she wanted to destroy the tower, but at the same time she was angry at herself for not being able to change anything. Han Sunggun said she shouldn't worry. Every time such a test arises, he will destroy everything. He is capable of dealing even with demons that harm him. He added that he would not touch the good demons who had nothing to do with the tower. The demon god noticed that the more she got to know the young man, the more amusing he seemed to her. She thanked Han Sunggun for saving the demon race once again. The skill Ancestry of the Abyss was activated. It was necessary to summon the bottomless evil dwelling in the Ancestry in the form of a spell. In the waiting room on the 21st floor, Han Sunggun and Dam Chunhua found themselves captive to a giant snake. The girl asked the protagonist what kind of creature it was. This alarmed the young man, and he had to take urgent action. Han Sunggun realized that the snake's power was significant. Synthesizing the many skills he had acquired during the trials on the 20th floor, he came up with a new amazing skill. Thanks to the equipment he had obtained this time, he was able to strengthen his divine power, and his stats increased significantly. Dam Chunghua complained of severe dizziness. They needed to hurry to the common area on the 21st floor. The protagonist was so focused on his powers that he almost forgot about his companion. The god of testing said he would wait for him in the testing temple in the common area on the 21st floor. She would also tell him about the remaining reward. It was necessary to meet with her as soon as possible. Han Sunggun told his companion that it was time to move on, after which they moved to the common area on the 21st floor. The protagonist traveled through the forest in the suburbs. The young man assumed that if they followed this road, they would reach the common area. Dam Chunghua noted that they had almost arrived at their destination. At the city wall, Han Sunggun saw a strange scene. Two knights were trying to deal with a small animal that was trying to take their bag. Han Sungun said that he had come here on Dam Chunhua's instructions and now saw a cute kitten protecting its bag. The knight called out to the protagonist and asked if he was a candidate who was going to enter the common area. The knight said he was a representative of the security of the common area on the 21st floor. To pass, the young man needed to have a dimension affiliation, a contender nickname, and a contract manager. Han Sungun asked what had happened to the kitten. The knight said that a fee had to be paid to pass. However, the kitten refused to pay. He noted that the applicant must also pay the fee. If the young man did not want any problems, it would be better to follow the instructions. One of the knights took the bag, pushed the kitten away, and the animal flew to the side. The knight said that this was precisely why it was necessary to pay the toll obediently. It was not worth attacking the guards. The kitten explained that he needed the contents of the bag to feed his family and that there were things in it to sell. The knight told the pretender to ignore the kitten and return to his conversation with the guards. Han Sungun silently turned around and headed toward the kitten. The knight grabbed him by the shoulder and said that if the young man refused to cooperate again, they would have to use force. If the young man showed aggression and attacked, they would not stand aside. The knight looked at Han Sungun in surprise and thought, "Can a person have such an expression on their face?" Dam Chunghua noted that these knights had only touched on something in the young man's anger. It must be because he is her student, someone who cannot tolerate injustice. Looking at Dam Chunghua, the knight asked who this child was. One of the guards said that they needed to check if the young man was hiding anything else, and then throw him out of there. Han Sungun punched one of the guards, sending him flying backwards. The kitten looked back and moved aside, while the guard was surprised and indignant. The guard asked if it was okay to attack so suddenly. Dam Chunghua, watching from the sidelines, thought that Han Sungun should show the guards who was strong here and speak his fair words. Han Sungun swung again and told the guard that they were bullying a cute kitten. It is difficult to resist a cute kitten. The protagonist took appropriate action. Han Sungun told the guards that when they saw the contender as easy prey, they tried to take all his belongings. A huge snake suddenly appeared in front of the guard. He was frightened and said that it was a misunderstanding because they are usually impartial. Han Sungun activated the Eye of the Fire Dragon skill and detected the lie in his opponent's words. Han Sungun asked if the guards had tried to take their belongings. Would they mind if he did the same? The protagonist restored justice and took revenge. The guard was outraged. Among his belongings was a ring that he was supposed to give to his fiancée. Han Sungun said he would give the guard another chance to reconsider his answer. He showed him the ring and asked if he could take it back. The guard was frightened and said that he had thought it over and decided that he could buy a new ring. Han Sungun noted that the guard had agreed and should not break his word in the future. The pretender received the achievement Genius of Robbery and created the skill Theft. Han Sungun noted that the snake was quite obedient. The skill Ancestry of the Abyss was activated. Han Sungun petted the snake and it smiled. Dam Chunghu saw this and became angry. The girl angrily said that the cunning snake had just smirked at her. Han Sungun said that he could see from its eyes that it was a very kind snake and would not grin for no reason. Dam Chunghua became even angrier and insisted that she was telling the truth. The kitten thought that these people were very noisy. Han Sungun thanked the kitten for agreeing to accompany him to the doors of the temple of the god of testing. The kitten replied that there was no need for thanks. Thanks to the contender, he was able to protect the items that would feed his family. Han Sungun asked, "The kitten is also a challenger, so why is he trading in the tower?" The kitten explained that he had a certain physique. No matter how much he fought, he would never become stronger. That is why he was a merchant. His unique characteristic was geared toward business, not combat. He thought he could succeed in trade with such a characteristic and decided to earn as much money as possible in the tower. All this was done to ensure a comfortable life for his family. Han Sungun asked what would happen if the kitten lost his job due to the destruction of the tower. The cat replied that everything would be fine anyway. He had long seen the suffering that the tower caused people. It was a terrible and frightening sight. If the tower were destroyed, the world could become a better place. Perhaps it would be more difficult to earn a living after that, but he believed that gradually they would be able to work together and create new opportunities. The cat noted that, while talking, they had reached their destination. Before the young man stood the temple of the god of testing, which he had been looking for. The cat handed the young man a scroll and said that it was his gratitude to the contender. The cat added that the young man might have many thoughts about the tower he had just mentioned, but he believed that if the claimant made the right decision, everything would end well. Kan Sungung and the cat said goodbye and went their separate ways. The young man thought that he had become stronger thanks to the tower, but no matter how he looked at it, everyone was suffering because of it. He found himself in a large dark room where nothing could be seen. Suddenly, torches lit up around the perimeter of the hall, and the room was illuminated. A man stood opposite the young man in the hall. He said he could not have imagined that such a special guest would come here. The young man had to overcome many difficulties to get here. The man called him a candidate for transcendence, chosen by the tower. It was Carnil, the official apostle of the 4th level. Carnil assumed that the young man was dissatisfied that he had appeared before him instead of the god of testing. Hansungun said that if the 4th level apostle was here, then he still had something to do in order to meet the god of testing. Carnil replied that if the candidate wanted to meet the god of testing, he would have to pay the price in the form of divinity or loss of faith. But since few would dare to take such a step, causality could be used to avoid the payment. The god of testing was interested in how Han Sungung would cope with his predetermined fate. Simply put, causality must fill in the intermediate stages until the young man reaches his destiny. Han Sungung is appointed as an assistant and can enter the abode of testing. Carnil confirmed that the young man understood everything correctly. All he needs to do is go through the intermediate steps until he reaches his predestined fate. It is necessary to go through the entire abode of testing, which is divided into 4 stages. The 4th apostle said that the contender must prove himself here. This is exactly what the god of testing desires: to defeat an enemy armed with the highest skill weapon using a weapon with the lowest skill. Han Sungun realized that he must use a weapon he is not skilled with to defeat a person who has mastered it completely. Dam Chunghua said that the young man had to find and defeat 10 people, which meant they had a long way to go. Han Sungun looked back and said that it would not take too long. Finding talented people in the abode of testing and fighting them was not that difficult. He gathered rumors from the villagers about people who were skilled in only one weapon. The protagonist left a message at the place where the masters of a single weapon trained. The message said that he had heard about an experienced master who was excellent with weapons, but he himself did not believe it. Although he was inexperienced with this weapon, he believed he could defeat the master. He was waiting for him in a vacant lot outside the village and was ready to test his talent. The people who read the message ignored the provocation. As a result, Han Sungun fought masters who were highly skilled in one weapon. The protagonist had a goal, and he pursued it no matter what. The masters were outraged at how this man dared to insult them and decided to crush him. Han Sungun said that with such a level of training, they were merely pretending to be masters. He was ready to show them how to handle weapons properly. Dam Chunghua climbed onto a rock and watched his actions closely. The girl said that those who call themselves masters succumb to trivial provocations. Both the one who started the provocation and the one who fell for it are truly pathetic. After a while, Han Sungun said he was done. There was no need for more. The warriors who had come were surprised. Who was this pretender before them? Not only did he envelop their bodies in protection with his skill, but he also helped them find their way out of the maze. The skill Guardian was activated. A magical barrier was created around the protected target and the surrounding area, and all stats were increased. The skill Unquenchable Flame of Destruction was activated. The task of the Divine Realm Abode of Trial has been completed. Dam Chunghua said that even though the maze is alive, Han Sungun is probably the first person who decided to burn everything to the ground. Han Sungun noted that they only need to pass the intermediate stages before receiving the reward. He sees nothing wrong with taking the path of least resistance. Han Sungung thought that he was facing a huge living maze, so the rewards were not bad. They thanked him for his help. For 3 days, they fought off the maze's attacks and were terribly exhausted. The young people said they had already come to terms with the possibility of dying when suddenly a contender appeared nearby. Not only did the challenger protect them with his skill, but he also destroyed the maze that threatened their lives. The warriors bowed and sincerely thanked Han Sungung. The task of the Divine Realm Abode of Testing was completed. Han Sungung thought, should he be thanked because the goal of the second stage was not just to survive in the maze, but also to save these contenders. God told Han Sungung that he was acting in accordance with the flow of established cause and effect. The contender entered the Divine Realm of the Abode of Testing. The kingdom is ruled by an emperor who worships the god of evil. It is necessary to leave the castle safe and sound. Conditions for success. To pass the task, it is enough to leave the castle. Han Sung-gung thought it was all very strange. He just needed to leave the castle walls, and yet there was no sign of anyone else in the city. Dam Chung-hu said it would be good if they could finish quickly. A guard shouted that His Majesty had arrived. Everyone had to leave the premises quickly. Han Sung-gung thought, were all the inhabitants of the city on the verge of destruction? The ruler ordered everyone to approach the cart behind him and place the grain they would offer to the god of evil into it. The ruler said that people knew that if they refused to do so, they would meet their doom. The first to approach was an old man carrying a bundle in his hands. The guard took the bundle from the old man's hands and threw it into the cart. A line of townspeople with sacks of grain formed behind him. Dam Chung-hwa said that everything was clear to her. Apparently, this was the castle where the emperor who worshipped the god of evil lived. This meant that they had entered the real world. Han Sung-gun remembered a brief mention of this god on the second floor. At that time, he had destroyed an ancient demon sent by the evil god. Han Sung-gun understood that any action he took would sooner or later attract the unwanted attention of the evil god. The guard told the old man that this grain would be sacrificed to the evil god, and that he should accept this with honor. The old man replied that if all his grain was taken away, he would starve to death. The Lord asked why the guard was delaying. The subordinate explained that he was being held up by one of his subjects, who claimed that without this grain, his family would starve to death. The Lord said that there was an easier way to avoid starvation. With that, he drew his sword and cut off the old man's head. His Majesty declared that if there were fewer people, there would be more grain to offer to the god of evil. The ruler added that this would eliminate the possibility of starvation. The Lord began to swing his sword, saying that in this way it would be possible to get rid of many people in order to save grain. The frightened people turned and ran away. The Lord asked where they were running to, because grain must be saved for the god of evil. The little girl was so frightened that she was afraid to even move. His Majesty said that the little princess was still standing in place. Perhaps she wanted to give her life to the evil god. The villain said that the girl should not worry. He would grant her a painless death and put his sword to her head. God watched the events unfold. God thought that Han Sung-gun's presence was no longer felt. This meant that he was no longer at the scene and was probably heading for the castle gates. In the labyrinth of the giant tree, Han Sung-gung destroyed the evil god's elite warrior, the ancient demon Karnizla. If he starts rampaging here again, it will greatly anger the evil god. If Han Sung-gung does not want to face his wrath, he will ultimately decide to go to the gate. The people of the kingdom will eventually die of starvation. This is the fate of the kingdom, resulting from cause and effect. Fate has already been determined. All that remains is to complete the intermediate steps, and it will all be over. At one point, God noticed a hand approaching the Lord holding the girl. Suddenly, Han Sung-gun appeared and struck His Majesty, saving the child. The special power of ghost magic was deactivated. Fate changed. The author of these changes was Han Sung-gung. The guards rushed to their lord in fear. His Majesty was immobilized, covered in blood, and lying on the ground. Some of his teeth were missing. The protagonist, ignoring the others, approached the girl and said he would take care of everything himself. Han Sung-gun handed the girl a bag of grain and told her to take it and go home. The girl thanked the stranger. Han Sung-gung remembered that anyone could pass this stage without any special conditions, simply by walking through the castle gates. Others might have preferred to leave. That was his fate. In that case, the god of trials was mistaken. The young man added that if he ended up becoming an enemy of the god of evil, he would not have to regret not intervening. Han Sung-gung said that he had decided to change the fate of the kingdom. The guards determined that His Majesty was not blinking or breathing. Was he dead? The god of testing thought that he might give up the opportunity to establish friendly relations with the god of evil, so as not to feel remorse in the future. The young man very skillfully turned the situation around. Han Sung-gung thought that this god was truly out of his mind. Dam Chung-hu said that these gods did nothing but play on each other's nerves. The god of evil promoted the broken toy from an apostle candidate to a full-fledged fourth-level apostle. He ordered this broken toy to destroy Han Sung-gun. The guards noticed that His Majesty had started moving again. Officially, the fourth-level apostle awoke as an ancient demon. The assistant rejoiced and said that finally the evil god's choice had fallen on His Majesty. The Lord awakened as an ancient demon. However, the ancient demon absorbed the assistant's energy. He said that those who were unable to prevent the attack of a suddenly appearing enemy must die. That assistant was finished, and the ancient demon turned to another subordinate. The man was frightened, fell to the ground, and began to back away. He said that he had tried his best and begged for mercy. After all, it was he who had supported the idea of changing the state religion to the cult of the evil god. The Lord was merciless and declared that none of them were good for anything. Now he would personally enter the battle, and the rest must give their lives. The ancient demon destroyed the subordinate as well. His Majesty said he was happy that the evil god had finally chosen him and granted him power. Now he could test how strong he had become. The ancient demon noted that it was truly amazing power, the power he had always desired, and with it he was capable of anything. The ancient demon declared that he would make good use of the power granted to him by the evil god. Hansungun saw how people suffered under the ruler's oppression. They asked for help. The ancient demon called out to the protagonist and said that this young man was the one chosen by the petty god of testing. How dare he touch the body of his noble master? His Majesty asked if death was not a fitting punishment for such an insult. The villain rushed towards our hero and said that he would destroy him and all who did not obey. One must prepare and accept one's fate. The god of evil granted Razgin von Tarmion the title of official apostle of the 4th level. Hansungun said that everything turned out very amusing. The power of deification was activated. The protagonist added that this ancient demon cannot see his future. Now it is possible to use divine power in accordance with potential divinity. Hansungun said that he would give his opponent a fate of destruction. The divinity transcendence was used. All abilities attributed to divinity go beyond the established range. From now on, all of Hansungung's attacks will be imbued with the energy of destruction. The challenger will be able to use his own divine power to influence the real world with his words. Hansungun said that he would not leave his opponent alive. Hansungung told his rival that he had the right to use the power of God, and the ancient demon miscalculated, expecting the opposite. Contender Hansungun absorbed the spirit of the official 4th level apostle. Defeating this apostle brought him closer to Ascension. Now he can perform magic using demonic energy. The god of testing, watching the contender, said that it was truly amazing. Hansungung is forging his own path, going against his predetermined fate, and entering into confrontation with the god of evil. The god of evil was greatly angered at Hansungung. He absorbed a huge amount of divine power and sent the incarnate body to the Pendilium dimension. The evil god said that Hansungung was actually chosen by the insignificant god of testing, but managed to destroy the best elite ancient demon in the labyrinth of the giant tree and destroyed his sanctuary. Hansungun used a ticket to banish the dimension. When divine energy is infused into the ticket, the special effect spatial banishment can be activated. It can only be used once to banish any deity to another dimension. It was surprising where Hansungun got the relic of the god of banishment. He said that one must first be interested in the enemy's property and then use divine power. Hansungun noted that despite all his efforts, the apostle he destroyed was actually incredibly weak. The god of evil, departing to another dimension, shouted that he would destroy this man someday. Hansungung waved his hand and said goodbye. The embodied body of the evil god was expelled from the Pendilium dimension to the Ragnant dimension. When the emperor died, the people who had been hiding gathered and praised Hansungung tirelessly. They thanked him for bringing peace to the kingdom. People with strong wills followed the protagonist. The efficiency of gathering faith increased significantly. The gathered faith is preserved until the next myth. When a story worthy of the preserved faith is obtained, a new myth will arise. Hansungung said that the final stage had finally arrived. Dam Chunghwa noted that there had been many difficulties, but they had managed to achieve their goal. Hansungun approached the portal and said that now it was really time to meet the god of testing. The contender entered the divine realm of the abode of testing. The young man was surprised. What kind of place was this? It looked like empty space. A quest for the divine realm of the abode of testing appeared. It was necessary to prove to the god of testing that the contender was worthy of power. The god of testing said that they had met earlier than expected. The god of testing welcomed the young man to his temple and noted that Hansungun had worked hard to get here. Because of causality, he was forced to perform meaningless actions. The god of trial said that Hansungung had done well in the 3rd stage of the test. It was amazing. He had destroyed his broken destiny and created a new future. Hansungung said that they needed to talk, and that this should be done first. The god of testing said that the young man could ask about anything that interested him. The exclusive power light block was activated. The eyes of all the gods and administrators instantly closed. The administrator said she couldn't see Han Sungung. What was going on with the broadcast? Another administrator asked in surprise, "Is the screen broken?" Han Sungun mentally apologized to the administrators, but he couldn't let them see what was happening. The young man said he would start with the question that interested him the most. He remembered another version of himself that he had seen earlier during the test on the 11th floor. He was obsessed with the idea of becoming stronger by destroying others. As if that weren't enough, he crossed over into another dimension and destroyed everyone. What was that? The god of testing said that now he understood what really interested the young man the most. He was ready to tell the candidate about his future. When Han Sungun reached the 27th floor, he would destroy the administrators. Han Sungun clutched his head. He couldn't believe that this would happen in the future. The god of testing said that the young man had made a good choice by forbidding the administrators from watching this place. The god of testing said that the content of the test was to destroy the administrators with whom the contract was concluded. This was the only condition for clearing the floor. When the two learned of the condition for passing the test, they offered no resistance and accepted death at his hands. Han Sungun promised himself that he would do everything possible to become strong, rather than live like a dog in the tower. The young man moved forward, helping the needy and the weak. Han Sungung defeated those who were hostile towards him. However, because of this incident, Han Sungung found himself bound hand and foot. The direction in which the young man is moving does not coincide with what the tower wants to see. The tower created trials on the 27th floor to push the contender in the direction it wants him to develop. As a result, Han Sungun was unable to protect the people dear to him and began to believe that his weakness was to blame for everything. He thought that he had suffered a tragic fate because of the direction he had chosen, which he believed to be the right one. His spirit was severely broken under the weight of fate. Guilt, madness, and anger were the result of the path Han Sungung wanted to take. He had to become stronger, even if it meant destroying everyone. He decided to become a monster that the tower could not defeat. After listening to the story of the god of verification, the contender said that this could not be true. It was all a lie. The god of verification replied that there was no lie in his words. The source was the divinity he possessed. He had the power to read the law of causality and see the future. Han Sungung asked why the god of verification had told him all this. God replied that he did not want everything to go as planned by the tower. Han Sungung was surprised. What did all this mean? The god of verification said that everything was going according to the tower's plan. There was nothing pleasant about attempts to interfere with the verification, such as those made by Han Sungung. A warning appeared. The testing god thought that he had disturbed the tower's peace of mind. A long conversation was now out of the question. However, the young man must remember, not only the 27th floor, but all the tests are designed by the tower in accordance with the direction in which it wants the candidates to develop. The young man must decide for himself what to do, depending on the situation. The god of testing said he couldn't wait to find out if a new destiny awaited the young man. This should also be part of the test. It should be fun. The god of testing believed that Han Sungun would be able to pass this test safely. As he disappeared, the god of trials said that his destiny would await him in this place. The task of the divine realm, abode of testing, has been completed. As a reward for completing the task, the mirror of faith will be sent to the inventory. Exclusive power obtained. The challenger entered the common area of the 21st floor, the first floor of the Temple of Trials. Han Sungun thought that the reason the tower had set up a test on the 27th floor was to prepare for the event that, for some reason, he would refuse to grow or cease to desire the destruction of all gods. Han Sungung still did not understand what to do now. The administrators were curious. What happened when the observation lock was suddenly activated? Han Sungung said that the god of testing had briefly interrupted the administrator's observation. He added that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about him. Dam Chunhu said that Han Sungung was deceiving the administrators and did not blush. Dam Chunghua approached the young man and hugged him. She said that it was very difficult for him now because it had become known that a tragic fate awaited him because of the path he had chosen. In difficult times, he could stumble and fall as much as he wanted. There was no shame in despair. Just as he said that, even if she were completely broken, he would stay by her side, she would also stay by his side. Dam Chunhua smiled and looked into the young man's eyes. The young people were called over. The knight said that these were the very criminals who had attacked the guard detachment. He was given a detailed report of what had happened, the attack on the guard detachment and the extortion of items. The knight held a battered kitten in his hand. He asked if these people had anything to say in their defense. After all, now they would pay for their sins. The commander of the guards threw the kitten on the ground. Dam Chunhua approached the animal. The kitten apologized to the pretender. The girl said that the situation was very serious. His face was smashed to a bloody pulp. The kitten admitted that he had intended not to speak until the very end, but in the end, he had revealed the location of the pretender. Han Sunggun remembered the words of the god of testing that not only the 27th floor, but all the trials were designed by the tower in accordance with the direction in which it wanted the young man to develop. Han Sunggun had to decide for himself what to do, depending on the situation. Pointing to the kitten, Han Sunggun asked if it was really necessary for a group of several people to go so far. The commander of the guard said that it was a deserved punishment for resisting the security detachment. Perhaps he would not have suffered such a fate if he had obediently answered their questions. The kitten said that there were a lot of people and that they should run away. Han Sunggung replied that everything was fine and that the kitten could rest and catch its breath. Han Sunggung thought that perhaps this was also part of the tower's plan. The skill Ancestry of the Abyss was activated. The contender can summon the bottomless evil that lives in their ancestry in the form of a spell. Han Sunggun was ready to attack. The young man remembered the gift from the kitten as a token of gratitude. It was an A-rank Moonlight bracelet. When mana is input, the exclusive effect Moonlight Protection can be activated. Proportional to the amount of mana consumed by the user, the item covers the entire body with a protective shield of moonlight. Han Sunggun thought that he was ready to destroy this fate, so desired by the tower, as many times as necessary. A huge demonic snake appeared in place of the protagonist, ready to attack the guards. Han Sunggun did not know that the snake from the Abyss of Ancestry possessed such enormous power. It turned out to be a very useful creature. Han Sunggun did not get distracted and took part in the battle with the knights. The skill, White Sword Cutting Through the Sea, was activated. Han Sunggung was exhausted and decided to catch his breath. The knight asked, "Was the young man really out of breath?" The commander of the guard survived the battle with the snake and set his sights on the challenger. The knight said that he had brought countless talented people to catch this man, so it must be really hard for him. Despite the fact that the young man had reached the 21st floor, surviving in a confrontation with so many challengers proved to be beyond his strength. The unique characteristic Knight's Duel was activated. A fair duel began between the opponents. The skill Ancestry of the Abyss was deactivated. The knight said that this snake was no longer an ally. Now the challenger must humbly accept his fate. It was necessary to quickly deal with the young man and go collect tribute from the other challengers. Since someone like this young man may appear again, the other contenders should first destroy half of their kind. Han Sunggun asked why the knight was so obsessed with other people's items. The knight replied that this would make it easier for them to climb the tower. The contender from other dimensions was destined to be used as a stepping stone, and he did not care if it cost the contenders their lives. Han Sunggun thought that the reason really lay in the tower. As long as the tower existed, such people would appear again. Innocent people would have to live with the bloodshed. Han Sunggun remembered asking the kitten what would happen if he lost his job because of the destruction of the tower. The kitten replied that everything would be fine. He too had long seen the suffering that the tower caused people. It was a terrible, pitiful, and frightening sight. If the tower were destroyed, the world could become a much better place. After that, it might be difficult to earn a living, but the kitten believed that gradually they would be able to create new opportunities together. Those who shape destiny with dirty methods have no right to judge the fate of others. Han Sunggun said he was ready to explain it more simply. These knights are disgusting and rude. They look pathetic, extorting items that others have worked hard to collect. Death is perfect for them. The exclusive effect Moonlight Protection was activated. The conditions were met. The physical advantage Moon Favor was activated. The knight was outraged. How dare the young man insult the Knights of the Empire? He is the 67th Master Swordsman and will definitely destroy this pretender. The knight ordered his soldiers to attack the young man immediately. The skill Confronting the Army was activated. Fighting the group alone, all of the young man's stats increased. The knight was surprised. Could this challenger really be that strong? The soldiers begged for mercy. How could he destroy the renowned knights of the Ares dimension with a single blow? Han Sungun said that now only the two of them remained in the arena. The knight swore by his title of Swordmaster of the Empire that he would definitely destroy his opponent. The power of instant steps was activated. Han Sungung instantly moved and found himself directly in front of his opponent. The young man said that the fact that the knight was a master swordsman was completely irrelevant. The only thing that mattered was that his fate today was to meet his demise here. The knight said that if the young man destroyed him too, the Empire would never forget it. Han Sungung replied that he didn't care. Han Sungung added that no one could change the fate they had determined for themselves. The kitten opened its eyes and told the challenger that it was dangerous. The Steel Jaws skill was activated. The kitten asked what these tricks were and what to do about the squad. Han Sungung said that there was no need to worry about the squad. They were not a security squad, but knights in the service of the Empire in the Ares dimension. They had simply occupied the common territory by force. Han Sungung informed the kitten that he had eliminated the entire squad. The kitten was surprised. Had the contender really done it alone? Han Sungung added that he had healed all of the kitten's wounds, so it could move without restriction. The kitten really did feel lightness in its body. The young man handed the kitten a backpack and told him not to forget to take all his belongings. Han Sungun noticed that he had something to say to the kitten before it left to go about its business. Perhaps it would be difficult for Mr. Cat to earn a living. The thing was, he was going to destroy the tower. The cat asked why. Han Sungun replied that it was so that no one else would suffer as the kitten had, and so that every dimension could exist in peace and harmony. Han Sungun said that he would try to change everything, even if the future proved difficult. They could gradually work together to create a new future. The cat smiled and said that he too would very much like to see such a world. Wherever he ended up, he would always worry about the contender. The legend of the contender Han Sungun begins to spread again. The waiting room on the 21st floor. Han Sungun said that he was able to significantly improve his stats and skill mastery. However, the mirror was more important now. It was an SSS rank mirror of faith, a special mirror created by the god of testing in the hope that faith would grow in the challenger. Han Sungun thought that since the battle with the Empire's contenders on the 21st floor, the completeness of the Mirror of Faith relic had increased by 3%. If the protagonist had opportunities for spiritual growth, the relic's completeness would continue to increase. The administrators looked at the contender, Han Sungung. They had something to tell the young man about his cherished desire. The administrator, Lord Steelblood, invites the contender to his domain. Dam Chunghua said that Han Sungun should visit the administrator. The applicant Han Sungun entered the world of Steelblood. The administrator said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Han Sungun greeted Lord Steelblood. The girl added that Han Sungun was her contractor, so she would like him to show his face more often. Han Sungung said that he had been planning to stop by soon. The administrator asked the applicant if something had happened in the Temple of Verification. There was no answer. After a while, the young man noticed that something had indeed happened, but he had to deal with it himself. When it was over, he would be able to share the information. Until then, the young man suggested simply observing his actions. Lord Steelblood admitted that one of her duties was to watch what Han Sungung was doing. The girl added that she would like the young man to promise her something. When he falls and cannot get up, she would like him to know that he can always count on her because she is his administrator. The girl expressed her hope that the young man would share his fears with her and not carry the entire burden alone. He agreed because if he struggled alone in one place, nothing would change. Han Sungun admitted that he had a very good administrator, so there was nothing to worry about. No matter how difficult it was, he would overcome it and stand tall again. Because his administrator and comrades were always there to look after him. For their sake, he couldn't let himself fall. The administrator said she was glad to hear that if the young man really felt that way. Lord Steelblood remembered that she had promised to tell him about her cherished desire. When the contender Han Sungun challenges her cherished desire, he will have to face a deity, and that deity is the god of evil. She doesn't know the exact reason, but after the tower interfered with her secret wish, it became possible for divine beings to intervene. The world she originally lived in was destroyed by the invasion of the god of evil, who came from another dimension. The god of evil controls countless demons, and his power is beyond imagination. At that moment, the young man will encounter not an incarnate body, but rather the true evil god. The girl said that the cherished wish could be fulfilled at any moment. But in his current state, if he challenges her cherished wish, he will be unable to do anything and will be destroyed by the evil god. However, she wants Han Sung-gun to think only of himself right now. Han Sung-gun thought that the god of evil was the entity he had come into conflict with in the giant tree labyrinth and during the verification stage. But it turns out that he had already caused the destruction of his administrator's world in the past. Han Sung-gun thought that the tower's plan was to destroy his dimension and force him to face the god of evil in order to meet this fate. The tower will not be forgiven. Han Sung-gun told Lord Steelblood that he had made his decision. The young man added that he would gather his strength and then destroy both the tower and the evil god. He entered the waiting room on the 21st floor. Dam Chung-hwa noticed that Han Sung-gun is now very angry with the god of evil. However, she recommends that he focus on growth rather than rushing to fulfill his cherished desire. Han Sung-gun realized that he cannot defeat the god of evil now, so he needs to find a way to reach the next level of necromancy. The protagonist would like to find the answer during this trial. The conditions for passing the trial: destroy the apostle who serves the god of despair, fall, and madness within the allotted time. Dam Chung-hwa said that in the end, Han Sung-gun faced the god of madness again. This is a trial in which one can truly perish. Han Sung-gun said that the apostle is not a deity and cannot use divine powers, so defeating him will not be difficult. Dam Chun-hwa reminded him that this is the apostle of the god of madness. The girl told Han Sung-gun to listen to her carefully. In the past, she personally fought a second-level apostle who served the demon god. It then became clear that the apostles of the ancient gods had a different level of power. The dimension in which they fought was completely destroyed in a terrifying manner. The god of madness possesses immense power. What could his apostle be like? Perhaps his power is close to the divine realm. There is nothing wrong with being cautious with the apostle of the god of madness and praying that the enemy is not a second-level apostle. Han Sung-gun said that even if that were the case, it would not be easy to find the apostle of the god of madness on this huge planet in just 1 month. Han Sung-gun said with surprise that they had only just begun the trial, but a special mission had immediately popped up. After reading the contents, the young man told his companion that from now on, they would have to run a little. At that moment, a battle with a ferocious monster was taking place. The opponents asked, "Does this insignificant monster not know who the servants of doom are?" One of the servants said that in the name of the necromancer, they must protect the priestess. Only in this way could they preserve their clan's prophecy. However, the monster did not yield to threats and continued to attack. The undead fiercely tried to protect the priestess and rushed into battle against the monster. Suddenly, Han Sung-gun appeared and destroyed the monsters with a single blow. Of course, the servants of doom were surprised. Who was this man? The priestess thought that if this man had saved her from danger, perhaps he was the prince who had come for her. The priestess wondered if she should call this a fateful encounter. Han Sung-gun said that he was not late after all. If he had arrived even a second later, something irreparable could have happened. The priestess thought that since this man had destroyed the monster with a single blow, she was clearly standing before a handsome man. Han Sung-gun said that in order to find the priestess, he had to search the entire dimension. Now he wanted to talk to her about this dimension. The special mission was complete. The contender had saved the priestess who was in danger. Having completed the mission, he would receive information from the priestess about the trial on the 21st floor. Dam Chung-hwa said that Han Sung-gun was a real fool. Completing the special mission was certainly a good thing, but one had to look at the priestess's face. Because of the young man, she was trembling like a frightened rabbit. Han Sung-gun was surprised. Why was that? Didn't he look cool? Dam Chun-hoo said that in no dimension would anyone engage in dialogue with someone with such a strange expression on their face. One of the warriors appeared between the priestess and the hero and said that this man was dangerous. The man said that this savior had a frightening expression on his face. He clearly posed a threat. Han Sung-gun tried to smile and said that it was not serious. The priestess said that this was the very man mentioned earlier in their clan's prophecy. One day when destruction strikes the world, the Holy Spirit of the Lord of Doom will appear, coming from the dimension of Earth. The priestess said that they had been waiting for this Holy Spirit. A special mission, Savior of the clan, began. Currently, the Hermian clan of Doom is obsessed with the prophecy of the Holy Spirit. They believe that the Holy Spirit, associated with destruction, will save their clan and the world. It is necessary to gain the recognition of the Germian clan as the Holy Spirit and make them serve. Han Sung-gun looked at the victims around him and said that he did not know the situation had gone so far. The pretender entered the witchcraft area, land of those who serve death. The carriage with the protagonist on board continued on its set route. The priestess apologized for the late introduction. The girl said that she was Mimir, a priestess and shaman who led the Germian clan. Mimir said she wanted to make an important request to the Holy Spirit. If they crossed the forest, they would find themselves in the village where the Germian clan lived. This land was polluted. Mimir added that their clan's lands were no exception. Many people were suffering because of the pollution. Mimir said that now the most interesting part for the Holy Spirit would begin. The one who defiled this land drove its inhabitants mad and caused them to suffer from incurable diseases and pain. The criminal is a necromancer who serves an ancient deity and is considered the unsurpassed genius of the Germian clan. The name of this necromancer is Sansis Lucia. Mimir said that he was her younger brother. The priestess added that everyone in the Germian clan tried to change her brother's mind, but it was not enough. Mimir asked the young man to save her brother and the clan. By saving the Germian clan, you can find out the necromancer's location from the priestess. Now the young man understood why this special mission had suddenly appeared. The first step is to find out the necromancer's location from the priestess by saving the clan. Han Sung-gun saw a man lying on the ground. Dam Chung-hwa said she couldn't believe that a person had been reduced to such a state. This is a serious case. Han Sung-gun said that it was not yet at a dangerous level. If you look closely, you can see streams of divine and demonic energy flowing out of the ground. There are people who cannot withstand the influence of this energy. They feel weak or fall unconscious. Han Sung-gong said that if the situation worsens, people will definitely start to go crazy. The priest told people that death is God's will. Han Sung-gong said that the current situation is extremely dire. If nothing is done, this village will be destroyed. Mimir said that although they are a clan that serves death, they do not fear death, but they do not desire it either. Some time ago, her younger brother united with God, and this land was enveloped in a murky energy. After that, people began to fall ill, or their service to death was reborn into a desire for death, and they began to go mad. Dam Chung-hwa said that in that case, the goals were clearly set. The priestess knows the location of her younger brother, right? Now is the time to make a decision. The only way to quickly resolve the situation is to tell them where her younger brother is and destroy him. Mimir said that this should not be done. She was sure that he could be guided to the path of truth with words. Then he would surely return to goodness. Dam Chunhwa asked what basis there was for the claim that he would return to goodness if instructed with words. Mimir replied that her younger brother had followed her since childhood, so she knew him well. Their parents died when they were young, leaving her and her younger brother alone in the world. Even when she was going through difficult times in her life, her younger brother stayed with her and always smiled. Even when her life as a priestess was filled with difficulties, he was always there to comfort her. He protected his sister in times of danger. He showed warmth to others. Mimir said that her younger brother was such a person. Therefore, if she met him and talked to him properly, he would definitely change. Dam Chung-hwa said that he would not change. The young man had become an apostle of the god of evil. Couldn't she see that in the current situation, there was no turning back? Even if her younger brother was a good guy in the past, he is now an apostle of the evil god. A man ran up to the priestess and said that something terrible had happened, that they had serious problems. The man said that the priestess had better go with him. At that moment, the condition of the sick villagers worsened. The young people approached the building where the sick were. Mimir looked inside and was terribly frightened. Pleas for help came from everywhere. Mimir was even more depressed and exhausted, fell to her knees. Dam Chunhwa said that people who were unable to resist the murky divinity and demonic energy were already dying. Han Sung-gung realized that things were only getting worse. The sick man told the priestess that there was no point in living in such a state. Mimir burst into tears and asked them all to forgive her for what her younger brother had done. Mimir told people not to hate her younger brother because it was all her fault. Dam Chung-hwa told the priestess that the situation had become so serious that it was out of control. Now she really had to reveal the whereabouts of her younger brother. Dam Chunhu added that now was not the time for stubbornness, because people were dying. Mimir cried out that she did not want to reveal her brother's whereabouts. Mimir asked if they were in her place, would they be able to easily bear the death of a family member? After all, they were going to destroy her younger brother. Han Sung-gun turned and headed for the exit. Dam Chun-hwa asked where he was going. Han Sung-gun said that first and foremost, they needed to put out the fire urgently. The young man added that he would take care of everything here, and she should think carefully about the current situation. Dam Chung-hwa asked if there was a way to resolve the situation right now. The young man replied that it was necessary to cleanse this land of pollution at all costs. The territory had been destroyed by the divinity and demonic energy of the evil god. Han Sung-gun touched the ground and said that he would fill the land with his divine power and make it his domain. The contender Han Sung-gun spent his divine power and faith to create the divine realm of transcendence. The divine power of the apostle is not inferior to the power of the god of madness, so Han Sung-gun's body is burning. This is a realm created with his own divine power, so it is very difficult to obtain. Han Sung-gun decided that in that case, he would strike with all his divine power and take this territory. In the place where the divine realm of transcendence exists, the body and mind do not suffer from exhaustion. In the divine realm of transcendence, any growth rate is doubled. Where the divine realm of transcendence is located, all kinds of injuries heal quickly. Flashes appeared in the square in front of the hospital building, and structural changes began to take place. The territory began to be cleansed of contamination. The trees came to life and blossom. Life began to return. The divine realm of transcendence was created. People began to heal. Their bodies stopped hurting. The disease receded. Mimir saw this as a miracle. After all, even she had been unable to do anything before. The recovered people said that the Holy Spirit had done its job. Dam Chun-hwa said that her partner had done everything in his power to resolve the situation. She understands the priestess's desire to protect the villagers and her younger brother. Han Sung-gun understands the girl's feelings better than anyone else. He lost his family to monsters. Therefore, he made the choice to save people, sacrificing his own life force because he had to hurry. Such a choice is not easy to make. Han Sung-gun is truly an amazing person. Dam Chung-hwa told the priestess to listen to her words. All these people are also dear family members to someone. She hopes that Mimir's stubbornness will not harm her precious villagers. Dam Chun-hwa reminded her that Mimir was the priestess responsible for this village. Mimir looked at Han Sung-gun and saw that the young man was barely standing. His condition was depressing. Dam Chun-hwa noticed this and rushed to the young man. Mimir fearfully thought that her stubbornness had caused the Holy Spirit to suffer. Han Sung-gun imagined the administrators in front of him, telling him that he had to make a decision quickly. The administrators said that they were fine, so he should deal with them and move on. Han Sung-gun had to deal with them here and survive. He had to make a wise decision. Han Sung-gun couldn't stand this nightmare and screamed loudly. The young man turned around and ran away. He believed that such a method was unacceptable. After all, in that case, it meant that he couldn't protect anyone. The priestess said that the Holy Spirit must also make a decision. Would he be able to destroy his precious companion? Han Sung-gun came to his senses, opened his eyes, and saw Dam Chun-hwa in front of him. The girl was very alarmed. Dam Chun-hwa asked how Han Sung-gun was feeling. The young man said that he had been exposed to the divine power of the apostle for too long and had suffered from mental erosion for some time. Han Sung-gun said that he needed to rest a little, after which he would return to normal. There was no need to worry too much. A local resident said that he would take the savior to a room where the young man could rest. The priestess's assistant and Dam Chung-hwa supported the young man and helped him into the restroom. Mimir silently watched the scene. After a while, Han Sung-gun stabilized and rested a little. He saw children playing in the window. They said that thanks to the Holy Spirit, their bodies no longer hurt. The Holy Spirit had saved them. If the members of the Germian clan looked healthy, it meant that he had successfully completed his task. The Germian clan fervently worshipped the Holy Spirit. Now all that remained was to find out the necromancer's location. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Mimir entered the room. The girl wanted to tell him something. The priestess said that she was impressed by the actions of the Holy Spirit and decided to reveal the whereabouts of her younger brother. Mimir said that she would come here tomorrow at sunrise. The protagonist activated the Fire Dragon's Eye skill. The next morning, the young people saddled their horses and set off in the specified direction. The priestess said that they only needed to cross the forest, and they would find her younger brother. Dam Chung-hwa said that the priestess was obsessed with her younger brother. But why would she change her mind? After a while, the travelers stopped, and Mimir said that her younger brother was here. This was the end of the polluted land, a place where spirits gathered. It is the burial place of the indigenous spirits. It is never opened. Mimir said that her companions might not know this spirit because they came from another dimension. An indigenous spirit is a false deity that guards a certain territory and obeys the tower, like an administrator. Although the native spirit possesses divinity, it does not belong to the tower, so it is difficult to consider it a true god. Because of this, it is called a false deity. Once all the native spirits died, and their remains were buried here. This is the place where the native spirits are gathered and buried. Han Sung-gun said it would be a difficult battle. Dam Chung-hwa agreed. Using the tomb as a place of residence means that he is capable of bringing the indigenous spirits back to life. Dealing with several deity-like beings is dangerous. Han Sung-gun asked if the priestess really intended to follow him to such a dangerous place. Even if she did follow him, he could not guarantee that she would survive. Was she willing to do so? Mimir replied that she knew that. Because of her stubbornness, all the villagers had nearly perished. Despite the fact that the young man's body was engulfed in heat, he still saved the villagers. The girl added that it was also a difficult decision for the Holy Spirit. Under his influence, she firmly decided that if her younger brother died, she would at least see him off. Han Sung-gun thought that if he rejected her request now, it would greatly upset the girl. He said he agreed, but if she got in the way, he would turn her back. Dam Chun-hwa asked if Han Sung-gun was in his right mind. The door opened slightly and a voice said that the suitor had come here without a shred of fear. After they had come this far, it would be rude to simply take the young man and send him away. Han Sung-gun felt a strong wind blowing inside. Under the force of the wind, Mimir was knocked off her feet and blown inside. The doors began to close. Han Sung-gun and Dam Chung-hwa immediately rushed after the priestess. At the last moment, the door slammed shut. Everyone was inside. Mimir opened her eyes. Kan Sung-gung said that the priestess had finally come to her senses. Dam Chung-hwa asked what kind of place this was. Han Sung-gun suggested that they had been drawn into a tomb. It was a tomb where the spirits of the ancestors were buried. The pretender had entered the divine realm of possession by despair. A voice greeted the guests. A young man appeared in the room and asked if he should call this guest the Hound of the Tower. Although, according to him, it didn't matter what he was called. The young man said that he was the apostle of the god of despair, fall, and madness. Mimir stared at him intently. Standing before the young people was Sagsis Lucia, the priestess's younger brother. He said that he would be the one to deal with this pretender. Sagis Lucia added that the pretender had better prepare himself mentally. Han Sung-gun stared at his opponent without looking away. A warning was issued. As a user, the pretender had encountered a strong opponent whom he would not be able to defeat. Sagis Lucia assumed that the challenger was very nervous, as he should be. He was rightly surprised to see the power granted by the god of madness. The god of despair, downfall, and madness called on the apostle to deal with the challenger quickly. The young man said that there was no need to send this message. He was going to get rid of him anyway. Sagis Garcia said that Han Sung-gun would die here and become his puppet. Sagis Garcia called on the dark demons to rise up. Mimir was surprised and said that this could not be. The priestess said that her brother had just resurrected the native spirits. Dam Chung-hwa noticed that the native spirits of these lands were extremely powerful. Would Han Sung-gun be able to fight while protecting the priestess? Han Sung-gun said that if the indigenous spirits and the spellcaster were eliminated, the matter would be settled. The guardian skill was activated, a magical barrier was created around the protected target and area, and all stats were increased. Han Sung-gung suggested that his opponent end this confrontation as quickly as possible. The deification power was activated. It becomes possible to use divine power in accordance with potential divinity. Potential divinity is transcendence, eternity, reverse causality, and observation. Sagis Garcia said that now that the challenger had entered this world, he would only interfere with his honor. Han Sung-gun should simply obediently accept death at his hands. Han Sung-gun grabbed his swords, rushed at his opponent, and said he was tired of listening to empty talk. Han Sung-gun did not know what revenge his opponent had in mind, but he was not going to die here and now. The root spirit was attacked. Kan Sung-gung added that today it was Sagis Garcia who would die. The apostle called his opponent an arrogant boy. The instant steps power was activated. Han Sung-gun appeared behind Sagis Garcia. Han Sung-gun was, as always, confident and said that only the apostle would meet a painful death here. The imprinting skill, strengthening of the blood of the heavenly demon sword of true blood, was activated. The primordial deity, The mountain giant who protected the spirits activated the divinity Oblivion. The exclusive effect of the old wristwatch of the returned was activated. Return of the deceased. When the user loses their life, the time of the entire world goes back 10 minutes. Han Sungun thought that now he only had the skill Last Resistance left in reserve. He couldn't let his guard down for even a second, or he could die. Sagas Garcia said that this young man was truly magnificent. Perhaps because he was a contender from the tower, he had abilities that transcended time and space. Now he wanted even more to add this young man to his collection. Sagas Garcia said that in order to achieve revenge, he must quickly make his rival one of his subjects. Mimir asked her brother who he was going to take revenge on if he had gone this far. The apostle replied that he wanted to take revenge on the Germian clan and his older sister. The young man added that they had all abandoned him at one time or another. Mimir said that this was not true. Where did her brother get such ideas? Sagas Garcia asked if his sister was going to pretend she knew nothing until the very end. In that case, he would refresh her memory. The young man reminded her that the indigenous spirits who protected their clan and land had been destroyed by the tower because they were a kind of divine beings. Since then, their world had been moving toward destruction due to natural disasters and catastrophes. Sagas Garcia said that this was why they had turned to him. They had asked him to bring the indigenous spirits back to life. However, things did not go as planned. The elders said that this could not go on. Wasn't it absurd that they had not yet managed to resurrect the spirits? They were all on the brink of destruction. They thought they would be saved, but what was happening was only disappointing. The elder asked who would take responsibility for what was happening. The world was falling apart. Shouldn't the one who said he would save everyone be held accountable? Sagas Garcia stood behind the door and heard everything. Mimir said that in that case, she would hold her younger brother responsible. The young man heard these words, became upset, and ran away from the village. Sagas Garcia did not understand why they wanted to punish him. After all, he had tried his best. At least he believed in his older sister. The young man thought that no matter how hard he tried, people like that would never see it. Sagas Garcia said that in any case, this world would be destroyed. He swore allegiance to the god of madness. Sagas Garcia said he would destroy the Germian clan with the power given to him by the god of madness. Mimir told her brother that there had been a misunderstanding. He must listen to her immediately. Sagas Garcia declared that he did not wish to hear any petty excuses. The primordial deity, the serpent who tried to devour the mountain, activated the divinity Gravity. Mimir was attacked and flew far back. Han Sungun grabbed the girl by the arm and prevented her from falling. The young man thought that the apostle really intended to destroy the only member of his family. Dam Chunghua asked in fear what Han Sungun was going to do. Han Sungun, in the form of a demon, told Dam Chunghu to take care of the priestess. The holy light skill was activated. The protagonist repeated to himself that he must destroy his rival. The salvation effect was activated. Thanks to the large number of followers, the divine power increased significantly. The native deity, the serpent who tried to devour the mountain, was seriously wounded and torn from its reborn state. Han Sungung approached his opponent. Han Sungun said that he understood the reason for Sagas Garcia's anger, but even if he was angry, how could he try to destroy the only member of his family? Han Sungung added that his rival should not even hope for an easy death. Now he would have to pay for everything in full. The indigenous deity dragon-ruling vegetation activated the divinity Revenge. The skill Counterattack Shield was activated. Sagas Garcia said that the challenger had been caught. The divinity Revenge had achieved its goal. Han Sungun felt his body become heavy, as if a huge mass was pressing down on him. However, it wasn't so bad. He could endure it. Part of the challenger's memory was destroyed by the divinity Oblivion. Han Sungun was attacked by the monkey and barely managed to dodge the blow. He knew he had to keep fighting. Han Sungun turned around and attacked. The root spirit monkey received a series of crushing blows. Due to his damaged memory, the young man continued to fight without understanding why he was doing so. He had forgotten. The monkey spirit swung and delivered a fatal blow. Han Sungun was thrown back with tremendous force and crashed into the wall, damaging it. Dam Chunghua and Mimir rushed to the spot where the young man had fallen. When the dust cleared, the girls saw Han Sungun lying motionless. The contender Han Sungun was dead. Dam Chunghua cried out with tears in her eyes, telling Han Sungun not to joke around like that. He had to get up immediately and use some skill or divine power. Sagis Garcia said there was no point in calling him. It was useless. This guy was dead. The contender had received a blow of incredible force from the giant. No one survives that. The god of despair, fall, and madness rejoiced at Han Sunggun's demise. The apostle said he was bored to death, and this man was perfect for passing the time. Now he would destroy the girls and then turn them all into his spirits. Han Sunggun found himself in a dark space and did not understand where he was. No matter how far he walked, there was only pitch darkness around him. The young man behind him asked if Han Sunggun didn't remember that he had died. Han Sunggun looked back and asked in surprise if it was really him. Was this guy claiming that he had died? His companion said that Han Sunggun didn't remember anything. They could walk forward and talk, and then his memory would gradually return. The first place. The hunter training center that Han Sunggun attended appeared before the young people. The interlocutor said that it was here that Han Sunggun went to carry out his first tower assignment. Wasn't this where his journey began? Does Han Sunggun remember why he initially decided to climb the tower? Han Sunggun replied that he wanted to become stronger. He did not want to remain oppressed and did not want everyone to look at him with contempt. Han Sunggun said he didn't remember anything, but the words just came out on their own. The young man noticed that Han Sunggun remembered everything correctly. He began climbing the tower with the sole purpose of becoming stronger. As he climbed from floor to floor, he met administrators and gods. Han Sunggun had the feeling that he had seen this many times before. There were many critical situations, and Han Sunggun punished everyone who threatened Earth. During this short but fierce battle, he became much stronger. There was no one left on Earth who could match him. So why did he continue to climb the tower? What was the real reason for the ascent? The young man said that Han Sunggun was no longer so weak as to deserve anyone's contempt. If he stopped climbing, he would not have to destroy anyone. With the strength he has now, he could live as a hunter until old age. But what makes him so determined to climb higher? The young man asked if Han Sunggun wanted to continue pretending to be a hero. Or like his future self, did he enjoy the slaughter? Han Sunggun clutched his head and said he didn't remember why he continued his ascent. He just wanted to protect everyone. The young man asked why Han Sunggun thought he wanted to protect everyone. After all, he was originally a person who cared only about his own growth. Why does Han Sunggun continue to strive for power? Isn't it time to stop trying to become stronger? Why does Han Sunggun continue to climb the tower? Why doesn't he stop? Why? Han Sunggun yelled at his interlocutor to shut up. He just wanted to become stronger. Han Sunggun said he realized this when he saw the suffering of people in other dimensions. Their appearance reminded him of himself in the past. Han Sunggun said he simply couldn't walk away. He wanted to save them because he knew exactly how they felt. Sadness that cannot be contained. Helplessness from the fact that nothing can be changed. Han Sunggun cried out that he understood their feelings. He had to become stronger to be able to protect them. Han Sunggun shouted that he wanted to make his precious comrades happy. He had a duty to protect everyone, which is why he was becoming stronger. Han Sunggun resolutely declared that he would destroy the tower for this. The conditions were fulfilled. The challenger, Han Sunggun, remembered the purpose of the climb while on the brink of death. Did he want to choose death or challenge again? The young man said that the time had come to choose, to break down the tower door and return, or to meet his death. The answer was obvious, and the protagonist declared that he was returning. The young man said that he would continue to watch over Han Sunggun. Han Sunggun had achieved the minimum divinity required to be reborn as a god. The temporary divine title that the current contender, Han Sunggun, could obtain through fertilization was God of Death. After destroying the contender, Sagis Garcia declared that he would now destroy everyone and make them his spirits. Han Sunggun opened his eyes and said he would not allow this. Sagis Garcia felt a sense of fear. The indigenous deities instinctively sensed horror. The god of despair, downfall, and madness manifested all kinds of negative emotions. The conditions for raising the rank of necromancy were fulfilled. The contender returned after being on the brink of death. Since the conditions were met, the rank of the unique characteristic necromancy was raised to S level. Han Sunggun suggested that his opponent have some fun. The challenger Han Sunggun took the position of the god of destruction. The native spirits in Sagis Garcia understood that they would now have to deal with a completely different opponent. The apostle said that Han Sunggun had clearly had part of his memories removed. What technique had he used? How had he managed to achieve the position of God? Han Sunggun replied that his opponent should not have time for unnecessary thoughts. Was he frozen with fear? Sagas Garcia said that he would remain unshakable, unlike his opponent, who lacked any determination. The apostle declared that he would finish off the challenger without leaving a trace. Han Sungun destroyed the indigenous spirits one by one, advancing toward his goal. However, he still missed one blow. Sagis Garcia said that his opponent was arrogant, but in the end he was still hit. He was consumed by all-consuming revenge. The native spirits dragon and monkey were deactivated and were to be destroyed. Sagis Garcia was once again overcome with fear and did not understand why he was starting to lose again. How could the resurrected challenger destroy the primordial deity with a single blow? The apostle asked how Han Sungung had become so powerful. Sagis Garcia said that he needed to destroy the divine realm immediately and flee. The apostle found himself captive to the undead. It was a force that controlled all beings. The young man realized that if he did nothing, he would perish. Sagis Garcia cried out that he was devoting himself entirely to the god of despair, downfall, and madness. He begged God to grant him the strength to destroy this rival. The god of despair, downfall, and madness accepted the apostle's body as payment. The apostle Sagis Garcia asked the challenger how he dared to destroy his servants. Was he ready to answer for what he had done? The divinity of hell was activated. The apostle said that his rival would perish here and now. A border opened, leading all living things to the underworld. The apostle declared that he would throw the challenger into the abyss of despair. Han Sungun said that the border of death was meaningless to him, so there was no point in threatening him. Sagis Garcia was frightened. Had the activation of divine power been cancelled? What was going on? Han Sungun could now use divine power to influence the real world through words. The divinity of hell had been cancelled by the power that controlled the destruction of all things. The apostle had never encountered such power before. Everything he did, he dedicated to God. The apostle added that he had devoted his soul, his faith, and everything he could to God. But why did this pretender possess such incredible power? Han Sungun said that it didn't matter what Sagis Garcia complained about. Here, he would meet his doom. Sagis Garcia was seriously wounded, but decided that he did not want to die. He needed to survive at any cost. The young man raised his head and saw Mimir standing before him with a sword in his hand. He asked his sister for help. Sagis said that he finally realized that he had done everything wrong. He begged his sister to convince the pretender and save him. He promised that he would not do evil anymore. The young man asked why Mimir was silent. He asked his sister for help again. The girl said that now Sagsi saw her as his older sister. She explained that all this had happened at a clan meeting, and her brother could well have misunderstood the situation. The priestess then agreed and said that she would take responsibility for her younger brother. However, before calling him to account, she noted that all those who simply watched what was happening from the sidelines would not be able to avoid even greater responsibility. The priestess acknowledged that her younger brother was wrong. But did those present want to say that there was nothing wrong with them being mere bystanders? Mimir noted that, as she had said before, she would refuse to hold those who stood up for them accountable. Her sister said she didn't care if her brother failed. She wouldn't say anything if he fell. No matter how brilliant he was, no one was perfect. Mimir said that now there was no turning back, and plunged her sword into her brother's chest. With tears in her eyes, the girl said that she wanted to end it all right here and now. Mimir cried as she held her brother's body close to her. Dam Chunghua pulled Han Sungun's hand and said that the priestess should be left alone. Han Sungun agreed and said that he would now just add the finishing touches to the ending. The fragment of the native deity's soul was completely absorbed. The absorption of the spirit of the first-level apostle, Sagis Garcia, was complete. As a special reward for the divine ascension, the exclusive effect Necromancy spell was received. From now on, the contender Han Sungun can use his magical power to resurrect the dead. The ascension achieved through the myth possibility of transcendence has reached 100%. The conditions have been fulfilled. The contender Han Sungun earned the right to receive a divine name. Han Sungun said that the ascension effect is truly the path to becoming a true god. Now the young man can receive official divine power. From this moment on, the ascension of the contender as a deity begins. Dam Chunghua thought that the level of the soul rises in accordance with the level of divinity, as if it absorbs all the shimmering water to the last drop. The reason why divine power has a red-gold color is because it is imbued with the divinity of transcendence. Hence, Sungun's official divine name is confirmed as God of Transcendence. The existence of such a god becomes known to all deities of all dimensions. Information about the god of transcendence now begins to be controlled by causality. The Tower of Trials begins to pay special attention to the god of transcendence. The priestess buried her brother on the outskirts of the village. The villagers attended the funeral. The elder told the girl that they were truly sorry that her brother had died. However, the priestess must not forget her purpose. The elder reminded her that the Hermian clan is the servant of death. In order to prevent disaster and live in peace on this earth, it was necessary to revive the indigenous deity. The priestess turned to the people and told them to listen to her very carefully. The girl said that from now on, they must all leave this land. The people were surprised because their duty was to revive the indigenous deity. Mimir explained that because her brother had resurrected the local deity, he had fallen into the arms of death. To prevent such a tragedy from happening again, the Holy Spirit promised to protect this world. The polluted energy of this world is purified by the energy of the Holy Spirit. Absorbing the divine power and accumulated faith of the claimant, the divine realm of transcendence expands over vast territories. The priestess said that they would turn to the state religion of the Holy West and start all over again. Now they would not rely on the local deity. This was a time when they could forge a new path for themselves. Such was the will of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit found himself on the brink of destruction for the sake of this clan, which he had seen for the first time in his life, and despite her stubbornness, he firmly extended his hand of salvation. Although her younger brother had died for the sake of the Holy Spirit, who had given them new hope, they must make an effort. Mimir added that they must cope with this for the sake of the Holy Spirit. The girl promised to make this world the story of the Holy Spirit. She would eagerly await the day when Kan Sungung would reappear as God. Thanks to the science of spreading hope, hope spreads like wildfire. The battle in the arena is in full swing. God attacked the monster and dealt a crushing blow to its jaw. God shouted, "Is that all your opponent is capable of? With such insignificant divinity, he dared to challenge me?" He thought that even though he had gained divinity and faith from those who had fallen in battle, he had not been able to restore the divine power given to the tower. That challenger would surely come here to settle the score. He must be destroyed before he became stronger. If that pretender hadn't gone where he shouldn't have and ruined everything, none of this would have happened. God said he must destroy the pretender, Han Sungun. At this moment, he wished his rival would become a god. Then he would have an excuse to cause direct harm without compensating for the divine power. God looked up, saw a flash in the sky, and realized that another deity had appeared. He realized that it was Han Sungun. The challenger Han Sungun had become the god of transcendence. A cell phone rang on the table. The young man picked up the phone and answered the call. Mr. Han Sungun was informed over the phone that an emergency had occurred. Monsters were now appearing through the gate, and the damage was increasing. Han Sungun ended the call. Dam Chunghua, who was nearby, asked who had called. Han Sungun said that it seemed to be something urgent. After checking the information, Han Sungun thought that a new function had appeared that allowed him to designate a believer. A special divine power, Designate a Believer, was activated. The number of followers who could currently be designated as followers of the God of Transcendence was nearly 100,000. Only when the number of believers exceeds 300,000 will it be possible to grant power. A girl approached the young people standing outside the Hunters Association building and said that an emergency had occurred. However, they were unable to contact Mr. Han Sungun. Han Sungun said he was busy. The girl looked at Dam Chunghua and asked who this cute child was. Han Sungun said that she was his cousin. She said that she wanted to visit the Hunters Association because she dreamed of becoming a hunter. On the way, the girl said that she had briefly described the situation on the phone. Orange gates, never seen before, had opened in every country. Monsters were bursting out of the orange gates. A demon appears, one of the monsters found only in the Tower of Trials. Many countries have been affected. Finally, the International Hunters Association called on the best candidates who chose the high difficulty level when climbing the tower to take up arms. The girl said that if Mr. Han Sungun responds to the call, they will give him whatever reward he desires. Han Sungun said that there was nothing to worry about. No matter what happened, he was capable of protecting Miss Hayon and his comrades. The young people went into the auditorium. The young man guessed that the hall could hold at least 100 people. Dam Chunhua added that almost everything here was in the double digits. A girl appeared in the room and said that they had finally arrived. Breaking the promise he had made to her, Han Sung-gun began to climb the tower without a word and never contacted her. His companion said that it seemed that while climbing the tower, Han Sung-gun had formed a very close friendship. Dam Chunhua noticed that her cousin was a popular guy. Han Sung-gun, surrounded by girls, took a seat in the hall. The girl said she had never heard anything about Lee Ha-yong, the contender from Han Sung-gun. Maybe it was just her imagination? She did not expect to see the one who had become famous as a research-type contender here. But was it necessary to sit next to Mr. Han Sung-gun? As for her, she never thought she would get to greet Miss Catherine Bennett. Who knew she would see Catherine Bennett acting like a reckless puppy? Lee Ha-yen said she would give the young man good support so that he would not end up in the same group as contenders like Catherine Bennett. Lee Ha-yen added that Miss Catherine Bennett didn't have to be there. Lee Ha-yan and Catherine Bennett looked at each other, glaring. Han Sung-gun remained unperturbed. The young man noticed that all eyes in the room were on them. Han Sung-gun asked Dam Chunhua to help him. The girl noticed that an interesting situation had arisen, which was completely unbecoming of the young man. Why should she help him? Dam Chunhua said that in such moments, it was best to remain silent. That was half the battle. Han Sung-gun thought that climbing a tower would be easier. The speaker on the podium thanked everyone who responded to the association's call and proposed to start the meeting. The man said that everyone had already been briefed on the way here. Based on the information gathered, the reason for the appearance of the Orange Gate was the Black Gate located in the sky above Las Vegas in the United States. The man added that those who took part in the raid would be rewarded. At that moment, the image on the screen disappeared. The next moment, a demon appeared on the screen and said that his name was Kramash Lugnus, a third-level apostle serving the god of battle. And who is the god of all those present? Han Sung-gun was surprised. Did the tower really allow something like this to happen to the god of battle? Kramash Lugnus said he would not speak for long. The god of battle craved their god. Kramash Lugnus pointed to the portal and said that it was an invitation to hell from the god of battle. No one had the right to refuse. The apostle gave them 3 days. During this time, they must bring the god they serve. If they fail to do so, they will pay a huge price. Those present in the hall began to discuss among themselves. Could there really be something like a god on earth? Who could it be? Perhaps someone connected with the tower. Catherine Bennett said that she was surprised to see the god of darkness, but it turns out that there is even a god of earth. Who is this god of earth? It would be very interesting to see him. Han Sung-gun thought that Catherine had some connection to the gods, so it was no surprise that she was interested in this. Dam Chunhua said that the young man should think about what would happen if he defeated the god. It was a chance to declare himself as the new god. Han Sung-gun said he wanted to tell the president of the association something. The man on the podium replied that he had no objection. In any case, they needed to discuss the current situation. Han Sung-gun rose from his seat and said that there was no need for discussion. He would deal with the situation himself. However, he had one request. The description before the live broadcast announced that Han Sung-gun would be appearing. There were almost 3 million viewers. Han Sung-gun, standing in front of the portal, said to film him properly. The viewers understood that this man had come to resolve the situation. It was a live broadcast of Han Sung-gun's raid. Apostle Kramash Lugnus said that finally someone had shown up. Han Sung-gun said he intended to end all this as soon as possible. The power of deification was activated. Potential divinity is transcendence, eternity, reverse causality, and observation. Han Sung-gun turned into a demon. The number of live viewers increased. What is Han Sung-gun doing? What kind of transformation is this? He has no right to lose. Han Sung-gun thought that this way he could fulfill the conditions. He becomes the new god of earth in front of everyone. The third apostle told the young god not to be mistaken. After all, he had only received an invitation. Kramash Lugnus added that the challenger was not even capable of opposing him. Han Sung-gun said that the apostle was doing this because he thought he could keep everything under control in a small area. It looked pathetic. Kramash Lugnus asked if this guy wasn't being too bold for an insignificant god, but he was just trying to calmly take him to the god of battle. Everything around them shook. The spectators thought it was an earthquake. The apostle said that he needed to show the difference between them at least once. A bright flash appeared in the sky above the city. The light of destruction fell from the power of the apostle. The strike of the meteor of hell. The apostle said that if people were offended, they should be offended by the words of this petty god. The live broadcast viewers were frightened and asked Han Sung-woo to do something. Han Sung-woo said that he wanted to check something. How strong are the remnants of the absorbed power of the indigenous deity? The special effect distortion was activated. Divine power is used to distort and destroy the specified space. The apostle looked up and did not understand what was happening. The demon Han Sungung appeared before the apostle and asked if he now understood the difference between them. Kramash Lunis thought in horror how someone who had only recently received the right to become a god was capable of such a thing. Han Sungung said that if an opponent had committed a crime, he deserved the appropriate punishment. In exceptional divine power, the register was activated. Those who are entered into the register of death are closer to death with every passing minute and rapidly weaken. The apostle said that he had only brought an invitation from the god of battle, but he was already registered in the register of death. The demon Han Sungun announced that this apostle would be destroyed. The divine power of death was applied. A bright flash blinded everyone, and the apostle disappeared. All viewers of the live broadcast could witness this disappearance. The entire planet witnessed what was happening. The viewers were amazed. Did Han Sungun really destroy the apostle with a single word? It was almost impossible to believe. Perhaps it was computer graphics. The chairman of the Hunters Association thought that the contender Han Sungun could really become a god. Now everything will change. Contender Han Sungung is supported by a huge number of people on Earth. The effectiveness of gathering faith increases dramatically. When faith reaches a sufficient level, Han Sungung will be able to become the god of Earth. Han Sungun wondered, does this mean that he will soon become the true god of Earth? The contender absorbed the spirit of the third-level apostle. Han Sungun's victory over the apostle brought him closer to his second ascension. Dam Chung-hwa said that what had happened was unbelievable. She thought it was all over when the young man became a god of transcendence. But who could have guessed that this was only the first step toward ancient divinity? Dam Chung-hwa demanded that Han Sungun listen to her carefully. If the gods found out about everything, not only his life, but the entire Earth would be in danger. Han Sungun replied that he needed to take out insurance before that happened. A special power is activated, the creation of a divine realm. Using divine power and faith, the contender Han Sungun creates the divine realms of transcendence and destruction. Han Sungung could not allow his precious comrades to be harmed. The contender received the achievement of protecting the planet. Han Sungung assumed that for this he would have to fight the god of battle. The challenger entered the divine realm of the Hell Arena. The god of battle saw him and said that he had finally arrived. The god declared that before him was merely a man who dared to challenge him. However, the Hunters Association did not want to believe it. Han Sungun was no longer just a man. His skills and powers could not be that powerful. They assumed that he was using a skill or power that created an illusion. Catherine Bennett said that if anyone didn't believe it, then they had a problem with their head. One of the hunters noted that any conspiracy theory must have limits. Han Sungun couldn't deceive on such a large scale. He really could become a god. The divine realms of transcendence and destruction were activated. The hunters were able to see them with their own eyes. Could God really exist? Thanks to faith in the contender, Han Sungun, transcendence and destruction could be maintained. Due to the effect of the divine realm, Hell Arena, the contender could not leave the location. Explosions rang out everywhere. God called the contender a fool who destroyed his apostle, but still came here. The protagonist understood that this was a trap. But if the prey came to him, there was no point in running away. Han Sungun, in the guise of a demon, said that one of them would meet their end in this place. The god was furious. The exceptional power of divinity, the register, was activated. Everyone entered in the register of death was getting closer to the end with every passing minute and rapidly losing strength. The power of the god of death began to affect the god of battle. If he continues to fight while in the register, he will be consumed by the divinity of death. The intangible sword skill is activated. The basic ability, myth creation, is applied by the sword through the divinity of transcendence. The myth enemy of all is activated. The divine power has a tremendous effect on the powers of all beings. The god of battle was disoriented, lost his balance, and collapsed. He couldn't believe what was happening. His opponent shouldn't be able to concentrate his power to such an extent. The god of battle rose, grabbed his opponent, and pinned him to the ground. He said that this man was caught. The divinity of absorption enhanced the divinity of battle. Through the divinity of battle, the opponent temporarily gains some of the abilities of the challenger, Han Sung-gun. At the same time, part of the challenger's divine power is absorbed by the god of battle. The god of battle declared that, after confronting this man, he had made his final decision. He would destroy him here and now so that no such challenger would ever appear again. And then he would destroy the planet Earth. The god of battle said that he would never see representatives of Earth again. The counterattack divinity is activated. The accumulated damage is quadrupled and returned to the challenger, Han Sung-gun. The god of battle saw that his opponent had disappeared. The protagonist activated the instant steps power. Han Sung-gun appeared behind the god of battle. The god of battle noticed his opponent, but his body could no longer move. The exclusive effect last time was activated for the black and white hourglass. The user's time stops and no force can interfere with it. The reuse period begins. Han Sung-gun told the god of war that as long as he was alive, no one could destroy the earth where his comrades were. The ghost of Han Sung-gun said that this is why he is here, to protect the earth so that no one can destroy it. Han Sung-gun declared that he would take the divine power and stats of the god of battle for himself so that others would not be tempted. Han Sung-gun continued to threaten, adding that he would tear his opponent to pieces and destroy him so that he could never set foot on Earth again. The skills Battle Acceleration and Instant Acceleration were activated. The skill's duration expired. The exclusive effect last time was disabled. Time began to flow normally again, and interference protection disappeared. The recharge period began. Han Sung-gun told the god of battle to take the blow of his sword and die. The divinity skills word and death are used. The holy light power skill is activated. The god of battle could not allow it to end like this. He must defeat his opponent, destroy the earth and all humans. The divinity fighting spirit is activated automatically when the conditions are met. The god of battle receives a boost proportional to his level of fighting spirit. He felt the strongest fighting spirit towards his opponent. He recognized that the challenger, Han Sung-gun, was truly strong. The god said that from now on he would treat the challenger not as a mere human, but as a god of transcendence. Therefore, he must give everything he has. If the god of transcendence did not do so, his comrades in the earth would meet their end. The divinity of transcendence was activated. All abilities went beyond their fixed limits. All of Han Sung-gun's abilities are gradually being transferred through the divinity of battle. Stats and divine power are flowing into the god of battle. Han Sung-gun decided that now was not the time to think about it. The god of battle said that the movements of the god of transcendence had slowed down. This was because his stats and divine power had been taken away. The god of transcendence must stop his futile resistance because he will die anyway. Han Sung-gun noticed that his eyes could no longer follow his opponent's movements. The Ash Blood power skill was activated. Dam Chung-hoo couldn't believe that the god of battle had become so fast just because he had taken Han Sung-gun's stats. The god of battle thanked the god of transcendence for his divine power and stats. From now on, all his actions are meaningless. The god of battle said that now he had the upper hand. The god of battle grabbed his opponent by the throat and lifted him off the ground. He demanded that the god of transcendence fight to the end. Even if he delayed his demise, destruction would still await him in the end. The god of transcendence said that it was not he who would perish, but his opponent. The temporary conditions were met. Han Sung-gun fought for the required amount of time with his opponent, who was listed in the Register of Death. Because of the Register of Death, the god of battle would be torn apart by the divinity of death. The god of battle understood what was about to happen and cried out in rage and despair. Why was his divinity being destroyed? Han Sung-gun remained completely calm. At that moment, the heart burst out of the chest of the god of battle. The god of transcendence said that under the influence of the Register of Destruction, the divinity of destruction penetrates inside and destroys the god of battle from within. Han Sung-gun reminded his opponent of his words that Earth and his comrades could face destruction. The time had come to regret those words. Han Sung-gun slipped out of his opponent's weakened hands. The god of transcendence swung his sword and struck the god of battle's arm. He ordered him to lie still and not get up. Han Sung-gun said that in time, the god of battle would be consumed by destruction and disappear. The god of battle gathered his strength and declared that he would not simply accept a meaningless death. The conditions were met. The divinity of extinction was activated. The god of battle shouted that even if he could not win, he would at least die together with his rival, the god of transcendence. The attack reset effect occurred. The exclusive effect attack reset of the old wristwatch of the returnee is activated. Divinity returns to its state before the attack was activated due to attack nullification. The exclusive effect of the old watch went into recharge. The god of battle asked how his opponent came to possess the sacred relic left behind by the god of time. Han Sungun told the god of battle to leave this world quietly. The god of transcendence accelerated the destruction of divinity, death with the help of divinity word. The god of battle asked in fear why all his divinity had disappeared. Han Sungun plunged his sword into his opponent and declared that he must die. The divine power of destruction was activated. The god of battle, disappearing, said that this opponent had been just a boy not long ago. How did he become such a monster? Han Sungun absorbed the spirit of the god of battle, Asura. Han Sungun removed his demonic mask and said that everything had finally come to pass. Han Sungun returned to the city. Han Sungun watched the news on TV. Dam Chunghua did the same, combining it with her meal. The news anchor reported that Han Sungun, the contender who saved the world, had officially refused to attend any press conferences. He expresses his position only through the guild with which he has a contract. A reporter in the city reported that the number of followers who consider the contender Han Sungun a hero and a manifestation of God is growing exponentially. Han Sungun said that this has earned him universal recognition, which gives him the chance to gain even more followers. Dam Chunghua noted that the young man looks very pleased. Currently, the number of believers in the transcendent God is nearly 100,000. The number of people who can be designated as believers exceeds 2 million. Believers whose abilities do not fall into specific categories can be appointed as apostles. Han Sungun bestowed the power of divine power upon all first-level believers who serve the transcendent God. He thought that he could not yet grant much power. While he is in the tower, his comrades are the ones who can protect the world. He needs to become stronger in order to give more power and divine assistance. Dam Chunghua asked if Han Sungun was going to return. The young man confirmed this and added that he would immediately go to meet the Lord of Steel Blood. The protagonist noted that it was time to return to the tower. The Lord of Steel Blood asked if Han Sungun had finally come. The young man said he didn't think they would meet so soon. The Lord of Steel Blood thought that Han Sungun would decline the invitation. She asked what had happened to him. Han Sungun said that he didn't often decline her invitations. The girl smiled and said that she really liked Han Sungun's reaction when she reprimanded him. The Lord of Steel Blood said that if she had had the chance to meet him back when she was a contender, they might have become good friends. The young man replied that he thought they were already close enough to be considered friends. Han Sungun expressed his hope that this would continue to be the case in the future. The contender added that they were comrades walking side by side. Therefore, he fulfilled the Lord of Steel Blood's cherished wish. The girl came closer and said that it would not be easy. Han Sungun replied that he would manage, even if it was difficult. The Lord of Steel Blood said that when Han Sungun saw how weak she was, he might be disappointed. Han Sungun replied that this was not the case. He had gone through many trials to get to this point and would not die just like that. Han Sungun said he was ready to show the Lord of Steel Blood her world, which had not been destroyed. The young people touched fists, and Han Sungun said he promised. The girl thanked him. The exceptional power of the administrator, Lord of Steel Blood, Deep Desire, was activated. At the administrator's request, a special trial was created outside the floors. Han Sungun thought that, at least for the sake of this promise, he would protect this world from the god of evil. The theme of the trial was Lord of Steel Blood. The difficulty level was high. It was necessary to prevent the destruction of the world by God within the allotted time. The contender hoped that he would be able to fulfill the administrator's deep desire. A huge number of warriors from opposing sides gathered under the fortress walls. People shouted that the foolish servants of the evil god had appeared under the walls of the fortress. They must be attacked. Han Sungun noticed that the equipment was sealed and all stats were fixed at 700 units. The warrior asked the protagonist, "He was a centurion, wasn't he? Why was he still here?" Han Sungun asked if, as a centurion, he needed to do something. The young man replied that this was not important now. Due to the onslaught of the heretics, their front legion was in danger. As rear forces, they needed to retreat immediately. If they did not, they would be punished for violating the laws of wartime. Han Sungung said he heard the young man, but he was interested to know where the female knight with white hair and red eyes was. The young man clarified, "Are you talking about Hillerk? She is currently on the front line, fighting the heretics. She is trying to buy time so that they have a chance to escape." Han Sungung did not listen to the young man and rushed into the battle in search of the female knight. Han Sungung thought she was going to sacrifice herself, but that was very foolish. Besides, he had made a promise to the Lord of Steel Blood. He said he would show her a world that had not been destroyed. Han Sungung decided that he could not allow the girl to die on this battlefield. Han Sungung rushed from side to side, trying to find the female knight. Out of the corner of his eye, the young man spotted her. The girl was holding a sword in her hands, and her opponent's sword was already raised above her head. It seemed that tragedy was inevitable. Han Sungung shouted that this could not be and rushed to her aid. The protagonist knocked his opponent's sword aside and wounded him. The female knight was saved. The Mercy of the Wind skill was activated. The opponent shouted loudly that his arm had been injured. He would not let this go. Han Sungung told the girl to stay behind him and not get in the way. The young man warned the enemies that they had committed a great sin by attacking the Empire. They would pay for this. The Holy Light skill was activated, creating starlight filled with the divinity of death. The red-eyed night girl thought it was simply unthinkable. The enemies were destroyed. Could this young man really be one of the Empire's warriors? The girl knight approached her savior and asked who he was. Han Sungung replied that he was a centurion in the Imperial Army. He had come here to fulfill the wish of the Hillerk. The conversation continued over a mug of beer in the tavern. After the young man told the truth, the girl concluded that he was not in the Imperial Army and that his real name was Han Sungung. It turned out that he had deceived the Empire and hidden his name, but it was he who had saved her life. Hilliark said that this was why she would not question the identity of her savior. Han Sungun said that was all he needed. The only thing he wanted was to repay an old debt and earn her trust. Hilliarka replied that the young man's words did not sound like lies. Then she said that now it was her turn to introduce herself. The girl held out her hand and said her name was Canaria Rugfeld. Canaria added that now the young man would be her assistant, so he had to take care of her. Han Sungun shook her hand and said that he would do everything in his power to protect Hilliark. According to the priests, this world will now meet its end at the hands of the god of evil. However, he said that there was only one way to stop the evil god. The prophecy of one god says that the one recognized by the 7 dragons, the guardians of this world, will save the world. The Lord of Steel Blood will be the very person from the prophecy. The girl noticed that thanks to the young man, they had safely escaped from the encirclement of the servants of the evil god. Hilliark noted that it was the young man who helped her reach her destination without spilling a drop of blood. The girl said that they had arrived at their destination. It was the kingdom of the Dark Elves, guarded by a black dragon. The young people dismounted in a large forest. Hilliark said that she would begin her mission here. The Empire had already prepared a plan for negotiations. The young man did not need to resort to his strength. Han Sungung noted that if he struck the dragon a couple of times, they could quickly finish everything. Hilliark asked her companion to refrain from such actions. Han Sungung promised on the condition that Hilliark would not be in any danger. Han Sungung raised his hand sharply and intercepted the arrow flying towards the girl. Hilliark saw the arrow and was surprised. She hadn't even felt it. Han Sungung suggested that no one was going to negotiate with them. The protagonist said that now they would have to use his methods, as he had promised. Explosions rang out in various places in the forest. The black dragon, who was in seclusion, said that it seemed the Dark Elves had driven out the strangers. The dragon jumped up in surprise. He saw a man in front of him. How did he manage to get here? It's not easy. Not far from the dragon, elves were tied up by their hands and feet. Han Sungung asked the black dragon who dared to threaten someone dear to him. In the end, the elves decided to meet him halfway and even showed him the way. The dragon was outraged. This man had not only invaded the territory of his servants, but had also beaten them. How could this be? The dragon said that today this young man would pay for the harm he had caused his servants. After these words, the dragon turned into a huge monster. Hilliark assessed the dragon's size and said that the situation was much more serious than she had thought. Han Sungung replied that he would protect the girl. The divinity of word was activated. Han Sungung ordered the dragon to bow its head. The young man could use divine power to influence the real world through words. The dragon was surprised. Did the man really think he was someone's dog? The dragon descended to the ground and asked what the man had done to him. Why couldn't he move? Han Sungung wondered if it could be that his heart couldn't handle the use of divinity and the decline in stats. The Ash Blood power skill was activated. Hiliarch asked if the young man was okay and why he had suddenly started bleeding. Han Sungung replied that he had already been completely healed and was now in perfect order. The protagonist said that from now on, this beast would be his pet dragon. The dragon cried out that this would never happen and asked the dragon god to grant him the power to turn back this enemy. The dragon god looked at the pretender Han Sungung and smiled slyly. He refused the request of the 4th level apostle Tarmion Agnes and told the apostle to serve Han Sungung properly. Han Sungun thanked the dragon god and said that they had indeed not seen each other for a long time. The dragon asked the protagonist who he was. Han Sungun was surprised. Was the dragon still asking? The young man declared that he was the one who would become the dragon's master from that day forward. The young people mounted the dragon and decided to test its aerodynamic abilities and tactical and technical characteristics. Han Sungung said that now it was time to ask questions. Hiliarch asked how the young man had managed to convince the black dragon. The girl added that if the young man did not give an answer, he would not be able to gain her trust. He said that in that case, he would give an approximate answer. Hiliarch asked if Han Sungung could reveal his true identity. The young man replied that he was just a pretender who had come from the tower. Hiliarch said she had another question. Was the young man an apostle of God associated with dragons? The Archon added that judging by the young man's expression, that was indeed the case. Wasn't it perfect that she had guessed all the facts about Han Sungung? Han Sungun was surprised that she had not given a single correct answer. The young man stated that all of the girl's assumptions were wrong from the start. Hiliarch objected that he had indeed come from another world. Hiliarch explained that dragons were servants of the dragon god, so they knew something about the tower, as well as the fact that, to some extent, everything could be a false world. Hiliarch asked if the young man was saying that this world was not real. Han Sungung replied that the world was not fake and that there was nothing to worry about. The girl wondered, what was this guy hiding? The dragon said that now he could breathe a sigh of relief. The place where the god of evil resides cannot be fake. He asked the young man to protect this world from the god of evil. The dragon landed and said that they had arrived at their destination. The young people jumped to the ground, and Han Sungun thanked the dragon for his good work. Han Sungun looked back and expressed his hope that the dragon would not betray his master. The dragon replied that he would not dare. A young man appeared nearby and said he was glad to see Canaria Rugfeld. He had already received information about the communication device, but he did not expect her to actually bring a dragon with her. The young man said that his younger sister, who called herself Heliarch, was working hard. Canaria said that she had not seen her brother Glios for a long time. Glios noted that the dragon looked even more majestic in person. He hadn't expected his sister to tame the dragon so quickly. Canaria said with alarm that her brother was exaggerating. Glios approached the girl and said that having outstanding assistance was a talent in itself. It was funny to watch her attempts to get the throne. Glios added that he felt a little sorry for her. If his sister didn't have such a strong helper, she would have died long ago. Glios asked the protagonist if he was an assistant appointed to serve his sister. Glios approached Han Sungun and said he was pleased to meet him. He was a prince of this empire and a member of the Imperial Army. His name was Glios Rugfeld. Han Sungun realized that the Lord of Steel Blood was a princess of the empire. Now everything was starting to make sense. The protagonist said his name was Khan Sungun. The prince noted that the name was quite unusual. However, the young man did not adhere to official etiquette and did not reveal his intentions. He could be called Mr. Mystery. Glios suggested that he was one of the nobles hiding his status. Judging by the situation, the young man was very strong, but he did not understand why this man was helping his sister. Glios approached closely and asked if Mr. Han Sungun was captivated by the beauty of the one called the Flower of the Empire. He added that his sister had a bad temper, so she was not suitable as a companion. Would the young man like to come and serve him? Han Sungun said he had one question and abruptly grabbed his interlocutor by the arm. Looking intently into his eyes, he asked if Glios wanted to die right there. The young man added that, judging by everything, the prince literally longs to meet his end. Khan Sungung remarked that using his abilities, he could send the prince to heaven without pain. The knights, seeing the threat to the prince, immediately went on alert. Glios asked how this man dared to behave in such a manner. Han Sungun said that one more word, and he would tear the prince to pieces. It was clear from his gaze that he was determined. Glios pointed out that he was a prince of the empire. Han Sung-ung, still holding his opponent's arm, asked again, did he want to live or die? Glios was frightened by the young man's serious intentions and said he wanted to live. Han Sung-gun let go of the prince's hand and said that in that case he would spare him for now. But if the prince decided to take revenge later, he would consider it a desire to die. Han Sung-gung took the frightened Hillerk by the hand and said they were leaving. The dragon followed them. The girl stepped aside and said she had to apologize, but there was nothing she could do. She trembled before her brother and could not protect the young man from his mockery. She was overcome with fear that Kan Sun-gong might disappear. Hilliark said that her older brother was the closest person to the throne. He always took everything from her, and she couldn't say anything in protest. He took away the things that were dear to her and the people who followed her. Glus took everything that belonged to her for his own benefit. Kan Sung-gung thought that the prince had just tried to do the same to him. The girl said that she once thought of surpassing the position of the High Archon and becoming emperor, but since she was unable to protect her people, she was completely unfit for the throne. Canaria said she was unworthy of the young man's trust. Han Sung-ung replied that the girl should have told him everything from the beginning. When she falls and feels she cannot get up, he wants her to rely on him. Han Sung-gung knelt down and said that Canaria Gugfeld was his emperor and one of the few people he truly cherished. The protagonist promised the girl that he would definitely make her emperor. Canaria covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. Han Sung-gung thought, had he made a big mistake? However, the conditions had been fulfilled. The girl did not understand why Han Sung-gung was doing this, but she could see that his intentions were sincere. Lord Steel Blood was favorably disposed toward the pretender Han Sung-gung. The girl said that if Han Sung-gung really wanted to make her emperor, she would try to meet that requirement. At that moment, a bright beam appeared far beyond the mountains, pointing straight up. The beam connected the sky and the earth. Han Sung-gun thought it was the energy of the divine realm. The dragon said that the god of evil had cast the spell, the coming of the apostle, and the other dragons were fighting back. Han Sung-gung said that they should head in that direction. Hillerk would fly with them. The girl agreed because she decided to live up to his expectations. The dragon asked what the plan would be. The divine power deification was activated. It became possible to use divine power in accordance with one's potential divinity. Han Sung-gun said that they would defeat the god of evil. They had to go and deal with him. Han Sung-gung entered the divine realm of Ball of Impurity. The apostle of the evil god raised his hand and called on everyone to look up. A foolish creature was flying there. He ordered them to crush it with all their demonic energy. The dragon was attacked. The dragon told its master that it could no longer withstand the onslaught of enemies and was going into dive mode. Han Sung-gun activated his demonic form and said he would cut everyone to pieces. The divinity word is used. Canaria asked what it was. The young man replied that it would be difficult to explain now and that he would tell her everything after the battle was over. The girl said that in that case, she would listen to him later because she had decided to trust him completely. The god of transcendence grew significantly thanks to the myth of the possibility of transcendence. The dragon said that he could see the apostle of the god of evil below. The apostle said that they were so insignificant that they were not even fit to be temporary toys. The god of evil, who had descended upon the official 4th-level apostle Bazer, felt great joy. The god of evil laughed and said that they were pathetic creatures before him. The dragon was surprised why he had already descended upon one of his apostles. The god of evil replied that he had a contract with the tower. It is a playground prepared by the tower. It is better to join the fun as soon as possible. The god of evil said that these explanations were enough. Now he would destroy everyone. Demon Han Sung-gung swung his sword and asked if the god of evil had finished his last words. The power skill Holy Light was activated, creating starlight filled with the divinity of destruction. One of the dragons said that the one who had received the recognition of the venerable black dragon had finally arrived. The guardian who protects this world from the evil god. The ghost that appeared out of nowhere said that he would destroy the pretender and forgive him nothing. The effect of the Advent status intensified with fury. The dragon thought it was incredible power. Why then did the guardian not move even a millimeter? The dragon said that, as shameful as it was to admit, they, the dragons, were powerless to do anything here. In that case, there was only one option left. The dragon said that they were handing over the right to save the world to the one who had been chosen by the venerable dragon. No one but the guardian could stop the god of evil. They were counting on him. The conditions were fulfilled. The contender, Han Sung-gun, became the guardian of the world of Icalium. The young man received the divinity of Icalium and now has the right to protect and bless this world. Han Sung-gun thought that in this way, the will of this world had been passed on to him. The god of evil said that from the very day he met his opponent because of the god of testing, he had not forgotten that meeting for a second. Now his rival would have to pay for what he had done. Han Sung-gong told the god of evil to get out of this world. The world conveyed its will to the challenger through the divinity Icalium. The god of evil was attacked in an incomprehensible way. He was surprised and asked what was going on. There was an explosion and the apostle was destroyed. The god of evil was greatly angered by the violent removal of the Advent. The Tower of Trials received a huge amount of divine power as payment. The god of evil in his natural form said that he would finish off his rival. Han Sung-gun thought that the mere appearance of the god of evil had diminished the rank of divinity. The god of evil said that he had weakened the divinity of the pretender. That's remarkable. The evil god said he would show this upstart how great the difference between them was. He prepared to destroy Han Sung-gun, and his servants were to deal with the dragons. The evil god said that he wanted the dragons alive. They would become his toys. The dragons cried out that they would never be toys. They were underestimated. The evil god told his assistants to have a little fun with the dragons. The dragons and the undead entered into battle. The dragons proved to be stronger. The god of evil declared that the challenger had no time to ponder. He approached and attacked Han Sung-gun. Myth and special enhancement sciences were used. Han Sung-gun began to lose even with all the enhancements he had. The god of evil thought that everything was going exactly as he had planned. The god of evil realized that the challenger before him was not a toy that could be easily broken. Han Sung-gun prepared to repel his opponent's attack. The god of evil said that he would take out his opponent with his own hands and play with him for as long as possible. Han Sung-gun thought that if he couldn't attack, he would have to make the battlefield more advantageous for himself. The power of the King of Winter is activated automatically when certain conditions are met. All of the user's stats are enhanced, and the cold has no effect on him. The god of evil asked his opponent why he was making all these useless movements. He was curious to see how long the challenger could keep running away. Han Sung-gun retreated, trying to avoid another attack. The enhanced effect of the steel bloodsword power was activated. The god of evil said that now it would be even more fun. The clown mark myth was activated, reducing the speed of the challenger Han Sung-gun. Feeling his superiority, the evil god declared that he would crush his opponent into dust. The protagonist's divine armor began to disintegrate. The god of evil said that this was much more fun than playing with this world. The evil god asked if he should quickly destroy this world and return to playing with the challenger. Han Sung-gun felt that his armor, created with the help of divinity, had been broken. But how could this have happened? The god of evil said that he had decided to send the old toy, which had gone out of fashion, to the trash, and then he would devote all his time to playing with the new one. Han Sung-gun asked if his opponent really considered this world to be nothing more than a toy. Could such a scoundrel really be a deity of the highest rank? Han Sung-gun stated that he did not believe he had no chance of winning. The young man added that he would have to face this wall one day anyway. His opponent said that here and now he would prevail and correct all his bad habits. The god of evil asked if this man was going to teach him. Han Sung-gun noted that his words were not delusional. He really could destroy the god of evil. Han Sung-gun asked if his opponent was ready for hand-to-hand combat. The divinity of transcendence is used. The god of evil became angry. How could a man obtain such a high level of divinity? Han Sung-gun suggested that they stop talking and continue fighting. The holy light power skill was activated, creating starlight filled with the divinity of destruction. The effect impossible to revive is added to the attacks of divinity. The villain reminded everyone that he is actually the god of evil. You can't treat him like that. Now he would show his opponent what it means to be a deity. Now the young man must be careful because the dogs in the house of the god of evil are very ferocious. The ferocious dogs were activated. The myth of the blackened sky created thunder dogs with the help of the divinity Feast of Evil. The god of evil said that it was time to eat. Han Sung-gun rose above the approaching dogs and prepared to repel the attack. The pretender used the divinity of word and ordered everyone to lie down. The god of evil still believed that the dogs only obeyed their master. However, Han Sung-gun found himself locked in a chest. The divinity and divine power of the pretender Han Sung were sealed by the myth of divine mockery. Han Sung wondered, did his rival really think he had sealed all of his divinity? The god of evil said that his opponent's divinity was now useless. The evil god ordered the dogs to swallow every last drop of Han Sung's divinity. Using the divinity of word, Han Sung ordered the dogs to spin. The special effect distortion was activated. Thanks to the distortion effect, the challenger steals the right to own the thunder dogs endowed with the divinity of the Feast of Evil. Now our hero owned these thunder dogs. The god of evil was surprised. Had the right to own the dogs really passed to the enemy? What kind of ability did he have? The god of evil said that he had spent a lot of time studying the Feast of Evil. However, his rival wanted to deal with it with a snap of his fingers. The god of evil declared that it was impossible to overcome the divinity of the Feast of Evil unless his rival was an ancient deity. There must be a limit to arrogance. The god of evil said that before him was a power capable of absorbing any divinity. How did this guy manage to withstand the divinity of the Feast of Evil? He asked. Han Sung said that his answer was simple. This power only absorbs divinity, but has nothing to do with it. Therefore, the god of evil will now be destroyed. The god of evil cursed the challenger viciously. However, there was nothing else he could do. The villain said that his own power could not harm him. Han Sung replied that in that case, he needed to change his mind about it. The time for the myth of divine mockery had expired, so the seals of divinity and divine powers were removed. Han Sung said that his opponent was unable to control this power. The divinity of the word is used. The dogs turned and attacked the god of evil. The god of evil admitted that he was wrong. Now he is ready to refrain from interfering altogether and cancel his plan to destroy this world. Han Sung asked what exactly the god of evil was going to cancel. Perhaps he sees this world as a toy. However, for some, this world is dear to their hearts. It was a world where dreams could come true. But what difference will mere words about canceling the plan to destroy this world make? The conditions of time were met. Han Sung said that his opponent should feel deep in his bones the pain of those who lost this world. The protagonist fought for the necessary amount of time against an opponent listed in the death registry. The god of evil said he did not want this. He did not want to perish at the hands of this man. Han Sung absorbed the spirit of the god of evil. Furiul von Leia Icelium. Canaria and the Black Dragon watched from the sidelines, wondering what was going on. The Black Dragon said that the master must destroy the god of evil. The dragon noted that if the master had fled alone, he could have escaped this chaos of destruction. Why was he risking his life fighting for a girl? Canaria said she didn't know either. She didn't understand why Han Sung was so worried about her. The girl did not know whether his actions were based on affection or loyalty, but as a leader, she had to trust those who trusted her. The divine power and faith of the contender, Han Sung, were used to create the divine realm of transcendence. Canaria Rugfeld noticed that the now disfigured area had been restored to its original state. Han Sung reminded her that he had promised to show her a world that had not been destroyed. Canaria saw the protagonist and immediately threw herself into his arms. At that moment, dragons were circling in the sky. The Black Dragon was nearby, receiving tribute from the other dragons. Han Sung rested in the fortress, watching the clear and serene sky. Han Sung thought that this was what the peaceful rhythm of life in this world looked like when there was no god of evil here. The young man decided that this was the complete opposite of what he had seen when he first arrived here. Han Sung checked the information and said that everything exceeded his expectations. After the battle with the god of evil, tremendous changes had taken place. The contender had reached the highest level by defeating a high-ranking deity. Han Sung decided that as he grew with the help of divine power, he had the opportunity to strengthen his mental power. Divine power directs the user's mind into the realm of transcendence. All skills were absorbed by the spirit through the myth of transcendence. Spirit tuning. All of Han Sung's skills no longer depend on the system. Now the hero can make the power of the tower his unique characteristic. In a word, it is the same as gaining the power of the tower. The very thought of it was breathtaking. Han Sung thought that at this moment, he was close to becoming the strongest contender for the tower. There was a knock at the door. Canaria asked if she could come in. Han Sung asked what had brought her there so early in the morning. Canaria, having changed into a different dress, said she had something to tell the young man. Canaria grabbed the young man's hand and added that first of all, they needed to have some fun. The conversation would come later. The dragon was resting peacefully on the outskirts of the city. Local children surrounded him on all sides. When evening came, the young people stood on the fortress wall and watched the beautiful fireworks. Han Sungung asked what Hiliarch wanted to tell him. The girl remarked that there was no longer any need to address her by her title. Han Sungung replied that he would call her Canary. Canaria smiled and said that would be better. She added that she had something important to share. It had been decided that she would become the next emperor. Without Han Sungung, she would not have been able to ascend the throne. Canaria looked at the fireworks again and said that this world would probably already have been destroyed. She liked this world that they had managed to protect. Canaria asked if Han Sungun could stay with her in this empire. The girl added that she wanted to see the future in this world that they had saved together. Han Sungun was confused and couldn't answer. The special trial, Deep Hope, Lord of Steel Blood, has been completed. Han Sungun appeared in the current reality. The Lord of Steel Blood said she had been waiting for him. The girl noticed that Han Sungun had prevented the end of the world and punished the god of evil, as well as helped her ascend to the throne. Moreover, she had gained a wonderful ally in him. This was true happiness, but for someone like her, it was too great a happiness. The girl wondered how things would have turned out if she had not met him under such circumstances. If that world had not been fake, but real. But in any case, she understands that these are just dreams that will never come true. Nevertheless, there was nothing left to do but daydream. The girl added that now the time for daydreaming had come to an end. Han Sungun said that serving the great emperor and traveling with him had been a pleasure. The young man said he wanted to give the girl back her happy world. In the past, the White Crane Sword told him, "Once you reach the top of the tower, you will be able to make what happened when you used your cherished wish come true." Han Sungung asked her to wait a little longer. He would definitely restore the happy world of the Lord of Steel Blood. The Lord of Steel Blood said that no one had ever seen the top of the tower, so whether it was true or false was unknown. However, the young man continued to give her hope. Canaria turned around and said she would wait for him here until the day he reached the top. The girl added that she would watch over his journey because he was the one who gave her her last hope. Han Sungun entered the waiting room. Dam Chunghua called the young man a bastard and asked why his divine rank had increased. Had Han Sungun really eliminated the god of evil? The young man confirmed this. Dam Chunghua called the young man a monster and said she had nothing more to add. She felt that he would soon surpass even the power she had possessed in her lifetime. The girl declared that she had made a decision. She would watch to see what awaited Han Sungun at the end of his journey. Han Sungun said that Dam Chunghua had been doing that all along. Dam Chunghua replied that perhaps that was true, and perhaps it was not. Han Sungun said that the conversation on this topic could end there. Han Sungun suggested rushing at full speed to the top of the tower. The young man thought that difficult times lay ahead, but it didn't matter because now he had a reason to climb to the top of the tower. The contender entered the 22nd floor of the tower. Everything in the waiting room shook. The challenger's level did not match the level of the Tower of Trials, so it was necessary to adjust the floors. By the will of the tower, a special floor was activated. The special floor became a single world, stretching from the 22nd to the 25th floor. The challenger entered the trial tower and received a shortened trial. Han Sungun was surprised. Were 4 floors really combined in one place? The theme of this trial was demonic realm. A group of monsters pursued the fugitive. How long did he intend to keep running? The fugitive stopped and decided to defend himself. He activated unwanted rest. One of the monsters asked, "Isn't the fugitive a servant of the first monarch Baal? In that case, he will destroy both Baal and his servant." The monster pounced on the old man and declared that he would destroy him right now. Han Sungung stopped the monster's attack at the last moment and prevented this violation. Han Sungung told the old man that he had come to his rescue. The young man completed a special task. He saved the demon from the danger posed by the monarch. The demon bowed and thanked the god of transcendence for his help. First-level apostle Kazura paid his respects to the god of transcendence. Han Sungung asked if the apostle was looking for him at the request of the first monarch. Kazura replied that Baal had asked him to accompany the god of transcendence. Since the god of transcendence had destroyed the 62nd monarch, he now became the 62nd monarch. This means that the god of transcendence can now take part in the qualifying test conducted by Mr. Baal for the position of the most outstanding monarch. Han Sungun inquired what he would receive if he won the qualifying test. Kazura replied that the gentleman would have the right to challenge the first monarch, Baal. He would also be told the truth about the tower. The god of transcendence could, of course, refuse to participate. However, he had broken the rule that outsiders in the demonic realm must not harm the monarch or usurp his power. Right now, many monarchies see the god of transcendence as their enemy. However, Lord Baal has a special opinion about the god of transcendence. He said that the god of transcendence should take a qualification test and attain the truth concerning the tower. The qualification test for the position of the most outstanding monarch begins. The reward for a successful breakthrough is an ancient demonic sword wielded by an unknown god. The penalty for failure is death. In the tower, there was discussion that a new 62nd monarch had been born. However, he is a stranger. There is talk that he will even take part in the qualification test. This monk is already here. He is the contender who has arrived from the tower, the god of transcendence. Han Sungun was welcomed in the tower. At that moment, the young man was the center of attention. Han Sungun looked at the central figure and asked Kazura who that demon was. The old man replied that it was the second monarch of the demonic kingdom. It was none other than the god of repentance. Among the demons, there were those who suggested to the respected second monarch that he allow them to deal with this young man. The demon told Han Sungun's challenger that they were apostles and monarchs of the god of madness. The god of transcendence would die here today at the hands of all the monarchs present. Han Sungun was surprised. Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one duel? The demon replied that they were not going to fight him one-on-one because he had dared to insult the god of madness. They would judge the young man by their own methods. Han Sungun noticed that there was an internal division among the demons. The god of demons must also have a headache from worries right now. Kazura told the god of transcendence not to forget the technique that the young man had taught him. The power of deification was activated. Han Sungun asked if this technique was the type of magic that uses demonic energy. The demon confirmed this. Only the chosen ones among demons are capable of using this art, because it is a type of black magic. Han Sungun replied that this was wonderful because he had also taken lessons in black magic. The exclusive effect, demonic transformation, was activated. The user's mana can be temporarily converted into demonic energy for further use. Kazura had said earlier that if the young man mastered the technique he was about to show him, it would undoubtedly help him in his battle against the monarchs. He was talking about black magic, which is characterized by a slight distortion of demonic energy. The old man said that most monarchs use black magic to attack or seal skills. However, the essence of this technique lies in supporting oneself. For example, it could be the enhancement of divine abilities. In the arena, the opponent said that this boy talks too much. Kazura couldn't help himself and shouted for the young man to cast a spell. Han Sungun said, "Unwanted rest." The divinity of death was distorted and amplified by the black halo. The demons were amazed. How could a human being possess black magic? Han Sungun watched as his opponent also activated distortion. After that, nothing happened. Han Sungun asked if that was the end of the black magic demonstration. The demon was, of course, surprised. How could that be? Han Sungun said that it was a weak demonstration. Was this really the apostle of the god of madness standing before him? Han Sungun declared that he did not want to watch this anymore. It was time for these demons to shut up and disappear. The god of transcendence looked at the insignificant creatures and sentenced them to death. The divinity of death was reinforced by the black magic spell, Black Halo. The god of repentance silently watched what was happening. Splashes of blood hit his face. The god of transcendence looked into the eyes of the god of repentance. Han Sungun said that the god of repentance probably already knew that the difference in their levels was not that great. The young man asked what made him behave so relaxed. The answer was simple. He believed in his divinity. The god of repentance told the god of transcendence to watch closely. This is the true value of divinity. During a one-on-one duel, opponents return to the state they were in before acquiring divinity. Contender Han Sungun returns to his pre-divine state. Skills, powers, and items return to the moment when our hero had not yet acquired divinity. The rejuvenated god of repentance asked if his opponent really thought he could defeat him. The protagonist pointed out that victory was already in his pocket. The spirit adjustment was activated. From now on, all operations using divinity will be enhanced with the divine effect of unbreakable spirit. The contender Han Sungun was granted the divine effect of self-regulation. Han Sungun said that now they were on the same level. By tuning the formless power to the spirit, the effect of the spell could be applied to that power. Han Sungun wondered if his opponent was so confident relying solely on this divinity, but that was not the case. Hansung asked if the god of repentance would agree to a draw. The god refused. The young man wanted to know the truth about the tower. Hansung said that it was all a lie. The basic and additional effects were activated. The protagonist declared that he was not going to take the word of the minions of the god of madness. The special conditions were fulfilled. The spirit of the god of repentance, regret, was absorbed. The divinity of repentance changed to potential. The second ascension, obtained through the myth of the possibility of transcendence, reached 100%. The contender Han Sung-gun earned the right to enter the kingdom of the ancient gods. The contender's official divine name was changed to God of Transcendence and Destruction. Dam Chunghua said it was simply unbelievable. Could the young man's body have become a heavenly vessel? This is what it means to become an ancient deity. Kazura congratulated him on eliminating the second monarch. The demon Kazura brought the young man and said that he was now standing in front of his master's castle. The young man deserved the place of the most outstanding monarch, so now he could take part in the final battle. Inside the room, God approached Han Sung-gun and said, "Finally, the young man is here." God congratulated Han Sung-gun on his arrival. She knew that the young man was capable of coming here. The demon god looks at the god of transcendence and destruction and expresses great joy. As the protagonist had thought, the main monarch turned out to be the god of demons. She stands before him in person. The woman said that Han Sung-gun had also helped her this time. The demon god said that she was very grateful to Han Sung-gun for destroying the apostles of the god of madness who had infiltrated the demonic realm. The demon god noted that Kazura had also done a great job. The demon god added that she would reward everyone involved in one way or another. Han Sung-gun received a punch to the jaw. It was painful and unexpected. Losing his balance, the protagonist flew far back. The demon god reminded him that if the young man wanted to know the truth about the tower, he had to pass a qualifying test. The designation was complete. Spirit adjustment began to adjust the level to match the selected opponent. After the opponents are assigned, all forces will be equal for a few minutes. Han Sung-gun offered to fight on equal terms. Han Sung-gun dropped to his knees, clutched his chest, and coughed. A warning appeared. Due to the significant increase in level, enormous pressure was being exerted. Han Sung-gun said that his body was unable to keep up with the level of the demon god. It felt like his body was about to burst. The young man added that this was not a level he could handle. The demon god did not expect him to be able to overcome the difference in levels. She acknowledged this. The contender Han Sung-gun is worthy of fighting the god of demons. The divinity destruction has been activated. The area designated as the source of the destruction of the divinity, destruction, is surrounded. Any creature that caused the destruction will be erased by the divinity destruction. The demon god said that the young man would receive her recognition if he could strike her just once. A worthy blow must be delivered. The spirit absorbed the damage inflicted on the user. The soul of the first level apostle disappeared. Dam Chunghua said that Han Sung-gun's body was crumbling like sand. The divinity protection was activated. The contender must consume divine power to grant a blessing that nullifies the holiness exerted from outside. Han Sung-gun said that this was still tolerable, so he was in. The demon god noted that Han Sung-gun used divinity to nullify her divinity. The young man knows how to surprise. The protagonist activated the instant steps power. Han Sung-gun used the skill White Sword piercing the sky. The demon god said that using martial arts was not enough. The divinity transcendence was activated. All abilities go beyond the established limits. The skill Starlight was activated. Han Sung-gun finally said that he had landed one blow after all. The demon god said that the young man didn't think he could hit her. Did he? Han Sung-gun replied that he couldn't defeat her and immediately received a punch to the nose. Han Sung-gun immediately jumped aside. With the help of the exclusive power Transcendent Skill, black magic determines the presence of the power Skill Recharge Acceleration. The demon god attacked the protagonist again and kicked him. The last resistance skill was activated. The skill nullifies the damage inflicted. The Wind's Mercy power skill was activated. The demon god was forced to jump back under the influence of the power. Using his exclusive power to support black magic, the young man managed to create an infinite recharge time reset. The demon god said it was a good strategy. However, all this is meaningless if the young man is unable to strike the enemy at least once. The skill usage time has expired, and a recharge period has been introduced. The truth about the tower, which the young man longs to know, slips right under his nose. The myth Fate of the Verdict is activated. When hit, all beings with divine power permanently lose their divinity in proportion to their rank. Han Sung-gun thought that there was not much time left for the spirit adjustment to take effect. If they continued to fight at the same pace, he would not be able to find out anything. Han Sung-gung decided to put all his strength into this attack. The exclusive power of the transcendent skill determines the presence of the 7 techniques of the White Sword. The power of the transcendent skill, 7 techniques of the White Sword, increases significantly. The skill Ancestry of the Abyss is activated. 4 seconds remain. The skill White Sword Cutting Through the Sea was used. After that, the time ran out. The divine effect of Unbreakable Spirit is cancelled when the spirit adjustment time ends. He said that during all this time, not even a scratch appeared on the demon god. The demon god asked if the young man really thought she didn't have a scratch on her. Even if only temporarily, the young man was able to destroy her. All this in itself proves his worth. Han Sung-gun suggested ending the qualification test at this point. The demon god said that this was the right choice for the candidate. Han Sung-gun was one of those who deserved to know the truth about the tower. As the young man knows, he has already become an ancient deity. Therefore, he must have understood something. Ancient deities were subject to their concepts, which is why they were eternal. Han Sung-gun asked what that meant. The young man did not believe that even the tower could destroy an ancient god. The demon god said that they were indeed eternal. However, if it were possible to destroy an ancient deity, only a transcendent being could do so. One who could eliminate the very concept of an ancient deity. Han Sung-gun was surprised. Was that even possible? The possibility itself cannot be ruled out. That is why the ancient gods gathered to build the tower. The demon god asked if the young man could imagine the tower as some kind of ancient deity. The young man's face showed his question. Why would a tower, which is also a deity, try to destroy divinity? The demon god suggested that the young man take this book. If he read it, his curiosity would be satisfied to some extent. The moment from which the tower originated, right up to its very inception, the young man would be able to experience all of this with his body, as if it were a test of the tower. Contender Han Sung-gun has cleared the special floor, shortened trial. The reward for the breakthrough has been moved to the inventory. Han Sung-gun entered the waiting room on the 26th floor. Le Megadon. It can be said that the book contains all the records of the universe. Probably, there are records of every god inside. Dam Chung-hwa said that in his current state, the young man could not comprehend the full extent of this knowledge. Han Sung-gun stated that, as the experience of passing the tower trials shows, he will be able to earn this right over time, and in the end he will be able to gain access to it. The most important thing now is that there is not much time left. Han Sung-gun said that the leader of the Church of God in Heaven claims that he is one of his faithful followers who serves him personally. He spreads these words everywhere. Currently, the Church of God in Heaven is visiting guilds around the world and forcing them to worship the Church of God in Heaven. Divinity and faith are often achieved through religion. Han Sung-hoon inquired who was behind this. His interlocutor said that they are based in South Korea. Since Han Sung-gun is Korean by nationality, they may use his country as their center. The old man said that the watchtower would leave the matter at that. Someone from the young man's side would explain the details. Doesn't the young man know about the church centered on the apostle Han Sung-gun? The Church of Transcendence is a religion that worships Apostle Han Sung-gun. The young man was surprised to hear about it. Lee Ha-yeon was doing her routine work when the phone rang on the table. After that, there was a knock at the door. Mr. Han Sung-gun appeared at the threshold. Han Sung-gun entered and got into a conflict with representatives of the Hunters Guild. Lee Ha-yeon asked if Han Sung-gun was going to kill someone from the Hunters Association. The young man asked the girl to wait a moment. Han Sung-gun told Bald Man that he would repeat his question again and that it would be better for him to hear the answer. The Church of the Heavenly God is a group that worships a certain deity. There is only one reason why they are hiding behind Han Sung-gun. Their goal is to eradicate all belief in him on Earth, thereby rendering him powerless. Han Sung-gun asked Baldman where the leader of the church was. Baldman replied, in London. It was said that she was going there to convince David Taylor. London. In any case, Han Sung-gun is only a deity of a small and insignificant dimension. If all faith in him on Earth is taken away, he will not be able to use his power. But even if he is an insignificant god, she is ready to accept him as a dear apostle. The pretender is destined to become a follower of the Church of Heavenly God. He can also join its ranks. The girl said that they would not be able to say a word if Mr. Han Sung-gun were here now. Defeating a few rankers will not make this priestess stronger. Does she really think she can defeat them all? The god of heaven feels dissatisfied. The girl was attacked. The priestess called the young people fools deprived of grace. They must truly understand that they were blessed by her. She said that she would become the sole eternal ruler of earth and ascend to the realm of the ancient deity. The priestess said that she would grant grace even to people like these young men. Suddenly, Han Sung-gun appeared from an opening in the roof of the building and asked if she really expected to become an ancient deity. The young man looked down from above and said that she looked like a nobody. The priestess was surprised to see Han Sung-gun there. She had not heard that Han Sung-gun had become an ancient deity. That could not be, for he was at the level of an insignificant god. Han Sung-gun came down to give the followers of this church what they deserved. Han Sung-gun said that they dared to touch his comrades, which meant they had to be prepared for him not to let them get away with it. The god of transcendence and destruction showed extreme fury. The power of the word was activated. Han Sung-gun said that she should die right here and now. The priestess was frightened and screamed loudly. Han Sung-gun said that it looked funny, but in any case, running away was useless. Han Sung-gun blocked the doors so that no one could get out. Han Sung-gun told the young people to leave this place immediately. He would take care of the rest himself. The seaside, sunny and warm weather. The god of heaven breathed heavily with anxiety. The priestess did not understand why such a monster existed in such a tiny dimension. But even if he had become an ancient deity, that did not mean there was no way to defeat him. Han Sung-gun was hiding behind a tree at that moment. He was curious about who this someone behind her was and why she was looking for him in such a hurry. Han Sung-gun peeked out from behind the tree and asked the priestess if she was an apostle of the ancient deity. The girl was taken aback. The priestess jumped aside and asked how he knew she was here. The girl said that when the god of transcendence found out whose apostle she was, the fight with her would not end well for the young man. The priestess said that the one she served was beyond comprehension and would soon control the tower itself. The girl added that even the gods of light and darkness could not touch him. He would become the absolute ruler of the universe. The priestess said she did not want to engage in long conversations. Han Sung-gun said that if she continued talking in that vein, it would indeed be short. Han Sung-gun, holding his sword, said that the moment she stepped on the ground, she signed her own death warrant. The girl agreed to show the power of the supreme being in the universe. Divine power and divinity were used to activate the Advent. Through the Advent, the consciousness of an ancient deity penetrated. Dam Chung-hwa said that she thought so. This god is madness. The ancient deity can use up to 40% of its total power. The god of madness, residing in the priestess's body, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Han Sung-gun said that there was neither the power of the tower to protect him, nor the protection of the ancient gods. A special power, creation of a divine realm, is activated. When using divine power in the faith of the contender, a divine realm of transcendence is created. Han Sung-gun said that in this way, he created his own stage. The god of madness replied that for the sin of arrogance, he would accept his opponent's divinity as payment. When the divinity despair is activated, any attack that comes into contact with divinity loses its power. Han Sung-gun said that his opponent could try to defeat him this time. The divinity repentance was activated. It is possible to interfere with the very concept of past time. The god of madness prepared for a decisive confrontation with the god of transcendence. Han Sung-gun asked his opponent if he still believed he could defeat him. Dam Chung-hwa realized that Han Sung-gun had stopped time. But wasn't this a completely different level compared to what she had seen in the demonic realm? Then Han Sung-gun returned to the time when he did not yet possess divinity. The god of madness was surprised. Could the god of transcendence really control the very concept of time? How could anyone possibly obtain such a valuable power? The god of madness did not want to admit it. He did not accept the fact that such a person could control such power. Han Sung-gun said that he did not intend to seek recognition from anyone. The god of madness said that his opponent had received his power from the tower and had paid a certain price for it. Han Sung-gun pointed his sword at the god of madness's chest and said that he had agreed to this battle in vain. The divinity of madness was activated. Everything that came into contact with this divinity was destroyed. He summoned his dogs and gave the command to attack his opponent. The process of absorbing the divinity of madness has begun. The god of madness was surprised. How could the young man break through his divinity? Han Sung-gun replied that it was because he was much stronger, more calculating, and smarter. The god of madness fell face down and was destroyed. He said he would continue to seek an encounter with the god of transcendence in order to destroy him. Han Sungung said that his rival could visit as often as he wished. The challenger absorbed the spirit of the god of heaven. The final conditions were fulfilled. The effect of divine ascension, inherent in the myth of the possibility of transcendence, developed into a final ability. Han Sungung's victory over the apostle, a deity, brought him even closer to transcendence. Han Sung-gun and Dam Chung-hwa looked up and said that this was the only transcendent being in the universe. Dam Chung-hu said that this power was capable of surpassing even the level of an ancient deity. This is the end point of the myth of the possibility of transcendence. Han Sung-gun sat in front of the TV again and read the latest news. It was reported that the Hunters Association would take appropriate measures. Contender Han Sung-gun prevented a terrorist act by the leader of the Church of God in Heaven. Han Sung-gun thought that looking at the headlines, it seemed as if Miss Ha-yeon had done her best to deal with the situation. Lee Ha-yeon told the young man that he should stay in the room until she said everything was okay. Lee Ha-yeon added that there were reporters everywhere, constantly seeking an interview with Mr. Han Sung-gun. It would be best not to be seen by them. Han Sung-gun said that he had something to do anyway, so it was even better that he was locked up here. Han Sung-gun replaced the divinity of luck with potential. The young man thought that in the future, there would be many items where luck would play a key role. The divinity of luck is used automatically when certain conditions are met. The skill spreading hope was activated. The hopes of others spread to the young man like lightning. Han Sung-gun thought, could this have happened so suddenly because of the divinity of luck? How wide is its sphere of influence? The phone on the table notified him of 4 incoming messages. The Hunters Association. The young man was here because he had received a message asking him to meet briefly. Our hero was promised to be shown the work that had been done, which should be useful to him. Thanks to the divine power he had received earlier, it became clear what the young man needed. Han Sung-gun analyzed the information and remembered the believers whose names were not included in certain categories, but who could be appointed apostles. Han Sung-gung decided that when he entered the hall, he would find out what it was all about. At that moment, a meeting of adherents was taking place in the hall. Han Sung-gung was surprised. Who could all these people be? A girl approached the hero and said, "Has Mr. Han Sung-gun really come?" Although she had originally planned to come with a report herself, she was still glad that she was able to clearly show the results of her work. Han Sung-gun asked Miss Lee Ha-yeon what it all meant. The young people noticed Mr. Han Sung-gun and decided to bow to him. They asked him to bestow his power upon them. Lee Ha-yeon told the young man not to misunderstand her. This was not some kind of cult. She had learned something when she received divine power. Mr. Han Sung-gun's power comes from faith. Like the apostles she saw in the tower, he can grant divine powers. This means that Mr. Han Sung-gun has powers similar to those of the gods of the tower. The girl admitted that these people actually worship only Mr. Han Sung-gun. Most of them are just waiting to receive divine power from him. A special power called Appoint a Believer is activated. The protagonist bestowed the power of divine power. Han Sung-gun said that he had bestowed divine power upon those who were worthy of receiving it. Perhaps it will now be easier for Miss Ha-yeon to focus on missionary work in accordance with the plan. Lee Ha-yeon was delighted and said that she would continue to take care of the Church of Transcendence so that she could provide Mr. Han Sung-gun with sufficient assistance in the future. The basic effect temporarily transforms or enhances face ability. Entry to the 26th floor of the Tower of Trials is granted. The theme of the trial is the battlefield of the gods. Dam Chung-hwa said that it was only the 26th floor, but already there was a trial similar to the battlefield of the gods. Han Sung-gun asked if Dam Chung-hwa knew this place. The girl answered in the affirmative. This battlefield of the gods is a place created for the higher and lower gods. If you fight and win all the time, you earn the right to become an official deity or an ancient deity. In addition, the battlefield is divided into 3 zones. To move on to the next one, you must force all the gods of the previous zone to surrender. Dam Chung-hwa noticed that some aspects were different from what she knew. The huge sphere floating in the sky was something she had never seen before. She ran through unfamiliar terrain and did not understand why she was here. Who would have thought that there would be so many monsters occupying higher positions here? It was the god of fury. The girl decided that first of all, she needed to quickly treat her wound. She saw a young man complaining that all he did was walk around in circles here. Dam Chunghua replied that it was because he had geographical cretinism. The girl decided that this young man could be her prey. And Han Sung-gun thought that he needed to find out what that black sphere in the sky was. The girl rushed at the young man and decided that she would swallow him first and then patch up her wound. Han Sung-gun grabbed the girl by the throat with a slight movement of his hand and prevented the attack. The girl thought he was an interesting person if he could stop her attack so easily. Han Sung-gun asked if she was talking about him. The god of transcendence and destruction looked at the small god. The black sphere emitted a strange glow around its perimeter. It was created to defeat a challenger named Han Sung-gun. The sphere absorbs the souls of fallen gods to create an ancient deity with a unique characteristic similar to that of Han Sung-gun. Such were the rumors. The young man wondered what that meant. Dam Chunghua said she understood everything. They wanted to abandon Han Sung-gun. The tower tried to raise him to be a hunting dog capable of destroying gods. But in the end, he turned out to be a dog that bares its teeth at the tower itself, because the young man firmly declared that he would go his own way. From this sphere, a weak-willed ancient deity would be born, who would act on the tower's orders. Therefore, the tower decided to raise a dog to replace Han Sung-gun. If the plan succeeds, the whole world will perish. Han Sung-gun said that this cannot be allowed to happen. Such an outcome is unacceptable. Han Sung-gun turned to the god of fury and declared that he would win this battle alongside her. He offered her to become his guide to the next battlefield. The participants in the battle did not understand why such a nobody was interfering in the duel between gods. Clashes were taking place everywhere. The god of fury attacked suddenly and won victory after victory. The girl reasoned that it didn't matter whether it was transcendence or destruction, but thanks to that guy, everything came easily to her. She decided that when she reached the level of a deity, she would destroy this man. But for now, these thoughts could be put on hold. Han Sung-gun said that the tower wanted to destroy the gods. However, the young man was not easy to deal with and easily dealt with the monsters that attacked him. Han Sung-gun decided that he would not act as the tower wanted him to. By eliminating many gods, he had accumulated many skills. The young man decided to place them on the altar and replace them with divine power. Han Sung-gun transformed the corresponding abilities into divine power, and it began to accumulate in his body. The rank of divine power rose to the next level. Divine power allows the user to accumulate divinity in an item of the corresponding rank. Han Sung-gun said that if he could store divinity in objects and use it, then he could increase it. The protagonist thought that for this, he needed higher class items corresponding to his rank. The god of fury said that they had arrived at their destination. This was the final location. After conquering the battlefield of the gods, the contender would be able to move on to the next area. It was necessary to destroy or subjugate a certain number of deities and build a temple. Han Sung-gun felt his rival's divine powers being taken away. The god of harvest looked at his rivals and asked in surprise how such nobodies dared to speak against him. The god of harvest said that those against him were just bugs, crawling everywhere and behaving so proudly without any reason. The god of harvest declared that in his current state, even an ancient god could not defeat him. The divinity of harvest was activated, extracting a small amount of divinity from the gods. Behind the god of harvest, the protagonist appeared and asked if a scoundrel like him could really threaten anyone. The god of harvest turned around and asked where this worm had come from. Did he really intend to oppose someone who was about to become an ancient deity? The god of harvest suggested that the young man possessed a very interesting divinity, which he now intended to obtain. Han Sung-gun told the minor deities that he would now eliminate this scoundrel, but in return he wanted them to build a temple in his honor. The god of harvest said that this was incredible arrogance. Now everyone would see who would destroy whom. The bully attacked the hero with his fists. Han Sung-gun counterattacked his opponent and threw him far back. He said he would destroy the god of harvest and use the divine power of destruction. At the same time, the young man continued to strike blows. The god of harvest was destroyed, and Han Sung-gun absorbed his soul. An error signal sounded, and the Tower of Trials activated error prevention. The spirit returns to its original abode. Han Sung-gun suggested that he could not obtain the divinity of harvest. Han Sung-gun said that in that case, he also had his own method. The divinity word was activated. The protagonist ordered the soul of the god of harvest to return to him. Now Han Sung-gun could freely manipulate the spirit and control it. The god of transcendence said that this was called harsh pressure. The pretender absorbed the spirit of the harvest god, and the divinity of harvest was replaced by potential. Han Sung-gun activated the divinity of harvest, adjusting the internal settings of the divinity itself. The divinity was extracted and collected in a very small amount. Another error message appeared. The growth limit of the unique characteristic Necromancy had changed. The skill of the unique characteristic increased by a quarter. Now the young man understood why the tower did not want to give him the divinity of harvest. The Tower of Trials activated its exceptional power, but despite this, Han Sung-gun put the gear in its proper place. Han Sung-gun ordered the gear to start rotating. The mechanism was activated. The path was opened for the unique characteristic Necromancy to advance to the SSS rank. The mastery of the characteristic increased. Dam Chung-hwa jumped up and said that this was complete nonsense. A unique characteristic whose growth limit had been set by the tower itself to S rank. Han Sung-gun suggested that the tower had prevented him from absorbing the Black Sphere. Han Sung-gun said that if he could destroy the Black Sphere, he would completely wipe out the tower. The God of Fury, standing in the deserted desert, shouted loudly that she had managed to survive. Because of this guy, who is the God of Transcendence, she was constantly on the verge of destruction. What is going on here? The girl said that thanks to the buffs she received, she was able to defeat many gods and significantly increase her level of divinity. Han Sung-gun praised the girl and said that he didn't care about her intermediate thoughts at all. Only the result mattered. Han Sung-gun informed the God of Fury that he had an important mission for her. She must subjugate or destroy a certain number of gods and build a temple. The temple was indeed built, and in a short time. The God of Fury became enraged and decided that she would finally deal with this man. The requirements were met. The God of Transcendence received the corresponding ancient divine power. Now he could endow his disciple with divinity. The God of Rage decided that she would continue to use the God of Transcendence for her own progress. Han Sung-gun appeared behind the girl and asked why she was suddenly so cheerful. The girl looked back, startled, and asked how long he had been standing there. The God of Fury was surprised. What was going on? Why had his divine power increased so much? The God of Transcendence had fully revealed his divine power. The God of Fury quickly and awkwardly noted that she was facing a monster. She and everyone present immediately bowed down. The designation of apostolic deity took place, a right possessed only by ancient gods who accept the worship of lesser deities. A deity can also appoint an apostle. Those present declared that they did not recognize the venerable ancient god and asked to be accepted by him. Dam Chung-hwa said that they immediately understood. By choosing the God of Transcendence, one could become a supreme deity. Han Sung-gun asked if this meant that they wished to become his apostles. In that case, the young man allowed them to claim this position. Han Sung-gun clarified that only those who made the best offering would become apostles. The protagonist told them to show their sincerity. The young man thought it was time to find an object capable of accumulating his divine power. The God of Fury held an object in his hands, a secret treasure. It was a jewel created by God to store the divinity of his friend. A telescope of time and observation was also offered, an artifact for observing time, created by the God of Time. Now Han Sung-gun could see the future of a parallel world nearby and summon his own powers. Han Sung-gun did not expect to find items and relics better than these here. The clumsy God of Fury won the offering. The girl was delighted. She would become an apostle of an ancient deity. The God of Transcendence designated the faithful goddess Solet Relia as an apostolic deity. Han Sung-gun told the girl to end the show and follow him. Solet Relia said she would obey. Those present looked at the God of Fury with envy. She said that, unlike some, she was now their apostle. The conditions for passing the battlefield were met. The contender entered the battlefield of the gods, the land of destruction, where many gods fought due to differences of opinion. The challenger had already won 2 battlefields. Did he want to stop the trial? Han Sung-gun declared that he would not stop for anything. He must carry out his plan and destroy the tower. Dam Chung-hwa said that the trial on the 26th floor was over. The young man would gain nothing more by staying here. Dam Chung-hwa suggested making a rational choice. The deities here are close in power to the ancient gods, so there is a risk of defeat. Han Sung-gun said that postponing a decision for such a reason was not an option. Even if he retreated now, he would still have to face this villain later. Then everyone would be in danger. Han Sung-gun said that it was necessary to get rid of him now in order to protect everyone, including Dam Chung-hwa. Dam Chung-hwa replied that in that case, she had no choice but to fight alongside him. Han Sung-gun agreed and suggested ending it all here and now. The god of struggle, victory, and death was born. The Guardian skill was activated. Hansungun told the girls that it could be dangerous. The Tower of Trials activated partial observation of trials, creating observers. Many gods and administrators silently watched the god of transcendence. Hansungun thought, did they decide to hold a public observation? The god of struggle, victory, and death looked at the god of transcendence with trembling eyes. He asked, is this his original version? Han Sungun told Salet Relia to take the gods and evacuate to the safest place. The god of rage said she wanted to stay here. Han Sungung explained that if he failed here, they could all perish too. The young man said that this was her first mission as an apostle of an ancient deity. Solet Relia said that in order for everyone to listen to her, they must leave this place immediately. The girl turned around and said that the god of transcendence should not dare to die here, because one day he would die by her hand. Hansungun noticed that the monster behind him had recently become much larger. The divinity giant was activated. The monster screamed. He feels that he is a fake, but now he wants to become the real thing. Han Sungun and Dam Changhua prepared for a difficult battle. The god of struggle, victory, and death looked on with eyes full of greed. The monster said that he was a warrior born to be a winner. By destroying his opponent, he would become the god of death. Han Sungun replied that he found this laughable. His opponent could not become the god of death. Han Sungung said that he would take his divinity for himself and called his opponent a poor imitation. Han Sungung was surprised. Could it be that his rival, who had been recognized by the tower, had attacked him with the power he possessed? The god of transcendence was disconcerted. Some gods said that the god of transcendence must fight and destroy this abomination. The gods looked down on the fake with contempt. The dragon god growled with discontent. The divinity word was used. Han Sungung must eliminate the fake. The divinity of madness was activated. The god of transcendence lured his opponent into a trap. The divinity of lightning strike was activated, causing thunder to roll. Our hero understood that he would be able to block his opponent without any particular problems. The divinity of defense was used. The monster said it could block it. The victory divinity is activated. Any possibility leading to defeat is eliminated. The defense divine power is cancelled. Han Sungun thought that he too could eliminate the very possibility of defeat. Now the combatant cannot reuse the victory divinity for half a day. Han Sungung retreated and the monster began to pursue him. The struggle divinity was activated, reducing the recovery time of the victory divinity. The monster asked why the man was one step behind him, a worthless fake. The god of struggle, victory, and death was confident of his victory. The monster said that his opponent had obstacles, such as administrators and gods. He could easily corner him. The monster said that he would not become like the man. In order to achieve his goal, he would start cleaning up right now. The god of struggle, victory, and destruction said that he would destroy his opponent right now and then gradually eliminate one obstacle after another. Then he would become the recognized watchdog of the tower. Han Sungung activated the ring and successfully sealed the divinity of fighting spirit. The monster was surprised. How could the expansion of power be so significant? The villain declared that he could eliminate even the possibility of defeat with his divinity. The external divine ability of resistance possessed by the god of transcendence is incredibly powerful. The battlefield of the gods. Solet Relia, leading the group, is in a safe place. The god of fury grew increasingly angry. After all, this guy was trying to do everything on his own. But she was also an excellent fighter. If a god optimized for battle, such as the god of fury, had entered the fray, it would have been over long ago with a victory. Solet Relia thought that the monster was hardly a match for her. The god of fury and the others saw the combatant fly up from the horizon. It was not a divine or magical attack, but simply the use of physical strength. Even from a distance, it was immediately clear that this was on a completely different level. Solet Relia thought, is such a thing even possible? Many ancient deities were extremely impressed. Han Sungung approached his opponent lying on the ground and asked if he could feel even a slight difference between them. This is what it means to be the real thing, and in front of him was a fake, artificially created by the tower. A monster that relied solely on the tower could never become a genuine being like him. His opponent said that he was a warrior born to be a winner. He was not a fake. The monster jumped to his feet and flew upward. He shouted that he was not a fake and could become the real thing. The Tower of Trials activated difficulty adjustment cleansing. Now the tower could interfere with the trials on the 26th floor. The monster took on a completely different appearance. Now, the god of struggle, victory, and death could inherit some of the abilities of the challenger Han Sung-gun and use them. Han Sung-won was surprised. How could anyone act so absurdly? The tower was truly willing to do anything to destroy him. The villain approached our hero and confirmed that he had received his body from the tower. At the same time, he laughed loudly. The monster said that with the power of the tower, he could use everything his opponent had. The god of struggle, victory, and death began to claim that he was now the strongest. However, when he attacked, he could not strike the protagonist. The monster said that this was his true face. Now he would be able to surpass the god of transcendence. The god of fighting, victory, and death used fake starlight and attacked his opponent. The monster said that he possessed the same power as the original. What was the difference between them? The monster assumed that, judging by the expression on his face, the god of transcendence did not understand anything. In that case, he would have to explain it to him. The god of transcendence is no different from him. He cannot deny that he received power from the tower, nor that he became stronger thanks to its support. The god of struggle, victory, and death laughed and said that without the power of the tower, he was a worthless insect. Many administrators looked at the god of transcendence with concern. Many ancient deities watched, eagerly awaiting further action. The Tower of Trials silently looked at Han Sung-gung. The protagonist said that perhaps this was true. Without the power of the tower, he would be nothing more than an insignificant insect. This was an indisputable fact. But that didn't mean he hadn't created anything with his own hands. Skills, powers, divinity, and much more. He had learned all of this thanks to the tower. Despite the fact that he had acquired all this with great difficulty, the young man could not say that these powers belonged entirely to him. The monster was surprised. How could the god of transcendence even speak now? Han Sung-gun ordered the monster to be quiet, because from now on everything would happen at his pace. All skills are now imbued with spirit thanks to the transcendence myth, spirit tuning. Han Sung-gung's skills no longer depend on the system. The young man decided to show his power, not the power of the tower. The god of transcendence appeared in his true form. The exclusive effect, demonic transformation, has been activated. The user's mana can be temporarily converted into demonic energy for further use. The monster said that this was impossible. It is impossible to use energy that is based on pure personal strength rather than the power of the tower. Han Sung-gun wondered, even though he was acting without a system, did his opponent still see him as insignificant? Many ancient deities admired the skill of the god of transcendence. The monster replied that he was facing a scoundrel who was simply lucky to have been chosen by the tower. The god of struggle, victory, and destruction said that, unlike his opponent, he was a warrior chosen by the tower itself. He used the fake starlight again to attack his opponent. Han Sung-gung dodged the attack and noticed that his opponent should not have shown his true physical strength by refusing to rely on the tower's power. During the battle, Han Sung-gung continued to think about how to prevent the tower from interfering with him and putting a spoke in his wheel. The protagonist said he had found the answer. The divinity of harvest was activated. The god of transcendence announced that he would absorb everything the tower had given his opponent and become even stronger. The divinity of harvest extracted all the skills from the god of struggle, victory, and destruction. The divinity of the fallen gods accumulated on the battlefield by the god of struggle, victory, and destruction was sealed inside the challenger Han Sung-gun. Han Sung-gung told his opponent never to try anything like that again. The young man declared that he was perfectly capable of processing necromantic powers similar to his own. Han Sung-gun absorbed the spirit of Yahara Rukadmo, the god of struggle, victory, and destruction. All the effects of the unique characteristic necromancy were imprinted on Han Sung-gung's soul. The Tower of Trials completely eliminated any unauthorized risk factors. Han Sung-gun reminded the tower that he had warned it not to interfere in his affairs. The transcendence myth, absolute immutability, is activated. The contender is capable of rejecting any negative changes in himself caused by external interference. Han Sung-gun said that this would put an end to the tower's antics for today. If the tower resorts to such tricks again next time, he will no longer be lenient. The challenger overcame the 26th floor of the Tower of Trials and was moved to the waiting room. Han Sung-gung said that he had managed to seriously wipe the tower's nose. He had an amazing harvest in his hands. After studying the unique characteristics, the young man said that when he began to apply additional effects, he would be able to figure out how to best use the power he had gained. A message came in that the administrator of the White Crane Sword was asking for help. Han Sung-gung thought he had almost made a mistake. After all, the cherished desire of the White Crane Sword was his primary task. The contender moved to the domain of the administrator of the White Crane Sword. The girl saw Han Sung-gun and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. After the meeting, the conversation did not flow smoothly for some time. Han Sung-gung asked if the White Crane Sword could not talk to him as before because he had become an ancient deity. The girl replied that this was not the case at all. Han Sung-gun noted that even after becoming an ancient deity, their teacher-student relationship had not changed. She could stop talking to him so formally. The girl smiled. Even after becoming an ancient deity, did the young man still consider her his teacher? Did that mean she was truly special to Han Sung-gun? The young man confirmed this. Han Sung-gun said that the White Crane Sword had not turned away from him and had been by his side until the very end. She was the best teacher. The girl said she had made the right choice when she entrusted her cherished wish to this guy. It turns out that Han Sung-gun considers her truly special. The White Crane Sword said that her family had disappeared because they had been destroyed when she was a child. The only way to revive it is to lay the foundation for a clan in the world of martial arts. That is her wish. Han Sung-gun thought about it. It turns out that her entire family was exterminated. White Crane Sword said that when he meets her little one, he must help her grow up to be a strong person and then revive her family. The girl said that this was her request. Han Sung-gun promised that he would not keep her waiting long. The exceptional power of the administrator, White Crane Sword, Last Wish, was activated. Han Sung-gun promised to show the ending that his teacher wanted to see. The teacher must wait for him here. The protagonist disappeared. The girl said she would wait. The challenger entered the Tower of Trials. Last Wish, White Crane Sword. It is necessary to complete the resurrection and avenge the Beck family with martial arts within the allotted time. The place where the hero was transported was engulfed in flames. From all around, cries could be heard about the need to destroy all members of the Beck family. Han Sung-gun had no idea what was going on. Armed men combed through the burning area, trying to find the head of the Park family. The pretender Han Sung-gun was given the role of bodyguard warrior of the Park clan. Han Sung-gun began to fulfill his role. He began to defend the Park clan. However, the amount of equipment he could carry was limited, and all his stats were also reduced. Han Sung-gun knocked down one of the attackers and demanded an explanation of what was going on. He said it would be better to answer clearly. The old man ran, holding the girl in his arms, and repeated that her father would protect Sol-hwa. It was hot here, but they had to endure it. The old man put the girl on the ground and said he would protect her, so there was no need to worry. The pursuers surrounded him. The villain raised his sword above the old man's head and said that he had finally caught the head of the Paik family, Paik Cheongpyo. However, the murder did not take place. At the last moment, a defender appeared, Han Sung-gun. Resolutely attacking the pursuers, he shouted that he would not allow this to happen. The old man asked the young man if he was a warrior bodyguard. Han Sung-gun replied that they would talk later. Now they had to leave as quickly as possible. Han Sung-gun picked up Sol-hwa and said that he had come to save her. The White Crane Sword must not be harmed. Once they were in a safe place, the young man said that although it was only a temporary refuge, they could safely weather the storm here. Baek Chung-byuk once again expressed his gratitude to Master Han Sung-gun for saving them. The young man said that there was no need for thanks. He had only done his duty as a bodyguard warrior. Han Sung-gun looked around and realized that this shelter looked exactly like the house of the administrator of the White Crane Sword. Sol-hwa waved to her father and told him to come back safe and sound. She would wait for him. Baek Chung-byuk asked the girl to stay with Master Han Sung-gun at all times. While he went to look for something to eat, Han Sung-gun asked the girl what had happened. Sol-hwa said that they had failed. For some reason, the Murim Union refused to accept them into their ranks. Sol-hwa suggested that the Beck family might disappear from this world. However, there was no need to worry too much. In the past, Hwasun had been greatly indebted to the Park family. Her father asked if they could take the girl in as a student. Sol-hwa said that she would definitely meet the best teacher and become strong. Then she would revive the Park family. Han Sung-gun remembered the words of the administrator of the White Crane Sword. When the young man meets her when she is little, he must help her grow up to be a strong person, and then allow her to personally revive the Park family. Han Sung-gun told the girl that this was not necessary. No matter what happened, he would definitely become the best teacher for the young lady. Fencing lessons began that same day. Young Sol Hua was not predisposed to this. The girl, exhausted, fell face down in the grass. The teacher was frightened and ran to her. Thinking of her as the administrator of the White Crane Sword, the protagonist believed that she would quickly master everything. However, so far it was a complete mess. Sol Hua told the teacher not to look at her like that. If a person cannot do something, then so be it. Han Sung-gun wanted to say that the White Crane Sword had taught him in the same way. The young man only said that he was glad the girl wasn't seriously hurt. Sol Hua said that even though she was going to become the best warrior in the world, she could not compare to the teacher without the elixirs of the 9 clans in one school. Han Sung-gun was surprised to hear about the elixirs. Sol Hua cited the pill for strengthening the core of the Hwasun clan as an example. The girl said that if she took the elixir, her 5 senses would become as sharp as those of her teacher, Han Sung-gun. Her internal energy, Qi, would also increase significantly. Han Sung-gun said that in that case, they should take all the elixirs available in the Hwasun clan storehouses. The protagonist and the girl set off in the indicated direction. Representatives of the Hwasun clan told the man and the girl to get out of there. How dare the nobodies from the Beck family set foot on their land? Han Sung-gun reminded them that the Hwasun clan owed the Park family a great debt. He wanted them to repay that debt by giving them the core strengthening pill. The elder said that these people should be grateful that the Hwasun clan had stayed out of it in the first place. The Supreme Elder entered the room and interrupted the conversation. The Supreme Elder told the guests from the Park family to follow him. The elder said that when the members of the Park family arrived at the Hwasun clan, he thought they had finally lost their minds. Han Sung-gun was surprised. What did that mean? The elder replied that they thought the members of the Park family had come to take revenge. The Park family had restored one of their clan's key martial arts, doing them a huge favor. The Supreme Elder noted that they were members of the Murim Union. All this time they had simply watched without touching anyone from the Beck family. The old man said that in this way, the debt had been repaid. The Supreme Elder heard that the young man was asking for a core strengthening pill as payment for the debt. If this man defeated the Supreme Elder of the Hwasun clan, Cheon Una, as well as all the disciples present, any request would be granted. The Supreme Elder repeated, this would only happen if the young man was able to win. Han Sung-gun told the girl that the technique he was about to demonstrate was the 7 techniques of the White Sword. The teacher added that even just watching would be beneficial. Han Sung-gun said that he was too lazy to deal with each of them individually, so they could all attack at once. The warriors of the Hwasun clan became angry and said that this puppy did not know how scary a tiger was. Han Sung-gun prepared for battle and activated the White Sword Cutting Through the Sea. White Sword Cutting Through the Sea is a sword technique that is almost impossible to dodge. Next, the hero activated the skill, White Sword Piercing the Sky. It was a powerful strike aimed at breaking through the enemy's defense. Sol Hua, watching her teacher, thought it was simply amazing. He had mastered the art of fencing of the Beck family. One of the Hwasun clan warriors grabbed the girl and held a blade to her face. He said that if the young man from the Pak family took another step, the girl would be hurt. The skill Ancestry of the Abyss was activated. Sol Hua flew up, and her captor was thrown back and fell to the ground. And Sung-gun asked how this scoundrel dared to touch the lady with his dirty hands. The Supreme Elder did not understand what was happening. After all, he had selected only outstanding masters for the battle. Han Sung-gun reminded the elder that he had promised to fulfill any request if victory was achieved. The old man jumped aside and wondered in surprise how this guy had managed to get so close. The young man knocked the sword out of the elder's hands. Han Sung-gun announced that the Hwasun clan would be sealed for the next 40 years. Han Sung-gun received the achievement Destruction of the Hwasun clan. During another training session, Sol Hua showed her teacher that her body was now as light as a feather. The elder of the Hwasun clan promised to give all the elixirs if only the seal was removed. Han Sung-gun said that if they gave him a huge amount of elixirs, he would take pity on them and reduce the term by 10 years. Han Sung-gun said that Sol Hua drank a large amount of all kinds of elixirs, which is why she got such an effect. Her internal key energy and its indicators increased significantly. Han Sung-gun informed his student that it was time to move on to the next step. Sol Hua was surprised. What was her teacher talking about? Han Sungun said that they had to remove the seal. There were many opponents, so the battle dragged on a little. Han Sungun noted that order had now been restored. Only the supreme elder of the Jeonnam clan remained. The elders said that Mirim would not turn a blind eye to this revenge. The Beck family would regret it. The teacher gave the girl a sword and said that now it was her turn to fight. Sol Hua looked into the elder's eyes and, of course, was frightened. The girl asked fearfully if she really had to fight. After all, she was facing a grown warrior. Han Sungun said that Sol Hua must revive the Beck family. Or was she going to continue to silently watch as the Mirim Union destroyed her family? Han Sungun said that he would leave the choice up to her, but if the girl ran away now, she would never be able to protect anyone. The elder of the Jeonnam clan swung a sword and said that the two had nothing to discuss. Sol Hua thought that if she ran away now, she would not be able to protect anyone. She wouldn't be able to protect her father, her teacher, or the Beck family itself. Sol Hua shouted that she did not want that. The teacher was right. Sol Hua grabbed the sword and showed that she was ready for decisive action by blocking her opponent's attack. The girl activated the skill, White Sword piercing the sky, and attacked the old man. The girl's sword struck the chest of the Jeonnam clan elder. The old man immediately punched Sol Hua, and the girl flew far back. Earlier, the teacher said that the enemy they were about to face was the supreme elder of the Jeonnam clan, but according to the Hwasun clan, he was large in stature, as if covered in impenetrable armor. Even if the lady used the white sword that pierces the sky, which pierces everything, she would not be able to break through, because he was like a rock. Sol Hua must remember only one thing. She must focus on speed. She must concentrate all her internal ki energy into the sword. Sol Hua followed all the recommendations and attacked the clan elder again. The old man said that the girl would not be able to pierce his armor. The skill White Sword piercing the sky was activated again. Sol Hua achieved her goal. The old man flew backward and even broke through the wall with his head. Sol Hua told her teacher that she had won. The girl said that she did not run away because otherwise she would never be able to protect anyone in the future. Han Sungun said that the young lady had managed to increase the power of the White Sword piercing the sky. It was an amazing blow. Thanks to this step, Sol Hua rose another level. Han Sungun received the achievement Educator. The elder said that everyone was invited to an emergency meeting of the Union. He introduced himself as Cheon Gunwoon, representative of the United Murima Union, and expressed his gratitude to everyone. As everyone had already heard from the news, the Bayek clan, which the members of the Union had recently decided to destroy by mutual agreement, was now destroying the clans belonging to the Murima Union. To punish them for interfering in the affairs of the Union, the clans request that a trial by combat be held against the Bayek family in 10 days. The clan elder apologized to Han Sungun. He had to prevent the trial by combat at all costs. Han Sungun replied that he was a warrior bodyguard of the Bayek family, so it was his natural duty. There was no need to worry about the girl either. Sol Hua had become so strong that she had even gained recognition. The clan chief wished them luck in that case. The elder announced the start of the trial by combat. The Beck family must respond to this challenge in accordance with the strict rules of the Murima. If the Park family defeats all 5 representatives of the Murim Union, their sins will be forgiven. The loser of the duel would become a sinner. One of the Murima warriors said that he did not know how they had sealed Hwasun, but they needed to know only one thing. In the name of the Hwasun clan, he will cut the veins in the limbs of all members of the Park family and completely destroy their core internal energy. The warrior said that he would not stop there and would personally destroy the head of the Pak family. He would also burn all of the Park family's martial arts records. On the Pak family's side, young Sol Hua prepared to enter the fight. Sol Hua said she was too lazy to bother with this opponent and suggested ending it all with one blow. The warrior was outraged. How dare this girl say such a thing? The opponent said he would make her pay dearly, and all 5 rushed at the young members of the Pak family. The enhanced sword chi skill was activated. This technique can only be used when the skills of manipulating magical power reach their limit. Sol Hua said that the trial by combat was over. The girl asked, "Wasn't it said that the loser of the duel was a sinner?" Sol Hua asked who was now the sinner. The old man replied that this was not all. The trial by combat was not over until a verdict had been reached for all sins. The trial by combat would take place on another day, so it was necessary to prepare for the verdict. The head of the Pak family said that Jong Kang-un was a real scoundrel. How could the head of the Murim Union be so ignorant about matters of victory and defeat? The Supreme Elder stated that the Murama Union is trying to destroy the Park clan. Some may argue that these inappropriate actions by the right-wing faction are contrary to his moral principles. In essence, the Murama Union is simply making small sacrifices to become stronger. But the Pak family insists that true strength comes from caring for others. Members of the Pak family interfere with the Union's original plan, declaring that they want to play fencers. The Supreme Elder swore by his name that all clans belonging to the Muram Union would destroy the Pak family. True strength comes from the differences between groups united as one. With tears in her eyes, Sulhua asked if that was the reason their family had been destroyed. The girl said that her family had disappeared because it had been destroyed when she was little. The only way to revive it was to lay the foundation for a clan in the world of martial arts. That was her wish. The administrator of White Crane Sword noted that this was her request. Han Sungun said that would not work. John Kang-woon wanted to announce the time of the next match, but the protagonist interrupted him and asked if the old man was talking about true strength. Han Sungun approached the Supreme Elder and stabbed him in the hand with his sword. The young man called the old man a coward who hid behind the scenes and used his power to assert his strength. He added that the elder had no right to hold the Bayek family accountable. The god of transcendence took pity on a man consumed by his own foolishness. Jong Kang-woon said that the clans belonging to the Muram Union would not stand by silently and watch these antics. Han Sungun grabbed the old man by the head and said he didn't care. In any case, if he caught the head, everything would be ruined. Han Sungun said that he originally wanted the lady to catch him, not himself. But his patience had reached its limit. The world of Avatar of the End was activated. Myths were being absorbed to destroy all living things within a certain radius. Internal Qi energy radiated from the core. He added that he felt sorry for granting the old men a normal death. Now, the old man will slowly rot and die. The elder asked for the internal energy key to be returned. The contender received the achievement, Conquest of the Martial Arts World. The head of the Baek clan apologized for having to rely on Master Han Sungun. However, now the Muram Union will collapse, and the Baek family will be safe. Han Sungun replied that he was obliged to do so. After all, the Baek family's business is also his business. Han Sungun said he did what he had to do. Now it was time to leave. But where had the lady gone? The head of the family said that Sol Hua was upset because the young man was leaving. She refuses to leave her room. Han Sungun asked the head of the family to say goodbye to the girl for him. While the young man still had a little time left, he wanted to look for the location of the Emperor of the Sword of Light somewhere in the world of martial arts. Han Sungun felt the White Crane Sword approach him from behind. She called him teacher. Han Sungun turned around and saw young Sol Hua. The girl asked if her teacher could stay. After all, he could just live with them in joy and peace. Han Sungun said he had to leave. Sol Hua said that in that case, she would have breakfast with her teacher every morning. They would train every day, and it would be wonderful. Sol Hua asked the teacher to stay with her, and when she came of age, she would become a true warrior. Han Sungun thought it was dangerous. He had become too attached to the girl. The young man noted that he had never taught her the technique of the enhanced sword chi, but she had reached this level on her own. That was all Han Sungun could say to the girl in the end. He said that Lady Sol Hua was magnificent. The young man added that Sol Hua would be able to become a great warrior without him, one who would stand out among warriors and bring even greater glory to the Bayek family. After these words, Han Sungun vanished into thin air. Han Sungun said that he would always root for the lady with all his heart. The administrator of White Crane Sword noted that Han Sungun had finally returned. The White Crane Sword said she had been waiting for the young man. The girl hugged the protagonist and confessed that he was her best teacher. Han Sungun asked what it was like to learn from his own student. Sol Hua said he shouldn't tease her. Han Sungun replied that it was a joke. The girl said it would be great to have an assistant like Han Sungun by her side. By this, she wanted to show how important her student Han Sungun was to her. She said this as a teacher, and the young man should understand her feelings. If you reach the top floor of the tower, even the administrator's cherished wish can come true. Han Sungun said that he would definitely climb to the top. The entrance to the waiting room on the 27th floor was opened. Dam Chunghua said that the long test of her patience had finally come to an end. Han Sungun thought that endurance had nothing to do with the passage of time. He tried to use the reward he received from the White Crane Sword to activate the exclusive effect True Despair. Now he needed to choose an opponent and forcibly seal their divine power. Han Sung-gun thought that this could be a lifesaver in times of danger. The protagonist received many messages from Miss Lee Ha-yeon, as well as a message from his friend White Lotus Flower. Due to the events of the tower, contenders from other dimensions arrived on Earth. The Emperor of the Destructive Heavens from Marima sent his subordinates to Earth. Now the Earth is in great danger. The Tower of Trials officially opens a joint event for all dimensions allowed to ascend. An interdimensional valley will appear in each dimension. If a contender is defeated inside the valley, the protective barrier of the Earth dimension will disappear. Han Sung-gung thought that while he was undergoing the trials, the Emperor of the Destructive Heavens received a reward that allowed him to move between dimensions within the event. Han Sung-gung realized that the tower had played another trick. The young man asked himself, was this really the strongest challenger from Earth? The Hunter? Was he so strong that in this world he was called the demonic or divine blade? That meant a person of such caliber was worth taking under his command. The young man noted that he was the right hand of the Emperor of the Destructive Heavens. His name was Dam Woosen. It was better to remember this name so that he would know who to obey. Han Sung-gun asked if Dam Woosen had told him everything. Dam Woo-sun said that he was here to convey the will of the Emperor of the Destructive Heavens, who wished to form an alliance with Earth. The Earthlings declared that this assistant had just threatened that if the Emperor entered here, Earth would be turned into a wasteland. Dam Woosen became angry and exclaimed that these people did not realize their own weakness, yet dared to make demands. Dam Woosen grabbed his sword and rushed at Han Sung-gun with his men. The god of transcendence used the divinity word and declared that this man would be crushed. Han Sung-gun sat over his defeated opponent. Dam Woosen was breathing heavily and lying on the floor. The protagonist asked if this guy could mean anything at all with such a difference in strength. Han Sung-gun grabbed his opponent by the arm and told him to deliver a message to the Emperor of the Destructive Heavens. The Hunter has declared that he wants to fight at the interdimensional valley. The torture technique skill has been activated. Dam Woosen reported what had happened to the leader. The leader asked, not only did he suffer defeat at the hands of that Hunter, but he also challenged the Emperor of the Destructive Heavens, wanting to fight in the interdimensional valley. The Emperor said it was amusing. Did someone really dare to challenge him? The interdimensional valley had reached its maximum number of applicants from Earth. The interdimensional valley was a place where only contenders could enter. It was a place where one could die. Han Sung-gung thanked everyone who had come here. The young man ordered everyone to follow him and enter. The entrance to the interdimensional valley was activated. The power of the contender Han Sung-gun was adjusted. Most of his equipment and stats were temporarily blocked. The transcendental myth, absolute immutability, is activated. Now the challenger's actions will have the divine effect denial of change. The contender can neutralize negative changes caused by external interference. The participants entered the spatial valley, floating island. Lee Hae-young asked what the flash was. Han Sung-gun replied that right now, the most important thing was what was in front of them. The Emperor said that he understood at first glance that this was the very person who called himself the Hunter. The Emperor of the Destructive Heavens approached the protagonist and said that he was indeed a failure. He was ready to tear and throw like a beast. He came from a barbaric world, so his logic was understandable. Han Sung-gung replied that if this Emperor dared to touch Earth, only destruction awaited him, and this fact remained unchanged. The Emperor of the Destructive Heavens noted that the young man had tremendous courage. He added that there were many people here, so a representative from Murim and Earth could be put forward, and a heated one-on-one battle could be arranged. The Hunter and the Emperor of the Destructive Heavens entered the fight. The one who lost would simply retreat. The Emperor said that the Hunter would not be able to defeat him here. This was because he received chi energy from the tower itself. The Tower of Trials supplied chi energy to the contender, the Emperor of the Destructive Heavens, only inside the interdimensional valley. Dam Chung-hwa asked in surprise, was this event just a decoy for Han Sung-gun? The Emperor believed that the Hunter was too valuable to destroy. The young man could change his mind and help him climb the tower. The Emperor declared that together they would reach the top of the tower, where he could fulfill his cherished desire. This was not a proposal, but an order. Han Sung-gung said he wondered what the Emperor wanted from him, because he always spoke in complicated phrases. In the end, the requirements turned out to be quite simple. Han Sung-gung approached his opponent, punched him in the jaw, and said that the Emperor had made the right decision. Clearly, the Emperor wanted to die by his hand. The protagonist added that there was no need to explain it that way, as he understood perfectly well without it. The god of transcendence unleashes his intentions on the supreme deity. Han Sung-gun continued not to attack his opponents, inflicting devastating damage on them. He said that this was not the end, and that he intended to defeat his opponent even more severely. The divinity void was activated, sealing all divinities within a radius of 100 meters. The emperor said that the hunters should not count on this false power. The battle continued. If we disregard the divinity of void, the opponent devoted all his abilities solely to physical perfection. He gave himself completely to martial arts. The emperor added that this was precisely why the hunter relied only on false power and could not be defeated. The emperor of the destructive heavens was surprised. Why was the hunter laughing? How dare he laugh at his words? The exclusive effect demonic transformation was activated. The emperor was attacked again. Han Sung-gun stated that his opponent's words were indeed laughable. The user's mana can be temporarily transformed into demonic energy for further use. Han Sung-gun asked why so many deities did not renounce their divinity, even knowing that it defiled the mind. Divinity is a life path that has overcome death. Therefore, one must constantly prove one's strength. The special power Dragonicization has been activated. The special ability Inner Core Evolution allows you to deliver a devastating blow from within the body. The unique skill Flow has been activated. Now the contender can repel even those attacks that cannot be repelled. The power skill Holy Light has been activated. Han Sung-gun said that the emperor does not even know what divinity is and how laborious the process of obtaining it is. Han Sung-gun thanked his opponent for being weak yet coming to attack Earth. A starlight containing the divinity of destruction is created. Everyone present saw an explosion in a huge flash stretching up to the heavens. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that Han Sung-gun was unharmed. However, his defeated opponent was in his hand. The conditions were fulfilled. The winner was determined to be a challenger named Hunter. Han Sung-gun asked himself, could someone with such insignificant abilities really dare to challenge him? Han Sung-gun declared that if they ever came back to Earth, he would destroy them all without mercy. His comrades shouted that Mr. Han Sung-gun had won. When Vera became even more perfect, the contender would be able to attain the divinity of Earth. Han Sung-gun went up to the 27th floor. The young man thought that if he had lived like the tower's dog, perhaps the situation would have been completely different. Maybe then he could have avoided the destruction of the administrators. Han Sung-gun thought that this must also be part of the test. It would probably be fun. The administrator believed that the contender would be able to successfully overcome this test. The theme of the test was betrayal. The administrator said she would wait to see what fateful choice the candidate would make at this point. Han Sung-gun replied that his choice remained unchanged. Unexpectedly, an error occurred. The Tower of Trials reacted to its occurrence and is trying to intervene. The error correction process is underway. Han Sung-gun was deactivated and bound hand and foot. Han Sung-gun tried to stop so that the administrators would not be harmed. Han Sung-gun shouted to himself that he had to stop. At this rate, the administrators would surely die. Han Sung-gun thought about how he was a failure who was looked down upon and constantly oppressed, but the people dear to his heart were the first to recognize him. Han Sung-gun believed that even if he had to use up all his divine power, he had to stop and block this trial. Many ancient deities admired the judgments of the contender Han Sung-gun. The process of correcting the mistake failed. The deities declared the trial unfair. The Tower of Trials was strongly advised to cease its actions immediately. The tower charges a fee for interfering with the trial based on cause and effect. The Tower of Trials reminds us of the need to correct our risky behavior. The candidate Han Sung-gun was invited to the divine realm. Several ancient deities were appointed as leaders of the 27th floor trial. The god of darkness was chosen as the representative. The god said that she liked this child. Han Sung-gun told the god of darkness that they had not seen each other for a long time. The god of darkness reminded him that she was not his enemy, as she had said when they first met. Han Sung-gun said he wanted to ask one thing first. Why was the god of darkness helping him? The god of darkness replied, the pantheon of ancient gods to which she belongs. The ancient gods also had a request. The request was to return the holy relics. They also wanted to punish the god of affection, who had stolen these holy relics. The pantheon wanted them back, but couldn't find where they were kept. The god of darkness expressed hope that the contender would definitely cope with the task. The young man set off for one of the rare peaceful planets in the universe, the abode of the god of affection in Scandia. The theme of this trial is request. It is necessary to defeat the god of affection who dwells in Scandia. Dam Chunghua said that it was the worst encounter with the god of darkness. She thought she might die trying to hide from this monster. Han Sungun asked if they were lucky that she was friendly. The young man was called out. A traveler approached Han Sungun and said that the god of darkness had probably already heard about him. He was Ryan, the seventh servant of pride. Ryan had come here to guide and watch over the young people, so they needed to listen to him carefully. Han Sungun asked what they should do, following Ryan's instructions. Ryan said he had an excellent plan and a name for the operation. The operation is called camouflage. The young people changed their clothes and really did camouflage themselves. Dam Chunghua asked if it was really necessary to go that far. It was ridiculous. Ryan said that the girl didn't know anything. Nothing good would come of it if it became known that they had come from the Pantheon. Dam Chunhu declared that it was all useless. The young people were noticed and called out. The man asked if they were among the gods he had invited. If they were going to work under the banner of the god of affection, why not be polite? Han Sungun asked the stranger if he was one of those who would work under the god of affection. The man confirmed this and added that they had attracted the attention of the god of affection while in the Pantheon, so he was accepting them as representatives of the faction. He even said that he would give them the stolen relics as a bonus. Han Sungung thought that he was looking at a banquet hall filled with gods who had left the Pantheon. Han Sungun asked where the sacred relics stolen from the Pantheon were. The man replied that no one knew. It was said that after absorbing the power of Scandia, he would distribute the relics to everyone. Han Sungun was surprised. Was he really going to absorb the power of this planet? It was reported that the god of affection had arrived. The god of affection thanked them for finding time in their busy schedules to meet with him. He would share the holy relics and lead them to the rank of ancient deities. The god of affection said that there was a traitor among those present, sent by the Pantheon. The god of affection clarified that it could be the god of transcendence. Those present became curious as to where this traitor might be. Han Sungun said that it seemed they had already been identified. Dam Chunghua reminded them that this was exactly why she had said that all this was useless. Han Sungun told Ryan to deal with the gods below. Ryan was surprised. How could he do that? Han Sungun jumped high up to reach the god of affection. Han Sungun found himself alone on the balcony with the god of affection. The god of affection said that he knew about the traitor sent from the Pantheon, but did not expect him to arrive so quickly. Han Sungung declared that it was time to stop talking and attacked his opponent with a kick. Han Sungun said that there were people dear to him whom he had to protect. Therefore, the god of affection would have to die by his hands. The god of affection became angry and shouted that he would tear this boy to pieces, preparing to attack. The divine skill Sudden Strike was activated, dealing damage proportional to the amount of divine power and life energy absorbed. The enhanced unique skill Flow was activated. Han Sungun said that the god of affection would perish at his hands. The enemy's first attack would be limited, and the challenger would have the opportunity to deliver an absolute counterattack. Physical damage is significantly increased in proportion to the amount of life force consumed. The god of affection shouted that he would destroy his opponent and then crush him. The unique skill Flow was activated again. Han Sungung repelled the enemy's attack using his sword and his unique abilities. Han Sungung stated that he had fought many gods before, but had never encountered such an insignificant deity as this one. The Myth Parasite's treasure chest was activated, opening up personal space. The divinity affection was activated. The challenger absorbs and controls life force. Dam Chunghua said that now it was clear why the Pantheon could not find the holy relics. He had hidden them in a non-existent space. The god of affection said that as long as this planet is not destroyed, his life force is infinite. A twisted and corrupt crown of arrogance appeared. The god of affection declared once again that his rival would be torn to pieces. The ugliness of arrogance was activated, and divine power took on the nature of pollution. At this time, Ryan was running away from the monsters chasing him. At one point, Ryan noticed that the surface of the planet was beginning to crumble. What was happening? The dogs chasing the god of affection approached him. The ugliness of arrogance is activated, and the divine power takes on the nature of pollution. The god of affection said that the enormous life force was obtained by sucking the life energy out of the planet, and that his rival would never be able to harm him. Han Sungun thought that the enemy controlled the planet in order to gain infinite life force. He was definitely a formidable enemy. Han Sungun declared that the nobodies who stole the relics to prolong their lives did not dare to call themselves eternal. The black mirror of truth was activated. The divine power of the god of attachment was sealed. Han Sungun wondered if he could still call himself that with his powers sealed. Han Sungun called the god of affection a loser. The user's divine power was also sealed for the same period of time. The god of affection was surprised. What did this guy do? Why did the divine power disappear? Han Sungun, using only his unique abilities, attacked his opponent with a blow from behind. There was an explosion of devastating force, releasing a huge amount of energy, fire, and smoke. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw the god of affection lying on the ground. Han Sungun stepped on his chest with his foot. The god of affection asked where his opponent got such power, since his powers were also sealed. Han Sungun stretched out his hand and showed a glowing core in his palm. He said that it was a trace of genius thoughts. He forcibly activates one of the divinities, even if the conditions for use are not met. The divinity fighting spirit was forcibly activated. All stats were significantly increased. Han Sungun said he was giving advice. His opponent would have to grit his teeth and endure, because he would beat him relentlessly until the sealing time expired. The instant acceleration skill was activated. Han Sungun remembered that the god of affection said he was indestructible. This turned out to be useful. Han Sungun reminded himself that he was here to protect his comrades, but he had always wanted to test something. How far could he go in destroying an ancient deity using only his pure strength? Ryan shouted that it was because of Han Sungun that he had to go through all these hardships. If he ever saw the young man again, he would make him pay for his suffering. Ryan stopped dead in his tracks. He saw Han Sungun in front of him, striking the god of affection. Ryan thought he must be dreaming. Even the ancient gods of the pantheon did not dare to attack the god of affection. At the same time, this guy was easily beating the god of affection with his bare hands. Dam Chunghua said that now even a god of the highest rank would find it difficult to defeat him. Ryan was surprised that the girl had managed to get here. Dam Chunhu added that this boy was an ancient god who had defeated the ancient god. The twisted and corrupt crown of arrogance was destroyed. The god of arrogance told his rival not to think he had won. He added that he would rise again and tear his rival to pieces. The divinity affection was activated. The challenger absorbs and controls life force. Han Sungun said that it was enough for him to absorb the god of affection with a single move. The divinities destruction and harvest are combined to absorb divine power. The challenger received the achievement destruction of an ancient deity. He absorbed the spirit of the god of affection. Han Sungun said that there was no need to worry, everything was fine. The future in which they could have perished had disappeared. These words were addressed to the administrators. White Crane Sword and Lord Steel Blood. The White Crane Sword said that the young man did everything he could to save them. The Lord of Steel Blood couldn't imagine how hard it was for him. Han Sungun thought that if the administrators died, as in that vision of the future, he would have to suffer alone. The administrators said that thanks to Han Sungun, they managed to survive, all because he changed their future. The girls sincerely thanked Han Sungun. Contender Han Sungun conquered the 27th floor of the Tower of Trials. Contender Han Sungun was invited to the Pantheon. The contender received the achievement, the one who was invited to the Pantheon. Han Sungun said that the cosmic background looked impressive. The young man was greeted. A female voice said that for the first time in a long time, she was meeting such a great creature. It was the goddess of fragrances. She showed great respect and courtesy to the young man. The woman said that it was a great honor for her to once again serve one of the absolutes of the universe, Mr. Han Sungun. Han Sungun realized that he was standing before Arya. The goddess of fragrances could not believe that Han Sungun remembered such an insignificant being as her. She was touched by his generosity. Dam Chonghua said that Arya had clearly not come empty-handed. Han Sungun asked if Arya had come here to accompany him to the temple. Did that mean she had something to tell him? Arya said that they wanted to offer Mr. Han Sungun a place in the pantheon of gods. However, the young man could respond to this offer after meeting with the ancient deities. Arya said that she, the goddess of fragrances, would respect any decision. At that moment, various gods looked at the candidate Han Sungun. The god of transcendence went inside. One of the gods said that this precious power was beautiful. the only one in the entire universe. The power of absolute destruction. It was the god of worship shedding tears as he looked at the power of the contender. The god of isolation, showing respect for absolute divinity, could not believe that someone who was a mere human could obtain such power. Countless higher deities looked at Han Sungun with awe and fear. The god of darkness said that the young man had come a long way to get here, so she would be brief. The challenger had already heard everything from Arya, so she would get straight to the point. If the young man entered the pantheon, he would become the new god ruling the earth and other worlds. He had to make a choice, whether to live peacefully under their protection or risking losing everything he has built so far, become some kind of undefined transcendent being in the Tower of Trials. Those present were surprised. After all, this contender is a hunting dog who still obeys the Tower of Trials. No one knows what this boy might do. Something as monstrous as the Tower of Trials had spawned such impure beings in the universe. The gods of pride and arrogance said that he must be executed immediately. Ryan turned to the god of arrogance. He said that this god of transcendence had returned the sacred relics for the sake of the gods of the pantheon. Watching him from the sidelines, one should not treat the young man so hostile. The god of arrogance was outraged. How dare the despicable servant interfere in the conversation of the gods? The god of arrogance said that the servant must atone for this with his death and destroyed him. The god of darkness was outraged. Who did he think he was, executing her servant? The goddess of darkness said that they are not the supreme deities of this pantheon, yet they decided to act on their own without her consent. She hopes that they will not disappoint her again. The gods of pride and arrogance understood that the god of darkness had given them a stern warning. The god of darkness said that until this child decides to consume their divinity, the god of evil added that it was not a bad idea. They could be presented as a gift to the new supreme deity. The dragon god said that they could discuss this matter later. She really wanted to talk to the new successor. The god of darkness said that now she wanted to hear the claimant's answer. He had to make a choice. There was only one answer. The administrators, his dear comrades whom he had met so far, at least for their sake. Once he reached the top floor of the Tower of Trials, he would become a true transcendent being. The young man added that no one else in this universe would stand above him. Only then would no one be able to touch the people dear to him. The demon god laughed and said that it seemed to her that this guy had almost no mental pollution, even though he was an ancient god. But in reality, he had completely lost his mind. The dragon god said that she wanted the young man to join them and become her successor. The god of darkness said that this answer was typical of the young man. She was proud of him. The god of darkness said that the young man was not the type to limit himself to a small pond like this temple. Han Sungun said goodbye and said that the next time they met, he would tear them all to pieces. The contender returned to the Tower of Trials. The gods of the pantheon gave him an additional reward, a copy of the divine seal received for fulfilling the wish of the Lord of Steel Blood. With its help, one can obtain one of the desired divinities by recreating it. The reward for breaking through the 27th floor was a catalog of shining divinity. The catalog contained special entries about countless divinities. Han Sungun said he wanted to copy it. The divinity was successfully copied. It is imprinted on the soul of the contender, Han Sungun. The Tower of Trials highly praised the contender Han Sungun for his work. There is a possibility that he will reach the top floor. All restrictions are lifted by selecting the contender as the final candidate. Han Sungun thought that the tower had now decided to befriend him. However, its actions did not appease his anger. Han Sungun said he would destroy the tower to its foundations. One of the gods flew into a rage. How dare this scoundrel humiliate him in front of all the gods? Another god said that there was one obstacle called the Tower of Trials, so it was impossible to touch this young man. The god of arrogance and the god of pride said that there was a solution to this problem. The one who had been thrown from the tower and was now not the same as before, twisted the causes and consequences to suit himself. The god of despair, downfall, and madness said he would give them a chance. At this, the god of eternity laughed confidently. High in the mountains, many huge monsters were destroyed. It was the work of the protagonist. Han Sungun said that after the restrictions were lifted, it became much easier to pass through the tower. Finally, they reached the upper floors. A breakthrough was made on the 35th floor. Dam Chunghua said it was simply amazing. Less than a month had passed, and Han Sungun had already reached the 36th floor. Han Sungun said he liked it too. Thanks to the removal of the tower's restrictions, He was climbing faster. The conditions were met. It was confirmed that the number of people who broke through the 35th floor exceeded 1,500. The expansion of the system begins. The process of expanding the user's powers is underway. New tests based on unique keywords are being introduced. Dam Chunghua suggested that some changes occur when moving to the upper floors. The exclusive power page of choice was forcibly activated. Han Sung-gung and Dam Chunhua found themselves chained. The items were loaded from Han Sung-gun's inventory. It was a moment similar to the beginning of the tower and the path to the origins beyond it. The young man will be able to feel everything with his body. When meeting the protagonist, the young man said that this guy was someone whose divinity and even Manu he could not read. He couldn't even tell if the young man was alive or not. He would have to clearly explain how he got here, who he was fighting for, and what values he held. If the young man did not do so, he would have to be considered an enemy and destroyed. The god of verification voiced his warning to the unknown entity. Han Sung-gun couldn't believe his eyes. There was not a single flaw in him that would make him a fake created by the tower. This god of verification was probably a version of his past self. Han Sung-gun asked if the god of verification was saying that he was going to destroy him. But could he? The god of verification suggested that this man had been drawn here by some kind of system and now found himself at the epicenter of their battle. Han Sung-gun said that this was indeed the case. He hoped that they would explain to him what was going on here. The god of verification said that about 10 years ago, the battle of the gods began on this planet. It is a great cosmic war involving all the gods. The war is between the forces of order and chaos. Until the war is over, neither side can leave this place. The god of inspection said that this divine barrier is a massive wall created by 3 ancient deities. Even the god of darkness and the god of demons are unable to escape from here. Han Sung-gun thought that the god of darkness and the god of demons were also here. In that case, the dragon god must be somewhere nearby. Han Sung-gun asked the god of testing, "So the Tower of Trials isn't getting involved in this war of the gods?" The god of verification asked what the Tower of Trials was. It turned out that the Tower of Trials did not yet exist at this point in time. The god of verification said that they had arrived at their destination. This is where the 3 ancient deities, representatives of the Order faction, are located. They created the divine barrier, which covered the entire realm of the gods. The god of testing said that he was in favor of ending this war as soon as possible. He hoped that the young man would help him in this. He would not ask for help for free. The ancient deities of the Order would create something based on the young man's contribution. Han Sung-gun said that he had come here precisely to fulfill this request. Han Sung-gun added that if he was on this battlefield, he had to meet the ancient god. The god of verification told the young man to be wary of the ancient deities of the forces of order. No one knows what sinister things they might do in the future. The god of verification said that he was on their side because he believed they were better than the forces of chaos. But he did not particularly like these gods either. The god of verification added that they started this war for an unattainable goal. Through the foundation of creation, lost divinity and souls flow into the enchanter. Han Sung-gun thought that everything around him was not real. It was all a tower of trials. A man entered the room and said that there was an uninvited guest in front of him. As far as he knew, it had been said that no one should be let in unless it was an extremely serious matter. The young man remembered the woman's words that they were only interested in gaining faith. None of them cared about the world. Therefore, there was a need for a being that could destroy all gods. An almighty transcendent being superior to all gods. Han Sung-gun thought that this was the one he had met when he received the divinity of harmony. The woman told the god of verification that she thought he didn't really like seeing her. In any case, she had to introduce herself to the guest. The woman added that the powers of order were based on 3 gods: creation, law, and miracles. She was the god of creation. Han Sung-gun wondered who the gods of law and miracles were. Han Sung-gun thought that he had seen these deities of the tower in the catalog of deities. Maybe it was just a coincidence? The deities of the tower bear the same names as the deities of the 3 ancient gods. The tower-shaped sculpture was also too strange to be a mere coincidence. Han Sung-gun was certain this could not be a coincidence or a mistake. The god of creation said she was grateful to the young man for joining them. But why was he here? The god of creation asked if the young man was going to explain everything properly. Han Sung-gun grabbed the woman by the throat and asked what would happen if he refused. Han Sung-gun said that the god of creation could do as she pleased. The young man added that he had no desire to respond to someone who started a conversation with threats. The protagonist perfectly demonstrated his divinity. The god of creation asked if he was an ancient deity. The young man confirmed this. The god of creation offered a compromise. Han Sungung let her go. The woman said that she already understood. She was facing an ancient deity. However, he must also understand that the appearance of a being like him was unexpected. That is why she reacted that way. The god of creation said that the young man could be trusted because he had been brought by the god of verification, even though he wanted to destroy her. But at the same time, he had a certain sincere side to him. The god of testing said that she was mistaken about him. The god of verification said that he chose the best option to escape from this prison, called the War of the Gods, not to help her. She infuriates him. The god of creation said that now that the god of testing was gone, they could continue their conversation. The young man had many questions. She was ready to give clear answers to two of them. Han Sungung asked how the gods of creation, law, and miracles were connected to the Tower of Trials. The god of creation asked what the Tower of Trials was. She could not answer this question, as she did not know what it was about. The young man understood that there was no lie in his opponent's words. The protagonist understood that he should not be impatient and needed to remain calm. Han Sungung said that he wanted to hear about the War of the Gods and its original purpose. The woman said that she, the god of law and the god of miracles, simply wanted to be reborn and become rulers of this universe. Nothing more. The woman clapped her hands and said that the conversation was over. She had given comprehensive answers to his questions. Returning to the main topic, the young man said that he would fight for them, for the forces of law and order. The god of creation said that if the young man accumulated many victories, she would create any relic or object of his choice as a reward. The man in the back of the room said that this was very strange. It was a power that contradicted the laws of the world. The old man added that he had not seen such a future in the possible scenarios. He did not know when and where something had gone completely wrong. Perhaps the chronology had been disrupted. The old man said he was very tired from trying to persuade the god of darkness, the god of demons, and the dragon god. Han Sungun fought anyway, as he had promised upon his arrival. The young man remembered the words of the god of creation. If he accumulated many victories, she would create any relic or item of his choice as a reward. Although he did not like to follow her lead, he had to obtain the divine seal and acquire the divinity of the Tower of Trials. A special divine power was activated, the incarnate body. The dragon god appeared on the western edge of the battlefield. The dragon god said she was suffocating. She was tired of it all. She no longer wanted to be the dragon god. The dragon god sees that the god of transcendence has appeared nearby. The dragon god said that in this universe, what should have been disappeared and what should not have been appeared, thus distorting the entire course of things. The god of time, that grumpy prophet, was right. The dragon god said that she no longer cared. It seemed that the god of transcendence was now on the side of the forces of order, so she would spare his life. But he must not cross her path again. He was a temporary guest in this world. Han Sungun thought that he could not back down now. The young man said he had one proposal. For what purpose and for what reason did the dragon god come here? If they could agree on their interests, there would be no need to fight each other. Han Sungun understood that he just needed to clear the western edge of the battlefield. Therefore, he did not want to waste his strength fighting the dragon god. The dragon god flew up and said that their interests would never coincide, because there was no one in the entire universe who could fulfill her desire. So the young man had to disappear from her sight. The divinity thunderstorm was activated, causing a downpour of thunder that damaged the concept of divinity. A series of explosions occurred, and Han Sungun was thrown far back. The dragon god said that the banal war of the gods was now over. The demon god and the god of darkness went to the front. Does the young man know what this means? They will sweep away everyone in their path, regardless of which side they belong to. The forces of order were the cause of the war of the gods. If the young man does not disappear from her sight, she will destroy him too. Han Sungun said he has his reasons for not backing down. Apparently, he cannot avoid this battle. Thanks to the divinity of fighting spirit, the contender receives a significant boost proportional to his level of fighting spirit. Han Sungun said he was ready to promise that someday he would show the answer that the dragon god desired. The skill expansion of Starlight was activated. Han Sungung said that the dragon god would never forget the kindness that had been shown to him. The dragon god said that this was a lie. The powers of mercy of the wind were activated. The dragon god asked if there was anyone else in this universe besides her who could control holy light, and in so many different variations. The dragon god asked what his true nature was. Han Sungun replied that it was a secret. The enhanced unique skill, Flow, was activated. The enemy's first attack would be limited, and the challenger would have the opportunity to deliver an absolute counterattack. The blow was truly impressive, and the dragon god even screamed in surprise. After all, this was not a dream. The dragon god said that she had finally found a successor. After that, the dragon god calmed down. May the sacred blessing be with her, the power to defeat the demon king and the devil himself. The dragon god said that all dragons would worship and serve him, the ruler of the universe. The dragon god said she was suffocating. Why didn't anyone ask her real name? Was she really just the dragon god and nothing more? She wants a normal name, who she is. There was only one thing on her mind. She wants a name that is truly her own, not a cold and harsh divine name like Dragon God. She no longer wants to be a dragon god. She wants to get rid of the eternal fate of the dragon god and the mark of divinity. The dragon god wanted to live as she pleased. There is a planet she visited to find an apostle. Divinity can be passed down from a representative of the older generation to a representative of the younger generation. But is she capable of doing the same? The dragon god's eyes shone brightly, as if she had seen a wonderful dream. It cannot be said that this is completely impossible. It is necessary to find a successor and form a strong friendship with them so that they call each other by name. A successor who is like a parent, like a friend. The dragon god said she was taking this person for herself. Someone had to help her cope with her loneliness. Even if she has to give up everything in this war, she will take this person with her no matter what. She needs this kind of relationship. The dragon god feels a strong, possessive desire for the contender, Han Sungun. Han Sungun thought that the situation was even worse than he had imagined. The dragon god approached the young man and told him not to be afraid. Contrary to what she had said earlier, she would not destroy him. The dragon god repeated that she would never destroy him. She looked at the suitor with eyes full of boundless desire for possession. Han Sungun said that in that case, he would also promise something. The power of instant steps was activated. The young man said that if the dragon god had come here again, not with her main body but with her incarnation, then even if she died, it would not affect her in any way. Han Sungung added that there was no need to worry. He would destroy her incarnated body quickly and painlessly. The god of transcendence approached the dragon god closely and carried out his plan. The dragon god received a devastating blow to the face and screamed loudly in surprise. In response, the dragon god counterattacked the young man with the same technique. The blow was so strong that Han Sungung lost his balance and flew far back. The dragon god asked if the young man was trying to end the fight with a single slap. In her opinion, it was not a bad tactic. The holy light was activated. The dragon god said that she could use it too. The holy light creates starlight filled with the divinity of destruction. The impact on the god of transcendence was so intense that he could not stabilize his body and regain his balance. The transcendent moment of spiritual attunement adjusts the level of the marked enemy to that of the challenger. For a while, the forces became equal. The dragon god said that she would not give this contender to anyone. If he did not come to her willingly, she would have to use force. She was ready to take him with her, even if it meant breaking all his limbs. The divinity, word of the dragon, was activated. Divine power is used to interfere with objects, phenomena, and laws within a certain range. The divinity thunderstorm was activated. The dragon god declared that she had won. Han Sungung said he disagreed. The blessing divinity was activated. Divine power was used to ignore external divinity once. The power skill Mercy of the Wind was activated. All speed was increased. Another sanctioned explosion occurred. The summoned body of the dragon god was damaged as a result of this explosion. Han Sungun said that this was enough. The divinity destruction was used. The divinity attachment was used. The pretender absorbs and controls life force. The exceptional divine power, Seeker of Pure Destruction, is activated. All beings affected by the divinity destruction gradually lose their life energy, mana, and divinity, leading to decline. Han Sungung said that no matter how powerful the dragon god was, she could not stop it. If she is touched by the divinity of destruction, It does not matter what power she uses, divine, spiritual, or magical. It is impossible to escape destruction. The dragon god noticed that the young man had said otherwise before. The god of transcendence promised to destroy only her incarnation, but she feels excruciating pain. The protagonist did not expect anything else. He said that his opponent was too strong, so he had no other choice. He wanted to settle the matter as quickly as possible, but it turned out to be difficult. The dragon god knew that she was facing an ancient god, but decided that pride would one day destroy this young man. The dragon god said that if she had come here in person, the young man would not have lived for a second. The dragon god smiled. Even though she was in human form, she had lost for the first time in her life. She didn't know why, but she wasn't upset about her defeat. On the contrary, she felt a strange lightness. The dragon god asked again if the young man would agree to go with her after all. Han Sung-gun refused again. He had something he had to do here, so he couldn't go with the dragon god. The dragon god promised to come back for him when she recovered. She hoped that by then he would be safe and sound. Dam Chung-hwa asked if the young man had felt anything strange during the battle. Han Sung-gun replied that he had felt it very clearly. The god of time could understand that this world was fake. In this universe, what should be disappears, and what should not be appears. Many things are distorted. Their priority is work. The god of transcendence absorbed the spirit of the dragon god. The divinity of the dragon god is replaced by potential divinity. The divinity of the dragon god tries to unite the ego of the pretender with memory. The dragon god asked how much time had passed. The dragon god's eyes were filled with indescribable fatigue. The answer was predetermined. The dragon god wandered in search of the divinity of the dragon god and a being who could inherit the power of the primordial dragon. From the very beginning, she did not need the power she possessed. Therefore, she hoped that she would be able to abandon everything and leave if she could find at least one successor. Now everything was fine. She didn't need a successor. Even if she searched the entire universe, she would not be able to find a being capable of inheriting the power of the dragon god. That was why, from the very beginning and until now, she remained completely alone. Han Sung-gun understood that the dragon god had decided to accept reality. The dragon god said that no one would forbid her from dreaming about the day when she would pass on her power to a successor and live like a normal person. The dragon god decided to wait for someone to call her, cherishing a dream that would never come true. Han Sung-gun recognized that it had been difficult for the dragon god all these years. Difficult, painful, and very lonely. But despite this, she never said a word. Since there were no companions nearby who could listen to her, the dragon god always suffered alone. Han Sung-gun declared that now everything was different. He would fulfill the dragon god's wish. Until the contender received the right to possess the divinity of the dragon god, she would not be completely consumed. Han Sung-gun declared that he would become the successor to the dragon god. The contender received the achievement Successor to the Dragon God. The young man was told that if he delayed even for a minute, serious problems could arise. He needed to return to the camp of the forces of order as quickly as possible. Han Sung-gun asked the god of creation what was happening. The god of creation said that the god of darkness, the god of demons, the dragon god, and even the god of time had joined forces. The ancient deities who had remained neutral also joined forces to turn the tide. If the contender did not return immediately, everything could end before he received his promised reward. The god of creation said he would wait for his arrival. The divinity of voice reproduction was deactivated. The god of verification said that such a powerful opponent as Han Sung-gun was quite capable of striking the incarnation. Eastern Front, the supreme deity possessing the divinity of the god of time and future movement. Such a deity is extremely rare. The old man added that he too could foresee the future, so he was glad to meet such a being. The old man put his finger to the forehead of the god of testing and asked if he could use his ability to see into the future. The god of verification said that thanks to his divine ability to foresee the future, he had managed to survive. But something was bothering him. Why couldn't he see his interlocutor's future? It was as if it were shrouded in a fog. When he showed the god of verification the future that was open to his gaze, the latter laughed like a madman. The old man said that the space-time continuum had been distorted. Everything that happens here is a meaningless battle. It is a scene from a battle of the gods that ended long ago. The old man added that this scene was created specifically for someone. Before the winners and losers are separated, the seed of Ascension will consume everything. Amidst the chaos, a vessel of transcendence will be forged. Han Sung-gun asked if the god of verification had told the ancient deities of the forces of order about this. The god of verification said he had no intention of telling them anything. Han Sung-gun thanked him for the information. The young man added that it was now time for him to see the god of creation. The protagonist approached the entrance to the divine realm of the perfect garden. Through the foundation of creation, lost divinity and soul flow into the summoner. The god of creation assumed that the young man might be late because of his meeting with the dragon god. However, the contender arrived just in time. The god of creation looked at the contender with a bitter smile. The god of law frowned as he looked at the contender. He said that this was the one who had managed to break through here, completely ignoring the great divine barrier. The god of demons heard that the god of law shared their intentions. She expressed hope that they would get along in the future. The god of demons said that they did not have a single second to spare now, but she would like them to spend a lot of time together, talking about everything. Did he know that absorbed divinity and souls could be recycled? This whole story about the faction of order opposing chaos is just an excuse. The war began only to gather divinity and souls into the tower, but even this process is coming to an end. The god of creation said that now they are just one step away from creating their own utopia. The god of transcendence, the result of the accumulation of countless divinities and souls, is contained within this tower. The god of creation said that she would grant the desired reward right now, but in return she wanted the god of transcendence to do her one favor. The god of creation told Han Sung-gun to destroy the god of time. She would give the young man the power to destroy even the great ancient gods. The god of creation added that, in exchange for the opportunity to create the utopia they so desire, the god of transcendence would become the destroyer of God, capable of destroying even the eternity of the ancient deities. Han Sung-gun thought that they had started a war at their own discretion in order to collect divinity and souls. Han Sung-gun asked, did they really want him to become a transcendent being, like a puppet, moving according to their wishes? The god of transcendence was speechless at such cunning machinations. The demon gods said that there had been some misunderstanding. Han Sung-gun said that they were offering him a poison cup disguised as power. They were using divinity and souls to try to destroy his ego and soul. The god of transcendence looked at the three ancient deities with a gaze full of desire for destruction. The god of transcendence asked, are they really going to make him their servant? The god of creation said that she would no longer make excuses, but didn't the young man find something strange? Until the god of transcendence appeared here, no one knew of the existence of such a god. Therefore, she began to think that perhaps the root of all the anomalies of this war was standing right in front of her. The god of knowledge told the god of transcendence not to remain silent and to answer whether she was right. Han Sung-gun said he had a proposal. He would make sure that the god of time was on the verge of destruction, but he wanted the reward she had promised for victory to be doubled. The young man added that he wanted to receive this reward right now. The god of transcendence said that if the god of creation rejected his proposal, he would tell everyone about her plans and join any other forces at his discretion, so she should think carefully about everything. Han Sung-gun arrived at the god of verification. The latter said that he had been waiting for the young man. The god of verification said that one can never know what might happen. Had those gods threatened the god of transcendence? The god of verification said that although he was weak, the young man could help, so they could both escape. Han Sung-gun thought that he had always been interested in something. Han Sung did not understand why the god of verification was kind to him, even when he was just an ordinary person. The young man asked, why go so far? The god of verification was even willing to risk his life to help him. It made no sense for the god of verification to go so far. The god of verification said that he himself did not know why. But from the moment he saw the young man, his heart was filled with a sense of unease. It was as if the god of transcendence knew him. Han Sung-gun asked what it all meant. The god of verification said that the young man should understand everything, and that he knew much more than he seemed to. The god of verification asked what their relationship was. The god of verification looked at the god of transcendence with a hint of suspicion. The pretender received the achievement, Crisis of Life or Death. The god of darkness said that the child, who could not even properly predict his future, had grown up a lot. If the old man continued to bother her, she would no longer be merciful to him. The old man said that he had not come here for no reason. He had prepared a countermeasure specifically for this moment. The god of light told the god of darkness to stop. Even if the god of time was pitiful, she should be lenient with him. The god of light expressed his desire to avoid any armed conflict. The god of darkness said that the god of time had promised that if they gave up their power, he would end this war between the gods. However, the promise was not fulfilled. What leniency can we even talk about? The god of time said that the war of the gods was already over. This world is nothing more than a fake created by the seed of Ascension. It is quite possible that the god of darkness, the god of demons, and the dragon god are also fake. In short, this entire world is a fairy tale created to take advantage of the opportunity for supremacy through the seed of Ascension. The old man said that he would no longer speak in riddles and would only make one suggestion. The god of time suggested ascending to the real world, regardless of whether the original was there or not. In any case, once the seed of Ascension completes its destiny, it will gain the power to destroy them all along with this world. But only if they took control of the body of the seed of Ascension would they be able to enter the real world. If the three ancient gods join forces, they will be able to ascend to the real world. The god of verification said he would ask the question differently. Why does the god of transcendence, who is an ancient deity, speak formally to him, who is lower in status? Why does he sense the scent of the relic he created emanating from the young man? Han Sungung thought that the god of verification was talking about the mirror of faith. The god of verification added, the fact that he could smell his relic could not be a mere coincidence. Han Sungung thought that there was no point in hiding the truth any longer. Han Sungung suggested moving to another location to start with. The young people found themselves in a mountain valley on the edge of a cliff. Han Sungung said that in those days, when he was an ordinary person, for some reason the god of verification was kind to him and helped him in many ways. In short, the god of inspection was his benefactor. That was why the god of inspection had sensed the scent of his relic. It was he who had given him this relic to prepare him for what would happen in the future. The god of verification said that now everything was clear to him, so he had been favoring the young man since he was a human being. That was why he was now being polite. The god of verification said that this world was a fake, just like himself. He already had his suspicions about this after hearing the words of the god of time. But why did he have no desire to try to understand the truth? The god of verification said that now he couldn't just ignore this fact. For him, it was a kind of verification process, so it was difficult for him to dismiss this world as a fake. He pretended not to know anything so that those around him would not become suspicious. However, thanks to the young man, he found the courage to face the truth. But can he count on the god of transcendence? He wants to enter this door and see the results of the test, and at the true truth that had existed until now. At first, the young man fought for only one goal, to become stronger. However, faced with the truth that people dear to his heart would die, he changed their destinies. The god of testing said that thanks to the young man, he now knows what to do. He finally made a decision. Even if it was all just a dream, he would simply do what he had to do. The god of trials said that he bestows power upon those who prove themselves true to their beliefs. This is the path he has chosen. The god of testing said that what he had to do for the young man in the real world, he would do for him here, in the fake world. The god of verification said that he had a sacred relic in his hand, carved from divinity and soul, corresponding to the testimony. The young man must take it. Han Sungun was surprised. Was the god of verification giving up his divinity and soul to give him a sacred relic? The protagonist said that the god of verification could perish because of this. The god of verification said that he did not want to live the life of a god, doing things that he would be ashamed of. There is not a single second to spare. Soon the god of verification will appear to capture the god of transcendence. The young man should not be afraid. He has the right to dream of obtaining unlimited transcendence. A transcendent being must move forward, for he possesses the necessary qualities and will. The young man must show them, become stronger for the sake of his precious companions, prove his existence to everyone. The god of testing said that if a young man wants to become a transcendental being, then this is exactly what he must do. He is not some insignificant fake, even if we are talking about events that take place in a dream. Han Sung-gun said, the way of life, pride in one's life, and the choices and decisions that the god of testing showed were true convictions. The god of verification said that today was a lucky day. Thanks to the young man, he was able to live his life authentically, not falsely. The god of transcendence gave him the right and the will to move forward. Behind the young man, the god of time appeared and said that the seed of Ascension had made him wait for an eternity. The old man added that the young man should know because he had come here to catch him. Hansungun replied to the old man that he had no desire to be caught. Hansungun grabbed his sword and lunged at the god of time. The god of time activated his divine prevention, which guaranteed absolute protection against the first attack. The protagonist's attack missed its target. The god of time was surprised. Did the seed of Ascension really think that this low-level attack would hurt him? How could he be so foolish? The god of transcendence used the divinity of destruction and feast of evil. The challenger can rule over all destruction and absorb divinity. The god of time said that the young man was wrong. He would never lose because he had a trump card up his sleeve for such a case. The god of darkness appeared behind the young man. She said that the god of transcendence was a child with powers and talents she had never seen before. This was a fake world, not the real one. The god of darkness looked at the god of transcendence with a bitter smile. The god of light looked at the god of transcendence with obvious hostility. The god of light said that he did not want to perish under any circumstances. The god of transcendence found himself surrounded by the three gods. He fell into the swamp of destruction. The god of darkness said that it looked very strange. The young man was afraid of them now, but he did not run away. The god of darkness said that she wanted to hear an answer. Why is this happening? A transcendent being possesses the necessary qualities and will. What is all this for? The young man replied that he cannot retreat until he proves his existence. The god of transcendence goes into battle mode. The god of darkness said that this was simply amazing. Even in a situation where he is threatened with death, he does not retreat. She has not seen such a brave child in a long time. However, the young man not only has the talent to become an ancient god, but also an incredibly pure soul. If this were the real world, she would calmly watch his story and successes unfold. But now she cannot afford to do so. If all this is just a dream that will disappear when the young man opens his eyes, then there is no need to endure and suffer any longer. The god of transcendence has no choice but to take steps to ensure that he will remain with her in the future. The god of darkness feels a strong possessive desire for the god of transcendence. The divinity of darkness is activated, creating darkness that engulfs the target. The god of darkness told the young man not to worry. When he opens his eyes, a new world will be waiting for him. The god of darkness told the god of transcendence to sleep peacefully. Han Sungun thought that fighting three ancient deities at once was too difficult. He had to find another way. The god touched the protagonist's forehead with his finger. A glow appeared. The god said it would hurt a little, but the young man would be fine. The god of light added that death had no power over the deities. The god of light told the god of transcendence to sleep a little in the embrace of light and darkness. The divinity of light is activated, creating a holy light that destroys divinity and souls. The dragon god asked, "Are they saying that there is no destruction for divinity?" She rushed at the god of light with her fists. The dragon god told the god of light to stop deceiving her successor and to take his hands off him if he did not want to perish at her hands right now. The dragon god saved the young man from the destructive influence of the god of light. The god of light was surprised. What was going on? Was this betrayal? The dragon god reminded him that she had promised to find the young man as soon as she had fully regained her strength. The dragon god looked at the young man and smiled shyly. She still called him her successor. Looking back, our hero really remembered that the dragon god had promised to come. Han Sungun expressed his gratitude for the dragon god's arrival. The dragon god asked again if he would become her successor. Han Sungung replied that he would do so, but first something had to be done about those deities. The god of time, the god of light, and the god of darkness silently watched the actions of the god of transcendence and the dragon god. The god of darkness asked what the dragon god was doing. She stood in their way, appearing out of nowhere. It was very rude. Moreover, it could not serve the dragon god. To her, he was just a puppet who could take her place. The god of darkness said that she was able to awaken his true abilities. Therefore, the dragon god must get out of the way. The god of darkness feels strong hostility towards the dragon god. The dragon god replied that she would not do so. She would never give up her successor. The dragon god asked why the god of darkness would not step aside now. The god of darkness said that she felt sorry for the dragon god, who had failed to understand that they had been trying to be lenient with her. The dragon god said that in that case, the god of darkness could push her aside by defeating her in battle. The dragon god spread her wings and prepared for battle. The next moment, the dragon god pushed off and flew high into the sky. The dragon god told her successor that it seemed they would have to part ways for a short while. She would return for the young man as soon as she finished her conversation with the god of darkness, so he should wait for her a little while. Han Sung-gun agreed and added that he would fight the god of time and the god of light for now. The god of time said that this was an unfortunate turn of events. An extremely annoying creature appeared on the horizon. The god of time told the god of light that they needed to speed up their plan. They had to shackle the seed of Ascension so that it could not escape. The god of time said that in that case he would meet with the seed of Ascension later. The god of time said a brief goodbye to the god of transcendence. The god of light said that there were two of them left. If the young man refused to fight him and surrendered, they could discuss his future fate. Han Sung-gun replied that he had no intention of surrendering. The god of light declared that he had no more reason to keep the young man alive. The divinity of light was activated, creating a holy light that destroyed divinity and souls. The god of light attacked the young man and told him to fall into an eternal sleep at the speed of light. Han Sung-gun parried the attack and wondered, was that really the speed of light? The protagonist counterattacked and showed the true speed of light. The god of light said that this was impossible. He didn't even notice how his opponent moved. The fighting spirit gem was activated. The will to fight effect activated the divine fighting spirit. Han Sung-gun said that at this level of physical ability, he could move faster than his opponent. The challenger received the achievement faster than light. The fighting spirit gemstone scattered. Han Sung-gun thought it was good that he had prepared it in advance. The god of light refused to believe his eyes. Han Sung-gun wondered, was the god of light still alive? He looked weaker than the day they first met in the maze of the giant tree. Dam Chung-hwa noticed that Han Sung-gun had pinned his opponent against the wall with sheer physical strength. Han Sung-gun suggested they go all the way. The challenger activated the deities of death, feast of evil, and attachment. The god of light groaned in unbearable pain. The god of demons said that she had come to see what was going on here, just in case, and had witnessed such an entertaining scene. The demon god added that she was witnessing the high-ranking divinities of destruction and transcendence. The divinity of annihilation was activated. The young man tried to defend himself. The area designated as the source of destruction by the deity, destruction, is being surrounded. Could the god using this deity be here? Any being with a will would be erased by the deity, destruction. The demon god couldn't believe that the young man was having fun in the company of others and not with her. The demon god said she was a little upset by this fact, but at the same time she smiled with a sense of competitive spirit. The demon god admitted that she was indebted to the god of light, so she could not allow the young man to destroy him. The demon god said that she would fight the god of transcendence instead of the god of light. Besides, it would be much more interesting for the young man to fight her than the god of light. Han Sung-gun noticed that his hands were disappearing. The young man realized that his body was being destroyed. The divinity of protection was used. The demon god was surprised. This was a divinity that nullified the divinity of others. It was not for nothing that she had decided to come down here personally. The demon god moved in close and delivered a devastating blow to the jaw with her fist. The god of transcendence lost his balance and flew backward. The enhanced unique skill flow was activated. The enemy's first attack would be limited, and the challenger would have the opportunity to deliver an absolute counterattack. Han Sung-gun delivered a blow of tremendous force. The demon god was completely unharmed and said that now was her time. Han Sung-gun covered his face and began to defend himself against a series of powerful blows. Han Sung-gun thought that all his physical characteristics were much higher, but he was still being pushed back. In the current situation, there was no chance of victory. Han Sung-gun decided to try to persuade the demon god. He asked why the demon god had decided to fight him. The young man suggested that the demon god postpone the fight for a while. The demon god asked why she should do that. The demon god noted that the battle with this young man would be more interesting than confronting the god of darkness or the dragon god. She had encountered a formidable opponent in such an insignificant place as the War of the Gods. The demon god said that she already knew that this world was fake, and she knew that someday it would come to an end. However, before that happened, why not enjoy such a sweet moment like this? Suddenly, the young man remembered the story Dam Chung-hwa had told him earlier, as if trying to warn him. Dam Chung-hwa wondered, could they really not guess that this world was fake? In the real world, the young man had managed to befriend the ancient deities. However, when the ancient gods of the fake world confronted the truth, they would not be friendly to the young man. There was some truth in these words, but after the god of verification himself realized that he was a fake, he helped by sacrificing his divinity. The young man wanted to hope that they would remain true to themselves. However, as Dam Chung-hwa said, there may be cases where the opposite is true. Han Sung-gun said that in such cases, he would make every effort to resolve the issue through discussion. He hoped that the opposite result would not occur. However, it did. The god of darkness asked, did the young man really think that no one but the god of time would notice? The god of light was destroyed. No matter how poor his imagination was, sooner or later, it would become obvious. The god of time said that space-time had been distorted by some murky element that had appeared out of nowhere. This means that this false world was created by someone. The demon god said that the words about the murky element referred to the young man who arrived from the real world. The last resistance skill was activated. Any damage inflicted on the challenger was nullified. The demon god continued to attack the god of transcendence, striking him repeatedly. The divinity victory has been activated. There is a chance that this will lead to defeat. The demon god said that before her stood a powerful being from the real world. That is why everything is perfect, for it has a finite nature. In the past, fighting strong opponents was enough to feel satisfaction. The demon god said that now, after a long struggle, she feels no satisfaction. Gradually, everything has become like a game. The reason is simple. A battle between ancient gods that would end in life or death is impossible. The demon god said that the young man understands the reason, because they are indestructible. Even if they fought, as long as divinity existed, the concept of destroying gods did not exist. The demon god said that she saw in the young man's power the possibility of destroying the eternity of the ancient gods. If that is the case, it would be enough to simply enjoy the battle until the victorious end. The demon god said that the battle would only end when one of the opponents died. She couldn't contain her excitement and began to laugh. The exclusive effect of the old wristwatch of the Ritter knee. From the very beginning, the challenger had no choice but to fight. Attack reset was activated. In fact, he had only one way out. Take the demon god out of the game. The myth battle-hardened warrior was activated. Han Sung-won activated the demon god and immediately jumped aside. All of the challenger's stats were increased. The god of transcendence decided that he could launch an attack faster than light. The demon god said that the young man was magnificent. There is only one being in existence who possesses such power and is capable of fighting her with pure strength alone. The demon god said that, unfortunately, this was the limit of his abilities. The divinity execution was activated, raining blows on all beings within its range. The demon god said that this was the end. She was the winner, and the god of transcendence was the loser. Han Sung-gun thought he knew that. The young man understood that compared to the three ancient gods, he was nothing. He was still not strong enough. Han Sung-gun, sitting in front of the TV, thought that there was no point in denying reality. Over time, the three ancient deities had accumulated countless divinities, mana, myths, and powers. No one would be surprised if he died in a fight with them, unable to do anything. Even if he was destroyed without the use of divinity, no one would be surprised. He was simply powerless in the face of overwhelming power, and there was nothing strange about that. The young man hoped that he would not have to face them. Perhaps he just wanted to ignore his still imperfect self. The god of testing asked, why is the young man still hesitating? Hasn't he dreamed enough of transcendence? Shouldn't he show them the truth that he wants to become stronger for the sake of his comrades? Han Sung-gun replied that he had given his word that he would prove it. For one reason only, there is nothing strange about such an outcome. He cannot give up, because he is transcendent. Even if destruction comes, he must force the demon god to use his conceptual divinity. The demon god said that at first she thought she had found someone she could really fight. She had found a real rival. However, she was wrong. The god of transcendence was no longer able to amuse her. The young man looked exhausted. Perhaps their fight should be postponed until another day, so that after some time the young man would reach a level of strength that would satisfy her. However, this is a false world, and she does not have much time, because she is a fake. The demon god grabbed the young man by the throat and lifted him off the ground. She said goodbye to her rival. Han Sungun said that this was not the end. Thanks to spiritual tuning, it became possible to adjust one's level to be on par with the opponent. The demon god said in surprise that in this short moment, the young man had risen to her level. How is that even possible? Han Sungung kicked his opponent and said that they had only just begun. The god of transcendence smiled, burning with the spirit of victory. A book appeared in the young man's hands. He said that he had already forgotten about this part. An exceptional power was activated. The divinity register. The demon god noticed that her divinity was beginning to crumble. Han Sung-woo said that this was her sentence. A huge energy beast appeared behind the protagonist. The divinities of destruction, feast of evil, and rebirth were activated. The demon god said that it was a good decision to destroy her divinity. But unlike other deities, her conceptual divinity can be drawn from the entire universe. It can be replenished through her pursuers. Divinity takes the form of demonic energy, erasing all limitations of physical strength and destruction. The demon god said that no matter how hard the young man tried, her conceptual divinity could not be destroyed. The demon god said that now the young man would be destroyed. The young man said that she had finally used her conceptual divinity. The conditions were met. The user rejects death. The demon god looked into the darkness in confusion. This was an additional effect of the unique characteristic necromancy. Once a year, the user can reject death. The demon god acknowledged that it was a strong will. She pierced the young man's heart, and he should have perished. But they both knew that the battle should have already been over. Han Sungun said that the demon god had misunderstood something. Or had she forgotten? The battle only ends when one of the opponents dies. There was not much time left before one of them died. The challenger activated his unshakable faith and said that he only needed to show something. Han Sungung said that he would take the divinity of the demon god for a while. The demon god asked, "What is the young man doing? How can part of the divinity of the demon god be transferred to him?" The demon god is shocked by her opponent's actions and at the same time experiences incredible pain. Divine power and demonic energy are forcibly extracted and replenished from every being connected to the devil throughout the universe. Han Sungung thought, is this the demon god? But how is it that by stealing the demon god, he managed to expand his own divinity? Thanks to the divinity of the demon god, the divine name of the pretender Han Sungung expands. The young man had no idea what had happened. The expansion is complete. Han Sungung said that the main thing was that he would make full use of the divinity of the demon god in the remaining time. The divinity of the demon god was activated. Han Sungung decided that he had obtained the holy relic. The holy relic is capable of stealing even conceptual divinity. Only a higher level god who sacrificed himself could create such a relic. The demon god asked how the young man managed to obtain such a valuable item. However, the god of transcendence had not yet completely stolen the divinity of the demon god. The demon god said that if she could create an opportunity to attack before control over the demon god was completely lost, victory would be hers. Han Sungun agreed that he had not yet stolen the demon god completely, but at the same time this meant that the divinity of destruction was beginning to consume him. The divinity of the demon god continued to flow into him. The god of transcendence asked if there was any hope of regaining control of the demon god. Han Sungun attacked his rival and said that in that case, he would knock her down and take the opportunity to completely steal the divinity of the demon god. Han Sungung asked if victory would be his in that case. That is exactly what he is striving for. The god of light came to his senses and asked what was going on. Could it be that while he was unconscious, the demon god was fighting the god of transcendence? The god of light sensed two traces of the demon god's presence. What could this mean? The god of light said that in any case, he should leave this work to the god of demons and do what he had to do. The god of light decided to help the god of darkness in his battle against the dragon god. Han Sungun saw the god of light heading in a certain direction. The young man realized that the god of light was flying towards the god of darkness and the dragon god. Han Sungun said that he had to stop this. The god of demons was surprised at where he was looking. The demon god held the young man back and asked if those were not his words. Hadn't he said that the battle would not be over until one of them died? Han Sungung stopped his opponent with his sword, striking her, and said that unfortunately he was very busy right now, so they had to finish quickly. The demon god asked if the young man understood what was going on. Han Sungung did not understand what was happening, so he struck the demon god. She flew far back. The demon god said that the relic of the supreme deity, with which the young man was able to steal the divinity of the demon god, was now in her possession. Although it was not easy to steal it, Han Sungung decided that she had planned it from the beginning, which is why she recklessly rushed to attack him. The demon god said, "He stole my conceptual divinity. Did he really think I would just keep quiet after that?" Han Sungung acknowledged that it was a valuable item, for which a higher-level god had to sacrifice himself, but it was not particularly durable. The mirror was broken. The demon god said that the original ability of the Supreme Holy Relic did not disappear after activation. Nevertheless, the demon god was satisfied that the transcendent god would never be able to use this relic again. The demon god snapped her fingers and said that time was up. Blood spurted from the young man's mouth. The demon god added that he had used the power of the relic to resist in some way. However, the moment the relic broke, the divinity of the demon god began to distort all the divine abilities within the young man. The demon god added that now the god of transcendence was unable to use any divinity. It would be difficult for the young man to even move a finger, let alone move at the speed of light. After these words, Han Sungung proved the opposite and struck the demon god's body. Han Sung-gun asked if the demon god really believed that he would be unable to use his divine abilities and move at the speed of light. Han Sung-gun suggested testing it. The eyes of the god of transcendence were filled with cold anger. The transcendence myth, forced acceleration, was activated. The challenger's movements gained the divine effect of faster than light. The young man said that this was forced superluminal speed. The demon god said that the young man should not have been able to move. His body had already begun to disintegrate under the influence of the divinity of the demon god. Han Sung-gun said that such techniques did not work on him. From that moment on, the challenger received the divine effect of compulsion. Han Sung-gun said that if he cannot achieve something naturally, he will force it to happen. Thanks to the divinity of the demon god, divine power acquires the same properties as demonic energy, removing all limitations of physical strength and destruction. The young man said that he had taken complete control of the divinity of the demon god. This means that the eternity achieved through conceptual divinity has disappeared. Han Sung-gung said that now the demon god would perish, completely consumed by the divinity of destruction. The demon god said that she had not originally thought of such an outcome. It was a perfect defeat. Han Sung-gung said that the demon god was simply unlucky. If it had been the god of darkness or the dragon god here instead of him, victory would most likely have been on her side. The demon god said that she did not like these words at all. Was he trying to comfort the loser? In any case, now that she had been stripped of her divinity as the demon god, she would perish and never return. The demon god said she was not afraid at all. She had flown throughout the universe and done everything she ever wanted to do. In particular, she had fought powerful opponents and tested them until she grew tired of it. The demon god said that in the end, she was satisfied with her life. The demon god said goodbye to her worthy opponent as she disappeared. Han Sung-gun tried to absorb the demon god's core before it evaporated. Han Sung-gun was able to forcibly extract it using the transcendence myth, forced acceleration. However, the young man's instincts told him not to do so. He was overcome by an overwhelming sense of danger, fear, and the shock that followed. It was a feeling of horror. Han Sung-gung thought he had no choice but to stop. The divinity of the demon god continues to irritate his divinity and soul step by step. Even using unshakable faith without additional support was becoming exhausting. The young man decided that he had to end it all while he was still able to cope with the divinity of the demon god. The god of darkness called the dragon god a poor child. She was so weakened that the foundation of her conceptual divinity had become weaker than in the past. The god of darkness said that in this state, the dragon god was no match for her. This happened when the dragon god was fighting the god of transcendence on the Western Front. The god of darkness said that something must have damaged her conceptual divinity at that time. The dragon god said that she had become weaker because of her successor. However, despite this, she would not lose to the god of darkness. The god of light said that he did not expect to be able to deliver such a crushing blow on his first try. The god of darkness asked why the god of light was here. She did not allow him to interfere. The god of light said that the god of transcendence was currently fighting the god of demons. Therefore, he decided it would be better to deal with the dragon god as soon as possible. Considering that she calls the god of transcendence her successor, this could spell big trouble for them. The god of light said that the dragon god's divinity was greatly weakened. This made her an ideal target for attack. The god of light prepared to attack. The dragon god thought that she wanted to look cool in front of her successor. She must protect her successor by any means necessary. There was a powerful explosion. The god of darkness and the god of light saw that the dragon god had disappeared. Han Sung-gun held the dragon god in his arms and said that it was all his fault. Because of him, the dragon god was in such a state. The god of transcendence told the dragon god not to force herself to fight with all her might for him. The god of transcendence told the dragon god to leave everything to him from now on. The young man put the girl down on the ground and said that the dragon god could now rest easy. From now on, he would protect her. The dragon god said she would do as her successor said. For the first time, the dragon god felt peace in her soul. The girl said that now she could take a little break. The god of light asked why the energy of the demon god emanated from the seed of Ascension. The god of light asked where the demon god was now and what the young man had done with her. The god of transcendence grabbed the god of light and told him to shut up immediately. There was no point in talking to someone who didn't even know that he had defeated the god of demons. The god of transcendence noted that now was the time for the god of light to perish. At that moment, Han Sung-gun grabbed the god of light by the face. The divinities of destruction, feast of evil, and rebirth were activated. The god of light screamed that his body was beginning to disappear. The god of light cried out that his very divinity was being destroyed. The god of transcendence passed sentence. Han Sung-gun said that now that even the last remnants of his power had disappeared, did the god of darkness want to join him against the god of time? The young man said that he did not know what the god of time had promised them, but he was sure that they would not regret joining him. If they had common goals, why not work together as partners? The young man had a compelling argument. The god of darkness said that if she did not help the god of time, her wish would never come true. Since this world was a fake, she had no choice but to do so. The god of darkness said that she wanted to witness the greatness of the shining light reaching the highest places. Since ancient times, she had been searching for a light that would bring radiance. She even wondered if the god of light could become her shining light. But he was far from the light that was supposed to cause upheaval throughout the universe. Although the god of time had a natural talent for comprehending the divine concept of time, the end was still terrible. The god of darkness added that everywhere she looked, the universe was the same. It was full of garbage, full of greed and stubbornness, which could not become a bright light. But then it finally appeared, a giant creature that encompassed the entire universe with such divine qualities as transcendence and destruction. A soul with talent and qualifications she had never seen before. If there is a light capable of illuminating the insignificant universe, it must be him and no one else. The god of darkness approached the god of transcendence and touched his face. The god of darkness said that it was his innate talent. No matter what variables he encounters along the way, he is a being who cannot help but attain the divinity of destruction. No matter what world he was born into, once he finds a way to awaken his mana flow, the path to becoming an ancient deity with great power will open up before him. It is a talent that can evoke the divinity of destruction through one's own power. Han Sung-gun repeated these words in his mind. Why did the god of darkness decide this? Was he born with a natural talent engraved on his soul? Was he a being who had no choice but to attain the divinity of destruction? The god of darkness offered the young man to become one, and they united in one body. Any means and methods were used. If so, he would be able to attain the divinity of transcendence by climbing the tower. The divinity of destruction was a power he had attained even if he had not climbed the tower. The young man did not understand why, in that case, he was completely unable to become stronger. The protagonist began to drown in the whirlpool of red liquid and could not get out. He screamed loudly. Han Sung-gun decided that this was his spiritual world. Energy swords began to fall on the young man from above. Han Sung-gun thought that this was very different from the world that appeared before his eyes on the 11th floor of the tower. They symbolized the divine powers obtained through necromancy. However, the darkness that devours starlight is the divinity of darkness. The god of darkness said that she had transferred her conceptual divinity, containing individual essence, to him. Han Sung-gun speculated that the divinity of darkness wanted to dissolve into his spiritual world and go with him to the real world. The god of darkness confirmed this and added that for ancient gods, the concept of divinity is their very self. The self is the spiritual world and the space of the mind. The fact that starlight is being absorbed indicates that the movement of the conceptual divinity of darkness has caused a conflict with its own divinity. Their spiritual thoughts merge together. Han Sungung asked, "Is the god of darkness proposing to unite their two spiritual worlds and go to the real world?" The young man asked in surprise if the god of darkness understood what she was saying. The god of darkness said that in the young man's eyes, it might seem as if she had lost her mind, but for her, there was no better way. The struggle was not the main thing. The main thing was to become one and ascend with him to the real world. The god of darkness added that this was the only way to continue seeing his shining light. Han Sungun suggested that helping the god of time was just words. By staying close to him, it was easier for her to find the right moment to introduce her divinity, darkness. The god of darkness confirmed that she had no intention of helping the god of time from the very beginning. The woman added that it was a perfectly played performance. Han Sungun asked if she realized what she had just done. The young man said that it was an attempt to pour her power into his mental world in order to enter the real world. Did she understand how dangerous that was? Two beings with the same conceptual divinity cannot coexist. One would be considered real, the other false. If neither of them disappears, both conceptual divinities could be destroyed and vanish into thin air. The young man thought, if the god of darkness, one of the three ancient gods, disappears, the balance will be disrupted. Gods hostile to the pantheon, or even those within it, could take advantage of this chaos to carry out aggressive actions. Han Sungung decided that he must prevent this at all costs. Even if there was no threat, he could not allow the death of the primordial god of darkness. The god of darkness responded to his words with a slight smile and asked what he was going to do. She understands what variables may arise. The god of darkness said that instead of standing still, it was better to risk his life. She suggested that he stop wasting time and become one with her and continue on the path together. The god of darkness was confident of her victory. Unlike a battle with physical strength, the mental world is a place where spiritual fortitude is fought. The young man had just encountered such a weapon. The god of darkness said that the divinity of darkness contained her inner self. Those who had endured the burden of time were stronger in spirit. The god of darkness added that in the end, victory would be hers, the god who had lived for many years. She told the young man not to worry. It would be done quickly so that he would not feel any pain. The process will be painless, despite the enormous difference in strength. You just need to close your eyes for a moment, and it will be over. At their next meeting, they will simply talk. Han Sungun objected. Who decided that in the mental world, the burden of time is heavier for those who are stronger? The young man noted that victory in the mental world is not achieved by some vague spiritual power, but by conceptual divinity itself. There was a powerful explosion, and the god of darkness was thrown far back by the shock wave. Han Sungung said that the god of darkness had only one conceptual divinity, darkness, while he had two. Therefore, he could destroy her with absolute power. The god of darkness gritted his teeth in shock. Han Sungung said that the mental world is spiritual space itself. Conceptual divinity embodies this space. The god of transcendence noted that the god of darkness is unable to defeat someone who possesses two conceptual divinities. The protagonist asked if the god of darkness had anything to say before the end. He was ready to listen to her last will. The god of darkness, in a deactivated state, said that merging with his mental world was a foolish decision. It is very sad. She believed that the best way was to ascend with him to the real world. But it was impossible to believe that she, the vessel of perfect ascension, would meet such an end. The woman said that she wanted to caress his face one last time and that she did not regret her demise. The god of darkness said that her only regret was that she would not be able to witness the birth of his dazzling light. Han Sungun said he was truly sorry. Even if she died here, he still wouldn't be able to take her with him to the real world. The young man noted that if he went with her to the real world, the real god of darkness there might disappear. The god of darkness now understood too. This child was also suffering greatly. If she was destined to leave, she had to do so with mercy, as befits a god. She still couldn't say that she felt bad. The god of darkness handed the young man a fragment of divinity. As she disappeared, she told the young man to give it to her in the real world. It was her last request. The god of darkness closed her eyes forever. Han Sungun promised to fulfill her request in the real world. The god of time said that he was close to making the seed of ascension his own. The god of transcendence appeared behind the old man and asked if he had tried to break the divine barrier set up over the battlefield of the gods, and then spread his own to declare the god of transcendence his own. The god of time was surprised at how the young man had managed to get here through all the barriers. Han Sungun did not stand on ceremony and kick the old man in the chest. The god of time flew far back. The young man replied that he had simply come here. Han Sungung said that he and the god of time had not seen each other for a long time. The god of transcendence released an overwhelming intention of destruction and rage. The god of time said that his divine realm was the Tower of Time, and the sealing ritual to capture the seat of Ascension had been destroyed. He was terrified. Han Sungung wondered why the old man did not respond to his greeting. The god of transcendence expressed his dissatisfaction. The old man asked in amazement how this could have happened. How could he have become so strong in such a short period of time? The god of time said that this was the scoundrel who had recently crawled before him on the brink of death. Even the god of demons had participated in the battle. So why was the young man still alive and unharmed? The god of time noted that this guy could not possibly have destroyed the god of demons and come here. The seed of Ascension must have resorted to some trick. The old man said that soon the god of darkness and the god of light would come to his aid, along with the demons, and then the young man would be finished once and for all. Han Sungun said that they would not come here. Han Sungung added that he destroys everyone who stands in his way, without exception. The god of time asked, "Is it really impossible for him to change his predetermined fate? That is very unfortunate." Han Sungung said that soon death would consume the old man before he passed away, but first he would be asked a few questions. Was he ready to answer them? The god of time said that it was a great honor for him to hear questions from the seed of Ascension. Besides, he had nothing left to lose. Han Sungung asked what the old man had seen in his vision of the future if he had given him the nickname Seed of Ascension. The old man said that he saw an ending completely woven from lies. The gods who participated in the War of the Gods were destroyed, leaving behind only divinity and souls. The old man added that against this backdrop, he saw the figure of the god of transcendence battling a transcendent being. Then the young man won and embarked on the path of ascension at the end of the world. That is why the god of transcendence was called the Seed of Ascension. The old man felt that it was his destiny to become transcendent. However, all this was nothing more than a dream, a nightmare from which he could not wake up, remaining only a fragment of the dream. Time ran out. The divine name of the contender, Han Sungung, returns to the god of transcendence. The young man said that it was all over. There was no one left to fight, and that made him happy. The demon god standing behind the young man said goodbye to his rival. Han Sungung looked back, but there was no one there. Han Sungung decided to take a small souvenir with him. The contender received a fragment of the demon god's divinity. The young man decided it was time to meet the dragon god. The dragon god was delighted and said that her successor had finally been found. Although the battle was over, wasn't it too early for him to relax? Han Sungung noted that the dragon god's joke surprised him a little. The dragon god laughed and remarked that he had amazing concealment skills. The dragon god added that she could not sense the energy of the god of time and that group of ancient deities. She was not surprised that such insignificant deities as the god of time and the god of light had been destroyed. However, it was a little strange that the presence of the god of darkness and the god of demons had completely disappeared. Han Sungung stated that he had destroyed them all. The dragon god said that there was a touch of ferocity in the god of transcendence. The dragon god could not say anything about the god of time, but she often conversed with the god of demons and the god of darkness and had a good time. But that doesn't mean she holds a grudge against the young man. The dragon god said that she simply remembered the old days. Han Sungung asked if the dragon god was ready to go with him. Han Sungung reminded her that the dragon god wanted to make him her successor. She agreed to this. Why shouldn't she spend time with him from now on? The young man reminded her that by becoming the dragon god's successor, he intended to inherit the divinity of the dragon god. Two identical divinities cannot exist in the same universe. If he inherits the divinity of the dragon god and returns to the real world, either the dragon god of the real world or he himself will perish, and his conceptual divinity will be destroyed. The dragon god said that in order to avoid such an unpleasant outcome, after transferring the divinity of the dragon god to the young man, she wanted to renounce her eternal fate as the dragon god and continue to live as an ordinary person. However, the young man wants to leave her as the dragon god and at the same time inherit her divinity as the dragon god. Han Sung-gun explained that this was the only way they could find out whether two beings with the divinity of the dragon god could coexist in the same universe. The dragon god agreed to share half of his divinity with the young man, but if he changed his mind halfway through, there would be no turning back. Han Sung-gun thought that from this moment on, he was going all in. He had to succeed. Han Sung-gun decided to burn the dragon god's divine power, which had not been completely absorbed, with the help of the death divine power, and then fill it with the divine power he had received from the dragon god. He would also use the Feast of Evil to suppress all rejection reactions. Finally, he seals the power of transcendence and slightly changes the conceptual definition of the dragon god. This will become what directly represents him. Now, there is a deity that represents only the dragon god, and another deity is born, the dragon god, who represents only him. The conditions have been met. Through the divinity of the dragon god, the divine name of the claimant Han Sung-gun expands. Now, the divine name of the claimant is the dragon god of transcendence and destruction. The dragon god said that this was unbelievable. Could two beings with the divinity of the dragon god exist in the same universe? By imprinting his conceptual divinity on it, the young man changed the very definition of this concept, forcing the universe to recognize it as a separate conceptual divinity. Han Sung-gun said that now they both possess the name of the dragon god. However, neither of them loses their divinity. They both remain intact. This is a success. Han Sung-gun did not know when this war of the gods would end. However, the fact remains that they will spend more time together in the future. The dragon god will teach his successor many things. Han Sung-gun told the dragon god to take care of himself. After these words, drops of blood splattered on the young man's face. The dragon god's body had been pierced through by someone's hand from behind. The voice said that it had been a difficult battle with monstrous, ancient gods. She came to the young man because she thought he was having a hard time. The woman said that the contender should be thanked. The god of creation welcomes the contender, rejoicing in his achievements.